Dear family, who understands this? Tang Lu, the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, learned that his younger brother, Tang San, was besieged by the Tang clan with the intention of cleansing the sect. Enraged, he rallied hundreds of disciples and stormed the Tang clan. Consequently, the situation spiraled out of control, forcing both to leap from a cliff. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself reborn as an infant, coincidentally amidst a battle between his parents and celestial beings. I must tell you, I was furious. In front of all the members of the Xiaoyao sect, I declared if a single strand of hair falls from my brother Tang San today, I, Tang Lu, will annihilate the entire Tang clan. Alas, this tale begins half an hour prior. I, Tang Lu, the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, was practicing my swordsmanship in the back mountains, my mind tranquil as still water. Out of nowhere, a junior disciple tumbled over, breathless, exclaiming, "Elder brother, it's terrible. Your brother Tang San is surrounded by the Tang clan." I was utterly bewildered. My brother Tang San, bless his heart, is a pure technophile, spending his life engrossed in gadgets and schematics. Years ago, due to differing ideologies, I joined the Xiaoyao sect to cultivate, while he pursued research within the Tang clan. Yet he is still my dear brother. Upon hearing that he was to be executed on the spot for clandestinely studying the Tang clan's inner secrets, my anger surged. For heaven's sake, he had served the Tang clan loyally for decades, earning his keep through toil, if not merit. Just for glancing at a few core technical documents, they sought to erase him. Without a second thought, I seized the XuanyuanSword left by my master before his retreat and summoned aid with the jade pendant of the chief disciple. Everyone in the Xiaoyao sect capable of breathing, follow me. The scene was chaotic. Hundreds of disciples soared through the skies on their swords, a dark cloud descending upon the Tang clan's territory ghost dread. As soon as we landed, I spotted my foolish brother standing precariously at the cliff's edge, facing a row of elderly Tang clan members, each sporting flowing white beards and a formidable presence. Meanwhile, my brother, even at such a critical moment, was fervently asserting, "I'm a child of the Tang clan in life, and a ghost of the Tang clan in death. I swear I have never leaked a shred of technology." With that, he shakily produced 3 lotus-shaped devices from his robes and placed them on the ground. To my astonishment, those were the very designs he had boasted about for years. Buddha's Fury Lotus. He claimed it to be the pinnacle of Tang clan's hidden weaponry. The elders across from him, upon seeing the 3 lotuses, were captivated, their eyes gleaming with avarice, nearly drooling. It became evident to me that this was not a cleansing of the clan, but a blatant attempt at technological monopolization, seeking to seize my brother's research. My knave brother, in a tragic smile, declared his intent to return everything to the Tang clan. Channeling his Xiantian skill, his clothes bursting apart, a tragic figure prepared to leap into oblivion. Could I allow him to jump? I bellowed, "Wait." My voice, imbued with internal energy, resonated like thunder, startling the elderly men into a tremor. "Old dogs of the Tang clan, dare you harm my brother?" Brandishing the XuanyuanSword, I descended from the heavens, flanked by hundreds of vengeful disciples. As Tang San caught sight of me, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother!" The elder across from us turned pale upon noticing the sword in my hand. The Xuanyuan Divine Sword? How did you manage to wield it? Needless to say, my brother was on the verge of death. I had no time to concern myself with divine swords. With a cold smirk, I declared, "Old dog, prepare to meet your end." With that, I charged forward, deftly evading their oncoming Yamas edicts with my ethereal steps, and struck with the XuanyuanSword. The group of elderly men was thrown into a panic. In his desperation, the elder seized 3 blooming Buddha's Fury Tang lotuses from the ground, disregarding his lack of knowledge on their use, and desperately channeled his inner energy into them. Alas, my comrades, who can comprehend the absurdity? He was utterly incapable of wielding them. I watched as the elder rapidly withered into a lifeless husk, while the 3 Tang lotuses spiraled out of control. "No!" Tang San, teetering on the edge of the precipice, let out a desperate scream. It was too late. The scene was surreal. The 3 lotuses shot into the sky, erupting into 3 swirling tornadoes of golden red, instantly ensnaring everyone present, be it disciples of the Tang sect or my own Xiaoyao sect. Countless petals spun like blades, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of living souls were reduced to a mist of crimson. The scent of blood assaulted my senses, penetrating even through the tumult of the tornadoes. Both Tang San and I stood in shock. Before we could process what had transpired, the 3 deathly tornadoes surged toward us. In my mind, a singular thought prevailed: flee. I seized Tang San, still in a daze, and shouted, "Little San, run." Tang San forced a bitter smile, gesturing to the seemingly bottomless abyss behind us. Brother, where else can we go? I glanced back at the approaching crimson tornado and then at the sheer cliff behind us. Gritting my teeth, I proclaimed, "We jump, follow me." With that, I pulled him along and leaped into the void. The rush of wind enveloped me, and I thought to myself, this is it, my life of traversing worlds, just as it began to flourish, was about to reach its conclusion. Yet, as I opened my eyes again, what in the world? A thunderous roar jolted me awake. To my astonishment, I found myself nestled in a woman's embrace, transformed into an infant. My limbs were immobile, and I could utter no words. Beside me lay another infant, whose familiar visage was unmistakable. Light was my brother, Tang San. He too had reverted to infancy. Had we been reincarnated as a Tufferone package deal? Before I could gather my thoughts, a golden figure soared through the heavens, resembling an oversized light bulb, accompanied by an angelic apparition. Below, a muscular man with bronze skin wielded a massive hammer, glaring fiercely at the golden entity above. "Tang Hao, surrender her, and I shall spare your life," the golden figure commanded. The man, known as Tang Hao, shielded us three with his body and bellowed, "If you wish to harm her, you must first step over my corpse." What a formidable proclamation! Then commenced a celestial duel. The figure in the heavens, named XuanyuanSword, was encircled by 9 swirling rings, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and black, all enhanced by magnificent effects. My father, no, this formidable man, known as Tang Hothoff, he wielded only 8 rings, swung his hammer with such fierce vigor that the very earth trembled beneath him. With a single strike of raging wind, he caused the skies to shatter. Alas, mere fists cannot contend with the might of multiple hands. Beside him stood 2 cunning adversaries, one with a flower-like visage and the other with a ghastly mask, who unleashed a polar stillness domain, immobilizing my father. Then, that scoundrel XuanyuanSword, with a single invocation of Angel's holy sword, pierced my father through. Blood splattered everywhere, and my father collapsed heavily before us. My mother, the woman who cradled us in her arms, rushed over in tears, urging my father to flee with us. But the throng surrounding us were overwhelming. Where could we escape? The minions of XuanyuanSword closed in, mockingly labeling my mother as a 10,000-year-old beast. My father, bereft of options, could only plead for mercy for the 3 of us. Naturally, XuanyuanSword refused, raising his hand to strike a fatal blow. At that critical moment, my mother stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she looked at Tang Hao. She pressed me and Tang San into his embrace, softly whispering, "Hao, to love you in this life, I have no regrets. Remember, these are our children. The elder is named Tang Luo, and the younger is Tang San." Tang Hao cried out in anguish, "No." But my mother's mind was made up, and a blue light began to emanate from her as the ground bloomed with azure grass. What a sacrifice this would be! XuanyuanSword panicked, shouting for his companions to halt her as they surged forward. In that moment of impending doom, a thunderous roar echoed, and a bolt of divine lightning struck down. An overwhelming pressure immobilized everyone, disrupting even my mother's sacrificial intent. The heavens parted, revealing a golden rift, through which a red beam of light surged into my father Tang Hao's body. His wounds healed significantly, and beneath him appeared a newly formed red ring of light. Remarkably, it was 9 rings, and the last one was red. All present stood in stunned silence, gazing skyward as the golden beam descended, the red ring slowly encircling my father. Douluo continent, Tiando Empire, Holy Soul Village. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Every day before dawn, I would stealthily escape with my brother Tang San to the hill beyond the village. He would sit cross-legged, absorbing the eastern purple qi, practicing his Xiantian skill, while I would sit beside him, cultivating my own internal techniques from the Xiaoyao sect. Do not inquire how my mother, Yin, remained unscathed. Simply put, my father Tang Hao had leveled up that day, decisively turning the tide of battle. Little San, I exhaled a breath of stale air. Observing him, I've told you countless times, your Xiantian skill seems arduous to master. Why not learn my Xiaoyao techniques? They emphasize ease and comfort while promoting well-being. Tang San ceased his practice, the purple light in his eyes flickering briefly as he looked at me with exasperation. Brother, I've said it 800 times, your Xiaoyao sect techniques do not suit me. I'm simply fond of concealed weapons. All right, each person has their own aspirations. I glanced at the sky. The sun was on the verge of rising, so I hurriedly urged him, "It's getting bright. Hurry home, or else Mom will be furious, and it'll be disastrous." Tang San promptly stood up, walking alongside me while inquiring, "Brother, it seems my Xiantian skill has reached a bottleneck. I cannot advance at all. What about your carefree heart method?" Me? I must confess, I am in the same predicament, utterly stuck for over a month now. That carefree heart method feels as though it is welded to the first level, showing no signs of progress whatsoever. Upon hearing this, Xiao San furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Brother, do you think this is peculiar? Both of us are at an impasse. Could it be an issue with this world? Goodness, his words struck a chord within me. I suddenly slapped my thigh, exclaiming, absolutely. I have a strong feeling that the very essence of this world is somewhat amiss. Let me tell you, I was quite delighted to be reincarnated with my memories intact, as I thought I could reclaim my former glory. In the year of my carefree sect, how spirited and ethereal it was. The Tianshan Luyang Palm and the Tianshan Zhe Mei Hand were merely fundamental techniques. Moreover, the Bei Ming Shangong and Ling Bo Wei Bu, any one of which would suffice to leave the inhabitants of this world in awe. The most formidable, however, was that life and death talisman. Once it entered a person's body, it could induce an itch so profound that one might question the very essence of life. It was a torment of such a nature that it served as the ultimate solution for those who dare to challenge it. Yet here I am, ensnared by a trivial bottleneck, utterly exasperated. I shook my head to dispel these chaotic thoughts and grasped Tang San's arm, urging him to hurry along. We must return home, lest our mother discover our absence. Our home, located at the western edge of the village, was a spacious tiled house with a fenced yard, truly a luxurious abode in this village. A large hammer symbol hung at the entrance. Indeed, my father, Tang Hao, was the only blacksmith in the village. We crept into our home like thieves, only to be silenced by the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. A gentle voice called from within, "Come and eat." Alas, we had been discovered. I exchanged a glance with Tang San, awkwardly touching my nose before we approached the stove. Breakfast was simple, a bowl of porridge, some wild vegetables, and occasionally a slice of meat. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it tasted divine. Tang San's eyes glistened with emotion. Having relied on each other in our previous life, the sudden presence of a family in this life surely overwhelmed him. Tomorrow you will awaken your martial soul. Are you prepared? My father, Tang Hao, suddenly inquired, his gaze filled with an indescribable anticipation. Tang San instantly raised his hand, as if fueled by fervor, proclaiming, "I am ready. I will become the strongest," though he likely had no idea what a martial soul truly entailed. When it was my turn, I opened my mouth and, with utmost honesty, replied, "I do not know." As an outsider, I felt an unsettling uncertainty regarding the awakening of this martial soul. Yet my father smiled, extending his rough, calloused hand to ruffle my hair. "Do not worry. I believe that none of my sons are mediocre." As I gazed at him, a sense of disconnection washed over me. It was difficult to reconcile the humble man before me with the fierce warrior from 6 years ago who had wielded a great hammer, bloodied and victorious, carving a path through a throng to bring my mother and me to this village. "Father, may I use that piece of iron in the corner?" Tang San suddenly pointed to a rusty chunk of metal. This lad, still clinging to the remnants of his Tang men hidden weapons, had his eyes set on my father's materials. My mother paused. "Little San, do you wish to follow in your father's footsteps as a blacksmith?" "Indeed, if I cannot become a soul master, I shall take over my father's trade," Tang San replied with confidence. Intrigued, my father asked, "What makes a good blacksmith, in your opinion?" Tang San pondered, his eyes brightening. "A blacksmith who can forge divine artifacts." "Divine artifacts?" My father chuckled. "Then tell me, what constitutes a divine artifact?" "I can answer that," I interjected eagerly. "It is crafted from legendary materials. My previous XuanyuanSword divine sword was born from such." "Not quite," my father shook his head, astonishing us with his insight. "A true divine artifact possesses life. The finest blacksmith is one who can imbue it with a soul. Remember, a true divine craftsman can forge a sentient artifact from mere scrap metal." Tang San and I exchanged glances, our eyes conveying a singular thought. What a boast! Crafting divine artifacts from ordinary iron? That seemed as absurd as being stuck at the first level of my carefree heart technique. Noticing our skeptical expressions, my father's face flushed with embarrassment. He pointed to a larger, half-meter square piece of iron in the corner. "To become a blacksmith, one must practice. Who will come forth, flatten this piece of iron, and extract its impurities?" "I shall do it," I volunteered, stepping forward. I approached the corner, inhaled deeply, and activated my carefree heart technique. With all my might, I lifted the hefty iron block, surprising even myself. I placed it in a furnace and pumped the bellows vigorously until the iron glowed red. Seizing a massive hammer, taller than I was, and with a head larger than my own, I summoned all my strength and struck. The resounding clang echoed through the air, showering sparks. The recoil surged through the hammer, numbing my entire right arm, as if my bones might shatter. I quickly sat cross-legged, channeling my carefree heart technique, allowing the white-green aura to flow within me, soothing the discomfort. Once I regained my composure, I stood again. Suddenly, I understood. This was the essence of cultivation. Each strike was a refinement of body and inner strength. The rhythmic sound of hammering filled the air, yet that stubborn bottleneck remained unyielding, as immovable as if welded shut. Frustration surged within me, and I directed all my anger at that stubborn piece of iron, swinging the hammer like a whirlwind. I could not accept being hindered by a mere second level. After all I had endured in my previous life to refine my skills, to be stymied now felt wholly unjust. Nevertheless, even though my furious strikes did not yield a breakthrough, I felt my inner strength solidifying and recovering at a remarkable pace. My father watched with a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with pride, as if to say, "Indeed, my son." My hands blistered and throbbed painfully, yet I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently on that piece of iron. Tang San, observing from the side, understood that this was not mere blacksmithing. I was honing the foundational skills of our sect's Tian Shan Zhimei hand. When inner strength fell short, one could always resort to sheer physicality. Just as I was immersed in my fervent endeavor, an elderly yet amiable voice called from the doorway, "Tang Hao, the children are all here." The door swung open, revealing an old man leaning on a cane, Grandfather Jack, the village chief of Shenghan Village. "Grandfather Jack." Tang San rushed over to assist him. Old Jack patted Tang San's head and turned to my father, saying, "Xiao Hao, tomorrow marks the day of martial soul awakening. Do not forget, the esteemed soul master from Notting City has a rather temperamental disposition. Arrive early." "Understood. Thank you," my mother replied with a smile. Curiously, Tang San asked Grandfather Jack, "What is martial soul awakening?" I too paused my hammering, eager to listen. Old Jack's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he began to enlighten us about martial souls, stating that every child must awaken theirs by the age of 6, granting them abilities to assist in labor and even in battle. With fortune, one might awaken a powerful soul and generate soul power, thus embarking on the path of a soul master, ascending to the pinnacle of life. The one who will assist you in your awakening is a great soul master. Old Jack's eyes sparkled at the mention of this esteemed title. I quickly interjected, "What is a great soul master? Are they formidable?" Old Jack patiently explained that soul masters possess 10 ranks, beginning from the lowest, soul servant, and advancing through each 10 levels to soul master, great soul master, soul venerable, and ultimately reaching the legendary rank of title Douluo. As he spoke, the old man grew animated, striking the ground with his cane. In the past, our Shenghan village was home to a soul saint. What a formidable being indeed. One who ranks among the elite of the entire continent. My father, unable to contain himself any longer, muttered softly beside me, "Enough, Jack. This is just an old tale from years past." His words ignited a fire in old Jack, who glared with intensity, brandishing his cane at my father's nose, and scolded, "You, this is disrespect towards Lord Hunsheng. Watch as I do away with you." With that, he raised his cane as if to enact a full-blown skirmish. Tang San hurriedly intervened, coaxing and guiding old Jack out. My parents exchanged exasperated glances while I stood there, frozen in shock. My father's nonchalance toward Hunsheng was bewildering. Could it be that my father was, in fact, a grand soul master? Perhaps even more accomplished? The mere thought sent my heart racing, a mix of exhilaration and trepidation washing over me. I stole a glance at my father, then quickly lowered my head, resuming my work with the heavy hammer, striking down with force. As night fell, I finally shaped that iron lump into a perfect, gleaming cube. My father inspected it, satisfaction etched on his face as he patted my shoulder, saying, "Well done. Tomorrow, you will awaken your martial soul. Get some rest." I nodded, exhausted from the day's toil, and after washing up, fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as per our usual routine, I practiced atop the mountain, yet my progress remained stagnant. Oh well, I resolved to take it as it comes. Today was significant. I rushed down the mountain with Xiao San, devouring the heartfelt breakfast my mother prepared, and, as a family, we headed straight to the Wu Hun Temple in the village. To my astonishment, this so-called temple was merely a dilapidated earthen structure, its walls covered in moss, exuding a musty odor. I pondered how harsh the conditions were. The The village children would not play with Xiao San and me, isolating us because of our family's wealth. How could they not understand that my father's prowess as a blacksmith merely brought him success, not disdain? Upon entering, aside from the village chief, old Jack, and 8 other children, there stood a man dressed in fine attire, a white robe emblazoned with the characters for Wuhan. His demeanor was pretentious. His chin almost raised to the heavens as he surveyed us rural children, his eyes seemingly inscribed with the words "a bunch of nobodies." My mother had advised us to show our potential, while my father cast me an encouraging glance, prompting us to join the line. My parents whispered to one another. My mother wore an expression of worry, while my father exuded an aura of authority, declaring anyone who dared to harm his children would meet a dire fate. That assurance filled me with confidence. Old Jack, nearly bent at a right angle, addressed the pompous man with utmost respect. "Lord Su Yuntao, we must trouble you once more." The man barely lifted his eyelids, dismissing old Jack with a tone laden with condescension. "All right, let us get on with it. After all, nothing good ever comes from this impoverished backwater. Don't waste my time." Old Jack, wearing a look of resignation, turned to us, explaining that this was a battle soul master for Nodding City and urged us to cooperate fully. Su Yuntao, growing increasingly impatient, interrupted, "Enough of your pleasantries. I visited 6 villages, and not a single talented individual has emerged. Do you think soul masters are as common as cabbages?" After that, he forced a smile and produced 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball, arranging them on the ground to commence the process. "Stand in line. Regardless of what you see, do not fear," he proclaimed, then let out a loud roar, his appearance shifting dramatically as his hair turned green, muscles bulging. And a lone wolf spectral image emerged behind him, all while standing upon 2 luminous circles, one white and one yellow. The first child to step forward was so terrified that he wet himself, screaming as he dashed for the exit like a firecracker. Su Yuntao yanked him back, exasperated. "I told you not to be afraid. If I intended to harm you, you'd be finished by now. This is called martial soul possession, understand?" It seemed only Xiao San and I, having traversed from another realm, were unperturbed and captivated by the spectacle. The frightened child trembled as he entered the stone circle. Su Yuntao waved his hand, enveloping him in blue light. The child felt a tingling in his right palm, and a scythe slowly materialized. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. "Weapon martial soul, a scythe. Now, let us measure your soul power." To everyone's dismay, the crystal ball remained unresponsive. "Su Yuntao scythe, no soul power. You cannot become a soul master." Next, what followed resembled a large-scale farming tool exhibition. The next 7 individuals performed their rituals, only to reveal scythes, hoes, and blue silvergrass, with not a spark of soul power among them. Su Yuntao's expression darkened, resembling a pot's bottom, embodying the saying, "Charity begins at home." Finally, it was Xiao San's turn. He stepped into the circle, and golden light burst forth as a small blue plant sprouted in his palm. Blue silvergrass? Another useless martial soul. Su Yuntao rolled his eyes, a combatant among the refuse. Next, Xiao San was indignant, tugging at his pants, insisting on measuring his soul power. I quickly chimed in, "My lord, let my brother have a try." Unable to refuse, Su Yuntao impatiently handed over the crystal ball. Fine, measure away, hurry." Then, the climax unfolded. As Xiao San placed his hand upon it, the crystal ball emitted a blinding golden light, illuminating the decrepit room. Incredible. A full innate soul power. Su Yuntao was utterly taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out as his worldview shattered. Stunned, he collected himself, gazing at me. "Young one, it's your turn." I nodded and stepped forward. The familiar blue light enveloped me, the energy flowing through my body, invigorating my being. Then, golden light erupted, and a plant emerged from my left palm. Yet again, it was blue silvergrass, but my version bore mysterious black markings on its leaves. Su Yuntao apirda terlidas. Shifting from hope to disappointment, then despair, sighing, another mutated, worthless martial soul. "Uncle, measure my soul power." I disregarded his words. If Xiao San possessed full soul power, surely I wouldn't fall short. He regarded me with a sympathetic glance before reluctantly handing over the crystal ball. The world around me, oblivious to the contrast, awaited my revelation. As my hand made contact, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliance surpassing even Xiao San's. Another innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao had completely abandoned rational thought, likely overheating his brain. He silently packed his belongings and opened the door, shaking his head at the anxious old Jack waiting outside. Both children possess innate full soul power. Unfortunately, they awakened blue silvergrass, a waste. Old Jack, upon hearing innate full soul power, practically levitated with excitement, nearly tossing his cane aside, oblivious to the latter part of the statement. When Su Yuntao reiterated that it was the worthless blue silvergrass, the village chief's face fell instantly, his joy turning to despair in mere seconds. My brother and I trudged home, dejected, not uttering a word. Once esteemed as the pride of the heavens, we now faced the harsh reality of awakening a worthless martial soul. The disparity was unbearable. Upon arriving home, my father summoned us to sit before him, his expression gravely serious. "What is your martial soul?" Xiao San, looking crestfallen, extended his left hand, summoning the blue silvergrass. "Dad, I'm sorry. It's a worthless martial soul." I too felt disheartened, revealing my black-marked blue silvergrass, the future appearing bleak. Yet, upon hearing the words blue silvergrass, my father's body jolted, a faint smile gracing his lips as he exchanged a meaningful glance with my mother. I suddenly remembered and exclaimed, "Dad, I think I have another." With that, I summoned my inner power, and a pitch-black small hammer materialized in my right palm, its head adorned with a ring of the same black markings as my blue silvergrass. This is Hao Ian." My father shot up, dashing toward me, seizing my hand, his eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on the hammer, his expression akin to witnessing a ghost. "Dad, I have one too." Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao San hastily summoned his little black hammer. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." My father, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to articulate his words as he embraced us tightly. I could feel his body trembling. My mother and I were utterly astonished. We had never seen my father so unrestrained. After a considerable time, he finally released us, his expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness. He spoke to us deliberately. "Remember, from this day forth, utilize your left-hand hammer to safeguard your right-hand grass. Forever." Moreover, he fixed us with a stern gaze. "You must never mention your left-hand hammer in front of outsiders, understood?" Though Xiao San and I were perplexed, we quickly nodded in agreement. "Do you wish to become soul masters?" my father inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, we responded in unison, "Yes." "Very well." He inhaled deeply. "You have chosen this path. However, to become a soul master, one must first commence with blacksmithing. This afternoon, accompany me to the forge." The following morning, Xiao San and I found ourselves dragged to the forge, each wielding a massive iron hammer taller than ourselves. After only a few swings, my arms felt as if they belonged to someone else, drenched in sweat. My father approached, hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold gaze upon us. "With such meager strength, do you believe you can become soul masters?" Xiao San protested. "We are working hard." "Working hard?" My father scoffed. "After so many days. This is all you have accomplished? Where's your strength gone?" He paused, then posed an unusual question. "Tell me, how many hearts does a person possess?" Without hesitation, Xiao San replied, "One." "Incorrect." My father shook his head. "It is 3. He pointed to his calves and waist, here, and here. "True strength does not originate from the arms, but is drawn from the earth. The calves are the pumps, the waist is the engine. Power flows from the soles of your feet, through your calves to your waist, and finally into your arms." Having spoken, my father seized my hammer, and the transformation in his demeanor was palpable. He bent slightly, resembling a bow-drawn taut, his eyes fixated on the metal. In the next instant, he shouted, and I watched in awe as the muscles in his calves tautened, the force surging upward. With a resounding crash, the entire forge trembled. The iron block I had struck for ages remained largely unresponsive, but now, a significant pit formed, impurities cascading downwards. Astonishingly, my father's raw, physical strength surpassed my own, even when utilizing my internal energy techniques. He handed the hammer back to me. "Xiaolu, your turn." "All right." I inhaled deeply, channeling my internal energy as though I were invigorated, pouring it into my calves. The sensation was extraordinary. My feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, stable and firm. With renewed focus, I aimed at the iron block, employing the upward force that my father had taught me, and struck down with all my might. The impact was explosive. "Wow!" I exclaimed. The strength in my arms felt at least doubled. It was an exhilarating sensation. Days turned into weeks, and before we knew it, a month had passed. My brother Tang San and I were subjected to rigorous training at the blacksmith shop under my father's strict supervision, our blacksmithing skills visibly improving. One morning, we practiced atop the mountain, as usual. I sensed that I was on the verge of breaking through to the second level of my internal technique. Meanwhile, Tang Sin diligently trained his ZGMO Tong, honing his ability to perceive even the slightest movements from 10 meters away. He had also secretly crafted a silent dart for both of us, hidden in our wrists, essential for covert operations. As we rested, Tang Sin approached me with an inquisitive expression. "Brother, you're over 30 years old now. In your previous life, why haven't you found a sister-in-law for me?" I rolled my eyes. "What are you thinking? In my previous life, I pledged to remain celibate to master our sect's supreme technique. You wouldn't believe it. My fellow disciples lined up from the mountain gate to the back mountain, all vying for my sister's attention. One daring disciple even sneaked in my room in the middle of the night, undressed, and attempted to consummate our relationship. What'd I do? Immediately glanced at her, helped her dress, and said, 'Don't catch a cold before leaving.' You see, due to that incident, I earned the honorary title of the most incompetent senior brother of our sect, carrying that reputation until my demise." I retorted at Tang San, "And what about you? In your previous life, at over 20 years old, aside from playing with your rusty iron bits, how many women have you encountered?" I'm still waiting to cradle a nephew. To my surprise, Tang San's usually stoic face turned crimson. After stammering for a while, he finally said, "I wish to find someone kind, gentle, and beautiful." As he spoke, he even appeared shy. He then asked me, "Brother, do you think it's better to have a boy or a girl?" I gazed at his foolish expression, utterly exasperated. After pondering for a moment, I earnestly replied, "I prefer girls." After our whimsical conversation, we hurried home, as today marked our first day at New Oding City for school, and we could not afford to be late. However, upon opening the door, both of us were taken aback. The table was laden with food, including chicken legs. My parents sat there, their eyes glistening with unshed tears as they gazed at us. My mother grasped our hands, wiping our mouths as she said, "Eat slowly. You must take good care of yourselves. Xiao Lu, you're the elder brother. Look after Xiao San." My father, suddenly serious, set down his bowl and issued a stern command. "Remember, your left-hand hammer, your martial soul, must never be seen by anyone. Do not attach any soul rings to it. And never let anyone know you possess twin martial souls. Do you understand?" Instinctively, I extended my right hand, and the dark blue silver grass emerged. "What about this?" My father regarded it with a complex expression and replied, "The right hand is fine to use." We nodded vigorously, understood. Just then, the door creaked open, and Grandpa Jack entered with his cane. "Xiao San, Xiao Lu, are you ready? I'm here to take you." The most absurd part followed. Grandpa Jack inquired if my parents would accompany us, but my father promptly shut the door, coldly stating, "No need, thank you." Xiao San and I were left dumbfounded. Was this truly how we were being sent off? Were they our real parents? Grandpa Jack sighed, taking our hands as we walked out. "Don't hold it against your father. He may have his reasons." As we turned back repeatedly, our hearts felt heavy. Once we had walked a distance, the door to our home opened once more, revealing my parents standing side by side, watching our departing figures, their eyes red-rimmed. My mother was surrounded by blue grass, her aura unmistakably extraordinary. My father embraced her, murmuring, "Let us consider this a journey for us too." On our way to New Oding City, I incessantly bombarded Grandpa Jack with questions. He explained that Soul Master Academies were tiered into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The New Oding Academy we were headed to was merely a primary institution. Grandpa Jack emphasized that we had to strive to become soul masters and elevate our status. Otherwise, we would remain mere farmers without prospects. After several hours of travel, we finally caught sight of the towering city walls of New Oding. The academy resembled a grand castle, impressive beyond measure. However, as we approached the entrance, a guard resembling a poorly rendered character from a game blocked our path. He scrutinized us from head to toe with disdain, waving us away impatiently. "What do you want? Country folk, hurry up and go away. You're an eyesore." Grandpa Jack quickly adorned a congenial smile, presenting the official documentation from the Martial Soul Hall. "Sir, we are here to register as working students." Upon examining the document, the guard's expression darkened, and he contemptuously tossed the proof back at Grandpa Jack, even kicking it away. Old Grandpa Jia was unable to withstand the situation. He was on the verge of falling when my younger brother, quick as a flash, caught him. At that moment, my anger surged. The silent sleeve arrow concealed in my right sleeve was poised for action. The gatekeeper, brimming with arrogance, pointed at the proof of innate full soul power and blue silvergrass, mocking us with a sardonic tone. "This is laughable. Look at your pitiful appearance. How could you possess innate full soul power?" And with that useless martial soul, blue silvergrass? If you're going to fabricate, at least make it believable. As he spoke, he swung a fist towards Grandpa Jia's face. I could no longer contain myself. I sprang forward, twisting my wrist to deflect his punch while my other hand formed a fist, channeling my internal energy to deliver a solid blow to his abdomen. The gatekeeper let out a yelp, collapsing to the ground. Infuriated, he got back up, brandishing a stick and screaming, "You little brat, you're asking for death." He prepared to charge at us. Just then, a deep voice resonated. Enough! We turned to see a disheveled man in plain black attire, sporting a scruffy beard and a somewhat despondent expression. The gatekeeper, who had been fierce just a moment ago, suddenly approached him like a submissive dog, bowing and saying, "Master, what brings you here?" The man ignored him, walked directly to us, and politely addressed Grandpa Jia. "Old sir, may I see the proof?" After examining the document, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He then scrutinized my brother and me before saying to Grandpa Jia, "The proof is genuine. Leave the children to me. I will take them for enrollment." Grandpa Jia, overwhelmed with emotion, stumbled over his words, offering us countless reminders before he reluctantly walked away, glancing back repeatedly. Once Grandpa left, the master cast a cold glance at the gatekeeper, warning, "This is your final chance. If it happens again, you're out." With that, he turned and, using his rough hands, guided my brother Tang San and me toward the academy. As we walked, he suddenly exclaimed without looking back, a smile of excitement gracing his face, "I suspect your martial souls are not limited to just blue silvergrass, are they?" I felt a jolt, every hair on my body standing on end. I abruptly pushed him away, positioning myself protectively in front of my brother, and glared at him. "What do you mean?" To my surprise, the man remained unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of confidence. He then produced our enrollment documents, as if performing a magic trick, casually stating, "It's quite simple. I've done my research. How could your feeble blue silvergrass possess innate full soul power? Unless..." He paused, his gaze locking onto us. "Unless you are twin martial souls." My heart raced. This man was indeed perceptive. He then turned his attention to me with an expression that suggested he held all the cards. "As for you, your case is even more unique. A mutated martial soul. The black silvergrass, which no one has ever seen before. Such mutations often come with a complementary, innate full soul power package." Seeing our astonished expressions, he attempted to suppress a smile, though the effort was amusingly unsuccessful. He then straightforwardly asked, "Do you wish to become my disciples?" An alarm blared in my mind. My father had warned that the matter of twin martial souls must remain a secret. This man not only recognized it, but also exposed the mutation of my martial soul. There was no way I could let him live. My killing intent was palpable as I subtly raised my right hand, feeling the cold touch of the silent sleeve arrow my brother had prepared, aimed directly at his forehead, ready to create an opening. Then, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. While my murderous intent was nearly overflowing, my dear brother suddenly kneeled, clasped his hands in front of him, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." My family understands the shock I felt. I was frozen, my movements stilled. "Tang-san, what on earth are you doing? You, a genius of Tang men, are casually seeking a teacher on the roadside? What if he's a fraud?" My dilemma was apparent. Retracting the sleeve arrow was not a feasible option, yet I could not possibly kill his teacher in front of my brother. What a predicament! The master, witnessing my brother kneeling, maintained a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated this, nodding approvingly. "Very good. You are teachable. It seems I must take this opportunity seriously." I rolled my eyes internally, thinking, how shameless. You are just a teacher from a small academy, trying to act like a sage. My brother is a once-in-a-century genius. By accepting you as a disciple, your ancestors would surely be proud. Yet, there was no choice. My brother had already bowed, and according to Tang Man's rules, a disciple is like a son for life. I suppressed my anger and discreetly withdrew the sleeve arrow, though my expression must have been darker than a pot's bottom. The master's gaze swept over my brother before landing on me. He pretentiously stroked his beard and extended his hand. "Will you not become my disciple?" I scoffed, tossing my head defiantly. "No way. What a joke. I only have one master in this lifetime, the esteemed Xiaoyao Junzi. Who do you think you are to even compare?" His hand hung awkwardly in midair, his expression suddenly frozen. I imagined his toes were digging into his shoes from embarrassment. My brother, sensing the tension, hurried over to mediate. "Master, please don't take it personally. My brother just has this temperament. The master, taking the hint, cleared his throat. It's all right. I expected your brother would decline. But I could see him trembling slightly, clearly agitated. He led us to the administrative office, where an elderly lady in her 60s, surnamed Sue, greeted us with a beaming smile. Oh, master, what brings you here? However, once he left, her expression changed dramatically, akin to a scene from Sichuan opera. She examined our documents and exclaimed, "Blue silvergrass? Innate full soul power? When the world is black silvergrass." Her mouth hung open, capable of holding an egg. Eventually, suppressing her laughter, she directed us to the 7th dormitory, which served as the residence for work-study students. Carrying our belongings, we arrived at the 7th dormitory. Upon opening the door, a musty smell assaulted us. The place resembled a refugee camp, disorganized and chaotic. A brash young man with short hair approached us, claiming to be the second-in-command, Wang Sheng. I couldn't help but laugh. What a child playing at being a leader. He insisted there was a big sister named Xiao Wu in the dormitory, warning us to behave and to refer to him as second boss. My expression darkened. "Step aside." He grew more insistent, shoving me in the shoulder. I can tell you, this was a grave mistake. I tossed my bag into my brother's arms, sprang forward, and vanished from his sight. The next moment, my fist connected with his back with a resounding thud, sending him crashing to the floor. The others in the dormitory were left in shock. Not satisfied, I pulled out a small knife engraved with the characters for Xiaoyao, twirling it on my fingertips. With a flick of my wrist, the knife flew, pinning a tuft of Wang Sheng's hair to the floor. The room fell silent. Only the sound of gasps could be heard. At that moment, a clear voice interrupted. "Who dares to bully our 7th dormitory members?" A girl with a scorpion braid stormed in, resembling a porcelain doll, exquisitely crafted, yet her aura was fiery like a little chili pepper. Wang Sheng scrambled to her side, crying, "Big sister, he bullied me." Without a moment's hesitation, the girl, Xiao Wu, charged towards my brother. Her agility was remarkable. She squatted low, and in a spring-like motion, leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick. My brother, seasoned from numerous battles, swiftly attempted to catch her ankle with the control crane seizing dragon technique. As it turned out, the little girl was as slippery as an eel, effortlessly breaking free. With a swift kick, she landed a solid blow to my younger brother's head. He was momentarily stunned, likely taken aback by the unorthodox approach of her martial arts. Yet his competitive spirit surged, and he immediately retaliated. The two engaged in an animated exchange of blows. With a graceful backflip, Xiao Wu twisted mid-air into a split, launching a downward strike aimed squarely at my brother's crown. Realizing the danger, I quickly snatched a small bundle from the ground and tossed it casually. It struck Xiao Wu's waist perfectly, disrupting her balance. She gasped, plummeting from the air. My brother, quick to react, instinctively lunged forward and caught her securely in his arms. The atmosphere became palpably still. The girl's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe peach, as she hastily extricated herself from his embrace, clutching her skirt and lowering her head, speechless for a moment. Ultimately, it was my brother who conceded first, stating, "I lost." Of course, without my assistance, he would have been in serious trouble. Xiao Wu, now beaming with pride, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Well, at least you know your place. I shall remain the head of the 7th dormitory." They then proceeded to introduce themselves, one being Xiao Wu and the other Tang San, engaging in lively conversation. I chose to ignore them and busied myself with arranging my sleeping quarters. At that moment, a teacher arrived with 2 blankets, presented as gifts from the master. Just as I finished laying them out, I overheard Xiao Wu timidly asking my brother, "I don't have a blanket. Could I sleep with you?" My brother, without a second thought, agreed and placed a blanket between their beds. I couldn't bear to watch. Clearly, companionship was the goal. Once tidied up, hunger struck. Wang Sheng led us triumphantly to the dining hall. Inside, a group of impeccably dressed upperclassmen on the 2nd floor eyed us with condescension. The ringleader, known as Xiao Lauda, derisively referred to us as poor country bumpkins. Xiao Wu was immediately incensed, ready to confront them, but my brother held her back firmly. As for me, I could hardly be bothered to lift my eyelids. Schoolyard squabbles were beneath my interest. I proceeded to queue for food. After all, sustenance was paramount. While I stood in line, the ever-persistent master reappeared, wearing an annoyingly benign smile as he extended a piece of candy towards me. My mind raced with suspicion. What was his intent? A sugary trap? I eyed him warily, questioning his motives. His hand hovered awkwardly in the air, the smile on his face morphing into an expression more akin to despair. He attempted to pat my shoulder, but I deftly sidestepped him, creating an excruciatingly awkward moment. Defeated, he slinked away, and Wang Sheng leaned over to gossip with my brother. You actually took him as your master? Do you even know who he is? His tone dripped with disdain. To my surprise, my brother's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes turned icy as he glared at Wang Sheng, retorting, he is my teacher, and you have no right to insult him. The intensity of his presence was striking. Without another word, he abandoned the meal line and turned to leave. Xiao Wu watched him with wide, admiring eyes, akin to a devoted fan. I, meanwhile, balanced 2 plates of food, one for myself and one for him, observing his resolute figure as he strode away. I muttered under my breath, are you not hungry, my friend? He continued on without a glance back, veering towards the administration building and pushing open an ancient door on the top floor. Inside sat the master, engrossed in his materials. Upon entering, my brother respectfully greeted him as teacher. The master nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat before he began. You possess a twin martial soul. Now, reveal your second martial soul for me to examine. My brother, being straightforward, complied without hesitation. He extended his left hand, and with a resonating hum, a dark energy coiled in his palm, eventually morphing into a solid black hammer. In that moment, the master's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. His pupils dilated in shock, his hands quivering uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, he managed to utter 2 words, Hao Tian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Lu, who had crossed over, found himself in a predicament. It was the weekend, and with no classes, he wandered aimlessly through the bustling streets of Notting City. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor shook the ground, and the crowd fell silent as if a pause button had been pressed, parting to create a wide avenue, each person bowing in respect. Tang Lu, bewildered, craned his neck to see what was unfolding. To his astonishment, the scene was grand. At the forefront were 6 knights on magnificent white steeds, clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears, their eyes icy enough to freeze anyone in their tracks. Following them was a battalion of golden-armored soldiers, numbering in the hundreds, marching in perfect unison, their synchronized movements sending shivers down spines. At the center was an ostentatious carriage, so large it resembled a mobile castle, adorned with a myriad of gemstones, even its wheels crafted from pure gold, jingling as they rolled along the cobblestones. The townsfolk erupted in fervent cheers, shouting, "Long live the prince!" In waves of excitement. Tang Lu, momentarily mesmerized, pondered who this beloved prince could be, assuming he must be a good person. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden gust of wind whisked away the proof of his martial soul from his pocket, sending it fluttering to the ground. "Oh no, my proof!" he exclaimed instinctively, rushing forward to retrieve it. Unbeknownst to him, this single movement threw the situation into chaos. Almost simultaneously, several soldiers unfurled their wings and swooped down, their spears glinting menacingly as they pressed them against his throat. The commanding officer, his expression as dark as soot, barked, "Who are you?" The implication was clear. He dared not obstruct the prince's procession. Tang Lu, petrified, stammered, "I didn't mean to, sir. I truly was trying to cause any trouble." He pointed to the paper on the ground. "I was just trying to pick something up." The officer, skeptical, approached and retrieved the document. Initially appearing ordinary, his brows furrowed deeper with each line he read until his face clouded with anger. He thrust the paper in Tang Li's face, sneering, "You think you could deceive me? This is a so-called proof of the martial soul hall. Innate full soul power? Blue-silver grass mutated into black-silver grass? This is the most absurd forgery I've ever seen." The surrounding soldiers erupted in laughter, mocking the ludicrous notion that a worthless martial soul like blue-silver grass could possess innate full soul power or undergo mutation. The captain waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Seize him and take him back for punishment." Tang Lu felt utterly innocent as he was restrained, spears still poised at his neck, fully aware that any sudden movement could seal his fate. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, the luxurious carriage's curtain fluttered open and a melodious voice rang out. "What is happening outside?" A strikingly handsome young man leaned out, his fair skin radiating elegance, eyes sparkling like stars. The captain, upon seeing him, quickly knelt and reported, "Your Highness, we have apprehended a suspected assassin, preparing to take him for interrogation." "An assassin?" The young man, who was none other than the prince, cast a glance at Tang Lu's diminutive stature, his expression laden with bewilderment. "Where's the evidence?" he inquired. The captain hastily presented the forged document. Upon receiving it, the prince scrutinized the paper, and his countenance shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, though he composed himself and refrained from revealing his thoughts. With a gentle wave of his hand, he beckoned to Tang Lu and said, "Come here." As Tang Lu was brought closer, the prince regarded him with keen interest and inquired with a smile, "You claim you're not an assassin. How do you intend to prove it?" Upon seeing him, Tang Lu inexplicably felt his anxiety dissipate. He steadied himself and, without hesitation, extended his right hand. A swirl of blue-black light enveloped his palm, and from it emerged a small plant, adorned with 2 black leaves, the veins shimmering with a faint crimson glow. This is indeed a mutated martial spirit. The prince was taken aback, while the captain behind him turned ashen, realizing he had nearly apprehended a genius possessing a martial spirit never before seen on the continent. Tang Lu retracted his martial spirit and cautiously asked, "Your Highness, does this now confirm that I am not an assassin?" The prince, recovering from his astonishment, gazed at Tang Lu with eyes full of wonder and replied, "Certainly. Young one, would you care to join me in my carriage for a conversation?" "Your Highness, this is absolutely out of the question," the captain exclaimed, panic evident in his tone. "How could you permit an unknown peasant to ride in your carriage?" Tang Lu was equally bewildered. The prince was inviting him into his carriage? What extraordinary turn of events was this? After a moment of hesitation, he felt it inappropriate to decline. Hence, under the astonished gazes of all present, he climbed aboard the resplendent golden carriage. Upon entering, he found the interior starkly different from the exterior, furnished simply with a long bench and a desk. The prince seated himself in the middle and personally poured him a cup of tea. Gathering his courage, Tang Lu asked, "May I inquire which prince of the Tiando Empire you are?" The young man smiled faintly, his gaze unwavering, and replied slowly, "I am the 2nd prince of Tiando, the crown prince, XuanyuanSword." Tang Li's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. The crown prince? The future emperor? He felt so nervous that he did not know where to place his hands. Observing his anxious demeanor, XuanyuanSword waved his hand to reassure him, and then gestured toward the document, saying, "It states that you possess innate full soul power?" Tanole nodded in affirmation. XuanyuanSword then requested to see the black silver grass again. After examining it closely for some time, his eyes were filled with amazement. XuanyuanSword's mind raced with thoughts. If he could recruit such a once-in-a-millennium genius to his side, it would undoubtedly serve as a trump card in the struggle for the throne and in consolidating power. Realizing this, he broke into a radiant smile and spoke directly. "Tang Lu, do you wish to join the Tiando Empire?" Tang Lu was taken aback. "What? I'm only 6 years old. Are you so desperate for people that you are recruiting children?" XuanyuanSword proudly declared, "As long as you join, the Empire will provide you with all the resources for cultivation. Once you reach level 30, you'll be granted a noble title and lands." Such terms were astonishing, to say the least. While Tang Lu was momentarily tempted, he quickly recalled the adage, "There's no free lunch." Such generous offers must surely come with ulterior motives. Though his body was that of a child, his mind was astute enough to sense the impending scheme. Thus, he decisively shook his head. "I appreciate your Highness's kind offer, but becoming a noble is not my aspiration. I cannot accept." XuanyuanSword was momentarily stunned. To have such an offer declined by a mere 6-year-old was indeed perplexing. Tang Lu, discerning the prince's reaction, stood up to take his leave. However, as he turned to exit the carriage, he caught a glimpse of a small wooden box placed by the door. In that instant, he felt a jolt of recognition, his body trembling with shock as he fixated on the box. An incredibly familiar aura emanated from within, and, simultaneously, the box began to vibrate ominously. XuanyuanSword's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. His purpose for venturing out was not merely for inspection. He had come in search of the contents within that very box. 6 years prior, a massive black hole had opened in the sky, from which a divine sword had fallen, shattering into 12 fragments. The Tiando Empire had painstakingly managed to retrieve one of those fragments. Tang Lu, overwhelmed with excitement, approached the box, trembling hands reaching out to open it. "Wait, do not open it!" XuanyuanSword shouted urgently. He warned that the artifact was exceedingly dangerous. Several individuals who had attempted to force it open had succumbed to madness from the sword's unleashed energy. Yet it was too late. Tang Li's hand was already resting on the box's lid. With a click, it opened, releasing a blinding golden light that erupted forth, followed by a golden dragon spirit soaring out from the box. With a mighty roar, it shattered the carriage's roof and spiraled into the heavens, disappearing into the clouds. The onlookers outside, witnessing this celestial spectacle, mistook it for an omen of good fortune, kneeling in reverence and chanting blessings for the Tiando Empire. Inside the carriage, Xueqinghe gasped for breath, his eyes darting to Tang Lu, who seemed untouched by the chaos, merely staring vacantly at the box. Xueqinghe's mind was in turmoil. What kind of enigma was this boy? However, the moment of grandeur faded, and Tang Li's spirits plummeted. He gazed into the box at the minuscule fragment, his heart sinking. The XuanyuanSword, which he had yearned for so fervently, was reduced to this pitiful remnant. He sensed that the spirit within the fragment had all but faded, rendering it akin to a worthless piece of metal. His greatest aspiration upon arriving in this world had been to reclaim his sword, only to find such a disheartening relic. With a heavy sigh, he despondently tossed the box aside and sat down on the ground, feeling as if he had aged several years. Xueqinghe's eyes twitched in disbelief. My goodness, that is a divine artifact. You just discarded it? Curiosity propelled him to lean closer for a better look. Tentatively, he extended a finger to lightly touch the fragment. The moment he made contact, his mind exploded with visions of the sword's origins, its name, XuanyuanSword. Strangely, he felt no adverse effects. Instead, he sensed an unusual connection with the sword. When he returned to reality, he found Tang Lu had already leaped from the carriage, preparing to depart. Xueqinghe, now truly invested, called out to him with fervent eyes, "Wait, I wish to learn the full history of this sword." Tang Lu raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "What makes you so certain that I possess such knowledge?" Xueqinghe smiled, his gaze resolute. "I believe in you." Upon hearing those words, Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback. A prince, declaring belief in a mere commoner like him? His mind went blank, and he stared at Xueqinghe, utterly bewildered by the unfolding narrative. Realizing the implications of his own words, Xueqinghe's face flushed crimson, and he hastily feigned composure, his eyes darting around to avoid Tang Li's gaze. In that moment, Tang Lu perceived the prince's veneer of calm belied a tumultuous heart. The prince's instinctive utterance had left him flustered, and he felt his cheeks heat further. Tang Lu mused to himself, "This prince is remarkably down to earth. To speak so candidly with an ordinary person, his character must be commendable." Clearing his throat, Xueqinghe swiftly reverted to his princely demeanor, the previous blush vanishing as he adorned his face with a congenial yet slightly aloof smile. Certainly, he shifted his tone, arched an eyebrow, and the smile that graced his lips was, I must say, one that concealed a dagger within. "Our Tiando Empire shall furnish you with comprehensive information regarding this sword, in return for your cooperation. What do you think? Is that not a show of sincerity?" The glint of coldness in his gaze instantly conveyed the implications. Should I dare utter a refusal today, I could only anticipate a severe punishment. Thus, under the eaves, one must bow their head. Furthermore, I was genuinely intrigued by the experiences this sword had undergone in the Douluo continent, pondering how it had been shattered to mere fragments. With this thought, I took a deep breath, revealing a bright smile filled with confidence. "Since your highness has proposed such terms, I shall comply and accompany you without hesitation." "Excellent." He let out a hearty laugh and immediately commanded, "Bring forth the men. We shall set out at once and return to Tiando City." The entire entourage embarked upon the journey. Inside the carriage, I engaged in casual conversation with Xueqinghe, discovering that he was quite approachable and devoid of any airs. He even insisted that I refrain from addressing him as your highness, but rather as Brother Xue. Since he had extended such camaraderie, I felt compelled to reciprocate. He raised his teacup and declared, "Let us toast with tea instead of wine." With a cheerful clink of our cups, our brotherly bond was thus established. That evening, the convoy made camp. Restless, I ventured into the nearby thicket and managed to catch a wild mountain chicken, eager to showcase my culinary skills. Xueqinghe lifted the carriage curtain, a smile gracing his face, and inquired, "Where have you been for so long?" With a sense of pride, I raised the mountain chicken above my head and exclaimed, "Look what I have caught. I assure you, my roasted chicken is unparalleled." He raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his expression. "You, a 6-year-old child, capable of roasting chicken? Ah, such disrespect." Without hesitation, I ignited a fire and prepared the chicken with fluid motions. Soon enough, the chicken sizzled, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. I must tell you, the succulent and savory essence of the meat was simply divine. Xueqinghe, drawn by the scent, instinctively swallowed and murmured, "I never anticipated you could actually do this." I tore off a chicken leg and eagerly offered it to him. "Brother Xue, do give a try." He accepted the chicken leg, tentatively taking a bite. In that instant, his eyes sparkled with delight. His expression conveyed a sense of euphoria, as the savory flavor and richness of the chicken overwhelmed him. He completely disregarded his princely demeanor, devouring the chicken leg with fervor and exclaiming, "This is exquisite. You truly possess remarkable skills." Seeing him relish the meal brought me immense satisfaction. In the past, when I roamed with Tang San, I would have perished without such skills. I was indeed a seasoned craftsman. Xue Qinghe, observing my blissful expression, shot me a playful glare. "Why are you just standing there? If you don't eat, I shall devour it all." I must say, that look of his, illuminated under the moonlight, was captivating. I found myself utterly entranced. He, feeling slightly bashful under my gaze, blushed and softly asked, "What are you staring at?" My eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother Xue, you are simply too handsome. Surely, many young ladies must be enamored with you?" To my surprise, he shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "The struggles of royal power are far more brutal than you can imagine. Not to mention consorts. I have yet to even hold a girl's hand." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, instantly feeling as though I had found a kindred spirit. We were indeed two souls bound by fate. It seemed our destinies were equally unfortunate. The following day, we arrived at Tianhou City. The city walls and the imperial palace were nothing short of magnificent. Xue Qinghe guided me through the palace, navigating its labyrinthine paths, confessing that he sometimes lost his way. After traversing a courtyard reminiscent of a forest park, we reached his Qinghe Hall. Upon entering, he swiftly got to the point. "Now, tell me about that sword. What is it truly called?" "XuanyuanSword," I replied honestly. "XuanyuanSword?" He silently noted this and continued. "And what was that golden dragon that emerged when you first encountered its fragments?" "Spirit of the sword," I explained. "It is the soul of the sword, akin to its essence. You can understand it as the sword having attained sentience. Only those with a righteous heart can wield it." I recounted the origins and journey of the XuanyuanSword in meticulous detail, and he listened with rapt attention. As noon approached, with our stomachs growling, he suddenly realized, "I must apologize. Let's go dine." During our meal, he inquired, "You possess innate soul power, but have yet to attach a soul ring, correct?" I nodded, acknowledging my ignorance in this matter. He clapped his hands in excitement. "Perfect. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to hunt soul beasts and help you attach your soul ring." Then, with a serious expression, he gazed at me. "Do you understand what your mutated blue-silver grass signifies? It means you possess boundless potential. Your aspirations should not merely be to become a great soul master. Have you ever considered becoming a titled Douluo?" I was momentarily taken aback, stammering, No, that cannot be. With my useless martial soul, merely becoming a soul master would be a great fortune, let alone a title Douluo." Xue Qinghe sighed, pulling me close, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "I understand this is a significant shock for you. However, tomorrow, I shall guide you to become a true soul master. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly become a titled Douluo." Tears welled in my eyes. Who among my family could comprehend? This was the essence of true brotherhood. He did not disdain my martial soul's inadequacies, but instead painted a grand vision for me. Regardless of the outcome, I had recognized him as my brother. In the afternoon, he took me to the royal library. It was a sight to behold. The shelves towered higher than buildings, densely packed with books. Xue Qinghe encouraged me to explore freely before taking his leave. I thought to investigate the origins of the XuanyuanSword. Ascending a ladder, I scoured through a row of history books and quickly pulled out one titled Modern History of Tianhou. I flipped to the last few pages, and there it was, boldly inscribed. In the year 203 of the Tianhou calendar, a golden divine sword emerged at the northernmost edge of the continent, later shattered into 12 pieces by 12 golden dragons, scattering across the land, with their whereabouts unknown. I closed the book, momentarily dazed. 6 years ago, wasn't that around the time I had just traversed into this realm? I spent the entire afternoon in the library, absorbing various knowledge about the Douluo continent. Yet I found no mention of the prowess of the blue-silver grass soul master. It was all about useless martial souls. Feeling disheartened, I prepared to return to my quarters for the night. As I stood up, my foot slipped and I tripped over something. Instinctively, I reached out to steady myself against the wall, only to hear a click as the section of the wall I pressed sank inward. I was taken aback. The entire library began to tremble violently, the floor beneath my feet cracking with a resounding noise, collapsing into a gaping chasm that revealed an abyssal staircase. Had I triggered a hidden map? My curiosity surged, compelling me to descend the staircase. The cavern appeared ancient, with moss-covered walls constructed of massive stones, clearly man-made. The further I ventured, the more trepidation I felt. The ground was littered with white bones and scattered weapons, indicating a fierce battle had once occurred here, with many corpses dismembered. How could such a place exist beneath the Tiando Imperial Palace? Navigating around a gigantic monster-esque corpse, riddled with swords, I pressed onward. Suddenly, I found myself in a vast underground expanse. No, this was not merely an open space. It was an underground graveyard. Mountains of soul beast remains and human bones piled high. The scene was too horrific to describe. I gazed in awe, though a millennium had passed. The echoes of that cataclysmic battle seemed to replay before my eyes. At the end of this battlefield lay something monumental. I traversed through this sea of bones, arriving at a colossal cavern, with a sight that greeted me left my mind in a whirl. Lo and behold, it was the skeleton of a colossal dragon, enormous beyond belief. The horns on its head resembled two long spears, its fangs towering above me, and its spine undulated like a mountain range. Two gigantic wings lay sprawled on the ground, a breathtaking visual spectacle. Even more astonishing was the sight of dozens of soul beast skeletons positioned reverently beside the dragon bones, all facing toward the giant dragon, their posture one of utmost respect, as if they had been worshipping for thousands of years. On the opposite side of the dragon bones, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, revealing countless human skeletons scattered like grains of sand. Before the heap of bones knelt a figure clad in heavy armor, resting on one knee with a colossal sword supported by both hands. This posture had endured for millennia, unchanged. Respect was the only word echoing in my mind. In front of this warrior, a neatly laid, red-covered book rested on the ground, appearing particularly eerie in this grim setting. My subconscious whispered that the answer lay within its pages. I hurriedly approached, brushed off the dust, and opened the first page. To my surprise, it was a first-person diary. The author, named Malenkate, began with the greeting, "Pleased to meet you, my first reader." What this individual penned was nothing short of revolutionary to my worldview. He recounted that long ago, humanity was not the master of this continent. Rather, we were akin to cattle and horses, subjugated by spirit beasts with no rights. Then, for reasons unknown, the leaders among the spirit beasts, specifically the dragon clan, mysteriously vanished. Seizing this opportunity, our ancestors discovered that slaying spirit beasts yielded equipment and experience, thus commencing a counterattack. The author of this diary was humanity's strongest leader at that time. He rallied an army of 100,000, known as the Soul Hunting Legion, to engage in an ultimate battle against the last and most powerful spirit beast on the continent, the very dragon outside. Ultimately, they triumphed, vanquishing the dragon. Yet the cost was the loss of all his brothers, leaving him as the sole survivor. After documenting this forgotten history in his diary, he likely perished as well. I closed the book, my heart heavy with mixed emotions, and bowed respectfully to the armored skeleton on one knee. A true hero. At that moment, I sensed a mysterious force calling me from the depths of the cave. Those who understand. It was time to open the treasure chest after defeating the boss. I immediately followed the sensation deeper inside. Upon entering, the scene changed abruptly from a hellish battlefield to a snowy wonderland. The entire cave was blanketed in white, with thick ice walls emanating a refreshing chill. Surprisingly, this cold was not unpleasant, but rather soothing, causing my internal cultivation method, XuanyuanSword, to stretch instinctively, alleviating my bottleneck. In the center of the cave, a small white plant stood, its leaves adorned with peculiar blue patterns, radiating a gentle golden glow, elevating its prestige. In that instant, my DNA stirred intensely. Those who understand know, this was the legendary supreme elixir of our Xiaoyao sect, the Hanshin Dongming Cao. Our founder consumed this very herb, which enabled him to soar and establish our sect. However, this plant is notorious for being perilous, said to have absorbed the bones and malevolent energies of countless beings to flourish. Consuming it could either lead to ascension or instant demise, a true gamble for wealth and fortune. Why hesitate? I resolved to act. I immediately summoned my XuanyuanSword to shield myself and approached the plant. As I walked closer, the cold intensified, slicing through my shield like a knife, threatening to freeze me solid. Retreat? Impossible. I had come this far. I steel my resolve, maximizing my internal energy, and charged forward. Reaching the plant, I grasped it firmly. I must tell you, the moment I seized the root, it felt as if I were holding an ancient iceberg. The chilling aura instantly froze my right arm, rendering it immobile. My shield was on the brink of shattering, but I disregarded everything else, exerting all my strength to uproot the plant. Without a second thought, I tossed it into the air, caught it with my left hand, and stuffed it into my mouth. The sensation was akin to swallowing an entire Antarctic. The divine herb melted instantly upon contact, transforming into a liquid that coursed through my body, chilling me to the core. In the next moment, I felt my entire being encased in ice. My lungs froze, each breath laced with frost. As I watched a layer of icy blue armor rapidly envelop my body, my consciousness began to blur, and despair gripped me. In this dire moment, one thought consumed my mind: better to unblock than to block. I needed to expel this damned cold. I desperately moved my stiffened hands, fumbling until I found a small knife. Without hesitation, I raised the knife and plunged it into my abdomen. You wouldn't believe it. The substance that flowed out was not blood, but blue-white ice crystals. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I stabbed again. At that moment, I couldn't help but berate our founder, who had written that this substance was sweet and gentle. What a monumental deception for 2025. Yet, surprisingly, this self-inflicted harm proved effective. The internal chill surged out through the wound, allowing me to catch my breath at last. I hastily sat cross-legged, channeling my Xiaoyao Xinfa to wrestle with the frigid energy within me. Remarkably, as these two forces clashed, they expanded my meridians, effectively performing a strengthening surgery on me. Suddenly, with a soft pop, I felt a certain lock within me release. A purer, more potent energy surged from my dantian. To my astonishment, I had broken through Xiaoyao Xinfa. Now, at the second level, what a windfall! Moreover, I sensed that I hadn't even absorbed 1/10 of the divine herb's energy. If I managed to absorb it all, I would surely soar. I immediately focused my mind and began voraciously absorbing this newfound energy. When I opened my eyes again, you won't believe what I found. I was comfortably lying on a warm bed. A steaming breakfast lay on the table beside me. Xue Qinghe sat nearby, his expression one of exasperation as he recounted how I had fallen asleep while reading in the royal library and slept through the entire night. He had carried me back. My mind was racing. The library? Wasn't he that the underground cave filled with bones and blood? Where was the dragon skeleton? Where was my Hanshin Dongmingcao? I said nothing, making an excuse to rush back to the library. Arriving at the location from my memory, I was taken aback. The floor was so smooth it could be used for ice skating, and the walls gleamed like mirrors. Not only was there no cave entrance, but not even a crack was visible. I was utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that everything yesterday was merely a dream? However, upon inspecting my body, I found that my Xiaoyao Xinfa had genuinely advanced to the third level. What was happening? Had I triggered some hidden one-time instance, completing it only to be teleported home, with the system kindly cleaning up the scene? The service was impeccable. Unable to comprehend, I decided to let it go. Regardless, the fact that I had grown stronger was undeniable. I stepped outside, casually picked up a leaf, infused it with energy, and hurled it toward a tree 20 meters away. The leaf sliced through the air like a blade, causing the tree to sway violently, leaves raining down. The power was satisfying, and I nodded in approval. I returned to find Xue Qinghe had prepared an extravagant carriage. As I approached, he lifted the curtain with a gentle smile, saying, "Get in. I'll take you to hunt for your first soul ring." I quickly hopped into the carriage, excitedly inquiring about our destination. He smiled and replied, "To the Royal Soul Hunting Grounds, a special place in the Tiando Empire for aristocratic youths to gain experience, where various spirit beasts are raised." He further explained that soul rings were categorized into 10-year white, 100-year yellow, 1,000-year purple, and 10,000-year black, akin to a ranking system. He had already planned my course, stating that my martial soul suited spirit beasts around 300 to 400 years old. He would assist in severely weakening the spirit beast, leaving me to deliver the final blow and absorb the soul ring. I must say, having a powerful ally guiding me felt remarkably straightforward yet monotonous. Xue Qinghe then presented me with an extravagant surprise worth 48,000. Let me share with you an astonishing encounter. That fellow swiftly produced a belt that dazzled my eyes. It was entirely snow white, adorned with golden borders and encrusted with 24 rubies, each as large as pigeon eggs. I was momentarily taken aback and inquired about its nature. He declared it to be a storage belt, capable of holding 2 cubic meters per gemstone, totaling 24. Do the math. That amounts to an extraordinary 48 cubic meters. In our place, it would at least cover the entire area of a luxurious suite at Tangshuni Pin, and now it was dangling from my waist. I was so thrilled that my hands trembled. XuanyuanSword insisted that I name it. In my excitement, I spontaneously recited a poem, proclaiming that this creation should be called Jun Kinman Tian Yang Hua Shui. Oh, I must confess, I was unaware of my own folly at that moment. In retrospect, the name was excessively long and unwieldy, an absolute misstep in the realm of nomenclature, utterly pedestrian and nonsensical. Yet, to my astonishment, upon hearing it, XuanyuanSword was left speechless, murmuring to himself as though my talent had shattered his worldview. Who among us understands? In this day and age, few heed advice. He championed total acceptance. We then hastened towards the royal soul-hunting grounds. I initially believed it to be a forest park, but to my surprise, it turned out to be a formidable military fortress. Enclosed by towering 6-meter walls, the site was teeming with soldiers exuding a palpable aura of danger. XuanyuanSword assumed an air of authority, informing the guarding soldiers that there was no need for accompaniment, as he was merely escorting a child, posing no threat. With a grand gesture, we entered. Shortly after our arrival, we encountered a small tiger. XuanyuanSword halted me, cautioning me not to move, stating that this creature, possessing merely 2 decades of experience, was insufficient to pose challenge. Intrigued, I asked how he discerned that. He promptly provided an impromptu lesson, explaining that one must observe the physique, the patterns, and most critically, the color of the soul power. Under 100 years, it appears white. 100 years, it turns yellow. 1,000 years, it turns purple. And at 10,000 years, it turns black. The little tiger before us had been so frightened that its soul power turned white, clearly a novice. As if on cue, a wolf sprang from the underbrush. Its body is striking blue and white, topped with a halo. Quite impressive indeed. However, XuanyuanSword's expression paled, and he yanked me behind him, exclaiming that it was a 1,000-year-old howling gale wolf, far beyond my capabilities and exceedingly perilous. I thought to myself that I indeed wished to engage it, but alas, it would not be possible. He instructed me to stay put and not move, declaring his intent to lure the wolf away. I must tell you, his demeanor was exceedingly serious, emphasizing that he did not wish for anyone to uncover the secret of his martial spirit. In a flash, golden light enveloped his feet, and he charged forth. With a single punch, he sent that ancient wolf flying. Truly, it was but one punch. The wolf's face was indented from blow. Then, with a series of acrobatic flips, he leapt into a tree, disappearing in an instant. The wolf, recovering from the shock, unleashed a furious howl and pursued him. Left alone, I reflected on my own inadequacies, resigning myself to meditation. Just as I closed my eyes, I heard a rustling sound above. I looked up, and to my astonishment, a vine as thick as an arm was hurtling toward my face. I instinctively rolled to evade it, but alas, it still ensnared me with astonishing speed. The vine lifted me into the air as if displaying a trophy. In a panic, I reached for the Yang Hua Shui belt, drew forth a small knife, and plunged it into the vine. Plant-based entities are typically fragile. One stab, and it yielded a gushing green sap. Then I was seized by a frenzy, denying it any chance to counterattack. I extracted a multitude of throwing knives from the belt, casting them like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. The sound of clattering echoed, and while most were deflected, a few struck true. Enraged, the vine retaliated by sending forth dozens more tendrils, attempting to ensnare me. I could not allow it to succeed, so I employed my ultimate skill, the Lian Bo Wei Bu, darting left and right among the vines, evading its grasp. I soon realized that engaging it from a distance was tantamount to inviting death. I had to close the gap. Spotting an opening, I surged forward with the Lian Bo Wei Bu, channeling all my inner strength into my hands, executing the Tianshan Jamais Shou, forcefully subduing 2 of its main vines. Then, I summoned every last throwing knife from my belt. The sound of piercing echoed as the 5-meter-long behemoth crumpled to the ground. I was utterly exhausted, nearly succumbing to my exhaustion. To my astonishment, a yellow soul ring materialized above its corpse. 100-year soul ring. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Fortune favors the bold. I proceeded to sit cross-legged and began absorbing it, only to immediately regret my decision. The sensation was akin to having all my bones crushed by a steamroller, then being immersed in a cauldron of lava. My internal organs seemed to be celebrating a raucous festivity. My consciousness was drawn into a realm engulfed in flames, just as my meager grass martial spirit seemed destined to be reduced to ashes. In that precarious moment, a gentle force unexpectedly entered, stabilizing the chaos. When I opened my eyes again, darkness enveloped the sky. Turning my head, I beheld XuanyuanSword seated by a campfire. But wait, had he changed attire? Where was the resplendent battle robe? Now he donned a crimson cloak, and his hair was transformed into short golden locks. Moreover, his visage appeared strikingly beautiful. Upon noticing my awakening, he seemed somewhat bashful, covering his mouth with his delicate hand, chiding me. It didn't wait for me. How inconsiderate. My mind was in a whirl, uncomprehending the situation when he reverted to his original form and handed me a dark object, claiming it was a roasted chicken leg. Upon inspection, I realized this was no chicken leg. It resembled a piece of freshly unearthed charcoal. Under his eager gaze, filled with admiration, I steeled myself and took a bite. It was incredibly crunchy. My mouth was filled with the taste of charcoal. I contemplated feigning praise, claiming it was delicious but needed improvement. To my dismay, he took my words to heart, excitedly presenting me with a large plate of charcoal, urging me to indulge. After this sumptuous meal, XuanyuanSword retrieved the tent I had prepared for my belt, assembling it with remarkable speed and pridefully crawling inside, bidding me good night. I glanced at the flimsy mat in my hand, then at the lavish tent, feeling utterly exasperated. Who among us understands? The tent was crafted from materials I had procured at great personal risk, and I had set it up myself. Why should he dwell within while I remained outside? Why? I pondered, should it be so? The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Why should it be so? I resolved to sleep inside the tent. Come what may. In a moment of fury, I discarded the wretched mat and dove into the tent. To my astonishment, I froze in place. XuanyuanSword had removed half of his clothing and turned just in time to face me. His alabaster neck, exquisite collarbone, and the expanse of his chest, oh my. Discretion is advised. Discretion is advised. Our eyes locked, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. I could hear the rapid beating of my heart. I thought to ease the awkwardness. So I pointed at a smooth shoulder and forced a laugh. Schweb, brother, your skin is truly remarkable. Haha, so fair. No sooner had I spoken. His face turned a deep shade of red. I had surely signed my own death warrant. A piercing scream erupted, sharp and high-pitched, utterly uncharacteristic of a man. Instantly, a wave of murderous intent enveloped me. XuanyuanSword radiated blinding golden light, resembling a diminutive golden deity. At that moment, a singular thought raced through my mind. Flee. I could not comprehend his madness. I merely complimented him on his complexion, and now he sought to end my life? What madness was this? As I turned to escape the tent, that golden aura enveloped me, rendering me immobile and speechless, as if ensnared by a spell. Before me lay a dazzling golden light, and a wave of dread washed over me. Suddenly, a golden halo appeared, and a pair of jade hands, yes, you heard correctly, a pair of feminine hands, emerged from the light and seized my collar. I felt as though I were suffocating, my chest heaving, and I barely managed to utter, Schweb, brother. What on earth is wrong? Let me die with clarity. In the next instant, XuanyuanSword's furious face was mere inches from mine. He had donned his attire with meticulous precision, his striking eyes glaring at me as if they were about to unleash flames. Observing my bewilderment only seemed to fuel his anger further, and he bellowed, Scoundrel, get out of my sight. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a yellow soul ring materialized beneath him, instantly amplifying his aura to explosive levels. I was taken aback. This fellow was indeed intent on delivering a severe blow. He concentrated his golden soul power, lifted me high into the air, and hurled me away with the force of shot put. I soared through the air, crashing through the tent's top, tracing a graceful parabolic arc across the night sky, transforming into a dazzling meteor. Goodness, I had become the prince I once pushed. However, I recognized that he had certainly shown restraint. Otherwise, with his strength, I would have met my grandmother in the afterlife. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a carriage. I gingerly touched my swollen, red cheek, grimacing in pain. Across from me sat XuanyuanSword, who resembled a wronged wife, turning his head away, his lips nearly bitten through, silent as a grave. We shared a silence that was palpably awkward. The carriage finally halted at the entrance of the Tiando Imperial Palace, and I felt an immense sense of relief. I could finally escape this capricious individual. You may leave, XuanyuanSword has said, standing up and exiting the carriage without a backward glance. I opened my mouth, intending to inquire about his erratic behavior the previous day, but ultimately managed only 2 words. XuanyuanSword, take care. He nodded stiffly, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown, replying, you too, take care. I hastily pulled the curtain shut, fearing he might conjure some further mischief. I then heard him call out with feigned nonchalance, "Tang Lu, do not forget our agreement. You must become a titled Douluo, and do not let me down." I slumped onto the luxurious sofa, staring at the ceiling, my mind occupied with a single thought. This fellow certainly enjoys his theatrics. Little did I know, after my departure, his guards approached him, inquiring why he had been so kind to me. He initially put on a grand facade, claiming it was due to my innate talent, my innate full soul power and mutated martial soul, which would undoubtedly lead to great achievements. He portrayed me as a vital pawn in his plans, speaking with profound foresight and deep cunning. However, as soon as the guards left, his facade crumbled, and he wept freely in the direction of my vanished carriage. The carriage conveyed me back to Notting City. Meanwhile, my dear brother Tang San was anxiously pacing within the academy. Upon returning from the hunt for soul rings with the master, he discovered my absence, turning the entire academy upside down in search of me. Just as he was on the verge of losing his sanity, a younger brother rushed in, breathless. "Sangu, it's bad. Sister Xiao Wu is fighting with the work-study students and Xiao Laoda on the playground." Upon hearing this, Tang San furrowed his brow, realizing he had to assist Xiao Wu. By the time he arrived, the playground had divided into two factions. One side, led by Xiao Laoda, comprised older students who wore disdainful expressions. The other side was Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng, who appeared fierce and defiant. Xiao Laoda was particularly arrogant, calling Xiao Wu a little rabbit and demanding she behave as a pet. Xiao Wu was not one to back down, retorting that he should be the one to serve as a little brother. This infuriated Xiao Laoda, who summoned a white 10-year soul ring, manifesting his martial soul. A wolf, ready to engage. However, Xiao Wu was even fiercer. She leaped into the air, a blinding yellow 100-year soul ring illuminating beneath her feet. The crowd collectively gasped. At that moment, my brother Tang San made a dazzling entrance, approaching Xiao Wu and calmly stating, "Allow me to handle this battle." Seeing Tang San, merely a first-year work-study student, the crowd erupted in laughter. Undeterred, Tang San introduced himself. "I am Tang San, a first-year work-study student, with a martial soul of blue silvergrass. I am an 11th level one-ring soul master." The laughter only intensified, mocking his so-called waste martial soul. Xiao Laoda wore a look of disbelief, questioning Tang San's sanity. Ignoring their jeers, Tang San flipped his hand, causing a sprig of blue silvergrass to emerge, followed by a yellow 100-year soul ring that shot up beneath him. The laughter ceased abruptly, and the expressions of all turned from incredulity to fear. The battle commenced, with Xiao Laoda lunging at Tang San, attempting to leverage his proximity to shred Tang San's blue silvergrass. Tang San raised his hand, launching several pebbles. Xiao Laoda dismissively swatted them aside, only to find himself ensnared by numerous blue-silver vines that bound him tightly. As Tang San continued, a few pebbles struck his face, swelling it immediately. "You have lost," Tang San stated calmly. Xiao Laoda sighed, conceding, "You have won." Was I late? Just then, I emerged from behind the crowd. "Brother, you are finally back," Tang San exclaimed, a mix of joy and surprise flooding his expression. Xiao Wu, however, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at me. "You scoundrel, where have you been these past few days? You made little San search everywhere for you." I could only offer an apologetic expression, explaining that I had been delayed by certain matters. As I assessed Tang San, and he evaluated me, we both recognized that the other had acquired their first soul ring. A sense of excitement surged within me. As the saying goes, one must seize the opportunity to challenge their brother early. With a mischievous glint in my eye, I suggested, "Little San, shall we have a spar?" Tang San paused for a moment, then smiled. "All right, but let us keep it light." I could easily discern his competitive spirit. This was precisely what I aimed to ignite. Xiao Wu eagerly assumed the role of referee as we quickly distanced ourselves. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunyu and the others speculated that Tang San's first soul ring was only 100 years, surely making him superior to me. "Let the match begin," Xiao Wu declared. Tang San made the first move, his blue silvergrass and 100-year soul ring illuminating simultaneously. A smirk graced my lips as I stomped my foot, gathering black-red mist in my right hand, allowing a black variant of blue silvergrass to burst forth. Simultaneously, a similarly radiant yellow 100-year soul ring ascended from my feet. Another 100-year soul ring. Xiao Chunyu exclaimed, the onlooker's eyes widening in disbelief. At that moment, my heart raced. I was far ahead. I will not lose. Tang San gritted his teeth, darting toward me. I advanced to meet him, our hands colliding with a resounding clap. I grasped his wrist and twisted forcefully, but he managed to break free using his Xian Tian Gong, retaliating with a kick that struck my abdomen and sent me staggering back several steps. My goodness, my dear brother had grown significantly stronger. It appeared I would need to take this seriously. I reached into my pocket, conjuring 5 small blades that shot forth like streaks of light. Tang San's hands transformed, becoming as hard as white jade, skillfully deflecting all my flying daggers. I had anticipated this. The daggers were merely a diversion. Employing the Ling Bo Wei Bu, I vanished in an instant, reappearing behind him to unleash my first soul skill, black-silver strangulation. Dozens of barbed black vines erupted from the ground, aiming to ensnare him. Yet, Tang San reacted swiftly, his blue-silver grass emerging to tear through my vines, allowing him to escape. Our respective plants engaged in a tug-of-war on the ground, resembling a playful skirmish. I leaped into the air, preparing for an aerial assault, but he executed a swift, sweeping kick, striking me with tremendous force, nearly knocking the breath from my lungs. This fellow was impressive. Tang San, now serious, moved with a ghostly swiftness, lunging at me with a Xuanyuan hand. My gaze sharpened. I seized his wrist, and my left palm formed a creamy white vortex, generating a tremendous pulling force that drew him toward me, causing him to crash spectacularly to the ground. My dear brother, you still have more training to do, I chuckled. Not a chance. I have not lost yet. He rose from the ground, his expression icy. He charged at me once more, his hands seizing my shoulders like the claws of a tiger, attempting to ensnare me with the Tongman's technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. A surge of energy coursed through my body, startling the internal power of my Xiaoyao heart technique, which jolted his hands, rendering them numb and causing him to involuntarily release his grip. Seizing the opportunity, I transformed my left hand into a sword-like finger, thrusting it directly toward his chest. A sound akin to a puncture echoed. Let me tell you, the sensation was akin to piercing through a piece of exceptionally elastic pork belly. Tang San emitted a muffled groan, his face paling as he curled up like a shrimp. Did he dare to resist? Not a chance. With a swift reverse grip, I seized his collar and yanked him towards me. Yet, he remained undeterred, attempting to grasp my wrist, but alas, with a resounding slap of my palm, not a fist, mind you, akin to striking a watermelon, I delivered a forceful blow to his chest. To my astonishment, he immediately closed his eyes, his legs flailing like a kite with its strings severed, soaring far away before crashing to the ground, motionless for a while. In that moment, the surrounding children erupted in astonishment. One lad suddenly had an epiphany, exclaiming that he wanted to become a working student and sprinting home. Families, who could comprehend? It was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Everyone reacted, for being a working student had become the T0 answer of the current version. Consequently, that Xiao Qinyu, the heir of the city lord, leaped onto a stone, flamboyantly declaring, "The working student is mine. My father is the city lord." He then tossed a handful of coins to the ground, arrogantly stating, "You impoverished wretches don't even compare." With that, he vanished. I was still catching my breath, as defeating him had proven quite exhausting. Yet that Tang San, resembling a resilient cockroach, spat out a few mouthfuls of sand and rose again, gazing at me defiantly. "Brother, this time you won, but I will undoubtedly surpass you." I must admit, I found a certain admiration in his indomitable spirit. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as I beckoned Tang San to come closer. "Xiao San," I whispered conspiratorially, "can you guess which level of the Xiaoyao heart technique I have reached now?" He pondered briefly, guessing at the 2nd level at most. I indicated a 3 with my fingers. His initial reaction was a surprised "oh," before his entire demeanor became petrified, his eyes bulging like copper bells. 3 levels? Brother, are you cheating? I had procured some remarkable items during my recent outing, I replied mysteriously. His quick intellect surmised divine herbs? Bingo. I snapped my fingers. Hanshin Caves Mingqiao. Upon hearing this, he gasped in astonishment, and after a moment's pause, cautiously inquired, "Brother, how are you still alive?" At that moment, I felt an urge to slap him. What a ridiculous question. He quickly clarified, stating that the potency of such a herb was exceedingly fierce, and with my petite frame, it was miraculous that I hadn't exploded from its absorption. I lifted my shirt to reveal the 2 scars on my abdomen, declaring, "Brother is tough." I simply inflicted 2 wounds to release the excess energy. Tang San fell silent, his gaze towards me transformed, likely pondering that his defeat was indeed justified. Days passed, and we went to the Wuhuan temple to register our information, essentially to claim welfare benefits. However, upon arrival at the entrance, we encountered a rather arrogant fellow, proudly sporting a large spirit master badge and exuding an air of divine selection. This individual was XuanyuanSword, the one who had awakened our martial spirits. Initially, he attempted to shoo us away, but upon recognizing us, he began boasting to his girlfriend, "These two possess innate full spirit power, but alas, their martial spirit is the worthless blue silvergrass." What a pity! Upon hearing the mention of blue silvergrass, his girlfriend rolled her eyes, turning away without granting him any respect. XuanyuanSword, a pure-hearted warrior, promptly chased after her, leaving us in the company of an elderly gentleman. This kind-hearted elder was named Ma Zayuno, who led us into a hall. Standing on a blue crystal platform, we unleashed our spirit power, and to our amazement, 2 strands of grass, one black and one blue, sprang forth, accompanied by a golden 100-year spirit ring floating beneath us. Master Ma Zayuno was dumbfounded, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, exclaiming, "2 monsters!" He lamented the ineffectiveness of our martial spirits, but proceeded to fetch 2 crystal orbs for us to measure our spirit power. The results were even more astonishing. A brilliant glow erupted, revealing my level at 14 and Tang San's at 33. The old man was utterly flabbergasted, incessantly questioning us about the spirit beasts we had absorbed, baffled by our sudden leap in levels. I casually mentioned the name of a blue silvergrass, which left him perplexed. Ultimately, he attributed it to the anomaly of my martial spirit, deeming our situation special. He then began fervently recruiting us. "Children, join the Wuhuan Temple. Serve under His Holiness the Pope. I assure you, you will achieve the Spirit King rank before turning 20. His words were nothing short of extravagant. Tang San and I exchanged glances and promptly shook our heads. "Are you joking? We are headed to Nuoding Academy. We have no intention of joining you." The old gentleman, witnessing our resolute attitude, could only sigh, stating that the doors of the Wuhuan Temple would always be open for us. In the end, after completing the formalities, we each received a hefty sum of gold coins, departing with great joy. Let me tell you, the feeling of wealth is incomparable. It was as if I was walking on air. However, Tang San made a beeline for a candy shop, declaring his intention to buy Xiao Wu carrot-flavored candy. Initially bashful, he soon became unable to stop himself from purchasing, ultimately persuading me to part with my gold coin as well. By the time we exited, he was carrying 2 large baskets of candy, while I was left with merely a copper coin. My temper flared, and my blood pressure skyrocketed. Grabbing a belt from the roadside, I shouted, "Tang San, stop right there." What ensued was a chaotic chase that spanned half the street. I swatted his rear, and he yelped as he dashed forward. The scene was utterly absurd. In the midst of this playful pursuit, we unwittingly stumbled into a blacksmith's alley, the clanging noises ringing around us. A muscular man, observing us, warned, "Children, this is dangerous. You should leave." Just as I intended to pull Tang San away, he turned to the man and earnestly asked, "Master, do you still accept apprentices? I want to work." I was momentarily stunned. Had he lost his wits? The burly man scrutinized him with a hint of impatience, replying, You haven't even grown your hair. This is not a place for you. If you wish to work, bring your parents." "No need," Tang San shook his head, his expression resolute. "Uncle, please believe in me. I can do it." The large man erupted in laughter, ruffling my head and saying, "Child, don't jest. Go home. Being a spirit master is far more promising than blacksmithing. Don't waste your time." It dawned on me then. We were still clad in Nuoding Academy uniforms. No wonder he wore a look that suggested I was merely acting foolishly. I could almost hear the laughter of my brother in my heart, but he still needed to save face for me. He stepped forward, produced a copper coin, and coolly stated, "Uncle, let us try. Whether a mule or a horse, we can find out." The muscular man reluctantly accepted the coin, scrutinizing my brother for a long moment before finally conceding, "All right, if you truly can, then come and be an apprentice." I quickly followed up, "Rest assured, Uncle, my brother and I are exceptionally strong." As soon as these words left my mouth, the surrounding blacksmiths erupted in laughter, each one seemingly enjoying a splendid show. One particularly thin fellow exclaimed, "Hey brothers, did you hear? These 2 little tykes say they can forge iron. Do you believe them?" I certainly don't. I must say, being looked down upon like that provoked my brother's temper. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode to a casting hammer that was larger than his head. Grasping it with his small hand, he took a deep breath, channeling the Xiaoyao heart technique, and a surge of strength instantly filled his right arm. The next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, my brother effortlessly lifted that colossal hammer, steady as a rock. The lead blacksmith's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. And after a prolonged pause, he managed to squeeze out a compliment. "Not bad, you've got some skills." My brother, hammer in hand, focused intently on a piece of glowing iron, and with a powerful swing, he brought the hammer down. A tremendous clang resonated, causing the entire blacksmith shop to shudder thrice. And the iron was immediately dented with a significant crater. In that moment, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. The blacksmiths, who had just moments ago been laughing heartily, now wore expressions akin to those who had encountered a ghost. It was a sight to behold. My brother shook his arms and called out to me, "Xiao-san, fetch the bellows. Let's put on a show for them." Right away, I promptly set down my basket and dashed over to the bellows, rhythmically pulling on the handles. The furnace flared to life, and the piece of raw iron glowed a brilliant red. At that perfect moment, my brother sprang into action. He swung the heavy hammer, delivering a powerful strike. The hammer danced in his hands, producing a symphony of ringing sounds. I tell you, the effect was absolutely electrifying. It was akin to an industrial-style performance art, with an explosive sense of rhythm. Was that the long-lost technique of the chaotic whirlwind hammering? The burly man was left utterly astonished. My brother struck the iron 30 times, and with the final blow, he tossed the hammer to the ground, creating a deep dent in the earth. Thus, we successfully secured our positions as apprentices in the blacksmith's workshop. Days passed in a blur, and before we knew it, a year had flown by. During this year, we attended school during the day and forged iron in the afternoons. Xiao Wu, that girl, was particularly formidable. She had dealt with all the troublemakers at the academy, truly earning the title of the big sister of Notting. Finally, the academy went on break. My brother and I were packing our belongings in preparation for our return to Shenghan Village. Xiao Wu, having nowhere to go, looked at us with her big, blinking eyes and asked, "Xiao-san, can I come play at your house?" I couldn't help but laugh, of course. "You're so adorable. My parents will surely love you." My brother, overhearing, shot her a mischievous glance and teased, "What if my dad doesn't like you?" "Don't go crying." Xiao Wu puffed out her little chest. "How could that be? I'm so cute. Uncle will definitely like me." Seeing her adorable antics made me want to laugh. Over the past year, we had long become immune to her charms. I playfully remarked, "You little rascal, always acting cute. When you grow up, you'll surely turn into a vixen." "What is a vixen?" She tilted her head and asked. I, unable to resist, explained, "It's a fox spirit that specializes in seducing men." As soon as the words left my mouth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and Xiao Wu's expression transformed. She lunged at me, grabbing my ear and pinning me against the wall, furiously shouting, "How dare you call me a vixen? You're asking for it." The next day, we set off on our journey home, accompanied by this little tag-along. Having been away for over a year, the roads felt somewhat unfamiliar, and if it weren't for my brother's excellent memory, we might have gotten lost. After a long day of travel, Shenghan Village finally came into view. Pointing excitedly at the newly built brick house at the village entrance, I exclaimed to Xiao Wu, "Look, that's my home." My brother and I quickened our pace, rushing into the courtyard, only to find the chickens and pigs had vanished, causing a sinking feeling in our hearts. We pushed open the tightly shut wooden door and called out, "Dad, Mom, we're back." The house was eerily empty, devoid of any presence. An elderly voice echoed, "Xiao-san, Xiaoli, you're back." It was Grandpa Jack. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I quickly inquired, "Grandpa Jack, where are my parents?" Old Jack sighed, appearing to age a decade in an instant, and handed my brother a letter. "This is what your parents left for you." We both froze, snatching the letter and reading it. The letter stated that they had urgent matters to attend to and had left, instructing us to take care of ourselves, assuring us that only by leaving their embrace could we soar like eagles. It also mentioned that one day our family of 4 would reunite. My mother specifically noted that our blue silvergrass was not a useless martial soul and urged us to cultivate diligently. Why? Why did they leave just like that? One moment we were filled with joy at returning home, and the next, it felt like a thunderclap. My brother and I stood there, stunned, tears streaming down our faces. Seeing us like this, Grandpa Jack could only shake his head helplessly, informing us that our parents had departed just a few days prior and advised us to calm down. The room fell silent, leaving just the 3 of us. My brother and I hung our heads, speechless. Xiao Wu sensed the change in atmosphere and, unusually, sat quietly to the side. Meanwhile, in the Master S office at Notting Academy, my father, Tang Hao, unexpectedly arrived with a mysterious woman. The master was taken aback upon seeing my father, his excitement rendering him tongue-tied, eventually stammering out, "Tang Hao, the Hao Qian Douluo?" My father offered no further explanation, stating he had urgent matters to attend to and needed to entrust my brother and me to the master's care. With that, he tossed down a token engraved with 6 symbols and departed with the woman, not looking back. Back in Shenghun village, I sat dazed beneath the eaves of my home. Xiao Wu sat beside me, munching on a carrot to console me. I gazed at her adorable face, and inexplicably I grasped her hand, looking earnestly into her eyes, and said, "Xiao Wu, you are so beautiful." Xiao Wu's face flushed instantly. I took her hand and ran towards the back mountain. Amidst the sea of flowers, I looked into her eyes and solemnly asked, "Xiao Wu, would you like to be my sister?" Her eyes welled up with tears as she asked, "But what if one day many people want to kill me and you can't defeat them? What will happen?" I gently ruffled her hair, smiling with unwavering determination. "Then let them. They will have to step over my corpse first." "Brother." Xiao Wu could no longer hold back, throwing herself into my arms, tears streaming down her face. I embraced her tightly, vowing in my heart, "Sister, I will protect you for a lifetime." We were caught up in our emotional display, completely unaware that my brother stood a short distance away, watching. He glanced at us embracing and simply remarked, "I knew it would be like this." Then, looking up at the moon, he smirked, "Xiao-san, don't forget your promise to me. Remember to give me a daughter." Later, he returned home alone, gazing at the empty house, feeling a deep sense of loss. In my father's room, he discovered a blue book hidden beneath the bed, inscribed with the words Tang, Family Ancestral Teachings. Curiosity piqued. He opened it and exclaimed, "Good heavens, this is not ancestral teachings. It's more like the most abstract family SOP of 2025. It clearly stated, in the Haotian lineage, sons marry spirit beasts starting at 100,000. Daughters only marry gods. Sons inherit blue silvergrass, essential for wooing girls. Daughters inherit the Haotian hammer, essential for self-defense." After reading, my brother's vision turned dark, and he sarcastically remarked that this must have been written by an ancestor who had drunk too much, stuffing it into his storage soul guide, thinking it might come in handy as toilet paper. Then, I tell you, with a blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The 3 of us, myself, my brother Tang San, and Xiao Wu, graduated from Notting Academy and headed straight for the Shrek Academy, recommended by the master. Located in Suatuo City, once we entered, the crowds were overwhelming. However, during the journey, I came to realize that I felt like a mere 250-watt light bulb, bright yet superfluous. The way Tang San and Xiao Wu interacted was almost unbearable to witness. When Xiao Wu grew tired, she would cling to Tang San, who would affectionately stroke her head. Little did they know, I felt as though I was not there to study, but merely to tag along. Upon reaching Suatuo City, the master informed us that Shrek Academy was situated on the outskirts, prompting us to find a place to stay. After searching for a while, Xiao Wu insisted on going to a hotel called the Rose Hotel, which resembled a Barbie doll's dream home, adorned with a gigantic rose sculpture at the entrance. So tacky, it was laughable. When I inquired about booking 3 rooms, the receptionist looked at me as if I were a rare species, perplexed by the request for 3 rooms. I asked, "Is there a problem?" After a long pause, he finally said, "I'm sorry, sir. We only have 1 room left." At that moment, I thought, is this hotel practicing sustainable development, leaving just 1 room available? Xiao Wu, that silly rabbit, instantly perked up at the mention of it, declaring, "1 room is fine." Back in school, she was speaking when Tang San promptly covered her mouth, and that scene was so awkward that I could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Just as I contemplated offering to sleep on the ground so they could share the room, a sudden crash at the door announced the entrance of a fellow who walked with an air of confidence. With golden, wavy hair, he was flanked by 2 beautiful twin sisters, and his aura practically screamed that I was the villain in this scenario. He approached us, pointing a finger at our noses, and declared, "That room belongs to me." Scram. Xiao Wu exploded in indignation, demanding on what grounds. There should be a first-come, first-served basis. The golden-haired man scrutinized Xiao Wu with a sly grin and remarked, "Little sister, you cannot bear the consequences." At this, my temper flared. I shot back, "I see you're asking for a beating." To my surprise, he responded with bravado, challenging us both to come at him. I thought to myself, do I need 2 people to deal with you? I charged forward, not allowing him a moment's respite. His flashy tiger claw technique looked intimidating, but I swiftly countered with my Tian Shanjime hand, swiftly subduing him. His expression mirrored that of a ghost, utterly bewildered. I seized both of his wrists and kicked him to the ground. My brother Tang San arrived just in time and asked, "Brother, is it done?" I replied nonchalantly, "Just a small matter." However, as the golden-haired man rose from the ground, his demeanor had changed. "All right, you have some skills, but battles among soul masters are not child's play." His words barely left his lips when, suddenly, a radiant white light erupted from his body. It was the manifestation of the white tiger. He had entered the fray. I watched in astonishment as he bulked up like a human tank, his muscles crackling. Towering at 2 meters tall, his attire ripped apart, and a royal symbol emerged on his forehead. Then, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, ascended around him. I thought to myself, this is reckless. Tang San and I revealed our soul abilities as well, 2 29-rank Great Soul Masters with black silvergrass and blue silvergrass, each bearing 2 yellow rings. The man, Dai Mu Bai, seemed taken aback, likely pondering how these 2 seemingly useless soul abilities could possibly yield a 100-year soul ring. Tang San quickly retorted with a quote from our master, "There are no useless soul abilities, only useless soul masters." "Spare me your nonsense," I added with a cold smirk. "A failure need not know so much." He unleashed his first soul skill, strangulation, with his tiger claws resembling scissors, aiming for us. My black silvergrass surged forth, transforming into a barrier. Tang San executed a ghostly maneuver to flank him while simultaneously ensnaring his feet with blue silvergrass. But guess what? A flash of white light erupted from him, and his white tiger protective barrier shattered our vines into fragments. Following this, he unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave, a devastating attack that forced us to retreat repeatedly. He reveled in his triumph, taunting us that useless soul abilities were indeed useless. But just as he finished speaking, he realized he could no longer move. Oh, I smiled, for Tang San's blue silvergrass had evolved into ghost vines, which had a paralyzing effect. This was a high-level tactic, employing the simplest methods to poison adversaries. The moment was ripe. Our vines, seemingly possessed, wrapped around him like a massive dumpling. I thought, surely this must be the end? But from within the bundle came a furious roar, lamentably. Let's not forget, I am a formidable attack-type soul master. A dazzling purple light flashed. His 1,000-year soul ring glowed beneath him. White Tiger King Kong transformation. I swear at that moment, it felt as if the entire hotel was shaking. The vines binding him disintegrated, and he grew even larger, tiger stripes appearing on his body, with eyes that glimmered with ferocity. I quickly resorted to my second soul skill, toxic erosion, but the poison merely tickled him, failing to breach his defenses. With each claw, he shattered our vines effortlessly, exuding an overwhelming presence. He glared down at us, stating, "Your blue silver grass is impressive. Its resilience exceeds my expectations." But this is where it ends. My White Tiger King Kong transformation is derived from millennium-old King Kong Tiger Soul Beast. It not only amplifies my strength, attack, and defense significantly, but also grants me this soul skill. Once activated, the energy radiated an entirely different dimension. Dai Mu Bai swelled to over 2 meters tall. His muscles inflated as if filled with air, exuding an overwhelming aura. His massive tiger claws hovered just above our heads, nearly striking us down. Yet, he refrained from attacking. He gazed down at us, coolly asserting that his White Tiger King Kong transformation would last for half an hour, illustrating the disparity in strength. Understood? Following this proclamation, his bulging muscles deflated as if the air had been released. What could I say? I simply raised my hands in surrender, conceding, "You win, my friend, you win." There was no other option. If we continued fighting, Tang San and I would not merely be injured but outright defeated. Despite his bravado, he was rather amiable, smiling as he expressed hope for another match in the future. I noted that his attire was in tatters from our earlier skirmish, and he had sustained some bruises from our attacks. He glanced at us, manfully declaring, "I'll cover all the damages in this hotel. You need not worry. The room is also yours. You must be heading to Shrek Academy, right? If you encounter trouble there, invoke my name, Yi Miao by Hu Dai Mu Bai." With that, he casually strolled away, arm in arm with the twin sisters. Only then did Xiao Wu dare approach, seeing us unscathed, puffing up angrily. What is so impressive about that? When Gu and Sangu reach rank 30, they'll definitely take him down. Tang Sen shook his head with a wry smile. He is about our age, ranks 37. With a Millennium Soul Ring, it's no shame to lose. I sat down heavily, surveying the chaos around us, my mind racing. Does anyone understand? I should have reached rank 30 long ago. Yet my flawed Xiaoyao heart method had hit a dead end at 29, effectively locking my soul power. Now, I was forced to switch to the Beiming divine art, but my frail physique simply could not grasp many of its teachings, leaving me stuck at 29 for over a year. It was utterly maddening. Just then, the hotel manager arrived with a staff member. I braced for a confrontation, but the manager beamed at the wreckage, exclaiming, "Ah, the youth of heroes. To have caught the attention of Dai Xiao personally, you two are remarkable." Embarrassed, I could hardly contain myself, hastily saying, "We'll compensate for the damages." To my surprise, the manager waved his hands dismissively. "No need. Dai Xiao has covered everything. If you pay, you be disrespecting me. Come, your room fee is refunded. Here is your key. Rest well." Holding the golden key, I was left dumbfounded. Who is this Dai Mubai? A player of wealth, perhaps? After all the commotion, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and I were utterly exhausted, disregarding any notions of propriety as we collapsed into the room and fell asleep. The next morning, I awoke groggily to find Xiao San gnawing at my foot. I kicked him away, and he groaned, "Brother, I thought it was a big chicken leg." I was astounded. Did my foot smell that good? At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared with dark circles under her eyes, glaring at us. It turned out she had been kicked out of bed by one of us during the night. After freshening up, Xiao Wu insisted on going shopping, complaining of the stifling atmosphere in the room. I thought why not, and followed them out. The afternoon sun in Sodoa City was lazily warm, quite pleasant. The three of us wandered aimlessly until we reached the city center, where Xiao Wu, with her keen eyes, pointed at an inconspicuous wooden shack adorned with a hammer, a sword, and a dragon emblem, the insignia of the Spear Hall. Tang San's interest piqued, and he urged, "Let us check it out." Upon entering, a musty scent enveloped us, and a man in his 60s lounged in a chair, not sparing us a glance. Tang San's gaze was immediately drawn to a piece of yellow crystal atop a cabinet, his eyes widening with excitement as he reached out to touch the stone. With palpable enthusiasm, he inquired of the shopkeeper, "Sir, how much for this?" The elderly gentleman, without lifting his eyelids, languidly replied, 100 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu erupted, "Are you robbing us? For this worthless stone, you demand 100? Just as Tang San was about to retrieve his money, I swiftly interjected, cheerfully addressing the shopkeeper, "Come on, let us be reasonable, 50 gold soul coins. We're all straightforward people here, so let's not drag this out." The old man continued to peruse his newspaper, stating flatly, "No bargaining, 100. I persisted, "Oh, but I've been here 3 times already. I'm a loyal customer. Can't you give us a discount this time?" Finally, the shopkeeper seemed to react, lowering his newspaper and regarding me with a look akin to that of someone observing a fool. I could almost hear his thoughts. "I've run this shop for a year and scarcely seen a soul, and you claim to have been here thrice? Who do you think you're fooling?" After pondering for a moment, he conceded, "All right, 50 it is. It's not like it's not taking up space anyway." Tang San hastily produced the coins, fearing a change of heart. Just as he placed the money on the table, the shopkeeper suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the belt around Tang San's waist, "What is that belt you're wearing?" "Oh, my teacher gave it to me." Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor shifted instantly. He muttered, "Ah, so you are his disciple, no wonder." With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Since you are his student, this crystal is a gift for you, no charge." Both Tang San and I were taken aback by this unexpected windfall. Xiao Wu, quick to react, seized the crystal and dashed outside, fearing the man might retract his offer. Tang San, realizing the owner likely knew the master, graciously expressed his gratitude. However, I discreetly left the money on the table as we exited. Once outside, I turned to Tang San and asked, "What exactly is so special about this stone?" An exhilarated Tang San, palm slick with sweat, replied, "Brother, this is a supreme quality within the realm of Fa Jing, Fa Jing, known as Banjing, Banjing. Its material for crafting Ongshu Jun, Long Su Jun." My eyes widened in astonishment. Ongshu Jun was ranked 8th among the deadly weapons in Tang Min's arsenal. Tang San's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed that once crafted, his strength would increase by at least 30%, and should he encounter Dai Mubai again, the outcome would be uncertain. The following morning, we set off towards the southern outskirts of the city, in search of the legendary Shrek Academy. Tang San, brimming with excitement, continually fidgeted with his precious crystal, likely eager to craft the Lungshu overnight. However, despite following the map diligently, all we encountered were farmlands and forests, devoid of any sign of the academy. Finally, we spotted a village in the distance. Xiao Wu gasped, "What? Who would build an academy in a village?" I surveyed the dilapidated village, feeling a chill in my heart, and remarked, I don't believe it either, but seems we have little choice. As we approached, we were greeted by a lengthy queue composed of young individuals of similar age, accompanied by their parents. At the village entrance stood a rickety table and a chair, with an elderly man dozing atop it. A wooden sign hung above, inscribed with the words Shrek Academy, accompanied by a crude drawing of a grotesque creature. I contemplated turning back. Surely, family, this environment was far too rustic. Was Master playing a joke on us? The queue murmured with skepticism, questioning whether graduating from such a place could truly lead to becoming a viscount. Doubts crept into my mind. Could this academy be a scam? At that moment, the slumbering old man suddenly stood up, bellowing with vigor. Listen carefully. We are Shrek Academy. Shrek is a monster. Therefore, we only accept monsters, not ordinary folk. Anyone over 13 with soul power below level 20 should take their leave. Don't waste your registration fee. Upon hearing this, a father and son who had just paid became irate, accusing the old man of being a fraud and demanding a refund. The old man merely scoffed, "Move by. Show him the rules." In an instant, a tall figure leaped down from tree, and as I focused, I realized it was none other than Dai Mu Bai. As he stood there, his soul rings materialized, 2 yellow and 1 purple, his overwhelming soul power causing the air to thicken. He coldly regarded the father and son, stating, "If you can defeat me, I'll return your money." The duo, upon witnessing the 1,000-year soul ring, turned pale with fear and fled without uttering a word. This caused over half of the queue to disperse. I felt a sense of reassurance. This academy thrived on contrast. A mere gatekeeper possessed unfathomable strength, likely at the soul sect level. An institution that could retain such formidable talent surely had something worthwhile. Before long, it was our turn. The individual before us, a petite yet graceful girl, entered. As Dai Mu Bai accompanied her, his gaze was mesmerized. Upon his return, his eyes remained transfixed, but this time, they were fixed upon us. Curiously, I turned to see a stunning young woman behind us, possessing an angelic face and exquisite features, yet her physique was remarkably statuesque. The buttons of her black shirt seemed on the verge of bursting open. I quickly turned back, reminding myself to avert my gaze. Tang San and I exchanged glances, and he quietly asked, "Brother, do you think she can see her own feet when she looks down?" I nearly lost my composure. The old man brought us back to reality, inspecting Xiao Wu and Tang San, both of whom passed the assessment. Their martial souls manifested 200-year soul rings, and the old man nodded approvingly. You might qualify as little monsters." When it was my turn, the old man grasped my arm and exclaimed in surprise, noting that my bone structure was distinct from others. Should I disclose that I practiced the Tian Shan Zhimei Shou? Certainly not. I unleashed my black silvergrass, and 200-year soul rings ascended. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this martial soul? A variant of blue silvergrass? He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. How intriguing. If you aren't a monster, then no one is. He then instructed you 3, proceed together to participate in the next round of assessments. Dai Mu Bai led us into the village. Despite its shabby exterior, the interior was surprisingly spacious, filled with a rich rural ambience. We arrived at an open area where many others, all having passed the first round, were already gathered. Dai Mu Bai mentioned sensing a familiar aura and hurriedly departed to investigate. Just as we settled in a line, we heard a sales pitch. Sausages for sale. Oscar's little sausages, incredibly flavorful, only 5 copper coins. Following the sound, I saw a bearded man pushing a cart. Feeling a pang of hunger, I approached and said, "Sir, I'd like one, please." The man, with a look of deep sorrow, stroked his bushy beard and lamented, "Sir, am I really that old?" I looked at him, perplexed. What's wrong? He gazed at me with a mournful expression. "I'm just 14 years old." I was taken aback, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize him, incredulously asking, "Are you sure you're 14, not 24? He sighed, "I truly am only 14. My name is Oscar, and I'm a student here. I merely have a rather lush growth of hair." I was left speechless. My friend, this was more than lush. It was akin to an early onset of middle age. Shrek Academy truly lived up to its reputation, producing all manner of peculiarities. I offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies, senior." Oscar handed me a sausage, appearing resigned. "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to it." Just as I completed my transaction, I heard Xiao Wu calling from behind, "Brother, I want to eat too." Tang San, surprised, asked, "You want a sausage?" Xiao Wu shook her head adorably. "It smells so good. I just want to try it." Her sweet voice was irresistible. And Tang San eagerly nodded. All right, I'll buy some. At this, I dared not delay and hurried towards Oscar's stall. Upon arriving, I spotted my brother Tang, Lu devouring a sausage, his face smeared with grease. He waved to me, exclaiming that it was delicious and provided a boost. Hearing this, I thought, what perfect timing. I had to get two for Xiao Wu to taste. What happened next? Having just completed my payment, the grilled sausages were yet to be warmed when Dai Mu Bai, that fellow, rushed in like a whirlwind, shouting, "Don't eat. Absolutely don't eat." I was momentarily bewildered, questioning what was amiss. Had the sausages been poisoned or perhaps made with gutter oil? To my surprise, Dai Mu Bai, with a grim expression, paid no heed to my concerns and charged toward the vendor, Oscar, insisting that he demonstrate how these sausages were prepared. I was puzzled, wondering what was so worthy of a demonstration. And then, dear friends, the annual spectacle of absurdity unfolded. I witnessed that man cross his arms, his expression utterly lewd, as he chanted, "I have a big sausage." At that moment, my brother Tang Lu nearly doubled over in disgust, having just boasted about his own sausage. The sheer visual, the lascivious gestures, and the shocking lines were simply unbelievable. The two sausages in my hand instantly lost their appeal. I could hardly bear to imagine what would happen if my little Wu consumed one. Oscar, still protesting, claimed that this was the nature of the soul curse, and he was helpless. Yet, the look in my brother Tang Lu's eyes was one that suggested he could physically exorcise Oscar on the spot. Without a second thought, I tossed the sausages onto the vehicle and discreetly pocketed the silver coin I had just given him. I would not let him profit even a penny. When Xiao Wu saw me return empty-handed, she curiously inquired about the sausages. Leaning close to her ear, I recounted the earlier event, causing her face to flush a vivid red, resembling a ripe apple, as she shyly remarked, "You boys are so naughty." Having just resolved the grilled sausage debacle, Dai Mu Bai beckoned us, saying, "Let us go. Enough chatting. I'll take you to the exam." Upon seeing the long queue, I asked him if we didn't have to wait in line. Dai Mu Bai, with an air of indifference, replied, "You are different. You can take a shortcut." I felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, expressing that it seemed unfair to skip the line when everyone else was waiting. He waved dismissively, asserting that it was not privilege, but our due entitlement. With that, he led us directly to the instructor responsible for the second assessment. After a brief exchange with the teacher, whose eyes lit up upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's words, he waved his hand. "Excellent. Mu Bai, take them straight to the fourth round." At that moment, the queue erupted in outrage. A defiant child pointed at the teacher, shouting, Why? Why can they go directly to the fourth round? Is Shrek Academy practicing favoritism?" The instructor, unflinching, replied coolly, "If you can reach level 25 at 12 years old, you too can enjoy special treatment. If not, then wait in line like everyone else." The child, still unconvinced, stubbornly shouted, "Impossible. How could someone be level 25 at 12? You're deceiving us. Shrek is garbage." This only served to amuse Dai Mu Bai, who called us back and handed me a blue crystal ball. "Here, don't waste time with these naive children. Show them what they've never seen. Well then, let the display begin." I grasped the crystal ball, channeling my soul power into it, and it emitted a dazzling light. 29. The crowd behind us fell silent, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. I passed the crystal ball to Xiao Wu, who, upon receiving it, also radiated with light, achieving the same level of 29. The onlookers now regarded us with expressions akin to awe directed at a rare beast. Next came the other two girls who had accompanied us. One with a bobbed haircut measured around level 26, and the other, an ice queen, was even more formidable at level 27. Finally, it was my brother Tang Lu's turn. Remarkably, he did not even touch the ball. Instead, he merely raised his hand, summoning the crystal ball toward him. The assessing teacher was instantly exhilarated, exclaiming, "A genius! A genius!" My brother focused intently, channeling his internal energy, and in the next moment, the blue crystal ball ceased to glow blue, instead bursting forth with golden light. The blinding radiance, akin to a miniature sun, intensified until, with a sharp crack, the surface of the crystal ball developed fractures. Dai Mu Bai stood beside, dumbfounded, stammering, This indicates level 30, but he doesn't possess a third soul ring." No sooner had he spoken, a tremendous explosion erupted as the crystal ball shattered. For those who understand, we had managed to break the Academy's equipment during a soul power assessment. The blast sent waves of energy swirling, kicking up a dust storm, prompting the assessing instructor to quickly conjure a protective shield to shield the onlookers. As the dust settled, my brother stood at the epicenter of the explosion, smiling nonchalantly. The implication was unmistakable. He had already surpassed level 30. The entire crowd was rendered speechless. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I hastily inquired about my brother's situation, as he had been stuck at level 29 for so long. He indicated that the situation was somewhat special, promising to explain later. I suspected it had something to do with the Bei Ming divine skill he had been practicing. Now, the queue was utterly silent, their gazes toward us filled with reverence. The assessing instructor, beaming widely, waved his hand. Mubai, quickly take these little prodigies to the 4th round. On our way, Dai Mubai informed us that the 4th round, being the final evaluation, would test our practical combat skills. He mentioned that the dean despised theoretical scholars who could only cultivate without the ability to fight. He then began to intensify our preparations, stating that in the 20 years since Shrek Academy's establishment, only 42 students had been admitted, and merely 12 had successfully graduated. I was taken aback. This elimination rate was even more outrageous than my previous job search. Why so? Because the graduation requirement was to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast alone. I was flabbergasted. This was no graduation exam, but rather a life-or-death contract. It was no wonder so many had perished. However, Dai Mubai also mentioned that those who graduated alive from here were all formidable figures, with the most exceptional one now being the youngest elder of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, I felt invigorated. It had to be this hellish mode that made it worthwhile. I was convinced that I had made the right choice coming to Shrek Academy. As we conversed, we arrived at a spacious, grassy field. Dai Mubai called out to a burly man dozing at a desk. "Teacher Zhao, I brought some candidates for assessment. Come and take a look." The man rubbed his eyes and looked up. His physique was akin to that of a brown bear, his body a mass of muscle. Upon learning that we 5 had advanced without examination, his eyes gleamed with a predatory light, akin to a hungry wolf spotting prey, as he leapt from his chair. Flexing his wrists, "Excellent. 5 little prodigies. This should be fun." Dai Mubai's face paled at this, urgently interjecting, "Teacher Zhao, this may not be appropriate." The man's eyes narrowed. "Little Bai, I said give me a moment. You'd better step aside, or I'll end up beating you too. The Dean isn't here. I'm in charge of the academy. Do you have any objections?" Dai Mubai, intimidated, shrank his neck in submission. Then, Teacher Zhao laid down the rules. "Withstand my attacks for the duration of a stick of incense, and you pass." He then produced an incense stick from behind, rubbing it between his fingers until it ignited spontaneously, before casually tossing it like a dart, where it embedded itself firmly into the ground at a distance. The display was impressive. Dai Mubai quickly pulled us aside, his face ashen, whispering, "You're in big trouble now." He explained that this Teacher Zhao, originally named Zhao Wuji, possessed the martial spirit of the great strength king bear, known as the Unmoving King, and was a soul sage at level 76. My mind buzzed. 76? The combined levels of the 5 of us barely equaled one of his slaps. What were we even doing? Dai Mubai cautioned against entertaining thoughts of victory, stating that simply surviving for the duration of the incense was a monumental achievement. With no other options, we braced ourselves for the challenge ahead. Tang San, wielding the weapon spirit Lanin Xiao, is a 29th level control system soul master. Xiao Wu, with the beast spirit of a rabbit, is also a 29th level assault system soul master. Tang Lu, bearing the weapon spirit Heiyin Xiao, is a 29th level control system soul master as well. My brother has also registered at the same level. I understand this is a hidden tactic. Next is the short-haired girl, who hesitated before stating, Ning Rongrong, with the weapon spirit 7 treasure glazed tile, is a 26th level auxiliary system soul master. Incredible, the 7 treasure glazed tile, a top-tier support. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of hope. Finally, the aloof girl stated with clarity, Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast spirit of the nether cat, is a 27th level agility attack system soul master. Ning Rongrong mentioned that her spirit could bestow us with a 30% increase in strength and speed, which ignited a flicker of optimism within me. I swiftly devised our strategy. Ning Rongrong, you shall remain at the back to augment our strength. My brother and I will provide support from the center. Xiao will spearhead the assault, and Zhu Zhuqing, given your swiftness, engage Zhao Laosher from the side. Aiming to distract him, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Time was of the essence, and this was the most reasonable arrangement we could muster. Are you 5 little monsters ready? The incense is about to burn out. Zhao Wujia's gruff voice echoed. We turned to see that the incense was indeed close to extinguishing. Zhao Laosher, they are prepared. Dai Mubai signaled, promptly retreating to observe from a distance. Well, let me see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Zhao Wujie stood, flicking his wrist as his joints cracked with a resounding pop. He produced another stick of incense, flicking it with his thumb, sending it like a sharp blade that pierced the rock and embedded itself into the ground. The battle begins. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong proclaimed, 7 treasures, glorious glazed. A crystalline 7-layered tower materialized in her palm. The first treasure is strength. The first soul ring illuminated, enveloping us in 4 rays of light. The second treasure is speed. The second soul ring quickly followed suit, bestowing us with another 4 rays of enhancement. I felt a surge of vigor coursing through me, as if I were standing atop a whirlwind. Zhao Wujie gazed at the tower in Ning Rongrong's hands, astonished, exclaiming, "Not bad, not bad. This year we even have a member of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Go!" My brother Tang commanded, taking the initiative. Dozens of thick black silver grasses erupted from the ground, resembling serpents as they ensnared Zhao Wujie's legs, their tendrils adorned with silvery, poisonous spikes. But to no avail. Zhao Wujie remained unfazed. We merely heard a series of metallic clinks, akin to a futile scraping. He chuckled. "You think these trivialities can harm me? You're still too young." With a sudden jolt, his body shook, and my brother's vines disintegrated as if made of paper. Instantly, he lunged towards us like a ferocious bear, his target set on our healer, Ning Rongrong. This old fellow truly lacks martial ethics, going straight for the support. I exclaimed in alarm. Almost simultaneously, my brother grunted as a black vine shot up from beneath Ning Rongrong, ensnaring her delicate waist and yanking her towards us. "Ah!" Ning Rongrong cried out in midair. Just as she was pulled away, a thunderous crash resounded as Zhao Wujie smashed the ground where she had stood moments before, creating a massive crater and scattering debris. That was close. Zhao Wujie, slightly surprised by our quick reflexes, smirked coldly, rubbing his hands together to dislodge the dust. "Your reactions are commendable, but little brats. This is where it ends." No sooner had he uttered this threat than Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, darted forward like a pink lightning bolt, her movements almost supernatural. Although Zhao Wujie was of a higher level, he could not match Xiao Wu's agility, and she swiftly maneuvered to his side. Zhao Wujie sneered, and with his hand the size of a fan, he reached out as if to grab a chick. My third brother, alarmed, shouted Xiao Wu, but it was too late. That massive hand was about to close in. What happened next? At the critical moment, Xiao Wu crouched low and executed a powerful leap, soaring over his outstretched hand. "Huh, a miss." Xiao Wu stuck her tongue out at him, infuriating Zhao Wujie, who muttered about how there seemed to be an abundance of monsters this year. Then, with a swift motion, he conjured an invisible force that pulled Xiao Wu towards him. With her neck caught in the grip of this unseen force, she was helplessly drawn closer to Zhao Wujie, who aimed to land a punch on the incoming Xiao Wu. Just as she was about to be struck, my brother's Lan Yin Chao shot forward, wrapping around Zhao Wujie's wrist with precision, halting his fist a mere centimeter from Xiao Wu's face. This time, Zhao Wujie was genuinely furious, roaring as he yanked on the vine, sending my brother soaring into the air. Following this, the scene unfolded. Zhao Wujie's body illuminated with 7 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. I was momentarily stunned. This configuration was akin to the ultimate graduation attire of soul masters. A soul sage. Truly a soul sage. As the first yellow soul ring glowed, his fist expanded, bones cracking ominously. Without even touching anyone, he unleashed a shockwave that sent my third brother and Xiao Wu hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and creating 2 more craters. Everything within a 3-meter radius shattered. The destruction was utterly outrageous. Zhao Wujie approached, his presence akin to a colossal deity, each step resonating with power, causing nearby trees to tremble. He observed the craters with impatience, declaring, "Little ones, the game is about to end." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained motionless, sprang into action. This cool, collected assassin leapt from the treetops, her movements as light as a caddis, propelling herself toward Zhao Wujie. He grimaced, stating how he detested battling agility-type opponents. As Zhu Zhuqing activated 200-year soul rings, her second soul ring glimmered, and her speed surged, allowing her to silently circle behind Zhao Wujie. Executing a fluid series of attacks, Netherclaw, she unleashed a torrent of strikes upon his back, moving so swiftly that afterimages trailed behind her, delivering over 100 blows in an instant. But what was the result? Nothing. Zhao Wujia hardly acknowledged her efforts, turning around as his second soul ring illuminated, effortlessly seizing Zhu Zhuqing and sending her flying with a burst of soul power. Dai Mubai rushed forward to catch her, but she was already unconscious. At this moment, Ning Rongrong began to panic. Her 7-treasure glaze tile could only provide buffs, it could not heal. Half of our team had already fallen in less than the duration of an incense stick. Just then my third brother, shaking his head, rose from the crater as if nothing had happened. Upon seeing Xiao Wu lying unconscious beside him, his expression shifted dramatically. It was over. He had truly awakened the protector within. I felt a jolt of realization. The game was truly beginning now. My brother gently set Xiao Wu down, stood tall, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on Zhao Wujia. The assessment is not over. I exchanged a knowing glance with my brother. He understood. Activating the ghost shadow misty step, he began to circle Zhao Wujia, the Lan Yinxiao in his hand snapping like a whip against him. As for me, I executed a swift step, lunging toward Zhao Wujia and delivering a kick to his chest. But guess what? He didn't flinch. My kick, strong enough to shatter stone, was as ineffective as a mere tickle against him. Is this the defense of a soul sage? It was unfathomably absurd. Nonetheless, my kick was not in vain. Just as he was lost in thought, my third brother activated the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glaze tile, causing the resilience of the Lan Yin grass to reach its peak, instantly ensnaring Zhao Wujia like a tightly wrapped dumpling. Inside, Zhao Wujia muttered, "Is this amusing?" In the next moment, a flash of yellow light erupted, and another soul skill obliterated the Lan Yin grass. The moment he emerged, I seized the opportunity. I unleashed the Tianshan 6-yang palm. With a resounding slap, I struck his face. Just as he turned around, another slap followed. The sound was crisp, akin to firecrackers during the New Year, a series of resounding blows transforming old Zhao's face into a pig's head, blood gushing from his nose. Outside the ring, Dai Mubai's eyelids were twitching uncontrollably. Dazed from the beating, old Zhao, with swollen eyes barely open, was building up a punch for me. I, however, did not flinch or evade. I lightly met his punch with a palm, employing the Anshan Ji Douluo technique, effortlessly neutralizing his fierce punch and sending another palm crashing into his chest, propelling him into the air. Zhao Laosher, my apologies. Seizing the moment, my third brother conjured dozens of penetrating nails and aimed them at Zhao Wujia in midair. The sound of whistling filled the air as Zhao Wujia, unable to evade, had to activate his defensive soul skill, a flash of red light scattering all the hidden weapons. Just as he landed and prepared to retaliate, I pointed at the ground. Zhao Laosher, time's up. The incense had burned out. Zhao Wujia, staring at the pile of ash, turned crimson, ultimately hurling a harsh remark. "Consider yourselves fortunate, you little rascals." And then he left with a pig's head. We emerged victorious. Once the battle concluded, Oscar arrived, pushing his dilapidated cart, and proclaimed his heavyweight incantation. "I possess a magnificent sausage." Dai Mubai hurriedly requested him to prepare recovery sausages for us. My brother and I gazed at the item with a hint of psychological apprehension, but ultimately had no choice but to eat it. Remarkably, it proved quite effective, restoring a significant amount of soul power and internal strength. As old Zhao, with his pig's head, called for him, Oscar squinted for a long time before asking, "Who are you, a beggar? How do you know my name?" I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhao Wujia was so enraged, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That evening, we returned to our dormitory to rest. Zhao Wujia was alone in his room, seething with anger and contemplating how to deal with us in the future when suddenly, a voice whispered in his ear, "Zhao Wujia, I tell you, a soul sage, level 76. He didn't even realize how the person had entered. His hair stood on end as he was summoned to a grove. Upon arrival, he called out, and a melodious female voice rang out behind him. Bu Dongming Wang, quite audacious, aren't we?" He turned around to find a woman veiled. She stated, "You have harmed the wrong person, and today we settle the score." Zhao Wujia thought it was an old enemy from the spirit hall come to confront him, and he instinctively sought to flee. However, the woman declared, "You cannot escape." As her voice fell, a terrifying aura locked onto him, and several vines, thicker than his arms, erupted from the ground, tightly binding his legs. A soul sage like him could not break free. Then, the most terrifying scene unfolded. 9 soul rings emerged beneath the woman's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black. A title Douluo. Zhao Wujia's heart sank. But that wasn't the end. Another man emerged from behind the trees, also with 9 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black. And the final ring was red. 100,000-year soul ring. Zhao Wujia's legs went weak, and he could barely utter 2 title Douluo, Your Excellencies. At that moment, the Dean of Shrek, Flinder, also arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, he respectfully bowed. The man spoke in a chillingly calm tone. Title, Hao Yin. I couldn't believe it. Hao Yin Douluo. Flinder and Zhao Wujia nearly fell to their knees on the spot. He was a man who could challenge even the Pope. Dan Hao, gazing at the helpless Zhao Wujia suspended in midair, coldly remarked, I heard you took great pleasure in bullying my son today. Zhao Wujia was left dumbfounded. It turned out that the events of the day had attracted 2 title Douluo due to our minor assessment. Having dealt with the young, now the elders had come, and the background was overwhelmingly formidable. Tang Hao offered Flinder no chance to plead for mercy. He swiftly approached, seized Zhao Wujia's collar, and dragged him down from the air, unleashing a one-sided beating. The sounds of cries echoed through the grove, reminiscent of slaughtering pigs. 1 minute later, the battle concluded. Tang Hao clapped his hands, looking at the bruised and battered Zhao Wujia, and stated, This is your lesson. From now on, take good care of them. Flinder, summoning his courage, asked, May I inquire? Your Excellency, what is the title of the esteemed individual beside you? The woman gently parted her lips, her voice resonating throughout the grove. Title Lanin. With that, the 2 title Douluo vanished into the night. Flinder, embracing the battered Zhao Wujia, trembled with excitement. We've made it. Old Zhao, Shrek is about to soar. The following morning, the chaos in the grove had nothing to do with us. My brother and I resumed our training as usual. I struggled with the Bei Ming divine skill, feeling a headache as if the progress bar had not moved at all. Breaking through the first layer felt more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Meanwhile, my brother, invigorated, concluded his training and patted me, saying, Brother, let us take a stroll to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. I thought it was a good idea. After all, staying put felt like imprisonment. Just as we jumped down from the rooftop, Oscar's window swung open, his hair resembling a bird's nest, sleepily shouting at us. Hey, are you doing parkour this early? Can't a person get some sleep? My brother frowned, instantly adopting a Tang Sung demeanor. The early bird catches the worm. Why are you still asleep? Do you know what Oscar replied? He spread his hands defensively. Big brother, I'm a support type. Understand? I need to conserve my energy. Unlike you battle soul masters who seem to have endless stamina. Please tone it down next time, okay? My brother, feeling helpless, waved his hand. All right, just remember to inform Xiao Wu that my brother and I are going out for a walk. Don't let her worry. Oscar muttered under his breath, Got it. Got it, dragging family along to school, really. My brother and I exchanged glances, thinking, are we deaf? To be honest, Shrek Academy resembles more of a village than a school. It was shabby and lacked even a fence. As we aimlessly wandered, we soon stumbled upon a melodramatic breakup scene. A rather unsightly chubby boy clung desperately to a girl named Suehua, weeping inconsolably. Suehua, why are you leaving me? Have I treated you poorly? Who do you think I toil day and night for? At that moment, I wore the expression of a subway elder engrossed in his phone. Goodness. His lines were too ahead of their time. The girl's face turned crimson, trembling with anger. You are shameless. Despicable. My brother and I exchanged knowing glances. Caught off guard by this juicy gossip, the chubby boy continued to shed tears. Suehua, how will I survive without you? But the girl, breaking free from his grasp, delivered an even more explosive line. Ma Hongjun, you have treated me well, but I truly can't endure it anymore. I'm only 18. I should be screaming for love. Yet you make me unable to even utter a sound. I hate you. Goodness. The implications were staggering. My mind instantly concocted a lengthy essay of 100,000 words. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy completely lost it, sneering. So it's all my fault, is it? If we're breaking up, you must let me have one more chance. As he spoke, his lecherous hand reached for the girl. What the heck? Attempting to forcefully seize a girl in broad daylight? This I cannot tolerate. I cursed under my breath and dashed forward, grabbing his wrist with my left hand while delivering a swift slap that sent him sprawling. His pudgy body rolled on the ground for several circles, looking utterly ridiculous. I helped the startled Suehua up and asked if she was all right. Sengu also arrived, clenching his fists as he looked at the rotund figure on the ground, muttering, Brother, this scum is a liability. He deserves a lesson. I nodded in agreement, but unexpectedly, Suehua snapped back to reality and interjected, "Thank you, but this is between Hongjun and me. Please don't interfere." Sangu and I were taken aback. I thought to myself, "Sister, are you not seeking companionship?" With a resigned sigh, I decided to respect her wishes. Just as I was about to lead Sangu away, that heavy-set man rose, dusted himself off, and glared at me with resentment, saying, "You think you can hit me and just walk away?" The tone shifted dramatically as he grinned at Suehua, exclaiming, "If you hit me, you must pay the price. Otherwise, Suehua, you will stay and continue being my girlfriend." I was both furious and amused, positioning myself protectively in front of them and declaring, "Little fatty, do you seek a fight? Gulme, let me see what you're made of." "Very well. Today, I shall demonstrate my might." I scoffed, initiating my swift steps and delivering a sweeping kick straight to his chest. I was curious to test whether he was a soul master. To my surprise, despite his clumsy appearance, he reacted swiftly, attempting to grab my leg with hands like eagle claws. I quickly altered my move, transitioning from a kick to a powerful thrust, landing a solid blow to his chest. With a resounding thud, he stumbled back, gasping for breath, while I stood my ground, unmoved. Unfazed, he sneered, "You've got some skill. But compared to me, you're still far behind." With that, he began to transform, shouting, "Phoenix possession." I was taken aback, thinking, is he about to turn into a Super Saiyan? Erupting in purplish-red flames, his hair ignited, and a pair of wings sprouted from his back. However, dear friends, who could comprehend the absurdity? The sight was too ludicrous for me to endure. His corpulent body paired with those diminutive wings resembled not a phoenix, but rather a charred chicken, as if it were a star of a barbecue stall. Sangu stood beside me, utterly stunned, searching for any trace of a phoenix within that fleshy mass. The heavy-set man, likely wounded by our incredulous gazes, bellowed in frustration, "This is indeed a phoenix. Do not look at me with such strange expressions." I could no longer contain my laughter and burst out, "Ha ha ha ha." His face darkened. "What are you laughing at?" I struggled to suppress my mirth, quoting a classic line. I recalled something joyous. "What joyful thing?" he inquired. My face flushed as I replied, "My wife gave birth." Before the heavy-set man could process this, Sangu erupted in laughter, nearly losing his balance. The bewildered man turned to him. "What are you laughing at?" Sangu, clutching a tree for support, laughed until tears streamed down his face. "My wife also gave birth." The heavy-set man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your wives? Are they the same person?" In unison, Sangu and I affirmed, "Yes, yes, yes." Hilarity ensued. The heavy-set man, completely exasperated, shouted, "I will say it again. I'm truly a phoenix." We continued to echo, "Yes, yes." In a fit of rage, he flapped his tiny wings and charged at us. Sangu and I instantly wiped the smiles from our faces, activating our evasive maneuvers and vanishing from sight. The heavy-set man lunged at empty air, confusedly scanning his surroundings. Sanji's blue-silver grass shot forth from the ground, binding him tightly. However, he proved to be formidable. Roaring, second soul skill, blazing phoenix. His body erupted in fierce flames, incinerating Sanji's blue-silver grass. The spectacle was so grand that it nearly overwhelmed his CPU. Just as he finished his flamboyant display, before he could strike a pose, I sidestepped and delivered another kick, sending him flying once more. The previous air of dominance vanished, reverting him to his foolish self. Struggling to rise, he glared at me, managing to sputter, "Despicable." I chuckled, shaking my head. "Brother, this is called strategy, understand?" At that moment, Suehua rushed over, tearfully pleading, "Hongjun, please stop. You are a good person, but we are not suited for each other." Classic good guy card. The heavy-set man stubbornly retorted, "A man cannot concede defeat. As long as I am alive, the battle will not end." Sangu began to applaud, exclaiming, "Well done. Well done." I too found amusement in the situation, quipping, "Come, let us serve this gentleman a cappuccino." Amidst the chaos, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai arrived. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the heavy-set man's eyes widened, and he leered, "What a beautiful girl." Sangu's expression darkened instantly, without hesitation. He dashed forward and landed a heavy kick to the heavy-set man's chest. This time, he truly struck with intent, sending the man tumbling several meters. Lying motionless on the ground, Xiao Wu, bouncing over, inquired, "Sangu, what happened to that person?" Sangu's demeanor instantly softened, reverting to a gentle smile as he patted her head. "Nothing, he's just sunbathing. Let us not disturb him." I, along with Dai Mubai, examined the unconscious figure, and Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, informed me You've gotten yourselves into trouble. This heavy-set man is also a student of our Shrek Academy, named Ma Hongjun, and by seniority, he is your upperclassman. I was taken aback. This? An upperclassman? So weak? Dai Mubai sighed, lowering his voice. Do not blame him. His martial spirit is a mutated one, known as the evil fire phoenix. His family's ancestral martial spirit is a chicken, which mutated in him. Although it has become stronger, it has a side effect. The evil fire within him is particularly intense, requiring someone to help him expel it, which is why Tsuehua cannot tolerate it. Goodness, the Monster Academy lives up to its name, possessing such a martial spirit. As we conversed, Dai Mubai leaned toward Ma Hongjun and mischievously whispered, "Hey, fatty, wake up. There are beauties over there." To my astonishment, Ma Hongjun sprang to life, fully revitalized, rubbing his hands together, asking, Where? We were all left speechless. Later, we learned that this heavy-set man was the direct disciple of Dean Flender. We proceeded to the cafeteria, which resembled a rustic farmhouse. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun immediately fixated on the icy-faced Zhu Zhuqing, nearly drooling. While he remarked to Dai Mubai about her being a prime catch, Dai Mubai quickly distanced himself, feigning virtue, only to be called out by Ma Hongjun, who exclaimed, "Who doesn't he know you're a lecher?" The two nearly clashed again. After our meal, we regrouped and Oscar joined us, looking quite presentable with a clean-shaven face and neatly combed hair. He began analyzing. 3 girls have arrived at the academy. Xiao Wu is Tang San's. The icy beauty belongs to Dai, who enjoys taming little wildcats, and the remaining Ning Rongrong is my type. As for the fatty and Tang Le, you'll just have to make do. I wanted to ask him, have you heard what people say? Just as we were bantering, a burly middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses approached. I recognized him as the shopkeeper I had encountered in Suatawa City. Upon seeing him, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stiffened like mice before a cat, immediately standing at attention. Oscar whispered to me, "This is our Shrek Academy Dean, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flender, a soul sage of level 78. My heart sank. I hadn't anticipated the shopkeeper's significant stature. Dean Flender scanned us briefly, shared a few words, and instructed Dai Mubai to familiarize us with the surroundings, subsequently calling Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the 2 support-type soul masters, for special training. Watching their retreating figures, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai casually linked arms, seemingly off to revelry. Sangu, however, appeared intrigued by the special training, pulling Xiao Wu to observe. I shook my head, finding no interest in this peculiar group, and bid farewell to Sangu, stating, "All right, Xiao-san, I'll return to the dormitory now." "Sure, no problem. Let us now transform this tale from Shrek Academy into a captivating narrative, bursting with rhythm and flair. Alas, my friend, I shall return to my dormitory. Allow me to express, dear family, who truly understands the exhaustion I felt, as if my very essence had been drained. Upon my return, an aura of mystique enveloped me. It was none other than Tang Lu, poised for a breakthrough. His choice of venue was nothing short of audacious, not the training grounds, nor the cafeteria, but right within the confines of our dormitory. This audacious lad began by shedding his garments, revealing a sculpted physique. He then harnessed his soul power to seal the room, safeguarding his momentous endeavor from any potential interruption. Settling into a meditative posture upon his bed, he summoned the profound energies of his Xianming true qi, striving for a singular, monumental breakthrough. The spectacle of his ascension rivaled that of a Hollywood blockbuster. His body became adorned with luminous blue stripes, reminiscent of an avatar. Suddenly, a milky white energy erupted from his forehead, cascading down through his limbs and enveloping him in a radiant sphere of light. To my astonishment, this sphere began to morph dramatically, splitting into 2 distinct energies, akin to the yin-yang symbol. The left side emanated a chilling milky hue, while the right radiated a searing crimson warmth. My astonishment grew. Something extraordinary was unfolding. Tang Lu, brows furrowed in concentration, gritted his teeth, undoubtedly contemplating his last year's purchase of a rugged mountaineering backpack. Within him, these 2 extreme energies clashed violently, inflicting immense agony. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow as he felt as though he were losing control of his own body. After what seemed an eternity, he sensed he was on the cusp of achieving the first tier of the Baiming divine skill, only for the masculine energy to surge forth with a fervor, saturating his being in scorching heat. He began gasping for air, blood filling his mouth. A chilling thought crossed my mind. Was this lad on the brink of demise? This was no mere breakthrough. It was an ordeal akin to facing a tempest, The flames erupted from within, scorching his exterior until his skin wrinkled, leaving him resembling a man of 60. My goodness, was this truly the dashing Tang Luo I knew? Then came the climactic moment. Flames raced up his trachea, igniting a cacophony of explosions within him. Had it not been for his prior sealing of the room, I feared that Flander might mistake the sound for festive fireworks celebrating a village wedding. Tang Lu emitted a heart-wrenching roar, crashing to the floor. I imagined him cursing the heavens. Why must fate conspire against me? His hands clutched the wooden floor, nails turning pale from the exertion. His visage twisted in agony, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. He appeared as if he had endured a fortnight of torment. He attempted to rise, yet was ensnared in his suffering, struggling in vain. Finally, he parted his parched lips, rasping a single plea for rescue before succumbing to unconsciousness. As he fainted, the masculine energy vanished, replaced by a gentle aura that began mending his scorched body. When he next awoke, the moon hung high in the night sky. Tang San and Xiao Wu were frantically knocking at the door. It seemed the dean had summoned them. "Brother, I'm coming in," Tang San called out. Yet, Tang Lu remained oblivious, lost in slumber. Xiao Wu, anxious, questioned, "Could something be wrong with Lego?" Tang San, his expression grave, kicked the door open. To my astonishment, Tang Lu was jolted awake, confusion etched upon his face. "Tang San, Xiao Wu, why are you here?" Tang San embraced him, urgently inquiring, "Brother, why did you seclude yourself? We called, but you did not respond." Tang Lu, bewildered, had completely forgotten his breakthrough. As he examined his body, he discovered it unscathed, and to his surprise, his soul power had ascended to level 30. I mused, this lad must possess fortitude. Surviving such trials surely bodes well for his future. Tang San, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Brother, you've reached level 30. Tang Lu nodded with a smile. Yet Xiao Wu, puzzled, remarked, "Why did Tang Li's progress seem so sluggish? He appeared to be stuck at 29 for over a year. This seems rather slow." I must say, Xiao Wu's directness is striking. Tant de choses silence. Merely shaking his head with a smile, for some matters are best left unspoken. Tang San, brimming with excitement, grasped Tang Li's hand and asked, "When do you intend to hunt for your third soul ring?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Lu replied, "In a few days. I wish to invite teachers Zhao and Dean Flander, both of whom possess formidable strength, to accompany me on this endeavor." Tang San nodded in agreement, finding the suggestion prudent. However, Xiao Wu, somewhat disheartened, lamented, "Must we hunt soul beasts?" Tang San, exasperated, responded, "Xiao Wu, how often must I reiterate? This is a natural law. Hunting soul beasts for soul rings is an inevitable rite of passage for every soul master. Why do you always seem troubled when it comes to this topic?" Xiao Wu, attempting to mask her feelings, replied, "I simply feel sorry for the soul beasts." Tang San gently patted her head, reassuring her, "Xiao Wu, while kindness is commendable, this is a path we cannot avoid. We must accept it as part of nature." Observing them, Tang Lu appeared contemplative, lost in thought. After a flurry of activity, we finally arrived at Suatuwa City. The night was more vibrant than the day, bustling with energy. Suddenly, our portly companion, Ma Hongjun, grew melancholic, his eyes glistening. I wondered what had prompted this shift in mood. With a quavering voice, he recounted 5 years ago, when he met the girl of his dreams in the very same spot and, summoning courage, greeted her, only for her to retort, "Why are you still alive?" My initial instinct was to console him, but he abruptly shifted gears, excitement flooding his cheeks. "Family, who understands? There exists a girl who genuinely cares about a chubby fellow like me." How touching. We all exchanged glances, incredulous at his illogical reasoning. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, our notoriously frugal Dean Flander finally halted. He led us through a maze to a dilapidated soda shop, ordering 7 of the cheapest beverages. Xiao Wu, in a state of panic, whispered to me, "Is our first lesson to serve drinks?" Flander shook his head, but Dai Mubai's face paled, his voice trembling. "Dean, you can't possibly mean for them to go there?" Flander, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "With your exceptional talents, it's essential to employ a unique educational approach. This will provide you with practical experience." Dai Mubai, alarmed, retorted, "But that place is for real combat. People could die." Flander waved dismissively, as if to say it was no great matter. "Ah, have faith in yourselves. Such things are merely about having the right skills." Dai Mubai fell silent, knowing that once this old fox set his mind to something, it was as immovable as a mountain. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "Mubai, Where exactly is this place you're referring to? Dai Mubai, wearing a pained expression, pointed to a colossal building not far away, grimacing. I never imagined your first lesson would take place at the Great Soul Arena. At the mere mention of this name, Ma Hongjuan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Dai Mubai proceeded to enlighten us, explaining that the Great Soul Arena is an official coliseum for soul masters, where one can engage in genuine battles. Victors earn points, which can lead to promotions, potentially elevating them to the status of renowned stars across the continent. Tang San was visibly displeased. His brows furrowed tightly. Isn't this akin to monkey tricks? Why should we, as soul masters, perform for their amusement? Dai Mubai sighed. That may be true, but this is undoubtedly the fairest arena on the entire continent. Moreover, if one seeks fame, this is the swiftest path. There was a hint of envy in his eyes. However, aspiring to be a star is no easy feat. Titles are segmented into several tiers: copper, silver, gold, and so forth. I have been part of it, having fought 56 matches with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses. I was astounded, despite Dai Mubai's impressive prowess. His win rate barely exceeded 50%. The depths of his place were unfathomable. At that moment, Flinder, the old fox, chuckled ominously. By the way, let me inform you of your graduation requirements. It's quite simple. Each of you must obtain a silver soul badge. If you fail to do so, there will be no graduation, to spare me the embarrassment of having you out there. We were all taken aback. Given Dai Mubai's record, we knew how arduous this task was. It was akin to asking for one's life. Yet in mere seconds, we exchanged glances, and that surge of determination surged forth. Monsters. Geniuses. They're Shrek after all. If there are no outrageous demands, what would it be? Let's get to work. After settling the soda bill, we ventured towards the grandiose Soul Arena. The closer we got, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The architectural style resembled that of ancient temples depicted in films, mysterious and intimidating. Even more frightening was the massive stone tablet at the entrance, inscribed with countless names, adorned with white chrysanthemums beneath it. A thick, cloying scent of blood wafted towards us, mingled with faint cries. Xiao Wu, frightened, hid in Tang San's embrace, whispering her inquiry. Dai Mubai spoke gravely. These are the soul masters who perished in the Great Soul Arena. This monument serves as a warning to future participants. Do not take your life lightly. You cannot afford to play here. Navigating through the throngs of people, Flinder led us to the registration area. With a gesture from that miserly old man, we found ourselves paying the registration fees ourselves. We stood in silence as we queued to register, receiving our respective information cards. Just as we finished, Dai Mubai announced, "The fatty and I will head to the main arena. You newcomers must start from the sub-arena." Flinder reminded us to engage in the competitive mode, then promptly vanished, embodying a teaching style that was more about companionship than guidance. I, along with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, entered the combat lounge for competitive battles. Upon entering, dozens of participants turned their gaze towards us, their eyes akin to those of spectators at a zoo observing newly arrived monkeys. Our youthful exuberance stood in stark contrast to the intimidating presence of the seasoned fighters. Xiao Wu quietly tugged at Tang San, her face filled with concern. Legu has just reached level 30 and hasn't even obtained his third soul ring. Can he manage? Tang San analyzed. Yes, the gap caused by lacking a soul ring is significant. He is being too reckless. I overheard and chuckled. What is there to fear? Now that we are level 30, let us adhere to the rules of level 30. Challenges breed progress. Tang San grew anxious, earnestly warning me, "Brother, do not be overzealous. Did you not see that tombstone at the entrance? If you happen to match against someone around level 38 or 39, wouldn't that be a free win for them? I certainly do not wish for your name to be etched there." My expression darkened. Get lost. Can't you wish for some good fortune for me? I pushed them both toward the exit. All right, your 2-on-2 match is about to begin. Hurry along, and do not waste time here. Having seen through Tang San's thoughts and glancing at Xiao Wu, who was blushing in his arms, he finally mustered the courage to grasp her hand, stammering, "Well, we are off then." Observing their innocent demeanor, I nodded approvingly. Go on, go on. Once they departed, I stood before the screen in the lounge, gazing down at the roaring soul arena. I must say, this place was utterly to my liking. Monkey tricks and disparagement of soul masters, away with that. This was a battlefield for unleashing primal instincts. Failure meant death. Just as my blood was boiling, a staff member approached. "Player Tang Lo, your personal competitive match is about to begin. Please prepare." I stretched my limbs and followed him into the players' lounge. Upon entering, I spotted my opponent. That fellow was as thin as a reed, with unnaturally pale skin, entirely cloaked in a black robe, a mask depicting a fierce demon obscuring his face. He seemed to sense my gaze, turning his head with eyes that glimmered like those of a hungry wolf. I introduced myself coolly, Tang Le. He responded with 2 words. His voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against his throat, Dao Ming. After that, he ignored me and walked out. What a peculiar individual. I followed him onto the arena stage. Xiao Wu and Tang San were in the spectator area. The host on stage began his performance, and I must say, this fellow specialized in reverse promotion. He lavished praise on Dao Ming, extolling his impressive record of 52 wins out of 67 matches, a level 38 powerhouse known as the Blade God. Then, he abruptly turned the tide, launching into a tirade against me. As for our contestant Tang Lu, he is utterly devoid of appeal. A pure newcomer who just registered today. At level 30, without even a 3rd soul ring, with such limited strength, he dares to challenge contestant Dao Ming. Is this sheer arrogance? Or does he possess hidden depths? Let's wait and see. As his words fell, the audience erupted in a flurry of chatter, all ridiculing my audacity. Xiao Wu nearly burst into tears from anxiety, while Tang San was visibly tense. On stage, Dao Ming wore a sinister smile, regarding me with a condescending gaze reserved for fools. Little brother, best you return home. This place is not for you. I replied expressionlessly. Do not underestimate any opponent, for each instance of underestimation could prove fatal. Upon hearing this, he erupted in laughter, and after finishing, he wore a haughty expression. Do you truly believe the gap between us allows for any potential victory on your part? I maintained my calm demeanor. Do not be arrogant, for the arrogant always pay the price. You should prepare a coffin. Dao Ming scoffed, extending his right hand as a pitch-black long knife manifested within his grasp, an overwhelming aura exploding forth, enveloping the entire arena in a bloody aura. My sword indicated that both he and his head would remain here today. Let us see if you possess the capability. I scoffed, unleashing my long-accumulated Bei Ming True Qi, my foot performing the Ling Bo Wei Bu, transforming me into a fleeting shadow as I surged forward. Trivial skill. Dao Ming bellowed, his Mingwen knife soaring into the air. He leapt skyward, reclaiming the hilt as if a dragon breaking the waves, cleaving down towards me. Just as the blade approached, my entire body radiated with starlight, converging instantaneously into a protective sphere of light. Bang! A tremendous sound resonated as his blade was firmly halted by my protective chi, leaving me unscathed. Dao Ming looked stunned. What kind of martial skill is this? I could hardly be bothered with him. He roared in fury, launching another strike. This time I had anticipated it, redirecting my chi to deflect his blade. An opportunity. I pressed forward, channeling the icy energy of my Xianming True Qi into a devastating palm strike that landed squarely on his chest. Caught off guard, Dao Ming staggered back several steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I laughed heartily. I told you, arrogance comes at cost. Do you yield? He wiped away the blood, grinning ominously. Arrogance must be matched with capability, and I precisely possessed that. Just as he finished speaking, his first soul ring erupted with brilliance. His aura surged, and a swirling mass of red mist enveloped the entire battlefield, isolating us from the spectators. I furrowed my brow, sensing that both my speed and defense were being suppressed. This was his first soul skill, Minghua Light. Empowered, Dao Ming's speed became absurdly fast, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant. He circled behind me, delivering a swift thrust that pierced through my protective True Qi with a sharp sound. The protective barrier shattered with a resounding boom, the immense force causing both of us to stagger back several paces. I could only smile wryly. This rascal had activated his domain, reducing my speed to a point where I could barely react. As the dust settled, Dao Ming stood his ground, likely still under the impression that he was merely playing with a child and should refrain from using too much force. Little did he know whom he had provoked. With a flick of my right palm, a swirl of black light erupted, and a plant, adorned in hues of crimson and ebony, slowly emerged. Simultaneously, 2 radiant circles of yellow soul rings erupted beneath my feet. All right, the pretense is over. It's time to reveal my true capabilities. Indeed, there are many formidable beings in this world. Dao Ming gazed at the black silver grass in Tang Li's hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Having experienced countless battles, he had seen all manner of martial souls, Yet the grass in Tang Li's grasp was entirely unfamiliar to him. Never mind. Dao Ming shook his head, dismissing the need to ponder the nature of Tang Li's martial soul. The world is filled with various martial souls, and it is inevitable that some will remain unknown to him. In the spectator area, Tang San and Xiao Wu watched anxiously through the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tang Lu amidst the crimson mist at the center of the arena. Meanwhile, standing beside Tang San were Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, who had just finished their match. Their brows were furrowed, each face etched with profound concern. Tang San sighed. After such a prolonged battle, it was evident that Lu Ge was at a disadvantage. Dai Mu Bai nodded, his gaze fixed on the swirling red mist. Speaking in a grave tone, I have fought in the Soul Arena of Suatawa City for quite some time, and I had the fortune to clash with Dao Ming in the past. Xiao Wu tilted her head, inquiring, who won? Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened, and he sighed. Dao Ming is very strong, at least in my view. His combat experience and technique surpass mine. After years of honing his skills, he has become one with his Mingyue Dao, reaching a state of unity between man and sword. When I fought him, I could find no openings against his powerful attacks, and was forced to defend passively. As he spoke, Dai Mu Bai pointed toward the swirling red mist in the arena, his face grave. That is Dao Ming's first soul skill, Mingyue Guang. With the enhancement of Mingyue Guang, his overall strength has significantly increased. In my estimation, he has gained at least a 30% boost in power. The crowd gasped in unison, incredulous at the notion of such a formidable enhancement. Tang San, struggling to turn his head, remarked, if that's the case, doesn't it mean Lu Ge has no hope? Dai Mu Bai fell silent for a moment before responding. Dao Ming's first soul skill only amplifies its effect against those with a lower soul power level. If Tang Li's level were similar to his, it might be manageable. However, the disparity between them is too great. I fear there is little hope for him. The group fell into a contemplative silence, their eyes fixated on the swirling light, silently praying that Tang Lu would emerge unscathed. In stark contrast, the atmosphere among the audience was one of exuberance, akin to a festive celebration, with smiles and laughter illuminating their faces. Hey, how much did you wager on the sword god? A rotund man called out to another seated beside him, waving his betting slip. The other man scratched his head awkwardly, grinning sheepishly. This is my first time here. I don't know what the sword god is. But I thought that young lad named Tang Lu looked too inexperienced, so I placed my bet on Dao Ming. The stout man patted his broad shoulder, chuckling. That's the spirit. Although the odds for the sword god are a bit low, he can still win. Trust me, always bet on the sword god. Such exchanges echoed throughout the Grand Soul Arena, with no doubt that the overwhelming majority held little faith in Tang Lu. Some fervent fans of Dao Ming even attempted to breach the safety barriers, eager to shower him with adoration. Slash! With a deep voice, a crimson blade shadow sliced through the air, hurtling downward. Yet, the youth below, moving with mysterious steps, swiftly created distance, within an instant putting 5 meters between us. Strangle! Tang Lu called out, and the ground erupted with a profusion of black silver grass, several tendrils shooting up to ensnare Dao Ming's feet, wrapping around him like constricting serpents. This is never-ending. Dao Ming cursed inwardly at the mass of black silver grass, knowing that these accursed plants had consumed a significant amount of his time. Break! With a fierce roar, Dao Ming shattered the entangling black silver grass, scattering it into fragments that dissolved into the air. Tang Li's complexion paled, panting heavily. You are quite strong. Dao Ming replied coolly, I am strong. I am aware. Tang Lu gasped for breath, regaining his composure, while black tendrils spread across the stage once more, undulating rhythmically like venomous serpents, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. As a control-type soul master, Tang Lu understood the necessity of subduing agile attackers. To confront them, he must impede their movement and obstruct their paths. Having regained his poise, Tang Lu regarded Dao Ming with an unruffled expression, a sly smile gracing his lips, confident that he now controlled the battlefield. Dao Ming, however, observed the encroaching black tendrils with a serious demeanor, recognizing that failure to act soon would lead to grave consequences. As an agile attack-type soul master, his greatest assets were speed and agility, but now the entire arena was ensnared by black silver grass, severely restricting his capabilities. Though the new round of competition had only just begun, the scales of victory had already begun to tip in Tang Li's favor. It was at this moment that Dao Ming began to take this battle seriously. His subconscious warned him that the youth before him was not as easily dealt with as he had initially presumed. As the tendrils closed in, Dao Ming could no longer afford to hesitate. With a series of afterimages, he vanished from his position, reappearing 10 meters away and charging toward Tang Lu. Tang Lu was not one to allow him such ease. He raised his right hand slightly, commanding dozens of tendrils to converge toward him, forming a 6-meter-long, 2-meter-wide vine tipped with poisonous thorns that he hurled forward. The heavy vines scraped against the ground, producing a grating sound akin to a speeding train barreling toward Dao Ming. Meanwhile, additional black tendrils rose behind Dao Ming, encircling him like a prison. What a nuisance! Dao Ming grimaced, accelerating suddenly, his form becoming increasingly ethereal until he vanished from sight. Tang Lu blinked in surprise, then hastily employed the Lingbo Weibo to create distance. Dao Ming had already disappeared. Lacking Tang San's Zhjiamo Tong, he could not discern Dao Ming's location and could only resort to the most conservative means to ensure his safety. Just as Tang Lu continued to retreat, a flash of crimson light flickered to his right, and Dao Ming's figure silently materialized, wielding the Mingyue Dao without a hint of restraint, delivering a direct strike. Dao Ming's sudden appearance caught Tang Lu off guard, but with over a decade of experience, he swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the blade's edge and escaping from peril. Dao Ming was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that this opportunity would slip through his fingers. Regaining his composure, Tang Lu swiftly lunged forward, gripping the Mingyue Dao in Dao Ming's hand with both hands, applying his entire weight to press down with all his might. Dao Ming stared blankly at Tang Lu, astonished that his blade could ever be seized. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, exerting every ounce of strength to pull it back. Chapter 84. One-on-one 3 Tang Lu flicked his right hand, causing the black vines of the tree roots to burst forth from the earth. The robust roots ensnared the Mingyue Dao, yanking it downward with relentless force. Enough! Dao Ming bellowed, a trace of anger surfacing on his previously calm face. Yet, Tang Lu paid him no heed. Dao Ming understood that the boy before him was driven by a desire for victory that far surpassed his own. Given Dao Ming's original prowess, it was difficult for him to maintain his ground. He could only resort to such measures to stall him and gradually sap his strength. Dao Ming stepped forward, positioning himself to Tang Li's left. Suddenly, he released his firm grip on the Mingyue Dao, freeing his right hand to seize Tang Li's shoulder. With a twist, a sharp crack echoed as Tang Li's shoulder was forcibly dislocated. Tang Lu screamed, his face flushed and veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he stubbornly clung to the Mingyue Dao, refusing to let go. Dao Ming widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Tang Lu, then coldly remarked, "This is your own doing." Dao Ming's speed was astonishing as he grasped Tang Li's collar, his figure flickering as he prepared to throw him aside. However, he had not anticipated that Tang Lu had already devised a perfect countermeasure. At the very moment Dao Ming grasped him, Tang Lu released his hold on the Mingyue Dao and yanked Dao Ming back to his original position. Tang Li's speed was so swift that Dao Ming barely had time to react before being caught. Simultaneously, Tang Lu waved his right hand, summoning the black silver grass that had been poised to strike, which surged forth like an endless tide, enveloping Dao Ming completely and binding him tightly. In an instant, dense thorns sprouted from the massive vines, easily piercing Dao Ming's body. By the time Dao Ming regained his senses, he was already covered in sharp spikes. "What is this?" Dao Ming murmured, sensing a strange presence within himself, his consciousness beginning to blur. Moreover, his body felt as though it had lost control, becoming limp and weak. Had it not been for the black silver grass encasing him, he would have surely collapsed to the ground. Second soul skill, Poison Corrosion. This was Tang Li's rarely used second soul skill, Poison Corrosion. Faced with the formidable Dao Ming, Tang Lu had no choice but to resort to his most insidious tactic, poison. Although the disparity in strength between them was significant, the effects of the toxin were enough to somewhat hinder Dao Ming's movements. As Tang Lu had anticipated, Dao Ming felt a tingling numbness coursing through his body, traveling along his meridians to his heart. His movements were considerably slower than usual. Dao Ming's expression darkened. Though few spectators witnessed his plight, it was evident that he struggled with his pride. He had to concede that he had indeed underestimated the youth before him, perhaps even throughout the entirety of their confrontation, failing to regard Tang Lu with the seriousness he deserved, which had led him to this predicament. An experienced 38th level Soul Master was entangled in a fierce struggle with a newly emerged 30th level Soul Master. It seemed the strength of this young man exceeded Dao Ming's expectations. Dao Ming regarded Tang Lu with newfound seriousness. "Little brother, To have forced me into such a state is indeed commendable, but it is still insufficient. You are too weak. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. At this moment, Dao Ming's expression was complex, devoid of anger or resentment, instead brimming with admiration. He could not bear to leave Tang Lu without a proper contest. Tang Lu, vigilant and wary, observed a stark transformation in Dao Ming. If the previous Dao Ming had been a beast lurking in the shadows, now he had emerged as a true predator, fully embodying the essence of a beast. Dao Ming shed his prior lethargy, ignited by a fervent battle spirit. Just then, Dao Ming's first soul skill, Mingwell Light Time, concluded, the crimson mist gradually dissipating, as thousands of eyes fixated on the two figures at the center of the arena. Ordinarily, the Grand Soul Arena was a closed structure, impervious to the wind. Yet now a fierce gale howled, forming a vortex around Dao Ming. Standing at the center, Dao Ming slowly opened his eyes, revealing blood-red irises to the crowd. Divine Sword? So magnificent! Divine Sword! Divine Sword! The previously silent audience erupted into fervent cheers, as if witnessing a savior. As the wind subsided, Dao Ming, who had been bowing his head, spoke in an icy tone, "The sword comes." The Mingyue Dao, lying not far away, seemed to awaken, trembling as its blade and hilt resonated. Tang Li's eyes brightened. Having once excelled in swordsmanship, he instantly recognized the technique and exclaimed, "This is the fusion of man and sword." With a resounding whoosh, the Mingyue Dao soared into the air, landing steadily in Dao Ming's grasp. In that moment, the power he had accumulated was unleashed, propelling him forward as shadows trailed behind him, directly confronting Tang Lu. With a swift draw, the Mingyue Dao was unsheathed, its fierce sword aura aimed at Tang Li's chest. Caught off guard by Dao Ming's astonishing speed, Tang Lu gasped and hurriedly retreated several steps. Simultaneously, he summoned the swirling black silver grass to rush toward Dao Ming, attempting to buy himself precious time for his retreat. However, Dao Ming had already anticipated Tang Li's intentions. With a light tap on the sword hilt, 3 luminous rings emerged beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, representing his soul ring combination. The 3 soul rings spun in succession, and the pressure released by the 1,000-year soul ring crashed upon Tang Lu like a tsunami. Dao Ming's second soul ring ignited, and the Mingyue Dao radiated a dark red glow, its sword aura expanding as if provoked, shattering the surrounding black silver grass with ease. Dao Ming's gaze sharpened as he swung the Mingyue Dao, cleaving the once resilient black silver grass as if it were mere paper. In an instant, the once abundant black silver grass was decimated under Dao Ming's relentless assault. With the final strike, the last remnants of black silver grass collapsed, their massive roots crashing down onto the arena floor. Bereft of the grass's protection, Tang Lu found himself in a precarious position. Dao Ming quickly discerned the opening, his thoughts racing as he charged forward. Seizing the moment before Tang Lu could summon the black silver grass anew, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow. Chapter 85. Defeat. Must I face this head-on? Tang Lu cursed inwardly, realizing that Dao Ming was drawing ever closer, and he needed a strategy. "It seems I must resort to this technique," he murmured, his gaze towards Dao Ming tinged with a hint of pity. In the realm of martial arts, there existed a notorious technique known as transformation of power, a malevolent practice condemned by all. It was said that whenever this technique appeared, chaos would ensue in the martial world. However, few were aware that the beaming divine art of the Xiaoyao sect could also siphon the power of adversaries and claim it as one's own. However, the complexity of this technique led to the gradual decline of the Bei Ming Shun Gong, rendering it nearly forgotten, with the exception of the sect's leader, Xiaoyao Zunzi, who remains its sole practitioner. Even Tang Lu, the chief disciple, could not fully comprehend this art, though he grasped some superficial aspects. Its application resulted in significant self-harm. Yet, in this moment of peril, perhaps this very technique could be his salvation. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lu recalled the memories stored within his mind, swiftly unlocking the acupoints throughout his body to allow the Bei Ming true energy to circulate freely. Following the guidance previously shown to him by Xiaoyao Zunzi regarding the Tai Yin Lung Meridian and Ren Meridian, he began to operate the Bei Ming true energy. While he might have previously approached this casually, the intense murderous intent emanating from Dao Ming forced him to proceed with utmost caution. The essence of the Bei Ming Shun Gong lies in absorbing the internal power of others for one's own use. transforming and storing their energy into Bei Ming true energy to unleash its full might. However, Tang Luo's intention was not to absorb Dao Ming's power, but rather to defuse it. Was he actually contemplating meditation? Dao Ming looked at Tang Lu with astonishment, perplexed by his seemingly erratic movements. Despite his confusion, he was not willing to miss this opportunity. Dao Ming raised his hands, tracing an elegant arc, and the Mingyu Dao followed suit, scattering into twinkling starlight in the air. Tang Lu felt a buzzing wind in his ears, and then his body shuddered slightly as a sharp sword energy locked onto him. This strike, both real and illusory, manifested as 8 shimmering shadows of the Mingyu Dao in midair, rendering it somewhat elusive. This display revealed Dao Ming's true strength. If Tang Lu failed to evade these 8 sword shadows, his demise was certain. Awaiting him was nothing less than a rain of arrows piercing his heart. In truth, Dao Ming had no intention of delivering a fatal blow to Tang Lu. This strike was merely a lesson, a means to salvage his pride. Dao Ming swung down his blade with a thunderous crash, and contrary to expectations, Tang Lu emerged unscathed, his aura only growing more formidable. Seeing that Tang Lu remained unharmed, a furious Dao Ming lifted the Mingyu Dao to strike again. Unexpectedly, Tang Lu blocked with his right arm, absorbing the subsequent attack, and then swiftly unleashed a punch with his left fist. Dao Ming exclaimed, "So fast," and immediately dodged the attack. Tang Lu retracted his left fist, and his previously attacked right fist, seemingly unaffected, launched forth with the condensed Bei Ming true energy. Dao Ming was caught off guard, hastily raising the Mingyu Dao to block. Yet how could he withstand an attack powered by Bei Ming true energy? As anticipated, he staggered back 2 steps, nearly spitting blood onto the blade. Subsequently, Tang Lu took 2 steps forward, arriving beside Dao Ming, and struck his abdomen with the transformed palm of the Bei Ming Shengong. Dao Ming, standing next to him, seemed to be ensnared by some invisible force, his body becoming as pliable as if submerged in warm water, utterly immobile. How could this be possible? Dao Ming gasped, his hands dropping helplessly, the Mingyu Dao clattering to the ground. Tang Lu stood still, breathing heavily, the forcible use of Bei Ming Shengong having taken a considerable toll on his body. Dao Ming's inability to escape was due to the influence of Bei Ming Shengong, which could neutralize the internal power of enemies upon close contact, rendering them defenseless. Yet, regrettably, no one besides the Xiaoyao ancestor had mastered the intricacies of the Bei Ming Shengong. "You have forced my hand," Dao Ming howled to the heavens, as a violet light radiated from beneath his feet. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he grew to over 2 meters tall, his arms expanding to monstrous proportions. Hands sharp as wolf claws, blood-red pupils emerged in his eyes, and compared to before, the aura of bloodlust surrounding him intensified. The pressure from the 1,000-year soul ring distorted the very space around them, making it difficult for even the spectators to breathe. This was indeed Dao Ming's 3rd soul skill, Dao Mo, obtained after months of hunting a 1,200-year-old demon flame wolf in the Stardo forest. This soul skill not only significantly amplified his attack and defense, but also negated all negative effects, making it an invaluable asset in his current predicament. Empowered by his 3rd soul skill, Dao Ming transformed into a human beast, overwhelming Tang Lu with a surge of soul power that left him gasping for air. At this moment, Dao Ming's eyes were veiled in a crimson hue as he slowly picked up the fallen Mingyu Dao and approached with heavy steps. As Dao Ming drew near, Tang Lu turned to escape but felt a weight descend upon him, his legs as heavy as lead, unable to move. This was the unique aura created by Dao Ming's 3rd soul skill, immobilizing enemies within its radius. All the spectators clearly witnessed as the towering Dao Ming approached Tang Lu, lifting the Mingyu Dao, a layer of crimson energy instantly radiating from within him, enveloping both of them. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Dao Ming plunged the Mingyu Dao into Tang Li's chest, crimson blood immediately flowing forth, staining his previously white robes and leaving a horrifying gash. Tang Li's body jolted violently. He attempted to struggle, but the force was insufficient, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, blood pooling around him. Gazing at the composed Dao Ming, Tang Lu wished to say something but was suddenly engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. In that fleeting moment before he succumbed, the host on stage announced loudly, "Let us congratulate contestant Dao Ming for successfully defeating Tang Lu, achieving 6 consecutive victories." The arena erupted in raucous applause, the sound crashing like waves upon the shore. In stark contrast to the jubilant audience, Tang San and the others in the waiting area bore grim expressions. Although Tang Li's defeat was anticipated, the difficulty of accepting it was palpable. Chapter 86. Pure as ice and untainted as jade pain. Excruciating pain. Tang Lu awoke from his unconscious state to find himself staring at a white ceiling, the scent of medicine thick in the air. Just as he pondered his situation, Tang San, who had been waiting anxiously, approached with a smile. "Brother, you are finally awake." As Tang Lu attempted to rise and speak, a mere slight movement sent searing pain coursing through his nerves, causing him to grimace in agony. Tang San hurriedly supported him, helplessly advising, "Brother, you are injured. Just stay still." Thankfully, Dao Ming went easy on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be getting up for a month. Douluo's d'équilibre partait slightly. Is everyone all right? What happened to Dao Ming in the end? Everyone has been worried about you and is waiting outside, Tang San replied, but his eyes suddenly dimmed, and he sighed. After defeating you, Dao Ming continued to compete in one-on-one matches, ultimately achieving 10 consecutive victories. Douluo smiled nonchalantly. He truly is impressive. Tang San shot him an exasperated glare. You know very well the gap between you two. Why pretend otherwise? Tang Lu shook his head earnestly. Life is about challenges. Extreme challenges by day and extreme pursuits by night. Hearing this, Tang San's face flushed with anger. Yes, every time you have an excuse. I've had enough. Tang Lu shook his head at Tang San, stating seriously, "All right, help me up. Everyone must be anxious." As he spoke, Tang Lu struggled to sit up. But each movement brought him excruciating pain, nearly causing him to topple to the floor. Observing the pallor on Tang Li's face, Tang San sighed and said, "Let me assist you outside." As he spoke, he gently placed his arm around Tang Li's shoulders, guiding him out. At this moment, Tang Lu felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, involuntarily gasping in distress. Every inch of his meridians was ablaze with agony. Yet the shoulder previously crushed by Dao Ming had begun to mend. It was clear to him who had facilitated this recovery, although the lingering pain remained. Fortunately, the continuous flow of Xianming true energy within him was diligently repairing his body, nurturing his internal organs. Although his injuries were still severe, he anticipated significant recovery by the next day. A period of rest would suffice to render him fit again. With a creaking sound, the door slowly opened, and the anxious figures of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu immediately cast their concerned gazes upon them. The already restless Dai Mubai promptly approached, only to find Tang San supporting Tang Lu. "Is everything all right?" he inquired. Tang Lu shook his head and replied to Dai Mubai, "Thank you for your concern. I'm no longer in grave trouble." Upon hearing this, the others collectively exhaled in relief. "Where has the dean gone?" Tang Lu suddenly asked. Dai Mubai shrugged. "Who knows where he has wandered off? He instructed us to return to the academy directly after the competition." Xiao Wu nodded, adding, "He visited you when you were injured, but I haven't seen him since." Tang Li's realization dawned upon him. It was indeed Flander who had treated his fractured shoulder, a mere trifle for a soul saint. As the six emerged from the Great Soul Arena, the jubilant cheers from within still echoed, and the pedestrians on the street wore expressions of delight, each carrying bags filled with gold coins, satisfied as they returned home, boasting about how Dao Ming had triumphed that night. Meanwhile, a few unfortunate souls, having lost their fortunes, stood forlornly on the streets, their eyes filled with sorrow. "Cough, you all should head back. I have matters to attend to." Ma Hongjun suddenly halted in his tracks, turning to speak with excitement, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Dai Mubai assumed a righteous demeanor and firmly stated, "Let us return for now. The fatty has some errands to complete and will be late to the academy." Xiao Wu, seemingly recalling something, retorted sharply, "What are you up to? Are you planning to cause trouble for innocent girls again?" Dai Mubai frowned, addressing Xiao Wu with a serious tone. "What do you understand?" He is attending a social event to deepen relationships. Ma Hongjun quietly gave Dai Mubai a thumbs up and whispered, "Boss Dai, your words are quite profound. Are you going?" "Get lost," Dai Mubai grumbled, swatting the air dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Ma Hongjun wore a half-smirk, his chubby face quivering with excitement. "Boss Dai, hurry and get in the car. What are you waiting for? You aren't actually thinking of playing for real, are you?" "Of course," Dai Mubai replied. "Do you think my taste is as low as yours? If you want to go, hurry up and stop dawdling like an old lady." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, Ma Hongjun, lost in his fantasies, failed to notice Dai Mubai's signal insisting, come on, come on. Two new girls came today. I heard they are quite. Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun was abruptly kicked aside. Dai Mubai retracted his foot, darkly stating, I told you to get lost. Faced with Dai Mubai's sudden outburst, Ma Hongjun dared not confront him, exchanging defiant glances before scampering away, afraid to tussle with the metaphorical tiger. After all, have you ever seen a turkey overpower a tiger? As Ma Hongjun vanished into the crowd, Dai Mubai returned with satisfaction, chuckling, all is well, let us depart. Xiao Wu immediately distanced herself from Dai Mubai, retreating behind Tang San. Dai Mubai's expression faltered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Tang San, exasperated, exclaimed, after all that discussion, what on earth is the fatty actually up to? Tang Lu replied, nonchalantly, he has headed to a brothel. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tang Lu. Is that truly the case? Dai Mubai spread his hands, stating, that is indeed the reality. Zhu Zhuqing coldly interjected, your thoughts are utterly sordid. It is disgraceful. Xiao Wu chuckled, peeking out from behind Tang San. Sister Zhuqing, you mustn't say such things. Look at my third brother. He is quite virtuous. Unlike the lecherous old tiger and Ma Hongjun, she continued, glancing at Tang Lu beside Tang San, proudly asserting, aside from third brother, there's also my Lugo. Aren't they both pure and untainted? My third brother is as pristine as snow, and my Lugo is spotless. Chapter 87. The Furious Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai could only laugh in disbelief. Yes, yes, your little third brother is pure as snow, and your Tang Lu is immaculate. We are all the dirty ones. Is that right? My taste far exceeds that of the fatty. You truly lack discernment. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously in agreement. You are correct. My Lugo and third brother are indeed those kinds of people. This exchange infuriated Dai Mubai, who was about to retort when he caught the cold, disapproving gaze of Zhu Zhuqing. Are you suggesting your taste is superior to his? Not at all, Zhuqing. Let me explain, Dai Mubai stammered, realizing he had stepped into a trap. The distinction between ordinary and expensive was merely a matter of price. They all seemed to be of the same ilk. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed disdainfully, her eyes brimming with disdain. Dai Mubai, do you know? Your actions disgust me. You are nothing but a pile of mud that can never be propped up. Upon her utterance, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Even Xiao Wu, who had been lively, stood agog. Tang Lu, observing from the sidelines, could distinctly sense Zhu Zhuqing's complex emotions, disgust, irritation, and perhaps resentment. Dai Mubai erupted like oil igniting a flame, transforming into an enraged tiger, his blood boiling with fury. Zhu Zhuqing, repeat that. Zhu Zhuqing's disdain only intensified, refusing to even glance at Dai Mubai as she turned to leave. Stop right there. Dai Mubai's furious roar echoed behind her. He had always shown her respect. Yet Zhu Zhuqing dared to dismiss him? This ignited his anger, and he felt as if he might explode. He extended his large palm towards Zhu Zhuqing, a blinding light emanating from his hand, a terrifying and devouring power coalescing. Mubai, don't act rashly, Tang Lu shouted, rushing in front of Dai Mubai. He had not anticipated that this elder brother of Shrek Academy would explode so rapidly. Dai Mubai's chest heaved with heavy breaths, exhaling heated air. He was the most agreeable person at Shrek, yet also the most irascible. However, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing's graceful silhouette, he ultimately could not bring himself to strike. Mubai, calm down. Tang Li's voice resonated in his ears. Dai Mubai cast a cold glance at him, replying with indifferent composure, I understand. He then turned toward a narrow path away from Zhu Zhuqing. Left behind, Tang Li couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, wondering how he had become embroiled in this resentment. Brother, what is happening with them? Xiao Wu inquired, resting her head on Tang San's shoulder. Tang San shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. It appeared that their relationship was far from harmonious, so perhaps it was best not to meddle in their personal affairs. As the night deepened, a serene and chilly breeze swept across the faces of the three companions. The darkness of the night was particularly profound, yet they found solace in the radiant moon that hung high in the sky, casting its last rays of light. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were engaged in a hushed conversation at the entrance. Oscar's countenance was notably grim as he stood beside Ning Rongrong, gazing at her with a flicker of intensity in his eyes, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Zhu Zhuqing, who had arrived earlier, paid them no heed and headed straight to her dormitory. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai returned via a narrow path, his face marked by a hint of anger, with mud and dust staining his formerly pristine attire. Upon seeing the two, he approached them and coldly inquired, "What are you two doing here?" Ning Rongrong playfully bounced on the ground, pointing at Dai Mubai's nose and retorting, "What I do here is none of your business." Dai Mubai esse temper flared. And he coldly remarked, "Ning Rongrong, I believe Shrek Academy is ill-suited for you. You should gather your belongings and return home." Laughter erupted from Ning Rongrong as she clutched her stomach. "Whether I stay at Shrek Academy has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are to make that call? I made up my mind to stay here. What will you do? Chase me away? I swear I will silence you right now." Dai Mubai said through gritted teeth, his fury palpable as his fists clenched tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. His chest heaved violently, resembling a balloon on the verge of bursting, and his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Yet, Ning Rongrong showed no fear. "What? Are you going to hit me, you sickly cat?" Dai Mubai took a deep breath, attempting to calm his raging emotions. "If you utter another word, I will tear your mouth apart. Then deal with you in the most brutal way and hang your remains at the entrance of Shrek Academy." Ning Rongrong was taken aback, straightening her posture, and scoffed. "Come on then, let us see how you plan to do that." At last, unable to contain himself any longer, Dai Mubai unleashed a powerful kick, the surge of his soul power sending Ning Rongrong flying as she landed heavily on the ground. "Did you really think I wouldn't dare?" Dai Mubai roared. Oscar, who had been standing nearby, finally snapped back to reality and rushed to help Ning Rongrong, only to be pushed away by her, struggling to rise from the ground. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she felt utterly wronged. "Mubai!" Tang Lu exclaimed, stepping forward with grace to grasp Dai Mubai's left hand. Simultaneously, Tang San swiftly positioned himself on Dai Mubai's right, both pulling him back from the brink of fury. "We're all classmates. Some matters should not be taken too far." Tang San interjected. Dai Mubai's body trembled, his 37th level soul power erupting, causing Tang Lu and Tang San to stagger back a few steps. "Classmates? Don't act so impulsive," he scoffed, pointing at Ning Rongrong. "Just look at her. Does she resemble a classmate in any way?" Dai Mubai felt his heart racing, the fervent blood coursing through his veins. If it weren't for the numerous onlookers, he might have slapped Ning Rongrong across the face. After a moment, he took a breath, restraining his overwhelming soul power. "Fine, Dai Mubai, will show you mercy today and let her go. But if there's a next time, be prepared to collect her remains." He cast a disdainful glance at Ning Rongrong and chose not to speak further, striding into the academy, leaving the others in a state of shock. Chapter 88. A sudden ascension to title Douluo. "Dai Mubai, you're finished." Ning Rongrong seethed, staring at her scraped knee, her voice tinged with tears. Oscar attempted to console her. "It's all right. Don't be upset." However, Ning Rongrong paid him no mind, her watery eyes fixed on Tang Lu and Tang San as she clenched her delicate fists and gritted her teeth. "Tang Lu, Tang San, you must help me kill him. In return, our 7-treasure glazed tile sect will grant you endless wealth. Anything you desire, women, riches, will be yours. So, will you assist me in eliminating him?" If an ordinary soul master or a formidable soul saint were standing before Ning Rongrong, they would undoubtedly consider killing Dai Mubai in exchange for the 7-treasure glazed tile sect support. However, Tang Lu sighed and placed a hand on his forehead. "Sister, your princess syndrome is still not resolved? This is Shrek Academy, not your 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Your spoiled demeanor hasn't changed at all. You should return to your sect where you belong." "You jerk." Ning Rongrong bit her lip, still unwilling to give up, turning to Tang San. "Tang San, help me get rid of him. We will purchase all of your previous weapons from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect." Tang San furrowed his brow and replied earnestly, "Ning Rongrong, perhaps your noble birth has left you ignorant. You must understand that power and wealth are not all-encompassing. This is Shrek Academy, not your 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Dai Mubai is your senior. If you continue to carry your superior attitude here, I advise you to leave sooner rather than later." "You." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that her generous offers had failed to sway them. In her final plea, she declared, "I can give you 10,000 gold coins. No, 20,000, 50,000. Tang Lu sighed once more, shaking his head, and chose to ignore her as he walked back to his dormitory. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged pitying glances with Ning Rongrong before following suit. How could this happen? Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, her body paralyzed in shock. As a proud daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, She had never faced such a blow. She was accustomed to getting what she wanted effortlessly, and everyone in her sect catered to her whims. Yet here, she had met Dai Mubai, who dared to strike her. And the responses from Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had shattered her perception of the world. Oscar, help me. Ning Rongrong turned to Oscar, who had silently stood behind her. Oscar sighed, I'm sorry, and with that, he trudged away toward the academy. Didn't you say you liked me? Go and kill Dai Mubai, and I'll give you a chance, Ning Rongrong called out loudly. Oscar paused, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Yes, I do like you. But I cherish the innocent Ning Rongrong, not the lofty princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Watching Oscar's retreating figure, a whirlwind of confusion, grievance, and pain surged within her. The proud girl, who had always believed herself above others, found her illusions shattered by the harsh reality. Yet, many years later, in a beautiful and pure land, she would embrace her child and recount how this moment became the most pivotal turning point of her life. Tang Lu and Tang San, exhausted, returned to their dormitory, collapsing onto their beds. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving them in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already returned to his room, locking the door tightly, with sporadic shouts of anger echoing from within. Listening to the two, Tang San, filled with trepidation and restlessness, stood up, breaking the long silence. Brother, do you think Ning Rongrong will be all right? Dongru, comfortably turning over on the bed and rubbing his eyes, replied, I don't know, but if she doesn't change her spoiled demeanor, she will likely have to return home sooner or later. After a moment of silence, Tang San nodded and gave a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, how could she, being born into nobility, compare to us? As he spoke, he shook his head with a bitter smile. At least Ning Rongrong still had her parents, but what about him? For 5 years, Tang Hao and Ain had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth, leaving no trace behind. Dongru Sigid, Xiao Song. Don't be too disheartened. I'm not saddened. I am worried. 5 whole years, not a single word of news. Do you understand the kind of feeling that brings? Tang San exclaimed loudly, as if releasing the emotions that had accumulated over the past 5 years. Observing Tang San's agitated expression, Tang Lu opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately could not find the words. In their previous life, they had relied on one another, both lacking parental love. Yet, Tang Lu had experienced 2 lifetimes. What about Tang San? A man's tears are seldom shed in their past life. He could only wrap his fragile heart in a facade of aloofness. This life had brought Tang Hao and Yin, but before Tang San could bask in the warmth of parental love, they had disappeared without a trace, becoming the greatest source of pain for him over the years. Setting aside thoughts of Tang San, Tang Lu began to reflect on the battle from earlier that day. The confrontation with Dao Ming could be described as a disadvantageous match. With Dao Ming possessing 3 rings against his mere 2, it was an uphill battle. However, disregarding soul power and soul rings, Tang Lu was still able to engage Dao Ming in an exchange of blows, at times nearly achieving victory. Although the Bei Ming divine art was not a wide-ranging attack. In a one-on-one scenario, Tang Lu could confidently assert that his combat skills were unrivaled, even surpassing those of Tang San. The ability of the Bei Ming divine art to absorb and convert internal energy was almost miraculous. During his battle with Dao Ming, Tang Lu had confirmed that his technique could nullify all of Dao Ming's attacks for a brief period. Thus, he pondered, could the Bei Ming divine art also absorb an opponent's internal energy, soul power, and convert it into his own? If it were indeed possible, it would be an extraordinary capability. After a brief analysis, Tang Lu concluded, if he could truly absorb soul power, would it not mean that by finding a few title de law to drain their soul power, he could ascend to that rank in an instant? This would be immensely powerful, wouldn't it? Furthermore, when facing stronger opponents in the future, if he could seize the opportunity to absorb their soul power, could he not level up while fighting? As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, casting a pale light in the east, while a gentle breeze carried fresh air. Tang Lu, meditating on his bed, awoke from his training state, exhaling a heavy breath. After a night of cultivation, the Bei Ming true qi in his dantian had mostly recovered, and yesterday's injuries had improved somewhat. Tang San, who had been practicing the ZGMO Tong beside him, also woke up. Their daily rigorous training had established a fixed biological clock. The two quickly dressed and headed to the dining hall for breakfast, finding it nearly empty due to their early rising. After finishing their meal, they hurried towards the small square. The square was deserted, save for a slender figure standing there, Ning Rongrong. At this moment, she bored dark circles under her eyes, looking haggard. Tang San and Tang Lu exchanged doubtful glances, a hint of confusion passing between them. Yet they formed an orderly line. After waiting for about 15 minutes, others began to arrive one after another. Xiao Wu, bouncing along with Zhu Zhuqing's arm, seemed to be filled with boundless anticipation for the new day. Zhu Zhuqing remained as frosty as ever, unaffected by the events of the previous day, contrasting sharply with Dai Mubai, who walked behind her, his expression sullen. Bringing up the rear was Ma Hongjun, who appeared utterly drained, moving as if he were floating. Fatty, today, I'm taking you for a grand adventure. Remember those twin sisters from last time? Tonight, it's settled. Dai Mubai suddenly turned to embrace Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, raising his voice deliberately, seemingly to catch Zhu Zhuqing's attention. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained unchanged, passing by them without a flicker of interest. Those twin sisters? Ma Hongjuan's weary face suddenly lit up with interest, his small eyes gleaming. Dai Lauda, you truly are generous, treating your little brother to the finest soup. That essay given, Dai Mubai replied with a proud smile. As they spoke, the group began to form a line. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, everyone was taken aback, yet no one dared to comment. After a while, Flinder approached from a distance, his gaze sweeping over the group with satisfaction. He then fixed his eyes on Ning Rongrong, but chose to remain silent, instead asking Tang Lu, are your injuries serious? Tang Lu shook his head, smiling as he replied, thank you for your concern, Dean. It's nothing serious anymore. Flinder nodded with a smile. I watched your match. Your duel with Dao Ming was quite spectacular, though you suffered due to the number of soul rings. Today, we will take you to the Xingdou Great Forest, where you can obtain your third soul ring. The group gazed at Tang Lu in awe, their eyes filled with admiration. A 12-year-old soul master of level 30 was indeed a rare presence on the continent. After a moment, Flinder frowned slightly and said in a somber tone, Where's Oscar? Is he sleeping in again? Tang Sin shook his head. I think he might be training. I didn't hear him snoring at all last night. His words elicited laughter from the group, even causing Flinder to chuckle. I'm here. Suddenly, a hurried voice called from the dormitory area. Everyone turned to see Oscar rushing over, still chewing on a few sausages. Oscar, what's the matter? Are you trying to get close to the earth again? Flinder asked coldly. No, Oscar replied. Breathless, I just broke through to level 30. Broke through to level 30? The group gasped in unison, astonished at yet another level 30 soul master joining Shrek Academy. Unlike other soul masters, Oscar belonged to the supportive spirit type, which inherently had lower cultivation talent. Achieving level 30 at such a young age made him a coveted asset among major sections. Well done, little monster of our Shrek Academy, Flinder said, stroking his beard with a smile. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong in the line was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Oscar. He is level 30? Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Oscar on the shoulder. Good job, Xiao Ao. I knew you were a potential prospect. Oscar, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and laughed. It's mainly thanks to you, boss. Talent is secondary. Flinder clapped his hands, interrupting the conversation among the group. With Xiao Ao having reached level 30, the timing for their journey to the Xingdou Great Forest could not be more appropriate. At this juncture, Flinder feigned an air of mystery and declared, However, before we embark on this adventure, we have a class to attend here. Tangson inquired, What class? Consuming Oscar's sausages, Flinder replied succinctly. The expressions of the others grew peculiar. Even Oscar, the one in question, stiffened, rendered momentarily speechless. Xiao Wu, unwilling to accept, protested. What kind of class is that? Flinder cleared his throat and replied seriously. Since you have joined Shrek Academy, you must unite with all students of Shrek Academy. According to my observations, most of you seem to harbor little prejudice against Oscar. However, I must pose a question. In the heat of battle, do you value face or life? Would you prefer death over his delectable sausages? In your future studies, your camaraderie will undoubtedly deepen, but prior to that, I hope everyone can bravely sample Oscar's sausages to further solidify your team spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing's faces paled, clearly expressing their distaste for the sausages in Oscar's hands. Noticing their aversion, Oscar felt a chill in his heart and chuckled bitterly. Dean, perhaps we should just forget it. No. Flinder shook his head firmly. This is a trial you must all undergo. Oscar, begin your preparations. With a resigned sigh, Oscar conjured several sausages with his right hand, glancing at his hesitant companions, silently pleading, I'm sorry, my friends, please come and try my sausages. Flinder's gaze swept over the crowd as he asked, Who among you will go first? The group exchanged glances. Clearly none were eager to step forward. I'll do it, Tang Lu declared from the line. Chapter 90. Xingdou Great Forest 2. Although Oscar's incantation for sausage making were somewhat comical, the taste was undeniably good, and over time, the group's aversion lessened. As Tang Lu approached, Oscar's heart raced with excitement. It seemed Flanders' strategy had won everyone's acceptance of his peculiar spells. Tang Lu stepped in front of Oscar, reached out for a sausage in his palm, and, without hesitation, popped it into his mouth. Not bad, he thought to himself, finding Oscar's sausage to be delicious and crispy. If only there were some condiments, it would be even better. Now that Lugu has tried it, I will too, Tang San said with a cheerful smile, quickly walking up to accept the last sausage from Oscar's hand. Mimicking Tang Lu, he stuffed it into his mouth and took a hearty bite. Compared to Tang Lu, his demeanor was somewhat ferocious. I must say it's quite fragrant, Tang San mumbled through the morsel. A large question mark appeared in everyone's minds. Was it really that delicious? Was it truly so fragrant? Was it genuinely that crispy? A series of questions prompted some to step forward impatiently. I'll give it a try. With a clear voice, Ning Rongrong, who had been silent until now, stepped forward. Her face was calm, but her darting eyes betrayed her true feelings. Under the gaze of her peers, she clenched her petite fists nervously, gritting her teeth as she approached. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you going to eat? Ning Rongrong shyly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon receiving the eagerly awaited answer, Oscar felt as if he might leap for joy. He was practically bursting with gratitude towards Flander for providing him this opportunity. Ning Rongrong is going to eat my sausage. Ning Rongrong is eating my sausage. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, his small hands rubbing together impatiently as he recited his quirky incantation. I have a large sausage. I have a small sausage. After a brief moment, a large golden sausage appeared in his left hand, while a smaller red sausage materialized in his right. With a raised eyebrow and an excited glint in his eyes, Oscar cheerfully asked, would you prefer the large one or the small one? What a scoundrel, Ning Rongrong thought, her fondness for Oscar diminishing further. After some deliberation, she opted for the smaller sausage and ravenously stuffed it into her mouth. Just as they said, the flavor is quite good. Feeling a gentle warmth radiate within her, Ning Rongrong nodded in satisfaction. Especially after consuming the small sausage, she felt invigorated, almost eager to challenge Dai Mubai to a duel. Ready to smash the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda over his head and demand to know who the true champion of Shrek was. Tang San waved to Xiao Wu in the group. Xiao Wu, come on up. Xiao Wu drooped her rabbit ears and shook her head. No. They're all bad people. Tang San comforted her. It's all right, come on up. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, seemingly pleading with Tang San not to make her eat that strange thing. Tang San smiled lightly. It's fine. Just think of it as eating the sausages I bought for you on the street. All right. Xiao Wu sighed helplessly, reluctantly stepping forward to consume the sausage in Oscar's hand. Zhu Zhuqing, who was typically not one for such antics, was the last to approach, usually icy in demeanor. She momentarily displayed a hint of distaste upon seeing the sausages Oscar held. Nevertheless, she closed her eyes and ate it. Flander nodded in satisfaction, applauding, excellent. You have all successfully completed the first lesson. The next class will be led by teacher Zhao Wujia, who will take you to the Xingdou Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings. Prepare yourselves and gather here tomorrow morning. After offering a few instructions, the group returned to their dormitory, where Oscar, now excited after reaching level 30, was in Tang Lu and Tang San's dormitory. Overflowing with enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Hey, which type of spirit beast should I target for my 3rd spirit ring? Should I go for the armored rhinoceros to enhance our defense? Or perhaps the earth-escaping turtle, so I can make sausages that allow us to dig through the ground? Faced with Oscar's wild imagination, Tang Lu and Tang San barely lifted their eyelids. Tang Lu turned to ask, what are we having for lunch today? Tang San shrugged. Whatever we feel like. The dean won't cook, so we'll just see what we can get. That makes sense, Tang Lu nodded, sighing. This monster academy truly lives up to its name. Even the food is different from other academies. Tang San shot Tang Lu a sidelong glance and remarked coolly, I remember you didn't say that before you enrolled. Tang Lu chuckled ruefully. I regret it. This place is quite impoverished, even less equipped than Notting Academy. Just the other day, Dai Mubai told me that, given our talents, we could have attended an academy established by the Spirit Hall, where everything is provided, including meals and accommodation. After graduation, we could directly become high-ranking officials in the Spirit Hall. Tang San gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, sighing, all the esteemed academies belong to others. Tang Lu suddenly had a thought and turned to ask, "Speaking of which, this academy was recommended to us by your esteemed master. Where is he now? Surely he hasn't absconded with our 10 gold coins." "You're overthinking it," Tang San replied with irritation. "The teacher mentioned he had some matters to attend to, which caused a delay." Tang Lu remarked nonchalantly, "That's just splendid. I cannot put my trust in that old fellow, whose mind is filled with knowledge, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he has spent the better part of his life without companionship as he approaches the grave. What a pity." As he spoke, Tang Lu glanced at Tang San, his tone tinged with playful sarcasm. Unlike our Tang San, who, at such a tender age, is no longer solitary, hand-holding at 6, sharing a bed at 7, bringing someone home at 8, and passionately kissing at 9. TSK. Truly a source of pride for your teacher. "Enough already," Tang San said, his face now flushed crimson, his cheeks burning as though they might explode. Oscar, lost in the fervor of his own speech, snapped back to reality, hands on his hips, and exclaimed angrily, "Hey, are you all even listening to me? Chapter Doksambir, Ving Doda, San Lin Uchunju. How could we not? We're listening attentively," Tang Lu chuckled. Tang San nodded earnestly beside him. "Really?" Oscar eyed the two with suspicion. Tang Lu curiously interjected, "Oh, let's not dwell on that. The dean said we'll be heading to Xing Do de San Lin tomorrow, and you should explain to us what it's like inside." Oscar nodded, responding earnestly. As the name suggests, Xing Do de San Lin is an immensely vast forest, its size immeasurable, and no one possesses precise data regarding its expanse. Moreover, it is practically a forbidden territory for all soul masters, housing countless corpses and spirits of the fallen. Tang Sin asked, "Is it truly that terrifying? Why doesn't the Empire dispatch troops to ensure the safety of the soul masters?" Oscar sighed, speaking resignedly. "You're thinking too much. Let us not even discuss the logistics. The cost of deploying troops alone is something the Tian-Do Empire cannot afford. The loss of weaponry, the casualties of personnel, and an empty treasury could incite national turmoil, which is something His Majesty the Emperor of Tian-Do would wish to avoid. Furthermore, the vast area of Xing Do de San Lin features diverse terrain, including forests and swamps, and it borders the Xing Luo Empire, making any military action exceedingly unfavorable. To make matters worse, the soul beasts within are incredibly fearsome. It is said that the innermost depths harbor soul beasts over 100,000 years old, beings that even a titled Douluo might struggle to contend with. "I see," Tang Sin nodded. "It seems this Xing Do de San Lin is indeed a den of hidden dragons, shrouded in mystery." Oscar chuckled. "The more mysterious it is, the greater the opportunity. Perhaps Tang Lu and I might stumble upon the remains of 2,000-year-old soul beasts." Tang Lu laughed heartily, wishing you good fortune. The following day, everyone lined up neatly in the square, the originally solemn atmosphere shattered by the arrival of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji, sporting a bruised face and dragging a bulky arm, limped over. Dai Mubai stepped forward, quickly supporting Zhao Wuji, astonished as he asked, "Teacher Zhao, what happened to you?" Zhao Wuji irritably shrugged off Dai Mubai's arm, replying, "I'm not dead yet." Dai Mubai's lips twitched as he remarked, "But your appearance," Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively, snorting. "What are you looking at? I told you I'm not dead. If you little rascals keep staring, you'll all run 20 laps. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately suppressed their amused expressions, gazing seriously at Zhao Wuji, stifling their laughter. Only Xiao Wu pouted, calling him a big silly bear. Zhao Wuji glared at Xiao Wu, his voice cold as he retorted, "What did you say?" Tang San quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu. Zhao Wuji hesitated before snorting again. "I'm not joking with you little rascals anymore. We're getting ready to set off. Mubai, you lead the team." "Understood," Dai Mubai nodded, moving to the front of the line, urging, "Keep close behind me, don't fall behind." He then charged ahead, and the others, eager to keep pace, rushed after him. Tang Lu, Tang San, and their companions seemed to be in a competitive spirit, chasing one another. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji trailed slowly at the back of the group, observing the excited children without saying a word. As per the tradition of Shrek Academy, they had no means of transportation for their journey, resorting instead to the most primitive method of walking. The prolonged trek undoubtedly consumed vast amounts of soul power. Initially, everyone managed well, but as time progressed, their energy waned. Even Dai Mubai, with the highest soul power, began to breathe heavily and slowed his pace. As everyone's stamina dwindled, Oscar's contributions kept spirits high as he continuously distributed the sausages he had prepared, granting the group brief moments of respite. On the other hand, Ning Rongrong, another support-type soul master, walked quietly with her head down, her 7 treasure glazed tile and used throughout the journey, as if she felt she did not belong to Shrek. Tang Lu ran beside Ning Rongrong, whispering, "Ning Rongrong, why don't you use your second spirit skill on Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu? Everyone is nearing their limits." Ning Rongrong was taken aback, not expecting Tang Lu to approach her. After glancing at the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, she hesitated for a moment before finally activating her long-dormant 7 treasure glazed tile. With a clear sound, 2 yellow rings of light rose from Ning Rongrong's feet, and with her right hand, she summoned a translucent ice tower, from which 3 beams of light radiated, enhancing herself, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. Feeling the sudden warmth coursing through them, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu looked up in surprise, casting grateful glances at Tang Lu. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong asked, "Do you want it as well?" Tang Lu paused, smiling as he shook his head, patting the sleeping Oscar on his back. "Real men don't require this." Ning Rongrong discreetly stuck out her tongue, earnestly picking up her pace. With the support of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the group maintained their energy, avoiding any instances of falling behind, and they reached the small town at the outskirts of Qingdao to Sunlin before nightfall. "It seems we won T reach Qingdao to Sunlin tonight," Ma Hongjun remarked, rubbing his sore arms languidly. Oscar, dismounting from Tang Lu's back, rubbed his drowsy eyes and said, "I'm so tired. Why didn't you let me sleep a bit longer?" Dai Mubai replied indignantly, "Don't even think about sleeping. Look at all you've done along the way. It's fortunate Tang Lu carried you. Had it been me, I would have tossed you into the forest to feed the snakes." Oscar pouted in discontent, saying, "What ungratefulness. You all feasted on my food and used my supplies. And now you're blaming me." Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, adopting a fighting stance. "What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight?" In contrast to them, Tang Lu and Tang San appeared far more cordial, both of them attentively observing the small town. The town was nowhere near as bustling as the city, yet it boasted a few shops, with the occasional sound of vendors calling out, exuding a unique charm in the depths of the night. Tang Lu gazed at the townsfolk strolling along the streets, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "Living here feels quite pleasant." Indeed, this way of life is truly delightful. Tang San nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with Tang Lu's sentiment. As Zhao Wuji, the last in line, clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention, he pointed towards a nearby hotel. "Little ones, let's first take shelter here for the night. We shall resume our journey at dawn." Chapter 92. Qingdao Great Forest. For the group collectively raised their eyes, beholding a modest tavern constructed entirely of timber. The first floor housed a simple dining area, while the second offered accommodations for travelers. Given the financial constraints of Shrek Academy, the lodging expenses would naturally be borne by each individual. The boys reserved 5 rooms, while the girls secured 3, with Zhao Wuji managing his own arrangements. After settling their accommodations, Tang Lu and his companions descended to the dining area on the first floor, their hunger palpable after a long day's journey. "Hurry, hurry! Bring the menu!" exclaimed Ma Hongjun eagerly. The nearby server promptly approached with a wooden menu in hand. "Here you go. Please take your time, esteemed guests." Ma Hongjun eagerly snatched the menu, scrutinizing it with intense focus. After a moment, he raised his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face as he glanced at Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai," he said, pointing at the prices listed these meals. Dai Mubai retorted with annoyance, "You glutton. You're always the first to order, yet I never see you voice your concerns when it comes to paying." Ma Hongjun sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "What can I say? I'm friends with the wealthy." Dai Mubai shot him a glare before surveying the rest of the group. "Allow me to treat everyone to this meal as a welcome feast for your entry into Shrek Academy." Sitting nearby, Ma Hongjun immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "All right. Boss Dai is generous." Oscar chimed in, "Indeed, a true tycoon." Tang Sen turned to Dai Mubai and inquired, "Should we invite Teacher Zhao to join us?" Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively. "Teacher Zhao has his own arrangements. The academy explicitly states that students and teachers are responsible for their own travel expenses. No one can assist another." Tang Sen nodded thoughtfully and took a seat at the table, awaiting the meal. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun showcased his seasoned style, ordering a multitude of dishes with reckless abandon, nearly selecting everything on the menu. Before long, an array of delectable dishes was laid out before them, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in delight as she gazed at a plate of diced carrots. Wow, it smells amazing. I'm glad you like it, Tang San said affectionately, having ordered it specially for her. Come, everyone, let us eat. Don't hold back, Ma Hongjun proclaimed, adopting the demeanor of a gracious host. However, the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her stoic demeanor, quietly consuming her meal without uttering a word, while Ning Rongrong kept her head down, lost in her thoughts. Thus, the scene felt somewhat subdued, but still amicable. Having grown accustomed to the lavish cuisine of high-end hotels, Dai Mubai found the fare here lacking. The food isn't great. It doesn't even compare to the buns at the academy. I used to feast on delicacies from land and sea, tasting every exotic dish imaginable. Tang nonchalantly waved a peanut before him, saying casually, if you had even one peanut, you wouldn't be so intoxicated by nostalgia. What? You don't believe me? Dai Mubai felt slighted, ready to respond, but was halted by the icy glare from Zhu Zhuqing, forcing him to swallow his words. Just then, a group of unexpected guests burst through the door, adorned in resplendent attire and sporting matching insignias, strutting into the tavern with an air of arrogance. The back of their garments bore the bold character Songhai. Their leader, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, exuded a calm demeanor that made it difficult to discern his level of power. Upon their entrance, the tavern staff hurriedly approached, eager to please. Esteemed soul masters, what would you like to eat today? The somewhat handsome young man at the front scoffed at the bowing server, replying coolly, bring us a bottle of your finest vodka, and serve us all your best dishes. Of course, please find a seat while we prepare your meal. The server responded with utmost courtesy. That girl over there is quite attractive, Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes fixated on the only female from Tsanghui Academy. Dai Mubai shook his head, curling his lip in disdain. Still drinking vodka? What a farce. His voice, inadvertently raised, caught the attention of the Tsanghui Academy students, who frowned and turned their gazes toward the Shrek group. The middle-aged leader also glanced over, his expression darkening as he observed the group of youngsters. Ignore them. Let us eat in peace, Dai Mubai suggested nonchalantly. Tang Lu quietly voiced his concern. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Oscar chuckled. Our academy head once said, to avoid trouble is to be mediocre. There will surely be a spectacle soon. What kind of spectacle? Dai Mubai laughed mockingly. They are merely Tsanghui Academy. I could take on 5 of them with one hand. Why should we be worried? Tang San's expression stiffened, thinking, brother, is it really wise to say such things in front of others? As expected, a student from Tsanghui Academy slammed his fist on the table, standing up to confront the Shrek group. What do you think you are? With a third-rate academy like yours, do you even have a right to speak to us? I doubt you could even find a chance to work for us at Tsanghui Academy. The previously handsome young man nodded in agreement, disdainfully declaring, a bunch of uncultured clowns. Ajun, don't waste your breath on them. A lion does not turn back at the barking of dogs. Let us sit and eat. The youth named Ajun laughed. Exactly. Who cares? They're just dogs. This exchange elicited hearty laughter from the Tsanghui Academy students, their scorn for Shrek Academy intensifying. The middle-aged man, initially a passive observer, now regarded his students with approval, nodding in satisfaction. Ma Hongjun, with a mouthful of chicken leg, mumbled incoherently, still laughing, oblivious to the severity of the situation. Dai Mubai abruptly snapped his chopsticks in two and flung them to the ground, his tone eerily calm. A lion? No. I see you all as nothing more than lustful bitches. Chapter 93. Xingdo Great Forest 5 seated beside them. Tang Lu shook his head in dismay, recognizing that the conflict was ignited not by Tsanghui Academy, but by Dai Mubai's jabs. While it was true that Shrek Academy did not shy away from confrontation, theoretically, they were indeed in the wrong. Insulting others would naturally provoke discontent. Dai Mubai's words instantly silenced the laughter from Tsanghui Academy, each student turning to glare at him. Their expressions darkened like a stormy sky. Even the previously composed, handsome youth clenched his fists, veins popping on his forehead, accusingly pointing at the Shrek group. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to pick a fight? Sensing the tension escalating, Tang San quickly stood up from his chair, attempting to mediate. Everyone, let us not get worked up. We can discuss this reasonably. A rather corpulent individual rose to his feet, sneering, Pa, who do you think you are? I am speaking to your master. And what business do you, a mere cur, have here? Begone swiftly. Previously, Tang San had remained quietly seated, and thus the members of Tsanghui Academy mistakenly regarded him as Dai Mubai's subordinate, leading to this spectacle. The words of the rotund youth ignited a spark of fury within Tang San. His fists clenched tightly, cracking ominously, while two brilliant yellow rings of light emanated from beneath his feet. I have warned you, do not create a disturbance. His deep voice resonated, transforming him into a figure radiating lethal intent. The oppressive aura he unleashed bore down heavily upon the members of Tsanghui Academy, who felt as though a colossal boulder had settled upon their chests, rendering them breathless. 2 soul rings, and still so arrogant? The previously dashing youth let out a cold chuckle as a steel blade materialized in his hand, 3 soul rings rising from his feet. White, yellow, yellow. He was a 3rd ring soul master. The 1,000-year soul ring he released spun rhythmically in the air, tearing at the surrounding space, while an immense surge of soul power burst forth, reversing the earlier disadvantage. Tang Lu shook his head, estimating this youth to be between 17 and 18 years old, 2 years older than Dai Mubai. Yet his soul power was not as formidable, likely hovering around levels 32 to 33. In the eyes of ordinary individuals, he would undoubtedly shine brightly, yet before the Shrek members, he was insignificant. As their captain released his soul rings, the remaining members of Tsanghui Academy followed suit, revealing a hodgepodge of soul rings. Aside from their captain, the rest exhibited a configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow ring. Their martial souls were hardly impressive, comprised mostly of common creatures such as cattle, sheep, horses, and deer, with only their captain's steel blade standing out. Is this all you have? I expected something far more formidable. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with disdain. Brothers, let us show them what true battle spirit looks like. White tiger in body, with a low growl. Dai Mubai's form expanded, muscles bulging as his arms thickened, claws sprouting from his fingertips, and a regal emblem emerging upon his forehead. The Shrek members, previously seated, sprang to their feet in an instant. Phoenix in body. Fiery flames erupted within the tavern, a crimson blaze radiating from Ma Hongjun, forming 2 pairs of wings while feathers adorned his body, and his hands transformed into bird-like talons. Tang Lu and Tang San simultaneously unleashed their Habing grass and Lanin grass, 2 distinctly colored vines intertwining and enveloping the entire tavern, creating an impenetrable cage. Although Tang Lu and Tang San's martial souls appeared rather mundane compared to Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's, the vines, as thick as calves and bristling with thorns, instilled a sense of dread. The 2 sides stood in confrontation, almost without needing to strike, as the soul rings radiating from Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang Lu, and Tang San alone firmly suppressed the Tsanghui Academy members, leaving them immobilized. All eyes in Tsanghui Academy widened, fixed upon Tang Lu and his companions, their expressions laden with disbelief. How could there be such a vast disparity between us despite our seemingly similar ages? Who are you exactly? The middle-aged leader of Tsanghui Academy could no longer remain seated and approached swiftly, his voice cold. His gaze scrutinized Shrek's quartet, observing that each possessed soul rings of top-tier configurations, talents far beyond what an ordinary academy could cultivate, potentially disciples from a significant organization or sect. In haughty defiance, Ma Hongjun raised his chin, declaring, "We are from Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy? The middle-aged man muttered, rummaging through his memory. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the head of Tsanghui Academy. I have not heard of the Shrek Academy you speak of. That is merely your ignorance," Dai Mubai retorted coldly. "Do not presume that strength grants you the right to act with impunity." Despite his words, a flicker of helplessness crossed Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. Not only did the students of Tsanghui Academy feel powerless, but even he felt a sense of inadequacy upon witnessing the soul rings of Tang Lu and the others. Having all 100-year soul rings was one thing, but to have a 1,000-year soul ring as well? It was known that the previously dashing youth had required substantial investment for his breakthrough to Soul Master. For Dai Mubai, who was considerably younger, to achieve the same, alongside possessing a 1,000-year soul ring, was simply unfathomable. Yet, no matter how Yi Zhiqiu pondered, he could not fathom how these young individuals had cultivated to such levels at their tender ages. Was this truly the legendary disadvantage of starting at a less favorable point? A flicker of struggle crossed Yi Zhiqiu's gaze. Even if his students fell short, surely he, as their teacher, could retain some semblance of dignity. Xiangui embody. Yi Zhiqiu bellowed, unleashing a formidable wave of soul power that forcibly repelled the energies of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, ripples of water emerged from his body, scales sprouting upon his limbs, and heavy armor encasing his chest, as 5 rings of light rose beneath him, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, marking him as a Soul King level contender. A soft sound emanated from behind him as a peculiar bulge at his waist revealed a back armor etched with intricate patterns. At this moment, the tavern erupted into chaos, every patron wide-eyed, staring incredulously at Yi Zhiqiu, astonished that this seemingly unremarkable man was indeed a powerful Soul King. Observing the 5 soul rings swirling in the air, the Shrek members gasped in shock. They had anticipated this middle-aged man's strength, but had not expected him to be a Soul King level powerhouse. Dai Mubai, standing at the forefront, felt his expression darken. His gaze locked onto Yi Zhiqiu. Meanwhile, Tang Lu instinctively reached for the air shizi Qiao Mingyue Yi at his waist, prepared to unleash his hidden weapons at a moment's notice. Among them, Tang Lu maintained the most composure, his countenance unchanged as he regarded Yi Zhiqiu with indifference. Yet beneath this calm exterior lay a restless heart. The Beiming Zhenqi surged within him, preparing him to counter any potential attack from Yi Zhiqiu. He was uncertain of the true extent of a Soul King's power, having only previously sparred with the Soul Saint Zhao Wujin, an encounter that had been far from genuine. Now, faced with an adversary boasting over 20 levels of soul power above his own, he understood the need for utmost caution. Observing the tense expressions on the faces of the Shrek members, Yi Zhiqiu's pride swelled further, his soul power shaking the very air around them, causing the Shrek members to sway precariously. He then adopted a tone of a seasoned elder, proclaiming, "I shall spare you this time, for you are but children. However, you must kneel and apologize collectively in the name of Soul Masters for the disrespect you have shown to Tsanghui Academy." How malicious, Tang Lu thought, feeling an overwhelming aversion to Yi Zhiqiu's demand for an apology, particularly one as humiliating as kneeling. Apologizing in the name of a Soul Master is undoubtedly the greatest affront to one's dignity. Losing one's name equates to forfeiting a second life, rendering the individual unable to hold their head high within the realm of Soul Masters. Yet, in the face of Yi Zhiqiu's warning, Dai Mubai, the leader of Shrek Academy, remained undaunted, sneering, "You old turtle, your dreams are quite fanciful." Yi Zhiqiu's expression darkened instantly, for due to his martial spirit, he had often been ridiculed as a turtle. He despised this moniker, and upon Dai Mubai's mention of his sore spot, he erupted like a cat with its fur bristled. With a cold smile, he retorted, "Very well, I shall see what qualifications you uncouth students possess to mock a Soul King." Previously, he had merely intended to intimidate the Shrek crowd, being unaware of their true capabilities. However, having now crossed his taboo, he was prepared to exact a corresponding price. The hotel owner hurriedly emerged from behind the counter, pleading, "Esteemed Soul Masters, I implore you, do not fight here. This is a small business. If you engage in combat, how will my family eat and drink?" Yi Zhiqiu snorted, "Follow me. We shall practice outside." The proprietor, visibly relieved, beamed, "Thank you for your mercy, esteemed master." "Thank you for your mercy." Tsanghui Academy accompanied Shrek Academy as they exited, claiming a small space outside the hotel, surrounded by curious onlookers. Tang San, with a somewhat stiff expression, inquired, "Brother, are we truly going to fight?" His martial spirit was the Xiangui, and my hidden weapons would prove ineffective against him, significantly diminishing my combat effectiveness. Tang Lu nodded, analyzing first. His martial spirit is the Xiangui, which boasts exceptional defense, and being of Soul Ring caliber, our attacks would merely tickle him, having no effect whatsoever. Our only recourse is speed. We must win through swiftness. Speed? The crowd turned to Tang Lu, their expressions filled with confusion. Tang Lu cleared his throat. Let Xiao San elaborate further. As a disciple of the master, Tang San possessed a deeper understanding of martial spirits and combat, making him the most suitable for this strategic analysis. Initially taken aback, Tang San quickly grasped Tang Li's intention upon hearing the word speed and seamlessly continued. My brother is correct. Our victory hinges on speed. Although his martial spirit and soul power vastly exceed ours, a turtle is still a turtle, lacking the formidable damage to threaten us. Therefore, we can rely on our speed to evade him. Bradarle, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing are the swiftest in our team, so we shall take on the task of maneuvering. And Xiao Wu, you will assist from the flanks. Helping to draw his attention and coordinating with Zhu Zhuqing to launch an attack, Tang San directed, glancing at Xiao Wu. She nodded, indicating her readiness. Simultaneously, Tang then turned to Ma Hongjun, stating, Hongjun, you will be the main force in this offensive. The Xian Gui is water-based, while your Phoenix martial spirit is fire, which counters water. Coupled with Oscar's support, I believe you can inflict significant damage upon him. Who would have thought I would be valued one day? Ma Hongjun chuckled. At this point, Tang Sen paused, raising his gaze to Ning Rongrong, who had been keeping her head down. As for Ning Rongrong, Tang Lu interjected, trust her. She is capable. Isn't she? Ning Rongrong nodded gently, biting her lower lip, her head lowered to her chest. Though nervous, she felt a surge of excitement within. At least she had not been excluded from this group. Very well, we shall proceed as planned, Tang San affirmed. With a well-thought-out strategy, the group emerged from the tavern with a newfound vigor, their eyes ablaze with determination as they faced not merely a five-ring soul king, but a turtle awaiting slaughter. You truly are youthful and impetuous, Yi Zhiqiu mused, shaking his head at the eager Shrek crowd. Overconfidence and underestimation of the opponent are the most detestable traits in soul master battles. How far can one go on the path of a soul master with such recklessness? Yi Zhiqiu realized he had misjudged them. Regardless of Tang Lu and Tang San's exceptional talent and cultivation, such arrogance could only bring harm, not benefit. In stark contrast to the Shrek students, his own disciples were entirely different. Though they appeared timid in battle, they remained composed and humble. Only such individuals could emerge as leaders in the world of soul masters. Chapter 95, Stardew 4-7. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. The more he contemplated, the prouder he became. Yi Zhiqiu raised his head confidently, saying, since you are but children, I shall apologize one last time, and let this matter rest. It is commendable to recognize one's mistakes and amend them. Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully, we've come this far, and you wish for us to hold back. Old turtle, let us see how tough that shell of yours is. I might just pry it open, and then you won't be able to spew any water. Yi Zhiqiu's face flushed with anger, his trembling finger pointed at Dai Mubai, unable to articulate a response. Fine, allow me to teach you a lesson. Before Yi Zhiqiu could finish, dazzling white light emanated from Dai Mubai as he summoned his white tiger martial spirit. Simultaneously, his second soul ring glowed brightly, and a radiant white sphere of energy began to coalesce in his mouth, unleashing the white tiger's radiant wave. Yi Zhiqiu, taken completely off guard, received the attack head-on. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing that Yi Zhiqiu stood unmoved. Encased in his heavy armor, seemingly unscathed, Dai Mubai, astonished by Yi Zhiqiu's unwavering stance, thought, it seems Tang Lu and Tang San were right. This old turtle's defense is indeed formidable. Alone, I cannot breach it. Yet Dai Mubai was not fighting alone. Suddenly, the dust beneath Yi Zhiqiu's feet was disturbed, as countless strands of black silver and blue silver grass emerged. The numerous tendrils swiftly penetrated Yi Zhiqiu's large foot, pulling him downward and forcing him into the ground. Had it only been blue silver or black silver grass, Yi Zhiqiu might have easily dispelled them. However, with dozens of intertwined strands, the binding force was beyond his immediate capability to escape. Almost in the next instant, a violet figure materialized before Yi Zhiqiu. It was Zhu Zhuqing, who had circled behind him prior to the battle. Her first soul ring glowed brightly, and a purple aura enveloped her slender arms, which transformed into sharp claws as she lunged toward Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, the heavy turtle shell provided Yi Zhiqiu with substantial defense, no matter how hard Zhu Zhuqing tried. She could only leave a few claw marks upon him. Yi Zhiqiu shrieked violently. The soul power released from his 50-level soul ring shattered the bindings of the black silver and blue silver grass that ensnared his legs, reducing the numerous tendrils to dust that vanished into the air. Just as Yi Zhiqiu freed his hands to grasp at Zhu Zhuqing on his left, a pink energy orb appeared on his right. Xiao Wu, with her long scorpion braid, emerged unexpectedly. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu had yet to react, and Xiao Wu seized the opportunity without hesitation. In midair, she executed a downward motion, her supple form curling into a spherical shape, her legs drawn together. Upon arriving before Yi Zhiqiu, her delicate figure instantly unfurled, delivering a sweeping kick. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong, standing at the back of the formation, lifted the Qibao Liuli Tower in her hands, and the first two spirit rings beneath her feet illuminated. The first of the 7 treasures was known as strength, and the second as speed. Accompanied by 2 spirited exclamations, 2 radiant circles of colorful light encircled Xiao Wu, whose agile and powerful physique filled her with delight. Without hesitation, her right leg struck Ye Zhiqiu's shoulder, and then, using his arm as leverage, she propelled herself away, creating distance. Xiao Wu's attack afforded Zhu Zhuqing precious moments to escape. Seizing the fleeting second when Ye Zhiqiu was momentarily dazed, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered, leaving behind a trail of purple afterimages as she vanished before him. Ye Zhiqiu, with a grim expression, patted his shoulder, now soiled by Xiao Wu's foot, and though he had endured a series of attacks, he remained unscathed. However, a cloud of white mist began to rise beside him, and Dai Mu Bai, standing slightly forward, felt a chill enveloping his body, rendering his movements sluggish. You little brats, do you have any idea of the consequences? Prepare to perish, Ye Zhiqiu roared, summoning a multitude of blue orbs of light that coalesced in his mouth, causing the surrounding air to grow frigid, making the onlookers shiver. The orbs transformed into powerful water columns that erupted from his mouth. The crowd sensed their legs grow heavy, as if leaden, immobilizing them as they helplessly watched the spirit-empowered water column surge towards them. In that dire moment, a confident laugh erupted from behind. I've been waiting for this moment, Ma Hongjuan exclaimed, leaping into action. The black-silver grass beneath his feet broke through the earth, forming a scaffold reminiscent of a staircase. Ma Hongjuan stood firmly atop, the brilliance of his first spirit ring radiating forth as a fiery explosion erupted from within him. Concurrently, he unleashed a fiery red ray from his mouth, colliding with the water column at a velocity that seemed to transcend time. Boom! The explosive sound of fire and water merging sent tremors through the ground, causing the onlookers to lose their balance and tumble to the earth. Yet, their eyes filled with admiration for the Shrek team, who, undeterred by Ye Zhiqiu's status as a spirit king, fought with increasing valor, creating an impression of a balanced contest. However, the situation was far from simple. As the explosive noise gradually subsided and the crowd strained to see Ye Zhiqiu at the center of the blast, a thunderous roar resounded. A phantom of a mysterious tortoise materialized around Ye Zhiqiu, his black aura intensifying as both his first and second spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. The smooth shell on his back reflected the moonlight, exuding an ominous presence. A torrent of black water surged forth under the moon's glow, charging toward Tongla and his companions like a wild stallion. It was evident that this was a long-range, offensive spirit skill. Despite the remarkable combat prowess displayed by the Shrek students, they stood no chance against Ye Zhiqiu's strike, a devastating blow from a 50-level spirit king. Predictably, the Shrek students were encased in ice before they could even react. Tongla and his companions exchanged resigned smiles, realizing their meticulously crafted plan crumbled in the face of genuine strength, feeling as though they were merely grasping at straws. Just then, a heavy footfall echoed from the second floor of the inn. As the sound drew nearer, a robust hand pushed open the tavern's door, revealing a man of formidable stature, akin to a city wall. His gaze fell upon Ye Zhiqiu and the Shrek team, his tone laced with evident irritation. Aren't you lot supposed to be asleep at this hour? Chapter 96, Stardew Forest 8. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, turning their heads to behold the figure who had opened the wooden door. A tall silhouette emerged, eyes squinted, stifling a yawn as he approached the crowd. Zhao Laoshi, what brings you here? Dai Mu Bai asked, his face tinged with embarrassment at having instigated trouble only to end up in a compromising position. Ye Zhiqiu stepped forward, scrutinizing Zhao Wuji, and reprimanded him. So you are their teacher? Yet Zhao Wuji could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids, irritably waving his hand to unleash an invisible wave of spirit power that shattered the ice encasing Tongla and his companions. His languid voice drifted into their ears. All right, everyone should head back to sleep. Feeling overlooked, Ye Zhiqiu's irritation flared. Who do you think you are? Do these children simply come and go at your command? Zhao Wuji frowned, glancing back at Ye Zhiqiu with evident annoyance. I am their teacher. What of it? Do I not have that right? Ye Zhiqiu's expression shifted as he realized that this middle-aged man was indeed the teacher of the children before him. Nonetheless, he maintained a cold demeanor. Even if you're the teacher from Shrek Academy, bullying our Tsanghui Academy is not something you can simply dismiss. There must be an explanation. An explanation? Zhao Wuji scoffed. Very well, let my students leave first, and I shall provide you with one. Ye Zhiqiu's furrowed brow relaxed. He was uncertain of Zhao Wuji's strength, but sensing his imposing physique stirred a hint of trepidation within him. Since the other party was willing to offer an explanation, Ye yet Zhiqiu opted not to prolong the matter, gesturing for the Shrek students to depart. Hurry and go. Dai Mubai seemed to recall something and hurried toward the tavern. Are we really leaving? Tong San inquired, turning back. Tongla nodded, speaking calmly. Given Zhao Laosher's strength, that old tortoise wouldn't dare harm him. Let us make our exit. Ma Hongjuan, with his short legs, rushed ahead, excitedly exclaiming, looks like we're in for a good show. Once all 8 returned to the tavern, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of relief wash over him. As a rank 70 spirit saint, he had no fear of a 50-level spirit king, and his previous remarks were merely to ensure the Shrek students returned to safety, sparing them from witnessing any techniques he had learned from the Hao Tian Douluo that might unsettle them. Now that your students have left, look, given that we are both teachers, you need not kneel in apology. Just bow and shout 3 times that Shrek is a waste academy, and we shall consider the matter settled. Zhao Wuji smiled indifferently, his gaze dismissively sweeping over Ye Zhiqiu. Little tortoise, do you truly believe I fear you? What did you say? Ye Zhiqiu's face contorted with rage. Zhao Wuji spread his hands, a tone of disdain in his voice. I said you old turtle are unworthy to compare yourself to me. Did you hear that? Ye Zhiqiu sneered. Then let us let our strength do the talking. As soon as his words fell, his heavily cloaked right hand swung toward Zhao Wuji. Observing Ye Zhiqiu's fist, Zhao Wuji shook his head, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, his taut right hand struck out with blinding speed, landing a blow on Ye Zhiqiu's face. Crack! With a sharp sound, Ye Zhiqiu's frontal and lower jawbone shattered. Despite having unleashed his mysterious tortoise spirit, augmenting his defenses, he was still sent reeling by a single punch from Zhao Wuji, resulting in a fracture. Ye Zhiqiu widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Wuji, his mouth opening as if to utter something. Yet what met him in return was the indifferent visage of Zhao Wuji and the weighty fist he bore. With a muffled grunt, Ye Zhiqiu's entire being was propelled backward as if he had lost all gravity, his heavy back crashing onto the ground and creating a substantial crater. Frantically, he scrambled to his feet, his eyes now brimming with an unquenchable fury. As a level 50 soul king, he demanded dignity and respect. To be effortlessly swatted away by another was intolerable. In that moment, he had entirely lost his composure, charging at Zhao Wuji like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. The next instant, he was sent flying once more, reminiscent of a kite severed from its string. However, the expression on his face was now a vivid tapestry of defiance. Regret and shock mingled with the crimson of blood and the swelling of his features, landing in a manner akin to a dog that had been tossed aside. The fist technique imparted to him by Hao Tian Douluo seemed rather commendable. It appeared he ought to engage in more practice henceforth. Observing Ye Zhiqiu sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, Zhao Wuji nodded thoughtfully. A faint sound emerged from the fallen Ye Zhiqiu, yet in the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Director! Director! The students of Tsanghui Academy exclaimed, rushing to Ye Zhiqiu's side. In truth, he had been fully aware of the unfolding events ever since Dai Mubai had provoked Ye Zhiqiu from the second floor, yet he had refrained from intervening. After all, the ethos of Shrek Academy dictated that those who avoid trouble are deemed mediocre. Nevertheless, the performance of the entire cohort of Shrek students was disappointing. How could they not overcome a level 50 Soul King? It appeared they were still in need of further training. Although a group comprised of 20 or 30 level Soul Masters faring decently against a Soul King exceeding 50 levels was commendable, Zhao Wuji was not satisfied. They were Shrek Academy, a bastion for nurturing exceptional talents. Could their performance truly be akin to that of ordinary individuals? You bunch of little rascals are truly a disgrace to me, Zhao Wuji remarked, glancing up at the 8 little heads peeking through the door with a frown. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, speaking rather brazenly, but there's still you, Teacher Zhao. With you covering for us, our lives are quite comfortable. Scram, scram, scram. Zhao Wuji retorted with evident disdain, then adopted a serious tone. Today's battlefield has allowed me to thoroughly gauge your combat capabilities. You remain far too weak. I will have to discuss with Flinder, that old coot, about arranging some special training for you, as your displayed strength has greatly disappointed me. As he spoke, Zhao Wuji shook his head helplessly, his expression one of utter dejection, akin to having missed out on a million opportunities. The next day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight bathed the vast earth, the small town was enveloped in serenity. However, Zhao Wuji, with his booming voice, roused the slumbering Tang, Lu, and Tang San, heralding the commencement of their expedition into the Douluo forest. Tang Lu and Tang San, who had been cultivating on the eaves, quickly snapped back to reality, leaping down from their perch. For them, the hour of awakening mattered little, as their days were seldom blessed with rest. Apart from studying, combat constituted their training. Yet for others, such as Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, hailing from noble backgrounds, the early rising routine was quite a vexation. Having spent many years at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had little complaint, while the newly arrived Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes brimming with discontent. As Tang Lu and Tang San set out for breakfast, they found few others had stirred from their slumber. The tavern's common room lay deserted, devoid of any patrons. The two swiftly finished their meal and sought an open space to form a line, eagerly anticipating the magnitude of the forthcoming adventure and whether the forest exploration would grant them newfound insights. Especially for Tang Lu, who had reached level 30. He was filled with boundless aspirations regarding his third spirit ring, yearning to rush into the Douluo forest and capture a 1,000-year soul beast to serve as his soul ring. As the sun rose higher, casting a golden glow upon their shoulders, Tang Lu and Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of awe, even though they encountered this scene almost daily to them. The rising sun symbolized a new beginning, and basking in its light, they embarked on a fresh journey. Upon exiting the small town, they hastened towards the direction of the Douluo forest. After yesterday's journey, they found themselves quite close to their destination. Each member of the team was filled with vigor and confidence as they tread the path toward the Douluo forest. Oscar excitedly swayed from side to side, certain that Zhao Wuji would procure a 1,000-year soul beast as a soul ring for him. A 1,000-year soul beast not only surpassed a 100-year beast in age, but also represented a different echelon altogether. Only by absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring could he genuinely embark upon the path of a soul master. In the distance, towering ancient trees hundreds of feet high came into view. A fragrance unique to the primordial forest wafted through the breeze, gently caressing their nostrils. Just a single whiff could grant one a sense of tranquility. The surrounding flora swayed with the wind, seemingly animated, each exhibiting a myriad of forms and brimming with vibrant life. Among the group, the most animated was Xiao Wu, who frolicked joyously, leaping onto trees to tease the squirrels and plucking wildflowers, embodying the essence of a childlike spirit. The innocence and vivacity emanating from her captivated Tang San. As the party continued onward, they finally arrived at a vast meadow, where countless blades of grass blanketed the earth, and the fragrant air originated from this very spot. After several hours of trekking, they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest, the previous meadow now barely visible. Before them lay a lush forest, accompanied by the ominous aura of a swamp. Stepping into the Douluo forest, a wave of trepidation immediately enveloped their hearts. Everyone halt! Zhao Wuji commanded from the rear. The group immediately stopped, instinctively using this brief pause to recover. Oscar swiftly summoned his soul power to create his sausages to assist his companions in regaining their strength. Having grown accustomed to Oscar's quirky incantations, Tang Lu and the others no longer hesitated, eagerly biting into the sausages. Zhao Wuji's expression was grave as he spoke. Soon, we will truly enter the Douluo forest. All must remain on high alert. Danger lurks at every corner, and a moment's carelessness could cost you your lives. All present exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Zhao Wuji continued. The soul beasts within the Douluo forest are unlike those domesticated in the empires from which you previously obtained your soul rings. These soul beasts possess true wildness and formidable attack power. Each of you must not stray more than 20 meters from me, and you must exercise utmost caution. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, stay behind me. No one is permitted to act without my command. After a series of adjustments, the group continued on their journey. Compared to their previous lively demeanor, they now resembled a cautious hunting party, each member vigilant and prepared for unexpected circumstances. Tang San couldn't help but marvel at the sheer variety of soul beasts present here. Tang Lun nodded in agreement, noting that the soul beast forest of the empire paled in comparison to the Xingdo Great Forest, essentially rendering it a mere younger sibling. With a furrowed brow, Tang San expressed his displeasure, questioning whether Tang Lu was discriminating against younger siblings. Tang Lu shrugged and replied, I did not say that. The lively Xiao Wu skipped over to a dead tree trunk, excitedly waving at Tang San, exclaiming, Third brother, look, there's a squirrel. Tang San sighed and smiled wryly, cautioning her, Xiao Wu, please refrain from running around. It's dangerous here. Though she nodded, Her spirited nature remained unrestrained as she continued to explore her surroundings. Tang San, feeling no alternative, followed closely behind to ensure her safety. Leading the way, Dai Mu Bai cleared the path for the group, rendering any thorns and weeds feeble under his sharp claws. With a mere flick, a cluster of thorns disintegrated into fragments. Although Tang Lu had not received explicit orders from Zhao Wuji, he took it upon himself to protect and control the team, a responsibility that naturally fell to him as Tang San trailed behind Xiao Wu. He maintained awareness of his surroundings, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy erupted. Zhao Wuji, at the rear of the group, and Tang Lu, positioned centrally, turned their gazes toward the singular direction. Even Tang San, who was accompanying Xiao Wu, halted momentarily, staring in astonishment at that direction. Chapter 98. The Rooster-Crested Phoenix-Tailed Serpent. This is the aura of a soul beast. Tang Lu was well acquainted with this essence. Even from several dozen meters away, he could detect the unmistakable scent of blood wafting through the air. Zhu Qing. Go investigate what that is, Zhao Wuji commanded calmly. Without a doubt, he was the most experienced among them regarding soul beasts. Thus, he dispatched Zhu Qing not only for safety, but also to hone their adaptability. Zhu Qing, with her icy visage, nodded and quietly leaped into the air, her long legs scaling the trunk to reach the treetops. From her vantage, she possessed an unparalleled view to observe the commotion. Before long, she identified the source of the aura, a soul beast with a red comb-like head, a serpentine body, and a pair of wings, soaring through the air while emitting occasional furious roars. Zhu Qing swiftly returned to Zhao Wuji, reporting, the creature making the noise is a flying serpent. Its head is red, and it possesses a pair of wings. Zhao Wuji replied with delight, that might be the Fengwei Jiguan Shi. We are truly fortunate. Such soul beasts rarely appear on the outskirts of the Qingdou Great Forest, yet here we are encountering one today. If its age is around 1,000 years, Oscar, you are in for a treat. Oscar's eyes brightened as he eagerly exclaimed, Zhu Qing, do keep an eye on it. We mustn't let it escape. Zhu Qing cast him a fleeting glance and nodded. It is heading in our direction rapidly. It should arrive shortly. Oh yeah, Oscar shouted with excitement, making a clapping gesture. But everyone else ignored him, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Tang San, standing below, suddenly inquired, Zhu Qing, approximately how long is the Fengwei Jiguan Shi? I need to assess its age for Xiao Air. If it's suitable, we should hunt it. Zhu Qing hesitated, skeptical about one being able to ascertain a soul beast's age simply by its length. Yet she responded cautiously, it's about 6 to 8 meters long, and it appears somewhat unstable in flight, swaying slightly. Tang San pondered for a moment. After years of study under the master, he had developed a general understanding of the soul beasts in the Douluo continent. He could accurately judge the age of many basic soul beasts. And given the fame of the Fengwei Jiguan Shi, he quickly deduced, Oscar, you are indeed fortunate. It is precisely 1,000-year-old Fengwei Jiguan Shi, perfect for your third soul ring. Based on its length, I surmise its wings are likely a pale red, having just shed a layer of skin, and its scales are not particularly smooth. As for its unsteady movements, I suspect it has sustained injuries from battles with other soul beasts, which provides us with a significant advantage. Everyone gazed at Tang San in astonishment, surprised that he had indeed deduced the details accurately, and it sounded quite plausible. Oscar, with his eyes wide open, looked at Tang San with envy, stating, Tang San, you truly are the encyclopedia of the world. You understand this too? I, Oscar, the sausage specialist, am impressed. Even Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but commend. Well done, Tang San. I had no idea you possessed such skills. Among the group, only Tang Lu and Xiao Wu remained unfazed. Although discerning the age of soul beasts may seem daunting to outsiders, it was merely child's play for Tang San. Even a master who educated him often expressed admiration, wondering what extraordinary intelligence Tang San possessed. Tang Lu, having also studied under the master for years, had some understanding of soul beast ages. However, he remained perplexed by Xiao Wu, who had never read any literature on soul beasts nor sought the master's guidance. Yet she seemed to possess an innate knowledge of their ages, articulating with uncanny precision. This mystery left Tang Lu and Tang San in a state of frustration for quite some time. Whenever they broached the subject, Xiao Wu appeared to be concealing something, speaking shyly and hesitantly, which deterred them from pursuing the matter further. Tang San sheepishly scratched his head and smiled bashfully, stating, Oh no, It's all thanks to my teacher. All my knowledge comes from him. Zhao Wuji interjected. To have educated such an outstanding disciple as you, your teacher must surely be a master in his own right. Tang San's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, responding, "What master? Had I not sought him out in time, I might be 6 feet under by now. How can that be called mastery?" With a resigned smile, he continued, "My teacher is usually quite low-key. Everyone refers to him simply as the master." The master? Zhao Wuji seemed to grasp something significant, muttering, so is the master. That makes sense. Daimubai, standing nearby, could not restrain himself from asking, "Tang San, how do we catch this Fengwei Jiguanxi? Without teacher Zhao's help, capturing a 1,000-year-old beast would indeed be a challenge for us." Tang San smiled reassuringly, indicating that there was no need for alarm. The Fengwei Jiguan, she is renowned for its speed. Even the most ordinary 1,000-year-old beast would struggle to match it if it lost its agility. Therefore, we must control its speed, preventing it from escaping, and the soul ring will naturally be ours. Ma Hongjun inquired, "So what should we do next?" Just as Tang San was about to articulate his plan, Zhu Zhuqing's clear voice rang from atop the treetops. "It's coming. Everyone be cautious." In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the Millennium Soul Beast enveloped the hearts of all present. The astonishing speed of the Jigua Fengwei, she stirred up a tempest, causing the surrounding trees to sway and creak. Naturally, it was Zhu Zhuqing who first reacted. She leapt gracefully towards the Jigua Fengwei, her body radiating a brilliant purple light, while 2 yellow rings of light emerged beneath her feet. The first soul skill, Yuming Bai Zhua, was unleashed without a hint of fear towards the Millennium Soul Beast. As she drew closer, the observers noted the Jigua Fengwei she more closely. Its body measured 7 meters in length, adorned with dark green scales marred by scars and blood. The 2 pale red wings on its back flapped desperately, stirring up gusts of wind. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared above its head, and with a strike of Yuming Bai Zhua, she delivered a heavy blow to its crimson head, eliciting a deep roar and causing its speed to diminish. Chapter 99. Jigua Fengwei Shi 2. The Jigua Fengwei, she seemed to have awakened its primal instincts from the impact. The red crown atop its head suddenly glowed, and the beast appeared even more agitated. In an instant, it coiled its body and lashed out with its lengthy tail, measuring 4 to 5 meters towards the onlookers. "Everyone, be careful," shouted Dai Mubai from the front, as a burst of white light erupted from his being, instantly embodying his white tiger martial spirit. Without hesitation, he employed his Millennium Soul skill, Bai Hu Jing Gang Bian, transforming his body into a formidable wall to shield his companions. In the blink of an eye, a blinding white light surged past the onlookers, crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Dai Mubai, who had yet to fully activate Bai Hu Jing Gang Bian, was sent sprawling backwards. "This is too powerful," gasped everyone in unison. Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the 2 support members, cowered in a corner, trembling. Even the mightiest among them, Dai Mubai, had been felled in a single strike, which was utterly terrifying. "Xiao Ao, quickly give me a sausage." Dai Mubai crawled out from the wreckage of the tree, his body still reeling from the Jigua Fengwei she's lightning-fast response, preventing him from completing the enhancement of his 3rd soul skill. Oscar immediately began reciting his quirky incantation, "I have a big sausage." Moments later, a deliciously roasted sausage appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai stuffed it into his mouth, feeling a warm surge of energy rise within him, and his complexion improved slightly as he declared, "We must work together to defeat this creature." "Yes, we need to coordinate," replied Tang San, having narrowly escaped the Jigua Fengwei she's attack. "Boyhu Yin Gong Yin." Dai Mubai roared again, his once towering form expanding dramatically as he charged towards the Jigua Fengwei Shi. 7 treasures, the first. Strength. Ning Rongrong's silvery voice rang out at the opportune moment as she lifted the 7 treasures glazed tower, her first soul ring shining brightly. A layer of multicolored light radiated from the tower's pinnacle, enveloping Dai Mubai and enhancing his already formidable aura. With a resounding crash, Dai Mubai collided with the Jigua Fengwei Shi, the massive serpent soaring into the air and creating a sizable crater upon landing. Dai Mubai staggered backwards, gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity while the Jigua Fengwei, she was momentarily incapacitated, Tang Lu executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu, propelling himself forward. 7 treasures. The second, speed. Ning Rongrong's clear voice resonated from the rear, and Tang Lu felt his body grow lighter, his steps quickening involuntarily. Enhanced by Ning Rongrong's boost, his speed reached its zenith among his peers. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai were left trailing in his wake, only stirring up dust behind him. His speed was such that it blurred perception, leaving only the fleeting impression of Tang Li's silhouette. Observing the fallen Ji Guofengwei Shi, Tang Lu reached for his waist, retrieving a series of finely crafted daggers he had commissioned over the years. Today was the perfect occasion to test their might. With both hands raised, he deftly pinched the blades between his fingers, unleashing a flurry of projectiles that soared through the air toward the Ji Guofengwei Shi. The art of hidden weapons was not exclusive to Tang San. Tang Lu was equally adept, and it would be remiss to forget the Xian Yao sect's top-tier concealed weapons. The life and death talismans. As the blades descended upon the Ji Guofengwei Shi, it hastily rolled over, using its thick carapace to shield itself from the relentless barrage. The clang of metal echoed as the blades scattered upon impact. Yet the assault was far from over. Tang Lu continued to unleash an unending stream of varied weapons, including butterfly knives, caltrops, and even the long whisker needles borrowed from Tang San, transforming his hand into a veritable machine gun of projectiles striking the Ji Guofengwei Shi. The Ji Guofengwei Shi quivered violently, shaking off some of the airborne projectiles, but those that struck still inflicted indelible pain, with blood seeping from beneath its heavily armored scales. Dai Mubai and the others stood in awestruck silence, having witnessed the power of concealed weapons before during their battle with Zhao Wuji. Yet the display before them now was astonishing beyond measure. Even Ning Rongrong, who hailed from a noble lineage and was well-versed in various combat techniques, gazed in shock at Tang Li's fluid combat style, certain that she had never witnessed such a method of fighting. Which sect employs such secret techniques? This question lingered in her mind, leaving her perplexed. Nearby, Zhao Wuji observed the dense barrage of projectiles and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Reflecting on the skirmishes with Tang San and Tang Lu, he chuckled ruefully. These youngsters are truly monstrous. Is the Haoqian Douluo's lineage really that formidable? Meanwhile, Tang San stood rooted in place, utterly astonished by Tang Li's prowess, muttering to himself, "How is he so much more skilled than I? Is it truly that effortless?" Observing Tang Li's adept handling of concealed weapons, he momentarily doubted whether Tang Lu was indeed the chief disciple of the Xian Yao sect, or perhaps an elite infiltrator from the Tang sect. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Lu sent a long whisker needle soaring through the air, striking the Ji Guofengwei Shi directly in the eye. The head and eyes of any creature are undoubtedly its most vulnerable points, and the Ji Guofengwei Shi was no exception. Just as its eyes were about to close, the needle pierced through, prompting a pained roar as the serpent arched its back. Tang Lu then produced a small knife from his person. With a deft flick of his fingers, it shot toward the Ji Guofengwei Shi's relatively unprotected neck, slicing effortlessly and leaving a long, deep gash from which crimson blood flowed freely. In no time, the serpent was drenched in its own blood, its anguished cries reverberating throughout the forest. A series of sharp sounds erupted as dozens of flying daggers targeted the Ji Guofengwei Shi's head, face, tail, and torso. Each dagger found its mark, embedding itself securely within the flesh. Sensing its imminent demise, the Ji Guofengwei Shi began to thrash violently, struggling to escape as its blood-soaked body writhed, its wings flapping desperately as if to hasten its flight. Yet in the next instant, the He Yinchao and Lan Yinchao sprang forth, entangling the Ji Guofengwei Shi like an octopus ensnaring its prey. Chapter 100. Resolving with the methods of soul masters, do you wish to leave? It is not so simple. In the distance, Zhao Wuji chuckled as the third and fourth soul rings rose around him. The Ji Guofengwei Shi was immediately ensnared by his overwhelming aura, rendering its movements rigid. While the crowd looked on in astonishment, Zhao Wuji suddenly leaped forward, arriving before the Ji Guofengwei Shi. With a powerful swipe of his paw, he struck towards its head. Accompanied by a muffled grunt, the Ji Guofengwei Shi, which had been struggling in vain, finally lay still on the ground, motionless. Its head had been violently crushed by Zhao Wuji, blood gushing forth and pooling into a small crimson lake. Tang Lu, descending slowly from the air, observed the decimated Ji Guofengwei Shi and couldn't help but smirk, quietly muttering, "Can I say he is stealing kills?" Tang San, who had approached his side unbeknownst, replied, "As you suspected, indeed he is. This is utterly terrifying. It is akin to animal cruelty. Ma Hongjun remarked with a shudder as he gazed at the near-lifeless Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Oscar's head popped up from behind Ma Hongjun, his peach blossom eyes scrutinizing the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi in disbelief. You tell me this is a snake? This squash creature is a snake? Zhao Wujia snapped. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and come over here. Oscar's face stiffened, hesitatingly asking, Teacher Zhao, are you sure it is still alive? Zhao Wujia kicked him lightly. Visibly annoyed, do you doubt me, Lao Zhao? I say it is alive. It is alive. I have its fate firmly in my grasp. Do you still want that soul ring? After a few moments of hesitation, Oscar succumbed to the allure of the Millennium Soul Ring. Taking the small knife with a sorrowful expression, Zhao Wujia, barely lifting his eyelids, remarked nonchalantly, its life is waning. If you continue to hesitate, it may perish. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, deliver another blow to its head, and you shall acquire your third soul ring. At this moment, Xiao Wu, standing beside Tang San, became agitated, pouting. Can't we avoid killing soul beasts? Tang San furrowed his brow. This question had troubled Xiao Wu for quite some time and could impact her future as a soul master. How can a soul master exist without hunting soul beasts? Realizing this, Tang San turned decisively, grasping Xiao Wu's shoulders, and earnestly stated, Xiao Wu, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. It is a brutal reality where either humans hunt soul beasts or soul beasts hunt humans. After millions of years, this has become the norm. You cannot escape it, nor can I. Upon hearing this, Tang Li's thoughts drifted back 6 years to the mysterious underground tomb in the Tiando Royal Library. The unending conflict between humans and dragons. Why did the once mighty dragon race suddenly vanish? Where did they go? These questions had plagued Tang Li for far too long. He had inquired about dragons multiple times with the master, who, despite being an encyclopedia of soul beasts, knew little about the secrets of dragons. Perhaps even less than Tang Li himself. Perhaps one day, the truth will be unveiled, Tang Li mused. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood silently beside Tang San, her head bowed. Gazing at the suffering Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi, Tang Li noticed the helplessness and sorrow reflected in her eyes. My third soul ring, my third soul ring. Oscar hummed a tune, clutching the small knife as he approached the trembling Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi, which now resembled a lamb awaiting slaughter, waiting for Oscar's grim grasp. Dear, I'm coming in. Oscar grinned maliciously, raising the steel knife to pierce it. Just then, a low and raspy voice halted his actions. Stop! 2 figures emerged from the woods, wielding canes and glaring at the fallen Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. Sensing a hint of malice from the newcomers, Zhao Wujia stepped forward to shield the Shrek Academy students, scrutinizing the 2 individuals. Both figures were female. One appeared to be around 60, with silver hair and a 3-meter-long cane intricately carved with a tongue pattern. The younger woman, seemingly aged 16 or 17, held a 2-meter-long silver, snake-headed cane. The elderly woman radiated 6 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. Although she made no aggressive move, the presence of her soul rings exerted a palpable pressure on the group. The elderly woman smiled kindly, exuding an air of benevolence. Dear young friends, might I request the return of this Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi? You are dreaming. I tell you, old man, do not take advantage of your age, Oscar retorted, irritated. Though he was astonished by the sight of the elderly woman's 6 soul rings, he thought, what do I have to fear when Zhao Wujia has 7? Impertinent. The elderly woman frowned, releasing a surge of soul power directed at Oscar. As the purple soul power approached, a flicker of panic appeared in Oscar's eyes as he sought Zhao Wujia's help. Zhao Wujia's lips curled into a slight smile, and with a wave of his hand, he effortlessly dispersed the encroaching soul power. Oscar, feeling a wave of relief, looked smugly at the elderly woman, who now wore a troubled expression. How could a soul saint appear in the outskirts of the Star Doe forest? What business do you have? Zhao Wujia asked, casting a cold glance at the 2. His voice, though not harsh, carried an undercurrent of warning. He had no fear of a 6-ringed soul emperor, considering them insignificant. But he was wary of any potential backing the soul emperor might possess. If he offended them, he would be fine, but his students could suffer. Out of caution, he must protect them. The elderly woman felt her confidence wane. Her initial intent was to intimidate them with her prowess, compelling them to surrender the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. However, she had not anticipated the presence of a soul saint. Continuing the confrontation would yield no benefits. The elderly woman managed a strained smile, attempting to restore her previous kind demeanor. Respected soul saint. Might I trouble you to allow my granddaughter to have this Ji Guan Feng Wei Shi? I, Chao Tianxiang, will be eternally grateful. Chapter 101. Resolving with the methods of Soul Masters 2, Oscar was about to unleash a torrent of insults, but was restrained by Zhao Wujie, who regarded Chao Tianxiang with a serious expression, uncertainly inquiring, "Did you just claim your name is Chao Tianxiang?" Indeed, Chao Tianxiang replied with a faint smile, seemingly having anticipated Zhao Wujie's reaction. She continued, "This Ji Guan Feng Wei, she was destined to be my granddaughter's third soul ring. Yet this beast, cunning and swift, managed to escape. Therefore, I hope you can return our Ji Guan Feng Wei Shi, and in turn, I assure you I will not make things difficult for you." Huh. Zhao Wujie replied coldly, "Elder Chao Tianxiang, not only does your granddaughter need it, but my student requires it as well. Furthermore, this soul beast is unclaimed. How can you lay claim to it?" The young woman beside Chao Tianxiang gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "This was originally ours. How despicable." Chao Tianxiang subtly gestured for her to wait a moment. Then her gaze swept across the Shrek Academy students, infused with a hint of astonishment as she remarked, "Are you implying that among this group of juniors, some have already reached the 30th level?" Zhao Wujie lifted his head with pride and replied, "Xiao Ao, why don't you come out to greet our esteemed senior?" Standing still, Oscar's expression shifted. He had just finished scolding them and now had to pay respects? It was utterly humiliating. He cast a pleading glance at Zhao Wujie, who coldly shot him a glance, urging him to act swiftly. Reluctantly, Oscar lowered his head, dejectedly stepping forward, and said, "Junior Oscar pays respects to Senior Chao Tianxiang." Upon seeing Oscar, Chao Tianxiang's expression also changed, and she provocatively replied, "Oh dear. That won't he do it all. I'm merely an old fool, unworthy of the title of senior." Oscar clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Chao Tianxiang, nearly boiling with indignation. He vowed that if he were a titled Douluo at that moment, he would pin Chao Tianxiang to the ground and teach her a lesson about humility. Zhao Wujie cleared his throat and interjected, "Now that we've met, this Ji Guanfeng Wei, she belongs to us." Chao Tianxiang retracted her gaze and coldly stated, "Not so fast." Zhao Wujie's expression stiffened, defiantly responding, "Senior Chao Tianxiang, do not force my hand. Though it is said in the world that the legendary dragon and serpent couple can rival a titled Douluo with Long Gong absent, do not bring calamity upon yourself. Furthermore, even if you were present, will my Bu Dongming Wang be so easily trifled with?" Chao Tianxiang's demeanor softened a bit upon hearing Zhao Wujie's respectful introduction. "So is the illustrious Bu Dongming Wang. I, Chao Tianxiang, pay my respects." Zhao Wujie replied coldly, "I dare not accept such courtesy. Who doesn't he know the renowned reputation of the dragon and serpent couple? How could I, Zhao Wujie, presume to accept such honor?" Chao Tianxiang smiled faintly. "That reputation belongs to the friends of the Soul Master community. My partner and I have modest strength and have gradually withdrawn from the world." Zhao Wujie seemed unwilling to continue the entanglement with Chao Tianxiang and stated directly, "I shall put it plainly. This Ji Guanfeng Wei, she cannot be taken away. Do not blame me, Zhao Wujie, for disregarding the dragon and serpent couple's reputation. My students are in need." Chao Tianxiang's expression stiffened. She did not expect Zhao Wujie to be so blunt. She coldly regarded him. "Are you implying that Bu Dongming Wang is determined to oppose us?" Zhao Wujie snorted. "What if I do? What if I don't? I've said it. This Ji Guanfeng Wei, she is needed by my students, and you cannot take it. The Stardew Forest is primarily a hunting ground for soul masters. Do you really have a right to dictate which soul beast we hunt?" Faced with Zhao Wujie's firm stance, Chao Tianxiang found it difficult to respond and could only reluctantly say, "Let us do this, Brother Zhao. Continuing to argue will yield no results. Why not take a step back and resolve this matter in the manner of soul masters?" Zhao Wujie hesitated momentarily, but upon glancing back at his exceptional students, he confidently declared, "Since Senior Chao Tianxiang is willing to take a step back, how could I, Zhao Wujie, persist? As you suggested, let us resolve this in the most common manner among soul masters." Chao Tianxiang smiled slightly. "That sounds splendid." Zhao Wujie finally displayed a wolfish grin, with a hint of triumph as he commanded, "All members of Shrek Academy, release your soul rings for the esteemed seniors to witness your strength." At his command, everyone except Ning Rongrong released their soul rings, particularly Dai Mubai, whose prominent purple soul ring stood out among the hundreds of year soul rings, astonishing Chao Tianxiang. Here stood Dai Mubai, merely 14 or 15 years of age, yet he had already reached the rank of Soul Master and possessed a 1,000-year soul ring. What an extraordinary feat! His granddaughter, with exceptional talent, required many years to achieve the same at 17. Yet, Dai Mubai had surpassed her by 3 years. He was indeed a genius, without a doubt. It dawned on Zhao Tianxiang that the students nurtured by the once feared Zhao Wujie were not to be trifled with. Observing Zhao Tianxiang's astonishment, Zhao Wujie could not help but laugh heartily. What do you think, Senior Zhao Tianxiang? Do my students still meet your standards? Zhao Tianxiang managed an awkward smile. The students of your esteemed academy truly possess remarkable talent. They are indeed worthy of the reputation of Bu Dongming Wang, and I am thoroughly impressed today. Witnessing the envy and embarrassment in Zhao Tianxiang's eyes, Zhao Wujie felt a surge of satisfaction and deliberately patted the dejected Oscar beside him, saying, "This rascal wishes to compete with your granddaughter for the Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi. It's simply outrageous. Can you believe he has already reached the rank of Soul Master at just 13 years old? It's infuriating," Zhao Tianxiang remarked. "Are you trying to show off?" Zhao Wujie sighed, turning to point at the somewhat melancholic Tang Lu standing behind him. "Aside from this rascal, there's another troublesome one. He is only 12 this year and should be enjoying a carefree childhood, yet he has already advanced to the 30th level of Soul Master. I, Zhao Wujie, a mere man of the world, am perpetually busy hunting soul rings for these two troublesome kids. Sister Chao, don't you think I'm working hard?" Observing Zhao Wujie's utterly distraught expression, Zhao Tianxiang wished to tear his face apart, questioning how he could be so thick-skinned. In the 102nd chapter, I choose him. Zhao Tianxiang steadied her emotions and solemnly declared, "Though the students of Bu Dongming Wang are commendable, my granddaughter is equally impressive. Let your student in need of a soul ring compete with my granddaughter to determine who shall claim this Ji Guanfeng Wei Shi." Zhao Wujie shook his head, responding helplessly, "Sister Chao, I'm afraid that one TB to your liking." Zhao Tianxiang tightened her grip on her cane, her expression slightly angered as she inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Wujie shrugged in resignation, smiling as he explained, "My student is a support-type soul master and lacks the strength to contend with your granddaughter." "A support-type soul master?" Zhao Tianxiang exclaimed in surprise, re-evaluating the prideful Oscar beside Zhao Wujie. It appeared this young lad was merely 13 or 14, yet had already attained the 30th level. It is known that support-type soul masters face greater challenges in cultivation compared to others, and achieving such a level at such a young age is indeed a testament to the exceptional training at Shrek Academy. Zhao Tianxiang forced a smile. Speaking in a gentle tone, "Young man, are you truly a support-type soul master?" Oscar cast her a disdainful glance. Zhao Tianxiang's sudden change in demeanor made him feel nauseous. "Yes, is there something you need?" Oscar replied coldly, showing no respect for Zhao Tianxiang. Undeterred by his indifference, Zhao Tianxiang maintained her amiable demeanor. "I see you are quite young. Remaining at Shrek Academy seems a waste of your talent. Why not join our family? That would truly allow your gifts to shine." At her words, everyone was taken aback, perplexed as to why she would attempt to recruit him in front of them. Zhao Wujie's expression soured, and he let out a displeased snort from the side. Oscar calmly replied, "No need. I'm just a poor farm boy, unworthy of your family." Faced with Oscar's resolute refusal, Zhao Tianxiang found herself momentarily perplexed. How could an ordinary individual turn down an invitation when countless soul masters on the mainland clamored to join their illustrious family? "Grandmother, while it's so many outsiders in, there are plenty of gifted individuals across the continent. We certainly do not lack for one more." A girl standing nearby suddenly pouted in displeasure, looking utterly adorable. "All right, then let us commence the battle." Zhao Tianxiang sighed, dismissing Oscar's situation from her mind. Zhao Wujie smiled with a sense of satisfaction, confident that Oscar would not easily betray the Shrek Academy. With a hint of mockery, he inquired, "Who among you dares to take the field?" Ma Hongjun stepped forward, tousling his fiery red curls while his eager eyes fixated on the girl's bosom. "Teacher Zhao, I am willing to fight." Dai Mubai shot him a disdainful glance, exasperated. This fellow is surely motivated by lust. Suddenly, Tang San, who had remained silent until now, spoke up, "Teacher Zhao, allow me to assist Xiao Ao." He had been observing Long Pa and her grandchildren for quite some time, and it was evident that the prolonged chatter with Zhao Wujie was a waste of time. Moreover, as Oscar was a support-type soul master and shared a relatively amicable relationship with him, Tang San believed he possessed the strength to defeat the girl. Thus he felt compelled to volunteer. Zhao Tianxiang did not immediately agree. Instead, she turned to the girl beside her and asked, "Iran, What do you think? Meng Iran stood dazed, captivated by the striking boy amidst the crowd, who immediately caught her eye. The youth sported long hair, exuding a sense of wildness intertwined with elegance. Strands of hair rebelliously swept to the sides. While outsiders might perceive it as disheveled, she found it to possess a unique charm, embodying a free-spirited essence. Since arriving here with Chao Tianxiang, the boy had only occasionally glanced in her direction, his clear eyes consistently directed towards the azure sky, gazing at the towering trees and the undulating hills. To others, this might seem inconsequential, but to her, it represented a profound unity with nature. Meng Iran often stole glances at him, noticing how he would lightly tousle his hair, the subtle fragrance wafting from the tips carried by the gentle breeze to her nostrils. Though not overwhelmingly enchanting, it enchanted Meng Iran nonetheless. Her heart felt as if it were adrift in an endless ocean, unable to find calm. Echoing with anticipation for the boy's response. Iran, what is the matter? Chao Tianxiang inquired, shaking Meng Iran's hand in confusion. Had she not slept well yesterday? Oh. Meng Iran blinked, still lost in her reverie, appearing adorably dazed. Chao Tianxiang shot her a glare, pointing at Tang San. This young man wishes to challenge you. What say you, Iran? No. Meng Iran quickly shook her head, then lifted her gaze. Her eyes calm as they locked onto the boy who had captured her heart from the very beginning. Her lashes fluttered with excitement, and even her delicate hands began to perspire nervously. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she resembled a startled rabbit, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks as she buried her face into her chest. With a hint of irritation, Chao Tianxiang exclaimed, Iran, are you even listening to me? She turned back to Tang San, apologizing. I sincerely apologize, young man. Iran seems to be under some strange spell today, causing you inconvenience. Tang San could only manage a wry smile, saying, It's quite all right, no trouble at all. Chao Tianxiang nodded with a smile, then turned back to Meng Iran, her expression darkening as she raised her voice. Iran, are you truly listening to what I am saying? Meng Iran paused, lifting her flushed face to meet Chao Tianxiang's gaze, then stomped her foot in frustration before pointing at Tang Lu in the crowd, quietly stating, I choose him. Afterward, she looked up at Tang Lu with a glimmer of excitement in her beautiful eyes. However, Tang Lu, standing at the back of the crowd, muttered in irritation, What the hell is this? A bird has dropped its mess right on my head. While cursing, he absent-mindedly brushed his hand over his head. Moments ago, he had hoped to witness a thrilling spectacle, only to be struck by a bird's unfortunate gift. Now, to salvage his dignity, he could only hide in the back of the crowd, gradually clearing the mess from his hair, the odor nearly overwhelming him. Chapter 103, Satisfying You. Ma Hongjun remarked sourly, Hey, Tang Lu, there's a girl looking for you. Huh? Tang Lu paused his work, raising his head in confusion. Oscar sauntered over, grinning, Brother. Good luck. What's going on? Tang Lu looked at Oscar, bewildered as to why he was involved. Oscar regarded him as if he were an extraterrestrial, incredulously asking, You don't know anything, do you? Tang Lu replied irritably, What else could it be? Reluctantly, Oscar recounted the recent events in the briefest terms. Tang Li's expression shifted to one of realization. So you're saying the girl, named Meng Iran, wants to fight me? The wager is your chicken-crowned snake? Oscar patted his chest with determination, insisting, Good brother, you must not lose. I will treat you to delicious sausages afterward. Tang Lu smiled wryly, Rest assured with my strength. I won't lose. Tang San, standing nearby, chuckled. Indeed, being handsome has its advantages. We share the same parents, yet why does his face differ so greatly? Tang Lu approached him, patting his shoulder earnestly. Being handsome comes with its own burdens, just as it does now. As he spoke, he stepped out of the crowd until he stood directly opposite Meng Iran. Up close, he discovered her beauty was striking, her features exquisite. Naturally, Tang Lu regarded her with admiration. Tang Lu, martial soul, black silvergrass, level 30, second ring battle soul master, he stated calmly. Having already heard Zhao Wujia's introduction, Chao Tianxiang was not overly surprised but still expressed her admiration. Level 30, you truly are a little monster. Meng Iran gasped in disbelief. Her mouth agape as she looked at Tang Lu, her voice trembling. Level 30? My goodness, how old are you this year? Tang Lu pondered for a moment before responding. Just over 12. 12, level 30, soul master. Meng Iran inhaled sharply, feeling as though her 17 years had been a waste. Despite their 5-year age difference, her soul power matched Tang Li's precisely. This was utterly alarming. At that moment, Meng Iran looked at Tang Lu with utmost seriousness, her eyes igniting with fierce determination. She refused to believe that a boy younger than herself could defeat her. Her pride and inherent self-esteem would not permit her to fail, even if no one else cared. She had to prove herself. Though their soul powers were nearly equal, Meng Iran was resolute in demonstrating that her 5 years of effort had not been in vain. She would unleash her hard-earned prowess and agile combat skills to triumph over Tang Lu. With unwavering confidence, she declared, "I am Meng Iran, Martial Soul, Serpent Staff, Level 30, Second Ring Battle Soul Master." Standing opposite her, Tang Lu was momentarily bewildered, caught off guard by the suddenly heightened intensity emanating from Meng Iran. This girl seemed quite astute. What had caused her to act so erratically? Was this not merely a friendly spar? Must it be taken so seriously? Zhao Wuji's took a step forward and, with his deep voice, proclaimed, "Very well, I hereby declare this battle officially commenced. The victor shall claim this coke to combat, while the defeated shall concede willingly." A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves around, causing the ground to rustle softly. Out of courtesy, Tang Lu gestured for Meng Iran to make the first move. However, he did not anticipate that his good intentions would incite the fury within Meng Iran, as she interpreted his invitation as a sign of contempt. "So be it. As you wish," Meng Iran exclaimed, her figure flickering, leaving a series of afterimages. In an instant, she was before Tang Lu, striking out with her serpent staff aimed directly at the crown of his head. The transformation in Meng Iran's demeanor once the combat commenced was stark. She was no longer the refined daughter of the Huang family, but resembled a ferocious mother Tyrannosaurus, ready to take a life in an instant. Realizing the peril, Tang Lu hesitated no longer, retreating several paces while employing a graceful footwork technique to create distance. With a whoosh accompanied by a flurry of air, the 2-meter-long serpent staff whipped past, mere inches from his nose. Observing from the sidelines, Chao Tianxiang chuckled softly, noting the boy's quick reflexes. Though she pondered which secret technique he was employing and hoped that Fudong Ming Wang might disclose it if possible, Zhao Wuji shook his head, admitting, "I am uncertain about the extent of his abilities." Chao Tianxiang, maintaining a playful demeanor, replied, "If you wish to keep your secrets, so be it." With that, she turned her full attention back to the match. Zhao Wuji, still skeptical, could not fathom that Chao Tianxiang would resort to any underhanded tactics to unearth Tang Li's secrets. After all, a renowned soul master would not seek trouble with a mere soul sovereign. If word got out, the formidable reputation of the Gaisher Long couple would crumble like a house of cards. Moreover, even if Chao Tianxiang attempted an assassination, could she truly contend with the formidable figure backing Tang Lu? Surely, that being could dispatch her with but a flick of a finger. Zhao Wuji scoffed, now fully engrossed in the unfolding duel. "Too slow, far too slow," Tang Lu remarked nonchalantly as he continued to retreat. Almost instantaneously, a silver staff whizzed by where he had just been standing, creating a gust of wind. Soon after, Meng Iran's furious visage loomed before him, her anger palpable as she glared at the seemingly apathetic Tang Lu, wishing she could strike him 1,000 times to relieve her frustration. Each of her attacks felt futile, akin to a powerful force thwarted. Just as she thought she had him cornered, he would vanish and reappear several meters away. "Can't you just face me directly instead of running away?" Meng Iran shouted, exasperated. Tang Lu paused in his retreat, a glimmer of pity flashing in his eyes as he smiled slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall oblige you." Before Meng Iran could fully comprehend his words, the ground beneath her suddenly erupted, with dark, twisting vines surging upward. The black-silver vines ensnared her legs, and, as she struggled, they pulled her downward with a weight that nearly toppled her. Sharp thorns sprouted from the vines, piercing through her black attire and embedding themselves into her skin. Yet, the battle was far from over. Dozens of black vines coiled around her like a tightly wrapped zongzi, engulfing her in mere seconds. Chapter 104. Oscar's third spirit ring. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, everyone frozen in astonishment at the sudden turn of events. Had Meng Iran truly been defeated in such an instant? Tang Lu observed the ensnared Meng Iran and calmly remarked, "This was your request. Do not blame me." Enveloped in the constricting tendrils, Meng Iran was still in shock. Tang Li's assault had been so swift that she had not even prepared herself before being overwhelmed by the tsunami of vines. From a distance, Chao Tianxiang's expression darkened with anger at the swift defeat of Meng Iran. As her grandmother, she felt a pang of embarrassment. I never anticipated that Fudong Mingwang's student would be so formidable. Today has truly been an eye-opener, she stated solemnly. Zhao Wuji's chuckling rubbed his chin with pride, declaring, "That is all due to his innate talent. I hardly contributed." Chao Tianxiang shook her head, smiling. Who would have thought that the notorious Fudong Mingwang could be so modest? Truly, reality is full of surprises. As the dark vines under Tang Lu's control receded, Meng Yiran was revealed, her face flushed and her garments torn, leaving patches of her fair skin exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. Embarrassed, she tightly clasped her legs together, feeling exposed and vulnerable. Tang Lu scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and cleared his throat. "My apologies, young lady. I truly did not intend for this to happen." Meng Yiran, with a furious glare, met his eyes, her long lashes quivering as she chastised, "You have done this to me. Do you think a mere apology will suffice?" Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow, grinning as he remarked, "Tang Li's strategy is indeed impressive. He has effectively rendered Meng Yiran powerless. I never imagined that the seemingly pure Tang Lu would have such a side dam." Slightly pouting, Xiao Wu protested, "My Lugu is not like that. You vile men must not tarnish his name." Ma Hongjun, with a mischievous grin, taunted, "If he's not like that, then what is he like? You." Xiao Wu was at a loss for words, glaring at Ma Hongjun, her frustration evident as she stomped her foot in anger. Just then, Chao Tianxiang, who had been observing closely, seemed to have an epiphany as she slowly approached with her cane. "Yiran, are you unharmed?" she asked with genuine concern. Meng Yiran shook her head, softly indicating that she was fine, though the blush on her cheeks remained. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted dramatically, darkening like a stage actor changing masks. She glared at Tang Lu, raising her cane to point at him, and coldly remarked, "Ah, so young and already attempting to take liberties with my granddaughter. You possess quite the audacity." Tang Lu was taken aback, managing a wry smile as he replied, "Elder, you overstate things. I truly did not mean for this to happen." Chao Tianxiang scoffed. "Whether it was intentional or not is irrelevant. My granddaughter is yet unmarried, and every inch of her skin is worth its weight in gold. Today, you have left her exposed. Tell me, what compensation do you propose?" Tang Lu was momentarily speechless, at a loss for a suitable retort, and could only look helplessly to the others for assistance. At that moment, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, waving his hand impatiently. All right, Sister Chao. Why must you hold a grudge against a junior?" Chao Tianxiang retorted with a cold smile, "But she is my granddaughter. I must look out for her." Zhao Wuji replied calmly, "Sister Chao, just state what you desire. What do you want?" Chao Tianxiang smirked slyly, her true intentions finally surfacing. Pointing her 3-meter cane at the coq de combat from earlier, she said, "As for my request, you must give us that coq de combat as compensation." Oscar immediately protested. "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Wuji spoke slowly, "Sister Chao, the Spirit Master Realm has its own rules. No matter the circumstances, you must not violate them. If word gets out, your reputation may suffer." Chao Tianxiang fell silent, contemplating the pros and cons of the situation. Should she prioritize her reputation or her granddaughter's third soul ring? Zhao Wuji continued, his tone growing colder than before. "Sister Chao, with Long Gong absent, some decisions may be beyond your purview, correct?" Chao Tianxiang's expression darkened. Indeed, extracting the coveted chicken comb tail snake from Zhao Wuji was akin to scaling the heavens. She was certain that if not for Zhao Wuji's uncertainty regarding Long Gong's whereabouts, he would have resolved the matter swiftly, leaving her and her granddaughter with no recourse. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chao Tianxiang pondered for a moment before smiling and declaring, "Am I not a person of my word? The rules of the Spirit Master Realm must be upheld. The chicken comb tail snake is yours, but rest assured, today's events will not be forgotten." "Very well," Zhao Wuji replied indifferently. "Ah, Zhao Wuji, I wonder how long you can maintain your obstinacy." Chao Tianxiang thought to herself. She then turned to her companion, Meng Yiran, and said, "Yiran, let us depart." Meng Yiran, reluctant, protested, "Grandmother, should we not fight for it?" Chao Tianxiang frowned slightly. "This matter is complicated. We shall wait for your grandfather's return." With that, she leaped into the depths of the forest. Meng Yiran sighed, casting a lingering glance at the chicken comb tail snake on the ground before looking deeply at Tang Lu and then hurriedly following Chao Tianxiang, both vanishing into the woods. As the two disappeared from view, Zhao Wuji exhaled in relief. Although the Long couple held significant renown in the Spirit Master realm, they were not to be trifled with. Had Long Gong arrived just moments earlier, he and the little monsters might have met a grim fate. It would be prudent for Oscar to absorb the soul ring and depart swiftly to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhao Wuji considered this, then glanced at Oscar, urging him, "Hurry. Absorb it. You have no idea how much trouble you've stirred today. You truly are a jinx." Oscar grinned and, with eager steps, approached the chicken comb-tail snake, raising his trembling hand to plunge his knife into its head without hesitation. The snake let out a pained cry, yet its injuries rendered it unable to move, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As time passed, the cries ceased, and Oscar, unable to contain his excitement, sat cross-legged to absorb his third soul ring. Chapter 105. Oscar's third soul ring. The group encircled Oscar, providing protection while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu frolicked nearby. Zhao Wuji stood at a distance, remaining vigilant. He felt uncertain whether Chao Tianxiang might return, compelling him to be ever prepared. Meanwhile, Tang San retreated to meditate beneath a tree, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the 30th level. The others harbored no objections. Huun-Ti welcomed an additional soul master in their ranks. After about half an hour, Oscar's eyes slowly opened, his aura elevated, surrounded by a halo of purple light. He had finally advanced to the rank of a soul master, now a 31st level auxiliary soul master. Witnessing Oscar's dazzling transformation, Ma Ongjun lamented. Had I known reaching soul master status would be so prestigious, I would have worked harder. Perhaps I could have attracted more admirers. Dai Mubai retorted, "Come now. With your track record, which girl will be interested?" Awakening, Oscar blinked his enchanting eyes and asked, "Do you not sense how my aura has been enhanced? Have I not become even more handsome?" Zhao Wuji approached from behind, playfully tapping his head. "You rascal, tell us what your third soul skill entails." Oscar, with a feigned, sorrowful expression, rubbed his sore head and raised his right hand, displaying 3 fingers. "I possess a mushroom sausage." The crowd reacted with disbelief. "How can you still utter such cringe-worthy lines?" Oscar, feeling slighted by their disdain, declared, "My third soul skill is quite remarkable. You cannot fathom the unique attribute I gained from absorbing the chicken comb-tail snake." Ma Hongjun nudged his shoulder impatiently. "Stop with the riddles and tell us already." Oscar chuckled mischievously. "My mushroom sausage allows one to fly for a minute." Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment. "Fly? You actually acquired the chicken comb-tail snake's flight ability? That is an incredible skill. It seems your efforts were not in vain, leading you to the pinnacle of life." Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, recognizing the rarity of such a flight ability among auxiliary soul masters. "Oscar, your potential is boundless." As accolades poured in from all sides, Ning Rongrong, standing at a distance, grew increasingly disheartened. She perceived Oscar as the most radiant star of the moment, while her own 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda faded into obscurity. Fly? How could he possibly obtain flight? Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape, realizing that her illustrious treasure had been surpassed by Oscar. A sense of powerlessness washed over her, shattering her self-image. Since joining the Shrek Academy, she had faced numerous setbacks. This proud heart could scarcely accept being deemed worthless. Yet today, Oscar's triumph felt like a heavy blow to her self-esteem. A young 31st level auxiliary soul master, possessing one of the rarest flight skills in the continent, she felt utterly inadequate within Shrek Academy. In Flinder's words, perhaps she truly was the epitome of mediocrity. As envy surged within her, Oscar's vanity soared, but he was not finished. Clearing his throat, he continued, "I must clarify that my flight lasts only 1 minute, and my speed is based on the chicken comb-tail snake's flight capability." Even Dai Mubai, usually composed, found his lips twitching as he gazed intently at Oscar. After a long pause, he finally remarked, "You truly are a monster." Zhao Wuji, too, was exhilarated by the news, exclaiming animatedly, "If that old fellow Flinder hears this, he will be overjoyed. No longer will we need to rent carriages. With little Oscar's mushroom sausage, we can travel healthily and affordably." Once Oscar's situation was settled, the group took advantage of the brief respite to rest. The Stardow Forest was fraught with danger, and they needed to ensure their readiness. Approximately 15 minutes later, Tang San, meditating beneath the tree, began to awaken. The Xin Tian Gong within him started to operate in an orderly manner, as if something within him had shattered, releasing a surge of soul power that flowed uncontrollably outward. Feeling the vitality coursing through him, Tang San experienced a wave of elation. Upon awakening, Tang San found Zhao Wuji immediately commencing the arrangements for their itinerary. Given that the evening had grown quite late, they resolved to postpone the hunting of Tang Li's soul ring until tomorrow, opting instead to find a place to rest for the night. Tang San addressed Zhao Laoshi, expressing his concerns about the following day's endeavors. Zhao Wujia, with a puzzled expression, inquired about the meaning of his words. Wondering if Tang San sought further excitement within the Qingdao Great Forest, he cautioned that the forest was not a mere playground, and any misadventure would require him to offer explanations to Flender. Tang San, somewhat irritated, clarified that he was not a child. Rather, he had reached the 30th level and was in need of his third soul ring. He requested Zhao Laoshi's assistance in locating a suitable soul beast during the hunt for Tang Lo. Zhao Wujia was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the news of Tang San's advancement to level 30. Tang San, with earnestness, reiterated his need for a third soul ring and requested Zhao Laoshi's help in finding an appropriate soul beast. Ma Hongjuan's expression fell as he lamented that their Shrek Academy now boasted 4 soul emperors, while he, an elder, remained merely a great soul master. Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with contemplation, while Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor momentarily revealed surprise before returning to her resolute expression. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, clung to Tang San's arm, eager to celebrate. Oscar, after a fleeting moment of astonishment, regained his composure, having already witnessed Tang Li's remarkable achievements, making Tang San's progression to Soul Emperor less shocking. Ning Rongrong, however, withdrew to a distance, drawing circles in the dirt, lost in her own melancholic thoughts. Tang Li's face registered astonishment at how quickly Tang San had bridged the gap between them. Chapter 106. The Titan Giant Ape Strikes Oscar's Side. Expressing his dismay at having just reached level 30 only to be surpassed by Tang San, Ma Hongjun, standing beside him, patted his shoulder, sharing in his disappointment at being outpaced by the newcomers. Dai Mubai maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that records were meant to be broken and that Tang San, as a member of Shrek, would contribute to their collective success. Zhao Wujia, with a hearty laugh, concurred, emphasizing that maintaining records was merely a precursor to their eventual shattering. Tang San smiled, confident that the records they set would inevitably be surpassed in the future. A flicker of melancholy crossed Zhao Wujia's eyes as he pondered the future of Shrek Academy, aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Dai Mubai, surveying the group, declared that they were indeed members of a prestigious academy, distinguished from the ordinary, and that any future achievements should not surprise them. Tang Lu, with a serene smile, expressed his belief that such a time would come. After a day of labor, the group sought a suitable campsite. Zhao Wujia led Tang Lu and the others for several kilometers along the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest, finding a flat area to rest. They chose not to remain in their current location due to concerns about potential disturbances from the Gao Shi couple, preferring a more cautious approach. The first day's endeavors in the forest yielded significant results. Oscar successfully acquired his third soul ring, gaining a formidable soul skill. Anticipation filled the air for Tang Lu and Tang San's forthcoming soul rings. As night descended, the camp grew quiet, with everyone drifting into slumber, restoring their energy for the challenges ahead. With the first light of dawn, the eager group embarked on a new journey, traversing forests and marshes, encountering numerous soul beasts. United in their efforts, they repelled wave after wave of foes. However, most of these beasts were merely a century old, posing little threat to Tang Lu and Tang San, instead enhancing the cohesion of the Shrek team. Each battle sharpened their combat skills and fostered teamwork, leading to an unspoken understanding among them. Throughout the skirmishes, Zhao Wujia observed from a distance, offering occasional guidance that significantly improved their techniques. Alas, Oscar sighed, lamenting another day of arduous toil as he wiped the mud and dust from his face, biting into a sausage. Dai Mubai stood silently beside him, equally drenched in sweat. The frequent battles had taken a toll on their bodies. Their provisions were dwindling, and after 2 days, the journey had exceeded Zhao Wujia's expectations. If they failed to locate a suitable soul beast soon, they would have to return empty-handed. Having wandered the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest for 2 days, they had made little progress, barely catching sight of a 1,000-year soul beast, and even then, none suitable for Tang Lu and Tang San. Despite knowing that the forest depths teemed with countless ancient soul beasts, Zhao Wujia remained resolute in his decision not to venture inside. He understood the perilous nature of the inner forest. If it were just him, he might have dared to explore, but with 8 children in tow, safety took precedence. Finding a small clearing, he gathered the group to erect tents, ensuring a secure camp before they set about their tasks. The girls prepared meals while the boys gathered firewood. Though the activities were mundane, one could find joy even in the simplicity of daily life. After dinner, Tang Lu sat alone atop a large stone, meditating as a gentle aura enveloped him, the essence of Bei Ming Zhen Qi surrounding him, punctuated by his steady breathing. A beam of silvery moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a luminous glow upon his face, lending him an air of striking handsomeness. As he basked in the moonlight, Tang San approached, holding a bowl of steaming food and a large chicken leg. Upon hearing Tang San's approach, Tang Lu opened his eyes, smiling and asking why he had come instead of spending time with Xiao Wu. Tang San shook his head, explaining that she and Ning Rongrong were preoccupied with their own games and had no time for him. Noting that she was but a child and naturally drawn to play. Tang San sighed, expressing his concern that they had searched for 2 days without finding a suitable soul beast. Tang Lu raised an eyebrow, playfully inquiring if he was feeling anxious. Tang San let out a soft sigh, feeling the passage of time weigh heavily on his heart, naturally anxious that their journey might be in vain. Tong slightly nodded, admitting that he too had felt a sense of urgency over the past few days. At this point, Tang San shook his head, a deeper concern reflected in his gaze. From my observations of Xiao Wu over the past few days, she appears to have a strong aversion to hunting soul beasts. Do you think this might hinder her future development? I fear that if she continues with this mindset, it could lead to significant issues. As he spoke, Tang San's voice dwindled to a whisper. Tang Le's expression grew grave, echoing the sentiment. I too sense something amiss with Xiao Wu. Her resistance to soul beasts seems excessive, not at all characteristic of a typical soul master. Yet, I cannot pinpoint the exact issue. It is evident that she conceals something, for otherwise, her behavior would not be so peculiar. Tang San remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Chapter 107. Suddenly, Tang Lu felt a shift in the air, causing him to spring upright from his seated position on the stone, gripping Tang San's shoulder tightly as he spoke in a hushed tone. Their movement. Be cautious. Simultaneously, not far away, Zhao Wujia summoned 7 soul rings beneath his feet and shouted into the tent, urging everyone to vacate the premises and find a safe location quickly. Within mere seconds, the occupants of the tent emerged, bewildered as they regarded Zhao Wujia. Oscar, looking utterly perplexed, inquired, Teacher Zhao, what is happening? Why aren't we asleep at this hour? Zhao Wujia's expression was exceptionally somber as he instructed, everyone, stand behind me. If anything occurs, do not look back. Continue running until you have exited the Xing Do Great Forest. Mu Bai, while I am absent, you are in charge. Ensure everyone has safety. Despite being puzzled, Dai Mu Bai straightened up determinedly, responding, understood, Teacher Zhao, but could you please clarify what exactly is happening? Something terrifying is approaching, a true calamity. Zhao Wujia's complexion darkened as he fixed his gaze on a singular direction, his formidable soul power beginning to radiate intensely. Oh, Teacher Zhao, what are you afraid of? Calamities always seem to find me first, Oscar began, but his words were abruptly cut off as the area Zhao was observing collapsed violently, with fierce winds howling past, causing the surrounding trees to sway perilously as though they might be uprooted. At that moment, all present understood the source of Zhao Wujia's alarm, for they beheld a colossal figure emerging between 2 rows of trees. This being, towering like a mountain, bore a striking resemblance to a giant ape. Yet its size was at least several thousand times greater than that of an ordinary ape, with a rocky exterior adorned with flowing red patterns, emanating a suffocating aura that weighed heavily upon all. Standing not far off, Tang Lu and Tang San were equally taken aback, their mouths agape. Although they had encountered numerous extraordinary events as reincarnators, the creature before them was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Tang San swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he queried, is this a creature from the ancient text, Shanhai Jing? Tang Lu's face paled slightly as he hesitantly responded, this must be some sort of soul beast. The being before them was truly fearsome, its shoulders measuring 7 meters wide, resembling a small hill, and its pitch-black body, combined with the ominous red stripes, rendered it even more terrifying. Upon closer inspection, Tang San swiftly deduced the creature's identity, realizing it resembled the legendary being from the Shanhai Jing, the Forest King, Titan Great Ape. Tang San struggled to articulate, Titan Great Ape. All gazed at the Titan Great Ape, scarcely daring to breathe, fervently wishing that this behemoth was merely passing through. After all, this was the Forest King, Titan Great Ape, the sovereign of the Qingdao Great Forest. It possessed unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities, standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, a nemesis to all creatures. No being would dare intrude upon its territory, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet now, the Titan Great Ape had appeared before them. This defied all logic. They were merely on the outskirts. Brother, are you feeling particularly reckless? Tang Lu thought, well aware that Titan Great Apes typically resided in the heart of the Qingdao Great Forest, far from the outer regions. If the Titan Great Ape hadn't directly confronted them, he would never have believed it would venture this close. Let's hope it harbors no hostility towards humans. Tang Lu silently mused, recalling the Soul Beast Encyclopedia that explicitly stated, if one encounters a Titan Great Ape, one must silently chant 3 times, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me," before finding a shaded area to lie down, to avoid the stench of decaying flesh. The Titan Great Ape possessed an intelligence that rivaled that of humans, so if one were fortunate enough, one might even engage in conversation before meeting their demise. Respectful Forest King, we harbor no ill will. We kindly request to be allowed to leave. Even Zhao Wujia, a level 70 soul sage, felt compelled to bow deeply before the Titan Great Ape, speaking with utmost reverence, fearful that a moment of displeasure might lead to his untimely end. The Titan Great Ape's granite-like nostrils exhaled hot steam, ignoring Zhao Wujia's entreaties, its eyes, resembling yellow lanterns, scanning through the crowd of Shrek. What to do? What to do? What to do? Douluo, come save me. Zhao Wujia stood frozen, contemplating flight, certain death, with his remains likely reduced to rubble. Yet remaining still would also lead to inevitable demise. Taking a risk? That would hasten the end. Zhao Wujia's mind raced through various escape strategies as he meticulously plotted a viable route. However, the Titan Great Ape would not afford him such luxury. It made a movement that quickened the heartbeats of all present, its forelimbs taking a gentle step forward. This simple action caused everyone to hold their breath, fearful that even the sound of their breathing might disturb the gargantuan creature. Zhao Wujia quivered, feeling his lips tremble. He would willingly forfeit half a year's salary to avoid facing the Titan Great Ape, even if it meant enduring another beating from Douluo. At that moment, Flinder was absent, and there were 8 children behind him to protect. As the lead instructor, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth and roared. You all quickly consume Oscar's mushroom sausages and flee. I will hold it off. You must survive. I fear I cannot last much longer. You must act swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward, his 7 soul rings illuminating in an instant. Zhao Wujia's body expanded at a visible rate, the 7 soul rings compressing the air around him as he unleashed his soul power without reservation. He leaped forward, confronting the Titan Great Ape, his massive paws swinging with the sole intention of buying time. You all go first. I will assist Teacher Zhao, Dai Mu Bai declared before darting out after him, his 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rings glowing bright. In an instant, his muscles swelled, and a radiant white light erupted from him, his body becoming covered in dense fur. A royal character appearing on his forehead. White Tiger Possession. Chapter 108. You all go ahead. I am a support-type soul master and can remain to assist them. Ning Rongrong stated resolutely, as 2 yellow soul rings rose beneath her feet, her right hand lifting the crystal-clear 7 treasure glazed tower. Qi Bao is renowned, first for its strength and 2nd for its speed. Accompanied by a delicate shout, 2 beams of colorful light emanated from the pinnacle of the Qi Bao Luli Tower, fortifying Dai Mubai and Zhao Wujia. Although Ning Rongrong has never been regarded highly by her peers at Shrek Academy, no one can deny that the Qi Bao Luli Tower is the most formidable auxiliary martial spirit on the entire continent. The defensive and offensive enhancements it bestows upon soul masters are unmatched by any other martial spirit. Indeed, under the ultimate support of the Qi Bao Luli Tower, Zhao Wujia's assault grew increasingly ferocious, with his massive bare paws striking directly at the Titan Giant Ape, unleashing a torrent of soul power that was utterly unyielding. With so many choosing to stay behind, could the others truly depart with ease? Standing not far away, Tang San gritted his teeth and, propelled by his ghost shadow perplexing track, rushed forth. His charge was not solely for Shrek Academy, but also to fulfill his promise to protect Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stood, dazed among the crowd, her legs seemingly entangled in indecision, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Her delicate hands were tightly intertwined, her upper teeth biting her lower lip, her large eyes fixated on the Titan giant ape, revealing a complex array of emotions. Xiao Wu, you must leave, Tang San urged, as a series of swift movements brought him in front of her, shielding her from the ferocious aura emanating from the Titan giant ape. No, I must stay, Xiao Wu declared resolutely. Tang San shook his head firmly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Xiao Wu, under normal circumstances I might have acquiesced, but today you must go. You should understand the nature of the Titan giant ape. Remaining here only leads to a dead end. Xiao Wu raised her gaze to meet Tang San's, asking, and what about you? Tang San turned to observe the fierce battle being waged by Zhao Wujia and Dai Mubai, murmuring softly, I am a member of Shrek. They need me, and I must stay. But I am one of them too. Xiao Wu insisted stubbornly. Tang San sharply turned to her, grasping her shoulders firmly, earnestly stating, Xiao Wu, time is of the essence. You must leave now. Xiao Wu broke free from Tang San's grip, a fleeting sense of relief crossing her eyes as she whispered in a voice only she could hear, Brother, this is all because of me, and I must remain. With that, she leapt into the sky, soaring to the treetops, charging forth without hesitation. Logically, a sensitive attack-type soul master like her should find it nearly impossible to confront a beast of the Titan giant ape's caliber. Under normal circumstances, even a titled Douluo would need to be on high alert. Yet in this moment, Xiao Wu appeared exceptionally at ease, her steps imbued with a sense of joy. Amidst this tension, Tang San failed to notice her unusual demeanor, and without uttering a word, he dashed towards her departing figure. No matter the adversary, his resolve to protect Xiao Wu remained unwavering forever. Observing the fearless rush of his companions, Ma Hongjun stood momentarily stunned, perplexed by their actions. It was not that he feared for his life. Rather, he had not yet recovered from the terror induced by the Titan giant ape. Watching his comrades charge forth so recklessly left him utterly bewildered. Tang Lu approached him slowly, gently patting his shoulder, before dashing away with remarkable agility, appearing a considerable distance away in mere seconds. At this moment, Tang Lu shared the same sentiment as Dai Mubai and Tang San. They were a team, and they could not afford to be separated. Hongjun, please unleash some fire to encircle us and the giant, preventing other soul beasts from intruding, Tang Lu called out suddenly. Halting in his tracks, engaging in such a large-scale battle at night would undoubtedly attract numerous spirit rings, so it was prudent to take precautions. Ma Hongjun immediately sprang into action, muttering incantations before leaping high into the air, his small wings flapping vigorously. He unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, the fiery sparks forming a semicircular arc as they ignited the surrounding trees. The blaze quickly spread, illuminating the previously dark night sky and adding a palpable tension to the ongoing battle. Soon, 2 yellow soul rings around Ma Hongjun glimmered, and a surge of fire radiated from within him. After a series of incantations, his wings erupted with brilliant light as he spewed forth flames, targeting the area beneath the Titan giant ape. As the saying goes, strike the vital points first to enhance the odds of victory. While the gender of the Titan giant ape remained unknown, the cunning Ma Hongjun wasted no time, directing his flames accordingly. Vast swathes of black-silver grass erupted from the ground, intertwining with Tang San's blue-silver grass to form an expansive net. Countless tendrils of black and blue surged towards the Titan giant ape. Engaging with a creature of the Titan giant ape's stature in combat offered little chance of victory. In the face of true power, all attacks were rendered futile. Hence, as a control-type user, Tang Lu quickly assessed the situation, recognizing that direct confrontation was futile. The only option was to utilize the black silvergrass and blue silvergrass to delay the Titan giant ape, buying time for everyone to escape. As the massive net of vines loomed before him, the Titan giant ape exhaled a series of heated breaths, effortlessly tearing it apart with a single sweep of its mountainous arm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wujia raised his fists and struck with all his might at the Titan giant ape, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's assistance, his strength now approximately at level 80. However, the instant his attack connected with the Titan giant ape, he was met with a tremendous backlash that sent him hurtling away as if struck by a cannonball. The assault incited a furious response from the Forest King, a wave of black energy radiating from him, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the area. He uprooted surrounding trees and debris as if intent on leveling the entire forest. This roar silenced all attacks, prompting each individual to summon their vitality to withstand the cataclysmic force unleashed. Chapter 109, Confrontation 2. The Hidden Zhu Zhuqing. Striving to approach the Titan giant ape, was forced to reveal herself, sent sprawling backward by the tremendous shockwave. Just as Dai Mubai, still recovering from a mouthful of blood, was about to assess his condition, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing soaring through the air and leapt to catch her in his sturdy arms. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had been silently protecting Xiao Wu, sprang into action just as she was regaining her composure. In a flash of purple, he appeared below, cradling Xiao Wu securely. Tang Lu attempted to weave nets of black silver grass to catch the careening Zhao Wujie. Regrettably, despite breaking through layer after layer, Zhao Wujie could not be caught and instead crashed heavily to the ground, creating a crater nearly 5 meters wide. The black energy emanating from the Titan giant ape whipped up a ferocious wind, bending trees and shaking the entire forest, creating a scene of utter devastation. The realization that they had underestimated this forest king struck the minds of all present, including Zhao Wujie himself. They initially believed that by joining forces, they could hold off the impending doom for a moment. However, to their astonishment, the Titan great ape merely let out a roar, sending everyone hurtling through the air without a moment to react. In the next heartbeat, this king of the forest executed an action that left all in shock. Accompanied by a fearsome growl, the Titan great ape, akin to a small mountain, charged forward on all fours. With each heavy step, the ground trembled beneath it, instilling dread and terror in the hearts of all witnesses. Despite its colossal size, the Titan great ape moved with astonishing speed, arriving before the crowd in the blink of an eye, poised to charge at them. Almost everyone stood agape as they beheld the Titan great ape's imposing figure, its forelegs thundering towards them mercilessly. Their faces paled in sheer panic. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, standing at the forefront, silently closed their eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Embracing a beautiful woman in his final moments seemed a bittersweet solace. As the Titan great ape drew within 10 meters, Oscar smiled with a sense of resignation. If he survived, that would be wonderful, but even in death, perishing with an unparalleled beauty was a bargain worth making. Ning Rongrong, who had initially contemplated resisting, was caught off guard as Oscar leapt forward like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey. She felt her body sway, losing balance, and fell to the ground, her already weak constitution causing her to faint instantly. Just as the three believed calamity was upon them, 3 figures appeared before their eyes. Dai Mubai, Douluo, Tang San. Upon witnessing his companions in peril, Dai Mubai did not hesitate to hurl Zhu Zhuqing away, charging forward with powerful strides. He moved with the speed of the wind, reaching the crowd just before the Titan great ape could close in. Meanwhile, Tang Lu chose not to delay in extracting Zhao Wujie from the pit, but instead opted to provide assistance. Zhao Wujie could be rescued later, but a life lost was irretrievable. Without hesitation, he dashed in with lightning speed, reaching the others in no time. Tang San, prioritizing rescue as well, reacted swiftly. He released Xiao Wu from his embrace and, with a quick footwork technique, soared into action as if he had sprouted wings. The time allotted for their rescue was woefully short. Not a second could be wasted. Thus, the 3 engaged in little conversation, each selecting their respective targets for rescue. Tang San swiftly approached Ma Hongjun, seizing his collar and delivering a forceful kick to his rear. Ma Hongjun seemed to be jolted from a stupor, leaping up while clutching his backside. Without delay, Tang San executed another kick, launching Ma Hongjun like a human cannonball. Simultaneously, Tang San vanished, evading the Titan great ape's advance. Tang Lu and Dai Mubai exchanged exasperated glances at the sight of Oscar tightly embracing Ning Rongrong, as if clutching a fortune in cash, his hands gripping her shoulders until they turned white. In unison, Tang Lu and Dai Mubai devised a plan. Dai Mubai's claws elongated dramatically, reaching down to grasp the unconscious Ning Rongrong, lifting her effortlessly. Tang Lu then hoisted Oscar's legs, stacking the two together, and together they propelled them like darts towards the upper left. After completing their tasks, Tang Lu darted forward, his speed propelling him dozens of meters away in mere seconds. Dai Mubai, equally quick to respond, stomped the ground with force, using the momentum to launch himself away, narrowly escaping as the Titan great ape's attack descended. In the moments that followed, the Titan great ape's forelimbs crashed down, creating a deep fissure in the ground where Tang Lu and Dai Mubai had just stood, the rocks shattering with a thunderous roar. As everyone reveled in their narrow escape, Tang San's heart plummeted. Having just evaded the Titan Great Ape's assault, he stood by, witnessing the creature's massive hand grasping Xiao Wu, who was attempting to flee. She was yanked back with irresistible force, utterly immobilized. No! Tang San's anguished roar pierced the air. His heart was a tumult of chaos as he leapt forward, hand instinctively reaching for the air. Sure, see Xiao Ming Yu Yi at his waist, unleashing a torrent of silver light. This was dire. Tang Lu realized the gravity of the situation. He had assumed everyone would escape unscathed, only to find Xiao Wu in peril. Captured by the Titan Great Ape, her chances of survival were bleak. Tang Li's emotions mirrored Tang San's, both consumed by urgency. He surveyed the surrounding trees, targeting a sturdy trunk with a powerful kick, launching himself like a missile. Xiao Wu was not only Tang San's sister, but also his cherished kin. He was determined to bring her back at all costs. Gritting his teeth, Tang Lu executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu mid-air, while everyone below watched in rapt attention as he stretched out his arms, striving to grasp Xiao Wu. Yet, just as he was a mere meter away from her, the Titan Great Ape's hand shot out, seizing Tang Li's lower body. Tang Lu was momentarily stunned before he began to struggle desperately. However, the Titan Great Ape's grip tightened, its fingers clenching around him with immense pressure. The sound of cracking bones filled the air as excruciating pain surged through his body, overwhelming his consciousness. Tang Li's complexion paled, and he succumbed to the agony, fainting under the immense strain. Chapter 110. I no longer need to live. To everyone's astonishment, the imminent rescue was thwarted as Tang Lu too was ensnared. All gazes were fixed in disbelief upon the motionless figure held captive within the Titan Great Ape's grasp. Subsequently, a gust of hot air escaped from the Titan Great Ape's nostrils, enveloping the area in a dark aura that sent everyone sprawling once more. Clutching Xiao Wu with one hand and Tang Lu with the other, the Titan Great Ape retreated with its prizes. As the group dusted themselves off and scrambled from the pit, they watched the Titan Great Ape's silhouette depart in stunned silence, their eyes moistening with unbidden tears. How could this happen? Tang San stood frozen, muttering in disbelief. Xiao Wu had been captured, and now Tang Lu too. How could it come to this? What should have been an ordinary spirit hunt had spiraled into chaos with the arrival of the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape. Why had this occurred? Tang San's shoulders trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Despite his usual strength, he finally succumbed to despair. Tang Lu and Xiao Wu were among his closest companions, and today he had witnessed their abduction by the Titan Great Ape, powerless to intervene. Oscar quietly approached Tang San, gently resting a hand on his shoulder and extending a sausage to him. Tang San swallowed the sausage without hesitation. The shockwave released by the Titan Great Ape had a certain impact on his body, but fortunately, the Xiantian Gong provided a degree of protection, preventing him from suffering significant harm. Observing Tang San's somber expression, Oscar opened his mouth as if to say something, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Dai Mubai, having pried Wuji from the ground, cast a gloomy glance at the chaotic scene, trembling with amusement as he questioned why the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, had suddenly appeared. It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. Tang Lu and Xiao Wu have both been captured. It's all my error. Dai Mubai sighed, addressing Teacher Zhao. In this situation, we cannot prevent anything. Even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to face the Titan Great Ape, right? We must all grieve. The strength of the Titan Great Ape was evident to everyone present. The capture of Tang Lu and Xiao Wu left no possibility for their survival. Tang Xin clenched his fists tightly until his palms turned blue from the pressure, refusing to let go. He raised his head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Yet his tone was eerily calm as he declared, "No, this is all my fault. I failed to protect Xiao Wu and indirectly harm Ge. It's all my fault." At that moment, Tang San was overwhelmed with guilt, regretting his lack of strength and his inability to safeguard everyone. He lamented why he did not act swiftly to protect Xiao Wu and why he indirectly caused harm to Tang Lu. Tang San despondently cradled his head, his eyes void of life as he stared at the wreckage surrounding him, his face devoid of any expression, as if his spirit had been extinguished, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Zhao Wuji cast a remorseful glance at Tang San, then sighed deeply. He understood that this incident weighed heavily on the young man, yet he felt powerless to restore Tang Lu and Xiao Wu. With a sense of resignation, he suggested, "We should leave this place and exit the Xingdou Great Forest as soon as possible. Let's return to the academy tomorrow." The group fell into silence, Ma Lin taking the lead as they walked, each member deep in thought bearing the heavy burden of their companion's demise. Xiaowao, keep it down for now and produce more mushroom sausages for me. Tang San's voice suddenly echoed in Oscar's ears as they blindly forged ahead. Oscar paused momentarily, then quickly turned to survey his surroundings, realizing that no one else had heard Tang San's voice. He was alone in this revelation. He swiftly turned back to Tang San, who had also lifted his head, their gazes locking. Oscar swallowed hard. Tang San was no longer the boy he once knew. His face had turned a ghastly shade. His eyes filled with crimson veins, even his pupils tinged with a blood-red hue. Oscar lowered his voice intentionally and replied softly, "No, Xiao San, you mustn't act impulsively." Tang San lifted his pale face, his tone steady as he replied, "They're my sister and brother. They're the closest people to me. Even in death, I must retrieve their bodies. Oscar, I ask you, will you help me?" Though his tone was calm, it carried an air of unwavering resolve, akin to a soldier preparing for battle, a demeanor that was unmatched. Oscar, who had prepared a multitude of objections, sighed, "Let me be the villain this time." He forced a bitter smile, unsure if his decision was right or wrong, watching helplessly as his brother walked towards death. Was this truly the right course? Oscar's heart waged an internal battle, but he ultimately resolved to act. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his soul power to create a mushroom sausage, trembling as he offered it to Tang San. Seeing the mushroom sausage before him was like a lifeline for Tang San, who snatched it eagerly, a rare smile breaking through his distress. Oscar's incantation caught the attention of the others. Ning Rongrong, walking not far away, suddenly turned her head and exclaimed, "Oscar, why are you using your soul power like this?" Her voice drew the attention of everyone present, who turned to look. However, Tang San was the first to consume the mushroom sausage, and translucent wings sprouted from his back as he leaped into the air. Zhao Wuji seemed to grasp the situation. Calling out urgently, "Tang San, don't be reckless." Tang San, with a hint of apology, replied calmly, "I must see the living and the dead. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry. Xiao Wu and Ge are my closest kin. My heart has already died the moment they were captured. I will find them, even if it means bringing back their corpses." Zhao Wuji chuckled wryly. "Tang San, why must you be this way?" Tang San shook his head gently, raising his arm to clench his fist towards the heavens, declaring, "If they are dead, then I have no reason to live." Ning Rongrong suddenly raised her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, calling out brightly, "7 treasures are famed. The second is speed." A blue light enveloped Tang San, enhancing the speed of the wings behind him. "Tang San, go quickly. I support you." Ning Rongrong shouted, disregarding Zhao Wuji's fierce glare, bouncing on the ground with enthusiasm. Tang San cast a grateful glance her way, nodding resolutely as he awkwardly manipulated the wings at his back and soared into the sky. Watching Tang San depart, Oscar softly murmured, "Tang San, my good brother, go with peace of mind." Chapter 111. I cannot die, Ming. You are being too reckless. What if something happens to Ge? I cannot forgive you for that. A crisp sound echoed from within the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest, followed by the ground trembling violently as the trees swayed fiercely, a massive gorilla charging past. Upon closer inspection, a small girl clad in pink sat upon its shoulder, her cherubic face scrunched in anger, exuding cuteness. This great ape's right hand was cradling a youth in white, whose clothes were stained with blood. The only reason one could identify him as Tang Lu was due to his handsome visage. Ming suddenly halted, his large eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Xiao Wu perched on his shoulder. The abrupt stop nearly caused Xiao Wu to tumble off, prompting her to angrily pat Ming's head. Ming opened his mouth wide, scratching his head, and grumbled, "Why spare this human?" The Titan great ape, capable of speech, did not surprise Xiao Wu. Instead, she pointed an accusatory finger at its nose, saying, "Ge is my brother. Look at what you've done to him, you big foolish monkey." Ming turned his head to glance at the injured Tang Lu, curiosity evident as he asked, "Sister Xiao Wu, you mustn't feel pity for humans. They have slaughtered countless soul beasts. You cannot learn from them." Xiao Wu shot him a glare and retorted, "I certainly haven't forgotten my identity. But Ge is a good person, a kind human who has treated me well, so you must release him at once." Ming tilted his head in confusion. But under Xiao Wu's fierce gaze, he relented, gently pinching Tang Li's body and tossing him carelessly from a height of over 20 meters. Fortunately, they were positioned over a marsh. Otherwise, Tang Lu would have been crushed to bits. "How can you do this?" Xiao Wu anxiously exclaimed. "You must pick him up quickly. What if he gets hurt?" Ming evidently feeling a twinge of jealousy over Xiao Wu's excessive concern for the human before them, deliberately turned away, ignoring her. All right. Don't be angry, Xiao Wu gently reassured him. Ming's expression softened as he looked at Xiao Wu's adorable face, breaking into a hearty laugh. Sister Xiao Wu, it's been so long since you last visited me and Ming. Both of us have missed you dearly. I think of you at least once a day. That's more like it, Xiao Wu responded with a smile. Then, her brow furrowing in confusion, asked, Ming, why did you suddenly rush over here? You put your companions in danger. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Ming replied, Sister Xiao Wu, I sensed your presence as soon as you entered the Xing Do de Sunlin, which is why I hurried over. Xiao Wu was taken aback, a surge of regret flooding her heart. It was entirely her fault for neglecting to conceal her aura upon entering the Xing Do de Sunlin, which had prompted the naive Ming to rush over and inadvertently put herself and everyone from Shrek in jeopardy. Turning to Ming with utmost seriousness, she said, Listen carefully. Unless I come to find you, do not seek me out. It will only lead to significant trouble. Ming nodded, somewhat understanding, and then, with Xiao Wu perched upon his shoulder, they made their way toward the heart of the Xing Do de Sunlin. Pain. It truly hurts. This was the first sensation Tang Lu experienced upon awakening. His body felt as if it had been mercilessly crushed in a juicer or hurled from a 20-story building, leaving him battered and broken. Perhaps it felt akin to being bludgeoned by a group wielding clubs, as though his very flesh had been torn apart. Slowly opening his heavy eyelids, he gazed in confusion at a puddle of clear water, only to realize he lay face down on ground. He gingerly attempted to move, but even the slightest shift sent a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him, as if his bones had shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, his head felt heavy, and it was as if a massive boulder was pressing down upon his chest, rendering him breathless. As he stared into the water, the reflection of himself appeared distorted, and a haze clouded his vision, with his strength gradually ebbing away, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Surely not. Am I truly destined to die here? Tang Lu struggled desperately, but even the slightest movement of his limbs triggered that intense pain once more, causing him to grimace, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Could I really be meeting my end here? He thought bitterly. He had yet to reach the pinnacle of his aspirations, to behold the heights he longed for, to establish the Xiaoyao sect. There remained countless dreams unfulfilled. How could he allow himself to perish here? With a surge of determination ignited within him, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to gradually channel the Bei Ming Zhen Qi within him. The qi emanating from his dantian began to restore some color to his pale face, and the muscles in his hands regained a semblance of movement. Though he was uncertain of the inhumane torment he had endured, Tang Lu was certain that without his cultivation of Bei Ming Shengong, he would have perished long ago, with no opportunity to struggle. Without the protection of Bei Ming Shengong, he would have met his demise countless times over. With his willpower driving him, the Bei Ming Zhen Qi began to heal his injured body, rapidly replenishing his vitality, and his complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. How wonderful it would be to share sausage with Oscar, Tang Lu murmured. It is often in times of peril that one remembers the kindness of others. And Tang Lu was no exception. If only Oscar were nearby, he could savor one of the special sausages he crafted, which would expedite his recovery without the need for further waiting. After an extended period of recovery, Tang Lu felt his vitality surging back, the once limp sensation in his body dissipating, replaced by a renewed sense of strength that filled him with exhilaration. This time, he mustered the courage to channel all his accumulated power into his hands and, with a determined push, flipped himself over onto his back. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Tang Lu gasped for air, lying on his back and panting heavily. He had succeeded. He had managed to turn himself over. It was truly remarkable. Yet, upon exhausting his strength, he soon regretted it. His head began to spin again, and the world around him grew hazy, the scenery blurring past as he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Chapter 112. A reunion with Song Hui Academy. A wave of soreness gradually roused the unconscious Tang Lu. He opened his heavy eyelids and lifted his head to survey his surroundings, discovering himself in an expansive marshland, momentarily relieved. Thank goodness there are no soul beasts nearby. Otherwise, I might have been torn to shreds, Tang Lu thought, harboring a sense of fortune. In the Xing Do de Sunlin, danger lurked at every turn, and to find himself in a marsh without encountering a soul beast was indeed a stroke of luck. It was crucial to remember that the scent of blood emanating from him could easily attract the attention of soul beasts, and having been unconscious for such a long time, he would have been none the wiser, even if he had been bitten to death. Rubbing his sore temples with his right hand, Tang Lu groaned. I wonder how Xiao Wu is doing. This is truly exhausting. How could what began as an ordinary soul-hunting expedition lead to so much trouble? The thought of the Titan Great Ape attacking the Shrek members ignited a spark of fury within him, causing him to clench his fists. It was utterly unconscionable for the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, to commit such an immoral act. If only he possessed the strength, he would certainly slay it. He could not ascertain how long he had been unconscious. The night had completely faded, giving way to a hazy sky above, with a sliver of golden light eagerly breaking through the clouds. Taking a deep breath, Tang Lu felt that, after a considerable period of rest, his body had been mostly restored by the Bei Ming Xinqi. Aside from a few ribs that the Titan Great Ape had crushed, he no longer felt the same level of soreness as before. With a sudden burst of energy, Tang Lu sprang to his feet in one fluid motion. He could not deny that this sensation of strength invigorated him, granting him a fleeting sense of joy amidst such a tumultuous environment. Dusting off the mud that clung to him, Tang Lu raised his gaze toward the sky. A new day began anew from this moment onward. The hunger gnawing at him felt reminiscent of his days at Shrek Academy, as if nothing had changed. Clenching his fists, Tang Lu set off through the forest, searching for essential sources of water and food. As he scoured for sustenance, the day fully dawned, and rays of golden light broke through the clouds like a dragon, illuminating the entire Xing Do de Sun Lin, as if it were cloaked in layers of golden radiance. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from a tall tree, and a voice drifted into his ears. A few sour pears. Well, I suppose they will suffice for breakfast. Tang Lu cradled the few yellow fruits in his hand, murmuring to himself that although the Xing Do de Sun Lin was vast and replete with trees, the only fruits he could find nearby were these few sour pears. The juice of these fruits possessed a bitter and astringent flavor, akin to biting into a dry piece of wood. Devoid of moisture, they were particularly difficult to swallow. Yet, given the current circumstances, these sour pears were the only sustenance available to satisfy his hunger. Without hesitation, Tang Lu took a bite of the sour pear, and the taste, reminiscent of bile, immediately burst forth. Nevertheless, he maintained a stoic expression and savored the fruit with delight. In no time, the seeds were discarded onto the ground, the flesh consumed completely, leaving not a trace behind. Even a passing squirrel glanced at the remnants with disdain and scurried away. Who would eat this? It actually tastes quite good, Tang Lu remarked as he swallowed the last morsel, feeling the fullness in his belly. He then began to strategize his journey, uncertain of his exact position within the heart of the mountainous region. He could be on the outskirts, or perhaps the Titan Great Ape had transported him deeper into the inner circle. Moreover, he had lost contact with Zhao Wuji and the others, meaning he was utterly alone. Should he encounter a towering and ferocious soul beast, he would stand no chance of resistance. With his current abilities, he was utterly incapable of confronting a soul beast that had existed for over 1,000 years. If fortune did not favor him, and he happened to cross paths with one, he could only pray it was not an agile attack-type soul beast. Otherwise, he would be unable to flee. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu spoke, realizing that his immediate priority was to locate Xiao San and the others. Although he had regained about 70% of his strength, he was still burdened by injuries, which somewhat hindered his capabilities. Thus, finding his team was of utmost importance. He dismissed the thought of searching for Xiao Wu again. What a joke. I don't even know where I am. How could I possibly know where Xiao Wu is? Tang Lu chuckled bitterly and took a step forward, suddenly launching himself onto the trunk of a large tree. He skillfully propelled himself from one tree trunk to another, having nearly mastered the terrain of Xing Do de Sun Lin, which made traversing it quite convenient. After leaping among the trees for a while, Tang Lu found his path obstructed by a gently flowing stream. The water cascaded down from a nearby high mountain, and numerous fish swam joyfully within it. Gazing at the towering peaks that seemed to pierce the clouds, he mused, "It appears that I am currently situated in a valley. I recall that when we first entered Xing Do de Sun Lin, we were in a plain area. This presents quite a challenge." However, having grown accustomed to numerous setbacks, he shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind. Just as he continued to contemplate moving forward, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he cast a serious gaze across the river. On the opposite bank stood a group of young people, among them a middle-aged man. all wearing the same uniform of Tsang Hui Academy, evidently old acquaintances of Tang Lo. They were gathered by the river, filling their containers with water, while a few boys teased a girl, and Yi Chio stood beside them, his expression grave, lost in thought. Gang Academy? What are they doing here? A series of questions flashed through Tang Li's mind, and curiosity propelled him to approach the direction of Tsang Hui Academy, eager to overhear their conversation. Hiding behind a large rock on the opposite bank, which completely concealed his figure, Tang Li listened intently. As he was now quite close to Tsang Hui Academy and could clearly hear their discussions, a young man raised his right hand in anger, exclaiming, "Director Yi, that Shrek Academy is so arrogant. How dare they treat you like this?" However, it was evident that during his speech, he occasionally stole glances at Yi Chio's bruised face, nearly bursting into laughter. Chapter 113. Encountering Tsang Hui Academy again, Yi Chio stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a satisfied glint passing over his greenish complexion as he slowly nodded, exuding an air of sophistication. It was out of my unwillingness to harm their teacher that I allowed this troop of clowns to slap my face. A boy timidly raised his head and asked, "Director, are you sure you could have defeated him? I saw the teacher from Shrek Academy didn't even use soul power." Yi Chio's expression darkened, and gritting his teeth, he replied, "That was out of respect for the elderly. Just look at how old that man is. He must be at least 70, if not 80. How could I lay a hand on someone like that? Wouldn't he that tarnished the reputation of Tsang Hui Academy?" He continued, "When we fought, I could already see his movements, but I deliberately took his attack to make him underestimate me. However, who could have known? In that battle, I held back an entire Pacific Ocean's worth of water." The boy suddenly understood, excitedly clapping his hands. "Director, you truly are a great person. Not only is your strength at the level of a 5-ring soul king, but you also possess a kind heart. You truly embody the spirit of Tsang Hui Academy." Yi Chio waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just basic skills." At this point, Tang Li could no longer bear to listen. This years-long competition for shamelessness was utterly ridiculous. How could someone be so thick-skinned? Tang Li felt an overwhelming urge to slap Yi Chio and question him. "What brand of plastic bag are you? How can you be so inflated? You'd be finished if teacher Zhao decided to get serious." His prior goodwill towards Tsang Hui Academy had diminished significantly due to Yi Chio's antics, and he no longer wished to linger for even a minute longer. Just as he turned to leave, he inadvertently stepped on a tree root. Crack! The root snapped, producing a crisp sound. In his boastful state, Yi Chio lamented, "Back in my day, I dared to catch dragons from the sky and snakes from the sea. What strong figures have I not encountered? Yet, to strike at someone over 70 years old, I truly cannot bring myself to do it." As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head, a picture of sorrow. However, upon hearing the sound of the broken root, he was startled, as if a mouse had encountered a cat, his body jolting in fright. Even his previously braggadocious smile froze, and his eyes glinted with caution, the soul power within him beginning to stir. "Who is there? Come out." Yi Chio scanned the surroundings warily, his eyes glinting menacingly. Yet, no one responded. Not even the slightest sound was heard. Yi Chio sneered. To dare to act, yet not show oneself, is not a good habit. As he spoke, he lifted his head and surveyed the area. The flat valley revealing no one in sight, except for a conspicuous large rock across the river that caught his attention. Yi Chio's eyes gleamed with mischief as he smirked. "Since you won't come out, I shall come and find you." With that, he began to stride toward the large rock. However, the boy standing behind him grabbed his arm. Fear etched across his face as he said, "Director, could it be that old man you mentioned has come?" Yi Chio paused, then smiled lightly. From his encounter with Zhao Wuji, he had already deduced that Zhao Wuji's level was undoubtedly 2 ranks above his own, and a powerhouse of that caliber would certainly not bother with someone of his rank. A mere soul king. That was simply impossible. Upon contemplating this, Yi Chio felt a sense of relief. He forcefully withdrew his hand from the boy's grasp and strode across the river with a sullen expression. Although Zhao Wuji would not seek him out, he was acutely aware that if anyone divulged his recent words, Zhao Wuji would undoubtedly appear at his doorstep that very night. He had no desire to ascend to the heavens upon returning home. He needed to eradicate the root of the problem. With this thought in mind, the murderous aura emanating from him intensified. A narrow river, merely 5 or 6 meters wide, posed no challenge for Yi Chio. After just 2 or 3 strides, he successfully crossed it. Meanwhile, Tang Li, hiding behind a rock, was in a state of panic, muttering anxiously to himself about what to do. After all, he was facing a true Soul King. How could he possibly contend with such power? Restless, he trembled behind a rock, his mind racing with strategies to defeat Yijiqiu. Yet it was evident that such a feat was impossible. As he sensed a presence locking onto him, Tang Lu felt as if he had been electrocuted, his body instinctively tensing as he attuned himself to Yijiqiu's movements. Observing the commotion behind the boulder, Yijiqiu instinctively slowed his pace, adopting a cautious demeanor as he approached. His aura had already pinpointed the target behind the rock, leaving no room for escape. All he needed to do was prepare for a potential surprise attack. He cautiously advanced, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Drawing nearer, he felt a surge of excitement as the rock came into view, prompting him to abandon his previously measured steps and rush forward with urgency. "Come out now," Yijiqiu bellowed, his third soul ring illuminating instantaneously. A thick layer of ice crystals rapidly formed upon his palms, and a delicate mist of frost enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified, dropping the temperature to around freezing. Then, a unique shell resembling a turtle emerged from his back, his limbs adorned with black scales, fully prepared for battle. He murmured incantations, and an orb of ice coalesced within his mouth, the frigid air further plunging the temperature several degrees. Even the students of Tsanghui Academy watching from the riverbank felt a chill creep upon them, involuntarily shivering. One girl couldn't contain her enthusiasm, cheering, "Come on, director!" A boy at the river's edge joined in, shouting, "Director," showcased the prowess of Tsanghui Academy. Although unsure why the director placed such importance on this voice, they understood the necessity of maintaining morale. They could not afford to lose in spirit. Buoyed by their encouragement, Yijiqiu lifted his head proudly and declared, "I shall grant you one more chance. Come forth immediately, and I shall spare your life." However, after waiting a few seconds in silence, his face flushed with anger. "So you choose to seek your own demise." Yijiqiu roared, dashing behind the rock in 2 swift strides. The ice orb, which he had long prepared within his mouth, was unleashed in that instant. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the valley, shaking the surrounding trees. Yijiqiu was confident that his attack had either gravely injured his opponent or left them near death. As the resulting storm gradually subsided, he opened his eyes wide, gazing at the scene before him. To his astonishment, there was no one standing before him. Chapter 114. The might of the Haotian hammer, how peculiar. Where had the aura he had locked onto just moments ago vanished? Yijiqiu exclaimed in bewilderment. He had distinctly felt the presence, so how could the person have simply disappeared? "Hey, look here." A clear voice rang out, prompting Yijiqiu to instinctively glance upward. At that moment, a black hammer was hurled towards him from atop the rock, its face broad and sturdy, intricate patterns swirling with deep blue soul power. As Yijiqiu made contact with the hammer, an odd twist contorted his face. His previously swollen features were forcibly caved in, his glasses shattering into fragments, and he was sent flying headfirst. Observing Yijiqiu sprawled on the ground, Tang Li's eyes widened in surprise as he scrutinized the hammer in his left hand. Murmuring to himself, "It seems this martial spirit is quite formidable. Why doesn't my father allow us to use such a powerful weapon?" He had long recognized his inferiority to Yijiqiu, and in this critical moment, he recalled another martial spirit within him, an unknown hammer. To his astonishment, its effectiveness was remarkable on its first use. With a single strike, the unprepared Yijiqiu had been launched away. What if he had been equipped with a soul ring? However, it must be noted that this impact had relied somewhat on serendipity, as the hammer had struck Yijiqiu's unguarded head for such a pronounced effect. Had it hit his armored chest, the outcome would have been drastically different. Tang Lu held the dark hammer in his hand, shaking it playfully, a smile gracing his face. "The power of this hammer far exceeds that of the haying grass. It's a pity that my father forbids its use. Otherwise, the synergy between the two would significantly enhance my strength." Meanwhile, Yijiqiu, having regained his composure after a few labored breaths, glared at Tang Lu with unwavering intensity. "Oh, I remember you. You're that Shrek student who caused trouble at the tavern, aren't you? How bold of you to challenge me today, with your teacher absent. I shall thoroughly teach you a lesson." Tang Lu scoffed dismissively, a serene smile gracing his lips. "If you believe you possess the strength, then come and try to teach me." Yijiqiu rubbed his sore face, chuckling softly. Indeed, Shrek students are notoriously arrogant. With Zhao Wuji absent today, it's time for me to showcase my true capabilities. He scrutinized the hammer in Tang Li's grasp, noting the blue soul power flickering within it, akin to a ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, prompting a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. "What martial spirit is that?" he inquired. Tangle initially faltered, surprised that even Yijiqiu was unaware of the hammer's origin. Was this hammer truly enigmatic? After a moment of contemplation, he deliberately laughed loudly. "You old turtle. Truly lacking in knowledge. You don't even recognize my martial spirit, yet you claim to be the director of Tsanghui Academy? Perhaps you should return to the countryside and farm instead, to avoid further embarrassment." Yijiqiu's expression twisted in frustration, his anger boiling within him, akin to water on the verge of boiling over. "I possess many ways to extract the truth from you," Yijiqiu shouted vehemently, his patience wearing thin. After enduring the humiliation from a junior for so long, he could no longer remain passive. A golden glimmer flashed in his eyes as he spread his limbs wide, unleashing his soul power like a torrent in full flood, directly summoning his martial spirit. Xiangui embody. The released soul power sent Tang Lu staggering backward. When he finally raised his head again, Yijiqiu had already completed his transformation. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rising from beneath him, spinning ominously in the air, presenting a truly intimidating spectacle. At this juncture, Yijiqiu found it impossible to withdraw. All he could do was let out a cold laugh, declaring his intention to teach a lesson in respect for one's teachers and the path of cultivation. However, at that moment, Tang Lu had already made his move. Drawing from his emotional experiences in battle, he understood the necessity of taking the initiative. He could not afford to wait for Yijiqiu to complete his soul skill, as the disparity in their soul power was too vast for him to endure. As he contemplated this, the first soul skill of the haying grass, strangulation, was unleashed. Countless black vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring Yijiqiu's feet with a vice-like grip. The haying grass beneath him seemed to be infused with vitality, releasing a wild aura. The vines acted like serpents, pulling Yijiqiu downward while the massive roots thrashed about, attempting to twist his legs apart like a juicer. Tang Lu was acutely aware that facing an opponent like Yijiqiu alone required utmost vigilance, though it was not impossible for Yijiqiu to break free from the haying grass. Tang Lu aimed to use the toxins released by the grass to hinder Yijiqiu's movement, thereby achieving his goal of controlling the battle. Confronted with the sudden onslaught of the haying grass, Yijiqiu exhibited no fear. He unleashed a thunderous shout, activating his first and second soul rings. The turtle behind him exuded an icy murderous intent, and his upper body spun like a top, casting off the encroaching haying grass. Yijiqiu employed his first soul skill. Xiangui protects the body, and his second soul skill, Xianshui, freezes, intending to significantly enhance his defenses and offensive capabilities, aiming to eliminate Tang Lu in an instant. To his surprise, Yijiqiu's speed was astonishing, allowing him to break free from Tang Li's encirclement with ease. The pressure he emanated merely by standing was enough to instill fear. Meanwhile, Tang Lu did not falter. He leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Yijiqiu's shoulder while executing a sweeping kick toward his head. Yijiqiu's reflexes were evidently sharp. He steadied himself and reached out with his right hand, successfully grasping Tang Li's right leg with precision. Arrogant, Yiziu Sukofut. He then observed as Tang Lu deftly flipped his hands, revealing the pitch-black hammer once more in his left hand. Far from panicking, Tang Lu remained composed, gazing at Yijiqiu with calm determination. With a swift motion, the hammer, eager for action, surged forth accompanied by a howling wind, targeting Yijiqiu's vulnerable head. It must be noted that Yijiqiu's head was indeed quite conspicuous, his body enveloped in black scales while his head remained starkly bare. If not here, then where else? A dull thud echoed as Tang Li's hammer struck, shattering Yijiqiu's nose, causing him to recoil violently, staggering backward. Chapter 115. The Might of the Haoyan Hammer 2. Struggling to stabilize himself, Yijiqiu touched his bloodied nose, the pain nearly overwhelming him with rage. It was unfathomable that a soul king like him could be so thoroughly beaten. Tang Li's strike had ignited a fury within him. His initial intention was merely to cripple Tang Lu, but now he had changed his mind. The child is still young. It will be better to finish him off. The turtle shell behind Yijiqiu shimmered with light, emanating a circle of black ripples accompanied by an aura of chilling dread, spreading like waves through the air. Given the disparity in their soul power, Yijiqiu was confident that defeating Tang Lu would be effortless, without the slightest difficulty. He could assure himself of freezing Tang Lu into an ice sculpture. However, Tang Lu, merely 3 meters away, distinctly felt the piercing chill. His teeth chattered as he braced against the oncoming cold. Within him, blood vessels felt as if they had turned to ice, the flow of blood sluggish. Even his thoughts lagging behind. In this moment of crisis, Tang Lu promptly infused his soul power, activating the Biming divine skill. The energy released transformed into Biming true qi within him. The Biming true qi possessed both yin and yang. The fiery yang energy burned like a furnace, while the yin energy was colder than ice itself. At that moment, Tang Lu desperately needed the yang aspect of the Biming true qi, releasing it without hesitation. In the next instant, every meridian within his body became heated, radiating a temperature akin to boiling water. Every pore in his skin opened wide, exhaling the warmth trapped within. Feeling the warmth dispel the bone-chilling cold, Tang Li's expression transformed into one of profound comfort as he expanded his body. How is this possible? Yeziu gaspit in dispidiev. He could hardly fathom that the energy he unleashed was so easily countered by Tang Lu. It was utterly inconceivable. He finally understood why the members of Shrek had the audacity to boast in that small tavern. They clearly possessed genuine strength, and their encounter with his Tsanghui Academy was merely serendipitous. At this moment, the Biming true qi within Tang Lu surged with unprecedented vigor, as if immense energy was coalescing throughout his being. This was the opportune moment to strike. Without hesitation, Tang Lu sprang into action. He continuously infused his soul power and Biming true qi into the hammer in his left hand, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through it. In mere seconds, the hammer swelled in size, doubling in volume, its surface becoming clearer and more polished, the engravings shimmering with brilliance. This strike encapsulated all of Tang Li's 30 levels of soul power and all of his Biming true qi. Gazing at the hammer, radiating a deep blue glow, Tang Lu was certain that this blow would make even Zhao Wujia cry out in pain. His body moved with mechanical precision, joints and muscles working in concert as Tang Lu swung the hammer with all his might. The colossal hammer felt weightless in his hands, hurtling towards Yi Zhiqiu like a tempest. The hammer whistled through the air, poised to strike again. Yi Zhiqiu no longer underestimated Tang Lu. He realized that his head was about to take a hit. In a panic, he activated his first soul skill, Xian Gui protects the body. Although this skill granted him considerable defensive strength, even enveloping his head in a faint protective layer, it was insufficient to withstand Tang Li's ferocious assault. The hammer's weight had reached 500 pounds, and combined with its incredible speed, it could easily crush a bull. However, with the infusion of all his soul power and Biming true qi, the hammer's weight exceeded 500 pounds. It was likely over 1,000. Such overwhelming force could not be compensated for by Yi Zhiqiu's soul skill alone. Without a shadow of a doubt, the hammer tore through Yi Zhiqiu's defenses akin to paper and struck mercilessly against his head. The immense inertia caused Yi Zhiqiu's head to jerk violently, shattering the bones in his face, causing several teeth to fly from his mouth. His expression twisted grotesquely, his lifeless eyes widening before Tang Lu, as if he had seen a ghost, desperate to pop his eyeballs from their sockets. The powerless Yi Zhiqiu, akin to a kite with severed strings, was once again sent flying headfirst, crashing heavily to the ground, her thick shell thudding against the earth. A pool of fresh blood pooled beneath her as it flowed from her mouth and nose. However, Tang Lu, standing nearby, remained unperturbed. He understood that even if he were to strike Yi Zhiqiu down to the brink of death, all the power within him had been utterly exhausted, leaving him incapable of countering any retaliation. Thus, his fate would be sealed regardless. Instead, he thought it more prudent to deliver another blow while Yi Zhiqiu was down, allowing her to taste the harsh realities of society. Tang Lu immediately summoned the last vestiges of strength within him, seemingly unafraid of being completely drained. The soul power within him began to surge wildly. He retracted the hammer in his left hand, gradually closed his eyes, and focused his mind, pressing his palms together firmly. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance erupted from his being, as if he were a soaring dragon, golden light radiating from behind him. In 2 swift strides, he reached Yi Zhiqiu's fallen form, unleashing a set of Tianshan Luoyang palm strikes. The impact shattered her shoulder bone, and a surge of fresh blood erupted from her chest, spraying forth like a fountain. Afterward, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. her last remnants of unwillingness and resentment fading into unconsciousness. Having accomplished this, Tang Lu gasped for breath, the toll of the battle weighing heavily upon him. His body had reached the point of complete exhaustion, and without a moment's respite, he would undoubtedly perish. As he attempted to step into the woods, he suddenly noticed that a crowd of astonished students from Tsanghui Academy had gathered nearby, their mouths agape as if they were ready to swallow an apple whole. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, assessing their demeanor. There were 7 or 8 individuals present. He found himself devoid of any capacity to fight further. Could it be that he would truly meet his demise here? A young boy swallowed hard and stammered. Did he really defeat the director? A nearby companion stiffly nodded, numbly stating, "It seems the director is near death." Another girl gazed at Tang Lu, starry-eyed, exclaiming, "He is incredible." One boy, his face contorted with fear, murmured, "I'm scared." Just a mere glance exchanged with Tang Lu sent a chill down his spine, rendering him speechless. It appeared this group of youngsters was frightened. Douluo, who had thought himself cornered, suddenly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. With a quick turn of his large eyes, he seized the moment, barking, "What are you staring at? Hurry and drag your disgraceful director away. Do you wish to be punished too?" A tall, slender boy quickly nodded, replying, "Yes, yes, we'll leave at once." The group hastily pulled Ijichio's body away, eager to escape, as one girl threw a flirtatious glance back at Tang Lu, the meaning unmistakable. Watching the students of Tsanghui Academy retreat, Tang Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Had a confrontation ensued, he doubted he could have even bested the girls in their ranks. Chapter 116. The black-spotted emperor butterfly, supporting his weakened form, Tang Lu approached the riverbank, where the water shimmered a deep azure, crystal clear enough to reveal the rocks and tiny shrimp at the bottom. The river flowed swiftly, stretching far into the distance until it vanished from sight. Cradling the pure spring water in his hands, Tang Lu drank deeply, the sweet mountain spring nourishing him, invigorating every cell in his body and leaving him feeling ethereal. "What a splendid landscape!" he exclaimed, wiping the remnants of water from his mouth as he gazed at the towering peaks in the distance, unable to contain his admiration. After surveying the flat ground around him, he settled beneath a large tree. Having just endured a fierce battle, he felt utterly drained and in dire need of rest. For without recuperation, he would lack the strength to reunite with Tang San and the others. Though his soul power had been thoroughly depleted, Tang Lu dared not meditate in this place, for who could predict whether a spirit beast might appear at any moment? He resolved to restore his strength and continue on his journey, for if night fell, the danger would surely escalate, although the day still held some brightness. By the time Tang Lu regained his composure, darkness would likely have enveloped the land. Spending the night alone in the wilderness was a perilous endeavor. He had no knowledge of the surrounding terrain. Should he encounter a fierce spirit beast, he would be in grave danger. Moreover, being close to the river meant a plentiful water source, which would undoubtedly attract spirit beasts at night, amplifying his risks. Gazing at his feeble form slumped against the tree, Tang Lu chuckled wryly, realizing that if an assailant were to approach now, he would have no means of escape. Yet he shook his head softly, reassuring himself that his luck could not be that dire. Surely he wouldn't encounter enemies in his most vulnerable state. His words were merely to amuse himself, alleviating the solitude he felt in that moment. He did not truly believe a spirit beast would leap forth from the woods, for his fortune had yet to falter that much. The odds of such an encounter were akin to winning a lottery jackpot, an infinitesimal chance, practically non-existent. After scanning the open forest around him, Tang Lu felt a slight sense of calm settle within him. However, despite his reasoning, he still feared the prospect of encountering such a fortune. Shaking his head, the weary Tang Lu squinted his eyes, hoping to seize this moment of stillness to recover his strength. A series of jarring sounds pierced Tang Li's ears, followed by the earth trembling violently beneath him. Birds took flight from the trees, as if sensing the approach of something colossal. Tang Lu opened his bewildered eyes, glancing around in confusion, fixating on the direction of the noise, silently chanting, "No, it cannot be. Surely, a spirit beast is not approaching. Please, let this merely be an earthquake." Having uttered those words earlier, Tang Lu now felt a twinge of panic. If a spirit beast were to appear suddenly, even a mere century-old one would spell doom for him in his current state, leaving him no chance of escape. He prayed fervently, "Please, let not be a spirit beast." At that moment, he was left with no options, merely seated on the ground in silent supplication, hoping his prayers would bear some fruit. Suddenly, towering trees, each reaching dozens of meters, crashed down around him, falling in rows and creating chaos. The source of that strange noise materialized before him. As he beheld the figure, Tang Li's pupils constricted sharply, and his expression soured. Pressing himself against the trunk of a tree, he slowly rose, prepared to flee at any moment. Before him stood an enormous butterfly, its body of vibrant orange adorned with black spots, which clustered around its veins. The interplay of orange and black created a stunning visual spectacle. Its colossal orange wings, resembling wooden doors, flapped rhythmically, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Its large head, crowned with two blood-red eyes, fixed intently on Tang Lu, exuding an air of excitement, as if it had spotted its prey. The vast maw of the creature gaped wide, revealing its elongated, razor-sharp fangs, each measuring an astonishing 20 centimeters. Reminiscent of the saber-toothed tiger, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Beneath its dangling pupa, from menacing limbs were suspended, each adorned with sharp, backward-facing spines, speckled with white spots. A nauseating, vile odor emanated from this grotesque figure, unmistakably a reservoir for its venom. Tang Lu found himself at a loss, his hands helplessly resting on his thighs, his palms slick with cold sweat, the gravity of his earlier words weighing heavily upon him. How foolish he had been to provoke this forest predator. He had unwittingly dug his own grave in his impatience with He Ji's slowness. The sole beast before him was known as the He Ban Di Wang Dai, a creature primarily inhabiting expansive forests and grasslands, a veritable nightmare for all medium and small soul beasts, even some larger ones falling prey to its relentless pursuit. The speed of this soul beast was breathtaking. With each flap of its wings, it could soar 10 meters, its body cloaked in an inconspicuous, thin chitinous layer. This layer harbored enough toxin to eradicate 100,000 mice, its lethal venom stored within the spines of its pupa, waiting to dissolve any unfortunate touch into a mere puddle of corrosive fluid. With such formidable power, the He Ban Di Wang Dai's attack methods were equally ferocious and relentless. Its preferred tactic involved plunging its four venom-laden spines into the backs of fleeing prey, tormenting them to death until they became nothing more than a pool of blood, which it consumed to sustain itself. Tang Lu could ascertain that the He Ban Di Wang Dai was contemplating how best to savor him. Both he and the beast locked eyes, neither making the first move. The creature was sizing up Tang Li's strength, while Tang Lu was devising a means of escape. Death loomed before him, and his heart raced, a momentary paralysis seizing him as he grappled with the uncertainty of his survival. Each passing second felt like the Grim Reaper's relentless summons, urging him towards his fate. However, one must acknowledge that this He Ban Di Wang Dai would make an excellent third soul ring for him, as the master had once recommended. The creature's potent corrosive properties were perfectly suited to his He In Chao, although the master had stipulated that its capture required the accompaniment of a soul sage. Presently, Zhao Wuji was nowhere to be found, rendering any thoughts of assistance moot. To be candid, Tang Lu had not anticipated encountering the He Ban Di Wang Dai here. Such creatures were exceedingly rare compared to others, with their growth rate being alarmingly slow, reproducing only once every decade. Coupled with natural predators and poaching, the surviving He Ban Di Wang Dai were few and far between. Yet, here he was, seemingly favored by fortune, as if he were destined for a stroke of luck. The encounters with the Titan giant ape, and now this He Ban Di Wang Dai, made him feel as though he should try his hand at the lottery. The He Ban Di Wang Dai before him was approximately 3 meters long, and its wingspan exceeded 5 meters. Upon closer inspection of the dark, striped patterns on its wings, it was evident that this creature was over 1,000 years old. A millennium? What a concept, one that Tang Lu could hardly comprehend. He knew he was no match for it. Had he been at full strength, with ample soul power and Beiming Jinqi, he might have wielded the mysterious hammer against it, though he lacked the confidence to defeat it outright. Nevertheless, after exhausting himself battling Yi Qiu, he had no choice but to rely on his own strength. The pupa of the He Ban Di Wang Dai was swollen, indicating it had recently feasted. Otherwise, it would have charged at him, allowing no time for contemplation. This was the nature of soul beasts. They lacked the cunning of humans. At this moment, the He Ban Di Wang Dai was preoccupied with thoughts of consumption, while Tang Li's thoughts were solely focused on evading its pursuit. A stark contrast that promised an astonishing outcome. Yet, the creature's vulnerability was glaringly apparent. Its conspicuously large pupa, rich in protein and 5 times more nutritious than beef. If one could breach its outer shell, the nutrient-rich essence would surge forth like a deluge. However, such nourishment was not easily acquired. Otherwise, it would simply be known as the artificially cultivated protein butterfly. Nonetheless, if he could absorb the soul ring of this He Ban Di Wang Dai, it would undoubtedly elevate Tang Li's strength significantly, enhancing his overall combat capabilities. Tang Li seemed to have devised a strategy. With a sudden shout, he launched himself upward, using his exceptional agility to leap onto a nearby tree trunk. He then propelled himself downwards like a sparrow, landing on the ground and sprinting away from the He Ban Di Wang Dai. Yes, he was indeed fleeing. The He Ban Di Wang Dai was momentarily taken aback, its small eyes filled with confusion. It had anticipated resistance from its prey, not an outright escape. Did Tang Lun not recognize that speed was its inherent gift? Did he not regard it as a forest hunter worthy of respect? Without further hesitation, the He Ban Di Wang Dai unfurled its wings, spanning over 5 meters, longer than an ordinary cart. The dark patterns on its wings began to thrum with energy, a blood-red aura emanating from them. With a powerful flap, it propelled itself forward, soaring 10 meters in an instant. Meanwhile, Tang Li pressed on, his legs moving with relentless urgency, gaining speed with every stride. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face, some landing on his parched lips. Yet he had no time to concern himself with appearances. The threat of death loomed behind him, compelling him to run as if possessed. Had he possessed even a modicum of soul power, he would not have struggled so fiercely. His white garments billowed in the wind, resembling a cloak. Yet, he could afford no distractions. An inner voice urged him to keep moving, to never cease, for halting would lead him only to doom. The sound of the He Ban Di Wang Dai drew nearer, clearer, and Tang Li pressed on, teeth clenched in determination. His hair whipped wildly in the wind, and he resembled a wild stallion galloping across the plains. Years of martial training ensured that even in his frantic flight, his strides remained balanced, his rhythm tight, and his movements powerful, maintaining a semblance of grace amidst the chaos. The He Ban Di Wang Dai relentlessly pursued him, its wings flapping rapidly, poised for a dive, gliding low to the ground like a tempest, sending nearby trees creaking under the strain. Tang Li's figure darted through the woods like a fleeting dragon, his labored breaths and pale visage betraying the gravity of his plight. As the ominous black-spotted monarch butterfly emitted its ghastly cries from behind, the sound, already unpleasant, resonated in Tang Li's ears like the tolling of a death knell, anticipating the moment of his demise. Faced with the looming threat of death, Tang Li's entire being tensed. He clenched his jaw so tightly that his teeth clicked together without faltering. In an instant, he sprang into action, soaring like a delicate bird as he fled into the denser forest ahead, his legs grazed by branches, blood streaming down to the soles of his shoes. At that moment, he could not afford to dwell on the injuries. His sole focus was on survival. Lost in the thick woods, he was disoriented, unable to discern his location, let alone the whereabouts of the forest before him. After mere seconds of frantic flight, Tang Li's speed began to wane as the black-spotted monarch butterfly, with its superior patience and velocity, effortlessly closed the gap, practically overwhelming him. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, its spiked limbs piercing into his flesh, blood gushing forth and staining his white garments. Tang Li let out a muffled groan, his complexion paler than before, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Gradually, his legs grew weary, his steps faltering, resembling a figure on the brink of collapse, reduced to a hurried walk. He truly felt he could not endure much longer. Chapter 118. Tang Li's third soul ring. As the relentless chase ensued, 2 figures suddenly materialized atop the treetops behind them. Their movements and speed so stealthy that neither Tang Li nor the black-spotted monarch butterfly noticed their abrupt arrival. One figure was male, draped in a thick black cloak, a mask concealing his face save for his resolute eyes. The female counterpart was enveloped in a layer of blue gauze, revealing only her captivating eyes and delicate hands. "Shall we intervene?" The man spoke in a deep voice, glancing at the critically endangered Tang Li, his tone tinged with urgency. The woman's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but she composed herself and replied softly, "Let us wait a moment. Should anything arise, we shall act." The man hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, regaining his composure. Fixating his gaze upon Tang Li, the black-spotted monarch butterfly flapped its formidable wings with fervor, accelerating through the air, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently as if a tempest had swept through, threatening to uproot them. I cannot continue. Douluo realized the gravity of his situation. He had underestimated the black-spotted monarch butterfly. No matter how swift his escape, he could not outpace this terrifying creature. Though he was not on par with the Titan great ape, it was more than capable of ending his life. Clenching his fists, he halted his flight. Turning to face the butterfly that seemed to mock him, an overwhelming dread washed over him. Would he truly meet his end here? With neither soul power nor Beiming true energy left within him, how could he possibly resist? Regret surged within him. Why had he boarded the same path as Zhao Wuji? This was indeed a catastrophic misfortune. First, he encountered the formidable Xiang, rivaling a tidal Douluo, then faced the legendary Titan Great Ape, and now stood before the notorious forest hunter, the black-spotted monarch butterfly. Their luck today was simply extraordinary. This exceedingly rare Millennium Soul beast boasted not only immense offensive capabilities, but also formidable defenses. Even at his peak, he would have had little chance to defeat it. Let alone in his current weakened state, the odds were insurmountable. Moreover, the master had failed to clarify this soul beast's weaknesses, only warning Douluo to ensure he was accompanied by a cadre of spirited soul masters for such a hunt. Yet, where could he possibly find high-level soul masters now? Confronted with the full form of the black-spotted monarch butterfly, Douluo recognized his utter lack of hope. The creature, however, showed no inclination to grant him the luxury of contemplation. Its toothy maw opened wide, unleashing a cloud of black mist as it surged forward, its speed intensifying. In an instant, the air around him turned pitch black, as if the sun had been obscured. Douluo found himself enveloped in a shroud of smoke, unable to see even his own fingers when he extended his hand. Relying solely on his senses, he heightened his auditory and visual awareness, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Though vision held little value in such darkness, the butterfly's white eyes stood out starkly against the night, providing a glimmer of hope in locating it. As the black mist swirled, the woman watching from a distance felt her heart clench tightly. Biting her lip in concern, she murmured, "Will Douluo encounter peril?" Douluo sighed deeply, shaking his head. "As long as we are here, he shall not perish. When the moment is right, I will intervene." Ayin gazed toward the thick smoke, her expression a blend of complexity, imbued with a mother's hopes and fears for her child. Since Douluo and Tongsan ventured into the Qingdou Great Forest, Donghao and Ayin had been their silent guardians, constantly ensuring their safety. The reason they refrained from intervening against the Titan Great Ape was that they recognized the true identity of Xiaowu, opting instead to conceal their presence and observe. They had previously assessed Tongsan's situation, ensuring the Gaishi Longsha couple would not dare to strike. Of course, even if they had, Donghao and Ayin would have been quick to respond. They believed that should the couple attempt such an act, they would not escape the confines of a Qingdou Great Forest today. Thus, the Gaishi Longsha couple would be relegated to a mere historical footnote, a tale of the past. Suddenly, a cacophony of bizarre cries erupted from within the smoke. Douluo's heart jolted, and he swiftly turned, colliding with the oncoming black-spotted monarch butterfly. The impact sent him soaring, pain radiating from his chest as he was flung backward. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, exacerbating the already grievous wound on his back, the injury tearing further open. Amidst the black mist, the strange cries abruptly ceased, and the black-spotted monarch butterfly steadied itself, its massive wings flapping violently once more, increasing its speed until it reached Douluo in mere moments. In stark contrast to its previous assault, this time it thrust its lethal limbs forward, propelled by its astonishing velocity, akin to a harvester sweeping through its prey. Should Douluo be caught in this onslaught, his very form would be torn asunder, perhaps even reduced to mere fragments. Realizing this, Douluo sprang to his feet, leaping just as the black-spotted monarch butterfly was about to strike, narrowly evading its attack and landing atop the creature's back. What a fortunate opportunity! Tang Lu experienced a sudden epiphany, realizing that this was an exceptionally rare opportunity for him. In the blink of an eye, he had no time to ponder further. His right hand sprang into action. He rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a small black iron device concealed within. This was his treasured possession, a limited edition from the entire continent. Even he had not anticipated that he would find the occasion to employ it at this moment. It was the silent sleeve arrow crafted for him by Tang San 6 years ago in Shenghun village. Since its last use in the Tiando Royal Hunting Grounds 6 years ago, the silent sleeve arrow had not seen the light of day again, primarily due to its perceived inadequacy. However, every underdog has its day, and today was his. Without hesitation, Tang Lu raised his right hand, squinting his left eye as he meticulously aimed at the black-spotted emperor butterfly beneath him. The butterfly's erratic movements caused him to feel slightly unbalanced. This silent sleeve arrow was his lifeline, and a misfire would be disastrous. At that moment, the black-spotted emperor butterfly flapped its wings vigorously, ascending with great effort while revealing its sharp fangs, aiming to bite Tang Lu, who stood on its back. This sudden shift made Tang Li's body tilt slightly downward, but he swiftly pivoted, raising his right hand in an instant as a shadow of a black arrow shot forth. He focused intently on the butterfly, even in the darkness. The gleam of its white eyes was discernible. He utilized his remarkable hearing to deduce its position from the rhythm of its wing beats. Just as the butterfly passed before him, he released the silent sleeve arrow. With a resounding clang, he could not ascertain whether he had struck true, but the furious cry of the butterfly reached his ears. It could either be a roar of anger or a shriek of pain. Tang Lu lamented the fact that he had not succeeded in vanquishing the butterfly with a single shot. Of course, were he to possess a mere peanut, he would not voice such a sentiment. As Tang Lu descended to the ground, the black-spotted emperor butterfly had vanished entirely within the smoke, rendering its whereabouts utterly inscrutable. This was undoubtedly more terrifying. He could not determine its position at all. Suddenly, he perceived a subtle sound emanating from his right, reminiscent of a dog licking its wounds, which instantly seized his attention. Tang Lu gradually closed his eyes, concentrating intently. The surrounding sounds of wind and grass would not disrupt his focus. He needed to remain wholly attentive to make precise judgments when confronted with the butterfly's assault. The strange noise grew increasingly distinct, heightening his alertness. He extended his right hand into the swirling snow-like petals, and dozens of white silver needles appeared between his fingers. Under normal circumstances, Tang Lu would not resort to using hidden weapons against the black-spotted emperor butterfly. After all, such weapons are intended for covert use. Given the butterfly's rapid reflexes, any overt action would render his attempts futile, as its keen eyesight would detect every movement. However, the circumstances were different now. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped them, obscuring visibility entirely. This was the perfect opportunity to utilize concealed weaponry. The bizarre sound gradually faded, and the silhouette of the black-spotted emperor butterfly reappeared before him, its scales shimmering with iridescent colors, creating a striking contrast against the black mist. Tang Lu instantly recognized that the butterfly was genuinely enraged, perhaps due to his recent attempt with the silent sleeve arrow or another reason altogether. The vibrant hues flashed across its dark scales, while its wings began to flutter with increased intensity, accelerating its speed like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, closing in on Tang Lu in an instant. Despite standing at a tactical advantage, Tang Lu remained unperturbed, his mind as tranquil as still water. He took a small step back with his right foot, slightly bending forward while grasping his left knee with his left hand. The butterfly, with its remarkable stamina and velocity, charged directly toward him within mere seconds, akin to a high-speed train barreling down its track. Yet, Tang Lu was unfazed. He raised his left leg in conjunction with his arm, gently halted his rear foot, and executed a simple backflip. Utilizing the graceful steps of Lingbo Weibo, he repositioned himself entirely. With a glimmer of mockery in his eyes as he observed the retreating black-spotted emperor butterfly, Tang Lu abruptly flung his right hand backward. The dozens of silver needles he held flew forth like guided missiles, piercing through the butterfly's wings. Logically, a single silver needle would struggle to penetrate the butterfly's heavily armored wings. However, Tang Li's ingenuity lay in grouping 10 needles between his thumb and forefinger, employing his exceptional skill to launch them simultaneously. In midair, they traveled at identical speeds, inflicting tenfold damage upon the butterfly, seeing its beloved wings punctured by a gaping hole. The black-spotted emperor butterfly was pushed to the brink of fury and nearly lost its composure. It immediately turned, recklessly charging at Tang Lu. With astonishing speed, the butterfly lunged directly from 10 meters away to stand before him. Its face was streaked with crimson, the spikes atop its head raised menacingly, emanating a faint golden glow. Its massive wings flapped relentlessly, creating a tempestuous wind, while its gaping maw emitted a foul stench of blood. The aura emanating from it had firmly locked onto Tang Lu, as if he were to be devoured in the next heartbeat, causing him to feel as though he were being crushed beneath a mountain, struggling to breathe. Had it been anyone else, despair would have settled in at this moment. Escaping the butterfly's lethal gaze was virtually impossible. The worst fate was to be consumed, while the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Yet, at this juncture, a smirk of disdain graced Tang Li's lips. Indeed, it was a disdainful smile. His right hand flipped over, revealing a small contraption akin to a pistol, with a broad top seemingly filled with ammunition. The grip beneath it held a switch, and as Tang Lu grasped the handle, his index finger hovered over the trigger, lifting his arm to aim at the approaching black-spotted emperor butterfly. In the very instant the butterfly's gaping maw was about to close around him, Tang Lu gently pressed the trigger. The small device he held unleashed a barrage of arrows that shot forth into the butterfly's mouth, just as it was about to snap shut. In that fleeting moment, the butterfly's body stiffened, every action halted, its eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Tang Lu. After a futile struggle, it succumbed to its final defeat. Observing the lifeless body of the black-spotted emperor butterfly sprawled on the ground, Tang Lu slowly raised the small contraption in his hand, sincerely remarking that the Zhuge crossbow crafted by Xiao San was indeed remarkably effective. Chapter 120. Tang Li's third spirit ring 3. At the very moment the corpse of the black-spotted emperor butterfly collapsed, the dense black smoke that had enveloped the area dissipated into gentle breezes, and the swirling sands and stones settled. Tang Li did not rush to approach the black-spotted emperor butterfly. Instead, he employed his skillful movement technique, Lingbo Weibu, to maintain a safe distance. He was uncertain whether the creature was truly deceased. If it still possessed a breath of life, the consequences could be dire. After a few minutes, confirming that it had indeed ceased to breathe, Tang Lu finally exhaled in relief, murmuring to himself about the creature's tenacity. Had he not possessed the Zhuge divine crossbow crafted at the behest of Tang San, he might have met his end today. Earlier, Tang San had entrusted him with the task of assisting in the creation of the Zhuge divine crossbow. With his involvement, both the collection of materials and the crafting speed had significantly increased, allowing Tang San to produce an extra crossbow. This surplus crossbow now rested in Tang Li's possession and was set to shine brightly today. Standing a short distance away, Tang Li's gaze narrowed at the lifeless body of the black-spotted emperor butterfly. What method had this creature employed? It was a millennium-old soul beast. How could he have defeated it alone? Even Ain was taken aback, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Tang Lu with an unfamiliar gaze. Was this truly her son? Due to being shrouded in the black mist earlier, Tang Hao and Ain were unaware of the events that had transpired, and thus were oblivious to the fact that Tang Lu had vanquished the black-spotted emperor butterfly using the Zhuge divine crossbow. They were likely pondering how this prodigious son of theirs had managed to triumph over such a formidable foe with nothing but his bare hands. As Tang Lu stowed the Zhuge divine crossbow into his sole guiding device, he gazed at the corpse of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The fear he once felt had vanished, and now lay before him was a mere carcass, a body of a millennium-old soul beast. What treasure! Tang Lu nearly burst into laughter. This black-spotted emperor butterfly had once been recommended by his master as the best choice for his third spirit ring. He had thought himself unworthy of such an opportunity, yet here it lay before him. With a solid understanding of concealed weaponry, he had endured tremendous trials to defeat this soul beast, and he could not afford to waste such a prize. After slaying a millennium-old soul beast, the spirit ring it produced would only last for a few hours, and he could not afford to be careless. With due diligence, absorbing the spirit ring would likely take no more than an hour. However, Tang Lu was not in haste to absorb the spirit ring. Instead, he quietly moved aside and sat cross-legged. In truth, his body was already in a state of overload. If he were to absorb the third spirit ring at this moment, it would not be long before he would meet a violent end. Naturally, he wished to avoid an explosive demise during the process of absorption, so he opted for a more cautious approach. Restoring his physical strength first was paramount. Tang Li's reluctance to absorb the spirit ring stemmed not only from these reasons, but also from the inherent nature of the black-spotted emperor butterfly itself. He could easily surmise that this creature, in its lifetime, would have harbored a profound hatred towards him, its malice palpable. The malevolence of soul beasts could disrupt a soul master's absorption process. While the black-spotted emperor butterfly was not as terrifying as other malevolent soul beasts, it was still imbued with a malevolence that could prove detrimental post-mortem. If one were to be struck down in their prime, only to be killed by a single blow, one could hardly feel at ease, perhaps wishing to hurl their mobile device in frustration or approach the victor with an insincere greeting. In summary, absorbing the spirit ring of the black-spotted emperor butterfly would be exceptionally challenging, compounded by Tang Lu's current physical condition. Should he falter while attempting to absorb the spirit ring, he might succumb to its violent essence, resulting in his demise, or, as they might say in their previous life, becoming lost in madness, his mind rendered asunder, akin to death itself. Thus, for the sake of safety, he chose to focus on personal development. There was no need to rush. Tang Lu swiftly calmed his thoughts and diligently adjusted his breathing. After several deep breaths, his respiration gradually stabilized, and his demeanor exuded tranquility. Just a few minutes after closing his eyes, Tang Hao and Ain arrived before him. Tang Hao kicked the corpse of the black-spotted emperor butterfly in disbelief, exclaiming that it was truly dead, its most vulnerable part, the head, completely shattered, resulting in an instantaneous loss of life. Upon hearing this, Ain gasped in astonishment, her eyelids twitching as she gazed at the meditating Tang Lu. My goodness, could this child be a reincarnated superhuman? Did he truly crush the head of the black-spotted emperor butterfly with a single punch? This is beyond the capabilities of even a grand soul master, let alone a soul king. At this moment, Ain was lost in her imagination, picturing Tang Lu gripping the black-spotted emperor butterfly with his left hand while delivering a devastating blow with his right, reducing its head to ruins. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had remained silent, seemed to have made a discovery. He lifted the corpse of the black-spotted emperor butterfly and scrutinized the head closely, suddenly noticing dozens of glimmering objects. What could they be? With a look of curiosity, Tang Hao extracted the arrows shot from the Zhuge divine crossbow from the head of the black-spotted emperor butterfly. So it was like this, Tang Hao realized, piecing together the sequence of events. However, just as he was about to explain to Ain, Tang Lu, who sat firmly in place, suddenly stretched his body, slowly opening his heavy eyelids. Tang Hao and Ain were taken aback, exchanging glances. In a rush, Tang Hao discarded the black-spotted emperor butterfly onto the ground, though he still held the arrows from the Zhuge divine crossbow. Both figures vanished into the depths of the endless forest before Tang Lu could notice their presence. As Tang Lu looked at the black-spotted emperor butterfly to his right, he appeared somewhat bewildered. The creature had just been before him, yet now it was suddenly positioned beside him. Could its corpse have teleported? Truly impressive. Such was the prowess of a forest hunter. Despite his confusion, there was no one around, and the area was devoid of life, prompting him to set aside his doubts and feign ignorance. After a few more cautious glances around, Tang Lu finally felt reassured and prepared to absorb the spirit ring. At this moment, a mass of black soul energy swirled above the corpse of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, coalescing into distinct orbs. Taking a deep breath, the rich soul energy invigorated Tang Lu, filling him with delight. Now was the opportune moment to absorb the spirit ring. The abundant soul energy beckoned him to take immediate action. Yet who could have foreseen the trials that lay ahead, concealed beneath that rich soul energy? Chapter 121. Tang Li's third spirit ring 4. Taking a deep breath, Tang Li focused his mind. Under the impetus of the soul energy, the haying grass emerged from his palm, seemingly sensing the rich soul energy nearby. It excitedly swayed its branches and leaves. The broad leaves of the haying grass shimmered with specks of starlight, resembling a vast net that drew in all the soul energy swirling above the black-spotted emperor butterfly. The soul energy surged forth as if it had found its way home, rushing into Tang Lu with great force, distorting the surrounding space in the process. Feeling the torrents of soul energy flooding into his body, Tang Li's heart raced, and he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a remarkable soul beast! Such abundant soul energy!" The soul power surged into his body like a roaring river, recklessly plundering all the energy within him, akin to a flood overwhelming and collapsing his veins. In the following moment, Tang Li's skin began to radiate heat, as the accumulated essence in his dantian unleashed an immense warmth, as if a furnace had been ignited within him, continuously releasing waves of heat. The domineering aura of the Haiban Duangdi began to roam freely within Tang Li's body the instant it entered, initiating a transformation of his very being. Despite having undergone numerous training experiences, the agonizing pain he endured each time left an indelible mark on his memory. At that moment, His bones felt as though they had been crushed, mercilessly rolled over by a steamroller until his face shattered into fragments. Yet in the next instant, that abundant energy restored his bones, only for them to be crushed again, becoming debris once more, and then restored again. This internal transformation continued unabated, the suffering rendering Tang Li's existence unbearable. If it must be painful, he wished it to be swift. Could they not proceed differently? Almost immediately, his entire body began to emit scalding steam, every pore in his skin gaping wide, greedily inhaling the surrounding air while continuously expelling the heat from within. He now resembled someone meditating in a hot spring exceeding 50 degrees, his skin flushed a deep red, akin to a boiled lobster. In the next moment, his blood erupted from his mouth like a volcanic eruption. Tang Lu felt a sweetness in his throat and, in a daze, spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. Although he remained conscious, the force within him was entirely beyond his control. The overwhelming power bestowed by the Huaibinduangdi was an entity he could not master, leaving him to passively endure and defend. Under the onslaught of this soul power, it felt as if his bones were on the verge of shattering, and his blood vessels were so engorged that they threatened to burst at any moment. His body was taut, with veins protruding on his arms and face. Resembling a boiling pot, the intense suffering within him felt solely by him. The greater the age of the soul ring absorbed, the heavier the pressure and burden it imposed. The image of his master, with that familiar face resembling a corpse, emerged in his mind, seemingly admonishing him. Why are you so reckless? Do you realize this is a Millennium Soul beast? Can you truly absorb it? You could die, do you understand? Despite his master's repeated insistence for him and Tang San to absorb soul rings with caution, they often disregarded this advice, repeatedly challenging fate and setting records that left their master in awe. Today, no matter what, he had to claim the soul ring of the Huaibinduangdi for himself. This was the only thought in Tang Li's mind, and it was imperative he achieved it. Suddenly, the phantom of the Habine grass appeared in his mind, absorbing the soul power within him, its roots thickening and its leaves broadening, with intricate patterns becoming increasingly distinct. Then, another Habine grass materialized, growing steadily, followed by a second, a third, and a fourth. Countless Habine grasses resembled a vast ocean of darkness, their leaves swaying gently, as if greeting Tang Lu. Regardless of his internal musings, he was oblivious to the blood-red mist that enveloped him. This mist acted as an invisible shield, surrounding him completely. Though it appeared striking, a discerning eye would recognize that this red mist was not born of soul power, but rather a manifestation of Tang Li's own blood, seeping through his skin. This blood-red mist coalesced into droplets, akin to morning dew adorning him, while beads of sweat emerged from his skin, mingling with droplets of blood. Suddenly, an unwelcome visitor emerged within Tang Li's consciousness, a familiar figure bearing a hint of resentment. The Huaibinduangdi reappeared in his mind. Compared to before, it now exuded a more terrifying aura, its blood-red eyes fixated on Tang Lu, instilling a profound sense of dread. Particularly alarming were its massive blood-red wings, which, with each gentle flap, released a potent stench of blood. The Huaibinduangdi frantically flapped its wings, charging at Tang Lu. The closer it drew, the more palpable the malevolence radiating from it became. It enveloped Tang Lu like an impenetrable fog, and strange sounds echoed around him, leading him to question whether he had descended into the depths of hell. The chilling voices sent a shiver through him, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably. Each assault from the Huaibinduangdi caused Tang Li's brow to furrow. Observing his parched lips and pallid, bloodless face made it evident how torturous his experience was. This ferocity was not something everyone could withstand. For someone like Tang Lu, with 3 experiences under his belt, he would not be easily broken. Were it anyone else, they might have already succumbed to madness. Maintaining composure was imperative. He channeled a sliver of soul power into his dantian, gradually activating his beaming divine skill. A refreshing essence began to emanate from his dantian. The beaming true energy evidently countered the raging malevolence effectively, causing the fierce and violent energies to retreat as if a mouse confronted a cat. Chapter 122. The soul ring breaking through limits. Tang Li's entire being felt as though it had endured a seismic upheaval, his bones cracking and popping in a symphony of agony. The sound of shattering bones intertwining with that of joints grinding together, forming a painful melody. The sheer torment he experienced was magnitudes greater than that of absorbing the first and second soul rings, as the pain nearly compelled him to spit blood. The power generated by Millennium Soul Beast was a qualitative leap above that of a Century Soul Beast. The impact of the soul power alone could overwhelm many ordinary, weaker auxiliary soul masters, which is why the transition from Great Soul Master to Soul Venerable marked a true milestone in a soul master's journey. Countless individuals failed to cross this threshold, and those who survived were exceedingly rare. At this moment, it felt as though his body had been sliced by blades, with scarcely any part remaining intact. His flesh had been brutally torn apart, his organs seemingly rearranged in a chaotic manner. That brutal force incessantly tore at his body, as if seeking to rend him asunder. Yet, it seemed that some unseen force was guiding his soul power toward a new level, enhancing his mental and physical resilience. However, these enhancements paled in comparison to the overwhelming agony, as the piercing pain surged once more, dissipating any newfound strength before he could even grasp it. Douluo found himself in a state of profound dismay. Logically speaking, the process of absorbing a typical Millennium Soul ring should not be so agonizing. He had witnessed others successfully absorb their soul rings in merely a couple of hours, with their journeys being relatively straightforward. In stark contrast, however, he was drenched in sweat after just a few minutes, scarcely daring to draw breath. Little did he know that the black-spotted emperor butterfly before him was no ordinary creature. It was, in fact, a top-tier soul beast with an age and cultivation exceeding 2,000 years. It is worth noting that the maximum limit for an average soul master absorbing a third soul ring is approximately 1,700 years. Yet here was Douluo, attempting to absorb a soul ring from a butterfly that was around 2,000 years old. Experiencing pain at this moment was a blessing. Had it been anyone else who lacked Tang Li's martial training since childhood, they would likely have perished under the overwhelming soul power. Tang Li's third soul ring surpassed the boundaries of what is theoretically deemed possible, as per the current standards on the continent. No individual has ever successfully absorbed a third soul ring exceeding 1,700 years. Furthermore, the black-spotted emperor butterfly is notoriously fierce and violent, and the malevolence it brings during absorption is unparalleled in the realm of soul beasts, making this already improbable feat even more challenging. Yet, it is often in the most perilous moments that a person's conviction and courage shine brightest. A steadfast belief can conjure countless miracles and surmount insurmountable obstacles. As long as one harbors unwavering faith within, even the steepest mountains and vastest rivers seem as flat as a plain. Of course, if two titled Douluo are not standing behind you, such audacity is ill-advised, for it would spell certain doom. Tang Hao and Ain had naturally discerned the distinct nature of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, yet they refrained from intervening in Tang Li's absorption. Their reasons were twofold. Firstly, they wished to maintain their concealment, and secondly, they were intrigued to witness how this peculiar prodigy would absorb his third soul ring. After all, with two titled Douluo present, how could they fear for his life? Their gazes were intensely fixed on Douluo, hoping that this young man could deliver them a new miracle. However, far across the Stardew forest, another young soul was also striving for a miracle. Zhao Wujia led the members of Shrek Academy, encircling Tang San with anxious and grave expressions. The cause of their concern lay in Tang San's visage, which was contorted in agony, his brows furrowed, lips pale from being bitten, and blood oozing from his body in beads. Dai Mubai lowered his head, his eyes filled with crimson streaks. Fists clenched tightly as he gritted his teeth, lamenting that Tang San was once again in peril, while Tang Lu and Xiao were nowhere to be found. Why? Oh, why did things unfold this way? No one uttered a word. They all hung their heads in silence. After all, they had only just rescued the human-faced demon spider from the formidable couple, and they had anticipated Tang San would absorb it joyfully. Little did they know he had leaped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. None could have anticipated that the human-faced demon spider's age exceeded 1,000 years, reaching an astonishing 2,100 years. Upon learning this, despair gripped the hearts of the Shrek members. 2,000 years. That was a staggering age. Most individuals only dared to absorb such a soul ring at the fourth soul ring stage. Yet Tang San had recklessly chosen to challenge fate today. While they still held faith in Tang San, they all understood the immense probability of death looming over him, an idea so dreadful that no one dared to contemplate it. Would he truly perish? As they observed Tang San trembling violently, that question echoed in their minds. Just when their spirits plummeted to the depths of despair, hurried footsteps rustled through the nearby thicket. In the stillness, The sound was distinct and resonated in everyone's ears. Zhao Wujia was the first to lift his head. His gaze fixated on the source of the noise, his expression alert as he called out, "Who goes there?" Step forward at once. A slender figure emerged from the underbrush. Clad in a pink dress with large rabbit ears, this girl was none other than Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, you aren't dead?" Oscar exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face as he cradled his head, nearly shouting in astonishment. Xiao Wu shot him an irritated glare, retorting, "Do you wish for my demise so eagerly?" "Xiao Wu, how did you end up here?" Oscar was not the only one caught off guard. Even Zhao Wujia appeared bewildered. He had clearly seen Xiao Wu captured by the Titan giant ape. How was it possible for her to return alive? He had intended to return to Shrek Academy and enlist the miserly Flanders to pay a hefty price to summon Black Brother for the funeral. Did that mean today he only needed to carry Tang Li's coffin? Xiao Wu paused, quickly gathering her thoughts, and explained, "When I was captured by the Titan giant ape, I was terrified, just as I thought I was done for. Suddenly, with a mighty roar, the Titan giant ape tossed me aside, which is how I survived." "What about Tang Lo?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Though Xiao Wu's explanation was vague, her mention of being thrown made it seem likely that Tang Lo had also been discarded. Xiao Wu widened her eyes, surveying the surroundings with confusion. There was no sign of Tang Lo among the Shrek members. She asked, bewildered, "Has he not returned yet?" Ma Hongjun shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his plump face as he replied, "No, we haven't seen him." Xiao Wu gasped in shock, the horrifying thought crossing her mind. Could it be that Tang Lo had met his end due to that throw? This alarming notion took root in her mind. What level of soul beast was the Titan giant ape? What seemed a light toss to Xiao Wu would not be perceived the same way by Tang Lo. Most likely, that seemingly gentle throw was akin to a soul king striking him with full force. Xiao Wu was petrified by her own daring thoughts. Glancing around the empty forest and unconsciously accepting the belief that Tang Lo was dead. "That boy is quite resilient. He is far from dead," Tang Hao remarked nonchalantly. Observing Tang Lo, who sat not far away, with an expression of indifference, Ain immediately showed her discontent, pouting as she admonished him, "Tang Lo is your son. Shouldn't you be more concerned about him?" Tang Hao scratched his head, contemplating how a burly man like himself could impart lessons to a child. It was a challenge greater than mastering the Haotian hammer technique back at the Haotian sect. Boys are meant to endure hardships. It is their rightful path, he chuckled. Ain opened her mouth, poised to say something, but then seemed to recall an unpleasant thought, her face flushing crimson as she nervously fidgeted with her clothing, murmuring, "Next time, if we have a daughter, I hope she doesn't have to suffer." Unbeknownst to Tang Lo, who was in the throes of absorbing his soul ring, his actions were inadvertently contributing to the expansion of his family's numbers. At that moment, he was caught in a whirlwind of sensations, oscillating between heaven and hell, experiencing both pain and pleasure. In one moment, his bones felt as if they were shattering. In the next, he would recover, a paradox of sensations overwhelming him. Just as he thought he was nearing the end of this tormenting absorption, an enigmatic force struck his back, shattering his bones and tendons. Accompanied by a surge of tumultuous soul power, Tang Li's anguished cries echoed through the forest. What he had believed to be a fait accompli was abruptly disrupted by the sound of his suffering, drawing Tang Hao back to the present, questioning what had transpired. Even Ain, who stood by, gasped in astonishment. What was that? Following the gaze of the two individuals, one could see that the clothing on Tang Li's back had been entirely torn apart, revealing a form behind him that resembled a steel plate. His whole body quivered violently, and he spewed forth a mouthful of old blood. The upper half of his body twisted grotesquely, contorted like a severely bent bow, creating a horrifying sight. Tang Li's chest rose high, a fissure spreading from it throughout his body, with Bei Ming's true energy intermingled with blood continuously oozing from within. The sight of Tang Lu truly startled Tang Hao and Ain, who stood not far away, as they could clearly see two small, mound-like protrusions on his shoulders. These anomalies were irregularly shaped, somewhat resembling pointed cones, emanating an orange-golden hue that lifted Tang Li's clothing high. The protrusions grew rapidly, akin to mountains rising from the ground, seemingly sprouting from Tang Li's very being, with blood already staining his shoulders. The white bones on his back were now distinctly visible. A layer of fine blood foam seeped from Tang Li's mouth and nose, trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. Soudainement, Tang Li's body chudeur de violent lit. and the two protrusions elongated fiercely, dragging out the white bones that were now fully exposed to the air. Remarkably, the ends of these white bones shimmered with a golden hue, connecting seamlessly to the protrusions. The remnants of his clothing had been utterly torn away, revealing the two-pointed structures before Tang, Hao, and Ayin. These conical forms were enveloped in a layer of golden threads, resembling budding flowers, accumulating energy within. Once a sufficient amount of golden energy was gathered, the outer layer of the bud burst open, and a golden bone emerged, continuously growing outward. As the two golden bones expanded, Tang Lu visibly relaxed, appearing somewhat relieved, yet his brows remained tightly knit, and his complexion pallid. At this moment, he had completely lost consciousness, unable to control the protrusions sprouting from his back, which grew autonomously without his intervention. Time passed second by second, and in a mere 15 seconds, the previously observed golden bones had grown to over 2 meters in length, one on each side. Each golden bone was encased in a thin, membranous wing, with a viscous liquid binding it to the bone. Then, amidst the astonished gasps of Tang, Hao, and Yin, segments began to branch out from the golden bones, forming joints. The growth of the golden bones did not cease, as they continually drew the necessary nutrients from Tang Li's body, extending until they reached nearly 2.5 meters in length. From Tang Li's back emerged a golden bone measuring close to 5 meters in length. Under the astonished gazes of Tang, Hao, and Yin, the viscous liquid connecting the joints of the golden bone was swiftly drawn away, and the thin wing membrane unfurled from top to bottom. Golden specks of light appeared on the surface of the wing, connecting together to enhance the stability of the membrane. The previously thin layer visibly thickened at an astonishing rate, ultimately achieving a thickness of nearly 1 centimeter. This layer of wings extended from the tip of the bone to its shaft, resembling a grand golden net, its surface gleaming with a reddish-golden hue, smooth and sturdy. "Isn't this akin to the wings of the black-spotted emperor butterfly?" Ayin exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the gigantic wings extending over 5 meters in length. Tang Hao nodded, responding with a steady voice, noting that compared to the wings of the black-spotted emperor butterfly, those on Xiao Li's back appeared even more robust and sleek, their hue an orange gold, in stark contrast to the black red of the butterfly. Suddenly, an epiphany struck both of them as they exchanged glances and gasped in unison. Soul Bone. Chapter 124. Soul Bone 2. The golden wings on Tang Li's back continuously absorbed energy from within him. Due to the inherently weaker nature of the Heiyin grass, there was no significant conflict between the two. Instead, the violent energy emanating from the earlier black-spotted emperor butterfly repeatedly sought to breach Tang Li's defenses. Yet, each time, he managed to push back at the last moment, relying on his indomitable willpower. After several minutes of this back and forth, Tang Li's breathing gradually stabilized, his once trembling form slowly recovering. The crimson blood on his forehead was replaced by beads of sweat, indicating that he had successfully integrated with the wings on his back. Tang Hao's gaze toward Tang Lu shimmered with admiration as he exclaimed joyfully, noting that he had successfully navigated the most challenging phase and achieved a perfect fusion with the soul bone. Ayi nodded in agreement, smiling as she remarked on Tang Li's remarkable fortune in acquiring an external soul bone. Being a titled Douluo, they were well aware of the immense value of external soul bones, which were worth dozens of times more than ordinary soul bones. Even ordinary soul bones were exceedingly rare in Douluo continent, typically possessed by individuals who had reached the strength of a titled Douluo. The quantities stored by the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire hardly amounted to more than 2 handfuls, clearly illustrating the rarity of soul bones in the contemporary world. The scarcity of soul bones is undoubtedly due to the arduous requirements for their creation. To yield a soul bone, one must defeat a soul beast with at least 10,000 years of cultivation, yielding only a minuscule chance of dropping a soul bone. Yet, how easy is it to confront a soul beast of such caliber? It is clearly impossible. Not even a titled Douluo would dare to recklessly engage a soul beast of 10,000 years, let alone others. However, the tremendous power that soul bones bestow has made them highly coveted by soul masters. Acquiring a soul bone is not merely about obtaining an additional piece of bone. The enhancements it provides are truly astounding. It can augment various aspects such as attack, agility, and defense, with a single soul bone typically boosting a soul master's power by at least 30%. Moreover, external soul bones are even rarer than ordinary soul bones, with only a single one potentially appearing among tens of thousands of them. A person has 6 bone slots available, meaning that no matter how powerful one becomes, they can equip a maximum of 6 soul bones in their lifetime. In contrast, external soul bones do not occupy any bone slots and can grow stronger alongside the soul master. They're the coveted treasures that all soul masters yearn to possess. This is truly the son of my Douluo, Tang Hao declared with pride. Ayin rolled her beautiful eyes at him, feigning disdain as she remarked, "You are so full of yourself." Tang Hao awkwardly chuckled, redirecting his focus back to Tang Lu. At this moment, a faint black ripple emanated from Tang Li's body, spreading outward like ripples in water. As this black light radiated, the Heian grass sprouted from the palm of his right hand, initially appearing to undergo no significant change. As it gradually elongated, the transformations from absorbing the third soul ring became evident. At this moment, the leaves of the Heian Shao had reached the size of a palm, their surfaces exquisitely smooth, adorned with intricate black patterns. Compared to before, the black hue was now more pronounced, resembling a fresh coat of lacquer that gleamed with a polished luster. The large leaves of the Heian Shao gathered a surge of soul power, which emanated faint glimmers of light along the black veins on the stems and leaves. Countless strands of Heian Shao suddenly unfurled from his palms, entwining around his body like agile water serpents, climbing upward until Tang Lu was completely enveloped, resembling a rice dumpling. An unknown energy seeped through the gaps of the Heian Shao, continuously radiating feeble light. At this moment, Tang Hao and Ayin were unsure of Tang Li's condition, yet dared not interrupt, standing anxiously outside. Although they understood this was a normal phenomenon associated with absorbing an external soul bone, as parents, their hearts were heavy with worry, fearing any unforeseen mishaps. As they anxiously awaited, time passed slowly, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, and once more, the afterglow of the setting sun traced a brilliant arc across the sky. A blood-red hue spread across the firmament, swiftly plunging the heavens into darkness, while the star-doe forest lost its usual vitality, enveloped in a profound silence. The sun, long on the verge of collapse, ultimately sank into the ocean, gradually vanishing beyond the horizon, its last glimmer akin to the radiant wings of an angel. Leaving its final mark upon the crimson sky, a round moon quietly ascended into the heavens, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. In the cold night sky, stars twinkled above, and birds chirped merrily in the branches, all silently watching over Tang Lu, now enveloped like an octopus by the Heian Shao, as if offering silent prayers for him. Perseverance bore fruit. Tang Lu, through his astonishing endurance and tenacity, finally overcame this trial. A wave of surging soul power radiated from him, shaking the surrounding trees and sending the birds fleeing from their branches. The elongated strands of Heian Shao gradually unfurled, revealing Tang Lu, long awaited by all. He now stood cloaked in a layer of white mucus, which adhered closely to his skin, seemingly mending his damaged flesh and bones. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of blue hair had emerged atop his head, suggesting an elevation in his essence. Tang Lu appeared utterly transformed compared to his former self. No longer the pale complexion he once bore, he now radiated a healthy bronze hue, his well-defined muscles prominently displayed, with a faint black halo shimmering above his chest. The layer of mucus gradually melded into his body, leaving him entirely unclothed, exposed to the air. A soft groan escaped Tang Li's lips as his limbs began to stretch languidly. Soon after, he opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion. Tang Hao and Ayin had long departed, leaving him surrounded by the pitch-black forest, illuminated only by the solitary light of the moon. "What has happened to me?" Tang Lu muttered, still reeling from the immense pain he had just endured. He felt as though his entire body was about to shatter, utterly devoid of strength. Even the slightest lift of his foot almost sent him tumbling to the ground. After regaining his balance, he shook his head, trying to clear his mind. However, a sudden chill swept through him, and he felt an unsettling emptiness beneath him, as if something was amiss. His bleary eyes turned to inspect his form, widening in shock as his hands frantically searched his body. "Who stripped me of my clothes?" he exclaimed in alarm. The next moment revealed a Tang Lu that could only be described as impeccably neat and tidy. After donning a clean outfit, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring, every cell in his body rejoicing. Particularly, the sight of his abundant soul power and the 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath his feet filled him with a sense of pride. At last, I possess a 3rd soul ring. What a journey it has been. Yet, He soon faced another dilemma. He had difficulty fitting his upper garment due to the sudden emergence of two pairs of golden wings from his back, each nearly 5 meters long. This startling development left him questioning whether he had succumbed to madness, pondering if he had somehow become part of a demonic sect. Nevertheless, he dismissed that notion. This was the Douluo continent, where such a concept did not exist. But how could he explain these wings? Turning sideways, Tang Lu gazed curiously at his golden wings, reaching out to stroke the pristine feathers. Quite pleasant, he mused. The feathers were remarkably smooth and even, and he could distinctly sense that these wings were an intrinsic part of him. Whatever he did with them, his body felt it. Setting aside other concerns, he first contemplated the potential of these wings for flight. Naturally, wings were meant for flying, not for any other purpose. With a spark of intent, he attempted to manipulate the wings. Immediately, his body trembled violently as the wings responded, slowly beginning to flap. He felt an exhilarating lightness beneath his feet as he gradually ascended into the air, hovering effortlessly. Under his control, the wings flapped faster, and he soared upward like a hot air balloon, lifting off from the ground. Despite their unusual appearance, the wings did not hinder his movements. He felt completely unencumbered in the air. "Descend," he commanded, and with that, the wings halted their flapping. Without the lift, Tang Lu plummeted, executing a perfect backflip before landing firmly on his feet. Clearly, he could control the wings with remarkable dexterity akin to manipulating his own hands, though he would need to experiment further to master complex maneuvers such as advancing or retreating. Although Tang Lu was uncertain of the origin of this peculiar appendage, he was confident it resulted from absorbing the Heiban Di Wang Dai. However, he realized that if he could not retract these wings, he might be perceived as a monster. Recognizing the importance of the situation, he focused his mental energy, attempting to command the wings to retract. Instantly, the wings responded as if stimulated. The light segments along the wing bones aligned and fused together, while the broad feathers shrank in tandem with the skeletal structure. Eventually, the primary bones of the wings converged and slowly merged back into Tang Li's body. Throughout the entire process, he experienced no discomfort. Aside from a slight itch and a sensation of swelling at his back, nothing out of the ordinary. The ability to both expand and retract seemed to suggest that having such a peculiar addition might not be a bad thing after all. Tang Lu mused himself, extending his hand to touch the smooth and even surface of his back. And after a moment of contemplation, he proposed, how about naming it Hong Tianyi? After all, this time he ventured into the Xing Do de Sun Lin. Fortune smiled upon him, as he encountered numerous events, and now with an additional pair of wings. It felt quite reasonable. Having named the wings behind him, Tang Lu did not linger to rest under the night sky, for he had already delayed too long within the forest. The pungent scent of blood was thick in the air, and if he remained too long, he feared it might attract other soul beasts. He certainly did not wish to encounter another 1,000-year soul beast. Having endured numerous tribulations, he developed an inexplicable sense of dread towards the great forest. Yet when it came to acquiring his third soul ring, he was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. He proceeded with utmost caution, apprehensive of encountering something formidable once more. At present, 2 tasks awaited him. He must locate Zhao Wuji and the others, and ascertain whether Xiao Wu had indeed perished. However, Tang Lu knew the latter was nearly impossible. He could not recklessly venture deep into the Xing Do de Sun Lin alone in search of the Titan Great Ape. Doing so would be akin to stepping directly into a death trap. Yet one must admit the battle with the Heiban Fengwei Dai had proven immensely beneficial. He never anticipated that the hidden weapons of the Tang sect could be so formidable, far exceeding his expectations. Although he was already aware of their unparalleled prowess, he had not envisioned their capabilities reaching such heights, leaving him astounded. The Zhuge Liannu, a representative work of their hidden weapons, could silently eliminate a Heiban Duong Dai, showcasing their immense strength. Tang Lu questioned his own ability to instantaneously slay a Heiban Duong Dai, even at the peak of his former life. It would take him some time to achieve such a feat, far from his swiftness exhibited by the Tang sect as hidden weapons. However, he chuckled to himself, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. I truly am a worrywart. Only Tang, San across the continent, possesses the skill to wield hidden weapons. No matter how powerful they can't harm me in the future. With a light-hearted shake of his head, Tang Lu employed the Ling Bo Wei Bu to swiftly traverse through the woods, resembling a swimming dragon darting through the entirety of the Xing Do de Sun Lin. evading detection of his true form. Having absorbed the third soul ring, both his soul power reserves and overall strength had significantly enhanced. He believed that he would soon be able to further cultivate the techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, mastering the art of Xiaoyao Yufeng. As the cool night breeze brushed against Tang Lu's cheek, the leaves shimmered under the moonlight, resembling tiny luminous stars scattered across the ground. Each leaf exhibited a warmth in its veins as a little squirrel from Suqian plucked one, savoring it as a delightful midnight snack. Its nimble movements produced soft sounds, and in the next moment, it vanished from the branches. Strolling alone amidst the tranquil forest, a beam of moonlight filtered through the star-speckled leaves, illuminating his face. A gentle breeze caressed him, and Tang Lu felt incredibly comfortable, as if every cell in his body were opening wide, breathing in deeply. Unable to contain his joy, he spread his arms wide, reveling in the rare moment of comfort amidst the perilous Xing Do de Sun Lin, slowly closing his eyes to embrace this fleeting tranquility. Continuing forward with a cheerful spirit, Tang Lu abruptly halted, his gaze sharply directed towards the right, where he heard hurried footsteps emanating from the bushes. It seemed to be the habitat of a soul beast, and he instantly heightened his vigilance, releasing his soul power without reservation, causing a yellow and purple glow to rise beneath his feet. "Who is there?" Tang Lu spoke with an icy tone, unwilling to allow anyone to mar his delightful midnight hour. Indeed, his words had an effect. The footsteps in the bushes ceased abruptly, plunging the area into an eerie silence. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Could it be that this generation of soul beasts was so obedient? Yet in the next moment, a figure suddenly leaped from the bushes, launching itself at Tang Lu with lightning speed. Before he could react, he felt a sudden weight, staggering backward before crashing onto the ground. "Brother, you're alive. This isn't a dream, is it?" A voice laced with tears reached Tang Lu's ears, and the figure clung to him even tighter. "Who are you? Get off me!" Tang Lu exclaimed in frustration, wishing he could kick the person away, but alas, the grip was too tight for him to break free. "Brother, it's me, Tang-san." Tang-san suddenly lifted his head, his wide eyes fixed on the bewildered Tang Lu. It was indeed Tang-san. In an instant, Tang Lu grasped Tang-san's back, holding him tightly, even as his arms turned red from the pressure. Just as Tang-san thought they were about to share an emotional embrace, Tang Lu unexpectedly loosened his grip, causing Tang-san to lean dangerously to the left. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Lu sprang to his feet and kicked at the swaying Tang-san. With a thud and a muffled groan, Tang-san was sent flying back into the bushes, landing heavily, the grass and leaves concealing his disheveled appearance. Tang Lu dusted off his clothes, expressing his disdain. A grown man crying like that. How shameful. A tall, robust figure pushed through the dense foliage, eyes lighting up upon spotting Tang Lu. "Tang Lu, you're truly alive." Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the familiar voice. Swiftly turning to see Dai Mubai, standing beside Tang-san, offering a subtle smile. Though he said little, the slight tremor in his broad shoulders revealed much. Oscar emerged from behind, feigning composure. "Before we set out, I did a divination for Tang Lu. He wouldn't encounter any mishap. Why worry?" Ma Hongjun also stepped forward, gazing at Tang Lu with excitement etched across his rotund face, trembling with disbelief at the miraculous survival from the Titan great ape's grasp. Although he felt somewhat speechless, Tang Lu noticed Ma Hongjun's pallor. He appeared to have just recovered. Familiar figures emerged one by one. Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, all present. Most astonishing to him was Xiao Wu, who had been taken along with him by the Titan great ape. Although he was uncertain why he had been discarded midway, he had been on the brink of death, and without the powerful Bei Ming Jinqi, he might have already begun to decay. How had Xiao Wu survived? This question weighed heavily on Tang Lu's mind. Xiao Wu, aside from slightly better memory, possessed no other remarkable traits. How could an ordinary person endure in the clutches of the Titan great ape? Not just Tang Lu, even others would find it hard to believe. Unless there were some hidden truths, perhaps something indescribable had transpired along the way. Xiao Wu stood there, hesitant to approach or retreat, appearing conflicted. The gaze she cast upon Tang Lu was filled with regret and guilt, causing Tang Lu to feel a surge of frustration. "So, you feel sorry for my survival?" This explanation is utterly incomprehensible. I cannot fathom what Tongla is thinking, while at this moment, Xiao Wu is reflecting on how she should not have carelessly allowed Erming to cast Tongla aside. After all, That was a soul beast aged 100,000 years. Even a gentle toss would be beyond Tongla's endurance. However, despite her evident joy at Tongla's survival, she is also tinged with guilt, realizing that she should have been the one to let Tongla go. Brother, are you committing fratricide? Tong San sprawled in the bushes, rose to his feet, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and with a bitter smile, he spoke. Upon hearing Tongla's voice, he could hardly believe that Tongla was truly alive. Although Xiao Wu managed to survive, it did not guarantee Tongla's safety. In his quest to find Tongla, his heart was torn, yet it was his unwavering faith that brought him to this point. Hard work pays off. Tongla is indeed alive. Tongla raised his hands in resignation, remarking on the abruptness of the situation. Who could have predicted you would rush in like that? I thought it was a soul beast. At that moment, the leader, Zhao Wuji, stepped forward, examining Tongla closely. After confirming that he was unharmed, Zhao Wuji sighed in relief and, with a puzzled expression, asked Tongla, "How did you escape? Did you also hear the bellow of a cow before being thrown down?" Bellow of a cow, Tongla repeated in confusion, then shook his head and chuckled. I honestly don't know how I descended from the Titan giant ape. All I remember is waking up in the marsh. Zhao Wuji nodded, noting the look of rueful amusement on Tongla's face, indicating he was likely telling the truth. Chapter 127. Return to the third soul ring. Ao Si Ka, gazing at the purple halo beneath Tongla's feet, exclaimed in astonishment, clutching his head. At this moment, the others emerged from their joy at Tongla's return, eyes wide as they stared at the purple ring. Ma Hongjuan slowly approached, patting Tongla on the shoulder with a somewhat speechless expression, saying, "I am unworthy to be your senior." His despondent expression, paired with this statement, elicited hearty laughter from a group. Zhao Wuji chuckled, "Excellent. Now we have all the soul rings we need. It seems the heavens have not forsaken us." Zai Mo note that, a slight smile gracing his lips, his face radiating joy. With this, our Shrek Academy now boasts 5 soul masters, significantly bolstering our strength. Having weathered numerous storms, Ao Si Ka appeared somewhat unfazed, sporting only a fleeting look of shock. He gradually approached Tongla, leaning in to inquire, "From where did you acquire this soul ring?" Tongla replied with a smile, "By sheer coincidence, I encountered a black-spotted emperor butterfly and, after a brief struggle, managed to slay it." The mention of the black-spotted emperor butterfly caused Zhao Wuji to draw in sharp breath. He was well aware of the creature's fearsome reputation. However, upon hearing that Tongla had defeated it, his expression froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked, "What? You mean you killed the black-spotted emperor butterfly?" Tongla, still shaken, confirmed, "Yes, I indeed killed the black-spotted emperor butterfly." After a moment of silence, Zhao Wuji finally spoke. "How did you accomplish that?" At this point, Tongla glanced at Tong San, standing beside him, seeking his approval on whether to reveal the matter of the Zhuge Shenu. Tong San nodded, signaling for him to proceed. Reassured, Tongla reached for the celestial array and produced a black box. He waved the Zhuge Shenu in front of everyone, smiling. "I relied on this device to defeat the black-spotted emperor butterfly." Zhao Wuji scrutinized the exquisitely crafted box in Tongla's hand, his small eyes filled with skepticism. He could hardly believe that such an item could fell a millennium-old black-spotted emperor butterfly. The expressions of the others mirrored his disbelief, except for Xiao Wu and Tong San, who exchanged knowing smiles. Aware of the group's skepticism, Tongla refrained from excessive explanation. He gently raised the Zhuge Shenu toward the nearby tree and delicately activated the switch. Immediately, a series of mechanical sounds erupted, and propelled by some force, the Zhuge Shenu unleashed a brilliant beam of light, launching dozens of silver-white projectiles. The group barely had time to react before the light had completely pierced through the tree. A thunderous crash resounded as the entire tree collapsed, startling the birds into flight. Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing the seemingly inconspicuous device in Tongla's hand possessed such formidable destructive power. Even the usually composed Zhao Wuji's expression shifted. "Incredible!" Ao Si Ka exclaimed, his face awash with shock, as if witnessing a scene from a sci-fi film, leaving him speechless. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing displayed a hint of astonishment. As Tongla fired the Zhuge Shenu, she realized that, with her speed, there was no way to escape its grasp. Yet, in the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. A gentle breeze swept through, and with a resounding crash, the 2 rows of surrounding trees suddenly toppled. Everyone stood frozen in shock, except for Ning Rongrong, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue as she rushed over, eagerly asking, "Tongla, Did you invent this device? Tongla shook his head, pointing to Tong San, who stood smiling silently. It was designed by Xiao San. Ning Rongrong hesitated, glancing at Tong San as she tentatively asked, would you be willing to sell me the Zhuge Shenu? As a support-type soul master, I lack offensive capabilities. Rest assured, I will pay you handsomely. Fearing Tong San's refusal, she produced a pouch of gold coins, offering it to him. Tong San smiled nonchalantly, pushing the pouch back towards Ning Rongrong. We are classmates. Why discuss money? I will make one for you another day. The revelation that the Zhuge Shenu was crafted by Tong San left everyone astounded. Alsi Ka, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, so, was the previous human-faced demon spider also slain with the Zhuge Shenu? Tong San nodded in affirmation. Having not previously disclosed the details of that hunt to the Shrek members due to the urgency of finding Tongla, Alsi Ka, his eyes glinting with excitement, threw his arms around Tong San's shoulders, grinning broadly. Are we not good brothers? Tong San, with a knowing smile, replied, sure, I will make you one next time, but I must clarify that you will need to cover the material costs, as I cannot afford it. Alsi Khan nearly leaped in joy. For a support-type soul master to wield the Zhuge Shenu would be extraordinary, and he was more than willing to pay for the materials, of course, good brother. At this point, Tong San surveyed the Shrek members with a gentle smile. Do not worry, if I find the time, I'll craft one for everyone. With both Tongla and me here, it will be ready in no time. Dai Mubai waved his hand decisively, stating, Xiao San, with such devastating power. This Zhuge Shenu could fetch an astronomical price on the market. The creation of such items is not an easy task, and the expenses incurred are merely for materials. Your efforts and earnings are not proportionate, so let us do this. We are not without funds. Why not sell it to us? Tang San shook his head, smiling as he replied, we are all friends and classmates, so let us not discuss money. Besides, we have plenty of free time each day, and a bit of labor with Lu Gu is beneficial. Dai Mu Bai, however, remained steadfast in his principles, asserting resolutely, though we are classmates and friends, we appreciate your kindness. How about this? Consider this first Zhuge divine crossbow a gift to us, and if you have anything else in the future, you can sell it to us. What do you think? Tang Sin felt a touch of gratitude at Dai Mu Bai's unwavering stance and nodded with a smile in agreement. Chapter 128. A familiar flavor, the Zhuge divine crossbow possesses immense utility and formidable lethality, immediately capturing the attention of the Shrek Academy students. Even Zhao Wuji found himself intrigued, feeling much more secure with the crossbow at hand. After a brief rest, they exited the Star Doe forest, leaving behind the trepidation that lingered in that daunting place. Nevertheless, their expedition yielded substantial rewards. Oscar reached the Soul Master level, while Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu each acquired their third soul ring amidst the peril. Furthermore, through continuous battles, the camaraderie among the Shrek members deepened, inadvertently fostering a sense of unity. As they safely traversed the Star Doe forest, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts, releasing an inexplicable pressure into the breeze. The mood among them was jubilant, as if a heavy burden had been shed, liberating their previously tense spirits. Zhao Wuji glanced at the map, exclaiming joyfully, we are merely 2 or 3 miles away from the nearest town. Let's rest there for the night and resume our journey at dawn. Oscar stretched, yawning, and rubbed his aching temples, saying, finally, we can enjoy a proper night's rest. If we continue like this, the once vibrant youth will be lost. Dai Mu Bai chuckled heartily, declaring with great enthusiasm, once we reach the next town, I shall treat everyone to drinks and a feast to reward ourselves. Xiao Bai, my drinking capacity is quite impressive. You may regret it, Zhao Wuji remarked with a mischievous glint. Dai Mu Bai merely smiled, dismissing the comment, Teacher Zhao, drink freely. After all, there is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money. Ma Hongjun gazed enviously, nearly wide-eyed with admiration. How fortunate to have money and be so carefree. Tang Lu and Tang Sin exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the joy of receiving something for free. Throughout this journey, they observed that Ning Rongrong had been quietly transforming herself. Though she spoke little within the group, she consistently provided excellent support during battles, enhancing her teammates' safety. Even the previously aloof Zhu Zhuqing began to soften her demeanor, gradually integrating into this small community. While she had once clashed with Dai Mu Bai, her attitude towards him now bore a hint of gentleness, though it certainly did not approach that of an ordinary classmate. The notion of Dai Mu Bai's infatuation with her hand was utterly out of the question. Dai Mu Bai remained patient, knowing he was merely 14. with ample time to win her over. After a hearty meal, everyone settled down for a peaceful night as sleep. Early the next morning, a revitalized Zhao Wuji led them onward, and after 2 full days of travel, they finally returned to Shrek Academy. Oscar, kneeling before the academy's entrance, cradled a handful of soil, tears streaming down his face, and with a hint of nostalgia, he remarked, "The familiar land, the familiar scent." Dai Mubai tugged at Oscar's arm, exclaiming in exasperation, "Stop embarrassing yourself. Get up." Oscar presented the soil before Dai Mubai, earnestly saying, "Boss Dai, you must smell this soil. It truly has that familiar essence." Seeing Oscar's serious demeanor, Dai Mubai could not refuse. He leaned closer to inhale the scent, realizing that it indeed differed from what he remembered. At that moment, an elderly woman approached, balancing a load on her shoulder, consisting of 2 water buckets. And upon seeing Dai Mubai and Oscar playing with the mud, she hurried over, exclaiming, "What are you two doing?" Curious about the elderly woman's reaction, Dai Mubai inquired, "Is there something wrong with this soil?" The old woman looked at Oscar, hesitation flickering in her eyes, before she confessed, "This soil is used as fertilizer." Dai Mubai's complexion turned pale in an instant as he pinched his nose and dashed into the academy. Oscar stood frozen, mechanically turning to gaze at the familiar soil in his hands, his expression darkening. "What does this mean?" Xiao Wu, standing behind Tang San, asked with confusion. "This soil is mixed with corpses and was originally meant for growing vegetables." Who would have thought that Dai Mubai and Oscar would cause such a scene? This should be entertaining. As Dai Mubai's figure vanished from view, the elderly woman shook her head, reflecting, "I've heard that the higher-ups love to indulge in dirt. I didn't believe it until today." She sighed while shaking her head, struggling to comprehend why 2 grown men would find such interest in it. Zhao Wuji approached Oscar, patting his shoulder, and casually remarked, "Remember to wash your hands. Do not bring that familiar scent into the dining hall." Without waiting for Oscar's response, Zhao Wuji strode away into the academy. Tang San forced a smile towards Oscar, encouragingly saying, "Keep it up, it's just that flavor." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu regarded Oscar with disdain, pinching their noses and casting disapproving glances. As they waved their hands in front of their noses, fearful that the familiar odor might intrude upon their senses. After Tang San's comment, everyone dispersed, leaving a bewildered Oscar in the breeze. Tang Lu, Tang San, and Xiao Wu walked shoulder to shoulder towards their dormitory. Following the incident with the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu seemed to have grown closer to Tang San, frequently clinging to his arm. "Tang San, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Ning Rongrong, who had been quietly following them, suddenly looked up and called out. Tang San paused, turning to her with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Whether from nerves or something else, Ning Rongrong tightly clutched her skirt, biting her lip as she gazed intently at Tang San. "Can we change locations? I have something to discuss with you privately." Tang San's expression stiffened slightly as he instinctively turned to look at Xiao Wu, who, clearly feeling jealous, turned away to avoid his gaze. Ning Rongrong grew anxious and quickly implored, "Xiao Wu, please help me. I only need to borrow your Sango for a moment. I want to take him away." Tang San, Oscar, envious, 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 envious. Tang Lu, "My brother is making progress." Observing Ning Rongrong's pitiful expression, Xiao Wu felt a pang of sympathy, pouting her adorable lips as she earnestly said, "Hurry, hurry, I'm not so petty. Humph." With that, she released her hold on Tang San's waist. As he turned back once more, Xiao Wu had already dashed into the female dormitory. Observing the desolate grounds, Tang Lu could not help but smile wryly, realizing he had once again become a solitary figure. Shaking his head, he returned to his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he found Oscar pacing anxiously, his furrowed brow betraying his current state of mind. The moment Oscar spotted Tang Lu, he rushed towards him like a starving tiger, exclaiming, So, did Tang Yi and Rong Rong do anything inappropriate?" As he spoke, he clutched his chest, bracing himself for the worst possible outcome. Tang Lu shoved him aside, responding with a hint of exasperation. "Xiao San is not that kind of person, you needn't worry." Yet Oscar remained unconvinced, murmuring with concern, "I know Tang Yi isn't like that, but I can't say the same for Ning Rongrong." At this, Tang Li's body jolted, taken aback by Oscar's peculiar line of thought. His lips parted to speak, but Oscar waved his hand, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. "You needn't comfort me. I know Tang San isn't as handsome as I am, but what if Rong Rong prefers someone less attractive?" Tang Lu rolled his eyes. "Don't overthink it. We're all just classmates. There can't possibly be that many strange situations." At this moment, Oscar collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, lamenting. Rong Rong is so beautiful. Even if her personality isn't great, I wonder if I still have a chance to pursue her. It seems you've not only matured physically, but mentally as well. Oscar replied weakly, You don't understand. I'm employing a dual approach for better results. Tang Lu sighed, recognizing that Oscar must have fallen under some strange enchantment, or else he wouldn't be acting this way. After adjusting his clothes, Tang Lu lay down on his bed, ready to rest. With a creak, the wooden door was slowly pushed open, and Tang San entered with a gentle smile. Upon seeing him, Oscar sprang up from the bed. A mix of anxiety and curiosity etched on his face. You two didn't do anything, did you? Tang San looked at Oscar with mild confusion and shook his head, saying, We merely shared some feelings downstairs. Oscar's heart raced, and his voice faltered. How did you share feelings? Tang San nonchalantly replied, Of course, we engaged in a deeper exchange, such as discussing making something for her to ensure her satisfaction. Make something? Oscar exclaimed, standing frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Suddenly feeling a chill, Tang Lu sensed an inexplicable draft in the previously warm room. Oscar's face darkened ominously as he asked, Did you go that far? Tang San, bewildered by Oscar's reaction, thought to himself, I only agreed to help her with some hidden weapons. What's the big deal? Hidden weapons? Oscar exclaimed, his previous gloom vanishing as he leaped up in excitement, throwing an arm around Tang San's shoulders. Tang San, you truly are my best friend, my brother. Tang San stared at Oscar in confusion, wondering if he had forgotten to take his medication today. At this moment, Tang Lu, still lying on the bed, casually remarked, A friend's wife is not off limits. Oscar and Tang San exchanged bewildered glances. After nearly 2 days of travel, everyone managed to fall into a deep slumber, except for Flinder, whose office was brightly lit. This incident was truly terrifying. Although the reason for the sudden appearance of the Titan giant ape in the outer circle of the forest remained unclear, thankfully, there were no casualties, and the children returned safely. Zhao Wujia, still shaken, remarked, thinking back on the Titan giant ape, I am still filled with fear. Sitting across from him was Flinder, who wore a frown of concern. As the one most worried about the children's safety, he observed Zhao Wujia's terrified expression and managed a wry smile. At least the little ones weren't harmed. They're all gifted, and any injury to them would be a loss for the academy. Zhao Wujia nodded solemnly, stating, I believe that next time we venture out to hunt for spirit rings, we should bring at least 2 teachers to maximize their safety. Flinder agreed wholeheartedly, despite his usual carefree demeanor, always prioritizing the children's safety above all else. He then curiously inquired, I'm quite curious about how Xiao Wu managed to escape from the Titan giant ape, and what was that powerful roar about? Furthermore, how did Tang Lu manage to be saved? Could be related to that roar? Zhao Wujia remained silent, pondering these questions, and found himself at a loss for answers. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed outside, and a rough hand pushed open the wooden door, speaking in a stiff voice. That must have been the sound made by the Tianqing Yomei. Zhao Wujia and Flinder quickly turned to see a man with a stiff expression and a slight beard standing at the entrance. Flinder's eyes lit up, and he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Our expert has arrived. Observing the unfamiliar man, Zhao Wujia asked with some uncertainty, And who might this be? Flinder chuckled, introducing, This is the master Yu Xiaojiang I mentioned to you before, and he is also Tang San's mentor and Tang Li's teacher. Our academy's 2 prodigies are both under his tutelage. Zhao Wujia's eyes sparkled with recognition as he politely said, Ah, so this is the master. It is an honor to finally meet you. The master's steadfast face remained unchanged as he spoke in a calm tone. No need for excessive courtesy, Zhao Wujia. By the way, how have Xiao San and Xiao Li been faring lately? Hitting the nail on the head, Zhao Wujia forced a bitter smile. You have no idea. We almost faced total annihilation at Shrek Academy this time. You might have never seen me again. Sensing the helplessness and bitterness in Zhao Wujia's heart, the master's expression shifted slightly, astonished that there could be circumstances that could trouble the unmoved king. Chapter 130. Tianqing Niumang Flinder sighed, waving his hand in resignation. Ah, let's not speak of it. It only brings confusion. At this point, he looked at the master, who appeared lost in thought, and seemed to have an idea, quickly asking, Xiao Gang, do you think the Titan giant ape could venture beyond the outer circle of the Stardew Forest? The master paused for a moment, then regarded Flinder with a puzzled expression, realizing that Flinder's countenance was devoid of jest and filled with seriousness, which left him bewildered. The Titan giant ape appearing in the outer circle of the Douluo forest? Are you joking? If a forest overlord like the Titan giant ape were to emerge in the outer circle, it would spell disaster. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, typically, the Titan giant ape does not easily leave the inner circle of the Douluo forest. However, it is not impossible for it to appear in the outer circle. Though the probability is incredibly slim, perhaps only 1 in 100,000. Having said this, he glanced at Zhao Wujia, tentatively asking, could it be that the difficulties you faced are related to the Titan giant ape? As he spoke, he accepted the chair Flinder had brought for him and slowly sat down. Zhao Wuji offered a bitter smile as he recounted their recent expedition to hunt souls, which unfortunate coincided with an assault by the Titan giant ape. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Wuji. What did you say? The Titan giant ape attacked you? Zhao Wuji nodded gently, his expression heavy with disappointment. Indeed, the scene was utterly terrifying. We nearly didn't make it back at all. Yet, a hint of curiosity sparked within him as he realized that the master was dedicated to the study of soul masters. He eagerly inquired, Master, could there be something that attracted the Titan giant ape, prompting its sudden appearance in the outer circle? The master's expression grew serious as he contemplated the situation. There must be something in the outer circle of the Xingdou Great Forest that piqued its interest. If you encountered a Titan giant ape that has reached a cultivation level of over 10,000 years, it is logical to assume that not all of you would have survived unless it had no intention of harming you. Zhao Wuji pondered this, recognizing that the Titan giant ape had not sought to kill them. Otherwise, they would have met their demise long ago. The master's words provided Zhao Wuji with a sense of calm. Typically, as the sovereign of the Xingdou Great Forest, the Titan giant ape would not exhibit aggression towards humans. Frand quietly nodded from across the table. If the Titan giant ape were truly a bloodthirsty creature, the Xingdou Great Forest would undoubtedly be a forbidden zone. Zhao Wuji, puzzled, asked, Master, do you believe there are other entities within the Xingdou Great Forest that could pose a threat to the Titan giant ape? Xiao Wu mentioned hearing a bull's roar when she was captured, after which the Titan giant ape panicked and abandoned her. The master raised his chin slightly. Naturally, if my judgment is correct, that roar was from the Tianqing Yomang, as recorded in ancient texts. It is the most formidable being in the Xingdou Great Forest, serving as its guardian spirit. If the Titan giant ape is the intimidating king, then the Tianqing Yomang is the unreachable emperor. Frand, usually composed, could not hide his astonishment at the existence of such a creature within the Xingdou Great Forest. Even Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement, fully acknowledging the calm demeanor of the man before him, who truly deserved the title of the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts as bestowed by Dean Frand. The master smiled lightly and waved his hand. There is not much recorded about the Tianqing Yomang. I only found references in an ancient book. Its cultivation level is at least over 50,000 years, equivalent to our human tidal Douluo level, a strength that leaves many tidal Douluo feeling inadequate. Zhao Wuji could not help but inquire, has no one ever ventured into the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest to explore? The master sighed. History has never lacked for brave souls. The longing for the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest is perhaps deeper among tidal Douluo than among ordinary people. Once, a power-type tidal bravely ventured into the Xingdou Great Forest, making his way from the outer circle to the inner circle. However, when he reached the heart of the forest, he was taken aback by what he encountered. Frand quickly pressed for details. What did he see? The master continued. Contrary to expectations, the depths of the Xingdou Great Forest are not merely a dense forest, but an expansive lake. The water is crystal clear, surrounded by mountains, creating an ethereal landscape. Yet, in this small lake, a nearly 40-meter-tall ape was drawing water. This ape is the Titan giant ape you encountered. Frand remarked, I never imagined such a place existed within the Xingdou Great Forest. The master chuckled. At that moment, the tidal Douluo was entranced. However, the next second, a large shadow from the bottom of the lake slowly approached him, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. An unknown pressure bore down upon him, and he realized he could not escape this oppressive force with his own strength. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji shuddered. Pondering the nature of such a creature that could restrain a power-type tidal Douluo, he reflected on his own status as a power-type soul saint. Unaware of Zhao Wuji's reaction, the master continued. Suddenly, the entire surface of the lake began to boil, and the earth trembled. In the next moment, a creature with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent emerged from the depths, towering over 100 meters. Its sapphire-like eyes fixated on the tidal Douluo, rendering him breathless. Even more terrifying, it spoke. Kid, after all your training, do you not measure your own strength? Leave this place at once. The title door accounted. I was utterly terrified. Zhao Wuji and Fran both recoiled slightly, swallowing hard, and Zhao Wuji stammered, "It is truly inconceivable." What happened next? The master smiled faintly. The once mighty Titan giant ape bowed its head before the Tianqing Yomang, like a child who has erred, too afraid to even breathe. Therefore, I deduce that the only being capable of threatening the Titan giant ape is the Tianqing Yomang that resides in the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the master recalled something and cheerfully asked, "By the way, how have Tang Lu and Tang San been faring recently?" Zhao Wuji waved his hand dismissively, assuring the master, "Among our group, I have the highest hopes for those two newcomers. Their willpower and endurance are exceptional, although their martial souls are rather peculiar. I have noted their diligent efforts." The master nodded, acknowledging that the martial souls of the two children were indeed unusual. One possessed the most commonplace blue silvergrass, while the other had a variant, the black silvergrass, a rarity on the continent. Fran agreed. These two children exhibit a character that surpasses the ordinary. I believe they will one day bear the banner of Shrek. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji interjected, "Master, what does it mean that Tang Sen has grown 8 spider legs from his back?" Fran chimed in, "When I visited the dormitory to check on the youngsters, everyone else seemed stable, but Tang Lu and Tang San exhibited chaotic auras, and their skeletal structures appeared significantly altered." Given that Zhao Wuji mentioned Tang San sprouting 8 spider legs, it explains the changes, but what about Tang Lu? Has something sprouted from him as well? The master contemplated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he analyzed the situation. "Based solely on your accounts, I cannot discern the circumstances of Tang San and Tang Lu. We shall investigate tomorrow morning. I must see their conditions with my own eyes to ascertain what has transpired." The master slowly seated himself, murmuring softly, "If my suspicions are correct, this time we have made significant gains." Fran's lips moved slightly. "Xiaogang, do you mean they?" The master placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, then leaned closer to Fran and whispered, "This matter should remain confidential to avoid attracting the attention of other organizations. Otherwise, Xiao Lu and Xiao San may encounter troubles. Currently, our strength alone cannot thwart their actions." Zhao Wuji and Fran both nodded seriously. If it were indeed 2 external soul bones, those powerful factions would likely engage in fierce competition, regardless of the cost. The master lifted his gaze towards the luminous moon outside the window, a rare softness appearing in his eyes. "I'm truly curious about the heights that Xiao Lu and Xiao San will reach in the future." Flender chuckled mischievously. "Are you still thinking about Tang Lu? Alas, this is merely your own infatuation. He pays you no heed." The master trembled with anger. His face flushed as he retorted, "This only indicates that Tang Lu possesses a proud disposition. I have yet to meet the requirements to become his mentor. You Xiaojiang, am not one to easily submit. What I am determined to do, no one can refuse." Seeing the master so agitated, Flender felt a wave of amusement and quickly approached him, placing a hand on Xiaojiang's shoulder. "Xiaogang, does this mean you will stay and continue your plan?" The master's expression shifted, unsure of how to respond, and he could only lower his head to gaze at the floor. Flender sighed. "After all these years of brotherhood, can't you spare a few more years with me?" The master was indeed tempted, not solely due to Tang Lu and Tang San, but also because of his old friend Flender by his side. He nodded and said, "Very well, I shall remain, but let me clarify. I am not staying for you. I simply fear that you might neglect Xiao Lu and Xiao San, wasting such promising talents." Flender laughed heartily, clearly unbothered. "Good, truly a brother. Who would have thought we could strive together once again after all these years? If ere long we're here, she would surely be delighted." The master's expression darkened suddenly, as he forcefully pushed Flender away and coldly replied, "Do not mention her name in my presence." The master's tone was devoid of warmth, akin to that of confronting an adversary. Flender grasped the master's hand, offering a bittersweet smile. "After all these years, why do you still torment yourself? Neither you nor she is at fault. Why must you persist?" Unexpectedly, the master shook off his hand and stormed out, his frigid voice echoing in the room. "If you wish for me to stay, then mind your tongue." Watching the master's retreating figure, Flender and Zhao Wujia exchanged glances. After a considerable pause, Zhao Wujia finally spoke up, "Boss, what has come over the master?" Flender strode towards the door, seemingly intent on pursuing Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's voice, he abruptly turned around and said fiercely, "If you dare ask one more question, I shall tear your mouth apart." Zhao Wuji responded, "What have I done to deserve this?" The following day, the sun rose in the east as usual, a fiery orb emerging in the sky, its warm rays streaming into Tang Li's dormitory. Inside, Oscar lay beneath the covers, soundly asleep, clearly oblivious to the sun's golden warmth. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, two figures sat cross-legged, surrounded by wisps of purple and white aura, which diligently shielded them while emanating faint soul power. After a while, the two awakened, observing the pale light of dawn breaking in the east, and skillfully leapt down from the eaves. Despite yesterday's arduous training, Tang Lu and Tang San remained dedicated to their daily regimen. They understood that the success of the day is determined by the morning, and thus were unwilling to miss this precious opportunity. Having persevered in their cultivation for several decades, daily practice had become an indispensable part of their lives, rain or shine. Upon reaching the ground, they discovered a middle-aged man standing before them, wearing a beaming smile as he regarded the two. The first to act was Tang San, who rushed forward upon seeing the master. "Teacher, is that really you?" The sudden embrace caught the master off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and gently patted Tang San's shoulder. "Did I not inform you that I had matters to attend to? I apologize for the delay, but now, having completed my tasks, I am back." Tang San looked up at the master and inquired, "Teacher, will you remain at Shrek Academy to teach?" He grasped the master's rough hand tightly. Since he was 6 years old, the master had been a mentor to him, someone he cherished dearly. In this world, aside from Tang Hao and Ayin and Tang Lu and Xiao Wu, the master was the one he trusted and felt closest to. At 6, Tang Hao had already left Tang San, and although Tang Lu had attentively cared for him over the years, the absence of paternal love could never be compensated. It was during this time that the master appeared, quietly guiding him in the manner of a father, filling the void of paternal affection in his heart. Chapter 132. It has been 2,000 years, Master. Long time no see. Standing to the side, Tang Lu smiled. 6 years had passed, and he and the master no longer maintained the adversarial relationship they once had. The master's gaze thoroughly assessed the two brothers, and he remarked with a sense of admiration, "Excellent. You have absorbed the third soul ring and have grown stronger. I did not expect you to reach level 30 so swiftly. Especially you, Tang Lu. You have astonished me. I thought you would follow in my footsteps, but now that you have broken through, I can rest easy." Tang San bashfully scratched his head and replied, "All credit goes to the teacher. I am but a humble student." The master's demeanor suddenly turned serious, and he sternly asked, "Did I instruct you to absorb a soul ring from a man-faced demon spider of unknown age? Tell me, did you?" Tang San was startled by the master's abrupt change in tone. He understood the implications and quickly shook his head, murmuring, "No, I acted impulsively." "Oof. One must act with prudence. How can you behave recklessly? I understand your urgency was due to Xiao Wu's abduction. But think for a moment. If something were to happen to you, what would happen to Xiao Wu?" The master let out a cold snort, hoping his words would impart a lesson to Tang San. Tang San lowered his head, acknowledging his recklessness, and as he listened to the master's stern admonition, his eyes began to well with tears, hastily wiping them away. Tang Lu, standing behind, smiled knowingly. It was gratifying to see Tang San humbled. The master suddenly turned his gaze towards Tang Lu, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze upon him. "What are you laughing at? I have yet to address you." Tang Lu was taken aback, staring blankly at the master. "Did I do something wrong?" However, instead of responding, the master approached him with steady steps. Just as Tang Lu was bewildered, he suddenly found his ear pinched by the master, accompanied by a severe reprimand. "You, with whatever issues you have physically, why did you not inform your teacher? Always hiding things. What if something were to happen?" Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San's heart sank. Could it be that Tang Lu had sustained some hidden injury in the Stardow Great Forest? Meanwhile, Tang Lu winced in pain, unable to retort. After a while, the master finally released him, his expression serious as he said, "Come, show me what is behind you." Tang Lu rubbed his sore ear, blinking his eyes wide, looking at the master with a face full of grievance. What have I done wrong to deserve this treatment? Yet, simultaneously, a storm of anxiety surged within him. Aside from himself, no one else knew about the Hong Tian E on his back. How did the master know? The master, with his vast experience, could easily discern Tang Li's unease. With a calm smile, he remarked, "I have consumed more salt than you have eaten rice. I am well aware of what is amiss within your body. Do not hide anything, Just release it for me to see. What was initially a concerned remark from the master sent a chill down Tang Li's spine. What did it mean to be acutely aware of what was amiss within his own body? Under the master's penetrating gaze, Tang Lu had no time to ponder further. He could only reluctantly summon the Hong Tian Yi from his back. He began to channel his soul power into his back, a task that felt particularly unfamiliar as it was his first time invoking the Hong Tian Yi. As his soul power successfully reached his back, he distinctly heard the sound of two bones stirring beneath his skin, soon followed by the emergence of two small protrusions. A strand of golden energy emanated from between these two bumps. Earlier, when he had first summoned it, his body had trembled violently, yet at this moment, his breathing and physique were remarkably steady. Aside from the significant depletion of soul power, he felt no discomfort, having completely merged with the Hong Tian Yi. In the next instant, the two protrusions burst forth, revealing two golden bones that emerged from within. Strangely, unlike the first time he summoned it, his skin did not tear, nor did a single drop of blood escape. The two golden bones continued to grow, and Tang Lu's expression softened as his furrowed brow relaxed, the drain on his soul power gradually diminishing. Under the astonished gaze of both Tang Lu and the master, the bones elongated to a staggering 5 meters, and the membranous wings at their joints unfurled, forming a magnificent wing. The master, in awe of the 5-meter-long wing before him, was rendered speechless, his hands and body trembling in disbelief. If Flender were to witness this, he would surely be taken aback. The normally composed master was now visibly shaken and astonished. An extraordinary sight indeed. A flicker of exhilaration crossed the master's typically stoic face, his lips curving into an excited smile as he exclaimed, "Yes, indeed, that is it. It cannot be mistaken." Standing nearby, Tang San was equally astonished, frozen in place by the uncanny resemblance between the wings on Tang Li's back and his own 8 spider legs. Could they be of the same origin? Clever as he was, Tang San quickly deduced that the wings on Tang Li's back must have originated from absorbing the Haiban Dawang dye. He confidently nodded, convinced that his hypothesis was accurate. Apart from the color, the overall shape and appearance of Tang Li's wings were nearly identical to those of the Haiban Dawang dye, as if they had been crafted from the same mold. The master remained fixated on the wings sprouting from Tang Li's back, and after a considerable time, he finally inquired, "Tang Lu, was the process of absorbing that Haiban Dawang dye excruciating?" Tang Lu pondered for a moment before eagerly nodding. To describe it as painful would be an understatement. It was nothing short of heart-wrenching. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might not have survived the ordeal. However, he remained oblivious to the master's increasingly grim expression as he continued to ramble. At that time, its malevolence was overwhelming, and I had to disperse that malignancy throughout my body to resolve it easily. Suddenly, the master raised his head, letting out a cold snort, and remarked, "Do you realize why the absorption was so agonizing? The Haiban Dawang dye you absorbed is not an ordinary Millennium Soul beast. It is one that has existed for nearly 2 millennia." The master's assertion that Tang Li's Haiban Dawang dye was not a Millennium Soul beast stemmed from the understanding that Millennium Soul beasts do not produce soul bones, let alone the rarer external soul bones. Only soul beasts over 2,000 years old have the potential to generate soul bones. Those under 2,000 years are still considered juvenile, their skeletal structure not fully developed, rendering the production of soul bones impossible. Chapter 133, Black Silver Pursuit, Arrow, 2,000 years. Tang Lu felt his head spinning, yet it also seemed somewhat reasonable. No wonder it was so painful. It was a soul beast of 2,000 years. The master sighed. "Ah, you two brothers are increasingly reckless. If you do not amend such impulsive traits soon, it may severely impact your future." Tang Sen bowed his head deeply, taking the master's words to heart. In contrast, Tang Lu shrugged, declaring, "Recklessness is still closer to bravery than cowardice." The master, Tang San. After clearing his throat, the master continued, "Well, despite the risks you took this time, the rewards are proportional to your efforts. This adventure has brought you many benefits, so it is not without merit. Little Lu, let me witness your third soul skill." Tang Lu nodded and summoned the Habing Chow from his palm, whereupon a vibrant plant sprouted forth. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings began to orbit in an orderly manner around him, creating a rift in space that the master, standing before him, could acutely sense, feeling an invisible pressure despite his own mere 29th level. Observing the bright purple soul ring beneath Tang Li's feet, The master was filled with a sense of nostalgia. This third soul ring had been his lifelong aspiration, yet one he could not attain. Now, witnessing his student achieve, it offered some solace for his own regrets. However, as the black mist emanating from Tang Li's palm increased, his substantial form began to tremble, and through his skin, it was evident that his soul power was gradually circulating. As the flow of soul power intensified, the surrounding shrubs swayed violently, and leaves from the trees cascaded to the ground. Tang Lu abruptly lifted his head, his pupils filled with a dark crimson hue, exuding an aura of malevolence. Go! With a fierce command. The Habing Chao in his right hand unleashed a torrent of soul power, causing both the master and Tang San to stumble backward. Instantly, the black luminescence from his palm surged forth, materializing in the air, traveling over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, leaving both the master and Tang San in awe. In the next moment, the mass of black mist erupted violently, generating waves of force that shattered into dozens of smaller orbs. The master could clearly see that among these orbs was a 3 to 4 meter long Habing Chao, its vibrant patterns reflecting its vitality. Before the master could even process this, the dozens of orbs exploded once more, resembling a meteor shower as they streaked across the sky. Each Habing Chao unfurled in midair, with a single plant branching into multiple stems, interwoven to form a diminutive net, densely adorned with sharp barbs, and in the center, a 15-centimeter-long black spike. While the net size might not have been particularly striking, its sheer quantity was overwhelming. Dozens of these nets cascaded from the sky, piercing the ground with a force akin to a tempest, delivering an immense visual and auditory impact. The former clearing was now densely covered with these nets, causing the master to draw in a sharp breath, for he observed that the nets woven from the Habing Chao were coated with a substantial amount of venom. The venom that had settled upon the small webs draped over the trees began to take effect. Upon contact with the yellowish slime, the trees inexplicably started to tremble violently. The dozens of tiny webs shimmered dramatically under the sunlight, and what was once an empty space was now densely populated with Heian grass. Standing at the center, Tang Lu, breathless and clutching his chest, felt that the soul power expended to unleash this third soul skill exceeded the combined cost of his first and second soul skills, taking a significant toll on his body. Master cautiously navigated around the small webs to stand beside him, his expression grave as he inquired, "Xiao Lu, tell me, what effect does the venom on these webs have?" "Tonglu, Ponting, Replid. The venom produced by my third soul skill is entirely derived from the Heiban Diwang Dai, though I did not acquire its remarkably corrosive venom, only the paralyzing toxin from its body." The master's brow furrowed. "Is that all?" Tang Lu shook his head. "Of course not. The Heian grass generated by my third soul skill is more resilient than those produced by the first and second soul skills, and it moves at twice the normal speed while airborne. It also covers an extensive area, effectively controlling within a 15-meter radius, with the attached, paralyzing toxin capable of briefly incapacitating individuals." Observing this, Tang San's eyes widened in envy. "Isn't this a form of area control skill?" The master shook his head, refuting his notion. "No. Strictly speaking, it does not qualify as a complete area control skill. At best, it could be considered a partial one." "What do you mean? One is one. Why is mine only a partial one?" Tang Lu asked, confusion etched on his face. The master smiled. "The hallmark of an area control skill lies in the ability to silently and instantaneously subdue opponents. What defines area control is the ability to strike decisively and instantly lock onto every adversary. That is true area control. However, your third soul skill does not instantaneously subdue opponents. It merely locks them down over a wide area, which in strict terms is not true area control." Sensing Tang Li's disappointment, the master chuckled. "Well, possessing such a soul skill is something countless soul masters envy. Although your third soul skill does not measure up to true area control, do not be disheartened. True area control skills typically emerge from the fifth soul ring. So having a third soul ring with an equivalent capability is already commendable. While Tang Li's third soul skill may not be a genuine area control ability, its extensive range and superior speed of control compared to the first and second soul skills were noteworthy. Curiously, Tang Sin asked, "By the way, brother, what do you plan to name it?" After pondering for a moment, Tang Lu smiled. "Although it's not an area control skill, as the master said, it has a broad range. Let's call it Heian Jue Xian." Chapter 134. The Master Comes to Teach. "Come, Xiao San, share your recent gains," the master instructed. Tang San nodded, activating his Xian Tiangong. As he did so, A pale blue halo appeared behind him, and suddenly, 8 protrusions emerged. Douluo watched intently. Having learned during their return journey that Tang San had absorbed a run Mian Moju, resulting in the emergence of 8 spider legs. Yet, this was the first time he witnessed it firsthand. Under the scrutiny of the master and Tang Lu, Tang San felt somewhat embarrassed. The 8 spider legs made him appear monstrous. Unlike the pair of golden wings adorning Tang Li's back, the spider legs lacked aesthetic appeal and were rather intimidating. A faint pain emerged from his back, prompting Tang San to frown, aware that the transformation was imminent. As he continuously infused soul power, the bones at his back began to shift. With a sudden jolt of his body, the 8 spider legs rapidly extended, reaching a length of approximately 1.5 meters within 3 to 4 seconds. While this length was considerable, it paled in comparison to Tang Li's 5-meter wingspan. Observing Tang San's spider legs, the master could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Remarkable! I never anticipated such a substantial gain from your expedition into the Star Dove Forest. Xiao San, go ahead and pierce that large tree nearby." Tang San nodded, striding towards the tree, his body brimming with pent-up energy, eager to unleash it. He began to manipulate the spider legs. Although his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, he was still able to strike the nearby tree effectively. The sharp tips of his spider legs shot forth, piercing the tree like a blade. To his surprise, he found that with the aid of these spider legs, his strength had increased significantly. The tree, which he struck, offered no resistance, collapsing with a mere flick of his arm. Simultaneously, the tree became adorned with purple stripes, which originated from the spider legs on Tang San's back. A glimmer of astonishment flashed across the master's face, affirming his earlier conjecture. Tang San quickly asked, "Master, how is it? Is this an external spirit bone?" His heart raced with anxiety, having confirmed that Tang Li's wings were indeed an external spirit bone. He worried that if his spider legs were not, it would pose a problem. The master smiled. "Indeed, this is an external spirit bone." He then turned to Tang Lu and Tang San, his expression alight with excitement. "Congratulations to both of you for acquiring the coveted spirit bones that every soul master across the continent yearns for. Are these truly that sought after?" Douluo inquired, gazing at his expansive wings. The master replied, "External spirit bones grant a myriad of skills. You both must explore and utilize them wisely. From the moment you absorbed your soul rings, they became an integral part of your being." The master's words ignited curiosity within Tang Lu and Tang San, their eyes fixated on the external spirit bones, as if trying to discern their secrets. Although it was growing late, the master glanced at the sun in the east and said, "All right, it's getting late. Let's first head to the cafeteria for a bite to eat before we queue in the square. Also, remember to keep your external spirit bones out of public view. Otherwise, some ill-intentioned individuals may take notice, potentially endangering your lives." Tang Lu and Tang San understood the gravity of his words, nodding earnestly. After speaking for so long, the master felt parched. "Let's head to the cafeteria." Once Tang Lu and Tang San retracted their external spirit bones, the trio made their way to the cafeteria. The master wore an expression of helplessness. "Honestly, after just a few months apart, your transformations have truly astonished me." Douluo looked nonchalantly. As the saying goes, a scholar's worth is recognized after 3 days. And we are, after all, from the Academy of Monsters. Tang San nodded in agreement. "I believe we will continue to surprise you, Master." The master patted Tang San's head, but remember, no matter how powerful an individual may be, they cannot thrive without the cooperation of their team. I hope you can forge a strong collective with others, as it will greatly benefit your journey as soul masters. Listening to the master, it seemed as though he was uttering parting words. Tang San, in a moment of urgency, grasped the master's hand and, with a face full of tension, implored, "Teacher, are you leaving?" The master shook his head with a smile and replied, "You have now absorbed the external soul bones. Your safety remains uncertain. I must stay to assist you in research." Upon hearing that the master chose to remain, Tang San immediately rejoiced, exclaiming, "That's wonderful." Even Tang Lu, who stood nearby, managed a faint smile, though he refrained from saying much. Observing the 2 fledgling youths beside him, the master's eyes glimmered with a hint of yearning as he softly murmured, "I wonder what kind of beings you will become in 20 years. Is the opportunity for the Houtian hammer to gain fame across the continent in the hands of these 2 youths?" While the master pondered, the trio had already arrived at the dining hall. It was still early, leaving the hall devoid of patrons, save for the wisps of smoke rising from the kitchen. Seemingly buoyed by the master's decision to stay, Tang San was unusually exuberant today, eagerly piling food onto the master's plate. The master, observing the mound of steamed buns and corn buns on his plate, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you eat this every day?" Just then, Tang Lu passed by with a plate overflowing with steamed buns and remarked, "Is there anything besides steamed buns and corn buns here?" The master's face darkened, nearly dripping with frustration upon hearing Tang Li's words. Stung by the comment, he slammed his hand on the table and thundered, "That rascal Flender. What kind of nonsense is this? How can he feed the children such fare?" The sudden noise startled Tang San, causing the dish he placed on the table to nearly topple, the towering steamed buns wobbling precariously. Quick-witted, Tang San steadied the plate and, after adjusting the buns, offered a resigned smile, saying, "Teacher, it's all right. There's no need to be angry. We are all quite accustomed to it." Tang San's words, instead of providing comfort, only served to stoke the master's ire further. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, the master retorted, "What do you mean accustomed? Is this what you eat every day?" Tang Lu replied, "Today is a bit lacking. Usually we have steamed buns and eggs." The master's head was seething with anger. These children were at a critical stage of growth, and Flender was feeding them inadequate nutrition, which could harm their health. That old fellow Flender. I must confront him about this. As he spoke, he exited the dining hall. However, just as he stepped outside, Flender's languorous voice drifted into his ears. "What's the fuss this early in the morning? They can eat this, can't they? Young lads shouldn't be picky. Cultivating such habits from a young age is beneficial." Upon hearing Flender's sly voice, the master was incensed and felt like dancing on his grave. He quickly approached Flender and seized his collar, exclaiming, "Feeding them these steamed buns daily? Do you think they're pigs?" Tang Lu and Tang San exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering the buns in their hands. Suddenly feeling that the food was no longer appetizing, Flender maintained his nonchalant demeanor, stating, "The academy's finances are tight. You must understand." "Nonsense," the master bellowed. Given his temperament, how could he endure Flender's attitude? "Do you not realize that feeding them this every day will inevitably lead to problems? They're all promising talents. Can you bear to let them suffer?" Flender shrugged. "I don't want to either, but without money, this is all we can manage." "You speak so easily of the nutritious meals suitable for soul masters. Do you know how expensive they are? Even if we sold the entire academy, it wouldn't cover a week's worth for the students. How can I afford it?" The master was at a loss for words, but Flender swiftly stepped back and added, "Hey, let's not dwell on that. Money is the ultimate truth. Only cash can be your true friend. As long as there is money, I can bring you delicacies from afar. But without funds, we have to make do." While speaking, he moved to Tang Li's side, picked up a steamed bun from his tray, and began to eat with enthusiasm. The master, still irate, insisted, "Regardless of the circumstances, the children's meals cannot continue like this. They will soon face a myriad of health issues." Compared to before, his expression had softened considerably. Flender took a bite of the bun and suggested, "Why don't you stay and take over the kitchen?" The master glanced at the plump steamed buns in Tang Lu and Tang San's hands and gritted his teeth in agreement. "Fine, I shall take charge." Flender nodded and was about to say something when he suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. You truly agreed?" The master sighed. "I am staying for Tang Lu and Tang San, as well as to rein in those little rascals. Otherwise, such promising talents would be wasted under your watch. This would be a loss for the soul master community." "All right, I never expected us to join forces again. The creator is..." In fact, a plump steamed bun, Flender chuckled, taking another large bite. However, he seemed to want the master to be mentally prepared, adding, "I must forewarn you. The financial situation in our academy is worse than you can imagine. You mustn't overspend, or else we could go bankrupt after a single meal." The master retorted, I know. I truly cannot fathom how you manage to be the principal." Flender grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. After finishing breakfast, the four swiftly made their way to the small square. The square was still empty, save for a few individuals, with Zhao Wujia and several other teachers engaged in conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. Tang Lu and Tang San understood that today they would welcome the master as a teacher at Shrek Academy. After waiting a few minutes, others gradually arrived, forming a small line. Flender cleared his throat and stepped in front of everyone. "Allow me to introduce our academy's new teacher." As he spoke, he gestured toward Zhao Wujia. "First, you all know him well, Zhao Wujia, Teacher Zhao, with a martial soul Dolly King Kong bear, a level 76 soul saint." The students, familiar with Zhao Wujia, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Flender then pointed to an elderly man beside Zhao Wujia. "This is Teacher Li Yusong, with a martial soul dragon pattern staff, a level 63 soul emperor. The elderly man, previously seen wielding a staff at the entrance, smiled and nodded at the crowd, showcasing his 6 soul rings. Flender shifted his gaze to the next elder, who appeared older than Liu Song. This is teacher Lu Qibin, with a martial soul starry chess, a level 66 soul emperor. Finally, he arrived at the last teacher, standing at the back, a man appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. He was of average height, with small eyes and an unremarkable appearance. However, Flender's next words left everyone astounded. This is teacher Xiao Xin, with a martial soul sugar bean, a level 71 soul saint. A food systems soul master. Among food systems soul masters, teacher Xiao's prowess ranks among the top 5. Everyone gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening as they regarded this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, realizing he was indeed a level 71 soul saint and an auxiliary soul master. Auxiliary soul saints are exceedingly rare on the continent, and those who attain such a level are regarded as top-tier experts in any organization and are treated as esteemed guests wherever they go. Shrek Academy truly harbors hidden talents. Tombe de Musette. Although Shrek Academy's conditions and funding pale in comparison to those of other ordinary intermediate soul master academies, its faculty is a realm beyond the reach of other institutions. The esteemed teachers greeted the students with friendly nods. Flander cleared his throat, indicating that the main event was about to commence. His lips moved, and his weathered voice resonated in the ears of all present. The teacher I am about to introduce is someone you have not yet encountered. His name is Dashi, and he is my dear friend. In our youth, we traveled the continent together, indulging in mischief, having once even spied on young ladies bathing. As Flander continued, he became increasingly enthralled, oblivious to the odd expressions of the Shrek students and Dashi. Dashi trembled with indignation, exclaiming, "What a true friend you are!" Flander's voice boomed, declaring that Dashi had diligently researched the 10 most competitive martial souls, creating a sensation across the continent and earning the title of the strongest theoretical mind in the land. He is none other than Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Henceforth, he shall be your guiding instructor. Chapter 136. Day of Rest. Dashi lightly coughed, adjusted his attire, and stepped forward to face the eager young minds. His indifferent gaze swept over the students, whose eyes widened in admiration, and a long-lost smile appeared on his typically stoic face. Witnessing their awe-filled expressions, a flicker of vanity was briefly satisfied. To these children, Dashi had become a living repository of knowledge, his intellectual wealth profoundly impressing them. Flander announced that from this day forward, Dashi would be their guiding teacher, fully responsible for their training, while he and teacher Zhao would provide assistance. Classes would resume normally the following day, and today, the students were granted a day of leisure. However, for Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had yet to reach level 30, they must intensify their training to avoid falling behind. After Flander concluded his remarks, Dashi calmly introduced himself, stating, "Hello, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and you may also refer to me as Dashi." Prior to assuming the role of your teacher, I meticulously reviewed your profiles. Your talents far exceed those of ordinary individuals. To call you geniuses would not be an exaggeration. However, remember, no amount of talent can substitute for diligent effort. Therefore, I have devised a reasonable training regimen to enhance your efficiency in practice. Dashi continued, "During our training sessions, I expect absolute silence. Should anyone make even the slightest sound, you will forfeit your lunch today and stand here for 2 hours." He then produced a small notebook from behind him, which contained the names of Tang, Lu, and the others. Dashi read, "I have assigned you numbers based on your ages. Number 1, Dai Mu Bai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing." Upon reaching the 7th number and failing to hear Tang Li's name, he felt a surge of frustration. Gazing at Dashi's unchanging expression, Tang Lu mused internally, "Surely this old trickster is up to something." Tang San, equally perplexed, thought it logical for Tang Lu to be listed before him, but questioned, "Teacher, why isn't Lu Ji's name mentioned?" Dashi slowly closed the notebook and replied, "Due to certain special circumstances, Tang Lu is not included in your lineup, but will be accounted for later." At this, the others turned to Tang Lu with curious glances, speculating whether he had offended Dashi in some manner. Tang Lu, filled with confusion, could not fathom Dashi's intentions. "All right, everyone, you may disperse. Classes will resume tomorrow. And you have a day of rest today?" Return and prepare yourselves, arriving each day with the best of spirits, Dashi instructed before departing alongside Flander and the others. As they left, Oscar, feeling relieved, placed a hand on Tang-san's shoulder. My good brother, should I call you Xiao-san or Lao-san from now on? Tang-san sighed. Could we skip the nicknames? It feels rather awkward. Not a chance. We must strengthen our bond. Dashi has declared us a small group, and we ought to cultivate our camaraderie, Oscar teased, his gaze lingering on Ning Rongrong with a hint of mischief. At that moment, Dai Mubai approached, casually inquiring, how about a trip to Sutawa City tonight, my friends? Tang-san shook his head. No, I have some matters to attend to. Ma Ongjun sighed. Why is there always so much to deal with? He then turned his attention to Tang Lu with a playful grin. Little Lulu, care to join us? Hearing Ma Hongjuan's playful tone sent chills down Tang Li's spine, causing him to shake his head vigorously. No, I'm busy too. Ning Rongrong pouted, hands on her hips. These men are truly incorrigible. Xiao Wu quickly covered her mouth. They may be bad, but Le Gu and Sangu are good men. Ning Rongrong deset. Oh. So quickly taken with men? Things are moving fast, aren't they? Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stomped her feet in frustration. You, Rongrong. While saying this, she reached for Ning Rongrong's waist. Did I hit a nerve? Ha ha ha. Ning Rongrong stuck out her adorable tongue, making a silly face as she nimbly evaded Xiao Wu's playful grasp. Watching the two girls frolic, Dai Mubai felt a resurgence of his youth. He slowly raised his gaze to the azure sky, and an image of Zhu Zhuqing unknowingly occupied his thoughts. Following the events in the Stardow Forest, Dai Mubai had inadvertently gained from his misfortunes. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had grown closer, although they had not yet reached the stage of lovers. It felt like a success to him, as the once frigid girl had begun to show less resistance towards him. When can we return to how we once were? Just like in our childhood, Dai Mubai murmured, a complex glimmer flashing in his deep eyes. Return to what? Zhu Zhuqing's voice suddenly interjected. Startled, Dai Mubai turned to see her standing beside him, having approached silently. So close in proximity, she had overheard his words, and a hint of emotion flickered across her typically icy visage. Dai Mubai offered a desolate smile. It's nothing. It's not like we can go back. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anger, her voice icy as she retorted. Do you not recall what you did back then? How could I have been so blind as to see a person like you? With that, she turned to leave. Dai Mubai swiftly stepped in front of her. It has been so many years. Why do you still cling to the past? Besides, I was forced into those circumstances. Otherwise, I would not have. Step aside. Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang coldly. Her astonished gaze locked onto him. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. Dai Mubai sighed, stepping back to grant her space. His heart was a tumultuous mix of guilt, sorrow, and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Zhu Zhuqing let out a disdainful huff and walked straight back to the girls' dormitory. Her icy heart could never forgive Dai Mubai. Tang Lu silently observed the two individuals, aware that they harbored some clandestine secret. However, he was not inclined to indulge in idle speculation. Today was a day of respite, perfectly suited for him to accompany Tang San to Sutawa City. Chapter 137. The Mysterious Prince, after walking for 2 to 3 hours. Tang Lu and Tang San arrived at Sutawa City. Ma Hongjun had intended to join their small group, but was promptly dismissed by the two. Reluctantly, he resolved to fend for himself, abandoning the thought of inviting them. Where are you headed? Tang Lu inquired as they strolled along the bustling, vibrant streets. With a smile, Tang San replied, previously, Ning Rongrong requested that I sell the Zhuge divine crossbows to their 7-treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, I thought I would check for a blacksmith shop in Sutawa City, as I cannot complete all those crossbows by myself. Tang Lu halted, staring at him in bewilderment. You intend to take the Zhuge divine crossbows to the blacksmith? Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Tang San had already contemplated this concern and responded with a calm smile. I will merely have them forge the components for me. I shall assemble the remaining parts. The construction of the Zhuge divine crossbow is exceedingly intricate, and even if they possess the components, they would be unable to assemble it. Tang Lu nodded, albeit with a semblance of confusion. He was certainly not adept at assembly, but with the assurance that the Zhuge divine crossbows would remain undisclosed, he felt at ease. Otherwise, the entire continent would be armed with them. What about you? Tang San countered. What brings you to Sutawa City? Tang Lu chuckled, gesturing towards the iconic structure of Sutawa City, the Great Soul Arena. His purpose was straightforward, to validate the effects of absorbing his third soul ring and assess his strength. Tang Sen nodded, acknowledging that had he not needed to visit the blacksmith to forge components, he too would have ventured to the Great Soul Arena to test his abilities. As every individual wished to hone their skills after acquiring a third soul ring. After a few more minutes, the two parted ways, each pursuing their distinct objectives. Tang Lu approached the main entrance of the Great Soul Arena, which appeared slightly subdued in the morning compared to the lively night. Yet it remained thronged with a sea of people surging inside. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, he was once again awed by the towering architecture, despite having visited before. The hall was filled with numerous soul masters registering for competitions, while others engaged in animated discussions. Dao Ming is truly my idol. You should have seen his match last night. He dispatched 4 opponents with a single Mingyue blade. Is he really that formidable? I must place my bets on him for the next match. I hope I don't encounter Dao Ming in the individual competition. Dear heavens, if I do, I might lose even the money for my undergarments. Really? You're still entering the individual competition? Have you never faced death? Upon hearing the familiar name, Tang Lu felt a flicker of uncertainty. Dao Ming? Could it be that certain individual? Just as he pondered, he happened to glance at a poster on the wall. It depicted Dao Ming, obscured by a mask that revealed only his blood-red eyes. He cradled the Mingyue blade, cloaked in a black cape, exuding an air of defiance. In bold golden letters, the poster proclaimed, "Record holder of 26 consecutive victories, Dao Ming." Below it, in black font, it stated, "Defeating Dao Ming grants the opportunity to win 1,000 gold soul coins." 26 consecutive victories. Tang Lu exclaimed, his lips trembling. This individual was indeed terrifying. It felt as if he was merely toying with his opponents in the Great Soul Arena. At that moment, a robust, middle-aged man approached, observing Tang Li's astonishment. Clearly accustomed to such reactions, he kindly cautioned, "Hey, young man, don't be tempted by that 1,000 gold soul coin to challenge that Dao Ming fellow." Tang Lu offered a wry smile. "Thank you. I have no intention of challenging him." The middle-aged man sighed in relief, stating, "We have no choice. Ever since Dao Ming arrived, he has decimated all the individual competitions within the 30 to 40 level range. No one dares to participate anymore. We all refrain from competing, hoping that Dao Ming will leave in a few days." With that, he turned and walked away. Reflecting on the man's words, Tang Lu pondered. Had Dao Ming truly dominated the individual competitions? Was there no one in Suatua City capable of confronting him? Little did Tang Lu know, Dao Ming had firmly established his reign over the Great Soul Arena, solidifying his moniker as the Blade God, particularly after recently breaking through to 38 levels of soul power. He inspired dread among all. Meanwhile, a young man shared Tang Li's sentiments. In an exquisitely adorned VIP box, the curtains were drawn tightly, rendering the room eerily silent. Outside, patrolling guards clad in heavy armor exuded a menacing presence, deterring any uninvited guests. "Lord City Master He Li, have the arrangements been made?" The young man inquired nonchalantly while reclining on a plush sofa. His physique was nothing short of perfection. His long legs and fair arms captivated all the young women in the vicinity. Clad in opulent attire, complemented by a delicate silk chest piece, he exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. He Li, the city master of Suo, despite his esteemed position, spoke with utmost reverence in the presence of the young man. "Your Highness, all has been arranged. As per customary practice, no one will participate in this individual competition, allowing you to face the young man known as Dao Ming." The prince, appearing to be around 22 or 23 years of age, nodded slightly, his gaze calmly fixed on an ongoing soul battle below. Beside him, on a marble table, lay a beautifully crafted mask adorned with intricate designs, each detail meticulously crafted by dozens of master sculptors. His alabaster complexion was accentuated by deep-set, expressive eyes, framed by long lashes that resembled lanterns. His features, chiseled like a sculpture, boasted a prominent nose and cherry-red lips, captivating all who beheld him, despite the unfortunate truth that he was male. After a moment of contemplation, the prince spoke softly, "By the way, secure the arena for tonight's battle. My status is not suited for public exposure. City Master He Li, I trust you will handle these matters adeptly." His tone was calm, yet imbued with the inherent authority and regal presence of aristocracy. "I shall manage it," He Li promptly affirmed, turning to instruct his subordinates. Chapter 138. One-on-one championship. Since Flinder had previously assisted Tang Lu with his registration, he made his way directly to the gambling soul battle area. Due to Dao Ming's overwhelming presence, the individual competition had seen no participants, leaving all remaining contenders in the gambling zone. The atmosphere in the gambling soul battle area was significantly more vibrant than before, with crowds packed tightly within. Navigating through the throngs of people, Tang Lu finally reached the counter. Behind the counter stood a female staff member in formal attire, who, upon noticing the dashing Tang Lu approaching, brightened and called out, "Hey, handsome, over here." Tang Lu momentarily froze, then turned to see the staff member gazing at him, prompting him to smile and walk over. The female staff member blinked her large eyes and asked, "Young man, which type of competition would you like to partake in?" At that moment, Tang Lu was utterly bewildered. The various types of competitions in the Duhan arena were dazzling to him. Here, an array of battles was meticulously arranged, with each contest details laid out with precision. Numerous 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, and multiplayer team battles were currently underway. Since Tang Lu had previously participated in an individual match, he was unaware of the multitude of options available in the competitive arena, leaving him uncertain about which to choose. Noticing Tang Lu's dazed expression, the female staff member chuckled softly and pointed to a 1-on-1 match listed on the schedule, asking with a smile, "Are you here alone?" Tang Lu nodded and, with a wry smile, replied, "Could you please select a less expensive option for me? I don't have much money on me." The staff member placed her index finger thoughtfully against her lips, her cheeks lifting into a flirtatious smile as she mused, "Why not stick with me, sister? I could save you 20 years of struggle." As she spoke, her delicate hand reached out gently towards Tang Li's hand. Tang Lu instinctively pulled back, his eyes flashing with a hint of impatience as he said coolly, "No need for that." Seeing Tang Lu's resolute attitude, the female staff member felt slightly offended but refrained from making a scene. "This is the cheapest ticket available," she remarked, pointing to the 1-on-1 tournament above, her tone lacking its earlier enthusiasm. Tang Lu glanced at it quietly, retrieving a copper soul coin from his pocket and handing it over. For him, the lower the cost of each battle ticket, the better, as he was merely there to test his abilities and saw no reason to waste money. The staff member shot Tang Lu an irritable glance as she accepted the copper soul coin and began registering his information. "What is your name?" she inquired. Shortly thereafter, she presented him with an iron combat badge, emblazoned with his name, Tang Lu, in prominent golden letters. "Thank you," he said, taking the badge and departing without a backward glance. Watching Tang Li's retreating figure, the staff member gazed after him, somewhat entranced. It was a pity that such a handsome young man did not resort to living off others. Upon arriving at the 1-on-1 tournament area, Tang Lu observed many soul masters engaged in drawing lots for their matches, while others were conversing or meditating. At the moment he pushed open the door, everyone in the rest area turned to look at him. Their gazes were calm, devoid of the shock that had filled the individual competition area. After all, those who came here were merely people short on funds. It was not unusual for a young boy like Tang Lu to be among them. Tang Lu maintained a detached expression as he walked straight through the crowd. He had just drawn lots from the referee, and he was set to compete in the first match of the third group, which would be next. Navigating through the maze of corridors, Tang Lu eventually arrived at the Duhan stage. In the center of the stage, a host clad in a tailcoat held a microphone and announced loudly, "In the first round of Group 3, Tang Lu will face Su Taiyu. Let us invite both contestants to the stage." Sparse applause erupted from the audience, indicating that attendance for the 1-on-1 tournament was not particularly high, with only a few seats occupied. In an instant, a figure appeared in Tang Li's line of sight. Su Taiyu was not particularly muscular, yet he was certainly not frail. His disheveled hair gave him an unkempt appearance. But what intrigued Tang Lu was the forced smile that adorned his face, a clear sign of his lack of confidence. As Su Taiyu stepped onto the stage, he felt a bead of sweat form in his palm, and his stride appeared awkward due to his nervousness. Deep down, he regretted his decision. Had he not spent too long holed up at home, leaving him penniless, he would not have sought to enter the Grand Duhan Arena for a chance to earn money in a 1-on-1 tournament. Observing Su Taiyu's demeanor, Tang Lu understood that although the match had yet to begin, Su Taiyu had already lost half the battle. A person lacking confidence, regardless of their immense strength, would perform only mediocrely. The host also noticed Su Taiyu's poor state and cleared his throat, encouragingly stating, "It seems this is Su Taiyu's first time on this stage, and he appears a bit nervous. Audience friends, let's give him a round of applause to encourage him, shall we?" However, only a smattering of applause followed, with some spectators even yawning and leaving the competition area. It was evident that most were not particularly interested in this match. The host, feeling awkward, exited the stage to leave the floor to Tang Lu and Su Taiyu. Tang Lu, 34th level control system soul master, Martial Spirit, Black Silvergrass. According to the rules of the competition, Tang Lu was the first to announce his information. Su Taiyu, at that moment, managed to muster a semblance of focus. Although he was not particularly thin, his voice emerged remarkably soft and feeble as he introduced himself. Su Taiyu, 37th level Assault System Battle Soul Master. Martial Spirit, Black Mountain Tiger. Hearing Su Taiyu's introduction, Tang Li's mouth twitched as he regarded Su Taiyu's half-dead expression. Who could have guessed that he was an Assault System Battle Soul Master? At first glance, he resembled a sickly cat rather than a formidable Black Mountain Tiger. The audience, upon learning that Su Taiyu was a 37th level Assault System Soul Master, became slightly more interested, their eyes sharpening as they watched him, hopeful that he would deliver an exciting battle. The more attention Su Taiyu garnered, the more anxious he became. He did not know where to place his hands. And before he knew it, his palms were drenched in cold sweat under the audience's watchful gaze. Observing Su Taiyu's fear written plainly across his face, Tang Lu felt a twinge of sympathy but smiled gently, encouraging him. Su Taiyu, believe in yourself. Have you forgotten that you are an Assault System Battle Soul Master? Channel the might of your Black Mountain Tiger. Why are you here if you cannot muster even a shred of courage to compete in this one-on-one tournament? Tang Lu continued. I believe the audience does not wish for you to concede so easily. Show us your true strength, Su Taiyu. Believe in yourself and deliver a thrilling showdown for the spectators. The noise in the Duhan arena fell silent, the audience fixated on Su Taiyu. Tang Li's voice was compelling, igniting the audience's fervor. Go, Su Taiyu. You can do it. That arrogant kid doesn't stand a chance against you. Su Taiyu, I place my personal funds on you. So give it your all. Though the audience was small, their cheers drowned out the sound of other matches, hearing the thunderous applause akin to a tsunami. The prince seated atop the VIP box furrowed his brow. What is happening? He inquired, his voice commanding. The guards outside immediately entered, pledging to investigate. The prince peered through the glass at the match below, which held no interest for him, and expressed his impatience. There's no need. I shall go myself. As he spoke, he donned the mask resting at his side, covering his exquisite face. The guards nodded and quickly organized the soldiers to accompany the prince. Su Taiyu, you must believe in yourself. A sudden thought flickered through Su Taiyu's mind. Being a social creature, he was evidently stirred by the crowd's encouragement, which awakened a long-dormant confidence within him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. When he lifted his head again, the uncertainty and helplessness in his eyes had transformed into an unstoppable fighting spirit. He cast a grateful glance towards Tang Lu, but soon after, his expression turned frigid, and an overwhelming aura began to surge around him. He spoke in a calm, yet commanding tone. Let me unleash my full strength and engage you in battle. This match will serve as the foundation for my path to success. Tang Lu, standing opposite him, smiled. It was not a smile of encouragement from Su Taiyu, but rather one of derision. How arrogant, to be so audacious in my presence. In the next moment, under the gaze of the entire audience, Tang Lu executed a swift step, resembling a flash of lightning, making it difficult for anyone to discern his movement. Within mere moments, he appeared before Su Taiyu, who was evidently startled. However, 3 yellow rings of light emanated from his feet, and his aura erupted dramatically. You cannot intimidate me, Tang Lu asserted confidently, his steps unaffected by Su Taiyu's released energy. On the contrary, he quickened his pace, resembling a soaring dragon, leaving a trail of silvery light in the air. Su Taiyu, taken aback, retreated hastily while his muscles bulged like granite, crimson streaks appearing on his body, and a blood-red symbol resembling a king emerged on his forehead. Yet, compared to Dai Mubai's, his symbol appeared considerably smaller. Just as he prepared to defend himself, Tang Lu abruptly materialized at his right side, coldly regarding Su Taiyu. To step over my defeat and become a strong warrior, you are still unworthy. Allow me to demonstrate just how fatal your weaknesses are. As Su Taiyu looked on in shock, Tang Lu's right hand suddenly radiated an unknown energy, transforming his palm into an unyielding force, as if it were infused with iron. Tianshan, Liangzhang, Tang Lu shouted, unleashing the accumulated power in his hand. The resulting gale caught Su Taiyu off guard, and by the time he regained his senses, Tang Lu's hand had already collided with his jaw. With a resounding crash, Su Taiyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he was sent hurtling backward, the sound of multiple fractures echoing from his jaw. The immense pain rendered him unconscious. This level of power was beyond what Su Taiyu could endure. Tongless Tianshan Liangzhang had reached a terrifying prowess at the Soul Sovereign level, a force even Dai Mubai would think twice before confronting. While the transition from Great Soul Master to Soul Sovereign might not seem significant to other Soul Sovereigns, for Tongla, it was a qualitative leap. For instance, during his Great Soul Master phase, he could only execute the Tianshan Liangzhang at a lower level, whereas now, he could wield it with average strength. This strike upon the ground would likely crack the very earth, far beyond what Xu Taiyu could withstand. He was propelled several meters away, crashing headfirst into the ground, spitting blood before losing consciousness. The audience collectively held their breaths, terrified that even the slightest sound would shatter this unforgettable spectacle. Xu Taiyu had been sent flying before he could even defend himself. Despite his soul power exceeding that of Tongla, this was utterly inconceivable. Tongla leaped gracefully, landing firmly on the ground, and turned to the stunned host below, smiling serenely. It is time to announce the result. The match has concluded. The host stared at Tongla as if he had seen a ghost. Though he could hardly believe it, the reality stood before him. This battle had lasted less than 10 seconds. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Let us congratulate contestant Tongla for successfully defeating Xu Taiyu and advancing to the second round of Group 3. Even now, the host remained in a daze, having witnessed Xu Taiyu fly out of the ring in the blink of an eye, leaving Tongla as the inexplicable victor. Despite Xu Taiyu being a somewhat insecure contestant, he was still a Soul Sovereign. To be defeated in a single move? Was this a joke? The arena fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated on Xu Taiyu, whose jaw had been shattered, each one deep in thought. This is fascinating. The prince in the VIP section observed the scene with keen interest. Analyzing the situation, he discerned two primary factors leading to this outcome. First, Tongla's overwhelming strength and the rapid strike executed before his opponent could react. Second, Xu Taiyu's inadequacy, as though he were still operating under the combat principles of a great soul master despite reaching the Soul Sovereign level. The prince, with a bemused expression, looked at Tongla in the center of the arena and inquired of a nearby guard, "What is his name?" "Your Highness, this individual is known as Tongla." Xue Qinghe's pupils constricted sharply as he fixed his watery gaze upon Tongla, realizing that this youth bore a striking resemblance to the little boy from 6 years ago. Feeling Xue Qinghe's scrutiny, Tongla looked up, locking eyes with him. It truly is him. Xue Qinghe's body quivered in surprise as his mouth fell open. They say that the eyes do not deceive. From the moment he beheld Tongla, he was certain this young man was indeed that little boy from 6 years past. Goodness, a person of wealth. Tongla stood frozen, unable to discern Xue Qinghe's face due to the mask he wore. Yet the opulence of his attire spoke volumes about his affluence. Simultaneously, he was astonished that a powerful noble would attend such a mundane one-on-one Soul Master tournament. After a brief moment of shock, Xue Qinghe quickly regained his composure, a sweet smile spreading across his face as he nodded in acknowledgement towards Tongla. Watching Tongla from a distance, his heart swirled with complex emotions. Although he had received news about Tongla in recent years, he had monitored his 6 years at Naoding Academy closely. However, upon entering Shrek Academy, the interference of Fuland and Zhao Wuji rendered the spies he sent ineffective. While he knew Tongla was thriving and rapidly advancing in strength, witnessing it firsthand today left him profoundly unsettled. Sensing the warmth in Xue Qinghe's gaze, Tongla smiled back, offering him a bright, sunny grin. From afar, Xue Qinghe felt a subtle smile tugging at his lips in response to Tongla's positivity. The guards beside him were utterly dumbfounded. The previously cold, domineering, and ruthless prince was smiling at this passerby. This left them perplexed, wondering if this young man possessed some extraordinary quality. Their astonished gazes scrutinized the bewildered Tongla, as if attempting to dissect his essence. Feeling the piercing gazes around him, Tongla shivered slightly, turning his head to glance at Xue Qinghe from the corner of his eye. Xue Qinghe shook his head with a smile and slowly turned to leave. The guards blinked in confusion, hastening to follow him. Xue Qinghe walked out with his head bowed in silence, as if preoccupied with some inner turmoil. A bold guard ventured, "Your Highness, are you troubled by something?" Xue Qinghe was drawn back from his reverie by the guard's words, and a long-lost smile reappeared on his face. "It is nothing. I was merely admiring the talents of the new generation of Soul Masters that day. I feel quite proud inside. Now let us depart." The guard looked at me, and I looked back at him. Since His Highness the Prince was reluctant to speak further, it would be inappropriate for the subordinates to inquire too much, so he followed closely behind. Observing their hurried figures as they came and went, Tang Lu was filled with countless questions. Was this what they referred to in books as the experience of a wealthy, second-generation individual? However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the host's voice, who cleared his throat and announced, "We congratulate contestant Tang on successfully advancing to the second round of Group 3. Next, he will face contestant Douluo. This contestant is particularly noteworthy. It is said that his martial soul is a body martial soul, the Dragon Claw. This martial soul possesses formidable power, akin to a swimming dragon, capable of effortlessly tearing apart all opponents. We hope contestant Tang will continue to strive and present us with a spectacular duel." As the host's words fell, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The recently mentioned one-hit kill had thoroughly captured their hearts. What a bargain to witness such an exhilarating battle with such inexpensive tickets. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Douluo strode in confidently. His expression was exceptionally resolute and composed, exuding an air of heroism, as he was already a seasoned veteran. Due to his body martial soul, his arms appeared disproportionately large, with muscles as solid as granite coiling around them, and his hands, resembling fans, were tightly clenched, as if ready to crush any object in their path. Finding his designated spot, he looked at the 12 or 13-year-old Tang Lu before him and was somewhat taken aback, saying in a somewhat bewildered tone, "Why is there a little kid? You should leave. I won't fight you." Tang, feeling dissatisfié, retorted, "Don't judge me by my age. Looks can be deceiving. You know?" Unexpectedly, Douluo shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, "I never had this habit before, but ever since I saw you, I realized I am indeed someone who judges by appearances." Tang Lu was left speechless. The last person who acted like you had just been carried away, possibly still nursing his broken jaw. "Are you also going to follow in his footsteps?" Douluo scratched his bald head and asked, "Are you referring to the disfigured child I encountered in the hallway?" "Don't joke around. His delicate skin is nothing compared to me. If you ask me, even if I gave you 3 chances, you wouldn't stand a chance." Feeling underestimated by his opponent was quite displeasing to Tang Lu. "If you can let me have 3 chances, I'll teach you a lesson." Douluo nodded. "If I can withstand your 3 strikes, you should hurry home. I can't bear to hit you, because when I strike, it's a bloody affair, and I'm afraid I might hurt you." Tang Lu scoffed, "If you can hurt me, I'll copy Master S' thesis 100 times back at the academy." As both contestants finished their harsh exchanges, the host solemnly announced, "I declare the match to begin." The arena fell silent, as everyone held their breath, fully aware that this battle was about to commence. They watched the 2 combatants intently, fearing they might miss any thrilling moments. Unlike his usual self, Tang Lu did not make the first move, but instead stood still, analyzing Douluo. Since Douluo had stated he would allow him 3 chances, it was clear he would not initiate an attack, providing a perfect opportunity for Tang Lu to assess his weaknesses. Douluo was not like Su Taiyu. His muscular physique made it clear he was a powerful attacker, a sole master of the strong attack type. For someone like Tang Lu, facing such a solid opponent posed a certain degree of difficulty. If he failed to defeat him in 3 strikes, it would be quite embarrassing. Therefore, Tang Lu had to approach this carefully. From the host's announcement, he could infer that Douluo possessed a body martial soul. Master had once told him that body martial souls were a type of martial soul. They were not as powerful as beast or weapon martial souls, but were indeed significantly stronger than support-type martial souls. However, due to the rarity of body martial souls on the continent, they were not classified among the 3 major types of martial souls. Chapter 141. 1 strike is enough. Tang Lu remained motionless, allowing Douluo to seize the opportunity to act. He stamped his right foot onto the ground, creating a noticeable pit in the arena. 3 circles of light, yellow, 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 emerged beneath him. Suddenly, the 3rd circle lit up, and a surge of energy erupted from within him, releasing a pressure that momentarily overshadowed Tang Lu. A dark yellow aura enveloped him, and as this energy surged, the skin on his bare torso began to rupture, revealing new muscles that eagerly pushed outward. His newfound muscles appeared even more massive, like steel plates covering his body, while the sound of cracking bones echoed as he instantly grew to over 2 meters tall. At the same time, his hands, resembling fans, began to enlarge, eventually doubling in size. His fingers sprouted sharp black claws, each measuring over 20 centimeters, resembling the claws of some fierce soul beast and incredibly hard, not easily shaken by an ordinary person. Observing Douluo's claw-like hands, Tang Lu finally understood why he had such confidence in allowing him 3 strikes. This was evidently a display of strength. As the saying goes, bullying the weak is a deprecation of one's own power, and Du Yuanlong likely held this belief. Just the sheer weight of his muscle, akin to heavy armor, was not something an ordinary soul master could contend with. Tang Lu was confident that his black-silver grass alone could not penetrate his defenses. At best, it could only entangle him for a while. But did Tang Lu possess only the black-silver grass? The answer was a resounding no. His diverse combat styles could indeed dazzle anyone, providing him with opportunities to breach Du Yuanlong's defenses. Come on, little kid, after your 3 strikes. Hurry home, otherwise your mother will be worried. Du Yuanlong said with a naive grin. He had defeated countless opponents with his 3rd soul skill, Dragon's Emergence. And even those at a higher level than him would find it difficult to breach his defenses. The situation of the battle was evidently in his favor. Tang Lu is hardly in a position to win. Do I need 3 strikes to defeat you? Tang Lu chuckled, shaking his head. Suddenly, his tone shifted as he coldly declared, I can take your life in 1 strike. Du Yuanlong scoffed, tapping his bald head with his steel hand and said, If you can do that, then go ahead. But think carefully. After your 3 strikes, I will retaliate. At the same time, Du Yuanlong deliberately opened his stance, adopting a fearless demeanor. Tang Lu dismissed his arrogance with a smile. The feeling of being underestimated irked him, but he needed to showcase some strength to slap him in the face. With a surge of Bei Ming true energy swirling within him, he leaped into the air, defying gravity. Wow, quite the flair. Du Yuanlong chuckled, yet he showed no signs of preparing to defend himself, firmly believing that these flashy moves posed no threat to him. However, the next moment, his expression changed dramatically, turning dark. A fierce wind howled as Tang Lu leapt onto a stone pillar in the arena, suddenly appearing right before Du Yuanlong. Tang Li's movements were so rapid that Du Yuanlong barely had time to blink before Tang Lu materialized before him. In midair, the formidable pressure unleashed by Tang Lu suddenly enveloped Du Yuanlong like a mountain pressing down, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Subsequently, 3 strands of black-silver grass descended from above without warning, striking Du Yuanlong with the ferocity of thunder. However, this minuscule amount of damage was but a drop in the ocean for Du Yuanlong. The assault from the black-silver grass failed to inflict any harm on him, and he began to relax, initially expecting Tang Lu to unleash some astonishing attack, yet it turned out to be rather mundane. Observing this scene, Tang Lu furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the terrifying defense, likely surpassing that of Dai Mubai. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, his hands did not cease their movements. A swirl of white energy spiraled around Tang Lu as he rapidly formed mysterious seals with his hands, exuding an aura of profound complexity. Suddenly, a golden glow appeared between his palms, growing increasingly radiant until it coalesced into a small orb of light, illuminating the entire arena. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Lu felt a surge of joy, for the transformation of the Bei Ming divine art had succeeded. As Du Yuanlong gazed at the small orb that nearly threatened to consume him, his alertness heightened, sensing something amiss. Yet in the next moment, Tang Lu's actions left him little time for contemplation. With a swift step, Tang Lu surged forward like a drawn sword, closing the distance to Du Yuanlong. Following this, Tang Lu shouted and struck out with a palm. Du Yuanlong's soul power surged upward, his entire being radiating a pale yellow glow. As the torrent of his vitality surged like a tsunami, transforming his body into an indestructible shell. Indeed, this was the case. Tang Lu's palm collided with Du Yuanlong's impenetrable steel claws, causing no damage to Du Yuanlong, while Tang Lu himself staggered back, reeling from the recoil. Supporting his chest, Tang Lu gasped for breath, his gaze calm, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Du Yuanlong laughed heartily. "Little brat, are you merely tickling me?" However, in the next instant, he felt an inexplicable weakness enveloping his body. His words abruptly halted. In a flash, Du Yuanlong, resembling an unyielding wall, collapsed to the ground. His face flushed and his gaze fixed on the smirking Tang Lu, his finger unintentionally pointing at him. How could this happen? Du Yuanlong sensed all his soul power dissipating, along with a decline in both his strength and defense. Tang Lu's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. This was indeed a formidable technique dreaded in the martial world, the bone transformation palm, a pinnacle skill of the transformation technique. How could Du Yuanlong withstand it? Tang Lu lunged forward with 2 swift strides, seizing the seemingly limp Du Yuanlong with his left hand, while his right hand unleashed a mighty Tianshan 6 yang palm. With a resounding thud, Douluo was sent flying like a derailed planet, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 142. The deal. The arena fell into a profound silence, as all present were momentarily stunned, witnessing Douluo soaring through the air before collapsing. Even the referee was momentarily taken aback. Despite having prior experience from the first round, the sheer swiftness of this defeat left a significant impact on him. He immediately rushed to the arena, raising Tongla's hand. "I declare Tongla the winner of this match." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their faces filled with admiration for Tongla. This seemingly youthful lad had captured their hearts with two spectacular victories. Tongla smiled gently. Having advanced to the level of Soul Master, his strength had reached new heights, and the sensation of abundant power brought him immense joy with every movement. Was it truly a single strike that defeated his opponent? In the VIP room, XuanyuanSword exclaimed in astonishment. While Tongla had merely prevailed with one strike against Xu Taiyu in the first round, it could have been attributed to luck, but what of the second round? Facing the formidable Douluo, a true powerhouse, Tongla remained composed, toppling his opponent with a single blow. Was this still mere fortune? Clearly not. XuanyuanSword's expression grew complex. He never anticipated that the child from 6 years ago had matured so rapidly, seemingly exceeding his expectations. Beside him, the armored guard spoke solemnly. Indeed, and according to my observations, Tongla's offensive was fierce, and his movements decisive. Each strike was executed with remarkable steadiness, clearly not the result of a brief training period. XuanyuanSword shook his head. "Wang Ying, you must be mistaken. He has only 6 years of experience. How could he achieve such a level?" This Wang Ying was the very guard who had accompanied XuanyuanSword 6 years prior, and he too was astonished, stating, "I am aware, but your highness, mastering such martial skills requires immense perseverance and endurance, not something one can accomplish in merely 6 years. Forgive my impertinence, but I fear Tongla may harbor secrets otherwise." "Enough," XuanyuanSword interjected with a furrowed brow. "This matter is not to be mentioned again. You may withdraw." Observing XuanyuanSword's troubled expression, Wang Ying ceased his remarks. Were it not for XuanyuanSword's presence today, he might have already led others to apprehend Tongla and subject him to rigorous interrogation. Without further words, he picked up a nearby iron helmet and turned to leave. "Wait," a voice came from behind, belonging to XuanyuanSword. "Your Highness, what is it?" Wang Ying inquired. XuanyuanSword rubbed his aching temple. "If the opportunity arises, arrange for Tongla to participate in the individual competition. I wish to spar with him personally. I must ascertain his true capabilities." "Understood. I shall take my leave." Wang Ying nodded. "Go ahead." With a resounding thud, the door slowly closed behind him, leaving XuanyuanSword alone in the room. Gazing through the transparent glass at Tongla standing in the arena, he murmured to himself, "What else do you conceal within you? Extraordinary talent, XuanyuanSword Divine Sword? How intriguing." A sinister smile crept across XuanyuanSword's lips, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its unsuspecting prey. "Sir, here is your prize. Please accept it." The young lady at the counter presented 2 bags of coins with both hands, smiling sweetly at Tongla. By now it was afternoon, and he had spent the entire morning engaging in the one-on-one tournament, successfully defeating 7 opponents. These 2 bags of coins represented his reward, and Tongla graciously accepted them. "Thank you. I appreciate your assistance." The young lady at the counter replied with a smile. "It was my pleasure." Tongla nodded. Placing the bags of coins securely in his pocket, he intended to safeguard the fruits of his hard work. Compared to previous tournaments, this one was remarkably easier. Having reached the Soul Master level, he regarded all opponents with disdain, his combat prowess significantly enhanced. This tournament allowed him to gain a clearer understanding of his abilities at the Soul Master stage, unlike the initial phases when he felt somewhat lost. Although the rewards were not substantial, overall, they were satisfactory. As he took a few steps with the coins, 2 or 3 burly figures suddenly blocked his path. "Gentlemen, is there something you require?" Tongla inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Despite the intimidating demeanor of his adversaries, he refrained from escalating the situation immediately. A scar-faced man growled, "Kid, did you not achieve 7 consecutive victories in the one-on-one tournament?" Tang Lu tilted his head, curiosity etched across his face as he asked, "It's me. How did you know so quickly? Am I really that famous?" A robust man, his arms resembling those of a powerful bull, replied, "Do you have any idea of the trouble you've landed yourself in?" "No." Tang Lu shook his head, then inquired, "What is going on? Did I do something wrong?" The scarred man sneered. Because you achieved 7 consecutive victories in a medical examination competition, I represent the Duhan Arena in extending to you. Tang Lu looked at him earnestly and asked, "What are you extending to me?" The scarred man's demeanor shifted, his face breaking into a smile as he exclaimed, "I present you with a personal competition registration form." As he spoke, he produced a golden registration form from behind him, emblazoned with the words "personal competition" in bold letters. The man's attitude changed as dramatically as a Peking opera face change, leaving Tang Lu momentarily stunned. It was then he noticed the golden entry ticket in the scar man's hand. He resolutely shook his head, stating, "I appreciate the good intentions of the Duhan Arena, but I am quite exhausted today. I think I will pass on this entry ticket." As he spoke, he maneuvered around the scarred man and the burly man beside him, striding forward. "Wait," came the urgent voice of the burly man from behind. Tang Lu halted, furrowing his brow as he turned around, and said coolly, "What now?" "You must accept this ticket," the scarred man insisted, hastily thrusting it into Tang Li's hand. Before this, Wang Ying had cautioned them that if Tang Lu did not participate in the personal competition tonight, they would have to change their lodging tomorrow. Upon feeling the ticket forcibly thrust into his hand, Tang Li's anger flared. "Are you really forcing me to compete?" The scarred man quickly pulled out 20 gold coins from his pocket and offered them to Tang Lu, saying, "This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Tang Lu scoffed, replying coldly, "You think 20 gold coins can buy me off? Do you even realize what you are doing? This is nothing short of trampling my dignity and insulting my integrity. Enough talk. I will give you 2,000. Deal." Chapter 143, Personal Competition Entry Ticket. Watching as over 2,000 coins piled like a small mountain into his sole guide storage device, Tang Lu beamed with satisfaction. Why not take advantage of it? Tang Lu held the shimmering golden personal competition entry ticket, spreading it out to inspect closely. The intricate golden patterns contrasted sharply with the ordinary black and white tickets, emanating an air of grandeur. Prominently featured in gold lettering was the line, "Competition Venue, Exclusive Private Box, Customized Soul Master Combat Arena." "There's a private combat arena?" Tang Lu murmured, lifting his gaze to survey the surroundings, filled with the incessant sounds of cheers. "But where is this private combat arena?" The back of the entry ticket bore the face of Dao Ming, with the title record holder of 26 consecutive victories inscribed above. 2,000 coins are not easy to come by, and I'm facing this guy, Tang Lu muttered, his eyes igniting with fervor. "But that's fine. I can teach him a lesson myself. Now that I possess my 3rd spirit ring, my strength has significantly increased. I must ensure he learns his lesson." Tang Lu clenched his hands tightly, crumpling Dao Ming's face on the golden ticket until his palms began to ache, at which point he finally released his grip. The competition was set to commence at 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Li's immediate priority was to satiate his ravenous hunger after a busy morning. Exiting the great Dahan Arena, he inhaled deeply, relishing the fresh air outside. The crowd inside had felt stifling, while the outdoors, with its invigorating breeze, uplifted his spirits. Just outside the great Dahan Arena lay a bustling marketplace. Even in the afternoon, many people wandered the streets, the air filled with a cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Curiosity piqued, Tang Lu ventured into a lively market, surrounded by an array of culinary delights he had never encountered before. After surveying his options, he opted for a simple meal at a nearby stall bustling with patrons. "Hey there, what would you like to eat?" A young attendant, his head wrapped in a white cloth, hurried over upon spotting a customer. Tang Lu smiled and asked, "What do you recommend? Please bring me your signature dish." The attendant appraised Tang Lu from head to toe and asked, "Are you sure you can finish it all?" Tang Lu, taken aback, replied, "Is there a lot?" Realizing Tang Lu was a newcomer, the attendant relaxed and enthusiastically listed, "Of course. Our signature dishes include spicy lobster noodles, steamed crystal dumplings, 5-spice soup buns, tiendo shredded chicken, and suato roast duck." The attendant spoke rapidly, and Tang Lu felt overwhelmed. He randomly picked a memorable name and said, "Then I will have a serving of spicy lobster noodles." "Sure thing. It will be ready shortly. That'll be 5 copper coins." Tang Lu retrieved 5 copper coins from his pocket and handed them over. The attendant took the money and went off to prepare the meal. As Tang Lu observed the bustling street, waiting for his dish, a group of 7 individuals entered his line of sight. They were dressed in exceptionally extravagant clothing, standing out sharply against the ordinary townsfolk surrounding them. At the forefront was a striking young man, seemingly only 18 or 19, tall and remarkably well-built, exuding an air of confidence. His eyes were calm, yet held a hint of dominance. Beside him was a young woman clad in a blue short skirt, her large green eyes glimmering with a peculiar allure. Her short hair framed her face elegantly, enhancing her captivating appearance. She leaned lazily against the young man's shoulder, their hands tightly clasped, clearly a couple. Walking alongside them were two exceptionally tall and muscular youths, their identical features momentarily dazzling Tang Lu. "Yinzi, you've been holding onto the boss's hand this whole way. You're feeding me dog food," exclaimed a handsome young man with short golden hair. A youth clad in a black robe teased, "What do you know? This is called nurturing a relationship, you lonely dog." The black-robed youth's face was obscured, rendering him unrecognizable to Tang Lu. The golden-haired youth retorted indignantly, "Aren't you a lonely dog as well? How dare you call me that?" The black-robed youth replied coolly, "I apologize, but my parents are arranging my engagement next year, so you're the only one left as a lonely dog." The golden-haired youth exclaimed angrily, "How despicable! We agreed to grow old together, yet you went and shaved your head midway." The black-robed youth disdainfully said, "Can we not disgust each other? It's quite embarrassing." As he spoke, he distanced himself, making a face of disgust. This infuriated the golden-haired youth, who retorted, "Just wait. After I complete the trials in Sotawa City, I will teach you a lesson. Come on, come on. Whoever backs down is a grandson." The black-robed youth sneered. All right, you two stop arguing," said a woman trailing at the back of the group, her tone exasperated. She was clad entirely in black, every inch of her skin covered. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and her gaze remained tranquil, contrasting sharply with the leader's commanding presence, revealing more of a sense of solitude and loneliness. As soon as the woman spoke, the golden-haired man and the man in black robes instinctively fell silent, neither daring to provoke her wrath. "Friends, our training program in Sotawa City officially commences today." The man at the forefront of the group suddenly turned around with a smile. The golden-haired man curled his lip, perplexed by Master Qin Ming's thoughts. What could possibly be suitable for our cultivation in this Sotawa City? It is far less interesting than the academy. Beside him, the man in black robes shot back, "What do you know? Master Qin Ming specifically instructed us to come to Sotawa City for our training." The golden-haired man retorted nonchalantly, "I know, but what good can come from this wretched place?" His voice, though soft, was audible to everyone on the street, silencing all the residents of Sotawa City, who turned to stare at him. The man in black robes thought to himself, "Not good." He hurried over and covered the golden-haired man's mouth, angrily exclaiming, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chapter 144. The battle with Dao Ming. Observing the 7-member team that appeared not to be locals, Tang Lu felt a flicker of doubt cross his mind. He then recalled the towering Doshin arena behind him and mused, "They must be here for the Doshin competition." Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought, for it was a known pattern that small teams arriving in another city would inevitably challenge his Doshin arena. After a while, just as he anticipated, the leading youth guided his 6 companions directly into the Doshin arena of Sotawa City. Once the waiter served the spicy lobster noodles, Tang Lu wasted no time devouring his lunch. After a brief rest, Tang Lu quickly made his way into the Doshin arena. Following the information on his entry ticket, he found the path leading to the specially designated personal combat platform. Along the way, he felt somewhat anxious, flanked by vigilant guards, who would have apprehended him had they not noticed the golden ticket in his hand. The granite on either side bore intricately carved patterns, and the carpet beneath his feet was made of premium silk, exuding an air of opulence. After walking over 50 meters, he reached a corner. Adjacent to it stood a makeshift booth where the registration was not handled by a familiar female staff member, but by a soldier wielding a broadsword. The registration process was remarkably straightforward. Tang Lu handed over his entry ticket, and after scrutinizing it, the soldier's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness and respect. "Please." The soldier's gruff voice resonated as he slowly pushed open the heavy door, gesturing for Tang Lu to enter the competition area. As the door swung open, Tang Lu was greeted by an expansive combat platform, measuring at least 50 meters in length and 20 meters in width. The surrounding guardrails were crafted from specially forged steel, impervious to anything below the Soul King level. With curiosity, Tang Lu stepped inside, where the floor was adorned with a red carpet, bordered by elegant golden patterns, creating a strikingly beautiful and refined atmosphere. However, he found it puzzling that such a lavish Doshin arena lacked any spectator seating, save for an opulent private box at the top. Which fool has come to their demise? Just as Tang Lu pondered this, a sinister chuckle reached his ears. He turned around abruptly to find a figure in black robes standing on the platform. Instantly, he recognized this individual, Dao Ming, the holder of the 26 consecutive victory record. Dao Ming appeared unchanged, cloaked in a long black robe that concealed his entire form, his face obscured by a menacing mask, leaving only his blood-red eyes visible. His arms were wrapped in specialized fabric, designed to minimize injury and prevent excessive blood loss in times of crisis. "We meet again," Tang Lu remarked with a smile. While others might have been rendered speechless by Dao Ming's imposing presence, Tang Lu remained unfazed, which piqued Dao Ming's interest. Dao Ming raised an eyebrow, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Tang Lu. Feeling the mental pressure emanating from Dao Ming's ghostly eyes, Tang Lu stood resolute, not even blinking as the energy of Bei Ming surged within him, pushing back the mental assault. Dao Ming withdrew his attack, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I remember you. Come fort." With that, he turned and stepped into the combat arena, leaving a space for Tang Lu. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Lu propelled himself upward with his right leg, easily leaping onto the 2-meter-high platform. Upon landing, he quickly realized the platform's uniqueness. Its surface was composed of special crystalline stones that effectively preserved soul power, preventing significant loss, and boasted formidable defensive capabilities that ordinary combat could not breach. In an instant, as he hopped onto the platform, Tang Lu felt his body become exceptionally light, and an invigorating surge of soul power coursed through him. "What brings you to challenge me? Is the last defeat not sufficient?" Dao Ming said with indifference, as if dismissing Tang Lu entirely, treating him as mere child's play. "Those who cannot defeat me only serve to make me stronger," Tang Lu shot back, his eyes narrowing with determination. "Such confidence," Dao Ming remarked with interest. "Do you believe that absorbing your third soul ring will allow you to defeat me? How laughable." A chill ran through Tang Li's heart. How could Dao Ming know of his third soul ring? "Stop guessing," Dao Ming continued. "I sensed your aura the moment you entered. You are calm now, brimming with combat intent, a stark contrast to before." However, his tone shifted to one of mockery. "Do you think you possess the strength to topple me? Come, let me see what you can do." As his words fell, Dao Ming's figure became ethereal, and an unknown tempest swept across the arena. Tang Lu distinctly saw a blood-red battle blade swirling at the center of the storm. It was Dao Ming's martial spirit, the Mingyue Dao. Dao Ming's right hand released a stream of black energy, intertwining with red, creating a dazzling spectacle. With a swift twist of his wrist, he drew the Mingyue Dao into his grasp. Tang Lu furrowed his brow, watching Dao Ming transform into a formidable figure, his vigilance heightened. It seemed not only had he grown stronger, but Dao Ming had as well. Tang Lu thought to himself. Having initially believed he could wash away the humiliation of the past, he now recognized that this battle was still an enigma. Raising his right hand, a nimble black-silver grass emerged from his palm, 3 yellow rings spiraling beneath his feet, the icy and sharp soul power locking onto Dao Ming. The long branches of the black-silver grass began to spread across the ground, resembling venomous serpents swiftly slithering across the combat platform. In less than 3 seconds, the black-silver grass had already enveloped the area controlled by Tongla. Chapter 145, The Second Battle with Dao Ming. Dao Ming gazed at Tongla with a calm demeanor, wielding the Mingyue blade. Standing nonchalantly, as if he had already dictated the course of the contest before it had even begun. At last, he sprang into action. His body leaped with tremendous force. Reaching the pinnacle of his speed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, his fierce eyes coldly fixated on Tongla. His robust shoulders propelled his forearm, swinging the Mingyue blade, which inexplicably appeared before Tongla, the sharp blade dancing between his hands before crashing down with ferocity. Unfazed, Tongla slightly tilted his body, and simultaneously, the black silver grass in his right hand radiated a dazzling light. His movements exhibited no sign of panic, as if he were oblivious to the steel blade hovering above him. Yet in the next instant, Tongla flicked his right hand, the black silver grass elongating at a visible speed. He effortlessly released dozens of black vines, having absorbed the third soul ring, significantly enhancing the resilience of the black silver grass, each vine resembling a black dragon gliding silently. As the Mingyue blade was about to descend upon Tongla's head, Dao Ming's body astonishingly halted mid-air, the razor-sharp edge barely a centimeter from Tongla's form. Dao Ming felt as though his body were ensnared, a mysterious force tugging at him. Observing the black-silver grass tightly coiling around him, a disdainful smile crept upon Dao Ming's lips. After all these days, is this all you can do? Meanwhile, Douluo bore a playful smile, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment. You think such a thing can stop me? Dao Ming's gaze was rife with disappointment. However, what transpired next left him astounded. From all directions, black vines stretching 5 to 6 meters surged up, ensnaring him in an instant. Simultaneously, an outer layer of thorny vines rose, rendering the whole structure akin to a cage. The first soul skill, strangulation, was activated. In the next moment, the entire black cage seemed to be infused with vitality, beginning to writhe as if a serpent were consuming its prey. The robust roots of the black silver grass scraped against the floor, causing where despite its formidable defense. Seizing this opportunity, Douluo swiftly retreated, while the black silver grass in his right hand regrew, rapidly spreading across the entire arena as before. Yet, in the very center of the cage, Dao Ming found himself in quite a predicament, ensconced within a rolling sphere, struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling onto the thorny black silver grass, leaving him somewhat dizzy. Nevertheless, years of combat experience steadied him, and a crimson mist enveloped his eyes, enabling him to discern his position within this enclosed space. Standing firm, Dao Ming thrust the Mingweb blade into the ground, piercing the black silver grass. With an earth-shattering roar, 3 soul rings began to spiral upward from beneath him. His muscles bulged rapidly, as if encased in a layer of armor, and the second soul ring ignited. In that instant, he gripped the Mingweb blade lodged above the black silver grass, channeling his surging soul power into it. The blade erupted into flames, a blood-red inferno igniting, incinerating the black silver grass upon contact, forcibly carving a large opening in the cage. Dao Ming emerged with a grim expression, the flames on his Mingweb blade extinguished. For conjuring flames from his martial soul demanded a tremendous drain on his soul power. Under normal circumstances, he could barely sustain it for 2 minutes. Thus it was prudent to use it sparingly. How does it feel inside? Douluo asked with a grin, revealing his white teeth, his face aglow with sunshine. Very well. Dao Ming gritted his teeth, then tightened his grip on the Mingweb blade and charged forward, thrusting it toward Douluo's abdomen. With a sudden burst of agility, Douluo retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the attack as Dao Ming's blade grazed his chest. Instantly, Douluo lunged forward like a tiger escaping its cage, his hands gripping Dao Ming's with claw-like ferocity. Before Dao Ming could react, Douluo infused his right leg with soul power and delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, Douluo's kick struck Dao Ming's calf, causing him to lose his balance and stagger backward, barely managing to regain his footing. However, Douluo had no intention of granting him a chance to counterattack. The second soul skill, corrosive venom, was unleashed. The black silver grass, preemptively arranged around them, surged forth like a tidal wave, binding Dao Ming tightly. The barbs on each vine piercing his skin, droplets of purple venom seeping into his body. Dao Ming cried out in pain. His face flushed crimson, the toxins coursing through him, rendering his entire body a fiery red, akin to a roasted shrimp. Mingwei slash! Dao Ming roared, attempting to cleave through the encroaching black silver grass, but the toxins sapped his strength, rendering his movements slow and his arms feeble, leaving him powerless to resist. Dao Ming gazed at Douluo in disbelief. How could this boy's offensive prowess have surged so dramatically in just a few days? A flicker of fear began to creep in. Douluo's lips curled into a triumphant smile, channeling Baiming true chi into his right fist, which shimmered with radiant light in an instant. With a flash, Douluo's figure left behind a series of afterimages, the Lingbo Weibu erupting as he closed the distance to Dao Ming in a heartbeat. Dao Ming instinctively raised his blade to defend, but the binding black silver grass rendered him heavily ensnared, compounded by the effects of the toxin, leaving him no choice but to endure Douluo's Tianshan hand. Douluo's right hand formed an elegant motion in the air, accompanied by a fierce killing intent and a surge of Baiming true chi directed at Dao Ming. With a whoosh and a sound of explosion, Dao Ming was flung away, his body entangled, legs flailing helplessly. Chapter 146, A New Challenge. How does it feel? Douluo approached Dao Ming with a hint of disdain in his smile. Huh! Dao Ming scoffed coldly, truly defiant. Douluo remained unperturbed, chuckling instead. Dao Ming struggled frantically, but the resilience of the black silver grass exceeded his expectations. Each futile attempt only resulted in more wounds. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the ability, release me, and let us have another round." Douluo replied, "Ridiculous. What makes you think I would let you go? Still unconvinced? Wait until I get out. Dao Ming's threats were cut short as Tong Le delivered a kick to his chest, causing blood to spurt. After enduring another blow, Dao Ming's complexion grew even paler. The toxins had begun to manifest yellow spots on his lips, and his entire body trembled. The anguished Dao Ming suddenly raised his head, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if you defeat me, what of it? That esteemed one shall ultimately become your nightmare. What nonsense! Murmured Tang Lu before swiftly kicking Dao Ming aside and calling out, "Hey, someone come here quickly and take this fellow away." Moments later, two fully armed soldiers hurried in, tended to Dao Ming's wounds, and left just as hastily as they arrived. Having avenged the grudge from that day, Tang Lu felt a surge of joy and began humming a little tune. Just as he lifted his foot to leap off the battle platform and return to the academy, a figure abruptly emerged from the upper chamber of the Duhan stage. Tang Li's pupils constricted, and he gazed warily upwards, his right hand instinctively reaching for the weapon at his waist. Jun XuanyuanSword, prepared for any impending crisis. Noticing Tang Li's movement, the figure above smiled slightly and reassured him, "There's no need to be so flustered. First, allow me to congratulate you on your victory over Dao Ming, though you took a few minutes longer than I would have liked." All Tang Le heard was the melodious sound of his voice, for his face was concealed behind an exquisite mask, obscuring all but his mouth and eyes. Upon observing his lavish attire, Tang Lu felt a sense of familiarity. A moment later, realization dawned upon him. This was the noble youth who had come to watch his match on that day. Tang Lu did not let his guard down due to his words. Instead, he heightened his vigilance and coolly inquired, "What brings you here?" Xue, with hands clasped, replied with a smile, "Because this personal competition was organized by me." Tang Lu recalled the admission ticket he had received that day and retorted with a somewhat unfriendly tone, "Are you implying that you lure me here on purpose?" His voice grew increasingly irate, emphasizing the word deliberately. Xue shot Tang Lu a comforting glance, signaling him to remain calm, then smiled nonchalantly. "I merely wish to spar with you, though my methods may have been a tad underhanded. I hope you can forgive me." Tang Li's gaze remained fixed on the young man, pondering why he, among the countless masters of Sutawa City, had chosen him. Xue momentarily faltered, but then, with a twinkle in his eye, said, "It is precisely because you amazed me this morning, achieving 7 consecutive victories at such a young age. Furthermore, you managed to defeat Dao Ming, who had won 26 matches in a row. If this were to spread, the entire Sutawa City would undoubtedly tremble because of you. I am well aware of Dao Ming's pride and strength, and your triumph over him has genuinely surprised me." Tang Le furrowed his brow. "So, you are the esteemed one he spoke of?" Xue face broke into a smile reminiscent of a blooming lotus. "I cannot claim such a title. I merely had the good fortune to win against him. Might I persuade you to practice with me?" Tang Lu resolutely shook his head, firmly stating, "I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot accompany you today. Perhaps another time." With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. What a joke. To suddenly engage with a mysterious individual in combat. Was he out of his mind? However, just then, the outer door abruptly slammed shut, and the surrounding windows were firmly locked, heavy curtains drawn down. Tang Lu halted, spinning around to angrily demand, "What do you mean by this?" Yet Xue stood above, unfazed, his gaze sweeping over Tang Li's figure with a hint of menace. "Spar with me, or you shall not leave. I already said I'm busy. Let's do this another day." How can there still be such coercion in this day and age? Upon hearing this, Xueqing's lips pressed tightly together, his cheeks flushing crimson, resembling a rosy apple, though the mask obscured this breathtaking beauty from Tang Li's view. What an insufferable brat! Xueqing cursed internally, his face now adorned with a faint blush. "If you do not fight, you will not be allowed to leave," he declared, feigning calmness. Though his voice was as melodious as a celestial song, Tang Lu felt no affinity towards him at that moment. Clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoed in the air. With the confrontation escalating, how could he refuse? Though not a belligerent person, Tang Lu was certainly not one to back down from a challenge. The threat in Xueqing's tone was unmistakable. If he failed to comprehend it, he would truly be a fool. Summoning the Hei Yin Chao from his right hand, he adopted a resolute stance. "Very well, let us proceed." Hearing Tang Li's words, Xueqing breathed a sigh of relief, his mood lifting significantly. Had Tang Lu continued to refuse, he would have been at a loss. Now that his objective was met, a satisfied smile graced his face as he leaped from the railing, landing gracefully before Tang Lu without expending any soul power. "What is your name?" "HappySchool's. Defeat me, and I shall tell you," Xueqinghe replied with a casual smile, but his expression shifted as he swiftly struck with an open palm. Though the blow appeared simple and unembellished, it carried an imposing force. As the alabaster hand approached him, Tang Lu would not simply stand idle. He swiftly seized Xueqinghe's wrist with his left hand. It felt surprisingly soft. This was Tang Li's initial impression, but before he could ponder further, Xueqinghe delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Tang Lu sidestepped and, following Xueqinghe's lead, unleashed a technique, the Tianshan Luyan Palm. Chapter 147. A new challenge. Xueqinghe dodged with agility, his smooth right hand slipping from Tang Li's grasp, leaving his previously pristine wrist marked with crimson imprints. Enraged, Xueqinghe struck Tang Li's shoulder with a resounding thud. Tang Lu felt as though his right arm had been struck by a carriage, the pain overwhelming. Seizing the moment while Xueqinghe was still attacking, Tang Lu advanced, delivering a powerful strike to Xueqinghe's chest. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by a series of explosive sounds. Yet Xueqinghe's reflexes were equally swift. He retreated several steps, evading Tang Li's assault and creating distance between them, their gazes locking in a tense standoff. As he glanced at the area nearly struck on his chest, a flush crept across Xueqinghe's face, turning his cheeks a vibrant pink. "Shameless!" Xueqinghe's icy voice pierced Tang Li's ears, and he charged forward in 3 quick strides, his right fist swinging with a ferocity that contrasted sharply with his earlier composure. Tang Lu, taken aback by Xueqinghe's sudden intensity, found himself bewildered. What had caused this transformation? Why was he attacking so fiercely? Xueqinghe's speed was astonishing. Before Tang Lu could fully comprehend, the fist was already inches from his nose. In a moment of crisis, Tang Lu swiftly utilized the Lingbo Weibu to create distance. With a muffled thud, although Tang Li's reaction was timely, Xueqinghe's swiftness proved superior, his right fist landing squarely on Tang Li's face. Rubbing his aching cheek, Tang Lu inhaled sharply. Though he could not discern what had driven this mysterious noble youth to such fervor, it was evident that his strikes were painfully effective. However, as Xueqinghe withdrew his hand, he regarded Tang Lu with astonishment. If a typical person had received that punch without any soul power to defend, they would likely have collapsed to the ground. However, Tang Lu resolutely received the blow, appearing unaffected. It was indeed rather peculiar, as Wang Ying had mentioned. Xueqinghe murmured, but then a flash of light crossed his vision, and a right hook came swinging towards him. In comparison to his previous attack, this time Xueqinghe exerted double the force, eager to test the limits of Tang Lu, aware that he could not withstand such a powerful strike. Tang Lu unhesitatingly summoned all his Beiming Jinqi, employing the Tianshan Jimeisho to counter. With a swift motion of his left hand, he intercepted Xueqinghe's punch. He then redirected the force to the side, momentarily mitigating the overwhelming power. Immediately after, Tang Li's hand coiled around like a constricting serpent, unleashing the Beiming Jinqi he had gathered. Xueqinghe was pushed back 2 or 3 steps, astonished as he gazed at Tang Lu, taken aback that his punch had been neutralized. Yet Tang Lu was equally astonished. Despite using Tianshan Jimeisho to deflect the blow, the recoil left his entire arm tingling. It was crucial to note that this was purely a consequence of raw power, as he was certain he had not employed any martial techniques in their earlier exchanges, unlike Tang Lu and Tang San, who had the benefits of cultivation. Shaking his numb left hand, Tang Lu had begun to gauge the young man's strength. The mere fact that he could inflict such backlash upon him, even while infused with Beiming Jinqi, indicated that his prowess was at least at the level of a soul emperor, if not higher. A soul emperor seeking to spar with me? Tendre la montée internally. It was fortunate that neither of them had utilized their soul power or martial souls during their confrontation. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of survival. Unless he resorted to the hammer in his left hand or the Hong Tian E on his back, he would have been left with little hope. Thankfully, the young man seemed to have no intention of continuing the fight, slowly retracting his offensive stance. He cast a casual glance at Tang Lu, rubbing his previously pained wrist, and remarked, "You are quite impressive." Tang Lu scoffed, muttering under his breath, "A soul emperor challenging a mere soul master like me is truly shameless." Xueqinghe raised an eyebrow. Given his cultivation, he easily caught the words. He smiled lightly and said, "If you are dissatisfied, how about we engage in a martial soul duel later?" Tang Lu was startled, quickly shaking his hands in protest. No, please don't. You, a soul emperor, could end me with just a flick of your finger. What's the point in that? It would be sheer cruelty. XuanyuanSword shot him an exasperated glance, his expression captivating enough to enthrall any man, though Tang Lu, obscured by his mask, could only perceive the disdain directed at him. All right, I am quite satisfied this time. You may leave, XuanyuanSword stated coolly before turning away towards the corridor leading to the VIP lounge. Watching XuanyuanSword depart with such grace, Tang Lu felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Just as he attempted to exit, he realized the door was firmly locked, and without a key, escape was impossible. Thus, he hurriedly approached XuanyuanSword's back, calling out, "Hey, wait." Hearing Tang Lu's voice behind him, XuanyuanSword paused, turning with a puzzled expression, only to be unexpectedly collided with by the rushing Tang Lu. The impact caused both to stumble, with Tang Lu feeling a dull pain in his chest, while XuanyuanSword lost his balance, teetering on the brink of falling. In a reflexive instinct, Tang Lu stepped forward to catch him. XuanyuanSword found himself enveloped in a warm, secure embrace, momentarily stunned. Upon contact, Tang Lu noted how soft XuanyuanSword's body was, imbued with a delightful fragrance, and he observed the remarkable elasticity of his skin. This sensation felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Why aren't you letting go? XuanyuanSword snapped, resembling a feisty little wildcat ready to pounce on Tang Lu. Oh right, my apologies, Tang Lu stammered, shaken from his reverie, hastily helping him regain his footing. As XuanyuanSword extricated himself from Tang Lu's warm embrace, his face flushed crimson, embarrassment evident as he averted his gaze. Haven't we met somewhere before? Tang Lu inquired, scratching his head with curiosity. XuanyuanSword hesitated, then his expression darkened. You're overthinking it. Just leave, he retorted, quickly resuming his composure as he ascended the stairs. Could you at least give me the key? I can't get out. Tang Lu called after him. XuanyuanSword suddenly turned back, flashing a charming smile. Here, take it. He then produced a key from his pocket, tossing it into the air, where it shimmered brilliantly under the light. Chapter 118. The mysterious dreamscape. By the time Tang Lu returned to the Shrek Academy, it was already deep into the night. A heavy darkness enveloped the entire village, transforming the once bustling morning marketplace into a desolate expanse. As he surveyed the scene, only an endless void met his gaze. Quietly, he slipped into his dormitory, and after a brief wash, fatigue overtook him, allowing him to drift into a deep slumber. Tang Lu found himself in an ethereal world, one that seemed boundless and devoid of an end. In this peculiar space, he immediately sensed waves of unknown spiritual energy swirling around him. He emptied his mind, entering a state of tranquility as he diligently observed this dreamlike realm. Meanwhile, Tang San, sharing the same room, suddenly shivered, a chill creeping through him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked at his goosebumps in confusion. Why is it so cold today? He yawned heavily, turning to face Tang Lu. His keen senses detected an unfamiliar cold energy emanating from Tang Lu, causing him to shrink back instinctively. His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Tang Lu gradually becoming transparent. His skin glimmered like crystal, allowing him to see through to the other side of the bed. Tang San rubbed his eyes, convinced he must be mistaken, yet Tang Lu remained in a state of ethereal existence. This, Tang San stammered, unable to articulate his shock, as he hesitantly reached out to touch Tang Lu. To his astonishment, his hand passed right through Tang Lu's body without any resistance, as if he were merely touching air. Oblivious to the situation outside, Tang Lu continued to wander within that mystical space. He explored the surroundings with his consciousness, but the outer realm eluded him, separated by an unseen barrier. The moment he brushed against this intangible boundary, he would be propelled back, with no means to venture outward. Tang Lu instinctively chose to delve deeper within. As one ventured deeper, the spiritual energy within became increasingly abundant. Even Tang Lu's divine stone began to feel lighter, a stream of radiant light penetrating his body and flowing freely through his meridians. Suddenly, a blue figure materialized before him, seated cross-legged in the empty space. It emitted no sound or breath, resembling a specter, which startled Tang Lu. The figure remained motionless, its eyes tightly shut, appearing as though in slumber. After several confirmations that it posed no threat, Tang Lu gathered his courage and drifted closer, gazing curiously at the seated apparition. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the figure's full appearance. It had long, light blue hair, cascading carelessly down its back, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Its face was remarkably smooth and fair, akin to meticulously carved white jade, accentuating its handsome features. The only imperfection was a scar, approximately 3 centimeters long, on its right cheek, which, paradoxically, only enhanced its rebellious charm, imbuing it with a devilish allure. 2 large blue eyes rested beneath a prominent nose, with long eyelashes standing like lanterns before it. As if sensing Tonglu's gaze, a faint smile graced its lips. Though Douluo was a man, he could not deny that this being was a paragon of beauty, the epitome of human aesthetics. Every inch of its visage seemingly crafted to perfection, an image that would forever linger in his mind. Then, a burst of white light radiated from the figure, transforming its blue hair into a crystalline transparency, dazzling in its brilliance. The white light intensified, enveloping Douluo in a mysterious power that rendered his surroundings a blinding luminescence. However, as swiftly as it appeared, the enigmatic glow began to dissipate. In its place, a plant, pure and white as jade, emerged in the figure's right hand, adorned with blue stripes and continuously emitting a soft azure glow. What followed was even more astonishing. Beneath the figure, 9 resplendent rings of light appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, green, red, red, gold. These 9 rings flickered incessantly, yet exerted no pressure on Douluo. Instead, they bestowed a gentle and soothing aura upon him, as if inviting him closer. It was a notion that resonated within Douluo. Indeed, the 9 rings shimmered with faint colors, intertwining and coalescing into a brilliant white halo that began to revolve slowly around him. At that moment, Douluo was unaware of the transformations occurring within him. He merely felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, his muscles expanding with vigor, and every inch of his being reaching perfection. Concurrently, he sensed the rapid elevation of various attributes within him, as all his internal strength was unleashed in that instant. The beaming true chi intertwined with soul power surged wildly, causing his energy to soar. Soon, the empty space began to flourish with the same pure, white jade-like plants held by the figure. They sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, each radiating a dazzling yet gentle white light. These unknown grasses grew fervently, seemingly invigorated by Douluo's presence, tripling in size. The aura of power and vitality they exuded was formidable, akin to a mighty mountain standing resolutely before him, stirring a tempest within Douluo. Gazing upon the countless white grasses, Douluo's heart swelled with exhilaration, tears of fervor welling in his eyes, inexplicably moved by the moment. At that instant, the earlier figure slowly lifted its head, its eyelashes fluttering gently, its large, gentle blue eyes gazing warmly at Douluo, radiating kindness. Then, with a subtle wave of its right hand, the entire world shattered into fragments, and both the figure and the white grasses vanished without a trace. Chapter 149. The Prodigy Yu Xiaojiang How Cold. Tong San shivered, having wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, now huddled in the corner of the room. Meanwhile, Douluo turned in bed, instinctively reaching to feel for his blanket. "Where's my blanket?" Upon raising his head, he spotted the pitiful figure of Tong San, cowering in a corner, draped in 2 blankets, one belonging to him, the other to Douluo. With a puzzled expression, Douluo inquired, "Xiao-san, what are you doing? Did you have a nightmare?" Immediately dismissing the notion, he thought it improbable for someone of Tong San's age to still be plagued by nightmares. As Douluo rose, the chill emanating from him dissipated instantly, leaving Tong San surprised, a flicker of discontent crossing his face. "Go, what were you doing in bed just now?" "What was I doing?" Douluo pondered for a moment, deciding against revealing the dream to Tong San, and feigned confusion. "Did I do something?" Tong San shot him a reproachful glance, expressing his grievance. "I don't know what you were doing, but suddenly you became freezing cold. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have turned into an ice block." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Douluo scratched his head, contemplating that it must be a defensive response from entering the dream realm. After some reflection, he smiled and said, "I was practicing the Beiming divine skill. I haven't mastered its extreme cold yet. My apologies, haha. Practicing at this hour? What are you thinking?" Tong San scolded, as he removed the blankets from himself. The room's temperature had returned to normal, and he no longer needed to be bundled up. My fault. Let's get some sleep." Douluo reassured him with a smile. After several requests for Douluo to promise not to practice anymore, Tong San finally settled snugly into his bed and drifted off to sleep. However, Tang Lu found himself unable to rest. His eyes fixated on the ceiling as he replayed the earlier events in his mind. Who was that mysterious figure? What was that white, transparent plant? Why did it seem so familiar? And why did the figure possess 200,000-year red soul rings? Or the green and gold rings? Questions swirled in his mind. But no one was there to provide answers. He was left to ponder alone. It was evidently a sleepless night for him, as he tried again to enter that peculiar space, but every attempt ended in failure. It was as though that mysterious realm had vanished, never to be returned to. The next day, Tang San exhaled heavily atop the eaves, the daily ritual of morning cultivation having become his habit. However, today felt different. For Tang Lu was absent from his side. Reflecting on this, a hint of helplessness flickered in Tang San's eyes. Ordinarily, they would rise at 6 o'clock to cultivate, for that was the time of the sun's ascent, the moment when the most purple qi permeated the day. However, Tang Lu remained oblivious to the events of the previous night, sleeping soundly as if in a deep slumber. Tang San could not rouse him, and with no other option, he resolved to practice alone. After adjusting his breath and confirming his stability, Tang San leapt from the eaves, crossing through the window directly into the room. The atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Tang San's bed was meticulously arranged, while Tang Lu lay sprawled on the bed, still asleep. He sighed and approached Tang Lu's side, giving his arm a gentle push, and said with a hint of exasperation, "Brother, it is time to rise. I'm so tired. Let me sleep a little longer." Tang Lu mumbled, retreating further into the covers. He had hardly slept the previous night, consumed by his thoughts. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Tang Lu had barely managed 2 hours of sleep, an insufficient respite after the exhausting battles he had endured the day before. The teacher will assign lessons soon. Brother, please get up. Tang San exclaimed as he grasped Tang Li's hand, attempting to pull him up. Reluctantly, Tang Lu emerged from his cocoon of blankets, his head peeking out with a disheveled appearance. Seeing his brother's bleary eyes, Tang San inquired in surprise, "Brother, are you very tired?" "Indeed, I am utterly exhausted," Tang Lu replied, dragging himself back to the edge of the bed, collapsing back onto it. At the Shrek Academy cafeteria, a middle-aged man with a beard donned a white chef's hat and a white apron around his waist, busily preparing meals. As he beheld the sumptuous breakfast before him, Master S' typically stoic face broke into a rare smile. He retrieved a tome on culinary arts from behind him and began to peruse its contents with great interest. Moments later, he closed the book with newfound confidence, declaring, "The book states that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. I refuse to believe that the genius Yu Xiaojiang cannot handle one Tang Lu. I shall have you willingly embrace the role of my disciple." He then tucked the book away and earnestly resumed preparing breakfast for his students. With focused eyes, he monitored the pot simmering over the fire, from which emanated an enticing aroma. His right hand diligently added firewood, carefully controlling the heat. "As long as my students can enjoy a hearty breakfast, no matter the exhaustion, I, Yu Xiaojiang, shall endure," he thought to himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet, his resolute spirit remained unyielding. This was the essence of his character. Once he made a decision, he was unwavering in his pursuit. At that moment, he was boiling beef, and the pot released a cloud of steam, filling the kitchen with the rich scent of the meat. This beef had been specially procured from Soto City and was simmered with a blend of 81 spices, designed to fully release its flavor. Utilizing the most primitive earthen pot allowed for better retention of the beef's natural taste, enhanced by his carefully crafted secret spices, creating an aroma that was truly exceptional. The resulting beef was both tender and flavorful, preserving the essence of its original taste. Observing the bubbling pot, Master S' eyes lit up. Success! He swiftly dampened 2 towels, grasped the pot filled with beef, and placed it on a large table. After completing his preparations, he nodded in satisfaction, proud of his culinary prowess. Yet, a pang of anxiety struck him as he looked around. Under normal circumstances, Tang Lu and Tang San would have already arrived. Why were they late today? Chapter 150. Master S' first lesson. Just then, Tang Lu and Tang San strolled leisurely into the cafeteria. The enticing aroma drew Tang San into a sprint, while Tang Lu lagged behind, yawning intermittently, his face shadowed by dark circles, a picture of fatigue. Master hurriedly approached them, remarking, "You are usually punctual. What has caused the delay today?" He gestured towards Tang Li's panned eyes. Tang San sighed, replying with irritation, "It is all Lu Ji's fault. He wouldn't get up, and I had to drag him here." Tang Lu, typically a disciplined individual, seemed out of sorts today, prompting Master to ponder silently. Although he felt concerned, he refrained from probing further, quickly ushering both boys to sit at a table. "I have prepared a delightful meal for you. Come, taste it," Master said with a warm smile, presenting the pot filled with beef before them. As the tantalizing aroma wafted towards them, Tang San exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing. What is this?" Even Tang Lu perked up slightly, revitalized by the enticing scent. Noticing their eager expressions, Master beamed and declared, "This is a special beef soup I have prepared. Come, do try it." He brought over 2 small bowls, ladling generous servings of beef into them. "Quickly, let us see how my culinary skills fare," he said, unable to contain his excitement. Tang Lu inquired, "Master, have you tasted it yourself?" Even Tang San, poised to dig in, paused to look at Master. Master hesitated for a moment, then smiled, feeling a touch of warmth in his heart. "I've already had my share. You both should hurry and taste it before it cools." No longer hesitating, the 2 boys eagerly dug in, devouring the meal with gusto. Tang Lu picked up a piece of the tender beef, savoring its rich flavor as he took a bite. The juices and aroma burst forth. The meat perfectly stewed, yet retaining its essence, complemented by a subtle hint of medicinal herbs that tantalized his palate. The tender beef slid across his tongue, the enticing fragrance continually stimulating his taste buds, igniting his appetite and prompting his stomach to rumble in anticipation of more. Before long, Tang Lu and Tang San sat back in their chairs, hands resting on their satisfied bellies, thoroughly content. This was the finest meal they had enjoyed since arriving at Shrek Academy. Observing their satisfied expressions, Master inquired with enthusiasm, "So, how was it? Not bad, I presume?" Tang San nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Teacher, your cooking is truly exceptional." Master nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Tang Lu. "Xiao Le, how do you find it?" After a moment of thought, Tang Lu replied with a smile, "Master, your culinary skills exceed my expectations. You should consider writing a cookbook. Its popularity would surely surpass even your top 10 martial spirits." Master could not help but chuckle and retort, "You clever little rascal. You two should eat a bit more. The training ahead will be demanding, and if you don't, your nutrition will fall short." Tang San smiled wryly and waved his hand. "If I eat any more, I fear I shall burst." After a moment of contemplation, Master nodded. "From now on, I shall rise at 6 each morning to prepare breakfast for you. Let me know what you wish to eat, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you. Moreover, I will incorporate various herbs into each dish, as their long-term consumption will benefit your health." Tang Lu and Tang San were taken aback, realizing that the meals provided by Master contained medicinal elements. "Wow, it smells divine." At this moment, the sweet voice of Xiao Wu rang out from outside, followed closely by her excited entrance, dragging Ning Rongrong along. Upon seeing the Master, the 2 exclaimed in unison, "Good morning, Master." The Master nodded at them, yet his smile was not as warm as it had been for Tang Lu and Tang San. In fact, his gentle demeanor seemed reserved solely for them. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fragrant beef before her. As she inhaled the rich aroma, her appetite surged, yet she hesitated to taste it, feeling timid in the presence of the Master, whom she had yet to become familiar with. In contrast, Xiao Wu was more carefree, being an old acquaintance of the Master. She fetched 2 pristine white bowls, handing one to Ning Rongrong while she went to grab a ladle. Ning Rongrong bit her lip lightly, cradling the bowl in her hands, her actions betraying a hint of shyness. The Master quickly noticed her discomfort and chuckled. "Go ahead and eat. It would be a shame to let yourself go hungry." With his permission, Ning Rongrong eagerly held her bowl close to Xiao Wu. Upon seeing the bowl brimming with beef, her stomach audibly grumbled, causing her to flush with embarrassment. "Eat quickly. There will be more after you finish," the Master said while donning his chef's hat and retreating back into the kitchen. The 2 girls, no longer hesitating, enthusiastically began to eat. Soon afterward, Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun arrived in succession. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by the Master, everyone praised it wholeheartedly. Once satisfied, they gathered in the square, each brimming with excitement, ready to greet their new teacher's first lesson. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining gently, more temperate than on previous days. A refreshing breeze caressed their faces, and everyone felt utterly at ease. The Master meticulously adjusted his attire and, under the attentive gaze of the 8 students, ascended to the podium. His cold gaze swept over them as he stated, "This morning's performance has left me quite dissatisfied. Some of you even arrived over 10 minutes late. I expect you to arrive at the dining hall punctually in the future." He continued, After breakfast, it is inadvisable to engage in strenuous activity. Instead, stand in place for an hour to aid digestion. Oscar's face visibly stiffened. He had been the last to arrive, and the master's words were directed at him. Upon hearing the instruction to stand for an hour, some appeared disheartened, even slumping their postures. Among the group, Tang, Lu, and Tang stood out for their earnestness, standing tall and focused. The master nodded approvingly. In Chapter 151, the master's first class, some individuals in the line did not perform the actions correctly, but the master merely cast a cold glance over them and then raised his head to observe the sun now high in the sky. All right, I will let this slide for now. Let us commence our first lesson. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and promptly began to stretch and loosen their muscles. The master placed his hands together and said calmly, I am well aware of your martial souls, but starting today, I wish to understand your combat techniques and styles. Dai Mubai, step forward. Dai Mubai paused momentarily before taking a bold stride out of the line. His eyes gleamed with determination, his head held high, embodying the essence of his martial soul, like a king of beasts. The master had learned from Zhao Wujin and Flinder that Dai Mubai was an elite student at Shrek Academy with considerable strength, though his personal life was less than ideal. The master was curious to gauge Dai Mubai's capabilities. Dai Mubai focused intently on the master, remaining silent throughout, his movements decisive and powerful. Perhaps he was a charismatic figure outside, but here, he was a student fully dedicated to learning. The master regarded Dai Mubai with a hint of admiration and asked in a deep voice, Mubai, your task is to defeat the others one by one. Can you accomplish this? Dai Mubai nodded, his arms tensing immediately. Though he felt a hint of uncertainty, he refrained from questioning the master further. The master took a step back, granting the battlefield to Dai Mubai, cautioning, remember, go easy. I do not wish to see anyone injured during the sparring. Douluo, you possess the greatest strength in the group. Step forward to spar with Mubai. Tang Lu hesitated briefly before stepping forward. Faced with the towering figure of Dai Mubai, he felt no fear, only a fervent eagerness to engage. Master, is this appropriate? Dai Mubai scratched his head awkwardly. It was one thing to take on a fellow male student, but he felt reluctant to harm the three delicate girls. The master's expression darkened as he replied, What? A level 37, and you lack the confidence to defeat them? With a sigh, Dai Mubai chose not to argue further, raising his head and gazing warily at Tang Lu. You are free to unleash your true capabilities in this battle. The master's voice resounded again. True capabilities? Both combatants raised their fists, their vigilance and awareness heightened. For Tang Lu, this battle was crucial. He had previously sparred with Dai Mubai and had a fair understanding of his strength, making it manageable. Yet, this bout was vital for him to establish his reputation at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, however, viewed Tang Lu's strength as an enigma. Unaware of the new abilities Tang Lu had acquired after breaking through to the Soul Sovereign level. He needed to tread carefully to avoid losing face in front of Zhu Zhuqing, the woman he cherished. Both had their thoughts but shared a common goal, to triumph over the other. Let the battle begin. With the master's command, the previously arranged line dispersed, everyone instinctively retreating. The master found a high vantage point, enabling him to observe their combat closely and glean insights from their experiences and shortcomings. Be cautious, Tang Lu called out, as black silver grass stealthily emerged from his palm, spreading throughout the arena like serpents poised to strike at Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, 3 rings of light, yellow, yellow, and purple, rose beneath his feet. Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with intensity as he declared, White Tiger, manifest. Instantly, his muscles bulged, reminiscent of granite, while fine white fur sprouted across his body, and a prominent character for king appeared on his forehead. His fingertips elongated into sharp claws, embodying the ferocity of tiger. Without hesitation, Tang Lu sprang into action. Recognizing Dai Mubai as a powerful assault-type soul sovereign with superior soul power, he knew he could not allow him to strike first. The black silver grass, strategically positioned throughout the arena, surged towards Dai Mubai under Tang Li's control, each stem resembling a colossal black serpent. The poison spikes atop the grass unfurled like blossoms, releasing a purple venom into the air. Observing the onslaught of black silver grass, Dai Mubai remained vigilant, his hands radiating intense white light as his claws extended to 10 centimeters in length. He understood that evasion was not the best strategy. If he did not eliminate these troublesome plants, no matter how fast he ran, he would eventually be ensnared. Thus, he resolutely chose to remain, his palms forming a scissor shape as he forcefully swept through the air, creating a cross-shaped blade of white light. Simultaneously, the white glow emanating from him intensified as the surging soul power circulated within his body. Some of the smaller black-silver grasses, upon contact with this white light, were instantly reduced to ashes. However, there were also particularly thick and resilient black-silver grasses that withstood Dai Mu Bai's assault, successfully maneuvering to his rear. They clung to his legs like hungry chicks following their mother, ensnaring him tightly. Dai Mu Bai felt a sudden heaviness in his body. As if he were sinking into a quagmire, his legs immobilized. He swiftly turned his head, eyes widening in astonishment at the dense mass of black-silver grass behind him. It is worth noting that, initially, Tang Lu and Tang San's black-silver grasses could not withstand even 3 seconds against his force. Yet today, they not only held their ground, but also managed to entangle him, leaving Dai Mu Bai utterly stunned. Subsequently, the soul power he had amassed erupted violently, enveloping him in a brilliant white light. Under the impact of this radiance, all the black-silver grass surrounding him was scattered like fragments. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings quietly emerged beneath his feet, yellow, and purple. Like Tang Lu, they represented the optimal configuration for a soul master of his rank. However, the soul rings Dai Mu Bai released were more formidable than those of Tang Lu, as the disparity in their soul powers meant that the pressure Dai Mu Bai exerted exceeded that of Tang Lu. With a powerful stomp of his right foot, he kicked up dust from the ground, and his body surged upward. His golden hair billowed wildly behind him, exuding an aura of dominance. He continuously infused his soul power into his fists, and then surged forward with fierce determination. In Chapter 152, Dai Mu Bai's astonishment grew. His imposing physique commanded respect, especially as he charged forward under the influence of his potent abilities. The black-silver grasses that Tang Lu had previously unleashed now appeared fragile as paper, shattering effortlessly before him as if there were no obstruction at all. Just as Dai Mu Bai was on the verge of breaking through the encirclement to reach Tang Lu remained motionless, his expression devoid of panic, even adorned with a subtle smile, one that hinted at an inevitable victory. What was this fellow plotting? Master frowned. Could a control-type soul master truly withstand an assault from an attack-type soul master? Even Dai Mu Bai felt a tinge of doubt, as he had anticipated Tang Li's escape route, planning to use his first soul skill, Bai Hu Lai Guangbo, to subdue him. Yet, who could have foreseen that Tang Lu would stand his ground? At a mere 3 to 5 meters away, the opportunity lay before him. With no time to ponder further, Dai Mu Bai recklessly poured all his soul power into his body, growing over 2 meters taller, his shoulders broadening significantly, and his form soaring as he ran. 3 meters. 2 meters. At this moment, Dai Mu Bai reached his maximum speed, closing in on Tang Lu in mere breaths. However, he found it perplexing that Tang Lu still had not made a move or adopted any defensive posture. Was he conceding? This thought crossed everyone's mind, save for Tang San, who recognized that Lu Gu was merely biding his time. Just as Dai Mu Bai believed victory was within his grasp, mere steps from Tang Lu, the latter made his move. His actions were ruthless and decisive. The accumulated Bei Ming Zhen Qi in his legs activated the Ling Bo Wei Bu. The powerful energy, combined with the effects of Ling Bo Wei Bu, allowed him to leap into the air, retreating several steps like a swift swallow. Dai Mu Bai's attack missed. Dai Mu Bai looked up in shock, astonished by Tang Li's incredible speed. Who could have guessed that he could create a 2-meter distance in half a second? Yet, Tang Lu did not halt. He continued to retreat, soaring into the air. Meanwhile, the black-silver grasses in his right hand grew wildly, slender strands of black shadow grass extending from beneath him. Unbeknownst to Dai Mu Bai, as he charged forward with all his might, his body had already become enmeshed with numerous toxic thorns of the black-silver grass. These thorns were minuscule and posed no significant threat to Dai Mu Bai's robust physique. Hence he disregarded them. Little did he know, this would be the turning point of the battle. Seizing the opportunity of Dai Mu Bai's hesitation, the second soul ring beneath Tang Li's feet glowed softly. The second soul skill, Du Ji, activated. In an instant, the toxic thorns upon Dai Mu Bai's body began to stir as if infused with life. The toxins stored within the thorns were injected into Dai Mu Bai's skin through tiny conduits, releasing a pungent aroma. Dai Mu Bai barely had time to register what was happening before he felt a sudden heaviness, his body staggering backward as if drained of strength. Simultaneously, His consciousness began to blur, and he saw double of Tang Lu before him. He needed to end this swiftly. Otherwise, the situation would worsen. Dai Mu Bai recognized the gravity of the situation and fought to steady himself, his soul power continuously combating the encroaching toxins. In this fleeting moment, the third soul ring beneath his feet illuminated, activating by Hu Jin Gangbian. With the amplification of his third soul skill, his muscles bulged prominently, stretching his clothing tightly and revealing his flawless physique. The royal insignia on his forehead became more pronounced, and his tiger paws doubled in size compared to before. At the same time, some of the toxins clinging to his skin fell away, their noxious liquid spilling onto the ground. Dai Mu Bai focus d'intently on Tang Lu. Unable to deny that the Tang Lu who had reached the rank of soul respect was a far cry from the one he had previously encountered. They were not the same individual. Subsequently, his tiger body crouched low, and with a powerful thrust of his strong legs, he charged forward. In their previous encounter, he had utilized his third soul skill to defeat Tang Lu, and he intended to replicate that success. Yet, at the moment he launched his attack, he felt an unsettling sensation within his body. The toxins began to induce subtle changes, causing his movements to slow as if each action was delayed. Nevertheless, he knew that if he could just reach Tang Lu, he could effortlessly tear him apart with his claws. Tang Lu stood nearby, his gaze fixated on Dai Mu Bai, determined not to miss a single detail. Bai Hu Jin Gangbian was Dai Mu Bai's most formidable soul skill, significantly enhancing his offensive and defensive capabilities. Having faced defeat due to this skill before, Tang Lu remained vigilant. Recognizing Dai Mu Bai's fearless approach, Tang Lu surmised his intentions, a smirk playing on his lips. "You wish to come closer? I shall not allow it." In the next instant, Dai Mu Bai began to question his choices. Just as his tiger paw was about to make contact, Tang Li's figure flickered, reappearing 5 meters away. Simultaneously, countless black silver grasses spread forth from his original position, unhesitatingly ensnaring Dai Mu Bai's feet before winding up his calves and enveloping him entirely. As he beheld the entanglement of black silver grass enveloping his entire body, Dai Mu Bai's eyes flickered with a hint of irritation. It is often said that controllers are the most vexatious of soul masters, and today he had come to fully comprehend this truth. Instead of engaging him directly, they ensnared him relentlessly. With a low growl, Dai Mu Bai unleashed the accumulated white light within him, shattering the encirclement of black silver grass. Simultaneously, his form shimmered as if gilded, and his crimson eyes exuded a bloodthirsty aura. A sphere of white light coalesced in his mouth and surged forth towards Tang Lu, who stood nearby. Yet, Tang Lu remained unperturbed, calmly retreating to one side. With a casual flick of his right hand, a wall constructed from countless strands of black silver grass rose from the ground, blocking his path. The lethal force of the white tiger's radiant wave was formidable, but alas, the sheer quantity of black silver grass was overwhelming, its resilience far surpassing Dai Mu Bai's expectations. He managed to breach the first layer of black silver grass. Yet the subsequent layers stood unscathed, unwavering before Tang Lu. Chapter 153. The corruption of the controller's heart. Witnessing Tang Lu effortlessly neutralize his second soul skill, Dai Mu Bai was consumed by fury and hastened to pursue him. However, barely 2 or 3 steps into his advance, he found his feet ensnared by the black silver grass summoned by Tang Lu. At that moment, his first soul skill, Strangle, activated. The black silver grass, stretching several meters, stood erect and encircled Dai Mu Bai, forming a substantial cage that bound him tightly. As he was once again enveloped by the black silver grass, Dai Mu Bai struggled to catch his breath. For every cluster he shattered, another emerged. His massive tiger paws grasped 2 strands of black silver grass in a desperate attempt to tear them apart. Yet, the grass, infused with soul power, was far too resilient to rend. No matter the force he exerted, the black silver grass remained immovable before him. Recognizing the opportune moment of Dai Mu Bai's entrapment, Tang Lu chuckled softly, declaring that the game was about to conclude. Dai Mu Bai, momentarily bewildered, raised his gaze to Tang Lu, only to see his third soul ring illuminate beneath him. A colossal net woven from black silver grass suddenly enveloped the air, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. This immense net systematically divided, forming smaller nets, each featuring a 10-centimeter-long venomous thorn protruding from the center. Dai Mu Bai stared in disbelief at the densely packed nets above him, murmuring, "Is this truly his third soul skill?" Tang Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he gently waved his right hand downward. The black-silver grass above Dai Bai seemed to receive a signal, cascading down like a torrent, the central thorn elongating ominously during its descent, ultimately doubling in length. Subsequently, the black-silver grass that had encircled Dai Bai began to burrow slowly into the ground, preparing for the third soul skill, black-silver heart-piercing arrow. Observing the disappearing black-silver grass around him, Dai Bai felt a surge of relief and was about to step forward when he was unexpectedly pierced by the sharp thorn from the grass that had soared above him. Before he could react, he found himself ensnared by thousands of small nets, as if he had been submerged in a black ocean, consumed by the black-silver grass. All present were left in stunned silence, including the master. Who could have anticipated that Dai Bai would suffer such a humiliating defeat? It was as though he were rendered powerless, completely manipulated by Tang Lu. Only Tang San remained contemplative, pondering the relative strengths and weaknesses of his third soul skill. Spiderweb binding against Tang Li's black-silver heart-piercing arrow. Observing Dai Bai, who had entirely lost his advantage, the master shook his head in resignation and declared, "All right. Xiaolu, relis mube." Tang Lu nodded and stepped forward, gently brushing a mound of black-silver grass, causing countless strands to dissipate in his soul power. Quietly merging into his palm, the oppressive shadow of the grass vanished, allowing Dai Bai, at the bottom, to exhale deeply, taking in great gulps of air as his chest heaved violently. In that moment, he appeared somewhat comical. His once resplendent attire lay in tatters, yet he bore no injuries. Tang Lu had not exerted his full power with his third soul skill. Had he unleashed its entirety, Dai Bai would have been bettered in for days. Tang Lu quickly approached Dai Bai to assist him in standing, offering an apologetic smile. "This is my third soul skill, black-silver heart-piercing arrow. You are the first to experience it." Dai Bai, struggling to rise from the ground and dusting off his now-soiled garments, retorted with a hint of annoyance. "You controllers are all so despicable." Tang San remarked, "I feel offended." Seeing Dai Bai's glum expression, Tang Lu awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating that if he were in such a tightly bound position, he too might feel a sense of frustration. The master approached, stating calmly, "In a battle between assault and control, you possess both innate advantages and disadvantages. However, you failed to capitalize on your strengths, instead allowing Tang Lu to exploit your weaknesses. You must understand the terror of control-type soul masters. Why did you not evade his grasp? Instead, you recklessly advanced. Consider this. Would a cunning control-type soul master engage you in a direct confrontation?" The master's probing questions left Dai Bai at a loss for a rebuttal, prompting him to lower his head in shame. The master cast a sidelong glance at Dai Bai, saying, "Bai, your performance today has deeply disappointed me. Remember, when facing control-type soul masters in the future, you must be mindful of your movements and utilize the terrain to avoid their control." Dai Bai nodded solemnly, having gained a renewed understanding of controllers through this confrontation. Previously, he had considered them as mere fragile opponents who could be easily defeated without employing soul skills. However, this encounter left an indelible mark on his memory. The master raised his gaze, surveying the group with a stern expression. "Do not think that just because it was not you who faced loss today, you can disregard my lessons. In future battles, every mistake and moment of carelessness could cost you your precious lives. You must comprehend the characteristics of every type of soul master, how to overcome them, and how to evade their attacks. These are crucial lessons, not mere arrogance. There are always those stronger than you. I hope you grasp this truth." He then began to analyze. Do not be deceived by the vast coverage of Tang Li's third soul skill. It possesses a critical weakness. If you are a swift assault-type soul master, you can quickly retreat from the area affected by his skill and maneuver behind him for a successful strike. This requires teamwork. Each of you possesses unique martial souls and must learn to complement each other's strengths to progress further on the path of soul masters. Tang Lu stood behind the master, nodding with a smile, feeling that there was merit in the master's words. However, the master slowly turned to face Tang Lu, glaring at him as he chastised. "And you, standing there so at ease, do you even realize what you have done wrong?" "What did I do wrong?" Tang Lu exclaimed, his eyes wide with confusion as he regarded the master. The master, hands clasped behind his back, replied coolly, knowing full well that Dai Bai possesses formidable offensive power. "Why did you remain stationary? Had your speed been even slightly slower, you would have already lost, do you understand?" Tang Lu raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "My pace is a little slow, I won't play like this anymore. Chapter 154, Don't Be Like Your Brother. The master said with a hint of annoyance. If only Dai Mubai's speed had been a tad quicker, you would have lost today, do you understand? Tang Lu shrugged, but I accurately gauged his speed. The master, upon realizing this, had little more to say. Tang Lu was indeed correct. From the very onset of their battle, he had been fixated on Dai Mubai, seemingly aiming to see through him entirely, even predicting his subsequent moves. The He and Douluo family is truly extraordinary. The master marveled repeatedly, already envisioning the future achievements of Tang Lu and Tang San, these two prodigies. Twin martial souls and innate full soul power. Each of these attributes is exceedingly rare on the continent. Moreover, having both exceptional talents in a single individual, the potential of these two children will surely surpass that of their father. The master shook his head and turned his gaze toward Tang San and the team. Speaking with a glimmer of anticipation, Xiao San, it's your turn next. Come over. Tang San nodded eagerly and rushed over. Go for it. Tang Lu patted Tang San's shoulder and returned to the team, watching the match with great enthusiasm. The master instructed, Xiao San, you are not permitted to use your third soul skill, nor those peculiar weapons of yours. Understood? Tang San nodded, yes, teacher. He then turned to Dai Mubai with a serious expression. Although Dai Mubai had appeared to struggle against Tang Lu in their earlier fight, Tang San was sharp enough to realize that if it weren't for Tang Li's ability to swiftly adjust his position with Lingbo Weibo, he would have repeatedly evaded Dai Mubai's attacks. Otherwise, given Dai Mubai's formidable offensive power, the outcome could have been uncertain. Dai Mubai pointed at the large tear in his clothing and chuckled wryly. Please don't be as annoying as your brother, all right? You control-type users can be quite insidious. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Dai Mubai, why not test if you can withstand my third soul skill? If you can, consider my loss. If not, then you lose. How about it? Dai Mubai's interest was piqued. This proposition sounded quite favorable to him. Everyone in the team turned their attention, their expressions a mixture of shock and curiosity, yet all eagerly anticipating the visual spectacle that Tang San's third soul skill might unveil. Having absorbed the formidable man-faced demon spider that had surpassed its age limit, would he also possess a powerful third soul skill like Tang Lu? The master remained silent, implicitly approving of the challenge, while also wishing to observe the effectiveness of Tang San's third soul skill in actual combat, hoping that it would surpass Tang Li's, as Tang San was his direct disciple. Naturally, he wished for him to excel. All right, let's proceed, Dai Mubai declared as his body trembled, adopting a stance of readiness. You better be careful, Tang San said, raising his right hand as the blue-silver grass quietly emerged from his palm, its slender branches and leaves unfurling, vibrant soul power coursing through the foliage, occasionally flashing a blue hue. Simultaneously, 3 rings of light, yellow, and purple, rose beneath his feet, while slender strands of blue-silver grass spread from him. Witnessing the blue-silver grass spread across the ground reminded Dai Mubai of Tang Li's black-silver grass, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the third purple Millennium Soul Ring, unleashing the White Tiger's Vajra transformation. A thick aura of bloodlust emanated from him, enveloped in a layer of golden light, as if he were gilded, exuding an imposing presence. His previously robust physique now appeared even more formidable, his hands enlarging to twice their size, his eyes merging into one, a faint purple glow appearing within them. Having learned from Tang Li's experience, Dai Mubai was now extremely cautious, no longer underestimating the blue-silver grass as a mere inferior martial soul. He was fully prepared to confront Tang San's third soul skill with his utmost state. Unwilling to stumble again, Tang San gently raised his right hand, and the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to receive an order, surging forward toward Dai Mubai with eagerness. Recognizing this familiar scene, Dai Mubai immediately recalled the master's advice regarding control-type soul masters. Evade, avoid the control skills, and seek an opportunity to circle around to his back. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai sprinted in the opposite direction, his powerful form causing the ground to tremble beneath him. Yet, the blue-silver grass relentlessly pursued him, resembling a pack of wolves chasing a solitary lamb. But who would know that the white figure was, in fact, a tiger? Tang San furrowed his brow. At this rate, how long would it take to catch him? He couldn't continuously manipulate the blue-silver grass in pursuit, as it would greatly deplete his vitality. If both their soul powers were exhausted, would they resort to close combat? However, A glimmer of admiration flashed in the master's eyes. Dai Mubai's understanding was commendable, having grasped the tactics against control-type soul masters. As long as you run fast enough, the control cannot catch you. Observing Tang San standing 20 meters away, Dai Mubai subtly adjusted his previously straight trajectory, gradually inching closer to Tang San. He had to find an opportunity to approach Tang San and swiftly finish him off. Tang San's eyes were now enveloped in a layer of purple mist. With the aid of his purple extreme demon eye, he could see Dai Mubai's running path clearly and instantly deduced his intentions. However, he did not hurry to retreat. Rather, he stood with great interest, much like Tang Lu had before, using himself as bait to lure Dai Mubai in. A glint of brilliance appeared in Tang Li's eyes as he marveled inwardly. What a brilliant student, he has grasped my essence. With Tang San only 10 meters away, Dai Mubai, no longer hesitating, suddenly lowered himself and executed a difficult slide, reaching Tang San in an instant. Dai Mubai leapt into the air, his right fist charged with intense white light, surging soul power swirling within his tiger claw, creating an imposing aura akin to a towering mountain, firmly suppressing Tang San. Yet, Tang San remained stationary, smiling at Dai Mubai, a hint of a predator's delight in his expression. Dai Mubai suddenly sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate it. At that moment, he was merely a step away from Tang San. Despite his myriad doubts, his right fist was still thrust forward. In that moment, Lan Yinchao, who had been relentlessly pursuing Dai Mubai, finally arrived. Tendrils entwined around him like a protective layer enveloping a zongzi, tightly constricting Dai Mubai, rendering him unable to escape. Under the influence of Tang San's soul power infusion, the resilience of Lan Yinchao reached unprecedented levels, making it exceedingly difficult for even Dai Mubai to break free in that instant. With widened eyes, he gazed helplessly at the smiling Tang San, internally lamenting, "Those who wield control possess impure hearts." Subsequently, Tang San's third soul ring illuminated, a purple halo swirling in the air. Under the curious gazes of all present, a vast blue net descended from above, measuring approximately 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width, completely ensnaring Dai Mubai. Once again, before the watchful eyes of everyone, Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by yet another layer of Lan Yinchao. At that moment, he was wrapped in 3 layers of Lan Yinchao, with only his head exposed, while the rest of his body was entirely enveloped. His hands were immobilized, incapable of wielding the tiger claws that could cut through the thick tendrils of Lan Yinchao. His feet were equally trapped, rendering him as helpless as one caught in a quagmire. Thus, the formidable attack-type soul master, Dai Mubai, was reduced to a mere weeble. However, Dai Mubai was not one to surrender easily. A brilliant white light erupted from within him, attempting to disperse the encircling Lan Yinchao. Yet the sheer multitude of tendrils proved insurmountable. A single chopstick may be easily broken, but 10 chopsticks? Countless strands of Lan Yinchao neutralized the barrage of attacks he unleashed. The onlookers witnessed a scene where Dai Mubai, glowing with powerful white light, repeatedly attempted to free himself, only to be thwarted time and again by the Lan Yinchao. The rebounding white light inflicted further harm upon him, leaving numerous scars across his body, and his already tattered shirt was completely shredded, exposing his robust physique to the air. Seeing Dai Mubai still struggle, Tang San's right hand twisted forcefully, causing the layers of Lan Yinchao to constrict. The outermost layer of the net tightened, suffocating Dai Mubai. Simultaneously, this outer layer released a thick white adhesive, binding Dai Mubai and the Lan Yinchao in a close embrace. His repeated struggles proved futile. As the enhancement from the White Tiger King Kong waned, his body began to shrink, and the sudden change rendered him unable to withstand the tight entanglement of Lan Yinchao. The sound of cracking bones echoed, sending shivers through the onlookers. "All right, that's enough," the master interjected, stepping forward, concerned that Dai Mubai might be harmed. Tang San, equally anxious for Dai Mubai's well-being, hurried to his side, gently stroking the Lan Yinchao, which then transformed into soul power and flowed into his palm. Instantly, Telan Yin Gao Vanis, Gao Xing Zai Mubai, who had been ensnared, to lose his footing and crash heavily onto the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. Tang San, with a look of concern, asked, "Are you all right?" As he spoke, he retrieved a piece of clothing from 24 Bridges on a moonlit night and handed it to Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, shirtless and disheveled, hardly resembling the once charming and handsome Dai Xiao. Coughing up sand, Dai Mubai pushed himself up from the ground, unhesitatingly accepting Tang San's clothing and hurriedly putting it on. Just then, the master approached, casting a sympathetic glance at the visibly distressed Dai Mubai. "You are too pitiful," he seemed to convey. Tang San smiled faintly. "Mubai, I apologize." Dai Mubai ignored him, turning away in frustration, muttering, "Those who play with control have impure hearts." The master cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Just now, classmate Dai Mubai demonstrated his astounding defensive abilities and capacity to endure damage. This indicates that we must all pay attention to physical training. Otherwise, when encountering control-type soul masters like Tang Lu and Tang San, we may suffer greatly." Dai Mubai interjected, "I can relate." The master then glanced at the battered and panting Dai Mubai, clearly exhausted, and remarked, "Mubai is not in the best condition, so we shall temporarily suspend his tasks." The master's consideration of Dai Mubai's situation was evident, as Tang Lu and Tang San had nearly depleted his soul power, leaving him with little strength to challenge the remaining five. Dai Mubai cast a grateful look at the master. Had the battle continued, he might have been forced in a close combat. The others were somewhat elated, as no one wished to face the formidable Dai Hu in battle, illustrating the intimidation that Dai Mubai exuded, even in his current state. Observing the excited faces of the group, the master cast a cold glance at them. "Do not presume that I will spare you, just because there is no battle. The time is still early, and the lesson is not over yet. You should not rejoice too soon. Next, I shall assign you physical training. At the school's entrance, there are stones and baskets prepared for each of you. Each person must carry them and run, without using soul power throughout." Dai Mubai inquired, "How far do we run, and how many laps?" The master replied nonchalantly, "Run from Shrek Academy to Soto City, completing a total of 10 laps. Tang San, you will run 12 laps. Tang Lu, you shall run 14 laps." At this point, he glanced at Dai Mubai, recalling the earlier scene of his battle with Tang Lu and Tang San, shaking his head without assigning him additional laps. "Why?" Tang Lu and Tang San exclaimed in unison, bewildered, as they had won, yet were still required to run more laps than others. The master merely cast them a dispassionate look, stating, "Winners must work harder." It is that simple. Chapter 156. Weighted training. Tang Lu and Tang San opened their mouths, yet the words caught in their throats, as the ultimate decision rested with the master. Resigned, the two could only trudge away, beginning their arduous physical training. Dai Mubai stood by, reveling in their misfortune, chuckling, "You thought you could defeat me? Huh. Now look at the predicament you're in. Why are you laughing? Do you want to run extra laps as well?" The master glared at Dai Mubai. Startled, he quickly followed behind them as they set off. The master lifted his gaze once more, casting a detached glance at the remaining five. "What about you? Are you not going to hurry up? If you do not finish running today, there will be no lunch." The five exchanged glances, and Oscar and Ning Rongrong were the first to bolt ahead, having gained some experience. Seeing them take off, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu quickly followed, with Zhu Zhuqing bringing up the rear. Watching their retreating figures, a rare smile graced the master's usually stoic face as he softly remarked, "You are still too young." Dai Mubai, with a righteous expression, addressed Tang Lu and Tang San. "The master is being utterly unreasonable. Look, you both won, yet you're still made to run so many laps." He feigned a heartbroken expression, but had Tang Lu and Tang San not been so perceptive, they might have fallen for his act. Tang Lu shot him an incredulous look. "Stop pretending. You're obviously delighted. I bet you wish we had to run 20 laps." "Of course, we are brothers." Dai Mubai patted his chest. After pondering for a moment, Tang San spoke up, "I just thought about it, and I believe there must be a reason behind the teacher's arrangement." "Brother, please do not be angry. Following the teacher's instructions cannot be wrong." Tang Lu wiped away a tear and exclaimed, "Little San, how could you speak for him? Am I no longer your dear brother?" Tang San shrugged helplessly, raising his hands in resignation. "Even if you are my brother, it doesn't change the fact that we have to run this course. It would be better to devise a good reason to alleviate our frustrations." With a clap of his hands, Dai Mubai exclaimed, "Brilliant!" Tang Lu lifted his chin slightly, as if he found some merit in Tang San's words. The distance from the academy to Suatawa City was not far, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers. If one were to employ soul power, a round trip would only take half an hour. However, the master had stipulated that soul power could not be used during the journey, and completing the over 40 kilometers with a weighted load was already a tremendous challenge. At the academy's entrance, Tang Lu and the others met up with Xiao Wu and the rest. They stared in disbelief at the stones and baskets laid out before them, their faces reflecting incredulity. Each basket contained different stones, some quite small, while others were massive. Each basket was labeled with a name, as arranged by the master in advance. Generally speaking, the stones in the boys' baskets were significantly heavier than those of the girls, predominantly consisting of heavy rocks, while the girls had smaller stones. Though their weight was still considerable, around 20 to 30 pounds. Running without using soul power, is that not asking for my life? Ma Hongjun lamented, rubbing his protruding belly. Completing 10 laps with his own body size without using soul power would leave him breathless, and now he was expected to carry such heavy stones. Truly a Herculean task. Dai Mubai patted his shoulder, saying, "A man must not say he cannot." Come, tangle, lendaend. As he spoke, he hoisted his own basket, which was laden with astonishingly large stones, but for someone of his battle spirit lineage, it was not overly challenging. "All right, be careful," Tang Lu said as he supported the bottom of the basket, allowing Dai Mubai to secure it on his back successfully. Dai Mubai, now bearing the basket, jumped in place, a smile of delight on his face as he remarked, "It feels quite good." Ma Hongjun smirked, "Boss Dai, are you a monster? It seems that Xiao Ao has the best deal. His stones are significantly lighter than mine." Xiao Wu shot him a glare. "Oscar is a support type. How can you even compare yourself to him? Why not compare yourself to Lu Ge and San Ge?" As she spoke, she pointed to the baskets labeled with Tang Lu and Tang San's names. The stones in Tang Li's basket were the largest in the group, composed of a single, solid block of granite. Its uneven surface was intimidating enough, not to mention having to run 14 laps with it. Tang San stones were the third heaviest in the group, stacked high with rocks of various sizes, though not as large as those of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Ma Hongjun recoiled slightly, muttering, "They are monsters. I am not." Tang Lu chuckled, "All right, time is of the essence. Let us set off." The two, Tang Lu and Tang San, shouldered their bamboo baskets and jogged a few steps, their faces darkening significantly. This task was evidently not an easy one. Dai Mubai, undeterred, ran a few steps before realizing just how burdensome the task truly was. "Xiao Gang, are you perhaps making things difficult for the children?" Flanders, standing nearby with a worried expression, inquired. Observing the 8 figures at the entrance, the master remarked, "One must endure hardships to become exceptional. If they do not face some challenges in their youth, how can we expect them to achieve greatness later?" Flanders grimaced. "But this task seems excessively heavy. The round trip from our academy to Suatao City is about 4 kilometers, and you have them running 10 laps without the use of soul power. Are you not making it difficult for them?" The master's brows furrowed, a glint of determination in his eyes. "Do not worry. I care for these children even more than you do. Just wait and see. I believe they will gain something extraordinary from this experience." "Extraordinary gains?" Flanders murmured, shaking his head in caution. "I warn you, if anything happens to the children, I will not let you off the hook. Moreover, the academy's funds are tight. Be mindful. We cannot have the academy collapse before the children even graduate." The master remained silent, his gaze focused on the 8 young men and women in the distance, filled with hope. He hoped that through this training, they would come to truly appreciate the essence of teamwork. This training was not merely about physical conditioning, but rather about fostering friendships through the rigors of weighted training. Forging a genuine team. Chapter 157. Simplified steps. If they were allowed to use soul power, completing 10 laps would only take half a day. However, the prohibition against using any soul power allowed them to experience the harsh realities of life. After merely running a few hundred meters, their shoulders were already chafed by the vine-like baskets. Leading the charge were the physically strongest Tang Lu, Tang San, and Dai Mubai. Yet even they, the fittest of the group, were drenched in sweat, beads trickling down their foreheads. Bringing up the rear were the weaker members, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong, who had already fallen significantly behind, trailing 100 meters behind Tang Lu. "This is untenable. Without soul power, we cannot keep this pace." Tang Lu deliberately slowed down to run alongside Tang San and Dai Mubai, panting heavily. Dai Mubai nodded, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. "But you and Tang San must run more laps than us, so let us hurry. If we do not finish, we will miss lunch." Tang San turned to observe the lagging group, noticing their plight, and frowned. "No, if we continue like this, none of us will complete the task. Brother, Mubai, let's take a break. They are too far behind." Tang Lu nodded, as he had something to discuss with everyone. Dai Mubai also slowed his pace, and the 3 of them stood together, waiting. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu caught up, followed by Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the others, who successfully rejoined the group. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Oscar asked in confusion, "Tang-san, why did you stop?" Tang-san explained, "I believe the teacher's task is not merely to complete these 10 laps, but rather to test our teamwork and collective spirit. We cannot run separately. We must learn to cooperate as a team, allowing us all a chance to accomplish our tasks." Dai Mubai nodded. "Perhaps Tang-san is correct. Master has posed a challenge for us." Upon hearing Tang-san's analysis, the group experienced a collective realization. Tang Lu affirmed, "If that is the case, each of us must reasonably distribute the weight of the stones we carry. Each individual's capacity to bear weight is determined by their physical constitution. Ma Hongjuan's limit lies well within his range, whereas Oscar and Ning Rongrong have far exceeded their own gravitational tolerance. As for myself, Tang Lu, and Mubai, we are perfectly capable of shouldering our burdens, so please feel free to place the stones in our baskets." As he spoke, Tang Lu reached for the basket behind Oscar, but Oscar swiftly sidestepped, smiling as he said, "No need, I'm not too tired yet, just a bit strained." After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lu proposed, "How about this? If any of you can't hold on, just let us know, and we will assist you." Everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their support for this idea. However, despite their mutual assistance, the challenges they faced remained tremendously formidable. Whether they could accomplish this task was still an enigma. Thus, Tang Lu continued, "Let me teach you a simple step technique that will effectively enhance your speed, enabling us all to complete the task together." Step technique? Ning Rongrong felt a surge of interest. Born from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she naturally had some knowledge of various martial arts. However, since joining Shrek Academy, the peculiar techniques exhibited by Tang Lu and Tang San were entirely unfamiliar to her. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor softened slightly. Having experienced the might of Tang Li's techniques during their battle in the Stardow Forest, she could not help but feel curious upon hearing that Tang Lu was willing to impart his steps. Dai Mubai furrowed his brow and, after a moment's thought, remarked, "Tang Lu, we can manage. There are already too few martial techniques in this world. I believe it is unnecessary for you to teach us today." Oscar nodded in agreement, fully aware of the value of martial arts. Yet he did not wish to request such a precious resource. Only Tang San smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "What Tang Lu teaches will merely be inferior techniques. He would never impart the pinnacle arts like Lingbo Wei Bu or Fei Yinzhou Bai." As Tang San surmised, Tang Lu intended to teach the foundational aspects of Lingbo Wei Bu. This technique was straightforward and easily learned, significantly enhancing one's speed. It was Tang Li's signature technique, and he would not fully disclose it. He chose to share only its most basic principles, keeping the more profound elements to himself. Tang Lu shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. "It's all right. After all, we are all classmates from the same academy. Nothing can surpass our camaraderie. Besides, what I will teach you is merely the surface. I wouldn't dare impart the deeper insights." With a teasing tone, he lightened the atmosphere, and everyone began to accept his offer. Who would refuse a free gift? Would you? If one were to ask everyone in the Douluo continent, they would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. Tang Lu clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "What I will teach you is a very simple step technique, characterized by its strong continuity. If you make a mistake, the entire movement will falter. Please pay attention as I demonstrate." With that, he bent his right leg slightly backward, creating a small distance with his front leg. The Shrek students, lacking a foundation in the Xian Yao Heart method, needed to start with the most basic movements. Tang Lu lifted his head, breathing deeply, expelling all fatigue and numbness from his limbs. Then, with a push of his right foot and a swift leap of his left leg, he soared forward effortlessly. Although he bore a heavy stone, his movements appeared light and agile, as if he were unburdened, gliding with remarkable speed. However, the essence of Lingbo Weibu lies in proper breathing. Unlike Douluo, who possessed internal energy to assist him, they needed to emphasize correct breathing techniques. Tang Lu meticulously laid out these principles, analyzing any perplexing issues he had encountered in his previous life for them. As he simulated the movements, Tang Lu advised, "You must maintain a state of lightness in your body while moving, suppressing any pain or fatigue in your limbs. This technique is exquisite. Based on the principle of 81 hexagrams, every 64 is a complete cycle. Do you understand?" After speaking at length, Tang Lu felt his throat drying up. He glanced around to find everyone staring at him with glazed expressions, as if they comprehended everything. In Chapter 158, Master Lu's Teaching. Tang Lu patiently repeated the instructions several times until he confirmed that they grasped the concepts sufficiently before beginning practice. Move by, don't take such large steps. Rein in a bit. Yes, just like that. Tang Lu patted Dai Mu Bai's strong thigh, gesturing to indicate the optimal distance for his steps. In a flash, Tang Lu appeared beside Oscar, tapping him on the head. Little Oscar, lift your head, otherwise you might suffocate. Oscar grimaced. I can't help it. My back aches. And why is my technique different from everyone else's? Tang Lu replied calmly. Everyone's body structure is unique, so I've simplified the technique for you. This is the most suitable for you. If you master it well, you will certainly run faster than ordinary soul masters on the battlefield. Oscar perked up, realizing that auxiliary soul masters were often targets on the battlefield. If he could master this technique, he would be faster than typical soul masters. Reignited with determination, Oscar's eyes burned with fervor as he earnestly practiced step by step according to Tang Li's guidance. Tanu le noje din satisfaction, steadily approaching ma ongujun, vustudidli. Gazing around contentedly, Tang Lu delivered a swift tap to his head. Why aren't you practicing? Ma Hongjun rubbed his sore head, patting his plump belly. Every time I jump, my whole body shakes. How can I practice? Tang Lu sighed. If you don't want others to doubt you, you must put in even more effort than they do. After patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder, he smiled. If you don't want others to look down on you in the future, now is the time to work hard. With that, Tang Lu turned away, moving towards Ning Rongrong, leaving Ma Hongjun in a state of bewilderment. He realized he could no longer comprehend Tang Lu. They were all of the same age. Yet why did he seem so mature? Setting aside his doubts, Ma Hongjun looked up at Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, both of whom were drenched in sweat. Yet their expressions remained steadfast and resolute. Can I truly succeed? Ma Hongjun pondered, standing in place. Tang Lu stood behind Ning Rongrong, observing her energetic hops, and chuckled. Ning Rongrong, could you please lengthen your steps a bit? You look quite like a rabbit hopping. Huh? Ning Rongrong blinked her big eyes, clearly still processing his words. Tang Lu, feeling exasperated, added, you need to straighten your legs, don't bend them. We are leaping while you're merely jumping. Listening to Tang Li's words, Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. In a voice only audible to her and Tang Lu, she softly murmured, but I am wearing a skirt today. I cannot jump. As she spoke, she fiddled with the white, long dress adorning her figure. Tang Lu seized the moment, pondering the absurdity of asking others, especially young ladies, to leap while donned in a skirt. He resolved to dismiss his wicked thoughts and began to scrutinize Ning Rongrong, contemplating a solution to her troublesome attire. What should he do? This posed a significant dilemma for him. Under Tang Li's unabashed gaze, her blush deepened, spreading to her ears, exuding an air of innocence. Although she was aware that Tang Li's gaze bore no malice, indeed, there was not a trace of admiration within it. As if he were merely observing a stone, she could not fathom how he could regard her without a hint of desire. An idea suddenly struck her. A golden light bulb appeared above Tang Li's head, and he immediately began searching amidst the swirling snowflakes at his waist. At last, he retrieved a small leather belt measuring 1.5 meters in length. Typically, Tang Lu would carry 1 or 2 of these belts, intending to discipline his younger brother Tang San. However, he had assumed that his brother would become obedient with age and would no longer require such tools. Little did he expect that it would come in handy today. As Tang Lu grasped the whip, Ning Rongrong instinctively took a small step back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her delicate hands clutching her chest as she pitifully implored, Tang Lu, what are you going to do? Tang Lu was momentarily taken aback, staring at the flustered Ning Rongrong with confusion. I'm merely holding a whip. Why are you so frightened? He dismissed any inappropriate thoughts, tossing the whip towards Ning Rongrong. She caught it midair, bewildered, and inquired, what do you want me to do with this? Use it to secure your skirt, Tang Lu replied nonchalantly, leaving her in a state of embarrassment and indignation as he hurried away. At that moment, the group had nearly mastered the rhythm. Once established, the simple footwork could be effortlessly learned. However, Tang Lu soon noticed a classmate struggling with the rhythm, Zhu Zhuqing. The weight upon her chest was excessively burdensome, causing her to sway with each jump. Yet, she was the most determined individual at Shrek Academy, demonstrating an indomitable spirit in every endeavor. Her garments nearly bursting at the seams, yet she did not falter. Initially, Tang Lu believed that only martial prowess could influence one's physicality. He had not anticipated that physicality could likewise affect one's martial skills. It's akin to discovering a new world, he muttered. Tang Lu called out from behind. Zhu Zhuqing, reduce the intensity of your movements. The excessive oscillation will impede you. His words ultimately had a slight effect, transforming her previous overwhelming performance into a more controlled display. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful gaze remained fixed on the far ahead, where Dai Mubai had already taken the lead. A flicker of unwillingness crossing her eyes. Within the team, the most outstanding individuals were undoubtedly Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San, a prodigy of the Tang sect, had entirely comprehended the sect's ultimate technique, ghost shadow perplexing steps. As for Xiao Wu, her physique was inherently suited for leaps, and with Tang San's attentive guidance, their understanding flourished rapidly. Tang Lu observed keenly, noting that as Tang San executed the simplified version of the Lingbo Weibu footwork, traces of ghost shadow perplexing steps began to emerge within it. Had he combined the two techniques? What a genius! In the midst of this, Flinder's voice resonated from a nearby hill, laced with skepticism. What are these little rascals doing? Why aren't they running their laps properly? Beside him stood the Academy's instructors, including Zhao Wujia and Yu Xiaojiang. They had formed a supervisory team to ensure the students did not resort to any form of cheating during their tasks. If one thought they could slyly employ soul power to elude their watchful eyes, they were gravely mistaken. 12 pairs of eyes were fixed upon them. Even the slightest movement could not escape their notice. If caught, the consequences would be severe. Zhao Wujia suddenly remarked, "It appears that Tang Lu is teaching them something." The master nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. He is instructing others in his footwork. How could I have overlooked this? Flinder turned back to inquire. Does this not constitute cheating? The master shrugged. Have you seen them using soul power? Flinder hesitated, realizing they truly had not cheated. The master gazed intently at Tang Lu, who was diligently guiding his peers and practicing footwork. His methods do not require soul power. They are purely technical. Zhao Wujia chuckled amiably. These little ones are quite interesting. Flinder raised his chin slightly. Let us observe what they will accomplish. Everyone, stay in sync with my rhythm. Maintain this sense of timing. Do not fall out of line. If you're struggling, just let me know. The group advanced steadily, each member carrying baskets of varying sizes, their faces glistening with sweat, yet their expressions remained resolute. Leading the charge was Tang Lu, who occasionally turned back to direct them. Following closely were Tang San and Dai Mubai. Initially, one would assume Tang San's stamina could not rival that of Dai Mubai, yet he masterfully integrated Tang Lu's footwork with his ghost shadow perplexing steps, creating an improved version that skyrocketed his speed. Although Dai Mubai's technique was not as refined, he still managed a significant increase in pace, albeit with frustration that Tang San had outstripped him. Bringing up the rear were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu moved with a graceful lightness, balanced with steadiness, making her one of the best learners alongside Tang Lu and Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing could have run faster, but her condition naturally slowed her down, relegating her to the middle of the pack. Bringing up the rear were the familiar trio of Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Though they lagged behind, their speed had markedly improved, and after mastering Tang Lu's breathing technique, their fatigue had substantially diminished. Ning Rongrong had ingeniously secured her flowing white dress with a whip, transforming it into a makeshift pair of shorts, revealing her long, fair legs, which captivated Oscar, trailing behind her. Thanks to Tang Lu's unique methods, everyone's speed experienced an undeniable boost, most notably Ma Hongjun. His previously cumbersome physique now found newfound agility, allowing him to nearly catch up to the rear of the pack. Tang Lu was cautious, only imparting superficial knowledge to them. He had no intention of revealing the precise intricacies of the Lingbo Weibu footwork just yet. Everyone is persevering a little longer. The academy is not far ahead. Dongde, who was running at the forefront, shouted with great effort, his voice resonating clearly and invigorating the other 7 members of the team. Gradually, the grand entrance of the academy came into view, where the master and Flinder were patiently waiting for them as they were about to complete their first lap. Upon seeing the children's figures, the master smiled gently, rolled up the sleeves of his arms, and set a large water bucket on a small table. He skillfully ladled a generous bowl of water into small bowls, which was not ordinary water, but a special saline solution he had prepared. The mild salt water could quench thirst and provide a modest amount of energy. Replenishing it after excessive sweating helps maintain the body's balance. As the master expressed, if anything were to happen to the children, his greatest concern would be for them. One by one, the 8 children arrived at the academy's entrance, where the master warmly handed them small bowls. However, each person was permitted only a cup of the saline solution, and after refilling with warm water, they were hurriedly sent back on their way. Under the resentful gazes of the 8, they embarked on their task journey once more. After drinking a few cups of water, their bodies regained some moisture and salt, and their complexions improved significantly. Yet, the gentle sun above suddenly blazed with fervent light, drenching them in sweat as if they were being scorched by a fireball on the earth, intensifying the difficulty of their mission. Watching the distant figures of the 8 children, the master's previously stern expression softened, and he promptly urged Zhao Wuji to bring more water. Under the master's repeated anticipation, the figures of the 8 children reappeared in his sight, and compared to their initial run, their most noticeable change was the rising heat emanating from their bodies. Sweat poured from their brows, dripping onto the ground like beads. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th laps passed, and with each successive round, their legs began to feel sore, their bodies heavy as if laden with lead. Each step became a Herculean struggle. The previous few kilometers now seemed as daunting as climbing to the heavens. "Are you all right?" Tang Lu, running at the front, turned back to find Ning Rongrong's complexion had started to pale. Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. I can hold on a bit longer." Had it been in the past, he would have long since given up. But Tang Li's earlier words had struck a chord within him. If you don't want to be looked down upon by others, strive hard now. Even he was unsure where he found the strength to persist or the unwavering conviction that fueled his determination. Perhaps this is what people refer to as latent potential. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's condition was indeed poor. Her complexion was dreadful. Her legs felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire, and the basket on her back felt as heavy as a mountain. Yet, she did not utter a word or fall behind. Fearing she could not endure, she clenched her fists tightly, so much so that her nails dug in her flesh, drawing blood without her realization. Tang Lu slowed his pace, running from the front of the line to the back, and said to Ning Rongrong, "Let me take it. You only have 2 laps left. Just hold on a bit longer." Ning Rongrong nodded through gritted teeth, accepting Tang Li's kindness, as she knew she could not go on much longer. If this continued, it might delay the entire team's speed. Dai Mubai and Tang Sen also extended their hands to Ma Hongjun and Oscar. This time, the 3 of them did not refuse and, in perfect harmony, passed the stones from behind. Tang Lu deliberately selected the largest stone from Ning Rongrong's basket and placed it in his own, significantly lightening her burden. She let out a sigh of relief, and her tense calves began to ease. Meanwhile, Tang Li's burden increased again as his previous weight of 25 kilograms surged to 30. Yet he bore no complaints, maintaining a gentle smile. The situations for Tang San and Dai Mubai were similarly challenging, as their weights escalated from 15 to 20 kilograms, suddenly bearing 3 times the weight. Their pace unknowingly slowed. The team moved in perfect synchrony, all 8 runners aligning on the same level to ensure swift assistance in times of difficulty. Oscar, relieved of his load, felt as if he could almost soar, his spirit lifted. The gates of Shrek Academy loomed ahead. They were nearing the 9th lap. They had been running for a full 2 hours, the sun now at its zenith. Exhausted, they remained silent, perhaps having unknowingly formed a small team atmosphere. A tacit understanding cultivated through repeated challenges. Perhaps this was the lesson the master wished them to grasp. Their breaths grew rapid, their parched lips a testament to their severe dehydration, while the blazing sun mercilessly scorched them, coercing the moisture from their bodies. A series of rhythmic footsteps echoed as the 8 returned to the original starting point. The master had long awaited their return, continuously offering them water, yet he remained silent, as if they were strangers. As before, each was allowed only a cup of saline solution and a cup of warm water, and despite their diminished condition, the rules had not changed. The 8 set off once more, with only 1 lap left to complete their task, while Tang Lu still had 5 laps and Tang San 3. The finish line lay ahead, igniting an unprecedented fighting spirit within each of them. This experience of striving through hardship on the cusp of reaping the fruits of their labor was something they had never felt before. It is said that only through one's own diligent efforts does one attain the most beautiful rewards. Perhaps from this moment forth, they would engrave this truth in their hearts. "Everyone, let's push through. We're almost there," Tang Lu shouted with his already parched throat, consistently encouraging the 7 others. Whenever an issue arose, he was always the first to lend a hand. This 12-year-old boy left an indelible impression upon them. They could not fathom why Tang Lu possessed such an allure. Perhaps it was a gradual accumulation of influence. Suddenly, A cry of distress pierced the air as Ma Hongjun lost his balance and stumbled, falling to the ground, blood staining his knee and hands. Are you all right? Tang Sen hurriedly helped Ma Hongjun up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Faced with the concerned gazes of his companions, Ma Hongjun shook his head defiantly. Gritting his teeth, I'm fine. I can endure. However, upon seeing his bloody knee, Dai Mubai proactively reached into his basket and transferred all 10 stones into his own. Boss Dai, no need, Ma Hongjun protested, but Dai Mubai interjected, Fatty, you've already done enough. Leave the rest to me. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but insist. But I can really manage. Tang Sen waved his hand. All right, let us not waste any more time. The finish line of the 10th lap is just ahead. Let us hurry. Dai Mubai extended a helping hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, saying, Zhu Qing, please share your burden with me. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was already drenched in sweat, her clothes thoroughly soaked. Her physique, which was already more developed than that of her peers, was stunningly accentuated. Yet Dai Mubai found himself devoid of the mood to admire it. After a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing handed over a medium-sized stone from her basket. Dai Mubai, filled with joy, quickly accepted the stone and placed it in his own basket. He refrained from requesting a larger stone, as he understood that this was Zhu Zhuqing's final display of stubbornness. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar had already been drained by Tang Lu and Tang San, and they were now carrying empty wooden baskets, making their running considerably lighter. Xiao Wu, please give me yours as well. Tang San gently stroked Xiao Wu's long hair, now soaked with sweat. Xiao Wu had been persevering all along, and Tang San, witnessing her struggle, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, Brother, it's unnecessary. Don't be silly, look at how exhausted you are. Listen to your brother and hand it over. Tang San feigned anger, playfully tapping her nose. Xiao Wu nodded, relinquishing half of the stones in her basket to Tang San, thus alleviating her burden considerably. However, as she took a step forward, her light frame almost lifted off the ground, leaving her momentarily unbalanced. She quickly turned back to see that Tang Lu had taken away the remaining half of the stones from her basket, smiling as he said, Don't forget, you have more than one brother. At that moment, Xiao Wu felt as if a gentle stream was nourishing her heart. She gazed blankly at the beaming Tang Lu, then at Tang San, who was equally tender towards her. With a twinge in her nose, tears welled up and trickled down to the corners of her mouth. And she smiled sweetly, exclaiming, Yes, I have more than one brother. The routine of voting had become a habit. Chapter 161. I accompany you. Tang Lu cleared his throat and dashed to the front of the group, using his now heated voice to encourage everyone. The 10th lap is just ahead. Let us go, everyone. Everyone summoned their stored energy, running forward with steady steps. Chests puffed out as if to boast to their mentor that they had achieved their goal. They advanced step by step, the mere 10 meters seeming both distant and near. Tang Lu was the first across the finish line, his face radiating pride, followed closely by Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun, each of them completing the weight-bearing task assigned to their group of 6. The mentor smiled and remarked, Well done, all 6 of you. You've exceeded my expectations. Dai Mubai straightened his chest and surveyed everyone, stating, That is because we believed we could accomplish this task all along, which is why we persevered. The mutual support and determination among us were indispensable. The mentor glanced appreciatively at Dai Mubai, nodding in satisfaction, then looked at Tang Lu and Tang San, who were squatting beside a barrel, drinking water hungrily. You two have not yet completed your laps, so you may forego lunch. Let's see how you fare this afternoon. If you haven't finished by then, you won't be eating. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, surprised that the mentor would require Tang Lu and Tang San to continue running. Even Flinder, standing behind the mentor, felt a pang of sympathy and leaned closer, whispering, Xiao Gang, that's enough. Let the children rest a bit. To his astonishment, the mentor firmly rejected him, stating with resolute tone, Rules are rules, and goals are goals. If you haven't completed the task, you two won't eat this afternoon. Everyone stared in shock at the mentor, unable to believe his lack of compassion. After running 10 laps, they were nearly exhausted. How could Tang Lu and Tang San possibly manage another 14 and 12 laps? If it weren't for the fact that Tang San was the mentor's direct disciple, they might have thought the mentor was deliberately making it difficult for them. Tang Lu wiped the droplets of water from the corner of his mouth, forcing his aching legs to stand, and coldly stated, The mentor is correct. This is indeed our task to complete. Without looking back, He returned to the track. Tang Sen also seized the opportunity to drink a mouthful of warm water, feeling refreshed as the liquid coursed down his throat. He followed Tang Li's lead and began running again, resuming their laps under the watchful gaze of their peers. Dai Mu Bai, I will run with you, he said, without hesitation, joining Tang Lu and Tang San at their side. Tang Lu once said, we are a team. We must stick together from beginning to end. At that moment, Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, dragging her heavy body alongside them. Despite her exhaustion, she was driven by a steadfast resolve. One person inspired another, and soon, the emotions of all were heightened, even moving the mentor slightly. Xiao Wu ran to Tang Lu and Tang San's side, her disheveled hair swaying in the wind. Brother, I will accompany you. Familiar faces appeared. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, they all joined. Even the usually aloof Zhu Zhuqing silently positioned herself at the back of the line, quietly running alongside them. As more and more friends gathered, Tang Lu felt a warm surge of camaraderie fill his heart, and his eyes grew misty. Watching the 8 young men and women return to their familiar track, the mentor revealed a long-lost smile, softly stating, they have truly grasped the essence of teamwork. Flender sighed with a wry smile and said, Xiao Gang, why must you be this way? Your good intentions seem to render you a bit unsympathetic. The mentor shook his head, self-deprecatingly replying, am I not inherently unsympathetic? Flender, being honest, fell silent, wisely refraining from pursuing the topic further. Their task resumed, but compared to before, their speed had diminished. The excessive exertion left their legs aching, and their arms felt stiff, with every step taken accompanied by intense pain that made them recoil. Dai Mu Bai silently kept pace with Tang Lu and the others. Though he did not vocalize his fatigue, the rigidity of his facial muscles and the awkwardness of his stride revealed his current state was far from optimal. His steps were heavy, leaving deep impressions in the soft earth with each movement. Oscar and Ma Hongjun supported each other, gasping for breath, their chests heaving violently. Their bodies were on the verge of exhaustion, and each step only exacerbated their plight. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing joined hands, running forward in perfect synchronization. Tang Lu, please return the stones on your back to us. You and Tang San still have so many laps to run. If it continues like this, you won't be able to bear it. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern. Without the burden, they would find it much easier, and it was time for Tang Lu and Tang San, who had borne the weight for so long, to share the load. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. And before they could seek Tang Lu and Tang San's consent, they eagerly rushed to take their stones. As Ning Rongrong deliberately chose a large stone, Tang Lu found himself momentarily taken aback, realizing that perhaps her personality wasn't as disagreeable as he had thought. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu took the stones that belonged to Tang San from his basket. Tang San did not refuse, for should he continue to bear the burden on his shoulders, the weight of over 30 kilograms would render each step arduous, making it increasingly likely that he would not be able to complete the task. At long last, the long-awaited finish line appeared before them once more, yet still, the figure before them remained distant, observing them with a detached demeanor. Upon noticing the changes in the stones within their baskets, the observer's gaze softened considerably. Yet no further words were exchanged. The 11th lap concluded. They seized this moment to replenish their water supply. Each sip of warm water soothed their parched throats, seemingly drawing out a significant amount of heat from within their bodies. After a brief respite, the 8 continued on their journey, knowing that completing this lap would mark the completion of a full 12 laps. However, Tang Lu still had 2 laps remaining. This meant that upon their finish, he would need to continue onward, and the thought weighed heavily on their minds, prompting them to assign a rather unflattering label to their master. Chapter 162. Never abandon. Never give up. After a relentless run, they arrived at the outskirts of Sotawa City. Gazing at the distant city walls and realizing they were nearing their destination, they had persevered to complete half a lap, and if they could hold on a little longer, they would finish the 12 laps. Unexpectedly, however, Dai Mu Bai stumbled. He suddenly felt his legs lose strength and nearly fell forward. Fortunately, Tang Lu dashed forward and steadied him. Mu Bai, are you all right? Tang Lu inquired with concern, as such a lapse was uncharacteristic of Dai Mu Bai. Yet, he was now utterly exhausted, bearing the heaviest burden in the group. I'm fine. Dai Mu Bai exhaled heavily, leaning on Tang Lu for support as he regained his footing. Can you manage, Boss Dai? Ma Hongjun asked. With a dismissive smile, Dai Mu Bai replied, a man cannot admit defeat. Let us continue. observing Dai Mubay's bullet complexion. Tang Lu felt a pang of guilt and unhesitatingly transferred a 15-kilogram stone from Dai Mu Bai's basket to his own. As Dai Mu Bai felt the sudden lightness in his body, he turned back. What are you doing? He reached out to reclaim the stone. However, Tang Lu swiftly placed it into his basket, saying, Mu Bai, you know your current condition. Do not overexert yourself. Leave the rest to me. Dai Mu Bai's lips moved, but the words were caught in his throat. Soon after, Tang Sen also removed a stone the size of 2 palms from Dai Mu Bai's load and added it to his own basket, raising his burden from 20 to 25 kilograms. Dai Mu Bai gazed at Tang San, deeply moved, and all his unspoken sentiments coalesced into a heavy nod. Brother, sometimes it is that simple. Following this brief interlude, the 8 continued onward, traversing the lengthy fields until they finally reached a plain. Each step they took was fraught with difficulty, propelled solely by their unwavering determination. Sweat soaked their garments, clinging to their skin as if they had just emerged from a swim, leaving no part of them dry. Their bodies were utterly spent, and they gasped for breath. Drenched in perspiration, Tang Lu maintained his position at the forefront, while the others doggedly pursued him, refusing to fall behind. Breathing became increasingly laborious, their nostrils darkened, and their chests felt heavy as though they were mired in a quagmire. The only sounds to be heard were the faint friction of shoes against the sand, accompanied by the steady drip of sweat onto the fine gravel below. Sweat cascaded down Tang Li's face, undeterred, as if it were a parachutist leaping into the abyss. Did they truly wish to give up? Each of them entertained thoughts of surrender, yet they held steadfast to the belief that they could persevere. With only 1 kilometer remaining, Dai Mu Bai collapsed, prompting Tang Lu to rush back and assist him onward. In the final 800 meters, Ma Hongjun and Oscar succumbed, fainting simultaneously. Tang San supported one with his left hand and the other with his right, urging them forward. In the last 500 meters, Ning Rongrong lost consciousness, and Tang Lu lifted her onto his back. In the final 300 meters, Zhu Zhuqing wavered, and Dai Mu Bai, with great effort, helped her up. With only 200 meters remaining, Xiao Wu ultimately succumbed as well. Tang San gritted his teeth, dragging Oscar and Ma Hongjun along, laboriously hoisting Xiao Wu onto his back. Thus they advanced, one down, the other lifting. Step by arduous step they neared the finish. Outside the gates of Shrek Academy, Master and Flender stood anxiously awaiting, their eyes glistening with emotion as they beheld the weary children inching forward. Put me down, Tang Lu, came Ning Rongrong's frail voice from Tang Li's back, her delicate fingers lightly tapping his arm to signal that she was not gravely injured. It's all right. I can manage, Tang Lu gritted his teeth, continuing to carry her forward. Ning Rongrong was so weak that, if released, she would surely collapse. After only a few steps, she would fall. Ma Hongjun and Oscar regained consciousness, willingly releasing Tang San's shoulders and supporting each other as they moved, making ample space for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Though Zhu Zhuqing was alert, she did not relinquish her grip on Dai Mu Bai's shoulder, clinging tightly as they trudged onward. 100 meters took a full 10 minutes. 50 meters stretched to 15 minutes. 30, 25, 20 meters. They progressed step by step, their eyes locking onto the master's stern face and Flender's reddened eyes, observing their mutual support. The master could not help but feel tears welling up. Many years ago, he too had shared such camaraderie with these young souls. Just 10 meters from the finish line, Ma Hongjun and Oscar suddenly collapsed, their vision blurring as they fell without warning. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, one by one crumpling to the ground, leaving only Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong still struggling forward. As Tang Lu pressed onward, each arduous step echoing with determination, the master smiled, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. At last, he reached the gates of Shrek Academy, still carrying Ning Rongrong, and upon witnessing the master's beaming smile, Tang Lu felt an overwhelming joy wash over him. He had finally persevered. With a sudden thud, Tang Lu collapsed to the ground, causing Ning Rongrong to faint as well. His body trembled slightly, long black hair cascading onto the earth, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Ning Rongrong gasped for air, her lips moving gently. Observing the 8 of them sprawled on the ground, the master's face revealed a subtle smile. Flender, appearing beside him, angrily remarked, Xiao Gang, look at what you've done to the children. They are utterly exhausted. Is this the outcome you desired? The master's expression quickly returned to calm as he replied, did you not notice that they have unknowingly developed a profound bond? Are you not satisfied with this result? Flinders sighed, I am satisfied. Yet you cannot push their bodies to such extremes. Their bodies are unharmed. Everything has transpired as I expected. Tomorrow, I shall return to you a lively group of them. So rest easy, the master replied with a serene smile. Chapter 163. A Million-Year Soul Ring? All right, it's time to get to work. Fu Landa called out to Zhao Wuji and hurriedly lifted Tang Lu and the others, who were collapsed on the ground. The master cautioned, be sure to use warm water. Cold water will diminish the potency of the medicine. Fu Landa replied, understood, you can rest assured. When Tang Lu opened his heavy eyelids, he found himself submerged in a basin filled with a liquid that was not mere water, but a deep green concoction. A rich medicinal aroma wafted into his nostrils, instantly providing a sense of comfort throughout his body. Just as he attempted to withdraw his hand to assess his condition, the soreness in his arm deterred him from doing so. He lifted his head and looked around in confusion, spotting Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, all of whom were also in the basin, bare-chested, their clothes stripped away, completely immersed in the medicinal liquid. Tang Lu seemed to be the first among them to awaken, while the others remained in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to their surroundings. Instinctively glancing down at his own body, he noticed that his clothes had been removed as well. Gently stirring the bottom of the basin with his fingers, he felt something and flicked his fingers, causing several dark plant roots to float to the surface. Tang Lu scrutinized the roots before him, recalling the comprehensive herbal compendium he had perused during his time at the Xiaoyao sect. He quickly identified them as a medicinal herb known as Huan Shenjin, specifically used to alleviate limb soreness, making it the perfect remedy for Tang Lu and his companions, who had just undergone intense exertion. Upon further inspection, he discerned that most of the herbs at the bottom of the basin were common varieties aimed at nurturing one's foundation and promoting blood circulation. These herbs were quite common in his past life, yet he had not encountered them on the Douluo continent, leading him to believe they were rather rare. As the medicinal liquid gradually nourished him, Tang Lu began to feel a tingling sensation in his hands, accompanied by a diminishing pressure in his arms. Over time, the pain in his hands subsided significantly. After gently massaging his muscles and confirming there was no major issue, Tang Lu slowly stretched out his body, fully submerging himself in the medicinal liquid to maximize its benefits. The water was perfectly warm, enveloping him in a soothing embrace. After indulging in this comfort for a few minutes, Tang Lu emerged from the basin. Each of his movements was cautious, careful not to disturb the still sleeping Tang, San, and the others. He quickly retrieved his clothes from his soul guide and hastily dressed. Upon exiting the room, he noticed a piece of white paper affixed to the wooden door, inscribed with black ink. After waking up, go to the cafeteria for dinner. Feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at his stomach after a long day, Tang Lu promptly dashed towards the cafeteria. As he stepped outside, he realized that night had fallen, casting a dark veil over the world. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and he inhaled a couple of deep breaths of fresh air, relaxing his tense shoulders as he strolled through the tranquil surroundings. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found it empty, save for the master, who sat alone at a table, lighting a candle and perusing a document by its flickering light. Hearing Tang Li's crisp footsteps, the master closed his book and turned to meet Tang Li's gaze. Xiaolu, you're awake. Come and have some dinner. The master's face broke into a warm smile upon seeing Tang Lu. Tang Lu nodded, entered, and took a seat. Tonight's dinner was exceptionally sumptuous, featuring the master's meticulously crafted bone broth, an array of fruits, and several plump, white steamed buns. The master smiled appreciatively, saying, You all did remarkably well today, far exceeding my expectations. I never imagined that you all would manage to complete 12 laps. Tang Lu waved his hand dismissively and stuffed a bun into his mouth. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts. The master raised an eyebrow and replied with a faint smile, I know that much of this is due to your contributions. You need not be modest. Without the techniques you imparted to them, how could they have possibly endured 12 laps? Taking a large bite of the fluffy bun, Tang Lu chuckled. The techniques I taught them merely enhanced their speed. If they lacked the determination to persevere, they would have likely given up by the 5th lap. Thus, I only played a supportive role. The rest was entirely reliant on their incredible willpower. The master nodded thoughtfully. You are right, Xiaolo. Relying solely on external aids is far less effective than depending on one's own resolve. Tang Lu responded, I believe both external factors and willpower are vital, for they complement one another to yield the best results. The master nodded in agreement, not disputing Tang Li's assertion. Suddenly, Tang Lu recalled the mysterious figure he had seen in his dreams that night, adorned with green and gold soul rings. This conundrum had left him perplexed, causing him to ponder ceaselessly, losing sleep over it. The master of encyclopedias sat before him. Perhaps he held some answers. With a glint of curiosity in his eyes, Tang Lu inquired, "Master, aside from white, yellow, purple, black, and red, are there any other colors of soul rings in this world?" After a moment of contemplation, the master replied, "I cannot say for certain. The variety of soul beasts in this world is vast. For instance, the red soul rings produced by 10,000-year soul beasts are still shrouded in uncertainty, with few aware of their authenticity, let alone the existence of 10,000-year soul beasts." He paused before continuing with a more solemn tone, "Undeniably, we have explored too little of this world. The other colored soul rings you mentioned likely correspond to even higher-year soul beasts. For instance, a million-year soul beast might indeed produce soul rings of different hues." Tang Lu nodded in understanding. While he appeared calm on the surface, tumultuous waves surged within him. If the master's words held truth, it implied that the figure he had encountered bore at least 2 soul rings from million-year soul beasts, or perhaps even more. The master, curious, asked, "Why the sudden interest in this? Are you perplexed about soul rings?" Tang Lu quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I was merely indulging in a fleeting thought." Had he nodded in agreement, he might have found himself summoned to the master's quarters for additional lessons that night. The master, relieved, earnestly advised, "If anything remains unclear, do not hesitate to seek me out. With my current knowledge, I can elucidate most matters, provided they are not overly peculiar." The master was akin to a living library, well-versed in all things regarding soul beasts and soul masters. Chapter 164. Dinner after a brief exchange of pleasantries. The master took his leave, for his current appearance was ill-suited for lingering in the cafeteria. He had become quite the target of disdain among the students. With his stomach growling insistently, Tang Lu wasted no time in satisfying his hunger, grasping a white bun in his left hand and a large pig trotter in his right, devouring them with gusto. Before long, Dai Mu Bai entered, his complexion fully restored, and his enchanting eyes returned to normal. He greeted him with a warm smile. After enduring this trial together, they had forged a true brotherhood. A simple glance was all it took to convey their newfound camaraderie. "Mubai, you have arrived. Come, taste this. It is absolutely delicious." Tang Lu gestured towards a large pot of pork before him, his words muffled as he gnawed on a pig's trotter. Dai Mu Bai settled beside Tang Lu, succumbing to his ravenous hunger as he began to eat heartily. As the sustenance entered his belly, he felt an invigorating surge of energy envelop him. Observing the fragrant steamed buns, Dai Mu Bai's appetite surged, and he devoured them with even greater speed than Tang Lu. This was hardly surprising, as he had not eaten for a full day. Should he delay further, he would surely faint from hunger. Next to arrive was Tang San, now clad in clean attire, a few droplets of water still glistening in his hair. Upon seeing Tang Lu and Dai Mu Bai, he smiled and remarked, "How did you two wake so quickly? I just changed my clothes, and you have already begun a feast." Dai Mu Bai waved him over, urging him to eat quickly as they needed to prepare for class in the morning. Tang San nodded and swiftly found a seat, his appetite transforming him into a small, hungry creature as he consumed the aromatic meat soup with fervor. After indulging in a satisfying meal, the three felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Following their feast, Dai Mu Bai expressed his dissatisfaction, saying Master is being too harsh, running 12 laps back and forth. Who can endure that? And Tang Lu still has 2 laps left. Knowing the master, will he make him run? As he spoke, he looked up at Tang San, aware that he was the master's most devoted disciple and the one most familiar with his temperament. Tang San shook his head and replied to Tang Lu, "Given the relationship between my brother and the master, those 2 laps should be excused, right, brother?" Donglu nodded. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with a napkin, he smiled and said, "Before you arrived, I encountered the master, and he has already agreed to exempt me from the 2nd lap." Dai Mu Bai looked at the composed Tang Lu in disbelief, exclaiming, "The master, who is so strict, actually let you off?" Tang San smiled wryly. "That is because the master wishes to take him as a disciple and is trying to win him over." Intrigued by this gossip that he had never heard before, Dai Mu Bai asked, "Is that so? Please elaborate." Tang San explained at that time, "The master asked me and Lugu if we wished to become his disciples." Lugu immediately refused without hesitation, which hurt the master's feelings. You see, the master values his reputation greatly. He has always held his face in high regard, yet suffered a setback with Lugu. Thus, He now views Lugu as a blemish in his life and has vowed that he must become his disciple. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Dai Mu Bai realized the implications. Meanwhile, Tang Lu remained indifferent, shrugging his shoulders. No matter how kind the master was to him, becoming his disciple felt like a defeat. A disciple can only have one master in a lifetime, and for Tang Lu, that would always be Xiao Yao Zunzi. After some light conversation, a girl dressed in a pink miniskirt rushed in, asking excitedly, "Where's dinner?" Everyone was taken aback as Xiao Wu materialized before them, her eyes fixed eagerly on the food. Seeing Xiao Wu, who had fully recovered, Tang San's face broke into a gentle smile. Xiao Wu eagerly took a seat beside Tang San, diving into the food without even greeting the others, consuming it with wild enthusiasm. As she devoured her meal, Tang San lovingly placed food on her plate, his eyes sparkling with affection, creating a heartwarming scene. Next to enter the dining hall was Zhu Zhuqing, her expression as cold as ever, calmly finding a seat. Deliberately dismissing Dai Mu Bai with a disdainful huff, she raised her elegant neck. Zhu Zhuqing's manner of eating was far more graceful than Xiao Wu's. She delicately picked up her food, taking small bites of the steamed bun, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility that left Dai Mu Bai momentarily speechless. Finally, Ning Rongrong arrived, donning a familiar white dress that accentuated her fair skin, resembling a celestial being. In her hand, she held a brown whip, scanning the hall until she spotted Tang Lu, running towards him with excitement. "Here, Tang Lu. This is yours." "Thank you," she said with a light laugh. It must be noted that her smile had a charm that could captivate anyone. Even making Dai Mu Bai glance at her discreetly, Tang Li's expression remained unchanged as he accepted the whip from her, casually replying, "You're welcome." Noticing Tang Li's lack of reaction to her carefully crafted appearance, Ning Rongrong pouted, revealing two adorable dimples. Though she feigned anger, she appeared quite endearing. Tang San cast a curious glance, observing Tang Lu take the whip from Ning Rongrong, his eyes widening in surprise. Wasn't this the whip meant for him? A tumult of thoughts surged within him, and as he looked at Ning Rongrong, who seemed even more beautiful than before, peculiar ideas began to form. Could be? The mere thought startled Tang San, but he quickly dismissed it. Tang Lu had no interest in girls. Such notions were surely unfounded. Nonetheless, he decided to remain vigilant. At 12 years old, they were at the height of hormonal changes. Exceptions could exist, and who knew if Tang Lu might suddenly take an interest. He certainly did not wish to find himself with an unexpected sister-in-law and resolved to keep a close watch. Tang San thought to himself, scanning the room with keen eyes, assessing the girls present to determine who might become his sister-in-law. Chapter 165. A new beginning. Ning Rongrong shot Tang Lu a disgruntled glare before sitting beside Xiao Wu. After shoving the last fluffy bun in her mouth, Xiao Wu stretched luxuriously and exclaimed, "Finally full." She then turned to Tang San, her cheeks flushing as she asked, "Brother San, were you naked when you woke up?" Tang San was taken aback, nodding. "When I woke up, I had no clothes on. Were you the same?" As soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Asking a girl about her clothing status was exceedingly impolite. Surprisingly, Xiao Wu nodded, her face turning crimson. "Yes, I heard it was the village women who helped remove them." Seeing Xiao Wu's rosy cheeks, Tang San couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her soft face, gently saying, "Xiao Wu, you're truly adorable." Xiao Wu grumbled in protest, yet did not stop him, instead appearing to relish the attention. This scene did not escape Ning Rongrong's notice, and as she looked at the spread of food before her, she suddenly lost her appetite. Why eat any longer? They were all full. Lastly, Oscar and Ma Hongjun arrived leisurely, strolling in with their arms draped over each other, chewing on Oscar's recovery sausage. It seemed they were both recovering quite well. "Xiaowao, I thought you had gone to sleep. I didn't expect you to be doing so well." Dai Mu Bai laughed, genuinely surprised to see Oscar looking so lively. Oscar waved his hand dismissively. "That's nothing. Ever since I learned Tang Li's footwork, I feel light as a feather. My legs no longer ache, and I can ascend stairs faster than I descend." Tang Lu generously offers to teach this technique for free, which I find rather unfortunate. After a whirlwind meal, the food on the table has been nearly devoured, and no one seems inclined to pick up their chopsticks again. Observing that everyone is satisfied, Tang Lu stands up and declares, "Having eaten and drunk to our fill, it's time for us to tidy up. Ladies, you will be responsible for wiping the tables and washing the dishes. We gentlemen will take care of disposing of the water from the wooden basins." The group has no objections, except for Oscar, who slyly scratches his nose and smirks. This is what they call a pairing of men and women, Doesn't it make the work less taxing? The next morning, as dawn approaches, Tang Lu awakens, rubbing his bleary eyes, and pulls aside the curtains. The golden rays of sunlight illuminate his cheeks, heralding the arrival of daybreak with a golden-hued sky in the east. Tang Lu promptly rises and rouses Tang San. After a brief morning routine, the two adeptly climb onto the rooftop, sit cross-legged, and begin to meditate, their respective techniques starting to flow within them. Both Xiantian Gong and Baiming Shun Gong are firmly established within them, their powers vast and profound, a testament to their diligent daily training. As the saying goes, constant dripping wears away the stone. Though each practice session only yields a tiny increment of inner strength over time, it accumulates until their internal power resembles an unfathomable ocean. After half an hour of cultivation, they embark on another ordinary yet fulfilling day. Breakfast, classes, and training. Life is that simple. When a master arrives at the small square, the students have already formed an orderly line, their gazes fixed ahead, standing tall and proud, significantly transformed from the previous day. The master nods in satisfaction, his expression remaining placid. Apart from Tang Lu and Tang San, the others involuntarily feel a sense of tension, for the master had instilled a heavy pressure in them the day before. Casting a neutral glance over the 8 students, the master remarks, "You all performed admirably this morning. I'm quite pleased. Clearly, yesterday's lesson was meaningful, as it has helped some of you shed your lazy habits." However, his tone shifts abruptly to one of seriousness. Nevertheless, "Tang Lu, you still owe me 2 laps that you have yet to complete. How can you stand there so nonchalantly, as if you have forgotten your task?" Douluo, bewildered, responds, "Given our friendship, is this truly necessary?" The master shoots him a knowing glance, silently urging him to play along for the sake of enhancing his authority. Understanding, Tang Lu blinks and accepts the unspoken task. He steps forward, leaving the line, and loudly announces, "Reporting in, I have not forgotten. It was merely that you did not arrive, and I feared you would miss it." With that, he takes off running. "I'll run with you, Lugo." Tang Sin calls out, quickly pursuing him. Ning Rongrong asserts confidently, "We are a team. If we are to run, we shall run together," and she too joins the chase. Keeping pace with Tang Lu, over the past few days, she has been integrating into this small group, no longer acting so willfully, and has come to understand the true meaning of teamwork. Watching Ning Rongrong's retreating figure, the master smiles slightly. "What a cohesive unit. It seems you have indeed formed a true collective." Oscar sighs, remarking, "It's fine. I've grown accustomed to this." Ma Hongjun, unwilling to be left behind, also dashes off. After yesterday's training, rather than feeling disheartened, he is now brimming with confidence. If you don't want others to look down on you in the future, then now is the time to work hard. This was advice Tang Lu had given him, which he has kept close to his heart. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and catch up." Dai Mubai chides Ma Hongjun, swiftly following behind. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also join the run. Observing the 8 youthful figures sprinting away, the master is filled with awe. Should these children not meet an untimely fate, they are destined to become illustrious figures on the continent. Their tenacity, resolve, and the unwavering bonds of friendship shine brightly in this era. He is determined to exert every effort to nurture them into true prodigies, allowing their talents to flourish. The master's resolve solidifies. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he will ensure these children are cultivated into exceptional individuals. Clenching his fists in silence, he recognizes that this day marks the second of his formal teaching, yet the true intensity of training has only just begun. The morning hours are dedicated to structured knowledge instruction, a task that the master, a living library of information, finds exceedingly simple. He longs to share the entirety of Douluo Dalu's lore with the children. As time progresses, their admiration for the master grows. In the afternoon, practical exercises take precedence, with 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and 4-on-4 team battles becoming essential components of their daily regimen. Each day, the master imparts insights on the nuances of martial spirits and combat techniques, providing guidance when necessary, which accelerates their progress. Following these sessions, they engage in physical conditioning, repeating the same circuit of 10 laps with various weights, gradually increasing to 11 and 12 laps, a testament to their relentless efforts. In addition, they partake in a range of outdoor activities such as mountain climbing and rock climbing, which not only enhance their interests but also effectively strengthen their bodies. After 3 months of rigorous training, the most noticeable transformation is that of Ma Hongjun. He has shed considerable weight, and his previously prominent belly has vanished entirely. This remarkable change, is undoubtedly due to the master's teachings, but it is also a testament to his personal perseverance. At times, he becomes so engrossed in training that he neglects to address his internal turmoil. Yet he discovers he can now gradually control it. The demanding training regimen requires substantial nutrition, which the master has adeptly managed. The meals he prepares are not only nourishing, but also exceptionally delicious, earning unanimous praise from the group. Meanwhile, Tang Lu and Tang San have not neglected their own cultivation, steadily advancing in their techniques. The components for the Zhuge divine crossbow that Tang San ordered from Sotoa City have arrived, yet due to their intense training, he hasn't had the opportunity to assemble them. Tang Lu, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar also registered their soul master information in Sotoa City. The master had specifically instructed them to wear masks, as it would be quite the spectacle for a boy of 12 or 13 to be recognized as a soul master. After extensive training under the master, the results are increasingly evident. Now, Tang Lu can easily run with a 60-kilogram load, managing 14 laps with relative ease. Tang San, with a 40-kilogram load, also finds running effortless. Each of them has experienced some degree of improvement, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Oscar, obsessively studying the footwork that Tang Lu has shared, practices day and night, completely abandoning his previous habit of sleeping in. Each morning, he proactively begins his laps without needing the master's reminder, all while documenting his mastery of the footwork. Over time, his speed has seen remarkable improvement. Now when he runs, he resembles a rabbit. Although not as swift as the agility-focused soul masters, he is undeniably much faster than the average soul master. As long as he does not face an opponent who possesses speed as their advantage, Ao Ka can easily handle any challenge. Indeed, Tong Licheng did not deceive me. With diligent practice, one can truly attain great speed. The past 3 months of training have also brought Tong San some modest progress. His physique is no longer as slender as it once was. Noticeable muscles have begun to develop. Simultaneously, his complexion has darkened, transforming into a healthier shade reminiscent of ancient wheat. Like Ao Ka, he has developed a curiosity about footwork. However, unlike Ao Ka, he's focused on how to seamlessly integrate Tongla's footwork with his own spectral shadow technique. Previously, his research yielded only temporary results, with significant flaws still requiring improvement. He believes that if he can thoroughly comprehend it, it would be akin to imbuing the essence of the Lingbo Weibo into the spectral shadow technique, ensuring it becomes a remarkable style in the future. Ma Hongjuan has also transformed, shedding his previously plump appearance. He has slimmed down considerably, with much of the excess weight from his face dissipated, giving him a slightly more handsome allure. Meanwhile, his soul power has ascended to level 28, and an aura of fierceness and dominance now envelopes him, reminiscent of a phoenix. The changes in Xiao Wu are not particularly pronounced, or perhaps they have simply gone unnoticed by others. Her skin remains exquisitely fair and radiant, showing no signs of tanning, which has become a source of envy among the girls. She continues to be her lively, playful self, resembling a child yet to mature. If one were to discuss transformations, the most striking is undoubtedly Dai Mubai. Over the past 3 months, his height has surged, nearing 1.90 meters, and his muscles have become more defined, exuding an aura akin to a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. These changes have also rendered him more mature, enhancing his masculine charm. Ning Rongrong has undergone a significant transformation as well. After 3 months of rigorous training, the remnants of her once haughty demeanor have been softened. She has evolved into a delightful and charming young girl, her large eyes captivating all who gaze upon her, radiating an aura of innocence. Zhu Qing's transformation is also remarkably evident, particularly to the boys. Her astonishing perseverance during the 3 months of intense training has left even the boys in admiration. She has endured the grueling regimen without uttering a single word of fatigue. Her figure has become more perfect, with any excess weight vanished without a trace, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Additionally, she has adeptly integrated Tongla's footwork into her combat style, significantly enhancing her overall speed, a tremendous boon for an agility-focused battle soul master. As for Tongla, he remains as charming as ever, his skin not only untouched by darkness, but rather becoming increasingly fair. His smooth, pale visage is marked by striking features. His large, expressive eyes can captivate anyone, complemented by a prominent nose and exquisite facial structure, with lips that perpetually wear a gentle smile, leaving an unforgettable impression upon first glance. Each day, as he gazes into the mirror, Tongla suddenly finds himself struck by a sense of familiarity, yet he cannot quite pinpoint its origin or identify the person he feels he recognizes. This has led him to experience a peculiar phenomenon. Looking at his reflection, he is engulfed by both a sense of familiarity and an inexplicable strangeness. It is as if he is himself, yet not entirely himself. When Tongla confided this confusion to Tong-san, he recalled saying, with an envious gleam in his eyes, while staring intently at Tongla's handsome face, "It's only because you are so remarkably handsome that you find yourself in such perplexity." Chapter 167. Ma Hongjuan takes a beating to claim that one is not envious of Tongla's handsome visage would be utterly implausible. Everyone is drawn to beauty. At times, Tong-san finds himself perplexed. Despite sharing the same parents, why is there such a stark disparity in their appearances? In any crowd, Tongla undoubtedly stands out as the most radiant presence. Unless one is blind, it is impossible to overlook him, as captivating as a sapphire. In contrast, Tong-san possesses a rather unremarkable face, one that would be lost among the throngs. The 3 months of grueling training have finally concluded, much to everyone's anticipation. The master, displaying great humanity, granted the 8 of them a 7-day holiday, allowing them to revel in leisure. Naturally, the academy would not reimburse any expenses incurred during their outings. Nevertheless, spirits were high, as the opportunity to rest was much appreciated. Initially, the master intended for everyone to take a stroll and unwind. However, in an unusual turn of events, the 7 opted to rest instead of venturing out. Only Ma Hongjuan could not contain his exuberance, hastily making his way to Suatawa City. This opportunity allowed Ao Sika to indulge in a much-needed nap. Since the commencement of the rigorous training, he had been deprived of the comfort of his beloved bed for extended periods. This time, he vowed to sleep soundly, not rising until absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Tong-san busied himself assembling the Zhuge Shenu, a task requiring extreme caution due to the complexity of its components, where even the slightest error could be disastrous. This dissuaded Tongla from offering assistance, as Tong-san would not entertain any attempts to learn the secrets of Tang Sec's hidden weapons. Tongla continued to lead a simple life, eating, sleeping, and training, followed by more eating, sleeping, and training. It must be said that these days have allowed him to fully restore his physique. Occasionally, he could not resist the urge to sneak out to the training grounds for a few laps. Among them, Dai Mubai has undoubtedly led the most fulfilling life. Zhu Zhuqing sought to utilize these 7 days for intensive training, conveniently in need of a human sandbag. Dai Mubai volunteered, only to return bruised and battered. His life now filled with challenges, as he would often spend several hours in recovery, finding a companion in Ao Sika. As for Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu, what they occupied themselves with in the girls' dormitory remained a mystery to Tongla. After all, he could hardly eavesdrop on their affairs. Another mundane day unfolded. Tongla gazed at the setting sun in the distance and sighed heavily. Just as he contemplated leaping from the rooftop, a figure caught his eye. From afar, it appeared as a ball, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Ma Hongjuan. Seeing Ma Hongjuan's face, red and swollen from a beating, Tongla inquired with curiosity, "Hongjuan, what happened to you? Did you also serve as a human sandbag for Dai Mubai?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan clenched his fists. His small eyes filled with fury. "I was beaten in Suatawa City. Can you imagine how infuriating that is?" Observing Ma Hongjuan's rage, Tongla felt overwhelmed. Did he get beaten up for not paying, or what? Ma Hongjuan shot Tongla an irritated glare, his anger bubbling over. "Forget it. The story is a bit lengthy. I'll explain it to you in a room." Tongla nodded and jumped down from the rooftop, supporting Ma Hongjuan as they entered the room. Tong-san looked up from assembling the Zhuge Shenu, a bewildered expression on his face as he regarded Tongla and Ma Hongjuan. Ma Hongjuan's eyes, already small, were now nearly squinted shut, resembling the aftermath of a wasp sting. Tang Wu stood up and inquired, "Brother, who is this person? Why does he look so peculiar?" Before Tang Lu could respond, Ma Hongjuan interjected, "It's me, Ma Hongjuan." The familiar voice resonated, yet upon seeing the visage of Ma Hongjuan resembling a pig's head, Tang Sen stood momentarily bewildered. He stepped closer, and indeed, it was none other than Ma Hongjuan. "Fatty, what happened to you?" Tang Sen grasped Ma Hongjuan's shoulders tightly, his tone laced with chilly concern. Ma Hongjuan shook his head and, with a pained smile, replied, "Let me eat a small sausage from Xiao first. My lips are so swollen I can barely speak." Tang Sen nodded, acknowledging that Ma Hongjuan's sausage-like mouth made communication quite challenging. The trio proceeded to Oscar's room. where Oscar had already awakened and was seated by the window, enjoying the view. Upon hearing the creaking door, Tang Lu, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun entered. Having spent so many years with Ma Hongjun, Oscar instantly recognized the figure in the center, exclaiming, "Wow, Fatty, what happened to you?" As he spoke, he manipulated his soul power to conjure a super recovery sausage and promptly handed it over. Ma Hongjun wasted no time, devouring it in one bite. Once the sausage was consumed, the swelling on his face visibly reduced, and he seethed, "I was just trying to flirt with a girl on the street. And someone beat me up. Goodness." The trio of Tang Lu, Oscar, and Tang San exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes wide with shock. Being beaten while flirting? What a disgrace. Ma Hongjun wiped away his tears, bitterly smiling. "Look at my handsome face. He turned it into this. How can I flirt with girls now? My image as a national husband has been ruined. You must help me seek justice." Tang Lu rubbed his aching temples and reassured him, "Don't worry. We will help you right this wrong. First, let's find Dai Mubai. We need to discuss our strategy." Tang San nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this plan. Oscar, standing nearby, also nodded. As a support-type soul master, he was not adept at fighting. The three hurried downstairs to the small square, where Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were training. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had already departed, leaving Dai Mubai seated on a small bench, reminiscing about the earlier battle with Zhu Zhuqing. Unlike previous encounters, he bore no bruises today, as Zhu Zhuqing had intentionally held back. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to Dai Mubai. The girl's modesty compelled her to hint in such a manner, which delighted Dai Mubai greatly, marking a significant step forward. Indeed, the ancient adage rings true. To strike is to express affection. Before they reached Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun bellowed, "Boss Dai, you must help me. Look at what I've become." Dai Mubai turned, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a grotesque figure rushing toward him. Extending a hand without hesitation, he instinctively kicked out. "Ouch!" Ma Hongjun cried out as he fell heavily to the ground. "Are you all right?" Tang Lu rushed forward to assist him. Ma Hongjun rubbed his aching face and clumsily rose. "I'm fine." At this moment, Tang San approached Dai Mubai and recounted the incident of Ma Hongjun's beating. "What? Someone dared to strike my brother?" Dai Mubai roared in fury, a menacing aura enveloping him, resembling a tiger that had escaped its cage. Ma Hongjun, with a grimace, urged, "Boss Dai, you must teach that scoundrel a lesson. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for you to have kicked me earlier." Dai Mubai composed himself, his face stern as he inquired, "Tell me what transpired." Ma Hongjun moved closer to Dai Mubai and explained, "I was merely looking to resolve a matter and return to the academy when I encountered a lovely girl. Before I could utter a word, I noticed a middle-aged man, over 40, lurking behind her, leering with an indecent gaze and occasionally emitting lewd laughter. I couldn't tolerate it and approached him to confront him. To my surprise, he slapped me without a word, and given my temperament, I retaliated. I intended to use my second-ring soul master strength to overpower him. However, he turned out to be a 4-ring soul master and overwhelmed me. To add insult to injury, he humiliated me further by slapping me on the ground. I was furious and wanted to retaliate, but he left me in this state." The listeners felt a chill, imagining the indignity he faced. Wiping his tears, he implored, "Boss Dai, Xiao, Ao, Tang Lu, Tang San, you must stand by me. If it weren't for the physical training I've done over the past 3 months and the footwork lessons from Tang Lu that allowed me to escape faster, you wouldn't be seeing me in one piece today." At this, Dai Mubai's temper flared, and he slammed his hand on the table, coldly declaring, "How dare they bully someone from Shrek Academy? Is a 4-ring soul master truly so formidable? Today, I shall make him pay." He turned to ask, "What is that person's name? We shall confront him tonight." Ma Hongjun replied, "I think he is called Douluo. Bule? Tonight, I shall ensure he experiences true joy." Dai Mubai sneered, his grip tightening unconsciously, eliciting shivers from the onlookers. Tang Lu cleared his throat and suggested, "Let's first have a hearty meal before confronting him. We need our strength. Additionally, Fatty, tell us more about his martial spirit. We need some insights." Seeing the group's collective ire, Ma Hongjun felt hopeful for his revenge and cheerfully remarked, "That fellow is even uglier than me, about 1.6 meters tall, with skin as dark as freshly dug coal, hunchbacked, and his eyes devoid of spirit." He then glanced at Tang Lu and Tang San, adding, "His martial spirit is similar to yours." Tang Lu frowned. "A control-type martial spirit? A 4-ring control-type soul master is not to be trifled with. If it were a strong attack type, we could potentially exploit weaknesses. But control-type soul masters are particularly troublesome. The five of them settled at a table in the dining hall, and Tang San asked, Fatty, you mentioned he is a control-type soul master. What is his martial spirit? Is it also a plant? Ma Hongjun shook his head. No. His martial spirit resembles a pot lid, or perhaps a large cover. It is entirely black and is placed over his head when summoned. It's utterly disgusting. The group fell silent, uncertain about the nature of this martial spirit. Noticing their silence, Ma Hongjun hastily reassured them. What are you afraid of? We have 4 soul zoons here. Should we fear a mere 4-ring soul master? Tang Lu sighed, as the saying goes. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Your vague description of his martial spirit leaves us without a clear plan. Furthermore, can the control system of Si Huan truly be compared to an ordinary one? If it has indeed seized control over the 5 of us, it is likely that we shall not return tonight. Ma Hongjun expressed his grievances, exclaiming, Are you all just going to stand by and watch while our brother is being beaten? Dai Mubai snorted dismissively, stating, We cannot diminish our own prestige while elevating others. I have made my decision. After dinner, Xiao Ao and I shall go. At this juncture, he glanced at Tang Lu and Tang San, inquiring, Do you two wish to join us? Tang Lu and Tang San exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. With our own brother being assaulted, it is only reasonable to intervene. Regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, we shall give him a taste of his own medicine. After swiftly finishing their dinner, the 5 of them stealthily made their way outside, for such matters are rarely witnessed, and prudence is advisable. Suddenly, as they neared the entrance, a pink figure sprang forth from the nearby bushes. Ma Hongjun was startled, and upon recognizing the person as Xiao Wu, he reproachfully remarked, Are you trying to scare me to death? Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue and ran to Tang San's side, lamenting, Xiao San, you've changed. You no longer invite me to join you and go on your outings. Tang San, with a resigned gesture, patted her hair. Xiao Wu, this situation is quite perilous. It will be best for you to return home. However, Xiao Wu boldly declared, As long as third brother is present, there is no place that is dangerous. The group was rather pleased. Perhaps they could indulge in a late-night snack before setting off. Dai Mubai scoffed, saying, The fat one has been beaten, and we must go seek retribution. Xiao Wu, you should head back. Such matters are not suited for you and should be handled by us men. Dongru. Tang San, my heavens. Why would you mention fighting? Are you not aware that Xiao Wu's greatest passion is brawling? She has spent all 6 years at Notting Academy embroiled in fights. Are you not inciting her interest? The mention of fighting seemed to pique Xiao Wu's curiosity. Her large eyes filled with excitement as she exclaimed, Are you all going to fight? I want to join. I absolutely adore fighting. Whoever harmed the fat one shall face my wrath. As she spoke, she waved her delicate fists, appearing quite fierce. Chapter 169. The appearance of WithTang. San helplessly covered his forehead, observing Xiao Wu, who seemed eager for chaos, and said softly, Xiao Wu, this is rather dangerous. I think, before he could finish, Ma Hongjun, brimming with enthusiasm, pulled him aside and earnestly declared, Sister Xiao Wu, you are truly magnificent. You must teach that scoundrel a lesson. Xiao Wu lifted her rosy face, declaring, Indeed, watch how I deal with this rogue. Thus, their impromptu group swelled to include Xiao Wu, as the 6 of them stealthily slipped out of Shrek Academy under the cover of night, channeling their soul power to traverse the back roads towards Suotua City. Half an hour later, they found themselves on the bustling streets of Suotua City, now fully enveloped in the evening's embrace. Ma Hongjun, leading the way, guided them to a lively alley adorned with vibrant lights, pointing at the tallest, most conspicuous building. That is where I am going. As the group gazed in the direction Ma Hongjun indicated, they beheld a structure painted in a kaleidoscope of colors, festooned with red lanterns. Additionally, a few older women clad in revealing attire stood at the entrance, their faces adorned with flirtatious smiles. Dai Mubai grimaced. Fatty, your taste is quite lacking. Even Oscar, unable to contain himself, covered his face and remarked, You truly have no shame. Xiao Wu, Tang Lu, and Tang San remained unfazed, standing there with expressions of indifference. Such establishments were commonplace in Tang Li's past life, where it is said that wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue and, inevitably, such establishments. Therefore, Tang Li found nothing astonishing about it. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was their first encounter with such a place. Aside from their curiosity, they felt little else. It's still early. Let us wait a bit longer to see when Douluo will appear, Ma Hongjun suggested, glancing around. The 6 nodded in agreement. knowing that a character as despicable as Baloo would likely not be seen until later, especially with the guards patrolling. They took this opportunity to meander through the streets. Ma Hongjun walked ahead, his face alight with enthusiasm, scanning the surroundings as if searching for some prized phoenix. Xiao Wu and Tang San strolled hand in hand, both wearing sweet smiles. Meanwhile, Tang Lu, Oscar, and Dai Mubai ambled about nonchalantly. Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from Ma Hongjun. "It's him!" The group rushed over to find Ma Hongjun, clenching his fists tightly, his gaze fixed angrily upon a portrait before him. Tang Lu surveyed the area, noting that it was still early, and it was improbable for Baloo to be present. Finally, he inquired in confusion, "Fatty, what is the matter?" Ma Hongjun pointed at the portrait ahead, declaring, "This scoundrel is Baloo." The five promptly turned their heads, and indeed, the image depicted a lecherous face. His skin was dark, resembling someone who had emerged from a coal mine, and he possessed two lewd little eyes that inspired immediate disgust. The portrait bore 3 blood-red characters, "Wanted." Additionally, a line of smaller text read, "Recently, a man named Douluo has appeared in Suatawa City. This man is a criminal of the worst sort, committing heinous acts against women. Due to limited city defenses, effective capture has been impossible. We hope that the citizens can provide valuable information regarding Douluo, and a reward of 100 gold soul coins will be offered for assistance in his capture. We encourage all citizens to participate in creating a better Suatawa City." Tang Lu frowned. It seems this fellow is a habitual offender. Dai Mubai's expression darkened further. He had initially thought the conflict was merely between Baloo and the Fat One, but it turned out he had numerous offenses. Xiao Wu's face burned with anger. She longed to deliver a swift kick to Baloo, shattering his precious possessions. Tang Lu calmly suggested, "I propose we confiscate the tools of his crimes." Tang Sen concurred. "I agree." Oscar raised his hand in agreement as well, and the others nodded. Confiscating the tools of such a person seemed the wisest course of action. Ma Ongjun chuckled. Who would have thought there would be an unexpected reward? If we capture him, we could split the 100 gold soul coins. As night descended, the streets grew increasingly deserted, ultimately becoming devoid of life. The last patrol of guards completed their circuit, declaring the evening's vigilance at an end. Suddenly, an obscene laughter echoed through the empty street. And a middle-aged man, standing at around 1.60 meters, with dark skin, swaggered into view wearing flip-flops. His clothing bore several rips, and his face was adorned with a lascivious grin as he hummed a tune. "Today, I'm in a good mood, just out for a stroll. Don't be afraid. Little sisters, I'm here to offer warmth." Unbeknownst to him, from behind a wall, Ma Hongjuan's head appeared, followed by Oscar's, then Dai Mubai's, and finally Tang San. Tang Lu and Xiao Wu's heads, 12 eyes fixated intently on that figure. "The rogue is here. Let us proceed." It was evident that the irascible Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his fury, yearning to rush out and confront him, yet he was restrained by Oscar. Dai Mubai spoke in a low voice. "Let us wait a moment and see if he has accomplices." Tang San, who stood above Dai Mubai, interjected. "Rash actions may alert the enemy." Shortly thereafter, Tang Lu, perched atop Tang San, added, "I believe we ought to devise a plan." Xiao Wu nodded in fervent agreement. "I concur with your thoughts. I feel the same way." The ever-impulsive Ma Hongjun then inquired, "What kind of plan do you intend to formulate?" "We must exploit his weaknesses." Oscar replied. "His weakness lies in his fondness for women," Dai Mubai declared. "Thus, we must find a woman to lure him in," Tang San continued. Tang Lu posed a question, "But where can we find a woman at this moment?" "I am a woman," Xiao Wu boldly proclaimed. "Allow me to lure him in, and then we can swiftly deal with him." As she spoke, Xiao Wu mimicked a fierce, biting gesture. Tang San expressed his concerns, "But how shall we execute this plan? A woman appearing out of thin air on this street would be too conspicuous. It would surely alert him." Tang Li's eyes gleamed with inspiration. "I have a solution." Chapter 170. Formulating the plan, Tang San quickly asked, "Brother, what ingenious idea have you devised? We cannot put Xiao Wu at risk." In the past, Tang Li's plans often resulted in mishaps for himself, which he bore without complaint, as they were brothers. However, if Xiao Wu were to be harmed, it would pain him deeply. Tang Lu, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Do you not trust your brother? This plan is guaranteed to be safe. With your involvement, how could anything happen to Xiao Wu?" Tang San's eyes lit up. "With my involvement?" Xiao Wu, equally excited, nodded. "I want to assist third brother in dealing with that villain, rendering him incapable of self-sufficiency." Tang Lu replied nonchalantly. "If Xiao Wu suddenly appears on the street at this hour, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of Douluo, which is unavoidable." The others nodded in agreement. as the entire city was already plastered with wanted posters for Douluo, and no one would dare venture out at night. Tang San raised his head to ask, "What will you do then?" Tang Lu glanced at Tang San with a mischievous smile. "Since we know this is a peak time for criminal activity, why not turn the tables? Xiao San, you shall disguise yourself as a lecherous pervert and follow Xiao Wu closely. If Douluo sees you vying for business, he will undoubtedly confront you. At that moment, without hesitation, you will pick up Xiao Wu and lure him to our prearranged ambush point, where the 6 of us will work together to eliminate him." Dai Mubai realized the wisdom of the plan, exclaiming, "That makes sense." Oscar nodded vigorously. "I find Tang Li's plan quite commendable. I wholeheartedly support it. Ma Ongjun Gaimdin Lekeros Pervert." That name has a nice ring to it. Xiao Wu seemed unperturbed, believing that as long as she was with Tang San, she had nothing to fear. However, Tang San's expression darkened at the thought of being labeled a lecherous pervert. Tang Lu, undeterred by Tang San's murderous glare, produced a pre-prepared map of Sutawa City, instructing Ma Hongjun, "You will stand atop that high building. When Xiao San draws Douluo in, you must immediately block his escape route." He pointed to a dilapidated building across the way, explaining, "This building and the one opposite form a dead end, with only one exit." Ma Hongjun nodded confidently, declaring, "Leave it to me. I shall avenge this grievance today." Tang Lu continued, "Dai Mubai, you will hide in the dead-end alley. Remember to remain undetected by Douluo." Dai Mubai rubbed his wrists, smiling confidently, "Rest assured, I shall handle it." With Dai Mubai's stealthy support, Tang Lu indicated a pile of garbage on the map, stating, "Oscar, you will stand by the garbage heap, ensuring you're facing away from Douluo so he does not catch sight of you." Upon seeing the advantageous positions of others, Oscar felt dissatisfied, exclaiming, "Why must I stand beside the garbage heap? I'm a support character after all." Tang Lu cast an appreciative glance at Oscar, firmly clapping him on the shoulder, and assured him, "Oscar, your role is crucial. You are responsible for coordinating the entire operation. As for safety, do not worry. The most dangerous places are often the safest." Oscar inquired, "What will I be doing?" Tang Lu replied, "You will be eating your sausage by the garbage heap." "What? I refuse." Oscar's expression changed as he shook his head vigorously. Tang Lu feigned heartbreak, saying, "Oscar, your task is indeed the most arduous." Oscar's large eyes brimmed with confusion. "Is eating a sausage really so demanding?" Tang Lu sighed, gravely stating, "Eating a sausage is indeed delightful, but the key lies in how you eat it, the mannerisms you exhibit, and the sounds you make. All of these are critical. You must eat as if you have not had a meal in days. Ensurink bude overluxu. A slight misstep, and our plan will fail." After listening to so much, Oscar felt a newfound respect, realizing that his task was indeed the most significant. He nodded solemnly, vowing to fulfill the mission. Seeing that the 3 had no objections, Tang Lu turned to the distressed Tang San, comforting him, "Do not be disheartened, Xiao San. You are the linchpin of this plan. Without you, we could not succeed." Tang San forced a smile. "I understand the logic, but how am I to portray a lecherous pervert?" "I cannot." Tang Lu raised an eyebrow, casually stating, "If you wish for Xiao Wu to ensure her safety while executing this plan, you must take on the role. Bulis abilities remain uncertain. Only with your presence can I rest easy about Xiao Wu." For Xiao Wu's sake, Tang San nodded resolutely, accepting the heavy responsibility. Tang Li's lips curled into a slight smile. "You must coordinate well. Oscar, you handle the coordination. Wherever you are needed, go there. As for me, I shall take care of the harvesting." Douluo, with his lascivious gaze roaming about, angrily exclaimed, "Why is it so desolate tonight? Darn it, I cannot even let the master have some fun." As he fumed, he turned into another street corner, where a girl came into view. The girl was exceptionally pure and adorable, her fair face adorned with a subtle blush, exuding an indescribable charm. Particularly striking was her long braid, which left a lasting impression. And though her figure was not voluptuous, her slender legs were tightly encased in black stockings. Instantly, this sight stirred the desires of Douluo's lascivious heart. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. How could such a beautiful girl appear in the dead of night? Something was off. It felt like a trap. Douluo, astutely concealing himself, scrutinized his surroundings, suspecting it to be a deliberate lure. "Little sister, what are you doing?" A naive girl stepped out from the darkness, her lips curling into a slight smirk, reflecting a blend of mischief and disdain. His eyes voraciously roamed over the girl, revealing a beastly nature hidden beneath her innocent facade. Xiao Wu placed her hands on her chest, licking her fingertips delicately, and plaintively said, "Brother, I want to buy a lollipop." Will you take me by one? To speak candidly, at that very moment, Tang San was utterly taken aback. Any man would find it impossible to remain calm upon hearing such words from Xiao Wu. Tang Lu, you have forgotten me. I am indeed a paragon of our generation. With a slight cough, Tang San involuntarily straightened his chest, adopting a posture of a righteous gentleman as he declared, "Come, dear sister, let me take you to buy some lollipops." Chapter 171. A violent encounter. As he spoke, he stepped forward to grasp Xiao Wu's delicate hand, pulling her towards the dimly lit street. Just as Tang San was about to lead Xiao Wu away, Douluo could no longer sit idly. Xiao Wu appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. How could such a charming young girl be abducted by another? Enraged, Douluo stormed onto the street, shouting, "Release that girl!" Tang San turned slowly, irritation flickering in his eyes. After a moment of restraint, he replied coolly, "What is it? Do you have something to say?" Douluo retorted coldly, "Let go of that girl beside you. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions." Douluo maintained an imposing demeanor, and unless one looked closely, it would be impossible to discern that he was the wanted criminal from Suatawa City. "Do not presume that I am ignorant of your thoughts." Tang San cursed inwardly. Just as he raised his head to regard Douluo, he noticed Tang Lu peeking from behind Douluo, winking at him to signal that Dai Mu Bai and the others were ready to execute the plan. Without hesitation, Tang San bent down and lifted Xiao Wu into his arms, then sprinted towards the designated alley. Xiao Wu, still in a daze, suddenly found herself enveloped in warmth, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "You scoundrel, stop right there." Douluo was infuriated, his rage threatening to explode as he hurried after them. At this moment, Xiao Wu remained lost in Tang San's warm embrace, forgetting her own words. "Speak quickly, what are you dawdling for?" Tang San cursed quietly, pinching her arm. The sudden pain jolted Xiao Wu back to reality. She blinked her large eyes, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. "You wicked brother, let me go." "Scoundrel, stop right there." Bully's furious voice echoed behind them. By now, Tang San had already rounded the corner into a narrow alley, where Oscar sat beside a pile of garbage, happily devouring a large sausage, his face smeared with dirt, resembling a vagabond. Without hesitation, Tang San dashed into the dead end of the alley with Xiao Wu in his arms. "I will see where you run now." As he pursued them, completely overlooking Oscar, who smiled at the sight of Douluo rushing past. The plan was succeeding. Upon reaching the end of the alley, Tang San gradually came to a halt, gently setting Xiao Wu down, a smirk gracing his lips, a smile of triumph. Douluo, panting heavily, entered the alley, his eyes narrowing at Tang San, who had nowhere to escape. A flicker of hatred crossed Douluo's gaze. "You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you barge into hell. Rum, gabruning." His malevolent laughter echoed through the dark night, sending shivers down the spine. However, Tang San merely smiled faintly, replying, "I return that phrase to you, unchanged." Douluo was taken aback, realizing Tang San and Xiao Wu's triumphant expressions hinted at something amiss. Just as he contemplated fleeing, darkness enveloped him. Dai Mu Bai had positioned himself in a cleverly concealed corner of the alley, unnoticed by Douluo. Seizing the moment of distraction, he stealthily approached from behind and swiftly placed a black burlap sack over Douluo's head. With a well-prepared right fist, he struck, rendering Douluo momentarily dazed. A trap. Douluo instantly recognized the ruse, but with the burlap sack obscuring his vision, he could only rely on instinct to retreat. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Ma Hongjun was already poised for action, unleashing his first soul skill without hesitation. Two fiery wings sprouted from his back, flames raging within. The crimson energy he had gathered burst forth, releasing a violet flame that filled the air, blocking Douluo's escape route while showering him with flames, causing Douluo to scream in agony. Ma Hongjun felt a sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, Tang San activated his first soul skill, ensnaring Douluo with a blue vine that tightly wrapped around his waist. With a sudden jerk, Douluo's repugnant face met the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mu Bai's 3 soul rings began to ascend, the white tiger's spirit enveloping him. The second soul ring illuminated, a massive sphere of white light coalescing in his mouth, followed by a fierce tiger roar that propelled the luminous orb forward. With a thunderous crash, Douluo was forcefully sent soaring, executing a complex 360-degree spin midair before crashing down heavily. He was now in disarray, his clothes tattered, dirt smudged across his face, and the burlap sack torn from the impact of the white tiger's fierce light. Bewildered, he glanced around, spotting Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mu Bai, all of whom were watching him intently. "You wretched little brats!" Douluo roared, attempting to summon his soul power to unleash his spirit, but before he could react, a grip tightened around his neck. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he was kicked away, landing before Tang San. Tang Lu stood quietly behind him, a playful smile gracing his face. As Douluo shook his dizzy head trying to rise, Tang San's right foot struck his chest without warning, sending him airborne. At that very moment, Xiao Wu sprang into action, activating her teleportation skill, wrapping her legs tightly around Douluo's neck and launching him upward with force. Douluo was forced to alter his trajectory mid-flight, soaring through the air. Just as he reached the apex, Xiao Wu leaped with incredible agility, landing directly in front of him. In a surprising move, she whipped her scorpion braid, striking his face and subsequently ensnaring his neck, propelling him further into the air. Everyone, save for Tang San, stood in astonishment, witnessing Xiao Wu execute the 8-section whip with remarkable finesse, a skill she had only spoken of earlier that day. It was truly astounding. Chapter 172. We have passed your test. Xiao Wu's legs clamped tightly around Douluo's head, activating her first soul skill, the bow and arrow. Like a slingshot, she propelled Douluo away, her movements graceful and precise. However, the unfortunate reality was that Douluo's head was firmly wedged between her legs. At such velocity, even if his bones did not shatter, he would surely suffer greatly. Xiao Wu landed deftly after performing several backflips, earning the admiration of all who witnessed her prowess. As the character Buell was on the verge of breaking through the heavens, he suddenly plummeted downwards, crashing onto the ground with such force that the earth beneath him cracked. It was truly terrifying. Ma Hongjuan gasped in shock, while the others, though less expressive, could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Usi Ka arrived unnoticed and, upon seeing Xiao Wu on the ground, quickly conjured a gigantic sausage with his soul power and offered it to her. Without hesitation, she began to nibble at it, as her repeated use of soul techniques had greatly drained her energy. The sight of Buell, nearly sprawled out on the floor, left everyone in a state of astonishment. Ma Hongjuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Xiao Wu, this is even more terrifying than killing him." Xiao Wu scoffed dismissively, retorting, "Killing scum like him would only dirty my hands." Usi Ka observed the twitching Buell and suggested, "Who will carry him to the dungeon? We could earn 100 gold soul coins for capturing him." The mention of money piqued everyone's interest, and Ma Hongjuan eagerly declared, "Wait, I'll fetch a cart so we could transport him to the guards." Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, grinning, "I'll pry him off the floor." Usi Ka crafted 2 super recovery sausages, chuckling, "I'll feed him the sausage." Thus, the 6 of them transported Buell to the city guards, ensuring justice was served, and they happily claimed their reward of 100 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu received 50 coins, which everyone unanimously agreed upon, while the remaining 50 were evenly divided. In a dimly lit corner, 2 middle-aged men in their 40s were engaged in a clandestine conversation. One man had a lecherous appearance, with swollen features obscuring his eyes, making it difficult to discern whether he was squinting or glaring. His skin was dark, and his hair was in disarray, occasionally attracting flies, which made him utterly repulsive. Beside him stood a short man, less than 5 feet tall, with a bald head except for a small tuft of black hair. His frail form resembled nothing but bones, and his eyes were dull and lifeless. "You know, Buell has been captured. It said that he was caught by 6 children. He was indeed too careless," the lecherous man remarked, his voice rich and resonant, yet captivating. "This news has spread like wildfire through the city. That kid Buell deserves it. He couldn't even handle 6 children." If the previous speaker had a standard male tenor, this man's voice was shrill, as if he were being choked. "Nevertheless, we must avenge this grievance. I have located the academy those 6 children attend, and we shall act tonight. I hear one of them is an exceptionally beautiful girl. Just thinking about it excites me," he added, a lascivious grin creeping onto his lips, his enthusiasm palpable. The short man, equally depraved, rasped, then it settled. "We shall strike tonight. This is a gift from heaven. Ha ha ha." Just as they prepared for a nocturnal ambush on Shrek City, 2 figures silently appeared behind them. At the forefront stood a man cloaked in black, his face obscured, revealing only his piercing eyes. He was exceptionally tall, with broad shoulders that exuded an air of formidable presence. Beside him was a woman adorned with a purple veil, her deep blue gown accentuating her flawless figure. Her large blue eyes looked disdainfully at the 2 lascivious men, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The light-hearted banter abruptly ceased as the two men turned, bewildered, to face the imposing pair behind them, their instincts immediately warning them of impending danger. "Who are you?" The lecherous man stood abruptly, his expression shifting to one of caution. Meanwhile, the short man brazenly ogled the blue-clad woman, his eyes glimmering with malice. Unable to resist, he gulped and leered, "Ha ha ha, a true gem, an absolute gem." Upon hearing his lascivious remarks, the veiled woman's face flushed with indignation, her pristine teeth biting her lip in anger. How dare he insult her so? In an instant, she flashed towards him, her right hand sweeping forth, unleashing dozens of deep blue vines from her palm. The sight of these vines, surpassing even her own soul power, filled the man with an unprecedented sense of dread, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear. With a thunderous crack, the blue vines ruthlessly lashed against him, emitting a brilliant golden light as blood splattered. The short man was violently thrown aside, crashing into a wall and losing consciousness. "Tianya!" The tall man gasped in horror, witnessing his companion being hurled away. Enraged, he lunged forward, but to his astonishment, the cloaked man was swifter, appearing behind him in an instant. With a flicker of disdain and fury in his dark eyes, he raised his right fist and struck with thunderous force against the man's back, sending him careening away as his body twisted grotesquely, bones cracking audibly. He crashed through the floor, convulsing uncontrollably. The woman stepped forward gracefully, her eyes filled with contempt, her red lips parting to emit a melodious voice. "Humph. If you wish to trouble the children, you must first pass through us." Chapter 173. The Golden Badge in the Shrek Academy office. Faland rushed in, clutching a pile of bills, and with a worried expression, addressed the master, who sat leisurely in his chair. "Xiaogang, look at this. Your teaching is yielding results, but the academy is on the verge of collapse." The master raised an eyebrow, responding calmly, "If there is no money, then earn it. No matter how difficult it gets, the children must not suffer." Faland was left speechless, as a soul sage. He found himself ensnared by financial woes, a truly disheartening predicament. He had initially hoped to sustain the academy until the students graduated, but just 3 days later, they were teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. This was primarily due to the exorbitant costs of the nutritional meals and potions provided for the students, compounded by various other expenses that soared to astronomical heights. Although Tang had personally donated some gold soul coins a few days prior, as the academy head, Faland felt uneasy accepting all of it and only took a small portion for immediate expenses. If an academy must rely on students for funding, what purpose does it serve? Relying solely on Tang's meager contribution was not a sustainable solution. A plan was urgently needed. Faland couldn't help but plead, "Xiaogong, could you perhaps reduce your purchases? While I have witnessed the students' progress over the past 3 months, these expenses are simply unbearable. If we do not secure sufficient funding within a month, we will be left with nowhere to go." The master's brow furrowed in concern. "Since you've entrusted the children to me, I shall ensure their education is sound. As for other matters, I will devise a solution." Flandre could not help but reminisce, saying, "How blissful were the days when we traversed the continent together. Yet, who could have imagined that time would transform us into this sorry state?" The master, equally moved, murmured, "We shall have our chance again, undoubtedly. Joyous holidays are always fleeting." In the blink of an eye, the 7 days passed, and the members of Shrek Academy returned to their routine lives. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, Shrek Academy, which had thrived in the night, gradually came alive. As usual, Tang, Lu, and Tang San sat cross-legged on the rooftop, engrossed in their cultivation, while Oscar remained ensconced under his blanket, soundly asleep. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were already up for their morning run, and Zhu Zhuqing, residing in the girls' dormitory, occasionally peeked out, revealing a sweet smile. When the bell for class rang, everyone set aside their tasks and hurried to the familiar small square. The weather today was exceptionally fine, with a radiant sun accompanied by pure white clouds, which enhanced the beauty of the scene. The 6 who had captured the 100 gold soul coins returned to the academy and unanimously handed them over to Flandre, for the financial strain of the academy was well known. After a round of jovial scolding, he accepted the coins, secretly vowing that when the academy was prosperous again, he would return these funds to the students in double. The children, however, were not very concerned, as money was not of great importance at their age. As the saying goes, wealth is merely an external possession. One could do without it. The master stood at the podium, his expression stern as he addressed the class. after 3 months of grueling training. I trust you have all made considerable progress, as you can surely see. The students nodded in unison, and the master continued. However, becoming an exceptional soul master is merely the beginning. Your progress must not only be evident, but also manifest in battle. What constitutes progress? Defeating opponents you could not conquer before. That is progress. Overcoming those you previously feared. That is also progress. At this juncture, the master paused. Thus, our training ground will no longer be Shrek Academy, but rather the arena you are familiar with, the Great Soul Arena. The conditions are straightforward. Each of you must earn a Silver Soul badge. Failure to do so will result in your inability to graduate, and any misstep in this training will be deemed a failure. The group exchanged smiles, as battling others was preferable to enduring the master's rigorous training. The master added, "Pay attention. You must earn the Silver Soul badge not only through one-on-one battles, but also by representing Shrek Academy in team battles." Oscar glanced around and inquired, "In a team battle, it's 7 against 7, but there are 8 of us. What do we do about that?" The master furrowed his brow and replied, "I believe Tang Lu has reached a level where participation in the 7-on-7 team battle is unnecessary. Therefore, the remaining 7 of you will form the Shrek team." The others were initially taken aback, then gazed enviously at Tang Lu, realizing he would not need to participate in the team battle. Truly a favored child of the master. Tang Lu was momentarily startled, but soon dismissed the matter. Given his current strength, he truly had no need to engage in team battles, as it would only hinder his performance and disrupt the team's rhythm. However, the master coldly interjected, although Tang Lu need not partake in the 7-on-7 team battle, his one-on-one battles will be far more grueling. He must secure a Golden Soul badge to be deemed competent. The crowd gasped collectively, pondering how many fights it would take to obtain a golden badge. Tang Lu quietly complained, "You make it sound easy, but how many battles will I have to fight for that golden badge?" The master smirked slightly. "I impose no time constraints upon you. Thus, you may choose to fight whenever you wish. It is only when you obtain the Golden Soul badge that I will consider you qualified. Each battle will yield corresponding experience. So refrain from excessive complaining. Truth often emerges from practice." Tang Lu pouted and muttered, "Clearly, the academy is short on funds, which is why they send us out to toil, yet they speak so grandly." After a brief packing of their belongings, the group set forth, accompanied by the Dean Flandra and Vice Dean Zhao Wuji. Upon arriving in Suotawa City, they settled into a hotel to rest before the competition. The master summoned the 8 of them to his room, indicating there were matters to discuss. Looking at the 8 children before him, he smiled. "From today onward, you will have the freedom to choose your own pairings and combinations. Xiao-san, who will you team up with?" Tang-san promptly replied, "Xiao Wu. We have already formed the San-Wu combination." The master nodded and turned to Ma Hongjun. "And you?" Ma Hongjun responded, "Who else will want to partner with me?" "Of course, I will team up with Xiao Ao." The master nodded again, then looked to Dai Mu Bai, asking, "What about you, Mu Bai?" Dai Mu Bai intended to partner with Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing preempted him, stating, "I will team up with Rong Rong, as our soul power levels are quite similar," making it easier to handle. With a sigh, Dai Mu Bai resignedly said, "Then I shall pair with Tang Lu. After all, strength and unity. Our combination is the strongest in this team." Tang Lu did not express much concern, as a 2-on-2 matchup was merely a leisure activity for him. Partnering with anyone was inconsequential. His primary focus was how to secure that Golden Soul badge, bearing the heaviest burden of the team. Yet the master shook his head. "No, I would suggest you pair with Zhu Qing, while Tang Lu teams up with Ning Rongrong. This way, you will avoid monotonous battles while also encountering higher-level skills, which will greatly benefit your training." Dai Mu Bai quickly nodded in agreement. "I wholeheartedly concur with the master's insight." However, Zhu Zhuqing wore a frosty expression. Gazing at the eager Dai Mu Bai, the word "no" lodged in her throat. Ning Rongrong did not reject the master's proposal, for the prowess of Tang Lu was evident to all, and having such a formidable partner would surely lead to victory in their 2-on-2 battles. The master chuckled softly. "I am not forbidding you from being in the same group as Tang Lu. Rather, I suggest you try teaming up with others during your free time." As he spoke, he produced 8 pre-prepared masks from behind him, handing one to each of them. "This competition has a crucial stipulation. You will participate as representatives of Shrek Academy. Yet your identities and appearances must remain concealed. Do you understand?" The group gazed at the vibrant green masks adorned with the Shrek emblem, nodding in comprehension. They fully grasped the implications of the master's message. Their youth was undeniable, yet their displayed talents were nothing short of astounding. Particularly, Tang Lu and Tang San, who had reached the rank of Soul Master at merely 12 years of age, an unparalleled genius on the continent. It was likely that before the soul battles even commenced, the Spirit Hall would come to apprehend them. Oscar examined the green mask in his hand and asked, "What shall we call ourselves?" The master smiled. "You may each choose your own title. For instance, Dai Mu Bai, I suggest you use your martial soul as your title, calling yourself the evil-eyed white tiger. And Oscar, you can use your catchphrase for your title. How about sausage specialist?" Tang San gazed intently at the mask, then lifted his head with a smile and declared, "Then I shall be known as Qinsho Xioluo, Qinsho Xioluo Tang San." The master nodded slightly. "That is a splendid name, quite imposing. Qinsho Xioluo, it suits you well. Xiao San, although you appear calm and amiable most of the time, each time you unleash your fury, you resemble a slaughterer on the battlefield." Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, "What about me? What about me? You shall be called Xiahua Feng Wang." The master replied with a smile. "As for Xiao Wu, based on her martial spirit's characteristics, let's name her Rugu mate. Tuesday Ning Rongrong's Qi Bao Yuli Tower is certainly unforgettable, so let us simply call her Qi Bao Yuli. Zhu Qing, let us name yours based on your martial spirit as well. How does Yuming Ling Mao sound?" All seven received their respective titles. Xia Miao Bai, Udai Mubai, Xiangchang Zhuan Mai Oscar, Qinsho Shilhua Tang San, Rugu Mei Tu Xiao Wu, Qi Bao, Liuli Ning Rongrong, Yuming Ling Mao Zhu Zhu Qing, and Xiehua, Feng Wang Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Tang Lu was the only one left without a title, and everyone turned their curious gazes toward him. The master chose to seek Tang Lu's opinion, asking Xiao Lu, "What do you intend to be called?" Ma Hongjun chuckled, "How about we call you Tingman Kuan Xiao Ji?" Xiao Wu shook her head, saying, "Absolutely not, that sounds dreadful." After pondering for a moment, Tang Lu smiled. "How about I go by Wuma? What do you think?" Dai Mubai nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Wuma likely refers to those martial techniques of which we are unaware, right? That sounds rather fitting." Oscar also nodded in agreement. Yes. Those techniques you taught me have kept me sleepless as I practiced. I nearly thought I had been bewitched." Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and beamed. "That sounds quite nice." Tang Sen appeared somewhat troubled, but nodded. Wuma might sound a bit juvenile, but for him, it carries a significance far deeper than that. Literally, Wuma implies the transformation of martial arts into a frenzy. This title will surely resonate across the continent. Could it be that Ge Lu intends to establish his own sect? Though Tang San said nothing about founding Tang Men on Douluo continent, he must have some thoughts in his heart. However, due to their current weakness, it was merely a fleeting thought. Thus, the 8 titles were finally gathered, and the 7 members established the Shrek team. Little did they know that their seemingly casual titles would later echo throughout the continent. Wu Ma Tang Lu would ultimately be revered as Wuzu. Of course, that was a tale for another time. At present, they were merely novices making their way to the Grand Hall. Tang Lu walked at the end of the line with the master, feeling exceedingly joyful as they engaged in conversation. Meanwhile, the 7 in front wore solemn expressions, occasionally emitting pained cries. While registering their soul fighting information, Ma Hongjun inadvertently caught sight of Tang Lu's details. The information card boldly displayed 3 golden characters, Tai Duhan. It was noteworthy that the members of Shrek were starting from scratch, with their information cards indicating copper-level soul fighters. How is it that Tang Lu had advanced ahead of them, leading in points by over 100? The revelation left them astonished, speechless, as they gaped at Tang Lu. What a surprise! Although he seemed to spend every day with them at the academy, he had secretly been competing in the soul fighting arena. Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong's expressions grew graver. After all, their duo partner, Tang Lu, was a Tai Dahun, meaning he would be matched against formidable opponents of the same rank. Dai Mubai, a level 37 soul master, still had the ability to defend himself. But what about Ning Rongrong? As a support spirit master in her 20s, wouldn't she be easily crushed? Chapter 175. The Qin Dizzy Combination Xiao Lu after graduation. Would you be interested in inheriting my aspirations and becoming an esteemed teacher? However, before that, you should travel across the continent like I did in my youth. For the world is truly vast. As he spoke, the master lifted his head, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Tang Lu felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Smiling wryly, "Master, can we not focus on the future? One must remain grounded." The master shook his head, chuckling. "I knew your ambitions did not lie there. I cannot force you. After all, your talent far exceeds my expectations, and the heights you might reach in the future will surely astonish me." Tang Lu regarded the master with a puzzled glance, wondering if he had not slept well the previous night, leading him to speak such nonsense. Meanwhile, Flinder was at the end of the line, turning to and fro with Zhao Wujia, gazing enviously at the coins entering and exiting the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Flinder shed tears of envy, thinking that if he had such wealth, he would surely purchase the finest land and establish Shrek Academy in the most prominent location of the Tiando Empire, recruiting a dozen or so soul saints as teachers, and occasionally enjoying a game of mahjong. The 8 of them, adorned with masks, swaggered into the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. Their masks bore images of mischievous monsters, both adorable and fearsome, leaving an unforgettable impression. Observers speculated about their origins, captivated by their uniqueness. Flinder, walking at the back, involuntarily straightened his posture, not only for the attention, but also because he had come to the Grand Soul Fighting Arena to earn money. He had meticulously calculated that for each Grand Soul Fighting match, he would earn at least 1 gold coin. Playing a dozen matches daily would suffice for the Academy's expenses. Additionally, with the children as strength, he believed they would soon gain fame in the Soto City Grand Soul Fighting Arena, attracting more affluent patrons, thus seizing the opportunity to earn a substantial profit. I truly am a little genius. Flinder proudly lifted his head, striding forward with a light heart. After spending a small sum to erase their real names from the soul fighting information cards and replacing them with their designated nicknames, the staff also adjusted their battle times to avoid clashes. The first match featured the combination of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, followed by Tang San and Xiao Wu, and then Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Due to Tang Lu being a Tai Dahun, their opponents were also of the same rank, placing immense pressure on Dai Mubai. Nevertheless, being the highest level soul master in the team, he confidently stepped forward. The combination of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu was named the Bai Lu Duo, a temporary title that sounded somewhat awkward. However, Tang Lu did not mind, and Dai Mubai refrained from commenting. The host's voice resonated. Next up is a match between the Bai Lu Duo and the Qin Dizzy Duo. The Qin Dizzy Duo is a classic combination well known to all, and their strength is universally acknowledged. In contrast, the Bai Lu Duo is evidently a newcomer team without any prior records, appearing to be novices. Let us eagerly anticipate the clash between the two combinations. Had it been before, announcing Tang Li's name might have elicited some cheers. However, now that they were using their nicknames, few recognized him. Xinfeng Wenxue Wang witnessed the ascent of Shidi and Shi onto the Duhun platform under the watchful eyes of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Clad in a long black robe, Shidi's slender figure stood approximately 1.70 meters tall, his piercing eyes sparkling with vitality, complemented by a flat-top hairstyle that accentuated his heroic demeanor. Noticing his habitual finger movements as he stepped onto the stage, Tang Lu discerned that his martial soul was likely a flute. Observing further, he concluded that Shidi's physique did not align with that of an agile or powerful attack-type soul master. Rather, he appeared to be a control-type soul master. In stark contrast, Shurqin's attire diverged completely from Shidi's, adorned in a black robe and a flat black hat. His eyes were exceptionally sharp, fixated on Tang Lu and Dai Mubai from the moment he stepped onto the stage. A hint of disdain graced his lips, suggesting he was already confident of victory in this confrontation. Observing the peculiar masked figures of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, Shurqin smirked and remarked, "If you are frightened, now is the time to remove your masks and return home, lest we inadvertently mar your terrified faces beneath them during our bout." Where would you find justification then? Even Shidi shook his head, coldly stating, "If you fear outsiders discovering your identities, perhaps seclusion in the mountains would be more prudent. Wearing masks to feign mystery is merely laughable." Though there had been instances of individuals concealing their identities in the Dahan arena, most merely erased their names. They had never before encountered anyone donning masks. Dark glimmers danced in Dai Mubai's eyes as he clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound. Meanwhile, Tang Lu stood silently to the side, his eyes filled with curiosity as he scrutinized Shurqin and Shidi, pondering their potential attack strategies. Shurqin, based solely on his appearance, was certainly not a conventional agile or powerful attack-type soul master. Could he also be a control type, or perhaps a support-type soul master? Should he indeed be a support type, it would be plausible, yet the prospect of two control-type soul masters was perplexing. While dual control possesses significant advantages, it is fraught with more disadvantages, including a lack of mobility and explosive potential, deficiencies that could prove fatal. If both were control-type soul masters, what means would they employ to unleash explosive attacks? As Tang Lu contemplated this, the referee announced the commencement of the match. Shurchin and Shidi promptly began channeling their soul power, their respective martial souls materializing in their hands. As Tang Lu had surmised, Shidi's martial soul was indeed a flute, though distinct from the ordinary variety. This one was crafted from white jade and intricately adorned with the carving of a solitary white wolf. Shurchin's martial soul, true to its name, was an ancient shin, its strings appearing to be crafted from exquisite silk, translucent and light as a cicada's wing. A discerning master would recognize that these strings were formed from condensed soul power, occasionally shimmering with blue light. Upon summoning their martial souls, 4 rings of light emerged beneath Shurchin's feet, 2 yellow and 2 purple, indicating a 4-ring soul master. Shidi, in contrast, displayed 1 yellow and 1 purple, marking him as a 3-ring soul venerable. Observing their martial souls, Tang Lu and Dai Mubai wasted no time in dispersing their positions. Dai Mubai assumed a defensive stance at the forefront, while Tang Lu remained cautiously behind him, scrutinizing Shidi and Shurchin, with a thunderous roar echoing throughout the arena. Dai Mubai's posture became erect, white fur sprouting from his body, and his hands enlarging to twice their size. His eyes radiated a bloodthirsty aura, white light surging within him, a prominent character Wang appearing on his forehead. Concurrently, 3 rings of light, 2 yellow and 1 purple, manifested beneath his feet. Without hesitation, Tang Lu unleashed his black silvergrass, the dark tendrils erupting from his palm and swiftly enveloping the arena like poised serpents. He, too, summoned 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings beneath his feet. The arena was adorned with a dazzling display of 13 shimmering soul rings, creating an overwhelming visual impact for the audience. In terms of soul ring count, Tang Li's side appeared to be at a disadvantage, particularly with the Qin flute duo possessing a 4-ring soul master, which seemingly overshadowed Tang Lu and Dai Mubai. However, the 2 purple soul rings beneath their feet represented genuine 1,000-year soul rings, igniting excitement among the spectators, signifying that this would undoubtedly be a formidable confrontation. Shurchin cast a dismissive glance at Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, sneering, "I initially thought you were significant figures attempting to conceal your identities. Instead, you are merely 2 trifling 3-ring soul venerables. Enough with the chatter. Let's end this swiftly," Shidi interjected, swiftly commanding flute melody decision. As the first yellow ring beneath him ignited, he closed his eyes, attuning to the surrounding energies. To the astonishment of Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, Shidi began to play the flute gently, the melodious notes resonating throughout the arena, lingering in the air. The notes echoed incessantly, yet Tang Lu discerned that they were infused with soul power. "Go!" Shidi exclaimed, waving his right hand, and the notes coalesced into blades of wind that surged towards Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Though these soul power-formed swords appeared harmless, their astonishing speed caught Dai Mubai and Tang Lu off guard, leaving the audience equally astounded. The use of music as a means of attack was unprecedented for Tang Lu and his companions. Such virtual assaults, formed from condensed soul power, undoubtedly demand immense mental fortitude. Without formidable mental strength, sustaining such an endeavor would be impossible. Moreover, executing this technique requires flawless mastery over the instrument and the sounds it produces. Otherwise, each strike would suffer deviations. Yet, Shidi exhibited exceptional prowess, akin to a prodigious talent. Dai Mubai, however, was not one to remain passive. He immediately began to channel his soul power into a defensive formation, a brilliant white light erupting from his being. With a resounding whoosh, dozens of wind blades formed by the swords swept through the arena, stirring a tempestuous wave of energy. The collision of those dozens of blades with Dai Mubai's pristine soul power ignited a dazzling explosion of golden light, creating a breathtaking spectacle. "You truly underestimate me. My flute melody decision is not something you can simply defend against. As long as my melody persists, I can continuously conjure flute melody swords. Is this truly all the strength you possess? I find myself terribly disappointed," Shidi coldly remarked, confident that Dai Mubai could not withstand his assault. Even if he managed to repel one attack, there would be countless subsequent strikes. However, in the blink of an eye, Dai Mubai and Tang Lu had vacated their initial positions, now standing 10 meters away, their expressions betraying disappointment as they gazed at Shidi. "How could this be? You managed to evade my attack," Shidi exclaimed incredulously, for his first soul skill, flute melody decision, had never missed its mark. Even agile attack-type soul masters rarely escaped unscathed, yet these two did not appear to fit that mold and had evaded his onslaught. Without uttering a word, Tang Lu summoned his black-silver grass once more, dispersing it across the Douluo platform. Dai Mu Bai, standing before him, interjected, "Your attack is simply too slow." Neither he nor I were even challenged to keep pace. As he spoke, he pointedly gestured towards Tang Lu behind him. "Donglu, could you refrain from boasting at my expense? Have you forgotten the sight of yourself struggling amidst the chaotic blades? If it weren't for the widespread presence of the Heiyin Shao, which pulled you over in an instant, coupled with your swift movement technique, Ling Bo Wei Bu, do you believe your attire would remain intact?" The audience seated on the platform is thoroughly captivated, their interest in this contest intensifying. An evenly matched duel, one that thrives on life and death, is indeed far more exhilarating. Shurdi remained silent for a moment, but then, like a liberated sword, he surged forward. His legs moved with remarkable speed, resembling a small whirlwind as he reached the center of the arena. Simultaneously, Shurqin, who had been positioned behind him, seized the moment. He lifted his left arm, cradling the guqin in his palm, while his right hand began to gently pluck the strings, producing enchanting melodies. The sounds emanating from guqin were extraordinarily melodious to the audience. However, for Tang Lu and Dai Mu Bai, the effect was entirely different. Upon hearing the music, their movements faltered, their reactions noticeably slowed. He too is a control-type soul master. The realization struck them simultaneously, yet Shurdi had already charged ahead, and they had no choice but to act. Dai Mu Bai rubbed his tingling wrist, followed by a fierce roar as he unleashed the white tiger fist. At that moment, the first and second soul rings on his body illuminated simultaneously, and as he dashed forward, his physique began to swell, exuding an aura of terrifying might that forcibly diminished Shurdi's previous speed. A dazzling sphere of white light coalesced within Dai Mu Bai's palm, the surging soul power rolling within as if threatening to rend the very fabric of space itself. Yet, in the face of Dai Mu Bai's overwhelming power, Shurqin remained unperturbed, activating his third soul ring. He lifted the flute to his lips and began to play. This time, the melody shifted from the previous enchanting tunes to a hurried and sinister sound, causing an immediate sense of panic within listeners, affecting their mental state. As Shurdi closed the distance to merely half a step away, Dai Mu Bai's body suddenly stiffened. Upon hearing the flute's notes, he found himself unable to move, the soul power he had gathered dissipating slowly. What is happening? Why can I not control myself? Dai Mu Bai kursid inwardly. But when he lifted his gaze to find Shurqin, he was met with an empty space. Shurqin had vanished. In that instant, Shurqin appeared silently behind Dai Mu Bai, the flute in his hand transformed into a long sword, a manifestation of his second soul skill. Although it lacked the power of a naturally occurring sword soul, a surprise attack from behind would undoubtedly inflict pain upon Dai Mu Bai. Just as he was about to strike, a strand of Heiyin Shao ensnared his arm. As he stood stunned, the vine twisted violently, causing pain in his wrist, and he released the sword, which fell to the ground and reverted to a flute. Tang Lu had already anticipated Shurdi's activation of the third soul skill, laying the Heiyin Shao in wait for this very moment. Shurdi quickly reacted, attempting to retrieve the flute from the ground, yet he found himself utterly immobilized, ensnared entirely by the Heiyin Shao. Dai Mu Bai swiftly turned, glaring at the struggling Shurdi with fury. "How dare you attempt to ambush me?" Dai Mu Bai scoffed, a sinister light flickering in his eyes as a sphere of white energy coalesced in his mouth, followed by a thunderous tiger roar, unleashing a torrent of milky energy. With a resounding crash, countless beams of white light erupted forth. Tang Lu deftly maneuvered the Heiyin Shao aside, causing Shurdi to tumble to the ground, his body flung away by the fierce force of the white tiger's light wave, arching gracefully through the air before crashing alongside Shurqin, the flute rolling before him. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled. The robe that had clung to his back was completely torn asunder by the impact, leaving numerous wounds across his body. "Shurdi, are you all right?" Shurqin, having set aside the guqin, rushed to Shurdi's side to assist him. However, Dai Mu Bai was not inclined to let him off so easily. Harnessing the power of his soul, his claws erupted from his palm as he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Shurdi's chest. In a moment of panic, Shurqin attempted to intervene, but collided with Dai Mu Bai instead. Upon striking Dai Mu Bai's iron-like chest, He could barely withstand the force for 3 seconds before searing pain shot through his chest, causing him to stumble backward. In retreating, Shurqin inadvertently exposed Shurdi entirely to Dai Mubai's view. Without a moment's hesitation, the tiger fist struck Shurdi's chest, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood and collapse, sliding dangerously close to the edge of the arena. At that moment, Shurdi's face reflected stark discomfort. He had to concede that he had underestimated his opponent, initially believing he could easily subdue Dai Mubai with a brief control from his third skill. He was thwarted by Tang Li's remarkably swift response. His intuition warned him that the masked figures before him possessed formidable strength. Shurqin's eyes began to shine with determination as he regarded Dai Mubai and Tang Lu with newfound seriousness. If he had been dismissive before, he was now filled with vigilance and resolve. The lightheartedness had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of battle fervor. Let's attack together and deny them any opportunity to react. Tang Lu commanded decisively, leading the charge with Ling Bo Wei Bu towards Shurqin. Dai Mubai also lunged forward, targeting the fallen Shurdi. Though control-type soul masters can be quite troublesome, it ultimately depends on the timing of their abilities. Both Shurqin and Shurdi had sustained varying degrees of injury, and they would not recover quickly. This was the perfect moment to exploit their diminished mobility. As Tang Lu swiftly approached, Shurqin remained unperturbed, retreating rapidly, his legs moving with remarkable speed, creating several meters of distance. Dark energy surged around Tang Lu as the He Yin Chao in his palm began to grow wildly. Dozens of vines erupting from the earth behind Shurqin, forming a massive wall to block his escape. Simultaneously, the first soul ring beneath Tang Lu illuminated, sturdy black roots spiraling outward from all directions toward Shurqin. Shurqin reacted swiftly, realizing he could no longer retreat. He adjusted his direction, initially evading several of the He Yin Chao's tendrils. However, the subsequent onslaught of vines overwhelmed him, and before he could react, they began to ensnare his lower body, creeping perilously close to his chest. Understanding he could no longer hesitate, he unleashed the full force of his soul power as a level 40 soul master, shattering the encroaching He Yin Chao and dispersing it into the air as remnants of soul power. Yet dozens of He Yin Chao still coiled around him, waiting for the opportune moment, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread. Observing the dense mass of He Yin Chao surrounding him, Shurqin's heart surged with tumultuous waves. What manner of plant could possess such tenacity? Moments ago, when he unleashed his soul power, he had nearly been unable to extricate himself from the entanglement of the He Yin Chao. It must be noted that he was a soul master at level 40, and facing a soul venerable at level 30 should have been akin to a mere exercise in dominance. Yet, he had felt an unsettling sense of crisis. He had never encountered a plant associated with a soul venerable that could exhibit such prowess, able to ensnare him despite having one less soul ring. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of relief, grateful that his number of soul rings exceeded his opponent's by one. Otherwise, the outcome of this contest would have been uncertain. Shurqin was a composed individual, methodical in his actions, neither arrogant nor hasty. With a sidelong glance at Tang Lu, he positioned the guqin before him with his left hand and gently plucked a string with his right, causing a mesmerizing melody to resonate once more. Tang Lu was jolted, his consciousness disrupted in that fleeting moment. The elegant strains of the guqin were interwoven with a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of menace, leaving one with an enigmatic sensation. A master. Chapter 178. Victory. Should the melody continue, it would create significant interference for both Tang Lu and Dai Mubai. Hesitation was no longer an option. With great decisiveness, Tang Lu propelled himself forward, gracefully leaping into the air. Simultaneously, his eyes gleamed with golden radiance as countless strands of He Yin Chao surged forward, swiftly encircling Shurqin. Shurqin snorted coldly, unperturbed, as his right finger flicked lightly, unleashing a brilliant beam of light akin to starlight. Waves of energy erupted from the guqin, forcefully repelling Tang Lu and the encroaching He Yin Chao, while the remaining energy coalesced into a colossal dragon that spiraled away. Tang Lu launched another assault, skimming close to the ground as his speed reached its zenith through the application of Ling Bo Wei Bu, resembling a tempestuous gale. Shurqin furrowed his brow, yet his movements remained calm. The first of his century-old soul rings illuminated beneath him, releasing a cerulean glow that enveloped him like a layer of azure armor, elevating his aura. His eyes transformed into a deep blue, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. With another flick of his finger, a golden light burst forth from the golden strings of the guqin. This radiant beam of gold blazed brilliantly, enveloping all within its reach, as it sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, emanating an overwhelming momentum. The golden light was evidently aimed at Tang Lu, as multitudes of blue soul power danced within it. At its core, it resembled a tempestuous storm threatening to engulf everything. This was Shiqin's first soul skill, Qini. Like Shidi's Dianju, it required an utmost understanding of their respective martial spirits. Any deviation in the melody could compromise the effectiveness of the soul skill. However, Shiqin executed this flawlessly, having comprehended the guqin to an extraordinary degree, which was why Tang Lu regarded him as a master. As the golden light drew closer to Tang Lu, its brilliance rivaled that of the sun, with the encapsulated blue soul power tearing through its protective layers and surging forth in a frenzy. The cerulean soul power soared skyward, creating a visually stunning spectacle from any angle, while the oppressive aura it exuded reached its peak. Nevertheless, Tang Li's countenance burned with fighting spirit, betraying not a hint of trepidation. Little did Shiqin realize that the tempest generated by the golden light not only accelerated the soul skill itself, but also bestowed unprecedented enhancement upon Tang Li's Ling Bo Wei Bu, propelling his speed to unimaginable heights. As the golden light approached Tang Li's chest, Shiqin seized the moment, unleashing a powerful roar that sent his aura soaring. The second-century-old soul ring and the third millennium soul ring illuminated simultaneously, releasing the second soul skill, Qin Fu, and the third soul skill, Qin Bao, in an instant. In the blink of an eye, an ancient black rune enveloped the golden light before Tang Lu, swiftly followed by a cerulean halo that appeared above his head, merging seamlessly into the golden radiance. The golden light expanded at a visible pace, the surging soul power within it compressing as if it were a boiling kettle, poised to explode at any moment. Having orchestrated this sequence, Shiqin beheld Tang Lu, now engulfed in the golden light, a faint smile gracing his lips. This combination of techniques had been honed over countless years, and he was acutely aware of the devastation it could wreak. No one could withstand his assault. With two soul skills enhancing his first soul skill, Qin Yi, it was certain that it could not withstand the ensuing cataclysm. Just as Shiqin anticipated, the next moment, the arena erupted with a deafening explosion. The floor of the Duhan platform was torn asunder, debris soaring through the air, enveloping the center of the explosion and obscuring Tang Lu from view. Even Dai Mubai and Shidi, engaged in combat nearby, halted in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding scene. "I fear your friend may be incapacitated for months," Shidi murmured, assessing the situation. It seemed Tang Lu had sustained grave injuries. Dai Mubai swallowed hard, marveling at the ferocity of their opponent, a testament to the ruthlessness of a true Iron Soul-level adversary. As Shiqin reveled in the spectacle of the explosion, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could react, a grip seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly. "Cough, cough, release me." Shiqin struggled violently, relinquishing the guqin with his left hand as he clawed at the hand constricting his neck, attempting to pry it loose. Yet that grip felt as if it were forged from iron, unyielding no matter how fiercely Shiqin fought. Noticing Shiqin's complexion darkening, Tang Lu finally uttered a cold chuckle. "What? Did you think this battle would conclude so swiftly?" Although he remained unseen, Shiqin's heart raced at the sound of Tang Li's voice, disbelief washing over him. "How could it be you? How could you possibly escape?" Tang Lu offered a faint smile, withholding a response, and with a swift motion, executed the Tianshan Lu Yangzhong. The sound of air bursting echoed as the technique struck Shiqin's lower back, sending powerful shock waves rippling outward. Simultaneously, Tang Lu released his grip, and Shiqin was propelled backward by the tremendous force, crashing to the now shattered arena floor, his blood mingling with the dust. Shiqin did not succumb to unconsciousness immediately. Instead, he shook his head, striving to regain clarity. However, as his awareness began to fade, he struggled to rise. Pain etched across his features. Yet, his gaze fell upon the guqin beneath Tang Li's foot. What? Still unwilling to concede? Tang Li's lips curled upward as a multitude of black lights surged skyward. Dozens of He Yin Chao erupted from the ground beneath Shiqin, forming a prison that enveloped him completely. In the distance, Shitty suddenly laughed heartily, raising his flute to his lips, ready to unleash his third soul skill. However, he was swiftly incapacitated by Dai Mubai, who struck him with a paw as large as his own head, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. Observing Shitty's right hand still tightly gripping the flute, a flicker of relief crossed Dai Mubai's eyes as he silently mused. Fortunately, I had faced off against Tang Lu and Tang San, those two troublesome individuals. Otherwise, dealing with this control type would have posed a significant challenge. Chapter 179. The Tang Rongrong duo. This battle was nothing short of spectacular, showcasing Shitty's agile control, followed by Shurchin's formidable strikes, culminating in Tang Li's sudden ambush. This undoubtedly provided the audience with a visual feast. Although the performance left them deeply impressed, it was not without its regrets. Shurchin failed to fully utilize the advantages of his soul rank, not employing his fourth soul skill throughout the match, a consequence of underestimating his opponent. Furthermore, as a nimble control type, Tang Lu would not allow him the opportunity to unleash his fourth soul skill so easily. As the host's voice resonated through the arena, announcing Dai Mubai and Tang Li's victory in their group, the master in the audience nodded appreciatively, casting admiring glances at the duo on stage. Tang Li's performance was to be expected, yet Dai Mubai surprised him. Typically, Assault-type Soul Masters are vulnerable to Control-type Soul Masters, but throughout the match, Dai Mubai maintained a composed demeanor, a stark contrast to the torment he had endured at the hands of Tang Lu and Tang San 3 months prior. The master murmured to himself, "Indeed, one must learn and practice diligently to achieve greater progress. Perhaps I should invite that rascal Tang Lu to give lessons to the 7 children, allowing them to significantly enhance their overall strength, while also gaining valuable experience through repeated battles." Amidst the thunderous applause from the audience, Tang Lu and Dai Mubai returned to their resting area. Ma Hongjun immediately approached Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "Boss Dai, you were absolutely magnificent just now." Even Oscar nodded in agreement, whispering, "I just noticed that Zhu Zhuqing was watching intently." "Boss Dai, you truly are exceptional. Do share some advice with us next time." Dai Mubai, initially intending to rest, perked up at the mention of Zhu Zhuqing's name. He raised his head with a flourish, playfully tousling his golden locks, and replied, "Of course, who do you think your boss is? Let me tell you, as soon as I stepped onto the stage, I unleashed a massacre, subduing both opponents merely with my presence. Even Tang Lu acknowledged my expertise." He glanced over at Zhu Zhuqing, who sat by the window, her head bowed in contemplation. "You've worked hard," Tang San said as he stepped forward to pat Tang Lu on the shoulder, offering a gentle encouragement rather than the exuberant praise of Ma Hongjun and Oscar. It was manageable. That fellow Shurchin underestimated us. Otherwise our victory would not have come so easily. Tang Lu chuckled, taking a large gulp from a nearby teacup. "Hey, that's mine," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, rising from the sofa to scold him. Tang Lu paused momentarily before smiling and replied, "It's fine, I don't mind. I'll wash it for you later." Ning Rongrong's expression soured, and she shot him a reproachful glance, pouting slightly, revealing 2 adorable dimples as she sulked back onto the sofa. Tang Lu looked at Ning Rongrong, confused by her sudden anger, and he genuinely wanted to ask, "Are you upset about my washing?" Even Tang San cast a puzzled look, wondering why a mere cup of tea warranted such a reaction. Standing beside Tang San, Xiao Wu, having observed the unfolding scene, shot a disapproving glare at Tang Lu and Tang San, sticking out her cute little tongue, leaving both of them bewildered. With a resigned sigh, she released Tang San's shoulder and cheerfully approached Ning Rongrong, soon accompanied by the sounds of their laughter. Tang Lu cleared his throat, refocusing his attention, and he and Tang San found a spot to sit down, discussing their upcoming matches. Their performance today had been remarkable. Every one-on-one and two-on-two match was executed excellently, with each participant earning corresponding points without a single failure. Ma Hongjun, with Oscar's assistance, had successfully shed his previous identity, shining like a phoenix, leaving a lasting impression on the audience with his flames. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing also dazzled in their two-on-two match, achieving effortless victories in both rounds. Dai Mubai grew more formidable with each fight, resembling a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, a sight that would haunt anyone's nightmares. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing showcased her hard-earned skills, enhanced by the footwork Tang Lu had taught them, her movements unexpectedly graceful and ghostly, embodying her cold demeanor. Tang San and Xiao Wu's trio also lived up to expectations, easily defeating the cat and mouse duo in the first round, leaving a deep impression on the audience. The subsequent matches were without suspense. as they effortlessly eliminated their opponents from the stage. However, Tang Li's whole battle was not yet over. He still had a 2-on-2 match with Ning Rongrong and an individual championship to compete in. At that moment, he felt a headache coming on, as Ning Rongrong had been nagging him for over 10 minutes to come up with a catchy name for their duo. Duo? Duo? Ning Rongrong mused, her lips pursed in concentration, looking exceedingly adorable. However, upon noticing Tang Li's skeptical expression, she suddenly had a bright idea and eagerly approached him, asking, Tang Lu, which of these do you think sounds better? Tang Lu smirked, both sound good. It seemed that girls had an innate sensitivity when it came to naming, insisting on a catchy title, while the boys were indifferent, masked by their aloofness. Even a name like Ergo Duo would sound simple yet concise compared to something overly grandiose. Ning Rongrong appeared to have another idea, her excitement bubbling as she suggested, how about we call ourselves Tang Rongrong? She giggled at the end, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Tang Zong Zong? What on earth is that? Why not stick with Ergo Duo? Though Tang Lu thought this, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts, instead saying, as long as you're happy. With Tang Li's approval, Ning Rongrong's sparkling eyes grew even brighter, and she pumped her small, rosy fists in excitement, declaring, Tang Rongrong Duo, let us go. As she spoke, she pulled Tang Lu towards the counter. After presenting their badges, the staff inquired, please provide a name for your duo. Tang Zong Zong Dio, Ning Rongrong promptly replied. All right, the staff member smiled, accepting the 10 gold soul coins Tang Lu offered, and began registering their information. Shortly after, they received a golden badge emblazoned with 3 prominent characters, Tang Rongrong. Chapter 180. Facing the Dragon Emperor duo, the two made their way to their designated battle zone, which was already filled to capacity with spectators. While the host stood at the center of the stage with a microphone in hand, their 2 opponents awaited them above, watching their entrance with keen interest. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds of eyes, 2 individuals ascended the battle stage, aligning themselves in formation. Tang Yue stood at the forefront, while Ning Rongrong positioned herself behind. As they drew nearer, Tang Yue discerned the identities of their adversaries. Much like Tang Yue and Ning Rongrong, their opponents were not a mere combination of one man and one woman. The man standing before Tang Yue was clad in a simple blue outfit, exuding an aura of simplicity. Since Tang Yue's entrance, the man's expression had remained unchanged, as if frozen in time, his calm eyes casting a detached glance over Ning Rongrong and Tang Yue, a subtle sense of danger lingering in the air. Beside him stood a woman with deep purple short hair, appearing remarkably competent and straightforward. She remained closely beside the man, occasionally brushing her delicate fingers against his palm, clearly indicating their romantic relationship. Observing the couple, Tang Yue suddenly felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before, though the specifics eluded him. He quickly rummaged through his memories, scrutinizing their features, and soon recalled the duo from the 7-member team that had visited Swatowa City 3 months prior. Their leader was indeed this couple. Tang Yue retained a vague recollection of them, while the couple across from him seemed oblivious to his presence. The short-haired woman lazily yawned, leaning against the man's shoulder, playfully suggesting, Tianheng, shall we go out for a stroll tonight? I've grown so much, yet we've never gone out to see the sights. Upon hearing her sweet voice, the man named Tianheng finally allowed a gentle smile to grace his face, tenderly ruffling the woman's short hair as he replied, all right, as you wish. Her smile widened, her eyes sparkling with delight. Tang Yue mused to himself, is it a crime to flaunt affection before the match? As both teams appeared ready, the host cleared his throat and declared, next up is the match between the Tang Rongrong duo and the Longhuang team, who have achieved 5 consecutive victories in the 2v2 matches. They have carved a path of triumph with their formidable strength, leaving a profound impression on everyone. We hope this match will meet your expectations and create another glorious moment. As his words fell, the arena erupted into fervent applause and ecstatic cheers. Go! Longhuang is amazing. We must secure a 6th victory. I've wagered all my savings. In the midst of the clamorous cheers, Tianheng wore a faint smile as he regarded the duo of Tang Yue and Ning Rongrong, both adorned with vibrant green masks. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he introduced himself. I am Yu Tianheng, a level 39 attack system soul master, with a martial soul of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Although somewhat reluctant, out of courtesy, the woman beside him interjected, I am Gudu Yin, a level 37 control system soul master with a martial soul of the green scale serpent. So their names are Yu Qianheng and Good Yin, Tang Yue pondered. Yet, upon hearing their soul power, he felt no fear. Instead, he swiftly turned to Ning Rongrong behind him. They were both soul masters of over 30 levels, while Ning Rongrong had yet to reach the rank of soul master herself. The pressure she faced was evident. However, upon seeing Tang Yue glance back, Ning Rongrong smiled and shook her head, signaling that she was unfazed. Though she had a somewhat headstrong nature, she had always been a girl who refused to yield. Tang Yue nodded, fixing his gaze on Yu Qianheng, proclaiming, I am Oma, a level 34 control system soul master with a martial soul of black silvergrass. Behind him, Ning Rongrong followed suit, stating, I am Qi Bao Liuli, a level 28 support system soul master with a martial soul of the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda. The individuals did not reveal their true names, but instead used their former nicknames. Yu Qianheng frowned slightly, sensing a mysterious aura from Tang Yue and Ning Rongrong that left him feeling uncertain. The girl known as Qi Bao Liuli clearly hailed from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, a fact he recognized as a member of a prominent family himself. Yet, he pondered, what kind of martial soul did the boy possess? Black silver grass? What is that? Yu Qianheng could assert that this was the first time he had heard such a term, despite his extensive reading in his youth. He had no recollection of the black silver grass martial soul. If anything, the closest reference he could think of was blue silver grass. Regardless, it mattered not what kind of martial soul it was. He would tear him apart with his dragon claws. With a fierce roar, Yu Qianheng unleashed a resounding dragon's cry that reverberated throughout the battle arena. Blue lightning surged forth from his body, accompanied by a rush of fervent vitality. His bones began to expand dramatically, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Simultaneously, his previously calm demeanor morphed into one of bloodthirsty ferocity. Blue scales sprouted along his arms, flickering with arcs of blue lightning, and his hands transformed into sharp claws reminiscent of a dragon's. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings materialized beneath him, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus symbol appeared on his forehead. It truly is a dragon, Tang Yue murmured, gazing at the dragon-transformed Yu Qianheng, feeling an inexplicable sense of kinship owing to his upbringing in the Hua family. As Yu Qianheng unleashed his martial soul, Gudu Yin called out, and a green scale emerged on her forehead, purple venom trickling down. A layer of dark green serpent skin replaced her original skin, and her legs fused together, transforming completely into a serpentine tail. With 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, 6 luminous circles pulsated rhythmically in the arena, exuding an overwhelming pressure. In the face of the oncoming threat, Tang Yue resolutely summoned his martial soul. Black silver grass quietly emerged from his palm, its dark leaves undulating. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rapidly ascended, countering the approaching pressure. The black light flickered amidst the display, as the black silver grass swiftly grew, enveloping Tang Yue and Ning Rongrong, preparing to respond to any sudden attacks. Ning Rongrong remained behind Tang Yue, observing his imposing stature, her heart swelling with an unexplainable sense of security. 7 treasures possess brilliance. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Ning Rongrong proclaimed, her body gracefully rotating in place. Radiant 7-colored light emanating from within. A crystal-clear, small pagoda materialized in her palm. 2 yellow rings of light ascended from her feet, elevating Ning Rongrong's entire demeanor, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. With 5 soul rings opposing 6 from any angle, it appeared that Tang Yue and his companion were at a disadvantage. As both teams fully unleashed their martial souls, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense, akin to the stillness preceding a tempest. Though the mask concealed Tang Yue's face, it could not obscure the icy gaze that had begun to form. Upon locking eyes with him, Yu Qianheng felt as though he had encountered a ravenous wolf. Hastily averting his gaze, the 7 treasures are renowned. The first signifies strength. The 7 treasures are renowned. The second signifies speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated, as the amplification of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda was instantly bestowed upon Tang Yue. The 30% increase in strength and speed invigorated Tang Yue, filling him with vitality. The surrounding black silver grass had silently formed a colossal shield, safeguarding both him and Ning Rongrong. The vertical black silver grass stood like spears, firmly repelling the killing intent emanating from Yu Qianheng and Gudu Yin. Observing the 7 treasures glazed pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands, Yu Qianheng exchanged glances with Gudu Yin, and they promptly sprang into action. Yu Qianheng unleashed a dragon's roar, as a surge of vitality coursed through him, causing his scales to shimmer with deep blue electric light. Subsequently, carrying 2 longbu, she charged forward, intent on capturing the attention of Tang Lu, who stood at the front, thus granting Gu Yin the opportunity to swiftly eliminate Ning Rongrong. The Qibao Yuli Pagoda is renowned as the foremost auxiliary system in the realm, a fact that Yu Qianheng had known since his childhood. His elders had advised him that upon encountering an auxiliary soul master of the Qibao Yuli Pagoda, one must exert every effort to vanquish her, denying her any chance to unleash her potential. Gu Yin had transformed into a serpent of venom. Her trajectory aimed directly at Ning Rongrong. As these two approached from either side, Tang Lu felt the North Ming divine art within him activate, the true energy coursing through his body, rendering him significantly lighter. He swiftly positioned himself before Ning Rongrong, as several strands of black silver grass stealthily penetrated the ground. Purple toxins swirling ominously along their dark roots, sharp thorns ominously signaling danger. Observing the toxic liquid flowing atop the black silver grass, Gu Yin's eyes gleamed with disdain. Playing with poison? Underneath her green serpentine skin, a vivid green light flickered, and she opened her mouth, unleashing her own violet toxin, which cascaded over the black silver grass. The Bilan snake is undoubtedly an expert in the realm of venom, its potency thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times that of ordinary serpents. To illustrate, a mere droplet from it could potentially eliminate hundreds of mice. The potent toxin that fell upon the black silver grass immediately took effect, causing the previously defensive grass to visibly decay at an alarming rate, with the violet poison continuously eroding its structure. Tang Lu, witnessing this incredulous scene, felt his eyelids twitch. What would happen if that toxin were to strike him? Was there any method to counteract it? Perhaps not. This was the first time Tang Lu encountered such a scenario. Yet, as Gu Yin drew closer, he had no choice but to respond. Just then, Yu Qianheng, propelled by electric energy, suddenly soared into the air. A surge of lightning erupting from within him, his dragon claws expanding until they were twice their original size. The electric arc had stretched to a 2-meter diameter, forming a ball of electricity in the sky, rendering Ning Rongrong momentarily paralyzed. By the time she considered retreating, it was already too late. Yu Qianheng's right arm swung out violently, the thunderous dragon claws aimed directly at Ning Rongrong. Douluo reacted swiftly, his right hand gesturing as a strand of black silver grass rapidly coiled around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, the dazzling electric light blinding him even with his eyes closed. A thunderous explosion resonated as Yu Qianheng's fist left a crater in the ground, debris flying everywhere, yet Ning Rongrong had vanished from sight. As the dust settled, Ning Rongrong and Tang Lu stood not far away, bound together by the connecting black silver grass. Tang Lu spoke in a hushed tone, "Stay close to me." Ning Rongrong was still processing the situation when Yu Qianheng lunged at them again, his right hand crackling with even more terrifying electricity. Tang Lu chose not to withstand the attack head-on. Instead, he deftly executed the Lingbo Weibu, creating a small whirlwind as he evaded, disappearing from sight. While Tang Lu adapted to this extreme speed, it was Ning Rongrong's first experience with such velocity, leaving her utterly terrified. As Tang Lu took off, she felt herself involuntarily leaning forward, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves 10 meters away. Yu Qianheng, extracting his dragon claws from the shattered ground, appeared noticeably agitated as he prepared for another assault. Gu Yin, trailing behind him with her serpentine tail, fixed her sharp green eyes on him, her icy aura enveloping the arena. Yu Qianheng stomped heavily on the ground, launching himself into the air once more, his dragon claws enlarging again. A roar even more resounding than before erupting from him. He transformed into a soaring dragon, letting out a mighty cry as the surrounding space trembled violently. Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong beheld a bolt of blue lightning ascend into the sky, subsequently morphing into a cascade of stars plummeting towards them. Yu Qianheng, enveloped in thick blue scales, radiated a blinding light. Tang Lu, maintaining his composure, observed that Gu Yin did not engage Yu Qianheng, but instead watched him with a cold smile, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when he attempted to flee. The two of them, one on the defensive and the other on the offensive, exhibited a remarkable synergy. Realizing there was no avenue for escape, Tang Lu turned swiftly to Ning Rongrong, commanding her, "Hold on tightly to me." Initially taken aback, Ning Rongrong blushed furiously as she wrapped her arms around Tang Lu. Unsure of where to place her hands, inadvertently resting them against his chest, her face growing even warmer as she sensed his breath. Ignoring her fluster, Tang Lu fixed his gaze on the rapidly descending Yu Qianheng, at which point his first spirit ring suddenly illuminated. The surge of might was astonishing, and as he shouted, he was engulfed by electric energy, the deafening roar of the dragon's cry echoing in his ears. His dragon claws, now wildly elongated, sparkled with surging electricity, hurtling towards Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Yu Qianheng possessed the strength to shatter a rock with a single strike, let alone seize two individuals. A slight twist of his hand could spell disaster for them. Tang Lu swallowed hard, the scene before him overwhelmingly intense. In this life-or-death moment, he hesitated not, casting aside his distractions as he leaped into the air, carrying Ning Rongrong on his back, arms outstretched as the North Ming true energy surged within his palms. Tang Lu then brought his hands together, shouting Tian Shanjime Shou, a blinding silver light emanating from his palms, his eyes shimmering with golden brilliance. Sensing the pressure from Tian Shanjime Shou, Yu Qianheng became enraged, the thunderous dragon's roar echoing as he charged towards Tang Lu. Yu Qianheng appeared before Tang Lu, his right arm's dragon claw swinging powerfully, an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, the claws radiating brilliant blue electricity. Tang Lu, equally resolute, no longer hesitated. He unleashed the prepared Tian Shanjime Shou. The dragon claw and Tian Shanjime Shou clashed violently, and at the moment of contact, both parties felt the intensity of each other's strength, a tingling sensation surging through them. Then, with a thunderous crash, the blue electricity breached Tang Li's defenses. Yet the North Ming true energy retaliated, consuming Yu Qianheng's electrical onslaught. The two formidable forces intertwined, the cacophony of explosions reverberating throughout, erupting in a dazzling display of flames. Yu Qianheng spat a mouthful of fresh blood, staining his dragon claw and Tang Li's hand, filled with regret for not having enough power to overpower Tang Lu. Alas, he had no option to choose again. The force of the backlash propelled him away, the once fierce electric energy now dissipated. In stark contrast, Tang Lu was propelled backward, his entire being responding to an overwhelming force that left his internal organs feeling disoriented. The disruption of his vital energy rendered the Baiming divine skill ineffective, preventing him from unleashing the true potential of the Tian Shanjime hand. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, was utterly shocked by the scene before her and had instinctively shut her eyes, yet her hands remained tightly clasped around Tang Lu. As Tang Lu fought to maintain his balance in midair, a sudden thud echoed as he forcefully expelled Ning Rongrong from his back, allowing himself to crash onto the ground alone. Yu Qianheng, Gu Duyan exclaimed, rushing to assist Yu Qianheng as he fell. Blood streamed from Yu Qianheng's mouth, his once vibrant gaze now filled with resentment, expressing his regret with a tone of frustration. Damn it, I underestimated him. I never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. Nearly catching me off guard, Gu Duyan gently reassured him, it's all right. Without the amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, he would surely be no match for you. Yu Qianheng nodded in silence, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Lu, who lay crumpled on the ground. Ning Rongrong, having been tossed onto the platform, scrambled to her feet, shaking her head as she rushed towards Tang Lu, who had created a large crater upon impact. Tongde, are you all right? Her melodious voice rang out, although it trembled with a hint of tears, for Tang Lu was now spitting blood, appearing gravely injured. Ie me fine, Tang Lu managed to say, albeit with great difficulty. Overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body, he reprimanded himself for being reckless, realizing he had foolishly attempted to match strength with a 39th level assault soul master. He felt utterly foolish. The immense pressure exerted by the top-tier beast martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, was suffocating. Tang Li's countenance beneath his mask was grave. This was indeed a fierce battle. Tang Lu, are you truly all right? Ning Rongrong queried anxiously. Perhaps we should concede. You are severely injured. It's merely a superficial wound, far less severe than Yu Qianheng's, Tang Lu replied nonchalantly with a smile, slowly rising from the crater he had created. Seeing Tang Li's resolute attitude, Ning Rongrong chose not to argue further. Nodding in agreement, while silently hoping he would not push himself too hard in case of unforeseen circumstances, resolutely following him closely. Stay put, Tang Lu commanded decisively, then unleashed an enraged roar towards the heavens as he forcefully struck the ground with his right leg. Utilizing the Ningbo microstep combined with his indomitable spirit, he charged towards Yu Qianheng. Behind him, the black-silver grass surged forth like bamboo shoots after the rain, rising in an astonishing display of might. In the distance, Yu Qianheng raised his head and let out a mighty roar, a deep blue dragon silhouette appearing behind him. Electric arcs flickering through the air as they danced along his heavy dragon scales, accompanied by a deafening dragon's roar that resonated throughout the sky. The second-century-old soul ring beneath Yu Qianheng glowed, and with the amplification of his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, his attack power surged to a staggering 100%. Enveloped in a layer of blue electric light, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning that shot skyward, emitting a far more resounding dragon's roar than before. Above the Soul Duel Arena, dark storm clouds gathered ominously, roiling as if concealing some monstrous entity. Suddenly, a massive blue dragon head emerged from the dark clouds, its breath causing the clouds to churn violently. Following this, a deep blue bolt of lightning shot upward, igniting the electric light at Yu Qianheng's brow. Simultaneously, the muscles in his right arm expanded dramatically, tearing through his clothing to reveal his formidable dragon claws, which elongated by nearly half a foot, with light coalescing upon the sharp claws. As Tang Lu activated the third Millennium Soul Ring beneath him, countless strands of black-silver grass spiraled upward from the ground. Concurrently, a gigantic net woven from black-silver grass formed in the sky, its poisonous needles dripping ominously onto the earth below. Yu Qianheng, airborne, unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Accompanied by the sweeping electric light, the black-silver grass on the ground was swiftly torn asunder by his indomitable dragon claws. Yet, he remained unaware that the colossal net above had silently descended, triggering the third soul skill of the black-silver grass, Black-Silver Pursuing Heart Arrow. Yu Qianheng ultimately underestimated Tang Lu. The black-silver grass rapidly enveloped him, its spikes thrumming with fervor as they sought to penetrate his body. However, the thickness of his dragon scales thwarted their efforts. Despite not needing to worry about the effects of the poison, the spiraling black-silver grass posed an imminent threat. Confronted with the grass that had spread to his chest, Yu Qianheng chose not to address it immediately, but instead opted for a direct confrontation with Tang Lu. He leaped down, his right arm swinging out to unleash another Thunder Dragon Claw. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus's strength was undeniable, and since Yu Qianheng was entangled by the black-silver grass, utilizing only his first soul skill proved somewhat laborious. The resulting impact from his furious dive was tremendously powerful. With a furious dragon's roar, Yu Qianheng transformed into a blue electric sphere, rolling ferociously through the air. The audience watched with concern. Both of these youngsters were undeniable prodigies. The loss of either would be a significant blow to the Soul Master community. Tang Lu, you must persevere, Ning Rongrong urged, her fists clenched in determination. Her beautiful eyes filled with worry. In contrast, Gu Duyan smirked slightly, observing Tang Lu standing his ground. A flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Could he possibly be so intimidated by Brother Tianheng that he sat frozen in place, waiting for his demise? As Yu Qianheng charged into view, Tang Lu ceased hesitating. His first soul skill activated instantaneously, the black-silver grass surged forth. However, unlike before, this time the black-silver grass enveloped him entirely, leaving only his arms exposed. What is he planning? Yu Qianheng pondered, astonished to see Tang Lu shrouded in the grass. Would wrapping himself in black-silver grass not hinder his performance? Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Tang Lu was in front of him, and he could not afford to dwell on them. He fervently channeled his soul power into his right arm, the electric energy on his dragon claws intensifying. Just as the electric energy was about to strike Tang Lu's chest, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The strands of black-silver grass around Tang Lu's torso absorbed the attack, redirecting the electric force entirely onto the grass. Such a tactic? Yu Qianheng was momentarily taken aback, but his smile only broadened in response. What uses it to block my lightning? With these dragon claws of mine, I wonder what you will use to defend yourself. Just as the dragon claw was about to make contact with Tang Lu, he swiftly executed the Lingbo Weibu, creating distance and evading to Yu Qianheng's right side. What he witnessed was Tang Lu suddenly vanishing from his sight, and the target he believed he could seize had eluded him. Impossible. How could a control-type Soul Master possess such speed? Yu Qianheng was left agape, but Tang Lu's Lingbo Weibu, honed to perfection, coupled with the 30-speed enhancement from Ning Rongrong's second soul skill, was not something he could easily grasp. Be careful, Tianheng. The expression of the solitary Yang Lian suddenly changed as she cried out in alarm. She had seen Tongla's right hand arrive behind Yu Tianheng, the formidable power emanating from his palm, causing her heart to race, prompting her to dart forward with the agility of a serpent. Yu Tianheng quickly turned around, his smile freezing as he beheld the milky white, beaming true energy swirling in a vortex at the center of Tongla's palm. Tongla had concentrated all of his available true energy into his right hand, intermingled with his 34th level of soul power, resulting in a terrifying force. This strike of his was more than sufficient to defeat a soul master of level 40, and he did not underestimate Yu Tianheng, who was merely a level below him, channeling all his strength into the attack. Yet, Yang Lian's warning came too late. Yu Tianheng was already slow to react. Tongla's Tian Shan Liu Yang palm had fully struck his back. The overwhelming energy from the attack caused Yu Tianheng to suddenly experience a sharp pain. A mouthful of blood erupting forth as his bones felt as if they were shattering, leaving him momentarily senseless. The milky white, beaming true energy intertwined with deep blue lightning, the sparks igniting the entire arena. Then came a deafening explosion, the immense energy uprooting both Tongla and Yu Tianheng, culminating in a cataclysmic collapse of the dueling arena. Tongla, Ning Rongrong struggled to rise from the shattered ground, unperturbed by the chaos and smoke engulfing the scene as she rushed into the dust-filled air. The dueling platform had transformed into a scorched wasteland, littered with debris and thick smoke, conspicuously devoid of Tongla's presence. After a moment of shock, Yang Lian trembled, her agile form plunging into the chaos in search of Yu Tianheng. "This is serious," exclaimed Ma Hongjuan, rising abruptly from the observation platform, cursing as he leaned against the railing and leaped down into the fray. "What the hell? Are they trying to throw their lives away?" Dai Mubai couldn't help but curse as well, realizing that even his white tiger transformation and protective barrier combined would not suffice against the explosion's aftermath. "Quick, save him!" Osika prepared his super recovery sausage, urgency creeping into his usually calm demeanor. Tong San, too, rushed forth, his voice tinged with anxiety, as blue-silver grasses emerged from the remnants of the dueling arena, desperately searching for Tongla. Osika, with 2 sausages in hand, followed closely behind. Xiaowu, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others closely trailed, their expressions grave as they approached the rubble-strewn arena, fervently praying for Tongla's safety. Notably absent were Falan Dai, Da Shi, and Zhao Wuji, clearly having missed the tumult, likely off reveling after Shrek's numerous victories had filled their coffers. Chapter 184. Awakening. As he ventured into the thick smoke, Tong San first noticed the scattered debris. Straining to see further, he realized the city had been enveloped in a shroud of dust. With the assistance of the blue-silver grass, he meticulously navigated his surroundings, the purple hue of his eyes enhancing his search for Tongla. "Tongla, where are you? You must not perish." Continuing forward, Tong San heard Ning Rongrong's melodious cries. Her eyes were swollen with tears as they streamed down her cheeks, her shoulders shaking violently. Her delicate hands tirelessly lifted the surrounding stones, desperately seeking Tongla, oblivious even to the blood that had begun to flow from her palms. The crimson liquid stained her hands, yet she pressed on, determined to find him, even if just a trace remained. Tongla could not have imagined that this occasionally mischievous, sometimes obedient girl would exhibit such unwavering dedication. Hearing her sobs, Tong San joined her in the effort, laboriously moving rocks aside. Eventually, the group from Shrek arrived, working in unison to clear the debris. At last, beneath a massive stone, they discovered Tongla's form. Fortunately, Tongla had survived. Numerous strands of black-silver grass had shielded him from fatal injuries. However, the intense explosion had ultimately reduced the grass to ashes, leaving only remnants swirling around his chest. Surprisingly, Tongla's dantian continued to circulate the Bei Ming divine art, flickers of white light dancing along his meridians, radiating life. Sutu City Medical Facility, this was where Tongla found himself upon awakening. Glancing at the white ceiling above, he felt a headache brewing. Logically, he should have been in the great dueling arena. How had he ended up here? He yearned to rise and inquire. But the moment he moved his limbs, regret washed over him. The pain was excruciating, rendering him nearly unconscious. Life in the medical facility was rather monotonous. Since awakening, he had yet to see a familiar face, save for one. Opposite him lay Yu Tianheng, clad in blue and white hospital garb, peacefully conversing with the spirit of sleep. His complexion was pallid, a stark contrast to their first meeting. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps echoed from the corridor. unable to lift his head. Tang Le could only lie back, straining to catch a glimpse of the visitor, eager to see the first living being since his awakening. His efforts bore fruit as he discerned the identity of the newcomer. Ning Rongrong. She entered, gently pushing the door open while holding a basket. A soft smile illuminating her face as she approached Tang Le's bedside. Tang Le, you are finally awake, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy. Tang Le nodded slowly, managing to utter, how long have I been unconscious? What happened? At this, Ning Rongrong's tone shifted to one of reproach, a hint of playful admonishment in her words. You've been out for a whole day. I've been taking care of you this entire time. As she spoke, she puffed out her cheeks in a mock display of pride, as if to say, look at how wonderful I am. Tang Le rolled his eyes, enough of that. Tell me how I lost consciousness. Ning Rongrong blinked her large, sparkling eyes, a hint of grievance in her voice. Isn't it because you were being overly ambitious? You insisted on battling, you Tianhing back and forth. And now look where that has led you. Both of you sent to the medical facility, not to mention the hefty compensation owed to the dueling arena. Tang Le involuntarily remarked, then what about my gold coins? Ning Rongrong nodded and replied, they're all gone. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's affirmative response, Tang Le nearly fainted, realizing that his hard-earned savings from several days had vanished completely. It was truly a calamity. At the same time, Ning Rongrong quietly warned Tang Le, you must be cautious of the fellow in the opposite bed, Yu Qianheng. Although I do not know if he will seek revenge upon awakening. When you were brought into the medical hall, that lonely wild goose summoned a large group to beat you up in retribution for Yu Tianheng. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and Tang Sen intervened. Otherwise, you might not even be able to speak at this moment. Tang Le felt a shiver run down his spine and cast an apologetic glance at the still unconscious Yu Tianheng. He inquired, how is everyone? Ning Rongrong feigned mystery, saying, we accomplished a significant task. Intrigued, Tang Le quickly asked, what task? If you beg me, I will tell you. Then you may return. It is unnecessary. Ning Rongrong was so furious that she momentarily lost her words, glaring at Ta, who bore an expression of indifference. She felt her temper rising, but ultimately, she could not withstand his stubbornness and reluctantly revealed, this afternoon, our Shrek's 7 monsters defeated the frenzied fighting team. Tang Le raised an eyebrow and asked, was your match arranged by the master? Ning Rongrong nodded, smiling, yes, the master specifically found us a team that best matched our abilities for training. Tang Le nodded in understanding. Observing Tang Le lost in thought again, Ning Rongrong snapped, don't you have any questions for me? For instance, who saved you when you were unconscious? Who brought you to the medical hall? Tang Le gazed at her in surprise and replied nonchalantly, are you going to share it with me? Ning Rongrong flüsterte, pouted and turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. How infuriating. It was she who rescued him and brought him to the medical hall, yet he treated her with such indifference. Regret washed over her. Perhaps she should have buried Tang Le deeper, allowing him to remain there forever. Tang Le felt somewhat dejected, realizing that conversing with girls was truly exhausting. He had so much to say, yet held back. Why was he even asking? The two remained in a standoff for several minutes as the sun slowly descended, shrouding the sky in darkness. Ultimately, Ta, unable to contain himself, said, Rongrong, I am hungry. Is there anything to eat? Ning Rongrong immediately turned around, made a silly face, and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, I hope you starve, you rascal. Despite her words, she opened the basket and revealed a carefully prepared meal. She placed the food on a small cabinet beside Ta's bed, 3 side dishes, a soup, and a large bowl of rice, all looking quite delightful. Chapter 185, Awakening 2. The fragrant aroma of the dishes intensified Ta's hunger. As he turned his head, he caught sight of Ning Rongrong's battered hand, which startled him, and he quickly asked, Rongrong, what happened to you? Ning Rongrong looked up in confusion, realizing Tang Le was staring at her hand. She hurriedly hid it behind her back, blushing and fidgeting, it's so ugly, don't look. Let me see. Tang Le's voice grew more insistent, adopting a commanding tone. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Rongrong, under stern gaze, lowered her head and extended her hand. Upon closer inspection, Tang Le was taken aback. Her once delicate and fair hand was now marred with scars. The contrast between the white skin and the wounds was striking. Ning Rongrong suddenly expressed sorrow, saying, Is it very unsightly? Tang Le replied solemnly, Who did this to you? Her face flushed immediately, and she attempted to maintain her composure, saying, I got hurt accidentally during the team match. It's nothing. You don't need to worry about me. Naturally, Ning Rongrong would not disclose that her injuries were incurred while saving Ta, but she subtly hoped he would understand through her gaze. However, Tang Lur remained oblivious to her hints, and she felt disheartened. Tang Lur shot her a disapproving look. You, such a beautiful girl, with scars like this, it's a shame. Trust me. Tomorrow go to Xiao San for some medicine. He knows a lot about herbs and can surely select something suitable for you. Make it a priority. Hearing Tang Lur's reproachful words warmed Ning Rongrong's heart, and a sweet smile graced her face as she nodded vigorously. She picked up a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, softly saying, "Come, let us eat. Feed me." "Why? Look at me. In this state, can I eat?" "Oh, all right. Open wide." The golden sunlight filtered through the window, bathing the hospital room in a gentle glow, softly kissing the cheeks of Tang Lur and Ning Rongrong, awakening them from their slumber and heralding a beautiful day. Tang Lur opened his heavy eyes and was greeted by the sight of a white ceiling above him. "So, I have truly entered the medical hall," Tang Lur murmured, still dazed from his slumber, mistakenly believing yesterday had all been a dream. Turning to glance at the window, he saw the splendid clouds painting the horizon in hues of red, creating a breathtaking view. After a day of self-recovery, aided by the Bai Ming Xingong, Tang Lur's injuries had largely healed, allowing him to move with relative ease. He lifted his gaze to Ning Rongrong, who lay on his hand, still lost in slumber, her lips curling into a sweet smile, as if she were dreaming of something delightful. Leaning against his hand, her long, dark hair cascaded over the blanket, and the fragrant scent of youth occasionally wafted into Tang Lur's nostrils. Feeling the rhythm of her steady breath, Tang Lur's heart inexplicably calmed. His gaze unconsciously traced her butterfly-like eyebrows, eventually resting on the bare shoulder peeking out, her skin as white and smooth as if bathed in milk. Her sleeping posture was so graceful, and her developing figure was fully on display before him. In truth, Tang Lur remained quite naive regarding matters between men and women. Witnessing this made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. A warm current surged within him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze, unwilling to look any longer. Wait, why has my resolve seemingly diminished? This cannot be. Tang Lur suddenly realized that his self-control had waned, and the fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong had awakened other thoughts within him. He took a deep breath, expelling the heated sensations from his body, finally regaining his composure. Shaking his head, he glanced around. His body was still that of a 13-year-old. Having entered puberty, no matter how strong his resolve, he could not resist the natural impulses. With a sigh, Tang Lur sought to gather his thoughts and hoped to steal a few more moments of rest, especially since both he and Ning Rongrong had not slept well the previous night. The main reason was that Ning Rongrong insisted on staying to care for him, claiming her current state of paralysis made everything inconvenient and necessitated someone to look after her. Tang Lur, however, firmly rejected the idea, asserting that a man of his stature did not require a woman's assistance. Thus, he resolutely refused. The two argued for quite some time, but Ning Rongrong was unrelenting, and in the end, Tang Lur relented and agreed to let her stay. As Tang Lu contemplated seizing this opportunity for a brief respite, the previously slumbering Ning Rongrong stirred slightly, her delicate frame trembling as her large eyes gradually fluttered open. Rubbing her drowsy eyes with her jade-like hands, she yawned. Observing Tang Lu, who was already awake, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Tang Lu, you're awake. Good morning." Morning, he replied nonchalantly. Since Ning Rongrong was already up, there was no longer any reason for him to linger in bed. He cast aside the covers, donned his hospital attire, and descended from the bed. Ning Rongrong widened her eyes in disbelief, astonished that Tang Lu, who had been gravely injured just yesterday, was now able to rise unaided. After a few seconds of stunned silence, she murmured, "Tang Lu, have you recovered?" "Yes," he responded with that familiar phrase. He poured 2 cups of water, sipping one himself while extending the other towards Ning Rongrong, stating, "Would you like some?" "Thank you." She nodded eagerly, gratefully accepting the cup and drinking. The ordinary water felt exceptionally sweet today, like a warm current flowing into her heart. Cradling the cup, Tang Lu strolled slowly to Yu Tianheng's bedside. At that moment, Yu Tianheng remained with his eyes tightly shut, though his complexion had significantly improved since yesterday, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. Observing the still unconscious Yu Tianheng, Tang Lu sighed softly, murmuring, "Let me assist you." Subsequently, the north mysterious true qi within him began to circulate gently, flowing into the space between his right fingers and forming a broad halo of milky light above. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, holding the water cup with both hands, watched this scene with curiosity. Just as Tang Lu was about to channel the North mysterious true qi into Yu Tianheng's brow for a swifter recovery, expecting that he would be fully restored by the afternoon, the door creaked open unexpectedly. Standing in the doorway was a girl with short purple hair, the solitary Yin, whom Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong had encountered before. Chapter 186. A misunderstanding Yin entered. Hands full of herbs and nutritional supplements, her face alight with joy, only to catch sight of Tang Li's fingers pointed at Yu Tianheng's brow. She froze momentarily before striding forward and forcefully pulling Tang Li's hand away, her expression turning furious. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded. Tang Lu, taken aback, offered her a gentle smile, replying, "I'm helping him recover." "Helping?" Yin laughed incredulously, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Ning Rongrong, pouting in discontent from behind Tang Lu, retorted, "What are you laughing at?" Tang Lu genuinely wants to help him. Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she pointed at Tang Lu coldly, saying, "Stop joking. If it weren't for you, would our Tianheng be in this state? Help. I see you're merely attempting to take advantage of his vulnerability, you despicable lot." Although Tang Lu felt anger rise within him at the unfounded accusations, he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that he could not afford to involve both of them in a confrontation. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, became visibly upset. Her face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "How can you be so unreasonable?" Tang Lu sighed. "All right, Rongrong, let us go." With that, he brushed past Yin and exited the infirmary. He had no desire to elaborate. Misunderstandings were merely misunderstandings, and he was disinclined to explain. Seeing Dong de Dipa, Ning Rongrong felt compelled to follow suit, making a face at Yin before stepping out. How infuriating! Yin seethed, her fists clenched, her anger palpable as she coldly declared, "Shrek, we shall see about this." Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, Shrek and the Master, along with Flinder and Zhao Wujin, sat together, their faces radiating excitement, seemingly oblivious to the impending battle. "Master, are you saying that the royal fighting team has forfeited?" Tang San, seated beside the Master, inquired. The Master nodded calmly. "Yes, their captain, Yu Tianheng, and Tang Lu have both been admitted to the infirmary. Setting aside the issue of their numbers, they have lost key players and dare not act recklessly. How cool. I never imagined that Le Guo would be so formidable as to send their captain to the infirmary." Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Flinder adjusted his old-fashioned glasses, expressing mild regret. "I was hoping to practice with the students he trained, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away." Last night, they had prepared extensively for the confrontation with the royal fighting team, even neglecting to visit Tang Lu, sending only Ning Rongrong. Yet, who could have guessed that they would forfeit this morning, leaving everyone puzzled? Zhao Wujin chuckled. "Since they have forfeited, and the little monster 1T be competing, we can take this chance to gather with him." Flinder nodded, a sly smile crossing his lips. "It has been many years since we last met. We should reconnect, but let us agree that you will cover the costs." Zhao Wujin's face fell, and he grimaced. "You haven't paid me a single coin in half a year. How can I afford anything?" He pulled out his empty pockets, revealing no coins, not even a single copper piece. Seeing this, Flinder refrained from further comment, feigning generosity as he declared, "All right, I'll treat." The Master cleared his throat, addressing Tang San and the others. "Since there is no competition, I shall grant you 2 days off. Use this time to adjust your states. Finally a break." "Yay!" Oscar exclaimed, collapsing onto the dormitory sofa. Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand, smiling. "I'll go visit Le Guo." "Count me in," Dai Mubai chimed in. "How can I not visit my injured brother?" The others quickly joined in, even Ma Hongjun, eager to see Tang Lu, albeit with ulterior motives to address his own inner turmoil. The Master nodded quietly, recognizing the bond of friendship that prompted them to think of their companion first. A friendship that would surely endure. Just as Tang San and the others were preparing to depart, the door to the VIP lounge swung open, revealing Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong, both wearing smiles as they entered. Tang San immediately sprang to his feet, rushing to support Tang Lu. "Brother, what are you doing here? Are you all right? We were just about to visit you." Dai Mubai also expressed concern, asking, "Tang Lu, is everything okay with your health?" Tang Lu shook his head, feeling warmth from the concern of his companions, signaling for them not to worry excessively, assuring them that it was merely a minor injury. Ma Hongjun leapt up from the sofa, his eyes wide with disbelief as he exclaimed, "Minor injury? You two even destroyed the fighting arena. How can you call this a minor injury? I don't believe it." Tang San smiled calmly. My brother's physical resilience far exceeds that of ordinary people. You'll get used to it. Ning Rongrong, standing behind Tang Lu, nodded in agreement. Tang Lu was injured just yesterday, yet he could rise by this morning. The guy next door, Yu Qianheng, is still unconscious. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun gave an impressed thumbs up. Impressive. The master smiled warmly, waving at Tang Lu. Come now. Standing about like this is unbecoming. Please take a seat. Tang Lu nodded, sitting beside the master along with Tang San, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu sat together, engaging in hushed whispers that seemed to ignite a rosy blush on their cheeks. After inquiring about Tang Li's health several times and receiving assurances, the master finally sighed in relief and turned to ask, "What is the current condition of Yu Tianheng?" Tang Lu looked at him in surprise and questioned, "Master, do you know him?" The master nodded, a pained smile crossing his face. "I am his uncle." Upon hearing this, Tang Lu instinctively wanted to stand and apologize, but the master grasped his shoulder, chuckling, "There is no need for guilt. In battle, weapons are blind. Injury is injury. One can only blame a lack of skill." Tang Lu nodded. His apology was merely symbolic, and the notion of compensation was out of the question. He then looked up at the master and said, "Yu Qianheng's condition is stable. At the very least, he should fully recover by this afternoon. His physical condition is quite good, and his injuries are not as severe as they might appear." Chapter 187. Yu Qianheng comes to stir trouble. Learning that Yu Qianheng was not in serious danger, the master felt a wave of relief wash over him. If anything were to happen, it would be challenging to explain to the family. A student of his had nearly caused the death of his nephew. Should he take pride in his teaching or lament the inadequacy of his nephew? Tang Lu observed the subtle changes in the master's expression and curiously asked, "Master, I didn't know you had a nephew. Why have you never mentioned it? I thought you were a solitary figure." The master sighed, shaking his head, his gaze dimming as he seemed reluctant to share his sorrowful past. Tang Lu, sensing the weight of the moment, refrained from probing further. "Well, since Xiao Lu is fine, we shall take our leave." A cunning smile returned to Flinder's face, and before anyone could react, he whisked Zhao Wujia and the dazed master out the door, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Oscar remarked, "The wealth of the principal certainly makes a difference." Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. "Let us go out and have some fun. The recent competitions have been stifling." Dai Mubai chuckled, "I know a fine restaurant in Suatowa City. Let us go there for a meal. It's on me." Oscar rubbed his hands together with excitement and mischievously said, "Really, Dai Lauda, you shouldn't be so generous. Next time, let me treat everyone." He then rushed out with Ma Hongjun, eager to secure a good spot. Dai Mubai offered an awkward smile. "Let us go. No need to be polite. I have the funds." As he spoke, he pulled out a small pouch of gold soul coins, weighing it in his hand. Tong smiled. "Thank you very much." Dai Mubai patted Tang Li's shoulder and feigned annoyance. "We are brothers. There's no need for such formalities." Thus, Dai Mubai led the six of them to a lavishly decorated restaurant, where they walked along a red-carpeted path and booked a luxurious suite at the counter. The six ascended the stairs, where they soon spotted Ma Hongjun and Oscar already seated, eagerly perusing the menu. Ma Hongjun, catching sight of them, beamed, "Dai Lauda, come. Take a seat." The seven settled at the table they had chosen, feeling a wave of comfort wash over them. Dai Mubai remarked with feigned irritation, "The moment food is mentioned, you two race ahead, but now that it's time to order, you call me so affectionately." Ma Hongjun laughed, "Artidi, Olda. Today you're the big spender, so I must treat you well." Dai Mubai smiled slightly. "Enough flattery. Let us get on with the ordering." "Leave it to me," Ma Hongjun confidently declared, his eyes darting across the menu like a machine gun. He summoned the waiter and swiftly rattled off dozens of dishes, leaving the waiter momentarily stunned, requiring several repetitions to confirm the order. As the eight gathered around the table, the atmosphere was markedly more harmonious than during their previous meal in the Qingdao Great Forest. Ma Hongjun occasionally cracked jokes that left the girls blushing. Even the stoic Zhu Zhiqing would occasionally chime in with a few words. Before long, the dishes arrived, and the eight, unable to contain their hunger, transformed into eager diners. Just as they were enjoying their meal, the door to their private room swung open, and a young male waiter rushed in, visibly anxious. Upon seeing Tang Lu and the others, he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, 7 individuals claim to be your friends and are waiting for you in the main hall. You should hurry down." Tang Lu set down his chopsticks, bewildered. "Friends? You must have come to the wrong room. We don't have any friends." "Is this someone from you, Mubai?" Dai Mubai shook his head, stating that he had no friends in Suatowa City. Even the notorious Playboy Dai, Xiao had no friends, and the others followed suit, shaking their heads. The waiter, fearful, swallowed hard and stammered. There's no mistake. He said he is looking for someone named Tang Lu and mentioned something about settling scores with Shrek. Calling for me? Settling scores with Shrek? The combination of these statements piqued Tang Li's curiosity, prompting him to rise and exit the room. The remaining 7 exchanged glances, then followed suit. Upon reaching the main hall, they found 7 individuals waiting as the waiter had described. At the center stood someone familiar to Tang Lu, Yu Tianheng, flanked by the familiar figure of Gu Duyan, who cast a fierce glance at the approaching group. Is this the brat who injured you, boss? I must teach him a lesson for you, one of the group, a young man with short golden hair, declared. You? I suggest you go back and practice some more. A youth cloaked in a black trench coat scoffed. All right, everyone quiet down. A tall, robust man spoke calmly, flanked by another who bore a striking resemblance to him, suggesting they were twins. A young man in blue behind him scoffed. Indeed, you two bicker incessantly. Aren't you grown-ups by now? Can't you be a bit more composed? Enough. Everyone, Yu Qianheng interjected. Though his voice was not loud, the group quickly fell silent. The 8 approached Yu Qianheng and stopped 6 paces away. Tang Lu furrowed his brow and spoke. Yu Qianheng, I hear you have something to discuss with me? A flicker of anger crossed Yu Qianheng's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by calmness. If he had not experienced defeat, he likely would not have deigned to glance at Shrek's group. Hearing the voice of Yen'er, Yu Qianheng inquired whether Tang Lu was engaging in some underhanded actions behind him, pondering if he was preparing poison or planning to strike. His calm voice reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. Chapter 188, The Battlefield. Instantly, all eyes widened, fixating on Tang Lu. A soul master who seizes an opportunity in another's moment of vulnerability would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation irreparably, making it impossible for him to navigate the soul master realm thereafter, with serious repercussions potentially leading to a warrant from the Spear Hall. Ning Rongrong, filled with indignation, retorted, You speak nonsense. Tang Lu is not that kind of person. He was merely assisting you in recovering from your injuries. Yu Qianheng sneered, Assisting me? As far as I know, he is not a support-type soul master. How can he assist me? Haha. Ning Rongrong was about to speak further, but was silenced by Tang Li's gaze, signaling her to regain her composure. Turning to Yu Tianheng, Tang Lu remarked, I truly harbored no malice at that moment. Your claims are utterly ridiculous. Do I need to resort to such despicable methods to deal with you? What do you mean? Don't think that just because you fought to a standstill with our boss, you can act arrogantly, the blond man behind Yu Tianheng exclaimed angrily. Tang Li's eyes betrayed his disdain as he turned to Tang San and quietly inquired, What is his name? Tang San replied, His name is Aesilio, a level 36 agility attack-type battle soul master with the martial soul of a ghost leopard. Tang Lu raised his chin slightly, a cold smile forming. If a fight breaks out, make sure to deal with him severely. The onlookers observed Yu Tianheng's unflinching gaze directed at Tang Lu as he stated, Regardless of what you say, I demand that you come here and apologize today. Otherwise, this matter will not be resolved. Apologize? Tang Lu found this notion to be the greatest joke in the world, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he met Yu Qianheng's pupils with unwavering courage. Do you even deserve that? Don't be ungrateful, Tang Lu. Just obediently come here, scolded the resentful Gu Duyan, leaning against Yu Tianheng's arm. Tang Lu cast a fierce glance at her, retorting, And what are you to instruct me? In that moment, Gu Duyan felt as if confronted by a ferocious tiger, an overwhelming pressure forcing her to take several steps back. Yu Qianheng interposed himself before her, his eyes clashing sharply with Tang Lu's as he coldly warned, Do not be ungrateful. It felt as though a bolt of lightning tore through the air between their gazes, their formidable momentum clashing fiercely. Tang Lu frowned slightly, his expression shifting as he solemnly replied, Yu Qianheng, I return your words verbatim. Do not be ungrateful. Although neither side displayed intentions of attack, the tension was palpable as they vied for dominance in the hall. Diners at the tables laid down their chopsticks, their curiosity piqued, eager for a live spectacle of combat. As the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, akin to a powder keg poised to explode, the innkeeper could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly climbed up from behind the counter, pleading loudly, I beg you all do not fight here. This is a small business. If you destroy it, how will I support my family? Yu Qianheng scoffed. The losses will be on my head. The Shrek team exchanged glances, realizing they were in the most opulent establishment in Suatuwa City, its decor ranking among the finest in the Tiando Empire. Even Dai Mubai would hesitate to boast about taking credit for it. Yu Tianheng's audacity to make such a statement revealed his wealth. Noticing the bewildered expressions on the Shrek members, Yu Tianheng's crew clearly felt a surge of pride. Their chests puffed out. Their attire was distinctly different from that of Shrek, while Shrek's members wore simple, custom-made outfits crafted by the master from inferior fabric. Yu Tianheng and his companions donned extravagant garments made from the finest materials. The disparity between the two groups became evident. Do you truly wish to engage in battle? Yu Tianheng raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. What? You previously called our royal battle team cowards for forfeiting. Now that we have returned, it's a simple question. Shall we compete? Tang Li's eyes sparkled with realization. We have 8 members, while you only have 7. Think carefully. Yu Tianheng shook his head, chuckling. To fight you, 7 of us will suffice. Excellent. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Instantly, the black-silver grass erupted from his palm, dark energy swirling as stout stalks of black-silver grass shot forth, delineating the battlefield. 2 yellow and 1 purple rings of light rose beneath him, surging with soul power. This sentence I shall deliver next time, Dai Mubai remarked with a laugh. As the white tiger manifested, his muscles expanding, an untamed aura climbing. Simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple rings of light rose beneath him as well. Seeing both unleash their martial souls, the others could no longer hesitate. Tang San's right hand extended, the blue-silver grass quietly emerging, rapidly spreading around them. His blue-silver grass entwined the other 6, deliberately avoiding Tang Lu's waist, fearing he might get flung away if Tang Lu launched an attack. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, both support-type soul masters, moved to the rear of the group. Ning Rongrong held her 7 treasures glazed tower, radiant circles spinning beneath her feet, while Oscar began chanting his incantation, soul power coalescing in his palm, the outline of a large sausage model becoming apparent. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves on the left and right flanks, keenly observing the unfolding battle. The formation of the Shrek team had Tang Lu at the forefront, with Dai Mubai and Tang San flanking him, while Ma Hongjun stood centrally, violet-red sparks swirling in his palms to protect Oscar and Ning Rongrong. In a formation somewhat reminiscent of Shrek's, Yu Tianheng stood at the forefront facing Tang Lu, with the 2 brothers Shimo and Shimo, whom Tang San had previously introduced, positioned at his sides. Their robust physiques stood like a wall, shielding the royal battle team's rear. The brothers roared in unison, their powerful muscles quaking as their arms bulged like massive serpents, glowing green. Simultaneously, their shoulders elongated and broadened, slightly bowing forward, conjuring a virtual turtle shell with their soul power, an overwhelming aura emanating from them. Xuanwu, observing the martial souls they unleashed, Tang Li's eyes lit up. In their previous world, there was a legend of the 4 divine beasts, and Xuanwu was among them, known for possessing the highest defensive capabilities compared to the other 3 divine beasts. It appeared these 2 brothers were formidable indeed. Chapter 189, The Battlefield 2. The moment the 2 released their martial souls, it was as though an invisible wall had appeared, blocking the pressure emanating from the Shrek team, preventing it from impacting the rear members of the royal battle team. Through the massive forms of the 2 Xuanwu, one could vaguely discern Gu Du Yin standing at the center of the royal battle team, her form transformed into a Bailin snake. A colossal serpentine tail swaying side to side, her green eyes stealthily scanning the Shrek members. Desiring to observe the situation behind the royal battle team further, she was obstructed by Yu Tianheng, who now bore a fierce visage, electric sparks crackling from his brow. His arms were encased in heavy blue dragon scales, his clothing having been torn to shreds, revealing colossal dragon claws. Every scale on his claws shimmered with electricity, while beneath him, 2 yellow and 1 purple rings of light revolved energetically, releasing a formidable pressure. AOC Luo has unleashed his martial soul, the Black Panther. With his arms now adorned with feline-like claws and his pupils transformed into vertical slits, emanating a chilling aura. Beside him stands Yufeng, a Begongshi soul master, whose arms have morphed into azure wings, fluttering gracefully as he soars through the sky. Meanwhile, the auxiliary soul master, Yi Lingling from their team, has vanished from Tang Li's sight, leaving no trace of her presence. The Huangdo battle team boasts an optimal configuration of 2 yellows and 1 purple, overshadowing the Shrek team in terms of momentum. Yu Tianheng is the first to raise his head and unleash a deafening dragon roar, the sound reverberating throughout the tavern. Immediately, shimmering lightning, akin to a serpent, courses over his robust blue scales, enveloping him in a cocoon of azure electricity, significantly elevating his aura as he charges towards Tang Lu. At that exact moment, the Shijiao brothers flank him, their advance accompanied by the formidable pressure of their Xuanwu tortoise martial soul. The mysterious patterns on their shells pulsate with energy, exuding a heavy atmosphere. Bua, Tonglu, Dai Mubai roars, releasing the white tiger barrier in an attempt to aid Tang Lu against Yu Tianheng. Yet the Shijiao brothers have already intercepted him, blocking his path. The resounding dragon roar fills the air as Yu Tianheng ascends, appearing before Tang Lu in the blink of an eye. The luminous dragon claw, shimmering in blue, strikes without hesitation, surrounded by the illusory form of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which surges forth from him. Throughout this encounter, Tang Li's expression remains unperturbed, his calm demeanor unwavering. As Yu Tianheng launches his assault, Tang Lu initiates his own charge, retracting his right arm as the beaming true qi coalesces into a milky white orb within his palm. Hurtling towards Yu Tianheng's dragon claw without hesitation, unleashing the Tianshan Zhimei hand. Concurrently, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glaze tile amplifies his power significantly, enhancing his already formidable presence as he grasps Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. However, Yu Tianheng's dragon claw swiftly jerks away, breaking free from Tang Li's grasp. And his first soul skill activates, the Thunder Dragon Claw hurtling towards Tang Li's chest. At this moment, Yu Tianheng has ascended into the air, his right hand's muscles bulging as the dragon claws elongate, accompanied by an even more resounding dragon roar that conjures a blue dragon head, charging directly at Tang Lu. Tang Lu furrows his brow, the beaming true qi surging violently within him, and he retaliates with the Tianshan Luyang palm, manifesting a descending shadow of a palm from the sky. Yu Tianheng's dragon claw strikes fiercely, the heavy scales releasing beams of blue light, while the claw shadow formed by the blue lightning collides with the Tianshan Luyang palm, resulting in a thunderous explosion that ignites a kaleidoscope of colors in midair, sending both Tang Lu and Yu Tianheng reeling. Drawing from their previous encounter, neither is thrown back. Instead, they propel forward, colliding once more in the air. Yu Tianheng's eyes blaze with fierce red light as he activates the Thunder Dragon Claw again, finding the struggle against Tang Lu increasingly arduous, prompting him to emit furious dragon roars to bolster his resolve. Truly troublesome, Tang Lu mutters inwardly as the first circle beneath his feet erupts in a flash. Countless black-silver grasses bursting forth from the earth, standing tall as they reach for Yu Tianheng in the sky. The speed of the black-silver grasses is astonishing, ensnaring Yu Tianheng's ankles and halting his offensive momentum. Gazing downward, Yu Tianheng realizes his legs are ensnared by the black-silver grasses, which are now rapidly climbing upward. Observing the diminishing glow emanating from Yu Tianheng's dragon claw, Tang Lu seizes the moment, dashing forward with 2 swift steps, his right arm swinging out with the soul power he had previously amassed. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had been entangled with the Shijiao brothers, notices the unfolding situation in the air and leaps into action, his heavy shell propelling him toward Tang Lu. The forceful impact causes Tang Lu to tilt sharply to the right, his right fist narrowly grazing Yu Tianheng's chest before he crashes down heavily onto the ground. Tianheng, are you alright? Shimo gasps, assisting Yu Tianheng to his feet. The impact from Tang Li's strike evidently took a toll on him. Iem mifine, Yu Tianheng replies, shaking his head. He then forcefully strikes the ground with his dragon claw, shattering the black-silver grasses that had ensnared his legs, dissipating in his soul power. With a grave expression, Yu Tianheng turns to Tang Lu, instructing, "You hold him off, then lure him towards the team. We proceed as planned." Understood, Shimo nods. Locking eyes with Tang Lu as a soft yellow glow emanates from his tortoise shell, a formidable aura enveloping them, resembling a wall that materializes before Tang Lu. Tang San swiftly approaches Tang Lu, inquiring, "Brother, are you unscathed?" Before Tang Lu can respond, Yu Tianheng ascends once more, launching another dragon claw at him. In the face of the impending claw, Tang San's eyes flash crimson, his posture straightening. With a peculiar sound, his clothing shatters, disintegrating into dust. 8 small protrusions emerge from his back, and long spears burst forth, rapidly extending to nearly 2 meters in length. As Yu Tianheng charges forward, Tang San's expression remains unchanged. His gaze playfully fixed upon him. The 8 spider spears launch forth, rippling with potent soul power, the spear tips enveloped in purple mist that engulfs Yu Tianheng. Tianheng, be cautious, cries the solitary yin from the center of the Huangdo team. Acutely aware that the toxin within this mist surpasses his own by Lin snake venom by several folds. However, it is too late. Tang San's spider spears pierce through the purple mist, the potent toxin swirling ominously upon them. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as the spears are about to pierce Yu Tianheng's chest, he instinctively recoils, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Yu Tianheng's complexion pales, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Acutely aware of how close he came to death, he cautiously retreats a step, shifting from a powerful offensive to a defensive stance, signaling his teammates. The Shijia brothers instantly comprehend, abandoning their skirmish with Dai Mubai, raising their massive yellowish shields as they charge forward. However, their heavy turtle shells, while formidable in defense, render them painfully slow. As they approach, Tang Lu and Tang San have already vanished from sight, reappearing beside Dai Mubai. Kong Lu, filled with surprise, exclaimed, Xiao San, you have actually managed to manipulate the entities behind you. Tang San retracted the coldness from his gaze and donned a gentle smile as he replied. It still feels somewhat unwieldy. As he spoke, he shook his shoulders, causing the Baju spear to emit a series of peculiar sounds. Subsequently, Tang San charged forward, with the lawn in grass sprouting from beneath his feet like sharp blades, paving his path directly towards Yu Tianheng. The Shi brothers contemplated rushing to assist, but they were intercepted by Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, who confronted them with unwavering pressure. Reluctantly, they abandoned their intention to aid Yu Tianheng and raised their defenses to withstand the onslaught from Dai Mubai and Tang Lu. Dai Mubai's sharp claws swiped forward with ferocity. This strike could effortlessly rend a massive boulder. Yet, it was effortlessly blocked by Shi Mo, leaving merely a few patterns on the enormous turtle shell without inflicting any damage. Dai Mubai did not relent, delivering a heavy punch to Shi Mo's chest. However, Shi Mo retracted into his shell like a turtle, causing Dai Mubai's attack to miss its mark once more. On the other side, Tang Lu was also struggling. His right hand unleashed the Tianshan Luyang palm, striking forcefully against Shi Mo's immense shell. Rather than inflicting substantial harm, it sent vibrations through his arm, causing it to recoil. The surging Bei Ming Zhen Qi merely created ripples against the formidable defense of the Xuanwu turtle, a top-tier defensive martial spirit. Although the situation seemed to favor Shi Mo and Yu Tianheng, a closer inspection revealed that the Shi brothers had been skillfully separated by Dai Mubai and Tang Lu, leaving a gap behind them, completely unguarded. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqin from the Shrek team manifested a purple glimmer in her eyes, and a series of purple afterimages appeared in the air as she silently descended behind Shi Mo. Her second soul skill, Yu Ming Bai Zhua, activated instantaneously. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was breathtaking. Her second soul skill rendered her movements almost invisible. A flurry of dazzling purple erupted, splattering blood across Shi Mo's back. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu's third soul ring illuminated. Her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, was unleashed. A pink silhouette suddenly appeared behind Shi Mo, who was preoccupied with fending off Tang Li's assault, completely unaware of the danger looming behind him. Xiao Wu playfully winked at Tang Lu, who instantly grasped the cue. He unleashed the Tianshan Luyang palm once more towards Shi Mo's chest. Observing this familiar tactic, Shi Mo's eyes glimmered with disdain, and he once again withdrew into his shell. However, the anticipated attack did not land. The power of the Tianshan Luyang palm dissipated before him. Just as he questioned this turn of events, he finally noticed Xiao Wu behind him. But it was too late. She had already leaped into the air, her first soul ring glowing as she executed her first soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's supple legs clamped around the outer shell of Shi Mo, and with a sudden motion, she hurled him upwards, defying the odds. Ordinarily, her first soul skill would have been ineffective against Shi Mo's robust physique. However, at this moment, Shi Mo was entirely retracted into his shell, leaving him without a chance to resist. His massive body was involuntarily launched into the air, akin to an alien spacecraft being catapulted away. Good job, Président Douluo. Xiao Wu adorably stuck out her tongue in response, placing her hands on her hips and tilting her head triumphantly, as if to say, look how impressive I am. Tang Lu then swiftly executed the Ling Bo Wei Bu, racing towards the center of the battlefield, where Tang San was already engaged in a fierce struggle with Yu Qianheng. Faced with Tang San's relentless assaults, Yu Qianheng had no choice but to employ his second soul skill, Leiting Wanjun, to extricate himself from the predicament. A dazzling blue electric light erupted from his body, releasing a torrent of electrical energy that agitated the very air around them. Clearly, his second soul skill, Leiting Wanjun, was having an effect. Confronted with the relentless barrage of lightning, Tang San momentarily retreated, though his eyes glimmered with a purple hue as he utilized his ZGMO Tong to assess Yu Qianheng's condition amidst the storm of electricity. Chapter 191. Yu Qianheng's full force strike, the Leiting Wanjun provided him with a brief respite. Ignoring the need to retract the unleashed lightning, Yu Qianheng charged forward once more. A roar that seemed to pierce the heavens resonated throughout the arena, followed by a surge of blue lightning that ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qianheng's figure merged with the lightning, the phantom of the blue lightning tyrant dragon swirling around him. With a fierce shout, Yu Qianheng summoned the blue lightning tyrant dragon from within, his right hand sweeping outward as dozens of blue bolts of lightning surged towards Tang San. Though they appeared to be mere bolts of electricity, their power exceeded that of the previous strikes by several folds. Tang San felt an impending sense of danger. However, the speed of the lightning was overwhelming. Even with the assistance of his Gui Ingmi Zong, evading within such a brief moment was impossible. With no other recourse, he spread the Baju spear behind him, forming a shield. Boom! The lightning collided violently with the Baju spear, erupting in a dazzling display of light, resulting in a fierce explosion that left the onlookers momentarily blinded. As the smoke cleared, Tang San stood firm, unscathed, though his clothing bore the marks of the lightning's explosion. Reduced to mere dust, the power was still insufficient. If only he could muster a bit more strength, even a little would suffice. Observing Tang San remain unharmed, disappointment filled Yu Qianheng's eyes. After leaving the Tiando Royal Academy, he had believed himself to be unmatched among his peers. However, ever since encountering Tang Lu and his companions, he had repeatedly faced setbacks that severely undermined his confidence. Had he known that Tang Lu and his group were not even of his age group, he might have questioned his very existence. In that moment, Tang Lu dashed beside him, his Beiming Zhenqi surging within as he unleashed a right punch aimed directly at Yu Qianheng's head. Sensing the imminent threat, Yu Qianheng swiftly turned, witnessing Tang Li's iron fist enlarging before his eyes. He instinctively sidestepped, relying on his extensive combat experience to evade the blow. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Tang Lu executed another swift kick, the Beiming Zhenqi enveloping his leg in a milky white aura. Yu Qianheng's pupils dilated in shock. Tang Lu was merely an ordinary control-type soul master, and despite his strength, he could not transcend into an assault-type soul master. Yet, the damage inflicted by Tang Lu's unarmed strike rivaled that of a battle soul master, and he had yet to employ any soul skills, achieving an astonishing level of power. Having been born into a prestigious family, Yu Qianheng instinctively recognized that Tang Lu's attack bore the hallmark of martial techniques. But what martial art could amplify its power to such an extent? With this martial skill, what need would there be for a martial spirit? With no time for contemplation, Tang Lu's sweeping leg strike was already before him, and his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was instantly unleashed. His right hand transformed into a formidable dragon claw, crackling with arcs of lightning that danced upon his scales like serpents. He thrust his hand forward, seizing Tang Lu's raised right leg. The impact of Tang Lu's attack was more excruciating than he had anticipated. Even though he managed to catch the leg, the shock rendered his hand numb. Tang Lu was taken aback that Yu Qianheng had forcibly blocked his strike. He attempted to withdraw his leg, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate it from the iron grip of the dragon claw. Sensing the dawn of victory, Yu Qianheng's overwhelming aura surged, and his thunder dragon palm expanded once more. The dragon claw shot forth, and a brilliant explosion of blue lightning erupted beneath the cover of his second soul skill, Thunderous Might. The burst of energy spread through the air, enveloping both Tang Lu and Yu Qianheng. Tang Lu was suddenly assaulted by the deafening sound of an explosion as a mass of electricity detonated directly in front of him. Ignoring the sharp pain in his chest, his body involuntarily surged toward Yu Qianheng, who was already poised to unleash his Thunder Dragon Claw. A colossal dragon claw materialized from the electric light above, crashing down upon Tang Lu. A thunderous boom echoed as relentless bolts of electricity rained down upon him, transforming the surrounding air into a palpable tension. When the final strike of lightning struck Tongla, an explosive cacophony erupted in the air, the shockwave blinding everyone in its wake. Yu Tianheng, unwilling to show any sign of complacency, activated the last circle of light beneath his feet, triggering his third soul skill, Wrath of Thunder. His body, now reinforced, swelled in stature as his muscles bulged, tearing his garments apart. The dragon scales on his body thickened by an additional 3 centimeters, radiating an even more intense electric glow. At this moment, he was enveloped in a layer of blue lightning, his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit swirling around him, transmitting arcs of electricity throughout his form in a dazzling display. His eyes were now a blood-red hue, exuding an aura of bloodlust that permeated the arena. Once again, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, now amplified by Wrath of Thunder, making its ferocity truly astounding. Both speed and power surged to twice their former might, propelling him into a frenzied state as he lunged into the air, bringing his claw down heavily upon Tongla. A resounding explosion erupted, the energy's aftershock knocking everyone to the ground. Lying there, Yu Qianheng gasped for breath, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. "Did you expect this, Tongla? Let us see how you withstand my Thunder Dragon Claw in the state of Wrath of Thunder. Today, your defeat is inevitable." This final strike had drained him of nearly all his energy and soul power. Even if he succeeded in defeating Tongla, his Imperial battle team would ultimately fall short in the overall match. However, he cast aside such thoughts. The mere prospect of vanquishing Tongla rendered the outcome of the team battle inconsequential. As the smoke billowed above, something seemed to writhe within, suggesting the presence of something extraordinary. The structure above the tavern rattled ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. Suddenly, a golden light flickered within the smoke, as it began to swirl, revealing a pair of enormous golden wings, each spanning approximately 5 meters. At the center of those wings was Tongla, now cloaked in shimmering golden scales, releasing bursts of purple-gold light as he flapped his wings. Tong San stood transfixed, gazing at Tongla in the air, murmuring, "You said I could master the 8 spider lances. Can you not also master your Hong Tianji?" In an instant, Tongla transformed into a radiant purple-gold comet, soaring upward as he unfurled his colossal wings, the golden feathers catching the sunlight and shimmering with a crimson glow. With piercing eyes, Tongla fixed his gaze upon the disoriented Yu Qianheng and dove swiftly downward. The oppressive aura emanating from him was terrifying. Yu Qianheng felt paralyzed, as if weighed down by lead, unable to move. Even his blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit trembled before the oncoming Tongla, clearly intimidated by his overwhelming power. "Tianheng, be careful," exclaimed Gu Duyan from the Imperial battle team, her heart racing. The moment Tongla revealed his immense wings, she sensed something was amiss. The aura of power emanating from him was daunting. She expelled a cloud of purple mist from her mouth, vanishing from sight, her agile, serpentine form darting toward Yu Qianheng. The severely injured Shi brothers, witnessing the unfolding chaos, struggled to rise from the ground, dragging their heavy tortoise shells forward, attempting to unite against Tongla. Despite their injuries, their Xuanwu tortoise shell remained a top-tier defensive spirit, impervious to damage from anyone below the Soul Master rank, including Yu Tianheng. They were confident that together, they could withstand Tongla's onslaught. As Yu Tianheng faced imminent peril, not only did the Shi brothers and Gu Duyan spring into action, but even Yu Feng and Ao Si Luo could no longer remain passive. Cautiously, they approached, vigilantly observing Tongla's movements. However, Tongla seemed to regard the advancing members of the Imperial battle team with indifference, casting a cold glance in their direction, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Then, the scales enveloping him radiated a brilliant light, transforming him into a golden meteor as he fearlessly charged toward Yu Qianheng. As the distance closed, Yu Qianheng could clearly see Tongla. He bore no semblance of the grievous injuries he had imagined. There was not a trace of a wound upon him, as if his previous assault had left no mark. His eyes, now chillingly cold, radiated an aura of slaughter that echoed around him, occasionally flashing with blood-red light. Yu Qianheng swallowed hard. Tongla's imposing presence firmly suppressed him, leaving him unable to move. The spectacle before him was utterly overwhelming. The blinding golden light filled his vision, rendering him unable to open his eyes. Yet he understood that this battle would determine the fate of the team fight. He swiftly cast aside all distractions and began to draw upon every ounce of his soul power, his body levitating into the air as he spread his arms wide, preparing for a desperate struggle. The dragon is the strongest. Yu Qianheng roared, and a resonant dragon-esque roar erupted from within him. The once tranquil blue light within his eyes flickering with intensity as his heavy dragon scales sparkled with brilliant arcs of electricity. Fall before me. Tang Lu cast aside this icy remark, his fists charged with the formidable energy of Bei Ming. And as he beheld Yu Qianheng rushing into his line of sight like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey, he unleashed a powerful punch. The resounding impact sent Yu Qianheng hurtling backwards, blood erupting from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Severely injured, he was unable to muster his mental strength and promptly lost consciousness. Qianheng. The Tardigu Du Yin gazed at the fallen Yu Qianheng, her complexion draining to a pallid hue as she took in a pool of blood, undoubtedly inciting her fury. Tang Lu, I shall kill you. In a frenzied state, Gu Du Yin charged forward, witnessing her beloved grievously wounded before her. The anguish was unbearable. As her piercing scream echoed, her third soul skill ignited beneath her feet. Simultaneously, her eyes transformed entirely into a vibrant green, her body-esque green scales quivering with fervor, channeling a surge of green energy. She opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of thick green poison. Tang San, ever perceptive, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the poison and hastily restrained the eager members of the Shrek team, urging, "Return. Do not approach." Dai Mubai, perplexed, interjected anxiously, "If we do not assist now, Tang Lu will be surrounded by the Huangdo battle team." With a grave expression, Tang San replied, "The poison released by Gu Duyan's third soul skill is potent. We must not intervene just yet." As Dai Mubai opened his mouth to protest, the noxious gas wafted towards him, an overwhelming stench invading his senses, causing his head to spin and nearly collapse. Ma Hongjun quickly inquired, "What shall we do then?" "Just stand by." After a moment of contemplation, Tang San smiled. "This meager poison is no challenge for me. Leave it to me." As he spoke, he activated his air Shi Si Qiao Ming Yu Yi, producing 2 bottles of strong liquor. Strong liquor is the most effective antidote, as it contains a significant amount of realgar, which can effectively counteract toxins. Just as Tang San prepared to toss the liquor into the air, Tang Lu soared through the thick poison, ascending above it while coldly declaring, "I detest you snake charmers." Gu Dian's third soul skill had little effect on Tang Lu. The moment she unleashed her poison, he promptly utilized his Bei Ming energy to seal his meridians, forming a protective barrier at his heart, preventing any trace of poison from entering his body. Chapter 193. Free and unfettered winds. Gu Duyan gazed at Tang Lu with complex emotions. Astonished that he could withstand the poison unleashed by her third soul skill, he was the first. However, her third soul skill had provided time for her teammates to rush to her aid, while Tang Lu found himself ensnared in a perilous situation. The Shijiao brothers, Easo and Yufeng loomed menacingly at his side. Tang Lu surveyed his surroundings with a frigid glare, scoffing, "Do you think a few more of you could defeat me?" At that moment, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, his entire being radiating with golden light, exuding an unyielding pressure. "Form shield," the Shijiao brothers shouted in unison, their massive arms hoisting the weighty tortoise shell behind them, their legs planted like pillars on ground. Without the tortoise shell, their figures appeared diminished. Yet their speed significantly increased. Exchanging glances, the brothers activated their 2 front soul rings, simultaneously casting the enormous tortoise shell into the air. The shell spun rapidly, its earthy yellow edges transforming into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through the surrounding air with a piercing whistle that reached Tang Li's ears from several meters away. As the shields approached from either side, Tang Lu shook his head in disappointment. Despite the brothers reaching their limit in speed, it was still insufficient for him. Although he could not employ his Ling Bo Wei Bu in midair, the Xian Yao sect's martial arts encompassed far more than that. Amongst them was the esteemed Xian Yao Yu Feng, a technique revered as the pinnacle of their martial arts. This technique, indeed, could be described as divine. Its depth was unfathomable, and it was exclusively passed down to each generation's leader, with even the leader only grasping a layer or 2 of its mysteries. Even a prodigy like Tang Lu had only managed to comprehend the 3rd layer in his past life, for the subsequent layers presented an entirely different realm of enigma, far too complex for his youthful mind to fathom. Even a decade of seclusion yielded no progress. It was said that the highest realm of XuanyuanSword allowed one to command the elemental winds of the world, achieving mastery over all things. Naturally, such claims became increasingly exaggerated among the populace, as they transcended the bounds of their imagination. XuanyuanSword had surpassed the confines of martial arts, stepping into a new dimension. This mysterious realm lacked a unified interpretation within the martial world, yet Tang Lu dubbed it cultivation. Albeit a whimsical notion he entertained during idle moments. He remained uncertain of its authenticity, merely considering it a source of amusement. With that, Tang Lu began to gradually channel the Bei Ming energy from his Dantian, merging it with his Bei Ming divine skill while executing the steps of Ling Bo Wei Bu. His meridians ignited with a radiant blue light, intensifying until they formed a unified line, illuminating one another. The blue glow enveloped Tang Lu like armor, augmenting his already formidable presence. Tang Lu skillfully controlled every movement and breath, undeterred despite 12 years of neglecting XuanyuanSword. Each step was executed flawlessly, as the blue starlight blanketed his entire being, surging towards the Hong Tianji behind him. The blue luminescence merged with the golden glow, creating a dazzling spectacle. The blue starlight permeated every corner of Hong Tianji, and Tang Lu felt his wings grow remarkably light, as if the gentle breeze of XuanyuanSword flowed effortlessly through him, surpassing his wildest expectations. Could it be that Hong Tianji facilitated his mastery of XuanyuanSword? Tang Lu pondered this. Yet he undeniably sensed that employing XuanyuanSword in conjunction with Hong Tianji was as effortless as a fish returning to water. Subsequently, Tang Lu retracted his movements, unleashing a tangible blue light that enveloped his form. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as the surging Bei Ming divine skill coursed through his veins. Everyone present felt an inexplicable gust of wind swirl above the tavern. The wind intensified, even affecting the Shijia brothers' tortoise shells as they hovered in the air, their speed gradually diminishing. Tang Lu regarded the astonished Shijia brothers with disdain, a smirk gracing his lips as he consciously manipulated the surrounding wind elements, deliberately halting the breeze within the venue. The tortoise shells, spinning at an incongruous speed relative to their weight, plummeted heavily to the ground upon the cessation of wind, leaving 2 significant craters in the floor. How is this possible? Shimo's mouth fell agape in astonishment. He had envisioned Tang Lu either evading his attack with remarkable speed or sacrificing himself to absorb the blow, but he never anticipated that his assault would be rendered utterly ineffective. It was as if his entire worldview had been shattered. Beside him, Shimo stood frozen, eyes wide, gazing at Tang Lu, who was not far away. Suddenly, a fierce whirlwind surged through the arena. Tang Lu, amidst the swirling winds, unfurled his enormous wings, and with a mere flick, soared heavenward, his speed now magnified 5-fold or more. A sound of slicing air filled the atmosphere as Tang Lu danced in midair, seemingly commanding the very essence of the world around him. Without wind? Then let it generate wind. In the blink of an eye, Tang Lu had already reached the Shijia brothers, and without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch at the unsuspecting Shimo and Shimo. The force of Tang Li's fist struck Shimo squarely in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapse to the ground. In the fleeting second before losing consciousness, he was still unaware of what had transpired. Upon witnessing Shimo crumple, Shimo abruptly lifted his head, his gaze locking on Tang Li's fierce expression. He contemplated a defensive maneuver, but it was already too late. Tang Li's fist was pressed against his chest with no room for doubt. Another thunderous impact echoed as Shimo fell heavily to the ground, collapsing beside his brother. Chapter 194. We surrender. Having dealt with the 2 Xuanwu Turtle Soul Masters, a triumphant smile crept onto Tang Li's lips. For the outcome of this old duel was already apparent to him. When he turned around, he found Asro and Yu Feng standing behind him, their faces etched with shock. Tang Lu had effortlessly defeated Shimo, and Shimo, had they not witnessed the brothers lying on the ground, Asro and the others would have never believed that anyone could conquer them. With the situation having escalated to this point, Yu Feng realized that the Huangdo team had no chance of victory. However, he was determined to bring down Tang Lu, if only to preserve the dignity of their team. Resolving himself, he unleashed his full power, the Millennium Soul rings beneath his feet glowing brightly. His arms transformed into wings, which began to vibrate violently, releasing an ethereal azure light as he soared into the air. His soul power surged forth, manifesting as a colossal azure bird behind him. its massive wings coalescing into a halo of blue light that plunged downward towards Tang Lu. Observing Yufeng's rapid descent, Tang Li's eyes gleamed with disdain. With the blessing of Xiaoyao Yufeng, his speed was unmatched. Although Tang Lu had not undergone rigorous training, he remained the strongest in terms of velocity. You fancy the wind? Allow me to provide you with even more. Tang Li's eyes sparkled with golden light as he summoned Xiaoyao Yufeng, simultaneously exerting his formidable mental energy to manipulate the surrounding wind elements. The windows of the tavern began to rattle as the gentle breeze inside swelled into a powerful gust, sending nearby utensils flying and forming a colossal tornado. The tornado relentlessly tore at the surrounding space, and Yufeng, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the rapid descent, found himself increasingly bewildered by Tang Li's presence. He sensed an overwhelming, unparalleled aura emanating from Tang Lu, instilling within him an extraordinary sense of pressure, as if Tang Lu were an insurmountable entity. "Rise," Tang Lu uttered softly, and instantly, the entire arena trembled violently. A tempest, seemingly conjured from nowhere, erupted, sending spectators sprawling to the ground. Even Tang San and his companions were taken aback, striving to stabilize themselves with their soul power. The wind intensified, and with a resounding crash, a massive window shattered into fragments. The gale roared, relentlessly assaulting Yufeng. Despite his desperate efforts to maintain equilibrium, he succumbed to the ferocious onslaught. Becoming ensnared in the storm, he was swept away, spinning uncontrollably in the air like a kite severed from its string. Suddenly, a figure darted into Tang Li's view, racing towards the sky, seemingly intent on seizing Yufeng. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he leaped into the air. He was none other than Osro, the sole agile attack type sole master of the Huangdo team. In that moment, he transformed into a black panther, maximizing his velocity, his claws extending towards the sky in an attempt to stabilize the flailing Yufeng. However, disappointment soon washed over him. Just as he was about to grasp Yufeng, Tang Li's figure flickered and appeared before him. With a right hook, long charged with power, he struck Osro forcefully. While Osro was indeed a standout among agile attack masters, he was exceptionally fragile in the face of Tang Li's might. With a muffled grunt, Osro was sent flying, his body hurtling backward along the path he had charged from, crashing heavily to the ground. Observing Osro on the brink of defeat, Gudiyin and the previously passive Yilengling were instantly thrown into a state of panic, rendered powerless against the formidable Tang Lu. Yet, Yilengling quickly regained her composure. Her crimson lips parted, and her icy voice reached Tang Li's ears. "If even he cannot defeat you, what face do we have to claim we are members of the Huangdo team?" Just then, as Tang Lu pondered her words, her right hand cradled a magnificent begonia flower, its white and purple petals exuding an enchanting fragrance. A beam of white light erupted from the blossom, instantly healing the injuries on Osro's body. In tandem, her Millennium Soul ring glowed, and the petals of the begonia began to swirl energetically, channeling immense energy into the previously fallen Yu Tianheng. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid rate under the golden radiance. As the light enveloped him, the previously unconscious Yu Tianheng gradually regained awareness, slowly opening his heavy eyes, propped up by his enormous dragon claws, gazing around in bewilderment. "Tianheng, are you all right?" Gudiyin exclaimed, rushing toward him and tightly embracing his right arm. Yu Tianheng recalled the events that had just unfolded, his gaze momentarily dazed as he looked at Tang Lu. He then noticed the Shijia brothers sprawled on the ground, Osro embedded into the floor, and Yufeng spiraling uncontrollably in the air, before returning to the seemingly unfazed Tang Lu. A rare, helpless smile crossed his lips. As he turned away, his gaze met Yilengling's determined expression, causing his heart to quake. He lowered his head, despondently staring at the ground, and sighed heavily. "We surrender." Yilengling abruptly turned to him, disbelief etched on her face, her eyes wide with confusion. She had prepared herself for a desperate fight. How could they simply concede? Even the solitary Yin beside Yu Tianheng did not feel the need to raise his head, gazing at Yu Tianheng with a look of bewilderment. Ao Silu, having risen from the ground, stared incredulously at his captain, Yu Tianheng. At that moment, Tang Lu was also filled with doubt. How could Yu Tianheng concede defeat? He had been prepared for another contest with Yu Tianheng, but it seemed that such a confrontation was no longer necessary. With a flick of his right hand, the tumultuous winds within the tavern abruptly dissipated, and the gusts of wind in the air violently crashed to the ground, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 195. Qin Ming Dai Mu Bai, standing at the back, cast a complex glance at Tang Lu and murmured, Tang Li's current strength has likely far surpassed ours. Tang San shook his head, firmly patting Dai Mu Bai's broad shoulder, and said with a wry smile, keep pushing forward. Do not fall behind. There seemed to be something more in Dai Mu Bai's eyes as he remained silent, merely nodding resolutely. Observing Tang Lu standing alone ahead, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with golden stars, and she waved her small pink fists in delight. The two brothers from the Shi family also awakened in response to Yi Long's remarks. The seven of them stood there in a daze, finally realizing that they truly could not compete with the Shrek team. This battle had been immensely challenging for them. The formidable Dai Mu Bai, Tang San's 8 spider lances, and ultimately, the overwhelming presence of Tang Lu. All of this had etched an indelible memory in their minds. Though their defeat was bitter, they understood that they had nothing to regret in losing to such opponents. Yu Qianheng looked up at Tang Lu and, with some difficulty, said, You are strong. It is an honor to have battled with you. Tang Lu chuckled dismissively. You are not lacking either. You fought back well. Yu Tianheng shook his head, his expression resolute as he declared, Next time, I will not lose to you. I will ensure you remember that the dragon is the strongest. I await that day. Tang Lu waved his hand and turned to join his teammates. As he watched Tang Li's figure depart, a flicker of determination ignited in Yu Qianheng's dim eyes. He vowed that he could not afford to lose when they met again. Just then, 4 figures hurriedly rushed into the hotel. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene in the hall, their expressions darkened further. The 4 turned in unison, catching sight of Tang Lu and Yu Qianheng at the center of the hall, their faces growing increasingly grim. Teacher. Upon seeing one of the young men among the 4, Yu Qianheng, despite his injuries, forced himself to stand. The other members of the Huangdo team also stood up, their faces filled with shame as they averted their gazes from the young man's eyes. What are you doing? I sent you 6 to check on Tianheng, and you come here to fight? The young man scolded loudly, then looked at the devastated tavern, his anger intensifying. Yu Qianheng quickly interjected, Teacher, it was my request for them to come. It has nothing to do with them. The young man opened his mouth to say more, but noticed the wounds on Yu Tianheng's body. He then observed that the other 6 were also covered in bruises, and his anger diminished, replaced by a gentler tone as he asked, Are you injured? Yes, Yu Qianheng nodded, appearing before the young man like a child who had misbehaved. The young man sighed and said, You all should return to rest. We will settle this tomorrow. The 7 members of the Huangdo team felt a wave of relief as they supported one another, limping out of the tavern. At the same time, one of them casually tossed a bag of gold coins onto the counter as compensation for the damages, eliciting broad smiles from the staff and the tavern owner. Among the 4, 3 were naturally master, Zhao Wuji and Flander. The young man, in contrast, looked at the 8 children before him with satisfaction and said, You all did well. You did not bring shame to our Shrek Academy. Tang Li's head was adorned with several small exclamation marks, incredulous that they had not disgraced the academy despite the brawl. Little did they know that the opponent they had faced, Yu Tianheng, hailed from the elite academy of the Tiando Empire, the Tiando Royal Academy, or else they would have reveled in their accomplishment even more. Master's smile remained as he looked at Tang San and Tang Lu, saying, Have you both mastered the soul bones on your bodies? With Flander using his soul power to seal off the area, Master was unconcerned about the discussion of soul bones being overheard. The 4 of them had actually arrived before the battle concluded. However, they had tacitly chosen not to enter, opting instead to observe the match before leisurely walking in. Indeed, Tang Lu and Tang Sen nodded, their faces equally adorned with smiles. Master's gaze swept over the 8, his expression returning to calm as he stated, I am very pleased with the results of your match. This indicates that our first and second training sessions were not in vain. Now, you will rest for a few days, and we will commence with the 3rd phase of training. Oscar's face immediately fell. There's a 3rd phase of training? Master cast a nonchalant glance at him and said, What? You do not wish to train? Oscar shrank his neck in fright, hastily shaking his head. No. Everything the master does is for our benefit. Even if there are more training sessions, I can endure it. Hearing Oscar's flattery, everyone shot him a disapproving look. At that moment, the young man from before approached and said with a smile, Dean, I apologize for the trouble this time. He even intended to bow to Flander. Flander quickly assisted him to stand and jokingly scolded, You rascal, after so many years, you still act so formally. The young man shook his head, his expression serious as he declared, Dean Flander's kindness is something I, Qin Ming, will never forget. Zhao Wuji chuckled heartily. It's all these rascals' fault for causing trouble. Otherwise, the four of us could have enjoyed a good meal together. Earlier, Flander had hurriedly gathered Master and the others to have a meal with his proud disciple, Qin Ming. However, just as the dishes were served, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the neighboring tavern, causing them to lose their appetite and rush over, coincidentally encountering Tang Lu and the others. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the children's faces, Flander patted his head and pulled Qin Ming to his side, cheerfully saying, "Children, allow me to introduce your senior brother. Qin Ming, you witnessed the performance of these 8 little monsters just now, haha. Senior brother?" Ma Hongjun asked in confusion. Qin Ming smiled kindly at Tang Lu and the others, saying, "Hello, junior brothers and sisters. I am your senior brother Qin Ming. Having graduated from Shrek Academy several years ago, so it is understandable that you do not recognize me. Just now, Yu Tianheng and the Huangdo team were all my students." Everyone exchanged glances, realizing that Qin Ming was a graduate of Shrek Academy, which explained the formidable strength of the team he had trained. Chapter 196. Good ambition. Flander cleared his throat. All right. It is not proper to chat while standing here. Let us return. Master nodded and then led Qin Ming and the 8 individuals back to their previous private room in the hotel, specifically requesting another table and 8 chairs for Tang Lu and the others to dine comfortably. Qin Ming raised his wine glass, an uncontainable smile gracing his face as he excitedly exclaimed, "I never expected my junior students to be so impressive. As their senior, I feel immensely proud." Upon hearing this, Flinder's expression immediately dimmed, and with a heavy heart, he replied, "Alas, this is the last batch of students from our academy." "What?" Qin Ming furrowed his brow, turning to glance at the 8 jovial students dining nearby. He lowered his voice deliberately, asking, "Is it true that our academy's issues remain unresolved?" Flinder sighed, a bitter smile forming on his lips. "Were it not for the support of myself and old Zhao, we likely would have disbanded a year ago. It's for the best, really. We're all getting older and can no longer strive as we once did. Our only wish is to see these young ones thrive." Zhao Wujia shook his head. Although Flinder's words sounded noble, the dejection on his face was unmistakable. Master sat quietly nearby, saying nothing. He deeply understood the sentiments of Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Their lifelong efforts to establish Shrek Academy were now teetering on the brink of collapse, a reality that weighed heavily on anyone's heart. Not wanting to dwell on his sorrow, Flinder suddenly spoke up, "Qin Ming, you truly are an elite disciple of our generation at Shrek Academy. The members of your royal battle team are remarkably strong, bringing honor to our academy." Qin Ming shook his head, a wry smile appearing. "This is hardly my merit. It is those youngsters who have worked tirelessly to achieve this. Their martial souls and innate talents are of the finest caliber, and with the Academy's subsequent support, their formidable strength is merely a natural outcome." Previously, Flinder and the others had already been aware that Qin Ming was a teaching instructor at the Tiando Royal Academy, yet no one raised any objections, as each harbored their own dreams and aspirations. Flinder jokingly scolded, "You're still being modest. Without your guidance, could those rascals have attained such prowess?" A hint of a smile crept onto Qin Ming's face. "Perhaps I do bear some responsibility." At this point, Qin Ming lifted his gaze towards the 8 students celebrating their accomplishments and turned to Flinder, asking, "Director, shouldn't these kids be graduating soon?" Flinder shook his head, chuckling. "Not at all. Their average age is only 12. To speak of graduation would be far too premature." 12? Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Flinder, swallowing hard and skeptically asking, "Are you saying the youngest among them is merely 12 years old?" Observing Qin Ming's astonishment, Flinder proudly responded, "Indeed, the oldest is only 14. Yet he is already a soul master at level 37. Qin Ming turned to glance at the 8 joyous students, a bitter smile crossing his lips. This is truly Shrek Academy, where only prodigies are accepted. Although he had suspected their age based on their appearances, the sheer strength and perfect synergy displayed by these 12-year-olds was beyond his imagination. His gaze fell upon Tang Lu, seated at the center, who was blissfully munching on peanuts, an expression of utter contentment upon his face. "He really is only 12, Qin Ming murmured, then turned to inquire, "What is the name of the student sitting at the center?" Following Qin Ming's gesture, Flinder noted he was pointing at Tang Lu and introduced, "That lad is called Tang Lu." Donglu? Qin Ming silently repeated the name, committing it to memory before asking, "What is Tang Lu's strength?" Flinder casually replied, "He is a level 34 control system soul master." Control system? Qin Ming gasped, feeling as though he had misheard. The power Tang Lu exhibited during the final battle far surpassed that of any assault system soul master. How could he possibly be a control system soul master? Could a control system soul master truly contend with Yu Tianheng? Was it feasible for a control system soul master to withstand Yu Tianheng's attacks solely through physical prowess? Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. Qin Ming's body trembled at the revelation. However, when he looked up at Flender, he found him completely unfazed. His expression calm and devoid of surprise, as if Tang Li's feats were entirely expected. This left Qin Ming's heart in turmoil. Surely, he could not genuinely be a control system soul master? Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, Flender had long grown accustomed to Tang Li's miraculous achievements and no longer felt a sense of pride. Yet, there was one devoted fan of Tang Lu. As Master chuckled lightly, that lad truly possesses talent, excelling in every respect. However, he can be rather stubborn, and we find it difficult to manage him. Flender smirked slyly. Perhaps it's because he hasn't chosen you as his mentor. Master's smile instantly froze, and he shot Flender a fierce glare. Qin Ming was left stunned. Tang Lu had refused to take Master as his teacher. Master was a towering figure in the theoretical realm, a man at the pinnacle of his field, sought after by major sects and the Spirit Hall alike. For someone of Master's caliber, the moment he re-entered the fray, countless individuals would vie to become his disciple. How could Tang Lu refuse? What remarkable ambition! Intrigued by Tang Lu, Qin Ming glanced again at the 8 students of Shrek Academy, sighing inwardly. If such talent could be nurtured at the academy, their futures would be limitless. Unfortunately, Qin Ming understood Flender's temperament well. He would never allow himself to be beholden to others, leaving him to lament for these 8 prodigies. Suddenly, Master spoke. No, you may take them with you. Qin Ming looked at Master in surprise, his voice trembling with excitement as he replied, Is that truly possible, Master? I assure you, Tiando Royal Academy will cultivate them well. Fearful that they might not believe him, he even swore an oath publicly. Flender, whose expression was already grim, turned to Master, his voice cold as he questioned, Xiao Gang. What do you mean by this? Master sighed. I understand you cannot accept this decision, but you cannot provide these children with what they truly need for growth. Your approach will only hinder their future. What can't we provide? Flender shouted, his complexion darkening. Xiao Gang, do you mean to say that with your strength, you cannot teach these children? Our resources at Shrek may be limited, but our faculty is top-notch. Master's tone softened slightly. Flender, I understand your feelings, but what the children require for their growth extends beyond what we can offer. Can you provide them with the opportunity to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition a year from now? To put it plainly, we are merely living off our past glory. Apart from that, we have little else to offer. Listening to Master's words, Flender was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head in contemplation. Observing Flender's silence, Master continued, Furthermore, can we provide the simulated environments that are most suitable for their training? Flender, you must recognize how crucial a simulated environment is for a soul master. It lays a solid foundation for the children and enhances their practical abilities through familiarity. Presently, only Tiando Royal Academy possesses such a simulated environment. Xiao Gang, do not be obstinate. Think more about the children. They are our hope. Flender lowered his head in silence. Acknowledging the master's words, he had nothing to offer. Observing the dejected expression on his face, the master sighed heavily and turned to Qin Ming, resolutely stating, I agree to let the children study at Tiando Royal Academy, but I have one condition. We shall go as an inspection team, officially representing Tiando Royal Academy. All honors earned will belong to Tiando Royal Academy, but the education of the children must be under my complete authority. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Ming nodded and replied earnestly, No problem. All the teachers are renowned figures in the world. I believe the academy will agree. However, when the dean's name was mentioned, Qin Ming deliberately glanced at Flender. Taking a deep breath, Flender forced a smile and reassured, Don't worry, I've lived a long life. Xiao Gang is right. It's time to think about the children. Let us proceed, as he suggested, without concern for me. Watching the troubled Flender, the master could only silently lament for his friend of many years. After all, Shrek Academy was the fruit of his labor over the past decade. But for the sake of the children's future, Flender had to make some sacrifices. More importantly, Tiando Royal Academy was free from the interference of the Spirit Hall, providing a secure place for the teachers to retire, sparing them from a life of hiding. The master patted his shoulder firmly, saying, All right, You should take some time to calm your emotions. I'll step outside for a while. Fu nodded, saying nothing more, and poured himself another drink in solitude. Before leaving the room, the master glanced back at the 8 joyous figures at another table, sighed deeply, and exited the tavern without looking back. Observing the master's departing figure, Qi Ming seemed to harbor newfound admiration. The night had fully descended, yet the streets of Suodo City remained as bustling as ever, with vendors calling out their wares. The reason for such vibrancy in the late hours was that, half a month prior, 3 criminals had been apprehended in Suodo City. According to rumors, by the time they reached the guardhouse, they looked more like ghosts than humans, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, sending chills down onlookers' spines. However, with the removal of these 3 miscreants, public safety in Suodo City had improved significantly, allowing residents to venture out at night without the fear that had once compelled them to lock their doors. On the street corner, Yu Xiaojiang spotted 7 familiar figures, the members of the Royal Combat Team. Unlike Shrek's members, they were engaged in a self-reflective meeting. Each member pointed out their mistakes during the battle, providing mutual guidance that deepened their understanding of the recent defeat. Although they had lost this time, it had solidified their team spirit, transforming them into a true team. Yu Qianheng observed his 6 companions, calmly analyzing, that Tang Lu is exceedingly strong. Losing to him is no disgrace. Tianheng, the master, had unknowingly approached from behind. Startled by the familiar voice, Yu Qianheng turned abruptly to see the master. The master smiled and patted his shoulder, saying lightly, "Come with me for a moment." With that, he stepped outside, noticing the master's direction. Yu Qianheng quickly bid farewell to his companions and hurriedly followed. "Uncle, what brings you here?" On a quiet street, Yu Qianheng walked alongside the master, his heart a whirlpool of emotions. The master was the kindest figure from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to him. Yu Qianheng still remembered how, as a child, the master would always play with him, establishing a close bond. The master, who should have been the next sect leader, had been expelled for certain reasons and vanished from sight. A faint smile graced the master's face as he gazed at the bustling market, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Tianheng, it has been quite a while since we last met. I was initially worried about you, but it seems you're doing very well. I witnessed your performance in today's match. You did splendidly, and there was no shame in the blood you shed." Yu Qianheng stared blankly at the master, realizing how much he had changed over the years, from youthful recklessness to composed maturity. Unknowingly, tears welled in his eyes, and his voice trembled as he replied, "Uncle, after so many years, have you never thought about going back? You and my father have shed tears over your portrait countless times. They do not speak of it in front of others. I know they deeply wish for your return." The master shook his head firmly, a self-deprecating smile forming. "I am a disgrace to my family. What face do I have to return? Should I go back to be the subject of their ridicule? I have suffered enough humiliation there. Why would I want to return? I am living freely now, and I have grown accustomed to my current life." Chapter 198, The Indomitable Will. Tears glistened in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he choked out, "Uncle, those events are long past. Do you still refuse to forgive yourself?" The master shook his head solemnly, a look of bewilderment crossing his rigid face. "No, it is impossible to return. Enough, let's not dwell on this." Yu Qianheng opened his mouth to say more, but was cut off by the master's slightly irritable tone. Lowering his head, he wisely chose to remain silent. The master turned, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, his tone calmer now. "I am genuinely pleased to encounter you here again and witness your progress." Yu Tianheng's head shot up. "Uncle, did you see my battle today? I am sorry for bringing shame to the family." "No," the master unexpectedly shook his head, a rare smile gracing his face. "You did not lose today. You did not disgrace the family. I can see that you gave it your all in every battle. Every step you took was impeccable, truly perfection." Yu Qianheng's emotions surged, "But what does that matter? I still lost to Tang Lu. I carry the blood of the world's strongest beast martial spirit. Yet I was defeated by him. No, I refuse to accept this." The master sighed. "There is no perfect martial spirit in this world, including the blood that flows through you. Even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is not without its flaws." "Imperfect?" Yu Qianheng murmured, staring at the master in bewilderment. "Uncle, does my martial spirit have some defect?" The master replied calmly, "Yes. And it is a fatal flaw that has been passed down through generations of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect." Yu Qianheng was taken aback. "A fatal flaw? What is it?" "The pride that resides in your heart," the master said softly, turning to face the bewildered Yu Tianheng. "It is precisely because the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the world's strongest beast martial spirit that your heart swells with immense pride. Pride that can lead you to underestimate your opponents. Pride that can cause you to forsake everything. Pride, Yu Qianheng whispered, his calm gaze rippling like a stone cast into water, the waves of realization stirring within him. After a moment, he shook his head gently, a bitter smile forming. No, uncle, at this moment, I have nothing left to be proud of. As he spoke, he patted his heavy chest with his hand, gesturing towards the location of his heart, and declared, what resides within is nothing but an indomitable belief. The master, taken aback by his words, turned his head in confusion. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Yu Tianheng's eyes as he sighed. From the moment he struck me down and sent me to the medical hall, I have completely forgotten my identity as a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Zone. By the time I faced him for the second time, I was no longer the captain of the royal fighting team, nor was I affiliated with the Lan Dianba Wang Zone. I had transformed into an unyielding challenger, a challenger unwilling to succumb to defeat. The master's expression changed, astonished that Yu Qianheng could actively relinquish the pride that resided in his heart following their battle, channeling that pride into motivation for his own efforts. In retrospect, he felt inferior, realizing that even he had not fully subdued his own pride. Let me tell you, this person is simply too stubborn. Once he speaks, even 5 bulls could not drag him back. From the private room of the tavern came the indistinct voice of Flander, who, inebriated, was rambling incoherently, supported by the members of Shrek and Qin Ming. Shortly after Yu Xiaojing had left, Flander had transformed all his pent-up frustration into the effects of alcohol, downing dozens of cups, leaving him thoroughly intoxicated. Tang San, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, forced a wry smile and said, Dean, the master will be angry upon hearing your words. A strong scent of alcohol wafted towards him as Flander's slurred voice emerged once more. If you ask me, I understand Xiao Gang better than anyone in this world. His character flaw is his excessive stubbornness. He is too concerned about his pride, and despite having faced countless trials, he refuses to utter a single word. To hell with that. What kind of brother is this? The Shrek members, holding Flander, perked up, sensing something intriguing. Qin Ming, with a bitter smile, suggested, Dean, let me take you home. You're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. Just look, I can drink another cup. As he spoke, Flander, having already succumbed to inebriation, attempted to pour another drink into his mouth, only to be stopped by Tang Lo beside him. Tangle, exaspérated, remarque, Dean. You are truly drunk. Let us return home. While it is generally impossible for a soul sage to become intoxicated, it seemed that Flander was grappling with something that had shattered his inner composure, seeking solace in alcohol. With a blank expression, Flander's face broke into a mischievous grin as he drunkenly mused, Xiao Gang, you are clearly Yu Tianheng's uncle and a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Zone. So why do you hide it? Qin Ming was taken aback, astonished that the master was indeed a member of the Lan Dianba Wang Zone, and moreover, Tianheng's uncle. The 8 individuals surrounding Flander perked up, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded the intoxicated Flander. The master was actually from the Lan Dianba Wang Zone? For Tang San, this revelation was the most bewildering. The master had been like a second father to him, always caring for him meticulously. How could such an ordinary man possibly be linked to the Lan Dianba Wang Zone? What was Lan Tianba Wang martial soul? Was this a jest? Was it mutation? He recalled the master mentioning that he was not suited for mutations. Thoughts raced through Tang San's mind as he remembered the master's words, which indicated that his martial soul had limited his vitality's development, preventing him from ever reaching the Soul King realm, thus prompting him to delve deeply into academia. This all seemed to make a peculiar kind of sense. Could it be true that the master was indeed from the Lan Dianba Wang Zone? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Wujia, who had been observing the spectacle, could no longer remain seated. His expression shifted dramatically as he sprang up from his chair, seizing Flander and addressing the astonished crowd. Dean, he is merely spouting nonsense in his drunken state. I will escort him home. Before anyone could react, he hurriedly pulled Flander away, leaving Qin Ming and the other 8 in stunned silence. Clearing his throat, Qin Ming declared, Everyone, let us rest well. We shall discuss the matter of studying at the Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow, and promptly exited the scene, eager to avoid lingering even a moment longer. The following morning, as the master arose, he noticed a profound change in the gazes of the children directed at him. It was an expression of utmost admiration, almost sparkling with reverence. What pleased the master most was that during breakfast, Tang Lo made a point of glancing at him. Though somewhat perplexed, the master was determined to proceed with the second phase of their specialized training. This journey to the Soto City Great Spirit Arena had significantly enhanced the combat experience of the Shrek members, allowing them to truly understand the essence of battle rather than treating it as mere play within the confines of the academy. Over the course of a month, the name of Shrek Academy resonated throughout the Great Spirit Arena, with all 8 members earning Silver Spirit badges, while even Tang Lu secured a Gold Spirit badge with an impressive record of 48 wins and 2 draws. The 2 draws were due to Tang Li's decision to challenge a Soul Master of level 40. Although he could not defeat them, they likewise could not overcome him. Instead, these battles provided Tang Lu with a wealth of experience, making subsequent training feel more manageable. After a month of intense training, they finally achieved their long-awaited respite. The Shrek Academy team returned triumphantly to their familiar little village. Although they had been away for a month, the teachers who remained at the academy diligently tended to the flora and fauna, ensuring everything thrived vibrantly. The small green creature at the entrance of Shrek Academy gazed upon the returning group, its big, dark eyes seemingly brimming with joy, as if it were grinning at them. "Yay, we're finally back." Upon entering the dormitory, Oscar appeared utterly drained, collapsing onto the bed, which had accumulated a thick layer of dust over the past month. He poked his head out and declared, "Don't anyone disturb me. Let me sleep until I wake up naturally, before retreating back under the covers." Tang San furrowed his brow, remarking, "How can Oscar sleep in such a filthy dormitory? This is utterly unhygienic." Tang Lun nodded in agreement, noting that after a month away, the dust had settled comfortably in the room, and it was likely that mice were hosting parties at night. Unable to endure such an environment, the two began a thorough cleaning. Naturally, Oscar could not escape the ordeal and was dragged out from under the blanket, much to the chagrin of his beloved bedding, which became a primary target for their cleaning efforts. Tang San and Tang Lu worked diligently and meticulously, laboring throughout the morning until they finally restored the dormitory to order. This pleased Oscar, who, embodying the essence of laziness, flopped back on a bed for another restful slumber. Of course, this time he did not cover himself with a blanket, as all 3 blankets were being washed by Tang Lu and would soon be sun-dried alongside some clothing. Tang San chose not to accompany Tang Lu to hang the laundry, as he felt pressed for time and needed to focus on the Zhuge crossbow he had promised Ning Rongrong. He had received all the components for the crossbow he had crafted earlier, and only the assembly remained. Venturing alone to the spacious square, he found the weather to be splendid, with bright sunshine and the occasional chirping of birds filling the air. The splendid weather lifted Tang Li's spirits, prompting him to deftly construct a makeshift drying rack, meticulously laying out the quilts of himself, Tang San, and Oscar with great finesse and focus. The small square was perfectly situated opposite the girls' dormitory, and when Ning Rongrong pulled Xiao Wu onto the balcony, they fortuitously encountered Tang Lu, who was downstairs hanging laundry. "Hee, Xiao Wu, you are truly adorable. Let me pinch your cheeks," Ning Rongrong teased, cornering Xiao Wu against the wall, a mischievous grin gracing her face. Eager to playfully knead Xiao Wu's delicate visage, a flicker of alarm crossed Xiao Wu's eyes as she trembled in the corner, acutely aware that she was ensnared. For Ning Rongrong had long coveted her charming face. However, contrary to her expectations of sinister intentions, Ning Rongrong simply chuckled. "Xiao Wu, you are so cute, and your skin is so flawless. It's no wonder Sango likes you so much." "What are you saying?" Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she reached out. "Binching Ning Rongrong slenderweist." Ning Rongrong remained unfazed, her radiant smile unwavering, and observing Xiao Wu's bashful demeanor, she couldn't help but giggle. "Look at you. Xiao Wu, you've given yourself away, haven't you?" "Oh dear." Unable to withstand Ning Rongrong's teasing, Xiao Wu blushed and lunged at her. Ning Rongrong made a playful face, urging, "Hee, come catch me. Don't run away." Hearing the melodious laughter from the girls' dormitory, Tang Lu felt a stir in his heart, causing him to pause in his task. A sense of unease washed over him. Why couldn't he suppress the tumultuous emotions within, despite having lived 3 lifetimes? He found himself unable to control these feelings. Furrowing his brow, he recognized that with age, he was entering adolescence, and his inner thoughts were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself, for it is said that emotions could be a double-edged sword. Except for his family, Tang Lu wished to remain untainted by any romantic entanglements, for love could be more lethal than any weapon. This was wisdom he had long understood, and he had no desire to become a casualty of unrequited love. The 2 girls, in playful pursuit of one another, descended the stairs and halted upon seeing Tang Lu. Aware of the sounds behind him, Tang Lu turned instinctively. Clad in a silk nightgown that accentuated her long, slender legs, and with her hair tied back in a neat style, Ning Rongrong appeared even more enchanting under the sun, radiating youthful vitality. Xiao Wu, shyly peeking from behind Ning Rongrong, cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Lu Ge." "Hello to you both," Tang Lu replied with a smile, and under his conscious control, the disruptive emotions dissipated like mist. At that moment, whether gazing at the vibrant Ning Rongrong or the bashful and endearing Xiao Wu, he felt no ripple of emotion within, as if observing two pieces of wood. Noticing the cheerful Tang Lu and the bashful Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu's mind sparkled with a clever idea. She whispered something into Ning Rongrong's ear before bouncing away. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, and glancing at the laundry basket at Tang Li's feet, she softly offered, "Let me help you." Men often struggle with this task. Though somewhat puzzled, Tang Lu smiled in acknowledgement. "All right, if you have the time, please wash my socks afterward." In the following days, Master did not impose any training regimens on them. Instead, he encouraged the children to explore. Aware that they were soon to leave Shrek Academy for the Tiando Royal Academy, a sense of reluctance lingered in their hearts. At last, the day arrived when the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the earth. The 8 of them rose harmoniously, packing their belongings in preparation for a new day. The weather was exceptionally fine, and as they gathered on the playground in formation, the sun had already ascended in the east, bathing the sky in a golden glow. The 8 students of Shrek Academy stood ready, casting wistful glances at their familiar campus, a place where they had spent over half a year. It was impossible to claim that they bore no attachment. Behind the 8 students stood the faculty of Shrek Academy, and as they gazed toward the distant entrance, tears welled in their eyes. This academy represented the culmination of their efforts, and despite having come to terms with their thoughts, the impending farewell weighed heavily on their hearts. The other teachers beside them also felt a pang of bittersweetness. "All right, it is time for us to depart," Zhao Wujia said, giving Flinder a firm pat on the shoulder, his tone laden with emotion. He too felt the weight of nostalgia. "Let us head to the Tiando Royal Academy." Flinder sighed, summoning all his strength to utter these words, and as he clenched his jaw to speak the final syllable, tears cascaded down his cheeks, falling to the ground with a soft thud. After all, at their age, they had witnessed many scenes. Emotions come swiftly and depart just as quickly, akin to a whirlwind. Flinder regained his composure, raising his hand to lead the group on their journey. Reflecting on their destination, Tang Lu recalled the prince residing within the royal palace, who had initially tricked him into entering the palace. However, after 6 years of honing his skills, he had experienced rapid growth, with his soul power reaching approximately level 35. Yet, Tang Lu understood that with his current abilities, confronting the Tiando Empire was a far-fetched idea. It was common knowledge that the cold-hearted imperial family was formidable, and he could not believe the tales spun by Xuanyuan were sincere. He silently vowed that once he achieved the pinnacle of power on this continent, he would capture Xuanyuan and exact his revenge for the past. The distribution of power on Douluo continent was quite scattered, encompassing several nations. Yet only the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire held true dominance, along with the Wuhuan Hall. The Tiando Empire, situated to the north, commanded a formidable army of millions. Although its strength had waned over the years, its profound heritage remained, making it a force not to be trifled with. The journey from the Bala Kingdom to the Tiando Empire's capital, Tiando City, spanned a daunting 2,000 kilometers, a lengthy trek indeed. As they marched, Flinder suddenly turned back with a grin, beckoning, "Come on, little ones, keep up, don't fall behind." With that, he grasped the hand of Master, and two blue, ethereal wings materialized behind him, lifting him into the air as he soared effortlessly ahead, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. Ma Hongjun seemed to anticipate this, casually remarking, "I knew the Principal Wu Ti let us off so easily." Dai Mubai exhaled, "Enough chatter, let us catch up." With that, he surged forward, reaching incredible speeds powered by his soul energy. Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand, saying, "Xiao Wu, let us go." Xiao Wu nodded, and together they dashed forward. Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the inseparable duo, naturally paired up, with Ma Hongjun's small red wings flapping energetically as he cradled Oscar in his arms, who lounged comfortably, lazily yawning and casually tossing a sausage into Ma Hongjun's mouth. As for Zhu Zhuqing, apologies, but at the very moment when Dai Mu Bai surged forward, Zhu Zhuqing had already followed suit. Zhu Zhuqing, a fiercely competitive woman, did not wish to lag behind Dai Mu Bai, not even by a single step. The students sprang into action, and the other teachers, unwilling to be left behind, earnestly rushed ahead. Yet, none could surpass Flinder, who held the foremost position. Being a sole sage of the agility type, his speed was indeed formidable. At that moment, only Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong remained. Ning Rongrong deliberately refrained from moving, as she intended to stay alongside Tang Lu. Tang Lu, too, intentionally held back, opting to be last, eager to experience the thrill of overtaking. This contrast in their intentions brought the two together. Observing the Shrek members fading into distant black dots, Tang Lu curiously glanced at Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Rongrong, aren't you going to move? It's so obvious. Can't you see? What a silly girl." Ning Rongrong silently complained to herself, then blinked her large eyes and feigned a pout, saying, "Tang Lu, I've twisted my ankle. It hurts so much." As she spoke, she reached down to rub her ankle, appearing pitiful enough to evoke a protective instinct in anyone. It must be said that Ning Rongrong's acting skills were remarkably adept, bordering on the level of an award-winning actress. Even Tang Lu, under her spell, regarded her with a concerned gaze, asking, "Are you all right? Is it serious?" Ning Rongrong quickly withdrew her foot, not wanting to reveal her ruse, and feigned strength, stating, "No, it's fine. I can endure it. You should hurry and catch up. Don't fall behind." Leaving a support-type Soul Master at the back of the group was out of the question, especially given that Ning Rongrong was injured. He resolved not to abandon anyone. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and extended his hand, saying, "Come, I'll help you." Ning Rongrong stared at the hand he offered, nodding vigorously. This was precisely what she desired. She grasped Tang Li's hand, and at the moment their hands met, a slight tremor ran through her shoulder, and a blush instantly adorned her face. Feeling the warmth radiating from Tang Li's hand, Ning Rongrong grew somewhat nervous. After all, this was her first time proactively touching a boy's hand. Even though she was the one initiating it, she could not suppress her inner shyness. Chapter 201. It is Tang Lu. Tang Lu cast a casual glance at Ning Rongrong, sensing that she had been somewhat absent-minded lately, as if her heart were not fully present. Watching Shrek, the figures of his companions completely vanished from view. Tang Lu understood that if he did not catch up soon, it would be too late. Gradually standing upright, he activated his soul power and the Xian Yao heart method, stimulating his muscles and meridians to maximize his speed. Then, propelled by his soul power, his clothing tore apart at the back, and two small protrusions emerged from either side of his spine, shimmering with a golden halo. These protrusions quickly expanded, revealing a pair of golden wings that fluttered gracefully, glimmering with a radiant golden light under the sun's rays. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she noticed that with the emergence of these wings, Tang Li's aura experienced a dramatic transformation. Even his originally handsome features appeared even more striking, exuding an air of disdain and coldness. He resembled the quintessential domineering CEO beloved by women. "Let's go." Donglu, with an expressionless gaze, glanced at Ning Rongrong and spoke coolly. His eyes were filled with a chilling intensity as he grasped her hand, and his golden wings began to flap vigorously, propelling him forward in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of golden light racing ahead, akin to a fearless meteor streaking across the heavens. With Tang Lu holding her hand, Ning Rongrong found she needed no effort to float effortlessly in the air. For the first time at such a height, she beheld a scene she had never witnessed before. Pure, pristine clouds and the expansive sky before her, with golden rays of light invigorating her senses. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in awe as the figures of Shrek below transformed into mere specks, distinguishable only by their attire. Leading the charge was Dai Mu Bai, followed closely by Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San and Xiao Wu's silhouettes danced joyfully at the heart of the group, while at the rear, Ma Hongjun and Oscar leisurely trailed behind. Ning Rongrong turned her gaze to Tang Lu beside her, whose eyes were fixed ahead, devoid of any emotion. Gazing into his cold eyes, she found herself mesmerized, a fleeting sparkle illuminating her beautiful eyes. After a few minutes of vigorous flight, Tang Lu finally spotted his target, Flinder and the Master. They were leisurely gliding through the air, their faces brimming with smiles. Tang Lu narrowed his eyes, and the golden wings behind him suddenly radiated a dazzling red light, which swiftly enveloped every feather, replacing the gentle golden glow. His entire aura surged dramatically. Gripping Ning Rongrong's hand tighter, he transformed into a red dragon, diving swiftly toward the ground, leaving a trail of brilliant flames in his wake. Before Ning Rongrong could react, they plunged downward, but thankfully, Tang Li's grip was firm enough to prevent her from falling. "Ah, Tang Lo, what are you doing?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pressing against him for balance. Her voice laced with annoyance. However, Tang Lu remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Flender. The master beside Flender inquired curiously, "Did I just hear Rongrong's voice?" Flender paused, then replied irritably, "Xiao Gang, do you look down on me? My speed ranks among the best in the Soul Master realm. Even without using soul power, those kids could never catch up to me." The master scratched his head, muttering, "That shouldn't be. I distinctly heard Rongrong's voice just now." Flender chuckled softly. "You must have misheard. If they could catch up to me, Flender would." Before he could finish, a fiery red light flashed past him, swiftly descending into the clouds below. Almost immediately, a more radiant fire erupted, spreading its flames across the sky. Then, the flames suddenly contracted, forming a shadow that charged forward, leaving only an afterimage in the air. Flender's smile froze on his face, and even the master beside him was left speechless, captivated by the crimson light ahead. Fearing he might miss any details, Flender blinked several times, rubbing his eyes, yet the fiery figure remained ahead, growing more distant. What the hell? Calm as he was, Flanders could not help but exclaim, for he had just discerned that the fiery red figure was none other than Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong. How could this young lad's speed rival his own? It must be some form of cheating. The muscles on Flanders' face began to twitch as he beheld the scene before him, utterly a loss for words. A great soul master actually managing to keep pace with a soul sage, an unprecedented occurrence across the continent. Could that truly be Shaolo? How could it be? The master's lips trembled involuntarily, feeling as though his understanding of soul masters had been turned upside down, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Ah, it is indeed that brat." Flanders scolded with a chuckle, and then his wings, positioned at his back, began to flap vigorously, propelling him skyward like an arrow released from its bow. Trailing closely behind Flanders were Zhao Wujia and Tang Do, the latter being a soul master named Xiao Xian. They both halted in their tracks, staring blankly at the two fiery red silhouettes and the blue light in the sky. The two figures resembled colossal dragons engaged in a fierce clash, continuously igniting the air with brilliant flames. Below, Zhao Wujia and Xiao Xian gazed, entranced at the dazzling figures. Waves of colorful light surged and shimmered as they danced upon the clouds, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Zhao Wujia, astonished, watched the still leading fiery figure and wondered who it was, marveling at its incredible speed. Was it really necessary to rush so? Could they not spare them a moment of respite? Resolute, he seized Xiao Xian beside him and propelled forward with reckless abandon. After all, he was also a soul sage. How could he allow himself to lag behind? Given that Xiao Xian belonged to the support category of soul masters, he lacked speed. Zhao Wujia's impatient nature led him to hoist Xiao Xian upon his back and dash forward. In Chapter 202, how did you achieve this? Flanders, infusing his soul power, swiftly overtook Tang Lu, leaving him a distance of several meters behind. A triumphant smile spread across his old face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, this brat dares to compete with me." The master, astonished, remarked, "I never anticipated Tang Li's speed could reach such heights. It is truly astonishing." However, Flanders' smile faded as he pondered. This little rascal is indeed peculiar. How could an ordinary person attain such velocity? Suddenly, his brow unfurled, and a faint smile graced his lips. After all, they were all little monsters. It was only natural for them to surpass ordinary individuals. Otherwise, how could they be considered little wastrels? Just then, Flanders felt as if time itself had frozen. The air around him slowed considerably. Even the flapping of his wings diminished significantly. What was happening? Flanders uttered in a panic, feeling as though he were being pursued by an unseen force, his entire speed plummeting. Yet, why would he be tracked while simply traveling? Then he sensed something amiss. The air around him, now stagnant, lacked any trace of soul power, replaced instead by a mysterious milky energy. This indicated that it was not the soul power tracking he had imagined. As Flanders pondered, a fierce gust of wind howled past him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Before he knew it, Tang Lu, radiating familiar flames, reappeared before him, the red light blazing skyward and instantly propelling Flanders, who had been immobilized dozens of meters away. Flanders gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, how could he possibly catch up? Unbeknownst to him, The seemingly frozen space was the result of Tang Lu's manipulation of the wind control technique, which had slowed Flanders' movement while enhancing his own speed to unprecedented levels. However, Tang Lu was not yet satisfied. Aware that his current control could not restrain Flanders for long, he accelerated the flow of his Bei Ming true qi, causing the wings behind him to flap with increasing frequency. In an instant, dozens of winged shadows flickered behind him, and when he looked up again, Tang Lu had already appeared dozens of meters away. "Damn it, that brat!" Flanders scolded with a chuckle. He then shook his body vigorously, unleashing a surge of soul power that shattered the previous confinement, restoring the winds to normalcy. Without hesitation, he grabbed the master and launched himself skyward, following the brilliant trail of flames. The competition between Tang Lu and Flanders left those trailing behind utterly exhausted. By the time the Shrek team reached the end of their journey, they wore expressions of distress, running mechanically forward, drenched in sweat as if they had just emerged from a swimming pool. Even Oscar, though he did not need to rush, was panting heavily, having exhausted himself frequently conjuring sausages, nearly gasping for breath. Dai Mubai wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, expressing his frustration. When will this ever end? Douluo, equally fatigued, approached him and smiled wryly. The further we go, the more uncertain I feel. We have been traveling for nearly an entire day, and we have yet to catch sight of the teachers. Dai Mubai's face paled slightly as he voiced his concerns. Could it be that we have taken a wrong turn? Tang Sin shook his head, smiling as he reassured, "No, certainly not. I have observed our path closely. Above, two beams of light intertwine in the sky. One red and one blue. Just look up." As he spoke, Tang San pointed to the radiant lights above them, which shone in the dark night sky like guiding beacons. Dai Mubai followed Tang San's gesture and looked up, indeed spotting two beams of light illuminating the heavens, stretching infinitely towards the horizon. Tang San patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, smiling. "Let us hurry. Nightfall approaches." With that, he set off running. Dai Mubai sighed, hastily following suit. 10 kilometers away, in a small town, the creators of the dazzling lights from the sky were indulging in a hearty meal at a tavern, thoroughly exhausted from their day of travel. They occupied a table for 4, with the master and Flanders seated opposite Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong. Surrounding them was a black cloth bag filled with water and food they had procured in the town, their necessary provisions for the journey ahead. Flanders, gazing at the composed Tang Lu across from him, found himself increasingly impressed and teasingly remarked, "You little rascal have truly opened my eyes today." Although Flanders had ultimately surpassed Tang Lu, the latter had never faltered in keeping pace with him. Tang Lu smiled and replied, "I still fall short compared to you, Dean." Flanders chuckled, "You dare compare your control type to my agility type? Moreover, I am a soul sage. You should take a look at yourself. Never has a soul master pursued a soul sage. You are the first. Do not be so modest." The master nodded in agreement, stating, "Xiao Lu, your performance today has been exceptional, setting a new record for Shrek Academy on the continent." Flanders leaned closer to the master and whispered, "Now, we should refer to it as the Tian-Do Royal Academy." The master cast a glance at him, sarcastically remarking, "Your mood changes so swiftly." With a hearty laugh, Flanders raised his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. Under the glow of the lights, the tears in his eyes sparkled. Both Master Tang Lu and Ning Rongrong noticed his sorrow, yet neither chose to confront it. The master, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Xiao Lu, how have you managed to increase your speed so dramatically? I recall your speed previously resembling that of a soul master specializing in agility, yet now it nearly rivals that of a soul sage." This question had long lingered in the master's mind. He had consistently advocated for the study of soul masters and possessed his own understanding of every detail. But Tang Lu had presented an anomaly that piqued his curiosity. Today, he saw an opportune moment to broach the subject. Chapter 203. A transformation of image. Tang Lu, however, did not withhold information, candidly responding, "The reason for my rapid improvement lies in a unique cultivation technique I have recently practiced, although I cannot disclose the specifics." Upon hearing this, the master nodded in understanding. He recognized that such techniques are not easily shared. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong gazed at him with inquisitive eyes, puzzled by the sudden emergence of numerous offensive techniques across the continent. Both Tang San and Tang Lu possessed them, leaving her with an abundance of questions. It is well known that a single technique is exceedingly rare, with many ancient methods lost in conflicts and wars, and only powerful factions holding sway over the potent techniques. The common folk could never aspire to such mastery. What then were the true identities of Tang Lu and Tang San? How could Tang Lu so casually produce a technique to enhance everyone's speed? Douluo smiled slightly. In my youth, I once consumed a miraculous herb, which significantly enhanced my physical capabilities, laying a solid foundation for my cultivation. Moreover, it complements my technique. And under their combined enhancement, my speed has surged. If my aerial speed was previously rated as 1, can you guess what it is now? Ning Rongrong tilted her head and guessed 30. Tang Li's lips curled into a smirk, shaking his head. No, 80? The master queried, but Tang Lu continued to shake his head. Flander adjusted his old-fashioned glasses with confidence, asserting it must be 100. He considered himself the most adept at speed control within the entire Shrek Academy, having accurately assessed Tang Li's speed during the morning's competition, which fueled his confidence. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly carefree youth before him harbored an unparalleled understanding of everything. In his past life, Tang Lu had mastered various arts and martial skills, excelling in archery, spear techniques, swordplay, and more. His control over both strength and speed exceeded Flander's imagination, allowing him to measure every step and second with precision. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Li's eyes as he declared, "No, it is 150. 150? How could that be possible?" Flander and the master exclaimed in astonishment. Even Ning Rongrong beside them gaped, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Douluo shukud, teasing. How can my speed possibly reach 150? Flander sighed in relief, responding, "Indeed, is there anyone whose speed could be that fast?" Tang Lu continued, "Actually, it is 195. The others gasped as they processed this revelation. 195? Just how fast is that? The master stammered. "Xiaolu, you're not deceiving me, are you?" The master asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Tang Lu shook his head, replying, "I am not lying. My speed is indeed 150, and with Rongrong's enhancement, I achieved a 30% increase, bringing me to 195. Seeing Tang Lu's nonchalant demi-honneur, the master fell into contemplation. Flander, eager, pressed, but I distinctly recall you being at 100 before. Does that mean that? He cast a meaningful glance at Tang Lu. Tang Lu nodded. Indeed, that was not my limit. My true speed is at least double that. How extraordinary! Flander was left speechless. Ning Rongrong's bright eyes sparkled with joy. She was genuinely pleased for Tang Li's progress, her eyes crescent-shaped, exuding beauty and grace. However, the master adopted a serious tone, saying, "Xiaolu, you must never mention what you have said today in front of others. Do you understand?" The master's tone was grave, carrying an unmistakable warning. Tang Lu, puzzled, asked why. The master lowered his head, thoughtfully analyzing. "I fear the Spirit Hall may come looking for you, which could result in dire consequences." The Spirit Hall? Tang Lu questioned. "Isn't it an organization for soul masters? Why would they come for me? What do you mean by dire consequences?" The master shook his head solemnly. "No. The situation with the Spirit Hall is far worse than you imagine. They are ruthless, eliminating anyone they perceive as a threat, especially you. Your exceptional talent, coupled with your rapid advancement, will undoubtedly draw their attention. If they approach you, they will likely force you to join their ranks. If you refuse, they will not hesitate to disregard the condemnation of the Soul Master community and eliminate you." As he spoke, the master emphasized his words. "Remember, prodigies often meet untimely ends." Douluo listened, somewhat dazed. Previously, he had harbored a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall as they endeavored to maintain peace and balance across the continent amidst turmoil, even assisting the common people in awakening their martial spirits to ensure their survival, steering them away from the path of wrongdoing. However, the master's words shattered the image he had of the Spirit Hall, leaving him uncertain of whom to trust. Yet, he understood that he could not reveal everything to the world, as doing so would inevitably lead to significant trouble. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why the Spirit Hall would act in such a manner. How could an organization that claimed to embody justice engage in such actions? Wouldn't that tarnish their image? Yet, the unease in his heart grew. The Spirit Hall controlled all matters concerning soul masters on the continent, meaning they could access comprehensive information about him. His birth date, the martial spirit he awakened, the talent he displayed during awakening, and his progress in cultivation, all of it could be documented. If the Spirit Hall truly sought to eliminate him, he would be utterly exposed. Flander interjected, "Be vigilant, Xiaolu. Stay cautious. There may not be as many good people in this world as you believe, but there are certainly more villains than you can imagine." Chapter 204. Do you like Tang Lu? Tang Lu nodded. "All right, I will be careful." The master and Flander exchanged glances, hesitating to elaborate further. for they understood that Tang Lu was indeed a perceptive child. With just a nudge, he would grasp the underlying meaning. The master's concern was not unfounded. Should a discerning individual seek to investigate Tang Li's background, it would inevitably implicate his father, Tang Hao, the man who had dealt a devastating blow to the Spirit Hall 12 years prior. If news of Tang Hao were to surface, it would not only affect Tang Li, but also Tang San and his mother. The master had contemplated all of this extensively, since Tang Lu and Tang San were his pupils. It became imperative to safeguard their well-being. After a while, Zhao Wujia, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others arrived one after another, under the fierce gazes of their companions. Flander could only smile wryly as he took on the dining and lodging expenses in the small town, which finally spared him from their relentless teasing. True to his word, Flander had indeed found an inn for their accommodation, though it was merely a slight upgrade from a standard room and could not compare to their previous lodging in Swatoa City. However, the group bore no complaints, having grown accustomed to enduring hardships during their travels. For them, as long as it was not spent in the wilderness, it sufficed. Furthermore, they were well aware of Flander's frugal nature. It was a blessing that this miser had even agreed to spend anything, so they had no further expectations. Moreover, he had been so stingy that he only booked 3 rooms, one for the teachers, one for the girls, and one for the boys. Oscar slowly pushed open the door to the boys' room, stretching lazily and exclaiming, "Finally, we can rest. This journey has worn me out." Ma Hongjun kicked him lightly, retorting, "Think about who has been urging you along the way. If anyone is tired, it should be me." Rubbing his sore backside, Oscar turned to counter Pa. "You fat fool. If it weren't for my sausages, we would have plummeted from the sky at some point." Dai Mubai chose not to intervene in their quarrel, instead finding his own bed and stretching out to relieve his weary body. After a day of travel, they were all mentally and physically drained and had little energy left for further conversation. Tang Lu calmly approached a bed, lying flat upon it, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. He had contemplated much earlier. A colossal organization like the Spear Hall would undoubtedly desire the world's most gifted individuals to join their ranks. This was an undeniable fact, as both the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall would share this sentiment. According to the master, he would inevitably need to seek out a formidable organization to align himself with in the future. The higher his achievements, the more likely it would be for either the Spirit Hall or the 2 great empires to come knocking at his door. However, the crux of the matter was that he had no desire to join any organization. Rather, he aspired to establish one of his own, the Xiaoyao sect. He understood that a nascent organization would not attract excessive attention from the 2 great empires or the Spear Hall. Yet he was a spark. He had felt the extent of his own burgeoning talent over the years. He could confidently assert that as long as he navigated his life without peril, he would reach the rank of title Douluo before the age of 30, making him a highly sought-after individual across the continent. However, should he choose to found an organization at this juncture, he would undoubtedly become a target for the 3 major forces. The optimal strategy for an uncontrollable element was to eliminate it entirely. Tang Lu was convinced that the 3 major organizations would choose to extinguish him rather than allow a new organization to flourish. Of course, these were merely Tang Lu's speculations. The future was uncertain, and circumstances could change unexpectedly. Yawning heavily, he prepared to drift into slumber when a knock echoed from outside the door. Tang San rose from another bed, rubbed his eyes, and opened the door. A sliver of light revealed Xiao Wu's silhouette outside. Tang San, puzzled, asked Xiao Wu, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Xiao Wu replied, "Brother, can you come out for a moment?" Although perplexed, Tang San observed the fatigue etched on her face and stepped outside resolutely. Suddenly, the previously quiet room erupted with Ma Hongjun's voice. "Wow, wow, wow, we have some juicy gossip." Oscar wore a mischievous grin, finding the late-night antics amusing. Ma Hongjun's excitement caused his plump cheeks to tremble, and he noted that Tang San and Xiao Wu were heading towards the small grove. Through the window, they could see Tang San holding Xiao Wu's hand as they ventured deeper into the grove under the bright moonlight. Oscar feigned astonishment. Could it be that Tang San is finally stepping up to be a man tonight? Ma Hongjun nodded eagerly, with a lewd smile. Who knows? They might even create a life tonight. Oscar remarked, "He has inherited some of my father's charm." Suddenly, Dai Mubai, lying in bed, interjected, "Don't jump to conclusions. It's possible Tang San and Xiao were merely going to engage in some physical activity in the grove." Ma Hongjun chuckled, "What kind of activity? Get lost." Dai Mubai retorted, pulling the blanket over his head. He seemed exhausted today and preferred not to engage further with the 2. Everyone understood the unspoken implications. Primarily, they had to be mindful of Tang Lu's presence nearby, which restrained their banter. Meanwhile, Tang Lu remained silent, appearing as if he had fallen asleep. He turned to his side, eyes fixed straight ahead, murmuring to himself. Could it be that Tang San is truly ready to fulfill the promise he made to me years ago? The boys' dormitory was not the only place buzzing. Whispers also arose in the girls' dormitory. Through a window that offered a clear view of the grove, two striking figures, covered by a blanket, leaned forward, dressed in nightgowns. Their ample, fair skin was partially exposed, creating a captivating allure. To the left was Zhu Zhuqing, and to the right was Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's face radiated excitement as she eagerly chatted with Zhu Zhuqing, as if she were the star of the evening's drama. Zhu Zhuqing, however, appeared more composed. Her expression neutral as she responded with soft hums to Ning Rongrong's multitude of questions. Watching the figures in the grove, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes momentarily glazed over as she murmured, Zhuqing, I truly envy Xiao Wu. She is such a wonderful boy by her side. Where is my own boy waiting for me? Zhu Zhuqing cast her a surprised glance. Ning Rongrong seemed lost in thought, gazing blankly at the distant sky. Zhu Zhuqing's lips moved slightly as she suddenly inquired, Do you like Tangla? Ning Rongrong froze for a moment, her face flushing crimson as she quickly sat up from the window, exclaiming, Zhuqing, what are you saying? Observing Ning Rongrong spasful de manor. Zhu Zhuqing understood and gazed deeply into her eyes, saying softly, I can see that he is a good person. Being with him will not bring you sorrow. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong attempted to argue further, but under Zhu Zhuqing's penetrating gaze, she shyly lowered her head. She stuck out her tongue, thinking, yet that blockhead remains oblivious. How infuriating. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her naturally reserved personality preventing her from saying more. Ningrong leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Do you think I should give him some hints? As she broached this topic, her heart raced, and she felt the fluttering of butterflies in her chest. Zhu Zhuqing replied calmly, Eyes do not lie. I can see you like him, but he does not share your feelings. What? Ning Rongrong pouted in discontent. Clearly, it was he who was foolish. How could he not be interested in me? Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, merely shaking her head gently. Ning Rongrong, with a playful grin, declared, Those who wish to pursue me have lined up from the Qibao, Liuli Zone, to Tiando City. I refuse to believe he does not like me. She held a strong confidence in her appearance and could not fathom that Tang Lu harbored no feelings for her. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. He is not an ordinary person. Ning Rongrong glanced at her suspiciously and asked with a hint of urgency, Are you, Zhuqing, perhaps interested in that blockhead? Zhu Zhuqing's tranquil expression momentarily flickered. Her eyes drifted off but quickly regained composure as she replied, If not for my own reasons, that might be possible. Every girl yearns for an exceptional partner, and his handsome visage, formidable strength, and warm smile undoubtedly captivated many a heart. What personal reasons? Ning Rongrong inquired, tilting her head. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, unwilling to divulge further, and lay down on her bed. She turned to Ning Rongrong, who sat dazed at the bedside, and said, If you like him, seize the moment. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, staring blankly at Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed, her eyes seemingly reflecting newfound determination. Today is indeed a wonderful day. Tang Lu hummed a little tune as he exited the room. This song was formerly the most popular, and now it resonated with a unique charm. The sun hung high in the sky, and Tang Lu inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing air, feeling invigorated as if even his cells had come alive. After a while, others began to rise, and they formed a line in front of the inn. After a night of rest, Dai Mubai stood tall, his spirit restored, like an upright javelin. In contrast, Ma Hongjun and Oscar appeared disheveled and unsteady, swaying as though a gust of wind could topple them. Last night, the two had rambled on for 4 hours without pause. Tang San seemed unaffected by yesterday's events, while Xiao Wu's complexion was only slightly flushed. Ning Rongrong stood with her head down, lost in thought, her expression a mix of dullness and brilliance, as if pondering something deeply. Zhu Zhuqing remained composed at the end of the line. Shortly after, the classroom team arrived, and the Shrek group continued their journey. Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong announced that her leg was healed and she no longer required Tang Li's assistance. This left Tang Lu puzzled, as she could barely walk just yesterday. He noticed Ning Rongrong attempt to speak to him several times, but after hesitating momentarily, she withdrew. Tang Lu felt perplexed. He sensed that Ning Rongrong was concealing something, but he held no interest in prying. The Shrek group eventually arrived at the realm of the Sylph's kingdom, where Sylph City stood as one of the largest cities. The Grand Sol Arena here was significantly larger than that of Soto City. The Master decided to arrange a team battle for Shrek to shake off the stiffness accumulated over the past 2 months. Everyone was eager, having longed for the cheers of the audience. Donning their familiar Shrek masks, they marched into the Sylph Sol Arena. The Sylph Sol Arena was far more magnificent than the Soto Arena, situated at the heart of Sylph City, a bustling hub frequented by travelers eager to engage in battles. When the Shrek group reached the counter, Flinder was taken aback. Their Golden Soul team had no rivals of equal caliber within the Grand Arena, meaning there were no opponents that matched their strength. The Master's brow furrowed, contemplating alternative options. The attendant replied, "There's a possibility, but it involves challenging the Silver Soul team. This will undoubtedly increase the difficulty. Please consider carefully, as we have all suffered greatly." The Master quickly responded, "We have made our decision. We will challenge the Silver Soul team. By the way, I have heard of a particularly fierce team here, and we wish to challenge them." "What?" the attendant asked in astonishment, gazing at the Master in bewilderment. This team was infamous, evading anyone who crossed their path. Why would anyone willingly seek them out? Did they wish for a swift demise? Both the attendant and even Flinder and the others looked at the Master in confusion, unable to comprehend why he would make such a decision. Undeterred by the puzzled expressions, the Master inquired, "What is the name of your most fearsome team?" The attendant swallowed hard and replied, "The Fierce God team." The Master stated, "That is the one." Flinder gawked at the Master. "You can't be serious." The Master lowered his voice, saying, "This is a trial for the children." Flinder protested, "You cannot gamble with their lives." "I know what I am doing," the Master replied, then turned to the attendant. "Please proceed with the arrangements. The Shrek team will battle the Fierce God team." Chapter 206. The Fierce God team Tang Sen expressed his concerns. "What about Brother Lo? His strength is unmatched. Having him participate would surely enhance our chances." The Master shook his head. "No, this challenge belongs to all of you. Tang Lo cannot take part. As for him, he has other matters to attend to." The Master cast a casual glance at Tang San and added with a smile, "This time, I permit you to use hidden weapons." "Really?" Tang San exclaimed with delight. Being able to use hidden weapons would significantly increase their odds of victory. The Master nodded, turning to the rest of the Shrek team, instructing, "When it is your turn, follow Tang San's lead and adhere to his directions." Oscar, looking troubled, said, "I know Brother San's hidden weapons are formidable, but the Fierce God team consists of level 40 participants. If we fail to defeat them, won't we be putting our lives at risk?" Standing nearby, Tang Lu smiled calmly. "They think as you do." Dai Mubai inquired, "What do you mean?" Tang Lu responded, "They perceive their lives to be at stake, and so do you." After assessing each side's strength, given the nature of the Fierce God team, they will likely view this as a divine slaughter. Hence, they will let their guard down, allowing us to surprise them with Brother San's hidden weapons, potentially defeating them in one blow. The Master regarded Tang Lu with satisfaction. "Precisely, that is my intention." Oscar's eyes widened in realization. "So that's how it is." The others nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting astonishment. Tang Sen said, "All right, I will make the necessary arrangements." As the thought of wielding the Zhuge divine crossbow of Tang Sen crossed their minds, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement, a tingling sensation in their hands, eager to summon the Fierce God battle team for some practice. While they deliberated on strategies to confront the Fierce God battle team, Ning Rongrong quietly approached Tang Lu, feigning casualness as she leaned on his shoulder, adopting a delicate demeanor as she sweetly murmured, "Tang Lu, I'm scared." Tang Lu furrowed his brow, gently grasping Ning Rongrong by her slender shoulders, and solemnly stated, "Rongrong, having embarked on the path of a soul master, there is no turning back. To grow stronger, one must conquer their fears. Only when one commits fully can their true potential be unleashed. Life presents countless challenges, and we have no choice but to face them with courage." At times, Ning Rongrong truly wished to knock on Tang Li's head to uncover what thoughts resided within, pondering if it was merely filled with wood. Having successfully diverted Ning Rongrong's attention, Tang Lu felt an unexpected surge of pride. Behold, yet another bewildered girl had discovered the meaning of life with his guidance. What a noble spirit that is. Tang Lu settled onto the sofa beside the Master, casually sipping from a glass of water, and smiled, saying, "Master, I wish to participate in a team match." The Master nodded, acknowledging, "I share that sentiment. Once Tang San and the others finish their match, I'll find a place for you to substitute." Tang Lu shook his head. "No, that is not my intention. The master looked puzzled, wondering if there were other alternatives. Tang Lu chuckled. Of course, I plan to create my own team. The master shot him a stern look, instantly discerning Tang Li's intentions, and firmly rejected. No, I cannot agree. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Come, sit, Dangul insisted, pulling the irate master back onto the sofa, adding, Master, you know my character. I only undertake endeavors in which I am confident. You need not worry. The master sighed, observing Tang Li's stubbornness, and relented. Very well. Which copper rank team do you wish to challenge? Tang Lu pointed to a vivid red poster across the room, grinning. I want to challenge that one. The poster was drenched in crimson, featuring 7 robust men standing atop a mound of white bones. The master followed Tang Li's direction and gasped, his eyes widening. Have you lost your mind? Do you even know what team that is? Tang Lu shrugged. Of course, it says right there, the reversed god battle team. The master exclaimed, and you still wish to face them? This team is notorious, second only to the fierce god battle team in their fearsome reputation. While their overall strength may not rival that of the fierce god battle team, their brutality is equally unmatched. Each battle sees opponents defeated mercilessly. Even death is commonplace for them. This team comprises individuals with dark pasts, known for their heinous deeds, who somehow united to form the reversed god battle team, causing tremors throughout the Douluo arena. Although the 7 members of the fierce god battle team had not reached the Soul Sovereign level, the highest among them, Meng Pai, was a formidable 39th level assault type Soul Sovereign, with strength and explosive power comparable to an average Soul Sovereign. The other 6 members also exceeded level 36, each a standout in the realm of Soul Sovereigns. If Tang San and his companions were to confront them, it would be one thing, but Tang Lu was alone. Would he truly take on 7? Tang Lu chuckled wryly. But we've known each other for so long. Do you not have any faith in me? The master's expression remained troubled. This isn't about faith. It's the fact that they are 7 while you stand alone. Tang Lu retorted, Master, just trust me once. I also wish to discover my limits. The master hesitated, intrigued to see where Tang Li's limits truly lay. After a few moments of contemplation, he decided to grant Tang Lu this opportunity. All right, but you must promise not to act recklessly. If you find yourself unable to compete, you must voluntarily withdraw. Tang Lu nodded eagerly. Yes, I won't overreach. Besides, if I decide to flee, they wouldn't be able to catch me. The master slightly raised his chin, acknowledging the truth in Tang Li's words. If he chose to escape, even Flender would struggle to keep up, let alone the members of the reversed god battle team. The master then added, You cannot register a team alone. I'll find a few people to accompany you for registration. Tang Lu inquired, Who will you find? Do you know anyone in this unfamiliar city? The master's eyes twinkled mischievously as he replied, Flender. Chapter 207. I truly have not cheated the team, Xiao Gang. Have you lost your mind? Allowing Tang Lu to challenge the reversed god battle team alone, what were you thinking? Flender berated, followed by Zhao Wujia and 3 other teachers. Indeed, the master had called upon the academy's teachers for assistance, yet they would only participate nominally. Tang Lu would be the sole contestant in the match. The master, uninterested in Flender's complaints, replied coolly, We must have faith in our students. Flender hesitated, but they are 7 against 1. Can Xiao Songyan truly manage? I know he is fast, but he cannot just fly around the arena, can he? That would be quite embarrassing. The master calmly replied, This is his decision to make. As educators, we must encourage him rather than doubt his abilities. Flender sighed, conceding very well. Tang Lu, accompanied by the 6 teachers, approached the registration desk, where they found a staff member to establish a new team. Captain, Tang Lu, 34th level control type, Soul Sovereign. Vice Captain, Yu Xiaojiang, 29th level assault type, Great Soul Master. Team member, Flender, 78th level agile attack type, Soul Sage. Team member, Li Yusong, 63rd level assault type, Soul Emperor. Team member, Zhao Wujia, 76th level assault type, Soul Sage. Team member, Lu Qibin, 66th level control type, Soul Emperor. Team member, Xiao Xian, 71st level food type, Soul Sage. The names of the 7 individuals appeared neatly on the team roster, prominently displaying the golden letters above. I truly have not cheated the team. Indeed, that was their chosen name. Strangely, however, only Tang Li's name appeared vacant on the battle roster, while the other 6 were marked as substitutes. This did not affect the matchmaking process, which continued to pair them with opponents of equal standing. The Douluo arena buzzed with excitement that day, teeming with spectators, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to enter. The sheer number of attendees was staggering. The cause of such a crowd was 2 special matches scheduled for the evening. the first being the Shrek 7 Monsters Challenge against the Fierce God Battle team, and the second featuring the I Truly Have Not Cheated the team facing off against the Reversed God Battle team. The notorious reputation of these two teams, having dominated the Douluo arena for nearly a month, drew challengers and ignited the entire venue. Word spread like wildfire, resulting in the overwhelming turnout that night, with cheers echoing throughout the arena. Amidst the fervent roars of the fervent fans of the Xiongxin and Nixin teams, a visceral desire for bloodshed permeated the air, as they yearned to witness their adversaries crumble before them. The host of this match, unlike those of other venues, stood cautiously in a corner, too fearful to step onto the Douluo stage, lest he be torn apart by the rabid teams. Initially reluctant to host, he succumbed to the overwhelming financial incentive offered by the organizers. The first team introduced was the Shrek 7 Monsters, a gold Douluo team hailing from Suatawa City. Curiously, all members possessed a level of 30, with not a single soul master among them. The subsequent team was even more intriguing. Named the Wameyo Kaigwa, I did not use Hack's team. Although registered with 7 members, only one was present in the arena. Investigations revealed that this team had registered merely that morning and had audaciously chosen to challenge the powerful Lee Sin team that very afternoon. Were they seeking death or simply courting disaster? Let us prepare our coffins and await the spectacle. As the host concluded his introduction, the audience erupted into discussions. The intrigue surrounding the Shrek 7 Monsters overshadowed by the enigma of the Wameyo Kaigwa team. Was it youthful audacity or sheer ignorance that propelled them? The crowd seemed to arrive at a consensus. As the atmosphere intensified, even the betting odds displayed on the large screen began to shift. The odd for the Shrek 7 Monsters stood at 1 to 20, while the Xiongxin team's odds were 1 to 1.02, clearly indicating the disparity in strength. However, the most alarming revelation was the staggering odds of 1 to 100 for the Wameyo Kaigwa team, in stark contrast to their opponents' meager odds of 1 to 1.1. Though these odds were enticing, implying that a mere gold soul coin could yield 100 in return, oddly, no one placed bets on the Wameyo Kaigwa team. Conversely, a long queue formed for the Nixin team, with eager bettors clutching small bags of gold coins, their faces alight with anticipation of profit. How delightful it would be if fools came forth daily to challenge the Xiongxin and Nixin teams, allowing them to merely lie back and watch their investments flourish. The Shrek team managed to attract a few adventurous souls willing to wager a small amount, though most merely lingered. Meanwhile, the staff responsible for the Wameyo Kaigwa team sat awkwardly, ignored by passers-by who regarded them as invisible. Many remarked that anyone betting on this team must be out of their mind, clearly possessing too much money to spend wisely. Just then, the master approached the two lackluster teams, casually tossing 2 bags of gold coins into the fray. Placed 30 gold coins on the Shrek 7 Monsters, and another 30 on the Wameyo Kaigwa team. The staff for the Shrek team exchanged puzzled glances, questioning whether this person was simply frivolous with his wealth. In contrast, those backing the Wameyo Kaigwa team shot him looks of pity, convinced he must be mentally impaired. Nonetheless, they proceeded to place their bets, resulting in new figures on the screen. The Shrek 7 Monsters with 219 gold soul coins, the Xiongxin team with 41,252 gold soul coins, the Wameyo Kaigwa team with 30 gold soul coins, and the Nixin team with 12,571 gold soul coins. Despite the numerical changes, the odds for both the Shrek 7 Monsters and the Wameyo Kaigwa team did not decrease. Instead, they continued to rise. Clearly, even the organizers held little faith in these two teams, wishing to extract some value from them, yet the audience remained unimpressed. The failure of these two teams seemed inevitable. But was this truly the end? Chapter 208. Xiongxin Team Xiao Gang. I can understand your bet on the Shrek team, but backing Xiao Li's team? Flinder, following closely behind the master, gazed longingly at the 2 bags of gold coins. The master replied calmly, I have faith in Xiao Lu. This child is extraordinary. Flinder sighed, yet he is but a single individual. I appreciate your encouragement, but that is 30 gold soul coins wasted. The master smiled serenely. If you trust me, join me in this wager. As the saying goes, sometimes you must risk it all to achieve greatness. Seeing the master's confident demeanor, Flinder found himself swayed. Very well, I will trust you this once. He reluctantly wagered all his savings on the Wameyo Kaigwa team, a decision that pained him greatly. You shall not regret this. The master chuckled, striding towards the spectator area. Oh, my precious coins, Flinder lamented, trailing behind the master with a heavy heart. Upon reaching the viewing platform, Tang Lu was already present, intently observing the Shrek 7 Monsters and the Xiongxin team. determined not to miss a single detail. The cacophony from the Duhan stage was overwhelming. The spectators screamed as though they had lost millions, their voices threatening to shatter their throats. Let there be blood. Tear them apart. Xiongxin team, forever the gods. Despite the fervent shouts, the Shrek's 7 monsters stood resolute, methodically positioning themselves to confront the onslaught of the Xiongxin team. The members of the Xiongxin team were imposing, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red, their aggressive demeanor exuding an aura of menace that was utterly repulsive. They regarded the Shrek team as though they were mere prey, the scent of blood emanating from them. One amongst them, in a fit of excitement, let out a frenzied roar, embodying the very essence of unbridled enthusiasm. Observing the ferocity of the Xiongxin team, Tang San furrowed his brow, instinctively raising his right hand, gripping the Zhuge divine crossbow, ready to adjust at a moment's notice. With anticipation mounting, the referee finally blew the whistle to commence the match. The Xiongxin team surged forth like wild stallions released from restraint, all 7 members charging simultaneously. The brilliance of their martial spirits illuminating the arena. They raced forward with tremendous force, the sheer intensity shaking the Duhan stage. Here they come, Tang San alerted, prompting his teammates to focus intently on the advancing Xiongxin team. 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters, 12 meters, 10 meters. The distance between the Xiongxin team and the Shrek 7 monsters dwindled to a mere 10 meters. Though their captain, Meng Li, observed the Shrek team making no immediate movements, he remained undeterred, bellowing, "Kill them." The 6 members of the Xiongxin team, responding like wild dogs to a command, erupted into a chorus of savage howls. Fire! Tang San commanded decisively, and the Shrek 7 monsters simultaneously raised their right hands, fingers poised on the triggers of their Zhuge divine crossbows. Swish, swish, swish. A series of faint sounds pierced the air as the Zhuge Shunnu unleashed a total of 112 crossbow bolts in an instant, transforming the sky into a cascade of silvery gleams. The Xiongxin battle team found themselves momentarily dazzled, only to be met with the swift and merciless onslaught of hundreds of lethal arrows that pierced their bodies, emerging grotesquely from their flesh and leaving gaping wounds in their wake. Caught utterly off guard, the once frenzied Xiongxin team halted abruptly, their expressions shifting from aggression to a bloodthirsty stupor. Their eyes, now clouded with disbelief and resentment, reflected their unwillingness to accept the fate that had befallen them. The team leader, Meng Li, seemed to attempt to utter a word, but was interrupted as a bitter taste filled his throat, followed by a torrent of blood that erupted from his mouth. In mere moments, the blood from the over 100 wounds coursed forth, soaking their garments. With a thud, the leader collapsed to the ground, followed by the remaining 6 members, their backs erupting in radiant sprays of crimson, transforming the duel arena into a gruesome spectacle. Coughing lightly, Flander quickly turned away, unwilling to bear witness to such a brutal scene. Even the composed master could not suppress a slight tremor in his cheeks, retreating silently. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. He was aware of the formidable power of the Zhuge Shunnu, yet he never anticipated its devastating impact. In stark contrast, Tang Lo, positioned at the forefront, displayed no change in demeanor. His gaze, devoid of mercy, swept over the 7 lifeless bodies of the Xiongxin team. For he understood from the master that each of them was a scourge upon society, deserving of their grim fate. However, the remaining members on stage reacted differently, their faces paling in shock. The 3 women could no longer contain their distress and covered their mouths as they exited the duel arena, their pallid faces betraying their unease. Tang San appeared relatively unscathed, save for a slight pallor, while the others stared blankly at the 7 corpses before them, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief. None had expected the duel to conclude so swiftly, ending before it had even begun. Yet, this brief encounter ignited a fervor among the spectators, whose eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld their former idols, now reduced to mere corpses, sprawled upon the arena floor, their faces twisted in anguish, as if they had ingested something foul. In this tumultuous atmosphere, some rejoiced while others despaired. Those who had wagered on the Shrek team with a sense of curiosity found themselves handsomely rewarded, exiting the grand arena with their newfound riches, their spirits soaring. "It is time for my turn," Tang Lu remarked with a smile, stepping back before turning towards the master and Flander. "Master Dean, I shall prepare myself now." The master nodded, instinctively resting a hand on Tang Li's shoulder, his voice firm yet gentle. "Remember, do not overreach. Survival is paramount." Tang Lu confidently patted his chest, assuring them, "Fear not, I shall not falter." Flander replied with a hint of exasperation, "You rascal, I have staked my entire fortune on you. Do not let me down." Tang Lu chuckled, "Rest easy, Dean. Tonight, I shall ensure your wealth multiplies." As the Shrek team transitioned from the arena to the resting room, their emotions had somewhat settled, though their faces remained grim. Tang San forced a smile, addressing the master. "Teacher, you have truly gone to great lengths to impart this lesson upon us." The master replied calmly, "Early exposure to such realities serves no harm." Tang San understood the wisdom in this, nodding silently. As the gravity of the day's events weighed heavily upon him, his experiences from 2 lifetimes had imbued him with a perspective that far surpassed his peers, while Ning Rongrong, as the daughter of the esteemed Qibao Lioli clan, had never encountered such brutality, rendering her pale with fright. She entered, trembling and seeking solace. But upon finding the hall empty except for the master and Flander, her heart felt hollow. The master spoke, addressing the group. "What you witness today may leave you with shadows of doubt, but remember, these are trials you will inevitably face. If you question why, it is simply because you have chosen the path of a soul master. Thus, you must accept the reality of bloodshed as an essential aspect of your training." Oscar, his face ashen, interjected, "Does this apply even to support-type soul masters?" The master responded, "If you do not strike first, others will strike you. Without this understanding, you will merely become another casualty on the battlefield. Children, take the time to rest." Understanding the emotional toll this had taken on them, the master softened his tone. The group nodded, recognizing the profound impact of the day's events and the necessity for respite. Tang Xin glanced around, suddenly inquiring, "Where's my brother?" The master replied, "He has gone to compete." Tang Xin pressed further, "What competition?" 1 against 7, a team match. Just minutes after the Xiongxian team was annihilated, the Grand Arena erupted once more with excitement over a new announcement. The audience learned that they were barred from witnessing the match between the Wuzhen Wuhua team and the Nixian team. This revelation incited outrage among the spectators, who were already displeased by the abrupt conclusion of the Xiongxian match. Why were they being denied this experience? Were they afraid of losing their patronage? In response to the audience's ire, the event organizers could only sheepishly explain that it was a special invitation match, inaccessible to outsiders, even to the Shrek team members. The reason for this was that prior to the match, Tang Lu had discreetly offered 2,000 gold coins to the match supervisor, requesting a private duel arena to shield themselves from external scrutiny. Having accepted the bribe, the supervisor complied, recognizing that the outcome would be the same regardless of the venue. 1 against 7. Was there truly any chance of turning the tide? Thus, the supervisor respected Tang Li's wishes, ensuring that even in defeat, it would be in a more dignified setting rather than falling victim to public spectacle. The Shrek team received word from the supervisor, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They could not even watch their own team's match. However, this was not entirely Tang Li's fault. He needed to protect certain secrets, and it was best if outsiders were kept at bay. Suddenly, Dai Mubai recalled something, exclaiming, "Master, did you just say Tang Lu is challenging the Nixian team all by himself?" His words sparked curiosity among the Shrek members, who turned to him with expressions of confusion. They had assumed the master was joking about Tang Li's 1 against 7 challenge, but now it seemed all too real. The master confirmed with a nod, providing them with a clear answer. Tang Sen exclaimed, "Is he insane?" Ning Rongrong's pallor deepened in anxiety at the thought of Tang Lu encountering danger. "I must find him," she declared, turning to rush out, only to be stopped by the master. He calmly stated, "The match has already begun. No one may enter." Ning Rongrong expressed her concern, saying, "What should we do?" As she spoke, cold sweat had already begun to form in her palms. Since the day Tang Lu faced danger, an unsettling anxiety had taken root in her heart. The master let out a sigh, stating, "We can only wait for the conclusion of the competition to know the outcome. Let us wait at the entrance of the Dojan platform." The group nodded in agreement and promptly made their way to the Dojan platform. Upon arriving at their personalized Duhun stage, the 7 members of the Fierce God team had already made their preparations. They regarded Tang Lu, who entered alone, with disdainful glances. A burly man with granite-like muscles standing at the back coldly remarked, "Those with wealth seek out a venue. Those without must purchase a coffin." Beside him, a scar-faced man laughed heartily. "This is just practice for us. Watch me shatter that kid's skull with a single punch." As he spoke, his eyes turned a bloodthirsty crimson, and an aggressive aura began to emanate from him. At the forefront of the Fierce God team stood a robust man, whose arms were astonishingly muscular, resembling coiling dragons. He sneered at Tang Lu, saying, "Look at this guy," seemingly aware of his fate, afraid of embarrassing himself before his demise. He even booked a room for himself. Amidst their jeers, Tang Lu ascended the dojon platform. He faced the formidable aura of the fierce god team with a solitary resolve, enduring their pressure, which prompted the team to regard him with slightly elevated respect, though it did not alter his inevitable fate. The members of the fierce god team exuded a palpable stench of blood, unmistakably the aura of ruthless killers. It was difficult to fathom the extent of depravity possessed by the seven standing opposite him. Excitement flickered in the eyes of the fierce god team, particularly in their captain, Meng Pai, who clenched his massive fists in anticipation. After months of confinement within the Duhan arena, they were finally ready to unleash their primal instincts and taste blood again. Unlike ordinary arenas, the private dojon stage lacked referees and rules. Here, everything was free. The seven members of the fierce god team charged towards Tang Lu almost simultaneously, their powerful physiques resembling an impenetrable wall as they unleashed a torrent of pressure upon him. Tang Lu maintained a serene smile in the face of their onslaught, remaining utterly unperturbed as he stood his ground. As the seven closed in within 10 meters, akin to the Shrek 7 monsters, he finally moved. His aura surged dramatically, generating a significant wave of energy across the arena. Simultaneously, his soul power and Baiming Jinqi began to flow, pouring into his left hand with fervor. At that moment, his left hand had amassed the full extent of his 34-level soul power, alongside all of his Baiming Jinqi. Blue electrical sparks danced like serpents along Tang Li's arm. And amidst the dazzling display, a small black hammer materialized in his palm. In an instant, the brilliant electrical energy erupted, causing the small hammer in Tang Li's hand to visibly double in size. A pale blue halo emanated from his palm, and a surge of soul power was unleashed. One member of the fierce god team had already reached Tang Lu, his fist as solid as rock, hurtling towards him, the atmosphere thick with the scent of impending slaughter. Just as the fist was about to descend, Tang Lu sprang into action. His left arm's muscles tensed instantly as he let out a low growl, raising the massive hammer in his hand. The fierce god team member had anticipated that Tang Lu would be paralyzed by his murderous aura. Little did he expect Tang Lu to take the initiative. With no time to prepare a defense, he dismissed Tang Li's attack, confident that his explosive power would guarantee victory. However, he gravely underestimated Tang Li's speed. The adversary's soul power exceeded 37 levels, yet his speed was a mere fraction of Tang Li's. Before his fist could even move, Tang Li's hammer had already reached his jaw. With a resounding thud, the enemy was propelled upward, his facial muscles trembling violently from the impact, blood vessels bursting forth as blood gushed like a fountain. His face grotesquely contorted, the alignment of his jaw shattered under the immense force, turning to dust, while his teeth crumbled into white powder. The bones of his face disintegrated under Tang Li's strike, and a member of the fierce god team felt darkness envelop him, losing consciousness as he collapsed. The force of that blow was overwhelming, comprising all of Tang Li's 34-level soul power combined with the entirety of his Baiming Jinqi. If measured by weight, the hammer's impact would equate to over 5,000 pounds. No doubt, the member of the fierce god team could not withstand such a force. He was undoubtedly finished. Langma, the members of the fierce god team, shouted in horror, witnessing their comrade perish before Tang Lu beneath the weight of his hammer. "You bastard, I will kill you," cried a member named XuanyuanSword, his eyes ablaze with bloodlust. His soul power surged violently, and a spectral image of a unicorn rhinoceros manifested behind him. With a furious roar, he charged forward. The unicorn rhinoceros was his martial spirit, known for its formidable defense and devastating offensive capabilities, having claimed countless soul masters as its victims. It could be said that no one at the same level could breach his defenses, making it a truly top-tier defensive martial spirit. A purple halo enveloped XuanyuanSword's feet. Having witnessed Langma's fate, he dared not underestimate Tang Lu. To ensure his victory, he activated his third soul skill, Hundredfold Amplification. This skill, acquired from hunting a soil-armored rhinoceros, granted him substantial defensive enhancement. With his third soul skill activated, his defense surged to triple its previous strength. Even if Tang Li's hammer were formidable, it could not breach his defenses. Naturally, Tang Lu would not foolishly grant him the opportunity to unleash his third soul skill. With a swift application of Lingbo Weibu, he appeared before XuanyuanSword in the blink of an eye. In the midst of XuanyuanSword's shock, Tang Lu swung his left hand, channeling all his strength into the hammer once more, the pale blue halo flickering anew, and without hesitation, he aimed for Xuanyuan's most vulnerable point, his head. The result of this strike far exceeded Tang Li's expectations. The fear etched on Xuanyuan's face vanished entirely, and he flew through the air like a kite severed from its string. His head was crushed beyond recognition, reduced to a bloody pulp. Xuanyuan, crashing violently to the ground, attempted to struggle but succumbed to the overwhelming pain after mere seconds, his life extinguished. Xuanyuan. The remaining members of the Fierce God team stood frozen in disbelief, astonished at witnessing yet another instant kill. The once bloodthirsty expressions of the team members morphed into sheer terror and unease as 4 of them halted in their tracks, hesitant to advance. One individual remained standing behind the 4, their towering figures effectively concealing his presence. He was the sole agile attacker in the NI Shenzhen DUI, and sought to capitalize on Tang Li's moment of inattention to deliver a fatal strike. His calculations were astute. Tang Li had not detected a shadow. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a barrage of dazzling black light, transforming himself into a leaping cheetah. In the midst of his ascent, his hands morphed into black claws, his eyes slitted, and his entire being enveloped in a shroud of black gas. Upon witnessing the cheetah spirit master lunging towards him, Tang Li remained unfazed. With a gentle flick of the soul power accumulated at his fingertips, he deftly summoned a black box from his waist. This was none other than the Zhuge Divine crossbow. It turned out that Tang San had crafted a total of 8 Zhuge Divine crossbows, and had provided Tang Li with one that was perfectly poised to be utilized at this moment. Raising his right hand slightly, the Zhuge Divine crossbow aligned perfectly with the cheetah's spirit master. With a delicate pull of his index finger on the trigger, a cacophony of 124 arrows whistled through the air, their piercing sounds echoing relentlessly. In midair, they coalesced into a multitude of silver streaks, resembling a silvery meteor. Before the cheetah spirit master could react, his body was riddled with hundreds of blood holes, the arrows piercing through him and exploding into a gory display at his waist. His bones had been completely shattered, and even his head bore a crimson pit. His upward leap abruptly ceased, akin to a bird deprived of its wings. Crashing to the ground, his eyes fixed on Tang Li in disbelief, unaware of how he had met his demise. The members of the NI Shenzhen DUI collectively gasped, realizing that Tang Li had reduced their 7-member team to 4 with merely 3 moves. 3 moves to eliminate 3 individuals was terrifying beyond measure. Meng Bi Nuget Sing Sin, who stood beside him, and commanded, "You will clear the path for the entire team and draw their fire." The current situation was dire, leaving Meng Pai with no choice but to resort to such measures. Xing Exin, with a wry smile, replied, "Captain, I'm afraid." Meng Pai retorted curtly, "Are you still a man? What is there to be afraid of?" Xing Exin nodded earnestly, stating, "Yes, I am indeed afraid of that." They hesitated to act, but that did not prevent Tang Li from taking action. Another flurry of white light flickered as Tang Li reappeared before the NI Shenzhen DUI, unexpectedly swinging his hammer. With a resounding crash, another member of the NI Shenzhen DUI collapsed. A gaping hole opened his chest, blood splattering across the arena, even causing the bloodthirsty members of the NI Shenzhen DUI to gasp in shock. Yet the ordeal was far from over. The remaining 3 members barely had time to register a blur before Tang Li vanished once more. Immediately, another thunderous blow echoed, and yet another member of the NI Shenzhen DUI fell, his back broken by Tang Li's strike, his body contorted into an arc as he lay on the ground. Xing Xian and Meng Pai, the captain of the NI Shenzhen DUI, were paralyzed with fear, their bloodthirsty nature overshadowed by an unprecedented terror. "Let us fight together," Meng Pai yelled, suppressing his fear, realizing that sitting idly would lead to their demise. A ferocious giant bear manifested around him, his already robust physique swelling even larger, his hands transforming into massive bear paws, doubling in size. His formidable presence, coupled with an indomitable spirit, exuded a semblance of heroism. However, Tang Li merely shifted his left hand, releasing the hammer, which soared through the air and struck Meng Pai squarely in the chest. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as all of his ribs shattered. He did not even have time to expel a drop of blood before he fell lifelessly to the ground, the Haotian hammer resting heavily upon him, rendering him a gruesome sight. Witnessing this scene, Xing Xian could no longer harbor any thoughts of resistance. Collapsing to his knees in terror, repeatedly bowing to Tang Lu. "Great brother, spare me. I was blind to your prowess. I beg you to let me go." Who would have thought that Xing Xian, once a figure responsible for numerous lives, would find himself in such a pitiful state? Nonetheless, his pleas bore no weight with Tang Lu, who lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, producing a small knife from thin air and plunging it into Xing Xian's heart before he could react. Blood gushed from the wound, and Tang Lu could distinctly feel the warmth of life ebbing away, the rhythm of Xing Xian's heartbeat slowing palpably. With wide eyes, Xing Xian's trembling arms clutched at Tang Li's hand, his lips forming a curse. Tang Lu frowned and struck him down with a swift blow, gradually extinguishing his breath, leaving him motionless like a statue. As Tang Lu surveyed the fallen corpses of the seven, a sense of disdain washed over him, though his expression remained largely unchanged. Just as he intended to turn away and leap from the platform, an idea struck him, causing him to halt abruptly. He turned back, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he regarded the seven corpses with the fervor of a treasure seeker. Undoubtedly, the soul power of these seven individuals surpassed his own. Now that they had lost their vitality, could it be that he could absorb their soul power? He had not been a stranger to such practices in his past life, where chaos reigned and corpses lay strewn about. Some malevolent sects had seized the opportunity to absorb the inner strength from the deceased to transform it into their own. Tang Lu had once experimented with this. Witnessing swift results, his soul power surged, allowing him to condense days of training into mere seconds. However, the backlash from such absorption was immense. After only a slight intake of endurance, Tang Lu had required a full month of rest. This was hardly a worthwhile exchange, prompting him to abandon this method of cultivation. Now, in this world, could soul power be absorbed in a manner akin to inner strength using the Bei Ming Shen Gong? With no qualms about absorbing the soul power of these wicked individuals, Tang Lu saw it as an efficient utilization, a means to rid the world of its scourge. Why not give it a try? A sudden impulse surged within him as he approached the nearest Xing Xian, crouching down. The Beiming true qi from his dantian began to flow in his right palm, a small vortex appearing in the center of his hand. As the Beiming de Fa activated, Tang Lu gently pressed his palm against Xing Xian's bloodied chest, meticulously exploring the power within. The abundant soul power within Xing Xian immediately captured Tang Li's attention. Attempting to utilize the Beiming de Fa to absorb a fraction of it, he was astonished to find that Xing Xian's soul power flowed effortlessly through his meridians, depositing itself into his dantian, expanding and enriching it. It truly worked. Filled with joy, Tang Lu unleashed his full potential, the Beiming de Fa wildly siphoning the soul power from within Xing Xian. An immense volume of soul power was stripped from Xing Xian's body and unreservedly infused into Tang Lu, becoming a part of his own essence. Yet, soon the adverse effects began to manifest. Tang Li's vision blurred, his hand trembled uncontrollably, and he struggled to maintain his composure. As the weight in his head began to grow heavier, it seemed even the rhythm of his heartbeat had slowed. Yet, under the immense temptation before him, Tang Lu steadfastly resisted, allowing the Beiming true energy within him to surge forth, unleashing the full power of the Beiming technique. He devoted all of his soul power entirely into the palms of his hands, subsequently infusing it back into his own being. Tang Lu felt as if the sound of shattering glass echoed from his dantian. He recognized this as a sign of his ascension in realm. Level 45, Level 46, Level 47, Level 48, Level 49. Ultimately, Tang Li's soul power plateaued at Level 49, yet in his increasingly disoriented state, he felt a surge of anger within him. For he could distinctly sense that he was but a hair's breadth away from Level 50. Ignoring the pain emanating from his body, he once again activated the Beiming technique, this time with even greater fervor, recklessly siphoning the scant remaining soul power from Xing Xian. It was likely that Xing Xian never imagined that his own soul power would one day be drained by another. With a resounding crash, the long-awaited sound of shattering finally emanated from his dantian, and the surging soul power surged forth like a wild stallion, rampaging through Tang Lu's body. In a single sweep, he ascended 6 levels, causing his soul power to awaken and thrive. The Beiming technique proved to be nothing short of miraculous, amplifying his soul power several-fold. To ascend 6 levels consecutively, who else on this continent could achieve such a feat? However, the accompanying agony swiftly extinguished his exhilaration. Tang Li's face turned a ghastly pale, his gaze wavering, devoid of luster, his lips trembling uncontrollably, and his arms trembled with visible veins, presenting a most alarming sight. He felt an intense headache, as if his head were about to explode. In a desperate attempt to remain conscious, he withdrew the small knife embedded in Xing Xian's chest and plunged it into his own thigh, forcing a jolt to his brain. Chapter 212. Shock to the audience after several minutes. Tang Li's complexion began to improve, no longer appearing as weak as before. He exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he had successfully passed this trial, achieving level 40 soul power and stepping confidently into the realm of the soul sect, which brought him immense joy. As he slowly opened his eyes, the sight before him nearly caused him to retch. His right hand lay gently upon Xing Xian's chest, yet at that moment, Xing Xian was no longer recognizable as a human being. Under the overwhelming power of the Bei Ming technique, he resembled a withered eggplant, his form emaciated to the point of skeletal. Tang Lu hastily withdrew his hand, inhaling sharply. He had not anticipated the astonishing might of the Bei Ming technique, far beyond his expectations. Nevertheless, having experienced this transformation thrice, Tang Li's expression quickly shifted as he turned his gaze to the 6 lifeless bodies of the reverse god team. A sigh escaping his lips, he understood that his current dantian could not fully absorb all the energy, and the soul power he had just absorbed from Xing Xian had already reached its limit. Further absorption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Silently mourning for the 6 corpses, Tang Lu descended from the platform and approached the entrance. At the entrance, a sea of people had gathered, with hundreds of spectators anxiously awaiting to see the outcome. The members of Shrek Academy stood at the forefront, their expressions equally tense, unsure of why Tang Lu had made such a reckless decision. Although they were aware that Tang Li's chances were exceedingly slim, they continued to silently pray for his safety. Gazing at the long unopened door, Flander's face was etched with worry as he said, "Xiao Gang, Xiao Lu, he wouldn't have encountered any trouble, would he?" As the dean, his concern for the student's safety was paramount. Any harm that befell a student would deeply sadden him. Moreover, given that Tang Lu was the son of Tang Hao, any misfortune could incite a fury that would leave no room for mercy. The mere thought filled Flander with dread, and he almost knelt in prayer for Tang Lu's well-being. The Master's expression was not as calm as usual, his stern features betraying a hint of worry as he softly stated, "Trust him." Alongside their shared concern, Tang San and the others were equally anxious, their hearts lodged in their throats as they gazed expectantly at the sealed door. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder, her voice tinged with emotion as she asked, "San Gu, is it possible that Le Gu has encountered any trouble?" Tang San paused, then turned to her, forcing a comforting smile as he gently patted her head and reassured her, "It will be fine. He will be all right." As he spoke, his gaze was clearly unfocused, the words serving not only as comfort for Xiao Wu, but also as a balm for his own trepidation. Could one truly contend against 7? What were the chances of survival? Tang San had already envisioned the worst outcomes, yet he suppressed these thoughts, knowing that miracles often arise in the direst of circumstances. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists in anxious anticipation, her heart racing audibly within her chest as she furrowed her brows, her eyes shimmering with worry. At long last, amid the collective anticipation, the door creaked open, revealing a shadowy figure within the narrow gap. When the door fully swung open, only one silhouette stood beyond it, Tang Lu. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide, incredulous as they beheld Tang Lu, their minds momentarily blank, resembling wooden figures, staring in disbelief. How could it be him? What had become of the reverse god team? 2 monumental questions loomed in the minds of the spectators, their lips quivering in shock, forgetting their awe for Tang Lu as they rushed inside. However, the scene that greeted them was one of utter horror. 6 lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the platform, blood pooling across half of the fighting arena, forming a small stream that dripped downward. In the center lay another corpse, unrecognizable as human. Its eyes were completely sunken, and all its teeth had fallen out. The muscles withered away, its pale skin draping over bones resembling a desiccated tree trunk. Who was this? Another enigma enveloped the crowd. And just then a keen-eyed spectator shouted, "It's Xing Xian." The crowd erupted in commotion as the audience surged toward the fighting arena. Tang Lu walked slowly toward the Shrek members, a gentle smile gracing his face. The master stepped forward, embracing Tang Lu, his voice trembling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Xiao Lu, you truly did it. He had not anticipated that Tang Lu could successfully complete this challenge. 1 person against 7. What a remarkable feat. Tang Lu replied with a smile, I never miss. Well done, the master exclaimed, heartily patting Tang Lu on the back, his face radiant with joy. Flander laughed heartily. Good lad, I knew I had not misjudged you. Yet behind Flander, Zhao Wujia stared, his expression vacant as he surveyed the 6 corpses and the skeletal remains on the fighting stage, astonished as he uttered, What manner of slaughter is this? How could it be so terrifying? In all my years, I have never witnessed a method capable of reducing a soul master to a mere husk. Listening to Zhao Wuji's words, the crowd hastily turned their heads, only to behold the grotesquely mutilated corpses. The master's pupils contracted sharply. Each body bore distinct wounds. Yet the size and severity of the injuries were consistent. Apart from one corpse that was covered in lacerations, the others exhibited identical wounds. The diameter of these injuries was significant, inflicting a remarkable degree of damage, evident even from the surface, suggesting internal trauma. How could this have been accomplished? The master muttered, suddenly recalling something, his pupils narrowing once more. Could it be the Haotian hammer? This revelation made sense, for only the Haotian could inflict such catastrophic harm. No wonder Tang Lu felt confident enough to take on 7 opponents. He must have been contemplating this very method. However, relying solely on the Haotian hammer could not possibly bring down 7 individuals. How had he managed to achieve this? The master was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Irrespective of the Haotian hammer's might, it lacked the augmentation of a soul ring. No matter how he pondered, it seemed impossible to defeat the reverse god battle team in one fell swoop. Yet, regardless of how much he speculated, he could never fathom that Tang Li's soul power, combined with Baiming Jinshi, had once decisively vanquished Yi Zhiqiu. Now, facing merely a team of soul masters, was it not akin to slicing through vegetables? Chapter 213. Tiando Royal Academy. The host, who had been waiting outside for an extended period, was momentarily stunned, eventually regaining composure to stammer, Congratulations. I truly did not expect the battle team to be this formidable. Observing the increasingly restless crowd, Flander pulled Tang Lu aside and whispered to the master, It is unwise to linger here. We must depart swiftly. A lone individual had just slain 7 opponents. Even if the Soul Arena did not dispatch personnel to apprehend Tang Lu, the fervent fans of the Reverse God team would undoubtedly wish to tear him apart. The master nodded in agreement, without hesitation, and the entire Shrek team began to mobilize, vanishing from the Great Soul Arena unnoticed. By the time the frenzied fans comprehended the situation, Shrek and the others had already made their escape. As they resumed their journey towards Tiando City, the expressions of the Shrek 7 were far from pleasant. This was their first experience with taking lives, undoubtedly leaving a psychological scar. Nevertheless, seeing Tang Li's calm and composed demeanor filled them with shame. This fellow had just killed 7 individuals, yet remained so nonchalant. Impressive. Little did they know that when Tang Lu had taken a life for the first time, he too had suffered greatly, but he understood that he must evolve through bloodshed. Thus, he continued to seek out adversaries to slay, honing his once icy heart. Dai Mu Bai, holding a map, inquired, Master, Tiando City should be nearby, correct? The map prominently indicated a location marked with a golden star, denoting the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City. The master chuckled wryly, to be honest. I am unsure of its precise location. Flander shook his head. For individuals like us, how many opportunities do we have in a lifetime to visit such a grand metropolis? Let's search further. The other instructors nodded in agreement. In the realm of soul masters, distinctions of rank and status were evident, and this group hardly held significance in the true soul master world. Suddenly, Tang Lu turned back, speaking with a calm demeanor. Follow me. I know the way. Zhao Wuji, in disbelief, questioned, You, who have scarcely visited Tiando City. How could you possibly know? Tang San, with a hand on his forehead, expressed his frustration. Brother, please do not delay our journey. Clearly, no one believed Tang Lu, save for Ning Rongrong, whose bright eyes remained fixed on him. Noticing their skepticism, Tang Lu offered a wry smile. I genuinely know, Dean. I have been here before. Flander appeared uncertain and glanced towards the master. The master nodded, though inwardly perplexed. He chose to trust Tang Lu. Very well, lead the way. Tang Lu affirmed, All right, follow me. It is a bit of distance. He then took the lead, swiftly dashing ahead, utilizing his agile steps to distance himself from the group. Keep up, Flander instructed, pulling the master along. The others exchanged glances, and although some remained skeptical of Tang Lu, they still followed closely behind. When Tang Lu had been abducted to Tiando City, he had passed by the Tiando Royal Academy. Even if he had only seen it from afar, he remembered its general location. The Tiando Royal Academy was not situated within the city itself, but rather in the suburbs, providing ample space for cultivation without disturbing the students' training. Before long, the Shrek group arrived at the base of a grand mountain, gazing up in awe. Dai and Mubai looked around, noticing the dense forest surrounding them, and uncertainly remarked, Tang Lu, we haven't taken a wrong turn, have we? Tang Lu, with a calm expression, replied, no. The Tiando Royal Academy is right here. Zhao Wuji questioned, the Tiando Royal Academy is in the mountains? Ning Rongrong interjected, yes, I have visited the Tiando Royal Academy before. Their institution is indeed located in the mountains. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was situated in Tiando City, so it was only natural that someone like Ning Rongrong would have visited the academy. Thus, the doubts among the group dissipated. For Ning Rongrong had likely been to the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Lu cast a grateful glance at Ning Rongrong. Had she not come to his aid, he would have struggled to articulate his thoughts. Noticing Tang Lu's gaze, Ning Rongrong haughtily turned away, hands on her hips, emitting a sound of disdain, feigning indifference. Tang Lu mused to himself about her prideful demeanor as they continued deeper into the mountains. Despite lingering doubts, the others fell silent, for they beheld a magnificent academy, resembling a palace, standing before them. The golden exterior glimmered brilliantly under the sun, radiating a dazzling light. Below the Tiando Royal Academy lay a vast lake, crystal clear, with gentle ripples dancing across its surface. The master suddenly remarked, nestled by the mountains and water, what a splendid location. Zhao Wuji chimed in, grinning foolishly, indeed quite nice. It's suitable for retirement. Ning Rongrong sighed. It has been a long time since I last visited, yet the scenery remains as beautiful as ever. Flander, with a nonchalant tone, replied, let us move on. What is so special about it? It's just a few patches of land. If I had the funds, I will buy a large piece myself. Turning away from the group, Flander muttered under his breath. The others responded, oh please, with your meager funds. You wouldn't even be able to afford a plot for your own grave, let alone a vast expanse of land. Have you seen that lake? You couldn't buy even a single fish from it. The master retorted, albeit with a hint of good-natured irritation, as he chose to spare Flander some dignity due to their long-standing friendship. Flander, unyielding, countered, so what? Regardless, the students we produce at Shrek are superior to those from the Tiando Royal Academy. That alone is enough to make a statement against their aristocratic institution. The group nodded in agreement. Even the master refrained from objecting this time, casting an exasperated glare at Flander, tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. Flander chuckled heartily. In any case, the students I train are indeed better than theirs. What does it matter if we are poor? Can't a humble academy produce outstanding students? True geniuses will not be hindered by their environment. No, the environment presents them with a trial, a tempering of their spirits. Only by enduring hardships that others have not faced can they attain a revered status. Tang Lu cheerfully remarked, as the saying goes. The sharpness of a treasured sword emerges from the grind, and the fragrance of the plum blossom comes from the bitter cold. The dean was indeed correct. Despite the impoverished stature of our Shrek Academy, we have managed to topple the proud Tiando Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire. This is our pride, the true radiance of Shrek Academy. Chapter 214. All are useless, haha, well said. Listening to Tang Li's impassioned words, Flander clapped his hands excitedly, his face flushed with joy. Who are you? Do you not know that the Tiando Royal Academy prohibits noise? Just as Flander's words fell, a group of 18 or 19-year-old youths descended from above, their gazes filled with disdain as they scrutinized the Shrek crowd, their expressions brimming with contempt. By their attire and the golden swan insignia, they were evidently students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Noticing his own indiscretion, Flander cleared his throat and said, greetings. We are the Shrek Academy, specially invited to observe and learn from the Tiando Royal Academy. Please lead the way. Special invitation? Shrek? You lot, mere country bumpkins? A noble-looking youth burst into raucous laughter, his harsh cackling invading the ears of the Shrek group. The others joined in the laughter, their disdain for Shrek deepening. Flander, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, what are you laughing at? The leading youth stifled his laughter. Sizing up Flander's shabby clothing with a sneer, he coldly replied, what qualifications do you have for the Tiando Royal Academy to invite you? Do you think you are worthy? As he spoke, he made a dismissive gesture, an embodiment of arrogance. In their eyes, the Shrek members' attire resembled that of beggars, utterly unworthy of the grandeur of the Douluo Royal Academy. Though the Shrek group had endured considerable hardship on their journey, they did not feel compelled to apologize as these youths had suggested. Flander, filled with indignation, reiterated, "I will say it again, we are specially invited by the Douluo Royal Academy." Seeing Flander's enraged and somewhat contorted face, the leading youth appeared taken aback. "Oh, you still have some fight left, do you?" He then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Flander, mockingly adding, "Let me reiterate, the Douluo Royal Academy does not accept beggars. We have no leftovers here." Dodging the stone thrown by the youth, Flander was seething with rage, his chest heaving violently. At that moment, Tang Lu stepped forward with a smile, addressing the youth. "What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that." The youth scrutinized Tang Lu, and upon noticing his attire was evidently superior to that of the Shrek group, his tone softened, yet he still feigned disdain, covering his nose and waving his hand dismissively. "I just said that our Douluo Royal Academy has no leftovers. If you are begging, you should just go away." "How can there be no leftovers?" Tang Li's smile twisted into something sinister as he suddenly appeared before the youth. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch to the youth's abdomen, causing him to grunt and spit out blood, his body flying through the air. Yet the encounter was far from over. Tang Lu leaped into the air, catching the youth mid-flight, and with a surge of power in his right leg, he delivered a fierce kick. Tang Li's extensive combat experience far surpassed that of these youths, who were unable to react in time. His right leg, infused with soul power and true energy, struck the youth's abdomen with precision. With a resounding crash, the youth plummeted to the ground like a bird with broken wings, the intense pain in his stomach causing him to expel the food he had consumed the day before. Mixed with blood, the pampered students had never witnessed such brutality. They stood frozen in shock, staring at Tang Lu like startled chicks. Tang Lu gracefully descended from the air, landing firmly on the ground. Pointing at the remnants expelled by the youth, he once again wore a gentle smile, saying, "Look, is this not leftovers? Are these people truly so weak? Do we wander into the wrong place? This hardly resembles the Douluo Royal Academy that fought us the other day." Dai Mu Bai whispered to Tang San beside him. "Perhaps those we encountered were indeed weaklings," Tang San replied, somewhat absently. Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement, but remained silent, releasing a surge of powerful soul energy towards the group of youths ahead, the chilling aura suppressing them into immobility. Dai Mu Bai disdainfully remarked, "What a bunch of useless fools." His words were not spoken in a hushed tone. Everyone present, including the Douluo Royal Academy students, heard him. Yet, they no longer bore any semblance of their earlier arrogance, huddling together in fear like frightened mice, devoid of any fighting spirit. Although it felt satisfying, Flander adjusted his glasses and calmly stated, "All right, Mu Bai and Lu, let us proceed. After all, we are invited by the Douluo Royal Academy. Do not be too excessive." Tang Lu and Dai Mu Bai nodded, withdrawing their imposing auras. In stark contrast, the Douluo Royal Academy students felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if the heavy burden they bore had been lifted. Amidst the retreating Shrek group, a youth clad in luxurious attire inexplicably summoned the courage to shout, "Just you wait. My grandfather is a high-ranking official in the Empire. You are all doomed. To hell with your grandfather." Tang Lu swiftly closed the distance, delivering a kick that sent the once furious youth sprawling backward, his face bruised and battered, resembling a defeated dog lying helplessly on the ground. Turning to the huddled Douluo Royal Academy students, Tang Li's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he coldly declared, "Who else wishes to challenge us? Step forward, and I shall attend to you one by one." Another youth, unable to endure such humiliation, stepped forward. "Don't be so arrogant. Do you believe my father?" But his words were cut short as Tang Lu kicked him just as he had the previous youth. The sound of bones cracking echoed as he flew backward, powerless to resist. A new book, Jiu Xiao Long Yu, has been published. Those fond of Three Kingdoms history may wish to take a look. Thank you for your support. Chapter 215. Smooth Admission. Who dares to cause a ruckus at the Douluo Royal Academy? A deep voice resonated as a robust figure swiftly descended the stairs, each step resonating with a steady sound. Upon hearing the flurry of footsteps and that familiar voice, the members of Douluo Royal Academy seemed to have found their anchor, scrambling eagerly towards the source. Teacher Sun, please save us." The man, known as Teacher Sun, appeared quite astonished at the sight of his bruised and battered students. "What on earth has happened to you?" Like a pack of frightened dogs, the Douluo Royal Academy students pointed accusingly at the members of Shrek Academy, embellishing their tale. It was them. They insisted on entering despite our objections, claiming they were invited for an inspection, and then they started fighting. One student, choking back tears, added, "Even Prince Xueping was beaten to a pulp, looking like neither human nor ghost, and is now unconscious." Teacher Sun quickly turned to see Xueping, who had been struck by Tang Lu and was still lying in a stupor, the scent of blood and vomit wafting in the air. Recognizing Xueping's high status, Teacher Sun furrowed his brow and turned to face the Shrek group. At the moment his gaze met that of Flander, he was taken aback, clearly sensing Flander's composed demeanor and indifferent expression. Rather than delving into the details of the altercation, he took a couple of steps forward and politely inquired, "What brings you to Tiando Royal Academy?" Noticing Teacher Sun's relatively amicable attitude, Flander felt a wave of relief. He had feared that the Royal Academy would use this incident to target him and the children. Thus, he responded with equal courtesy, "We are here at your invitation to learn from Tiando Royal Academy." Invitation? Teacher Sun slowly closed his eyes, seemingly recollecting something. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and he exclaimed, "You are the Shrek Academy that Teacher Chi mentioned?" Flander smiled serenely, indeed. Teacher Sun's heart stirred, and he quickly performed a deep bow. "Ah, I see it as you. Director Flander. My apologies for the earlier misunderstanding. Please come inside." A young man, clearly of noble standing, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Teacher Sun, why are you siding with outsiders?" Teacher Sun shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "Fool! Do you know who they are?" The young man, clearly intimidated by Teacher Sun's fiery temper, shook his head mechanically. "They are the teachers of Teacher Qin Ming, from the very academy where he graduated, and they are here as our honored guests for observation and learning. Not only have you failed to offer them a warm welcome, but you dare to obstruct them. I now command you to run 20 laps around the mountain path once Xueping awakens, and you shall not eat until you complete it." The young man's face fell in dismay. "What?" Teacher Sun snorted, and when he turned back to the Shrek group, he wore a congenial smile. "My students are inexperienced and have caused you trouble." Understanding that they were other students and having already received their reprimand, Flander could only nod gently, expressing, "It is of no concern. Let us proceed inside." Teacher Sun smiled slightly. "Very well, please follow me." With Teacher Sun leading the way, the Shrek group strode confidently past the disgruntled Tiando students, with Ma Hongjun and Oscar playfully making faces to taunt them, infuriating the Tiando Royal Academy students further. As they traversed through dense mountain paths, a brand new world unfolded before them. It was an expansive area, with the campus of Tiando Royal Academy nestled between two towering mountains. Majestic buildings, uniformly carved from exquisite white jade, presented themselves, exuding an air of antiquity and unparalleled beauty. Stepping on the intricately designed granite tiles, surrounded by the fresh mountain air, the group felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if they had entered another realm. Flander couldn't help but exclaim, "What a splendid place." Zhao Wuja nodded with a smile. "Indeed, indeed. It would be a delight to retire here." Even Master felt a stirring within upon witnessing such breathtaking scenery. Meanwhile, Tang Lu and Tang San unconsciously gravitated toward one another, their right hands simultaneously bearing the manifestations of Hein Ko and Lanning Ko. In this enchanting environment, everything resonated with their martial souls. Even the soul power within them began to awaken. Having broken through to level 40, Tang Lu could distinctly sense that his martial soul had reached a remarkable elevation. Perhaps he had not noticed it in daily life, but in such an environment, this sensation was strikingly profound, as if his Hein Ko transcended all worldly matters. Under Teacher Sun's guidance, the Shrek group learned more about Tiando Royal Academy. It turned out that the academy was divided into various tiers. Those newly enrolled with soul power below level 25 were classified as Tianwei level, while those between levels 25 and 30 were Tianji level, and those above level 30 were categorized as Tiando level students. The students they had encountered at the foot of the mountain were all Tianwei level, with limited strength and battle experience. Had it not been for their backgrounds and status, the academy would not have admitted them. In contrast, the Tiando battle team they had previously met consisted of Tiando level students, particularly distinguished ones, hence their formidable strength. Not only were students categorized by level, but even teachers were ranked and assigned to educate different tiers of students. Teachers with strength above level 40, but below 50 were classified as Tianwei level instructors, teaching Tianwei level students. Those with strength between level 50 and 60 were Tianji level teachers, while those responsible for instructing Tiando level students were required to be above level 60. ensuring that the children learned effectively under their tutelage. Thus, the teachers from Shrek Academy could also attain positions as Tiendo level instructors at Tiendo Royal Academy. Chapter 316. Shrek will not perish. Teacher's son arranged accommodations for the Shrek group, allowing them a well-deserved rest after their long journey. However, their hearts were aflame with excitement. Unable to settle down as both teachers and students discussed the Tiendo Royal Academy they were about to call home. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Flanders suddenly turned to Zhao Wujie and asked, "Old Zhao, what do you think of this place?" Zhao Wujie replied with a smile. "The air here is quite pleasant." "Indeed, quite nice," Flanders responded with a bittersweet smile, the bright moonlight casting a gentle glow on his somewhat aged face. The following day, the Shrek group was awakened early by Teacher Sunday. After a night of recuperation, everyone felt rejuvenated. Following breakfast, they gathered in the conference hall of Tiendo Royal Academy, where Teacher Sun had gone to summon Teacher Qinming. The group waited in the hall, engaging in light conversation. After a while, a hurried figure rushed into the conference hall, scanning the room until his eyes landed on the Shrek group, his face breaking into a delighted smile. "Director, Master, you have all arrived." Qing's face broke into a smile. Flinder jested, "Indeed, unable to stay any longer, I can only come here to pass the time with you." Qinming chuckled nonchalantly, a smile of joy spreading across his lips. "Rest assured, Dean, esteemed teachers, our experiment will surely offer you the highest hospitality, and you need not worry about the cultivation of our junior students. I believe that in such an environment, their progress will be swift." The master nodded, reminding, however, the education of the children should still be handled by the original teachers of Shrek. Qinming acknowledged this, stating, "I have already discussed this with the deans, and they have agreed. However, your request might cause some concern for the three deans shortly. Allow me to step out and greet them." Flinder rose, smiling. "Let us go together. It would be inappropriate for us to remain seated." Qinming responded, "Very well, everyone, please follow me." With that, he led the members of Shrek out of the conference hall, standing at the entrance to await the arrival of the deans from the Tiendo Royal Academy. Qinming inquired with concern, "Is everyone comfortable with your stay here?" Zhao Wujie chuckled, "With your thoughtfulness, we are surely quite at ease." Qinming visibly sighed in relief. "That is good to hear. I was worried you might find it uncomfortable." After their conversation, Qinming's gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Lu, clearly delighted and surprised by his presence. Noticing Qinming's gaze, Tang Lu looked over with some confusion, just as the three deans of Tiendo Royal Academy arrived. Three elderly figures clad in intricately patterned black robes approached, their distinctive attire signifying that they had reached the esteemed rank of 80-level Soul Douluo. Flinder pressed his right hand to his chest, slightly bending forward, and performed a bow unique to Soul Masters, Shrek Academy. "Flinder, 78-level agility-type battle soul saint at your service." "Esteemed sirs," the elder on the far right, observing Flinder's bow, exclaimed in surprise, "So you are the esteemed dean of your academy, Flinder. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Flinder, who had already surpassed 50 years of age, revealed an awkward smile upon receiving this compliment from the Soul Douluo. The other accompanying teachers from Shrek also introduced their identities and soul powers, demonstrating respect for their elders and powerful figures. The slender elder in the center approached, patting Flinder's shoulder and lifting him up, smiling warmly. "The dean of the Monster Academy, Flinder, it is indeed an honor. I am Meng Shinji, chairman of the Environmental Academy Committee, with a martial soul black demon, an 86-level 8-ring control type Soul Douluo. Allow me to introduce my colleagues." He pointed to the elder who had spoken earlier. "This is Zhiling Soul Douluo with a martial soul sky blue vine, an 83-level 8-ring control type Soul Douluo." Then he turned his gaze to a plump elder beside him, saying, "And this is by Baoshan Soul Douluo with a martial soul heavenly star furnace, an 85-level 8-ring defense type Soul Douluo." By Baoshan's physique bore some resemblance to his martial soul, his round belly akin to a large furnace. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed inside," Meng Shinji suggested, and the group entered the conference hall in succession. According to hierarchy, the Shrek students had no designated seats, as all seats were offered to the teachers and the three committee chairmen. Once the servants had served the tea, Meng Shinji stated directly, "I have heard from Qinming that your Shrek Academy's battle team defeated our Tiendo Royal Academy. Quite impressive." Though Flinder felt immense pride, he had to feign humility. "Not all. We merely had one more participant than your academy's team, so this battle should not be counted." Meng Shinji chuckled, "Oh, but why is that? A match cannot simply be decided by numbers. I have heard from Qin Ming that your Shrek Academy possesses numerous extraordinary talents, and Dean Flinder has indeed found many exceptional students. Flinder's expression suddenly turned pained as he replied bitterly, Shrek Academy has already passed. It no longer exists. No, it still lives on. Meng Xinji's expression turned serious, his words resonating powerfully. How can such a remarkable academy's achievements be erased? I have discussed this with the committee. Although these children nominally belong to our Tiando Royal Academy, all their accomplishments can be attributed to Shrek Academy. It is our honor to have such outstanding students in our academy. Thus, we will not interfere with your training, and you will retain full responsibility for the children's cultivation. Flinder exclaimed with excitement. That is truly wonderful. Despite being over 50, he still clenched his fists in exhilaration, his eyes glistening with emotion. Meng Xinji waved his hand. We are all educators, and as long as we can nurture excellent students, all efforts are worthwhile. Suddenly, Jilin Solduo, seated to the right of Meng Xinji, spoke up. I have heard from Qin Ming that one of your students actually defeated Tianheng with bare hands and broke through the defenses of the Shijiao brothers without using firepower. Might I inquire who this talented young individual is? Could he please step forward for me to see? Quickly, quickly, the committee chair Jilin Solduo is calling for you. Qin Ming suddenly said, having always held high regard for Tang Lu. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to recommend him to the three committee chairmen. Meng Xinji's eyes brightened. I have heard of this. May I ask which talented young friend it is? Even by Baoshan, Douluo's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the appearance of this extraordinary youth. Tang Lu slowly stepped forward from the crowd and humbly stated, I do not dare to claim the title of genius. I have merely exerted a bit more effort than others. The three committee chairmen smiled in silence, their gazes carefully scrutinizing Tang Lu. His handsome and sunny appearance marked him as a promising individual. By Baoshan, regarded Tang Lu with a hint of admiration. Well, putting in a bit more effort than others is something I love to hear. Tang Lu then clasped his hands respectfully, saying, I am Tang Lu, and it is an honor to meet the three esteemed elders. The three committee chairmen nodded repeatedly, perceiving a trace of resilience in Tang Li's gaze, which seemed to contain the vastness of the starry sea, so expansive and elusive. Allow me to test just how much effort you have truly put in. Jilin Solduo suddenly stated, and a surge of soul power erupted from within him, enveloping Tang Lu entirely. Zhao Wujia stepped forward in an attempt to intervene, but Flinder stopped him. Flinder gently sipped his tea and calmly remarked, let him witness the true genius of Shrek Academy. Even a master revealed a faint smile, his gaze fixed intently on Tang Lu, who was surrounded by the waves of soul power. The imposing pressure was overwhelming. As if Tang Lu had plunged into a vast ocean. He felt as though his body had been weighed down with lead. Aware that Jilin Solduo was testing his strength, he found that the released soul power clashed with his own Beiming Jinqi, dispersing mercilessly and transforming into energy to nourish his Dantian. This young man is rather intriguing. Jilin Douluo furrowed his brow, sensing that the soul power he had unleashed felt akin to striking against a layer of foam. The sensation of impotently exerting force left him feeling exceptionally uncomfortable. Subsequently, he twisted his right hand, elevating the released soul power to a new level. The onlookers could distinctly perceive the surrounding air being subjected to intense compression, causing some to experience slight difficulty in breathing. As he unleashed even more turbulent soul power, it barely managed to exert any influence on Tongla's body, rendering him immobile. He is probing my soul power. Realizing that Jilin Hunluo's soul power was infiltrating his meridians, Tongla could no longer remain seated. If he were to reveal himself as a level 40 soul master, the secret of his previous elevation of 6 levels during battle using Beiming Dafa would be exposed. Tongla was reluctant to have too many of his secrets known, which was why he had refrained from disclosing his level after advancing to soul master. However, today he could not sit still any longer, fervently operating the Beiming Shingon within his Dantian to resist the surging waves of soul power. Under the immense strength of the Beiming true energy, the previously advancing soul power was instantly dissipated and expelled from Tongla's body. Jilin Douluo gazed at Tongla, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, realizing that the soul power he had released had been repelled. Impossible. This cannot be. Jilin Douluo fell into deep self-doubt. As the power he had just unleashed had reached level 35, could this young man's soul power truly exceed 35? No, that is inconceivable. Even as he suspected the truth, he could not bring himself to believe that the youthful Tongla had already attained level 35. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, Jilin Hundaluo once more released his overwhelming soul power. This time, however, the force was even more ferocious. If the previous release had been a long, meandering stream, this release was akin to an endless, vast ocean. He had suddenly elevated his released soul power by 5 levels, reaching the tier of Soul Master. Faland could no longer remain composed, springing to his feet with a tense expression as he observed Tongla, whose brow was tightly furrowed amidst the soul power. The soul power of a Soul Master is no trivial matter. Any misstep could prove fatal. Even the ever-composed Dashi could not sit still, as his stiff muscles began to tremble, and his right hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. Shaola, you must hold on. Jilin Hundaluo suddenly called out, Tongla, if you cannot endure, just give me a sign. After all, he was merely testing the student's talents. Losing a student needlessly would be a tremendous loss. However, the next scene left him utterly astonished, for he observed Tongla, originally furrowed in concentration, gradually regaining his composure, even relaxing his brow, as if the soul power of a level 40 Soul Master was merely a light drizzle to him. Witnessing this, Jilin Hundaluo gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? The other 2 supervising directors stood up in shock, their faces displaying disbelief as they gazed at the now calm Tongla. This young man actually withstood the pressure of 40-level soul power, yet they were unaware that Tongla, having cultivated the Xiaoyao Xinfa and Baiming Shingong, alongside the enhancements granted by his soul bone, had received immense boosts to his strength, mental prowess, and agility. To inflict harm solely through soul power would require elevating it to at least level 45. As Jilin Hundaluo continued to release his soul power, beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, yet he showed no inclination to cease. Rather, he was even more motivated to increase the output. Level 41, level 42, level 43, level 44, level 45. Ultimately, the soul power stabilized around level 45, and Jilin Hundaluo finally witnessed the anticipated scene, as Tongla's brow began to slightly furrow. However, his soul power also remained capped at 45, as he was uncertain whether Tongla could endure any further increase. Thus he hesitated, observing Tongla's response. What unfolded next was a scene that filled him with disappointment. Apart from a brief change in Tongla's expression at the outset, his countenance thereafter remained as tranquil as a still pond. However, even more astonishing was the transformation in Tongla's aura, as he seemed to embody an infinite black hole, absorbing the soul power being released from Jilin Hundaluo. It was even harder for him to believe that Tongla appeared to be enjoying the immense soul power he was enduring. No matter how Jilin Hundaluo pondered, he could not fathom that Tongla was employing his own unique method to absorb the soul power released by Jilin Hundaluo. Truly, the Baiming Dafa could convert the pressure exerted by Jilin Hundaluo into his own soul power, Tongla mused, initially unaware that he could alleviate the pressure through the Baiming Dafa. It was only when Jilin Hundaluo mentioned that his soul power had reached level 45 that Tongla's internal Baiming true energy began to react, prompting him to instinctively employ the Baiming Dafa. The 2 chairpersons of the evaluation committee seemed as if they had been struck by lightning, shooting up from their seats, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exclaimed, "This is impossible!" For the sight before them was a faint blue halo emerging around Tongla, shielding him from Jilin Hundaluo's pressure. Not only were the 3 committee chairpersons astonished, but the members of the Shrek faction were equally dumbfounded, initially brimming with confidence. Yu Xiaojing's gaze gradually turned vacant and bewildered as he beheld Tongla's figure, unable to suppress a gulp as he murmured, "Is this still a human?" Perhaps Tongla himself felt nothing amiss, while others began to struggle for breath, as if a colossal boulder were suspended upon their chests, rendering them unable to inhale. The pressure released by Jilin Hundaluo was truly terrifying, and apart from a few higher-ranked teachers, the faces of the other students turned pale. Even Yu Xiaojing exhibited signs of distress. But fortunately, Faland boldly stepped forward, using his own body to shield others from the oppressive force, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. As the crowd regained their composure, they all turned their eyes to Tongla, their minds resonating with a singular question: how did Tongla achieve this? Not only did the students ponder this, but the 3 supervising directors were equally eager to unravel the mystery. Observing the beads of sweat forming on Jilin Hundaluo's forehead, The other two directors quickly approached him. "Jilin, we are here to assist you." The one with the Tianxing martial spirit by Baoshan spoke up, and before Jilin Douluo could respond, he had already channeled his soul power into Tongla with great force. Jilin Douluo nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on Tongla, leaving him no time to divert his attention. As Dream Shinji observed the two individuals commencing their endeavor, he too adopted a serious demeanor. Within his palm, a surge of soul power began to coalesce, causing the air around him to warp violently. For a moment, those present felt as though they could hear the roar of a dragon, akin to the sounds of a raging tempest, under the astonished gazes of the crowd. The soul power in Dream Shinji's hand swiftly infused itself into Tang Lu's body, intertwining with the energies released by the three soul Douluos. Tang Lu found himself engulfed by this overwhelming force, akin to being submerged in a boundless ocean, rendered powerless against the invading strength. Ultimately, he shattered the shackles confining him, allowing the three strands of soul power to flow freely within him. Yet the immense energy rendered his body immobile. Tang Lu sensed that he had reached his limits. His veins felt as if they were about to burst, and a throbbing pain enveloped his head, akin to a hammer striking him. This was pressure beyond what he ought to endure, pressure equivalent to that of a level 50. Despite the excruciating torment inflicted by the three strands of soul power, Tang Lu recognized that there was no intent to harm. Rather, they were diligently exploring the state of his internal being. The three energies traversed his body from top to bottom, leaving traces on every meridian, and soon they penetrated into Tang Lu's Dantian, conducting a thorough search. With years of experience, they quickly discerned that Tang Lu's soul power was at level 49. The three directors opened their eyes simultaneously, their expressions filled with astonishment and bewilderment, as if they had witnessed something truly terrifying. Their mouths agape, they were rendered speechless. However, Tang Li's body began to tremble violently, a crisp, drumming sound resonating within him, as if something were about to break free. Dream Shinji, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan could no longer afford to be careless, their gazes fixed intently upon Tang Lu. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from between Tang Li's brows, as the Bei Ming true qi erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, creating a cataclysmic presence. At that moment, his clothing tore apart, transforming into countless fragments that revealed his robust upper body. Yet, the transformation did not cease there. A soft blue halo enveloped him, while black silver grass sprouted rhythmically beneath his feet, pulsating with a terrifying energy. Under the relentless push from the three-souled Douluos and the Bei Ming true qi, Tang Li's form became translucent and ethereal. The black silver grass extended toward him, continuously burrowing into his being. At that moment, a black-red vertical stripe appeared between Tang Li's brows, ancient and enigmatic, merging him with the black silver grass. Jilin's face was filled with disbelief. Having spent most of his life striving for unity with his martial spirit, he had made no progress over the decades. Yet today, the awakening of his martial spirit was vividly manifesting before him, and the one achieving this harmony was not an elder, but a mere child. The two-souled Douluos beside him bore peculiar expressions, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Seated below, Yu Xiaojiang rose in excitement, tightly clenching his fists, oblivious to the fact that his hands had turned purple from the pressure. Chapter 319. The black halo flickered beneath Tang Li's feet, rippling like water. Now fully integrated with the black silver grass, Tang Lu appeared transformed. His once bright eyes were replaced by a somewhat sinister dark red hue. And under the influence of the Bei Ming true qi, his long hair had turned blue, while his entire aura experienced a profound elevation. If a mirror were to be placed before him at that moment, he would be astonished to see the mysterious figure he had encountered in his dreams reflected back at him, under the curious gazes of the onlookers. A brilliant golden light erupted from Tang Li's back as the Hong Tianji unfurled completely. The blue halo surrounding him was replaced by the golden glow, rendering him akin to a noble angel, as the oppressive soul power in the room caused everything to tremble violently. The golden light intertwined in the air, dazzling and radiant like a star. Soul Bone. The three directors exclaimed in unison, their expressions transcending mere shock and astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Standing frozen in place. Not only did Tang Lu possess a level 49 soul power, but he also bore an external soul bone. Was this even human? Observing the Hong Tianji, which spanned more than 6 meters in diameter, Master S' hands trembled with excitement. For he could genuinely sense that under the pressure of the three directors' soul powers, the Hong Tianji had successfully fused with Tang Lu. With every breath Tang Lu took, a golden aura emanated from him, gentle and noble. Master suddenly stepped forward and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude on behalf of Tang Lu. The three directors, still in a state of bewilderment, could not help but inquire, "Thank you for what?" Master explained with a smile. Since little Lu absorbed this external soul bone, he has been unable to fully integrate with it. Today, with the assistance of the three directors, this child has finally achieved perfect harmony with his martial spirit and soul bone. The three-souled Douluos exchanged glances, astounded at having inadvertently accomplished so much good. Dream Shinji, unable to contain himself, asked, "Is that truly a soul bone on this child?" Master nodded, lowering his voice deliberately, "Indeed. But I implore you three to keep this a secret. Otherwise, it could lead to—" His words trailed off, the implication understood by all present. The three directors nodded vigorously, aware of the gravity of the situation. Dream Shinji's expression grew solemn as he declared, "Rest assured, I swear by the name of the Tiando Royal Academy that I will never disclose the existence of the soul bone." Jeline and Bai Baoshan promptly nodded in agreement, assuring that they would not let this matter slip. Master clasped his hands together and said, "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of little Lahir." Dream Shinji gazed at the radiant Tang Lu hovering in golden light, and after a moment of hesitation, he approached Master, his tone wavering, "Ahem. May I address you as Master?" Master turned, startled, and quickly shook his head, waving his hands modestly. "Please just call me Xiao Gang." Dream Shinji awkwardly touched his nose, but his curiosity prevailed as he leaned closer to Master and whispered, "Does the esteemed academy possess any secret methods for training students?" Listening to Dream Shinji's question, Master appeared somewhat perplexed, but candidly replied, "Any methods we have depend on the academy's financial situation. They are not particularly noteworthy. If you are asking why these children have achieved such heights, it is simply due to their innate talent and diligent efforts." Observing the Master, who exudes humility and modesty, Meng Shinji felt a tinge of disbelief. No matter how exceptional one's talent may be, it is implausible to reach the 49th level at such a young age. Is it? Who are you trying to deceive? Unable to tolerate the back and forth between the two, Bai Baoshan stepped forward and boldly declared, "We three have just examined the soul power within Tang Lu. Can you guess its level?" The Master paused for a moment, then, filled with unexpected delight, exclaimed, "Could it be that Xiao has recently made a breakthrough and reached the 40th level?" As he looked at the Master, who seemed entirely unaware that Tang Li's level was actually 49, the three directors exchanged glances. Could it be that he genuinely did not know? "You are mistaken. Tang Li's soul power is at the 49th level." Jiline's soul Da spoke calmly, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he uttered this statement. 49, the Master exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, but then he appeared to realize something, abruptly turning his head with widened, dim yellow eyes, and stammered, "What? Xiao Lu is at the 49th level?" Seemingly unfazed by the Master's reaction, Jeline replied nonchalantly, "Yes, he is at the 49th level." The Master, as if losing his senses, shook his head vehemently. "This is impossible. It cannot be. How could someone break through a realm without absorbing a soul ring? This must be unthinkable." Yet, after our trio's testing, his soul power indeed stands at the 49th level, Bai Baoshan interjected, furrowing his brow. At this moment, the Master appeared akin to a mindless zombie, his eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. He felt as though his worldview had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt once more by Tang Lu, and this time, it was as if he had been dealt a fierce kick. Throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in transcending a realm without absorbing a soul ring. Never. Yet today, this anomaly, Tang Lu, emerged, shattering the long-standing rules of Douluo continent and becoming the first of its kind. While this revelation was undoubtedly a boon for Tang Lu, it also posed a significant threat. If word were to spread that Tang Lu could advance through realms without absorbing soul rings, those with ulterior motives would likely not grant him the time to develop, seeking to eliminate him in his infancy. The Master quickly regained his composure, stating, "I implore you three to keep today's news confidential, just as you would guard Soulbone. If even a whisper of this escapes, the child may have no future." A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Meng Shinji's eyes as he stroked his beard, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, even if we three old fellows were to perish, we would not divulge this matter. We are eager to see what remarkable achievements this young lad will attain in the future." Brief introduction, Douluo. Originally the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, descended into Douluo continent alongside Tang San after leaping down from ghostly encounter to save him. The lost XuanyuanSword shall eventually shine brightly. Can the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect once again achieve greatness? Can the flourishing Xiaoyao sect stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tang sect? Douluo. This is Tang Li's journey on the Douluo continent.